Today was the first day of freshman registration at Chuzhou University. By the roadside, a very handsome young man in a white shirt and dark blue jeans stood holding his luggage. Why can't I get a taxi? I'm losing my mind. Lin Chen muttered helplessly as he looked at his phone, which showed a 10-minute wait on the Piggy Ride app. Lin Chen canceled all other price options and kept only the cheapest one. Logically, Tianfu City should be prosperous enough that I shouldn't have trouble getting a ride right. Lin Chen stared at the prompt suggesting he had a surcharge for a quicker ride. His finger hovered for a long time, and just as he steeled himself to check a few more options, a series of notification sounds echoed in his mind. Ding! System binding successful. Issuing newbie rewards now. Congratulations, host. You have received a Ferrari SF90. Congratulations, host. You have received a standalone villa at Yulin No. 1. Would you like to claim the reward now? What is this? Lin Chen was startled by the sudden system notification, but as a young man of the 21st century, he was quite familiar with the concept of a system. A system? Was this the day Lin Chen would finally turn his luck around? He was bursting with excitement. A Ferrari SF90. That must be a few million, right? And a standalone villa in Tianfu City. The cheapest would be at least 10 to 20 million. Claim reward. Yes. Claim it immediately. Congratulations, host. Ferrari SF90 claimed. Staff are driving it to your location. Please wait patiently. Congratulations, host. Standalone villa at Yulin No. 1 claim. All rewards will be delivered in a reasonable manner. Please use them with confidence. Lin Chen jumped up in excitement. Could this overwhelming fortune really have fallen upon him? A fashionably dressed young woman with heavy makeup walked past and was startled by his sudden movement. She gave a disdainful look at Lin Chen's simple clothes, then noticed the nearby high-speed rail station. A country bumpkin gets this excited just from visiting Tianfu City. Lin Chen's expression turned awkward, but he knew he had indeed been too excited, and his movements had been a bit overdone. Miss, it's my fault. Sorry about that. Who are you calling miss? Do you have any manners? Some motherless, fatherless country bumpkin. The woman erupted upon being called miss. Lin Chen's face instantly darkened. His parents had lost their jobs due to the 2018 environmental reforms. To pay for his studies and the mortgage, they had to work in electronics factories, enduring hard labor every day to afford his tuition and living expenses. They bought the house just for him. They said it would make it easier for him to find a wife in the future. So even though his family was poor, he had never envied anyone else. Therefore, his family was his deepest sore spot. Can't you show some decency? With a mouth that foul, did you forget to brush after eating garbage this morning? I've seen it all now, a knife cutting the ass. Truly an eye-opener. You? A grown man bullying a weak woman like me. The young woman, seeing Lin Chen's fierce comeback, rolled her eyes and immediately played the moral card, waving the feminist flag. Because it was near the high-speed rail station, there were many people around. In keeping with their love for a good show, seeing the crowd, the young woman grew even more arrogant. You insulted me like that. If you don't apologize today, you're not leaving. Apologize to you? Why should I? Because you have more pimples than I have hairs. Lin Chen said disdainfully. You. The young woman, seeing that Lin Chen dared to insult her in front of so many people, was so furious. Young man, cursing is your fault. An aunt couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing someone take the lead, the surrounding people also began to blame Lin Chen. Lin Chen had grown up with his grandmother. He remembered how she used to take on 3 people at once in the village and never lose. From then on, Lin Chen learned how to handle such situations. Simple, just focus all your fire on one person. Annie, didn't you see she started cursing first? So what? You're a man, can't you let a woman have her way? Fine, I wanted to save you some face. But since you put it that way, don't blame me for disrespecting traditional Chinese virtues. I'm not her father, why should I let her off? One sentence left the aunt speechless. She slipped back into the crowd and disappeared in a blink. The onlookers, seeing the aunt defeated, quickly dispersed. Just then a tow truck stopped at the roadside. Everyone looked over. Lin Chen squinted and saw that on the truck was a red Ferrari SF90. Ferrari SF90. Several staff members got out of the truck. They looked around and quickly spotted Lin Chen, who was surrounded by people. They then walked over. The young woman's eyes lit up. Could it be that someone in this crowd had bought that Ferrari SF90? Then she saw the staff members walk straight to Lin Chen. Impossible. Could it be this guy who bought the Ferrari? Her mind quickly rejected the idea. Impossible, he's just a poor country bumpkin, how could he afford it? Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chen? The man's attitude was very respectful. Yes, I am. You're here to deliver the car, right? Lin Chen said calmly, noticing the woman standing behind the man. The crowd's gaze toward Lin Chen instantly shifted. Some hot, some admiring, some jealous. Yes, but just to be safe, may I see your ID, Mr. Lin? The man said nervously. He didn't want to offend someone of this level. If the man got angry, his career might be over. Anything that can prove your identity will do. The man added. How could a country bumpkin like him afford a Ferrari? The young woman whispered mockingly. Although her voice was low, Lin Chen and the others nearby heard it clearly. How do I need to prove to you whether I can afford it? Who do you think you are? Lin Chen was speechless. This kind of person, school hadn't taught them, parents hadn't taught them, why hadn't society taught them? The woman, realizing she had been heard, changed color. But with so many people watching, she couldn't just back down in disgrace. So she forced herself to say, if it's really yours, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair. Very well, everyone heard that right. Lin Chen raised his voice and looked around. The crowd, never missing a good show, was only too happy to watch something even more interesting. Yeah, bro, go for it. I want to see her standing on her head. I think you want to see. Lin Chen smiled slightly and handed the ID card to the man. The man took it with both hands, glanced at it, and returned the card to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin Chen, as per your request, the car has been brought here. This is your key. The man took out a luxurious-looking box and handed it to Lin Chen. The eyes of the surrounding people all converged on the box. The woman's face instantly turned pale. She looked around and saw that everyone's attention was fixed on Lin Chen, so she turned and tried to slip into the crowd to escape. But the onlookers were unwilling to let her go. Several elderly people who were watching the fun subtly filled all the gaps, leaving the woman no space to squeeze through. Lin Chen was extremely excited inside, but his face remained calm as he took the box, opened it, and pulled out the key, holding it in his hand. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming the distinguished owner of a Ferrari. If you need anything else in the future, feel free to call me. Hey, race my card. The man handed Lin Chen a business card. Lin Chen took it, glanced at it, and put it into his pocket. If there's nothing else, Mr. Lin'll take my leave. The man nodded. The people around spontaneously made way and he walked out of the crowd. Seeing the gap, the woman tried to squeeze out, but within seconds the crowd closed again. Miss, aren't you going to keep your promise? Lin Chen toyed with the car key and said mockingly to the desperate woman, please, can't you be magnanimous and let me off? The woman had lost her previous arrogance and begged humbly. I still prefer you when you were arrogant. Don't you all agree? Lin Chen showed her no mercy. Yeah, go ahead and wash your hair upside down. Should I buy you a bottle of shampoo? He'll get the water. The crowd burst into laughter. Just then several uniformed city management officers squeezed in. What's going on? Disperse. Disperse. The officers shouted. Seeing them arrive, the crowd knew the show was over and scattered like birds and beasts. Only Lin Chen, the woman, and the officers remained. What happened here? An older-looking officer asked. The woman was too embarrassed to speak of her recent humiliation. After Lin Chen recounted the whole story, the officers looked at the woman with disdain. Young man, you're truly accomplished at such a young age. The leading officer sighed, glancing at the Ferrari parked nearby. It had been his dream in his youth. Lin Chen smiled without speaking. Actually, the only thing between them and a Ferrari was a system. Young man, how about we drop this matter? It's not good for public morale. Alright, I'll take my leave then. Sure, take care. Without even glancing at the woman, Lin Chen dragged his suitcase. You can go too. The officer glanced at her dismissively. She felt as if pardon, bowed her head, and hurried away. As Lin Chen reached the Ferrari, a brilliant smile finally bloomed on his face. What a feeling! Being envied and admired by everyone was truly exhilarating. Lin Chen opened the front trunk of the Ferrari, but found the suitcase didn't fit. What a crappy car. He cursed, and had to put the suitcase on the passenger seat. With the distinctive roar of a Ferrari supercar, Lin Chen sped away under the envious gaze of the crowd. He followed the GPS to the entrance of Suzhou University. Since it was the first day of freshman registration, the road was almost completely blocked. As soon as Lin Chen drove in, it had an effect. All the cars around kept a great distance from his, afraid of getting too close. Even the car ahead, upon noticing a Ferrari supercar behind them, unhesitatingly moved aside. Am I that? Lin Chen was a bit puzzled. As his car drove through the school gate, the gazes of many students, parents, and teachers were involuntarily drawn to it. Lin Chen stopped at the security checkpoint. Uncle, I'm a freshman. Can I drive in? There's no parking outside. He rolled down the window, revealing his handsome face. What? A freshman? A freshman driving a Ferrari SF90 for registration. That's so unique. The aristocrat of cars, Ferrari. Truly enviable. The students around erupted into an uproar. Some good-spirited ones even photographed Lin Chen's face and car and posted them on the campus forum and class groups. You can go in, but once the freshman registration period is over, you'll have to park in the parking lot. Also remember to move the car to a parking space later. Although the security uncle didn't know exactly how much the car cost, given the surprised and envious reactions of those around him, he knew it wasn't cheap. Therefore his attitude was very cordial. Lin Chen expressed his thanks, drove the Ferrari into the campus, found an empty spot that wasn't in anyone's way, parked, got out, and retrieved his suitcase from the passenger seat. There were many people on campus at the moment. Seeing a young man with a suitcase getting out of a Ferrari, they instantly knew he was a freshman. Lin Chen was a bit tired. Ever since he got the Ferrari, everyone stared at him as if he were a monkey in a zoo. After the initial excitement wore off, it felt a bit dull. Excuse me, can I ask for your help? Lin Chen was walking toward his dormitory building when a voice stopped him. Lin Chen sized up the girl before him. She was tall with a graceful figure, her long legs wrapped in black stocking. Her face was delicate, her eyes bright as stars, and her long black hair swayed in the breeze. Lin Chen could even smell the fragrance of her shampoo. Jiang Xuewei. Lin Chen was thoroughly struck by her beauty. Tell me what you need first. He wouldn't be seduced by beauty. He was a man with a system now. At this moment, Jiang Xuewei was also frustrated. Her best friend Tang Weiner wanted to start a Hanfu club, but the registration last year for freshmen didn't even reach 10 people, and together they were only 18. The school required at least 20 people to establish a club. So they disbanded her club, yet she wanted to revive it. That's why she begged Jiang Xuewei to help recruit new students for the Hanfu club during registration. They just came down from the dormitory, Tang Weiner went to the gate, and Jiang Xuewei was recruiting on campus. Are you interested in Hanfu? Jiang Xuewei blinked, looking at Lin Chen with hopeful eyes. Lin Chen stared blankly at the beautiful girl before him, feeling a stir of affection in his heart. Ding! Detecting the desire in the host's heart, the system is now issuing a quest. Stage quest. As a qualified host, how could you not have a girlfriend? Quest 1 successfully obtained the campus belle, Jiang Xuewei's Chaoxing contact. Failure penalty none. Success reward 100 shares of the Imperial Hotel. The sudden system notification startled Lin Chen. 100% shares of the Imperial Hotel. Lin Chen now looked at the girl named Jiang Xuewei, the campus belle. Campus belle. No wonder she was so beautiful. Oh, it turned out she was the campus belle. That made sense. Are you listening, classmate? Jiang Xuewei felt a bit discouraged. This junior didn't seem very interested. Senior, the Hanfu club. Okay, you'll join. Lin Chen snapped back to reality, a faint smile curling on his lips. If you don't want to, it's fine. What? You agreed. Jiang Xuewei beamed with joy, revealing 2 small dimples like blooming daisies. Then, junior, shall we add each other on Chaoxing? They'll contact you when the club recruits new members, and you can come sign up. Jiang Xuewei held up her Chaoxing QR code for Lin Chen to scan. Was this quest really that easy to complete? Lin Chen secretly rejoiced, planning to look up the details after adding her on Chaoxing. Xuewei, what are you doing here? Just as Lin Chen opened Chaoxing, a tall man in simple casual wear with a strikingly handsome face walked toward them with a gentle smile. The moment Jiang Xuewei saw this man, her expression darkened, and she put away her phone. Lin Chen's face stiffened as he looked at the man with a less than friendly gaze. Why are you here? Jiang Xuewei said coldly. I'm also a member of the student council, so I came to school early. I happened to see you, and came over. After speaking, the man turned to Lin Chen, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. And this is OM. Before Lin Chen could answer, Jiang Xuewei swiftly linked her arm through his. A blissful smile adorned her face. Yu Yang, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend. Jiang Xuewei had intended to say his name, but realized she had forgotten to ask. Hearing her words, Yu Yang's smile froze. Lin Chen's eyes widened as he looked at Jiang Xuewei. She met his gaze with a pleading look. Lin Chen's heart softened. While pretending to be the campus belle's boyfriend wasn't a bad deal. I am Xuewei's boyfriend, Lin Chen. He extended his hand generously. Yu Yang ignored him entirely, his eyes fixed on Jiang Xuewei. Xuewei, are you serious? Serious about? My boyfriend is right here. What do you think? And don't call me Xuewei, oh, we're not that close. Jiang Xuewei's tone turned icy and blunt. Fine, very well. You'd rather choose this poor loser than accept me. Jiang Xuewei, you'll regret this. Yu Yang scrutinized Lin Chen's attire, barely containing his rage, then turned and walked away after his parting words. Lin Chen watched his retreating figure with a cold glare. How arrogant. Not only did he fail to win the girl, but he also mocked me. Ding. System issuing a quest. Make Yu Yang bark like a dog. Reward 2 shares of Penguin Computer System Co. Ltd. The system had issued another quest. It seemed Yu Yang was definitely going to be dealt with. There was no choice. The Penguin shares were too tempting. But why did Yu Yang have to bark like a dog? Was the system's taste really that unique? Jiang Xuewei breathed a sigh of relief once Yu Yang was gone. Then, realizing she was still holding Lin Chen's arm, she withdrew her hand with a slight blush. Sorry for using you as a shield today. How about I treat you to a meal another day to make up for it? Sure, no problem, senior. But before that, shouldn't we add each other on Chaoxing? Lin Chen was still fixated on his Imperial Hotel. Alright. Jiang Xuewei quickly took out her phone again and displayed the QR code. Snow after clear sky. Quite a pleasant nickname, Lin Chen mused. Congratulations, host, for completing the stage quest. Reward 100 shares of Imperial Hotel. The system has already signed a contract for you. Rest assured, host. Now issuing stage quest 2. Have a private meal with Jiang Xuewei. Reward Lamborghini Veneno. Holy crap, holy crap. A Lamborghini Veneno as a reward. This was Lin Chen's dream car. To him, it ranked even higher than many cars worth hundreds of millions. Simply because the Veneno's design was overwhelmingly stunning. He couldn't believe a 70 million yuan Lamborghini Veneno was being handed to him directly. Hey system, is this a romance guide system? Lin Chen asked doubtfully in his mind. Ding. This system is just an ordinary quest system. Lin Chen could only accept the system's denial. My name is Jiang Xuewei. Just call me Senior Jiang from now on. Jiang Xuewei blinked her beautiful eyes at Lin Chen. Can I call you Xuewei? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. A flush crept onto Jiang Xuewei's cheeks, and she felt a wave of warmth. Call me Senior Jiang. By the way, are you looking for your dorm? Let me take you. Which building are you in? Building 6. Building 6 is this way. Come on, I'll show you. Lin Chen watched Jiang Xuewei hurry ahead, urging him to follow, and a surge of infatuation welled up inside him. Senior, which department are you in? Computer science. And you? Me too. What a coincidence. Lin Chen was delighted. She was in the same department as him. Indeed, quite a coincidence. Feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Here we are, this is it. He'll head off now. Chat with me on Xiaoxin if anything comes up. Okay, goodbye, Senior Jiang. Don't forget you owe me a meal. Got it. Lin Chen watched Jiang Zuwei's graceful figure fade into the distance before entering the dormitory building. He registered with the dormitory and collected the key and carried his suitcase upstairs. Room 515. This is it. Lin Chen unlocked the door and surveyed the dorm. It was a standard 4-person room with beds above and desks below. Not bad. All 4 roommates had already arrived. They were all organizing their belongings. One was tall and thin, wearing glasses with a refined air. Another was strikingly handsome, almost rivaling Lin Chen, and his attire suggested he came from a wealthy family. The third looked robust, clearly a fitness enthusiast, likely the dorm's muscle man. Lin Chen had brought relatively few things, having already paid for betting upon enrollment, so he only packed some clothes. The others had similar amounts. Only the exceptionally handsome roommate had brought a mountain of stuff: a computer tower, monitor, keyboard. And most impressively, he had even shipped an esports chair. Lin Chen was utterly envious. After tidying up, they chatted for a while and got to know each other. The tall, thin guy with glasses was Chun Xiao from Minzhou. His family was relatively well off, running a seafood business. The taller and sturdier one was Xiao Wei from Dian Province, a rural native. According to him, his muscles were all built from farm work. The last one with striking good looks was Xiao Fei from Shanjing. However, he kept tight-lipped about his family background, though Lin Chen could tell he must be quite formidable. Finally, they ranked themselves by age. Lin Chen was the eldest, Chun Xiao the second, Xiao Wei the third, and Xiao Fei the youngest. Brothers, this is our first meeting. Shouldn't we go out for a good meal? Chun Xiao, whose stomach was already growling with hunger, piped up with the suggestion. I have no problem with that, Xiao Fei said casually. He had originally planned to go to a nightclub in Tianfu City, but thinking that this was after all the first gathering of roommates, he decided to accompany them. I have no objection either, Lin Chen added. Finally, only Xiao Wei was left. The others' gazes fixed on him, staring so intently that Xiao Wei felt quite uncomfortable. Let's go. You guys pick the place, I don't know where to eat. Lin Chen, you're from Tiandu, aren't you? You decide. Xiao Wei had no choice but to agree. His family was relatively poor. From what he had just learned, Xiao Fei and Chun Xiao's families seemed to be quite wealthy. Lin Chen's family background was probably similar to his own, so the place Lin Chen recommended should not be too expensive. Alright, I'll find a place. Coincidentally, the system had rewarded him with the Dihao Hotel. He could eat there today without spending any money and also take a look around. Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. Hello, yes, this is Lin Chen. Alright, I'll bring my friends over for dinner later. They'll let you know when we arrive. It happened to be the general manager of Dihao Hotel calling, since the owner had changed. Not greeting him might leave. Let's go. The group left the dormitory together. The summer in Tianfu City was truly unbearable. Even after 6 o'clock with the sun almost down, the temperature was still scorching. Without the Ferrari, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei walking across campus still attracted many female students' gazes. No other reason. The two were just too handsome. Lin Chen quite liked summer. In the scorching heat, people wore less fabric. Especially on a college campus, those fair long legs could make one dizzy. They hadn't even left the school yet. 2 girls came jogging toward them. They wore skirts revealing fair long legs and looked very pure and adorable. Can we add your Xiaoxin? The 2 pretty girls stood before the 4, shyly asking Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei. Lin Chen looked at the girl in front of him. She was very pretty, at least class beauty level. Her face was plump but not fat, and under her white short skirt were a pair of straight, well-proportioned calves. Wait, was the quality of girls at Suzhou University this high? Of course, Lin Chen smiled slightly, opening his phone's QR code. Xiao Fei beside him did the same. The girl saw the successful ad message on her phone, and her face bloomed with a youthful smile. Then bye-bye. The 2 girls successfully got their contact info and left satisfied. Me and number 3 are the big losers. Chun Xiao said resentfully, looking at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, who were scrolling through the girls' moments. Exactly. So what if they're handsome? Xiao Wei chimed in indignantly. Poor guy, he had been single for 18 years and still hadn't had his first time. Thinking of this, Xiao Wei grew even more depressed. Enough said. To make up for your wounded hearts, today's meal is on the eldest. The eldest is generous. The eldest is mighty. Upon hearing that Lin Chen was treating Xiao Wei, and Chun Xiao instantly beamed with joy. But how are we getting there? Chun Xiao, already starving, just wanted to eat as soon as possible. I have a car but can take 1 person, Lin Chen said after some hesitation. He was thinking about whether to drive the Ferrari. Would that be showing off too much? Hearing it could only take 1 person, the 3 guessed it might be an electric scooter. No worries, eldest. Let's take a taxi, the 4 of us can fit in one. Besides, don't drink and drive. When we brothers get together for a meal, how can we not have a few bottles? Chun Xiao said boisterously. Chun Xiao's personality was completely different from what Lin Chen had imagined. He had thought Chun Xiao with glasses and a tall, thin frame would look cultured and gentle, but unexpectedly he was so boisterous. Lin Chen didn't insist further and hailed a taxi to Dihao Hotel. Eldest, why does this guy look so much like you? Sitting in the car, Chen Xiao took out his phone and showed the others a photo posted on the campus forum. The photo showed a student driving a Ferrari. Impressive 666. A freshman driving a Ferrari to school, instantly earning priority, mating rights for 4 years of college. Sisters, I'm going for it. He's my nobody, fight me. Isn't that a bit too flashy? If a college student isn't flashy, are they even a college student? Hey, you know what, he really does look like the eldest. Xiaowei stared at the photo several times, looking at Lin Chen with surprise and uncertainty. Could it be that I'm the only poor one? Mom, I want to go home. Xiao Fei's gaze toward Lin Chen shifted slightly. It seemed this eldest of theirs was no ordinary person. It's me. Lin Chen touched his nose and nodded in acknowledgement. Eldest, you're this rich. So when you said your car could only take one person, you meant this Ferrari? Chen Xiao's eyes widened. Under the three's gaze, Lin Chen nodded slightly. That's right. I've been ripped off. I've never ridden in a Ferrari in my life. If I'd known, I'd have gone with you. Chen Xiao was instantly overcome with regret. The driver in the front seat subtly curled his lips. Driving a Ferrari but taking a taxi. What a liar. After about 10 minutes, the ride-hailing car pulled over by the roadside. They quickly got out of the car. Dihao Hotel. The main building was in European classical style with tall stone facades adorned with exquisite reliefs and sculptures, every detail exuding a sense of historical weight. Eldest, don't tell me you're treating us to a meal here. Xiaowei said, looking at the imposing hotel. Eldest, we can just find a small restaurant to eat, no need to go here. This place looks expensive. Chen Xiao also chimed in. Although he knew Lin Chen drove a Ferrari they had just met, and spending so much money on them seemed excessive. Xiao Fei didn't think much of it. Back in Shanjing, he often dined at such hotels. Just feel free to eat, don't worry about anything else. Lin Chen led several people to the front desk. Tell Dongfang that Lin Chen has arrived, he said casually to, hello Director Lin. Just a little while ago, Dongfang had informed her that the new boss of the company would be bringing friends over for dinner named Lin Chen. Director Lin, President Dong instructed me to take you directly to the Tianzi No. One private room, the receptionist said respectfully as she stepped forward. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Let's go. Lin Chen turned to Chen Xiao and the others. Boss, what did she call you? Director Lin. Is this hotel yours? Chen Xiao's mouth fell open in disbelief. Xiaowei also looked at Lin Chen with a dazed expression, astonished that such a large hotel belonged to his roommate. While others at 18 or 19 were driving Ferraris and being bosses here, they were at 18 or 19 ignoring risks to install. The two found it hard to accept. Xiao Fei, however, remained composed and grew increasingly curious about Lin Chen's true background. That's right, the entire hotel is under Director Lin's ownership, the receptionist explained with a smile on her face. She was shocked when she first learned this news. It should be noted that the Dihao Hotel is one of the top hotels in the entire Tianfu city. To directly acquire all the shares from the board members is not something an ordinary wealthy person can achieve. This is simply a godly rich individual. Come on, stop dawdling. Chen Xiao, aren't you hungry? Lin Chen's mouth curved slightly upward, and he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction inside. The receptionist also caught on quickly and immediately walked ahead to guide them. Let's go. Didn't you see the boss has already left? Xiao Fei patted the still-dazed Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei on their shoulders. Boss, wait for me. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei hurriedly followed. As Lin Chen walked, he surveyed the hotel's interior layout. The entire hall gave him a sense of luxury, and it was truly magnificent. He had never dined in such a hotel before, yet now he could not only treat his roommates here, but even own the entire hotel. System, thank you. Lin Chen couldn't help but express his gratitude to the system in his heart. You're too kind, host. This system exists for you, it's what it meant to do. Detected the host's heartfelt gratitude, sending a little surprise. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've received 50 million renminbi. The amount has been deposited into your bank account. Your bank card has been upgraded to a Huaxiao Bank Platinum card. Lin Chen paused, quickly took out his phone, and indeed received the text message. Your bank card ending in. Received a transfer of 500 RMB at 1923 on September 7th. What? System, are you serious? System, does that mean every time I sincerely thank you I get a reward? Lin Chen's heart felt even more excited. This benefit is only available once. Lin Chen felt a little disappointed. Boss, what are you lost in thought about? Chen Xiao waved his hand in front of Lin Chen's face. Just thinking about something, let's go, Lin Chen replied, without explaining, signaling for the receptionist to continue leading the way. Just as he was about to move forward, a woman's voice rang out behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen. Upon hearing someone call him, he turned to look. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He did not wish to see this woman. Zhao Jia was a girlfriend he had dated in high school, and they had been very affectionate at the beginning. However, Lin Chen discovered her flirty chat records with other men. He broke up with Zhao Jia, who cried and begged him not to, promising she would never act like that again and asking for another chance. Lin Chen's heart softened, and he agreed. That was the first time. The second time was after Lin Chen finished his college entrance exams and took a part-time job. Just after work, a classmate texted him asking if he had broken up with Zhao Jia, saying they saw her buying bubble tea with a man and that the guy's hand was resting on her shoulder. They even sent a photo, and when Lin Chen looked it was indeed her. But when he questioned her, she still refused to admit it. Only after seeing the photo did she explain that it was her cousin, and that she said that to avoid misunderstandings. Naturally, Lin Chen did not believe such nonsense, and he broke up with her again only for Zhao Jie to plead pitifully once more. Lin Chen's heart softened, and he relented. The last time was about a month before school started. He saw her playing games with a boy in a duo. When he asked Zhao Jie, she unexpectedly admitted it, and broke up with him. She claimed that wanting to be with him was merely because she found him handsome, and she wanted to experience what it felt like to have a handsome boyfriend. Lin Chen looked at the chat records on his phone, smiled bitterly, and deleted her from his contacts. What a complete clown. Lin Chen later recalled how he had actually forgiven her several times, feeling embarrassed, and not even daring to tell his close friends from high school. Brothers, look in the mirror. Don't be a simp. If you're going to be something, be a Sigma man. This was simply his greatest dark history. Lin Chen, it really is you. I didn't expect to meet you here again. Zhao Jie said, approaching with a normal-looking man who had an arrogant demeanor, smiling as she spoke. I didn't expect it either. Lin Chen thought, only to leave quickly. He didn't want Air and the others to know about such an embarrassing past. Your friend. The arrogant man glanced at Lin Chen and the others before asking Zhao Jie. My ex-boyfriend, don't you remember? I told you before, babe. Zhao Jie winked at the man and then pulled his arm closer to her. Oh, I remember now, you're that good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend of hers who is useless except for his looks. The man said this as if he had just realized it, throwing a provocative glance at Lin Chen. Seeing the atmosphere becoming awkward, the receptionist quickly took out her phone and stepped aside to secretly call President Dong. This is Lu Jing from the front desk. Director Lin has arrived at the hotel, but it seems like young Master Li has some conflict with Director Lin and the atmosphere is a bit off. It's the son of the company's shareholder Li Shanyu. Yes, just over here in the lobby. After the call, Lu Jing finally let out a breath and returned to Lin Chen and the others. Who do you think you are, flaunting your power here in the boss' old shoes? Chen Xiao, who valued loyalty above all, immediately retorted when he heard the man mock his boss. Exactly who do you think you are? Xiao Wei, who had grown up in the Southwest F4, naturally couldn't back down either. Xiao Fei's gaze also turned cold as he looked at the man. It's fine, I'll handle it, Lin Chen sighed internally. He originally didn't want to have anything to do with this woman, but since her boyfriend was now mocking him, he had no choice. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, now knowing that this hotel belonged to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you're still the same loser, even your friends are so uncouth. Zhao Jie, hearing Chen Xiao's words, said with a darkened face. The man laughed instead of getting angry. Kid, do you believe I can keep you from even leaving this hotel? Oh, you're a gangster. In this day and age, being able to say something like that. Zhao Jie, is your boyfriend really that stupid? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at the man's words. The man's fists clenched tightly as he suddenly noticed Lu Jing. Hey, I remember you from the front desk, right? Tell them who I am. This is Master Li Ming, son of Li Shanyu, a former company shareholder. The receptionist, seeing Li Ming staring at her, turned pale and could only brace herself to speak, knowing that neither of these two was someone she could afford to offend. Why involve me when immortals fight? I'm just an employee. Lu Jing complained bitterly in her heart. My dad is a shareholder of the company here. Li Ming, failing to notice the word former in Lu Jing's words, was still quite smug. Honey, you're amazing. Zhao Jie praised with a fawning smile, her fingers tracing circles on the man's chest. The man, growing heated inside, couldn't resist giving a firm squeeze to Zhao Jie's erect peaks. Looking at the two of you, if there weren't people around, you'd probably be going at it, right? Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao laughed heartily at their unabashed actions. Lu Jing blushed and turned away. You truly won't shed tears until you see the coffin. They'll call the general manager of Emperor Hotel right now and have you all thrown out. Li Ming, nearly broken by the taunt, could only concede that Chen Xiao's verbal prowess was too strong. Were all the people from Minzhou so formidable? Chen Xiao knew that Lin Chen was now the sole director of Emperor Hotel, so he naturally wasn't intimidated by Li Ming. Realizing he couldn't outmatch them, Li Ming took out his phone and called Dong Fong. Zhao Jie watched them with a cold sneer on the side. Boss, is he the son of your hotel shareholder? Xiao Wei leaned in and asked in a low voice. Didn't you hear the receptionist say former shareholder? But don't tell him I want to have some more fun with him. Lin Chen's lips curled into a mocking smile. Boss, you really know how to have fun. Xiao Wei gave Lin Chen an admiring thumbs up. Xiao Fei had originally thought Li Ming had a big background looking so arrogant, but was that all? Since the boss could handle it, he wouldn't trouble Uncle Chen. Xiao Fei loosened his grip on the phone in his pocket and quietly watched from the side. Young Master Li, no need to call me, I'm already here. Dong Fong had just stepped out of the elevator when he heard Li Ming's arrogance. Quite a few customers had gathered to watch the commotion. Dong Fong, you came just in time. Kick these people out now? I'll inform my father. Dong Fong, however, ignored him, merely glancing at Li Ming before passing by the two and addressing Lin Chen respectfully. Chairman Lin. I am Dong Fong. You can call me Xiao Dong. Lu Jing, who usually felt nervous whenever she saw Dong Fong for fear of doing something wrong, now watched as Dong Fong behaved so humbly before this young man, who seemed even a few years younger than herself. Her gaze toward Lin Chen grew increasingly respectful, and she didn't even dare to harbor any other thoughts. She was only slightly attractive. Someone of his status must have seen countless beauties far more beautiful than her. Yes, they are my friends. I brought them here for a meal. Lin Chen nodded lightly and said. Dongfang nodded to Chen Xiao and the other two with a friendly smile acknowledging them. Dongfang, are you out of your mind? Why haven't I heard from my father that the hotel has such a young shareholder? And Chairman Lin, are you just pretending to know him to embarrass me? Believe me, he'll call right now and have you pack your bags and get out. Li Ming said harshly. As the second largest shareholder of Emperor Hotel, how could his father Li Shangyu not have told him about such a big matter? This Li Ming has quite a background, huh? Always talking about kicking me out. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Dongfang understood his intention in an instant. He had risen to the position of general manager of one of the top hotels in a first-tier city, not only because of his ability, but also because he knew how to read people and situations. Young masterly Mr. Li Shangyu is no longer a shareholder of the hotel. This gentleman Lin Chen has acquired all the shares from every shareholder. Therefore you have no authority to dismiss me, no right to demand that I drive away hotel guests, let alone that he is our hotel's sole shareholder. Moreover, you have disrupted the normal operation of the hotel. Please leave with the lady beside you. Dongfang turned around and said sternly to Li Ming, who looked incredulous. Li Ming's face darkened, and he took out his phone to call his father. Zhao Jie also couldn't believe Lin Chen was the sole controlling shareholder of Emperor Hotel. She had been in a relationship with Lin Chen for almost 2 years and knew his family situation thoroughly. Don't worry, honey, he can't be a shareholder of Emperor Hotel. His parents are just ordinary workers at an electronics factory. How could they have the money to buy all of Emperor's shares? Zhao Jie looked at Li Ming with certainty. Seeing Zhao Jie so confident, Li Ming felt a bit relieved. His gaze toward the group grew even more scornful. Hello. What's up, son? After the call connected, Li Shangyu's cheerful voice came through. Dad, what's got you so happy? A big shot came today and paid a huge sum to buy out all the shareholders' stakes in Emperor Hotel. I've been wanting to retire for a long time, so I took the chance to sell all my shares to this big shot. Hearing Li Shangyu's words, Li Ming's expression abruptly changed. Looking at the mocking smiles of Lin Chen and the others, a bad premonition rose in his heart. Dad, that big shot you mentioned, he isn't named Lin Chen, is he? Li Ming asked cautiously, silently praying. Please don't let it be him. Seeing Li Ming's face change, Zhao Jie immediately sensed something was wrong and grew anxious. How do you know? Li Shangyu asked in surprise. I think I've offended him. Li Ming said in a low voice, his tone trembling. A person who could acquire all the shares of Emperor Hotel was definitely not someone he could afford to offend, especially when he was so young. His background must be immense. He looked at Zhao Jie with hostility. What? You offended that Lin Chen? Get over there and apologize right now. If you don't earn his forgiveness, our family is finished. How did I raise such a useless brat? Li Shangyu finished angrily and hung up. Li Ming stared blankly at the disconnected call in his hand, at a loss for what to do. The hotel had the air conditioning on, but fine beads of sweat broke out on Li Ming's forehead. What's wrong, young masterly? Finished your call. Lin Chen's mocking voice came, snapping Li Ming back to reality. Honey, what's wrong? Zhao Jie asked, clinging tightly to Li Ming's arm. Get off. Li Ming shoved her arm away forcefully, and Zhao Jie, losing her balance, fell to the ground. Under Zhao Jie's incredulous gaze, he walked over to Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, I failed to recognize your eminence. I was a snob looking down on a great man. I hope you can forgive me. Li Ming bowed in apology, his demeanor utterly humble. Zhao Jie felt an immense sense of regret. Had she known Lin Chen was so wealthy, she would never have broken up with him no matter what. Her face felt hot, as if she had been slapped hard across the cheek. She stood up, unsure of what to do next. At this moment, all she wanted was to flee from this place, yet she was reluctant to give up on Li Ming, her ATM. Lin Chen looked at the now humble Li Ming, and suddenly found it utterly uninteresting to a fool being toyed with by a woman just like he had been in the past. Alright, get lost. If I see you again, it won't just be an apology next time. Li Ming felt a weight lifted off his shoulders and walked toward the door with a joyful expression. Wait for me, darling. Zhao Jie hurriedly chased after him, linking her arm with his. Get lost, you troublesome woman. Don't come bother me again. Li Ming swung his arm, casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Jie before stepping out the door. He now hated this woman to the core. If it weren't for her, he would never have clashed with Lin Chen. He wouldn't have lost face, and might even have to face his father's wrath upon returning home. Zhao Jie stared blankly at the figure of Li Ming leaving. Boss, are we just going to let him go like that? Chen Xiao felt somewhat dissatisfied. Li Ming's earlier arrogance had irked him. It's fine, he's just a clown. Lin Chen smiled faintly. But Chen, is there still a chance for us? I've always loved you. Can we give our relationship another 2 years? Zhao Jie suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen, looking at him with deep affection. Do you think that's possible? After 2 years of relationship, I feel disgusted just seeing you now. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Jie with disdain, feeling a bit grateful to Li Ming. Otherwise, he might still be dating this woman, which was a thought that made him feel sick. Lin Chen, you still love me, right? All those were just angry words. It's okay, I can prove my feelings for you through my— Do you not understand human language, or are you just thick-head? The boss told you to get lost. Chun Xiao and the others genuinely did not expect this woman's face to be so thick-skinned. I don't want to say anything more. Hurry and leave, or we'll have security throw you out, Lin Chen said to Zhao Jie in a flat tone. Zhao Jie looked into Lin Chen's icy eyes, and a chill ran down her spine. If you are still willing to accept me, just agree to my friend request, and I'll leave for now. After Zhao Jie spoke, she did not give Lin Chen a chance to respond, and turned on her heels, clacking her high heels out of the Imperial Hotel. Boss, your ex-girlfriend is really something else. Chen Xiao couldn't help but complain after Zhao Jie left. He had never met such a bizarre and shameless woman before. What can we do? I just had poor judgment back then. Well, let's not talk about this anymore. Shall we go eat? Xiao Fei hinted to Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei to drop this. Mr. Lin will take you there. Lu Qian, you can go back to work now. All right, General Dong. Lu Qian glanced at Lin Chen, reluctant to leave. Upon arriving at the private room, number 1, the dishes were already served. Mr. Lin, I want to disturb you and your friend's meal. If you need anything, just press that button and he'll come over. Dong Fong said as he pointed to a button on the wall. Okay, you can get back to work now. Dong Fong nodded and exited the private room. Boss, today, I'm really benefiting from your fame. I've never dined in such a luxurious private room in my life. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao surveyed the extravagantly decorated room and the array of delicacies on the table. Why be polite with me? Let's eat quickly, I'm starving. Lin Chen smiled. The 4 of them enjoyed their meal, drank wine, and chatted, unknowingly drawing closer in their relationship. Boss, you are my lifelong idol. Xiao Wei did not finish his sentence before closing his eyes and slumping down to sleep. Young people are great, they can just fall asleep. Xiao Wei, as expected from a person from Yunnan, could really hold his liquor, almost drinking enough for all 3 of them. Exactly. Boss, I will cling to you for life. Please take care of me in the future. Chen Xiao clasped his fists together, striking a pose like a martial arts master. After saying that, he also slumped onto the table. Chen Xiao was simply indulging in the food. Lin Chen hardly saw him drink, yet he ended up drunk while chatting. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei also had quite a bit to drink, but thanks to their controlled variables they weren't drunk. Boss, what should we do about these 2? Xiao Fei looked at the drunken Xiao Wei, and Chen Xiao feeling a headache. The Imperial Hotel has accommodation, but let's not return to the dorm tonight. After all, the new students won't check the dorms these few days. Lin Chen said helplessly. Alright, it can only be this way. Xiao Fei nodded. Lin Chen pressed the button on the wall, and soon Dong Fong pushed the door open. Mr. Lin, what do you need? Find a few people to take care of my friends. We're resting at the Imperial Hotel tonight. Alright, Dong Fong said as he gestured for 2 attractive female waiters outside to come in. The 2 waitresses were quite good-looking, dressed in professional attire, and very pleasing to the eye. Take these 2 esteemed guests to the presidential suite, Dong Fong instructed. Mr. Lin, do you need me to arrange a few for you and your friends tonight? After the 2 waitresses helped Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei out, Dong Fong quietly asked. He had noticed Lin Chen's gaze lingering on the 2 waitresses for a moment. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei with a question. Xiao Fei shook his head. No need. Just add me to your contact list for better communication in the future. Lin Chen declined as well. Alright. Dong Fong was somewhat surprised that adding a top-tier young master's contact is not something just anyone can do. Mr. Lin, do you need me to have the waiter bring you breakfast in the morning? After seeing you and your friend to the presidential suite, do you need me to ask the waiter to bring breakfast to the same room as yesterday? Alright, Mr. Lin, I won't disturb your rest any longer. MHM. After Dong Fong left, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei checked on Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei before returning to their own room to rest. After washing up, Lin Chen lay on the luxurious mattress provided in the presidential suite. As a 5-star hotel, the amenities were among the best in the industry. As Lin Chen savored the benefits brought by power and wealth, his ambitions grew stronger. 2% of Penguin's shares. How exciting. Lin Chen poured himself a glass of red wine wrapped in a bath towel and stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the brightly lit metropolis of Tianfu. Lin Chen took out his phone and transferred 1 million to his parents. Then he sent a message. Mom, I transferred 1 million to your account. Don't worry, the source is clean, and there's nothing illegal about it. Not long after sending the message, Lin Chen's mother called. He had anticipated this. Hello? Son, where did you get it? You mustn't be lying to me. Although our family is poor, we must not engage in illegal activities. Lin Chen's mother's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected. Mom, just rest assured. I bought a few thousand virtual coins out of boredom, and the price has skyrocketed recently. It has risen to 20 or 30,000 each. Then I sold 200 coins. Lin Chen helplessly fabricated a reason to explain. Are you serious? Lin Chen's mother still sounded somewhat skeptical. Really, Mom? Have you ever seen something illegal that can make $1 million in just a few days? Alright, we won't touch this money for now. If your virtual coins drop back down, at least we can earn a few million. Lin Chen's mother finally breathed a sigh of relief. No need, Mom, I still have money here. This virtual currency is sure to rise further. It'll definitely make more than just a few million. You and Dad just spend this $1 million however you like, but don't hold back. You should quit that job at the electronics factory. It's tiring and doesn't pay well. Lin Chen hurriedly said. Don't worry about me and Dad. Oh, just take care of yourself. By the way, how are things with that girl named Zhao? Lin Chen chatted with his mother for a long time before hanging up. Early the next morning, there was a knock on Lin Chen's room door. Boss, wake up. The sun is already high. Chen Xiao's voice came from outside. Lin Chen picked up his phone and messaged Dong Fong to notify the waiters to bring breakfast, and after putting on his clothes, Boss, where are we going for breakfast? I threw up everything I ate last night, and when I woke up this morning, I was so hungry my face turned green. Chen Xiao said with a grimace. Lauer, I have to say your drinking tolerance is really terrible. From now on you'd better sit at the kids' table and just have some pineapple beer. Xiao Fei couldn't help but taunt. Exactly, Lauer, you're so lame. Xiao Wei chimed in. Chen Xiao's face flushed red. He had never been good at holding his liquor and usually didn't touch a drop when out with friends afraid of embarrassing himself. But last night that bottle of wine was expensive, tens of thousands per bottle, so he couldn't resist having a little. At first he didn't feel anything, but later the alcohol hit him hard and his head began to spin. Chen Xiao held back for a long time, but couldn't come up with a retort. All right, stop joking around. Let's go to the same private room as yesterday. I've asked the waiter to send breakfast over. Lin Chen smiled faintly. The boss is always considerate. These two only know how to mock me. Chen Xiao chuckled. After breakfast the four of them asked Dong Fong to arrange a car to take them to school. Back in the dormitory, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei immediately lay down on their beds and fell into a deep sleep, claiming they hadn't slept well the night before. Junior, do you have time at noon? I want to make up for the meal I owe you. It was a Chaoxing message from Jiang Shuawei. Sure, but do you have time this morning to run some errands with me, Senior? Lin Chen had originally planned to buy some clothes and shoes, and coincidentally Jiang Zuwei's message arrived. Having a campus beauty accompany him to shop was naturally even better. At that moment in the female dormitory, Jiang Shuawei stared at the message on her phone, caught in a dilemma. Should she go or not? Although she had some fondness for this handsome junior, would it be inappropriate to go out alone with him on the second day of knowing each other? Would the junior think she was too frivolous? But she didn't want to refuse him either. What to do? Shuawei, you said you'd take me to have a meal with a junior at noon. Who is it exactly? Don't you have few male friends? Tang Weiner asked while exercising on a yoga mat in the dormitory. She waited a few seconds, but seeing that Jiang Shuawei still hadn't responded and was just staring at her phone blankly while sitting on the chair, Tang Weiner tiptoed over and peeked at the chat history between Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen. Wow. Shuawei, he asked you to go shopping with him, Tang Weiner exclaimed. Jiang Shuawei was startled and quickly covered her phone against her chest. She complained to Tang Weiner, who had suddenly appeared behind her. Weiner, what are you doing? How can you sneak a peek at my chat history? Who told you to ignore me? Tang Weiner pouted, then a look of excitement spread across her face. Shuawei, who is this junior? Lin Chen. Why haven't I heard you mention him before? And he asked you to go buy clothes with him. Do you know why he wants you to accompany him? Because he has a crush on you. Does Junior Lin have a crush on me? Jiang Shuawei murmured to herself. Weiner, your barrage of questions is making my head spin. Which one should I answer first? I just added this junior yesterday to help recruit new members for your Hanfu Club. When Yu Yang saw us, I said Junior Lin was my boyfriend, and then Yu Yang left. I'm treating him to a meal to repay the favor. Jiang Shuawei explained. You used the junior as a shield? Aren't you afraid Yu Yang will take revenge on him? Tang Weiner's expression turned serious after hearing the full story. It can't be right. He shouldn't be that petty. Jiang Shuawei grew nervous when reminded by Tang Weiner. But I've heard that Yu Yang always avenges every grievance. Then what should I do? Oh no, haven't I harmed the junior? Jiang Shuawei stood up in a panic and began pacing back and forth in the dormitory. Shuawei, are you developing feelings for that junior? Tang Weiner asked suspiciously, seeing Jiang Shuawei so. Jiang Shuawei was taken aback by Tang Weiner's question, then shook her head repeatedly. How is that possible? How could I possibly have feelings for a junior I've only known for one day and met once? It's because I've harmed the junior that I'm so nervous. Jiang Zuwei's words sounded more like she was convincing herself than answering Tang Weiner. You're right. So are you going to agree to go shopping with the junior? I don't know. I think you should go. It's a good chance to remind the junior to watch out for any sneaky moves from Yu Yang. Even though we live in a society ruled by law, Yu Yang has money and influence. It would be easy for him to mess with an ordinary person. Tang Weiner urged. Junior Lin Chen, whom I've never met, your big sister, can only do this much for you. Well, okay. Jiang Zuwei's face flushed as she thought it over and finally agreed. You don't need to include me for lunch. I have things to do. I didn't know you had plans at noon. Oh, I just found out. Lin Chen, seeing that Jiang Shuawei hadn't replied to his message for a while, thought it was hopeless. But then the message popped up. Okay, give me half an hour. Alright, which building do you live in? They'll wait for you down. Huh, you don't have to, do you? It's fine. Okay, I'm in female dormitory building 3. Jiang Shuawei put down her phone, feeling an inexplicable hint of joy in her heart. Tang Weiner watched Jiang Shuawei constantly changing clothes in front of the mirror and couldn't help but smirk. Little girl, still trying to fool me into thinking you're not interested in that junior. Weiner, I'm going out now. Go ahead, don't let Junior Lin Chen run away with you. Oh, shut up. Lin Chen wore a loose white t-shirt, dark blue jeans, and a pair of clean white canvas shoes. Paired with his extraordinary good looks, he attracted the attention of many girls. Handsome, can we add you on Chow? Two girls walked up and asked with flushed faces. Jiang Shuawei, who had just come out of the dormitory building, saw this scene. A hint of displeasure flickered across her face. She quickly walked over. Junior Lin. Over here. Jiang Shuawei waved at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes lit up, utterly dazzled by Jiang Shuawei's outfit. Jiang Shuawei wore a white dress with delicate light makeup on her face. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth revealed her joy at seeing Lin Chen. Sorry, ladies. Lin Chen apologized apologetically to the two girls, then smiled and walked toward Jiang Shuawei. Wow, look, isn't that Jiang Shuawei? Alas, this handsome guy definitely has no chance. Do you even need to say that? He's definitely campus heartthrob material. Isn't it normal for a campus heartthrob to be with the campus beauty? Wowu, Jiang Shuawei has turned down so many guys. Why can't she spare this handsome guy whose features perfectly match my ideal boyfriend? The two girls watched Lin Chen walk toward Jiang Shuawei with disappointment. Sigh, the flower has been plucked. Senior sister Jiang, you look very beautiful today. Lin Chen complimented her sincerely. Thank you. For some reason, when others stared at her like that, she would feel disgusted. But when junior brother Lin stared at her, she felt a hint of delight. What was going on? Could it be, as Wayner said, that she had feelings for this junior brother? Let's go, senior sister. Lin Chen's gentle voice interrupted Jiang Shuawei's thoughts. Oh, okay. Where are we going? Jiang Shuawei noticed that Lin Chen was heading in a direction other than the school gate and asked in confusion. Driving right. You have a car. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed in surprise. It seemed that junior brother Lin's family was quite well off, buying him a car as early as his freshman year. Yeah, let's go. Let me take you for a spin. Lin Chen said with a smile and walked toward his Ferrari. Could it be? Junior brother Lin drives a Ferrari in his freshman year. Jiang Shuawei couldn't believe it. Judging by his clothes, he didn't seem to come from a particularly wealthy family. Jiang Shuawei mechanically followed Lin Chen and got into the car. As Lin Chen started the engine, the roar of the Ferrari, a sound that intoxicates men, resounded. Viru. Jiang Shuawei snapped back to reality. Junior brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so wealthy. Jiang Shuawei sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, admiring the futuristic interior decorations, and sighed. It's all right. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Lin Chen leaned sideways toward Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei was startled. Could it be that her junior brother was going to kiss her? I'm not that kind of person. Jiang Shuawei was about to stop Lin Chen's action when she realized he was adjusting her seat to find the most comfortable angle for her. Two faint blushes appeared on Jiang Shuawei's cheeks. Thank you. Jiang Shuawei lowered her head and thanked him in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. It's my duty, senior sister. Senior sister, why are you blushing? Nothing. Let's hurry up, shall we? Aren't we going to buy clothes? Jiang Shuawei quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly. Senior sister looks so cute when she's shy. I like her even more now. Viru. The roar of the Ferrari echoed across the campus. Hey, look, isn't that the campus belle Jiang in the passenger seat? Holy crap, it really is. Driving a Ferrari is amazing. He's even won over campus belle Jiang. Isn't that the guy waiting for her at the female dorm? I didn't know he was so loaded. If only ID asked for his contact info. The places you can't enter. The Ferrari can help you get in. Jiang Shuawei bit her finger and thought for a moment before saying, let's go there then. Lin Chen nodded. Senior sister, is there any large shopping mall near the school? Lin Chen asked Jiang Shuawei after driving out. There's a large shopping complex called Edu City, which is pretty good. I usually go shopping there with my bestie. Jiang Shuawei bit her finger and thought for a moment before saying, let's go there then. Lin Chen nodded. He had to admit driving a Ferrari with one hand really did feel extraordinary. Junior brother Lin looks so handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand. Jiang Shuawei gazed at Lin Chen's perfect profile and was lost in adoration. Lin Chen noticed Jiang Shuawei's eyes fixed on him. Is there a flower on my face, senior sister? Why are you staring at me? Lin Chen turned his head slightly and teased Jiang Shuawei. I'm not staring at you. Don't get any ideas. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed and she quickly looked forward. The advantage of driving a supercar was fully demonstrated. All the other cars kept their distance, and they drove all the way to Edu City without a hitch. We're here, Jiang Shuawei reminded. Lin Chen saw that a car next to them had just left vacating a parking spot, so he pulled in. The surrounding crowd cast glances of respect as a Ferrari supercar parked there. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got out, they instantly became the center of attention. Let's go inside quickly. Jiang Shuawei didn't like being gawked at, feeling like a monkey in a zoo. Okay. Lin Chen nodded and followed Jiang Shuawei into Edu City. Once inside, Jiang Shuawei led Lin Chen to the side. Lin Chen looked around and saw many luxury brands, many of which he had never even heard of. Originally, Jiang Shuawei had planned to take Lin Chen to the first floor, but after seeing he drove a Ferrari, she realized he had money. Perhaps he wouldn't even care for these mid to low-end brands. Junior brother, do you want to buy casual wear or a suit? Jiang Shuawei blinked her beautiful eyes and said to Lin Chen, I need to buy a suit. and then some casual clothes for everyday wear. Lin Chen thought for a moment before replying. After all, he was now the boss of a 5-star hotel. How could he show up to high-end gatherings in casual clothes? That would seem too disrespectful. Then let's go check out Givenchy. Givenchy was quite renowned among high-end luxury. Although Jiang Zui's family was well off, they weren't wealthy enough to afford high-end luxury clothes. So now Jiang Xuewei was a little excited. She grabbed Lin Chen's arm and headed toward the Givenchy store. Lin Chen walked into the store, took a quick glance, and his eyes lit up. Many of the clothes here he found quite appealing. Welcome. A female shop assistant approached with a professional smile. What a good-looking couple. The shop assistant thought to herself. Though she had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, ones with such high looks were rare. But when she noticed that their clothes didn't seem like they could afford Givenchy, she felt a little deflated. However, working in such a high-end brand meant she had undergone specialized training, so she wouldn't tarnish the store's reputation even if they were just browsing. Are you looking for men's or women's items? Men's. Help him pick some clothes, a suit, and some cat. Jiang Xuewei said. Certainly. Let me recommend this new arrival. It would look great on your boyfriend. The shop assistant was delighted, thinking she had misjudged them. The girl said buy a suit rather than just looking, indicating they at least had purchasing power. With that thought, the shop assistant's smile brightened even more. She then led them to a suit. No, he's not. Jiang Xuewei blushed and started to explain, but Lin Chen interrupted. Can I try it on? I think this one is nice. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Jiang Xuewei paused, but didn't explain further. Instead, she became more certain of her best friend's speculation. Junior brother must have a crush on me. Then Jiang Xuewei glanced at the price tag under the clothes. Holy cow. Jiang Xuewei was astounded inwardly. Of course, sir. The shop assistant said, took down the clothes and handed them to Lin Chen. Sir, the fitting room is over. The shop assistant pointed to the side. Thank you. Lin Chen said politely, and then looked at Jiang Xuewei. Oh, go change now. Oh, okay. When Lin Chen came out after changing, both Jiang Xuewei and the shop assistant, Lin Chen's sharply tailored suit perfectly accentuated his figure with every detail, exuding unparalleled taste and style. Jiang Zui's eyes widened as she saw Lin Chen in his suit. Her heart raced, and a blush crept across her cheeks. How incredibly handsome her junior looks in a suit. Jiang Zui's eyes sparkled with stars. The saleswoman was also stunned by Lin Chen's transformed aura. Her gaze at Jiang Xuewei carried a hint of envy. Your boyfriend looks so handsome in this suit. The saleswoman didn't hold back her praise. She swore that this time she was being absolutely truthful. Lin Chen glanced at their astonished expressions and smiled faintly. He walked over to the mirror and took a look. Senior, do I look good? Good. Absolutely stunning. Jiang Xuewei exclaimed excitedly. She felt that ever since she met Lin Chen, her aloof school beauty persona was crumbling away. Hey, don't wreck that suit. Just try it on. If you damage it, you can't afford to pay for it, said a man as a young couple walked in from outside. Yu Yang, what are you doing here? Jiang Xuewei frowned at the speaker. Yu Yang. That's none of your business, school beauty. Yu Yang glanced at Jiang Xuewei. Although he no longer harbored feelings for her, he had to admit that she was among the most beautiful women he had ever seen. Honey, who is this? Asked the very attractive woman beside him, wearing fishnet stockings as she clung to his arm. Jiang Xuewei inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing she hadn't accepted his pursuit. She had only seen the face Yu Yang was willing to show her. Nothing, just the school beauty from our university. Yu Yang said, playfully pinching the girl's nose. Whether I can afford this suit or not doesn't seem to concern you, senior, does it? Lin Chen pulled Jiang Xuewei behind him and spoke to Yu Yang in a calm tone. Hey, your senior is just looking out. If you ruin this suit, how long will your parents have to work hard to pay for it? Yu Yang feigned a pained expression, which made Jiang Xuewei behind Lin Chen furious. When you were chasing me, you acted like a groveling simp. Now that you know I have a boyfriend, you've changed your tune, huh? Jiang Xuewei retorted sarcastically. I didn't expect you to have this side, senior, Lin Chen teased. I'm fall for sticking up for you. Jiang Xuewei replied with a coquettish pout. Jiang Xuewei, you're only passably pretty. Don't think too highly of yourself. Do you believe I can crush your little boy? Yu Yang, far from anger, smiled mockingly at Jiang Xuewei. The woman beside him didn't care about Jiang Zui's words if she knew her place. She was merely Yu Yang's plaything. There were plenty of women ready to take her place at any time. Jiang Xuewei glanced worriedly at Lin Chen and fell silent. She knew that Li Ming wielded considerable influence in his family. He had hinted at it when pursuing her. Although she knew Lin Chen's family was no ordinary one, she didn't want to cause him trouble. Lin Chen's expression remained calm, but upon hearing that remark, his face instantly turned cold. Senior, you say I can't afford this suit. Want to bet whether I can or not? Yu Yang hesitated, although Lin Chen's outfit that day had been plain and didn't look like he was wealthy. But this suit was only tens of thousands. He must have just enough money to be so bold. If you can buy a few more items in this store and spend a total of 500 yuan, then he'll bet with you. Yu Yang was sure Lin Chen had at most 100,000 or so on him. Alright, but if we're betting, there should be some stakes, right? Seeing Lin Chen agree so readily, Yu Yang felt a sense of foreboding. But now to save face, he had to grit his teeth and accept. Fine, name your stakes. How about this? If I can afford it, you bark 3 times like a dog. If I can't, then he'll bark 3 times. How does that sound? Lin Chen said with a smile. Knowing that Lin Chen was wealthy, Jiang Shuowei relaxed and prepared to watch the show. Well, Yu Yang was torn. He couldn't afford to lose. If he actually barked like a dog and word got out, how could he show his face at school again? Baby, maybe we should call it off, the woman beside Yu Yang said. She was afraid that if Yu Yang lost, he would take his anger out on her. Hearing the woman's words, Yu Yang instead decided to go for the bet. Fine, I accept. Yu Yang gritted his teeth. Senior Yu has such courage. Wait a moment while I gather the 500 yuan with my girlfriend. Lin Chen clapped his hands with a smile. The saleswoman nearby felt like a fortune had fallen from the sky. 500 yuan. Her commission would be 1000 yuan. Soon Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen picked out several more outfits. The saleswoman quickly calculated the total. Sir, that will be 64500 yuan. Lin Chen walked over and picked up a handbag. Add this bag to the total too. Jiang Shuowei was startled. Why is her junior buying a women's handbag? It was exactly the one she had admired earlier. Could he be planning to give it to me? Jiang Zuwei's heart raced as she wanted to say she didn't need it, but she was afraid he might be buying it for someone else, which would mean she was being presumptuous. Very well, sir. That brings the total to 68000 yuan. Seeing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, Yu Yang knew he had been outdone. His face turned ashen as he racked his brain for a way out. The woman beside him looked at Lin Chen with sparkling eyes. Handsome and wealthy. If she could latch onto him. At this thought, she unconsciously tightened her thighs. Lin Chen nodded, took out his bank card, and placed it on the payment terminal. Yu Yang stared intently at the terminal. Please don't go through. But the outcome disappointed him. Thank you, sir. Welcome to visit us again. The saleswoman's face lit up upon seeing the successful payment, and she promptly brought out another card. This is our store's VIP card. You can enjoy a 10% discount with it in the future. Thank you, Lin Chen said, then turned his gaze to the despairing Yu Yang. Senior, it's time to honor your promise. Lin Chen reminded him with a grin. Yu Yang forced a strained smile, and said with some reluctance. Junior Lin, how about this? He'll give you 700 yuan, and well, call it even. 700 yuan was all the money he had. The woman beside him was shocked. Giving away 700 yuan just like that. She'd rather have it herself. At least she could make his nights more enjoyable. Jiang Shuowei looked at Yu Yang with contempt, but also a hint of delight. That way, after buying all the luxury items, they'd still make a profit of 200 yuan. She had initially felt guilty for making Lin Chen spend nearly 700 yuan, but now that burden was lifted. Should we accept? Jiang Shuowei asked Lin Chen tentatively. Lin Chen shook his head slightly. Senior, you am not short on money. I still want to hear you bark like a dog. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang with a mocking grin. Yu Yang's smile froze, his face darkening. Are you sure you want to push this to the point of no return? Yu Yang threatened. Young man, take the money. It's better for everyone. The woman also urged. Jiang Shuowei remained silent, but she trusted Lin Chen's judgment. 70,000. How could 70,000 compare to 2% of 10-cent shares? I wouldn't take even $1 billion. No need, Senior Yu. Hurry up and bark like a dog. Don't you dare back out. Lin Chen shook his phone as he spoke. Of course, he hadn't actually recorded anything. He was just bluffing Yu Yang to prevent him from reneging. If Yu Yang really did bail, the immense fortune within reach would vanish. Yu Yang's face alternated between pale and red. He hesitated for a long time. Woof, woof, woof. Lin Chen, just you wait. Yu Yang hurled a threat and strode out. The woman's face twitched as she took a few deep breaths before chasing after him. Ding. Mission make Yu Yang bark like a dog completed. Ding. 2% of 10-cent shares have been distributed. Lin Chen was overwhelmed with excitement and impulsively swept Jiang Shuowei into his arms. This was 10 cent, worth trillions of RMB. When Lin Chen calmed down, he realized what he had just done. He quickly set Jiang Shuowei down. Sorry, Senior. I just remembered something and got too happy, couldn't control myself. Lin Chen apologized to Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Zuwei's pretty face flushed crimson as if it could drip water. It's fine. What should we do next? Jiang Shuowei covered her burning cheeks with both hands and spoke in a low voice. Let's go get something to eat. My treat. Lin Chen quickly suggested. Okay. Welcome, please come again. Back in the car, Lin Chen handed the bag he had just taken to Jiang Shuowei. Senior, this bag is for you. Lin Chen said with a smile. This. It's too expensive, I can't accept it. Jiang Shuowei waved her hands repeatedly. Is this Junior trying to support me? It's fine, just take it. Think of it as a thank you for helping me scold Yu Yang earlier. You were targeted by Yu Yang because of me. Before Jiang Shuowei could finish, she saw Lin Chen's expression. Then, he'll accept it. Jiang Shuowei took the Givenchy bag weakly. That's more like it. Lin Chen's mood cleared and a smile reappeared on his face. How can I repay the Junior for being so good to me? I'm desperate for advice. Jiang Shuowei looked at the bag in her arms, truly feeling like she was being pampered by her handsome Junior. The scene of the Junior picking her up replayed in Jiang Zuwei's mind. It didn't seem so bad. Lin Chen drove toward Dihao. As Lin Chen drove his Ferrari along the road, a call came in. He pulled out his phone and handed it to Jiang Shuowei. Senior, answer it for me. Oh, okay. Jiang Shuowei responded, took the phone, and put it on speaker holding it to Lin Chen's ear. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, who's calling? Chairman Lin. Lu Shu, secretary to the board of Tencent. You have just acquired Tencent Computer System Co., Ltd., and signed the transfer agreement. You are now officially a shareholder of Tencent. Upon hearing the confirmation, the woman's respectful voice came through the phone. Oh, okay. I understand. Chairman Lin, there will be a shareholder meeting tomorrow morning to formally announce you as a shareholder. Will you be? I don't have time. Please convey my apologies to the other shareholders. Understood, Chairman Lin. Do you have ChowXIN registered with this number? It would be convenient for me to add you on ChowXIN. It'll notify you of any urgent matters. Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Chairman Lin. I won't disturb you further. Have a pleasant day. Click. After the call ended, obvious delight spread across Lin Chen's face. The scale of Dihao Hotel was nothing compared to Tencent. Even the entire hotel wasn't worth even 1% of Tencent's shares. Lin Chen turned to look at Jiang Shuawei. Her hand holding the phone was frozen in midair, only the shock in her eyes still swirling. She stared at Lin Chen speechless. What had she just heard? A shareholder of Tencent. What did that mean? Tencent, with a market value of nearly 3 trillion RMB, the top private enterprise in China, one of the world's top 10 international companies. This junior in front of her was a shareholder of Tencent. The most incredible thing was that he had just started his freshman year. Jiang Zuwei's mind went blank. Senior, what's wrong? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei with a faint smile. Nothing. You're really Loki, Junior. Jiang Shuawei squeezed out a sentence. No, I have to take the initiative. After all, I already have some feelings. I can't let such a high quality, no such a top-tier junior slip away. Besides, the junior also seems to like me. Jiang Shuawei made up her mind, and her gaze toward Lin Chen grew increasingly tender. We're here. Lin Chen parked the Ferrari in front of the Dihao parking lot. Oh, okay. Still reeling from the shock, Jiang Shuawei followed Lin Chen out of the car with a dazed look. Large hotels like this have private chefs. We'll have lunch here today. Lin Chen explained, mainly to avoid Jiang Shuawei misunderstanding that he was bringing her for a room. Jiang Shuawei finally realized he had brought her to a hotel. At the front desk, Lu Jing spotted Lin Chen walking in with a stunningly beautiful girl. She cast an envious glance at Jiang Shuawei. Chairman Lin, you're here. Lin Chen nodded. In bringing a friend. Should I notify President Dong? No need, I'm just here to eat. Is there a private room available? Lu Jing checked. Chairman Lin, the Celestial Suites are all vacant. Let's go to the same room as yesterday. Very well, Chairman Lin. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei headed toward Celestial Suite 1, Lu Jing spoke into the intercom. Chairman Lin is heading to Celestial Suite 1. Prepare for service. Junior, is this hotel yours too? Yes. Jiang Shuawei wasn't particularly surprised. After all, a shareholder of Tencent owning a 5-star hotel was nothing. When Lin Chen led Jiang Shuawei to the door of Celestial Suite 1. Welcome, Chairman Lin. Several waitresses bowed and greeted. No need for such a grand entrance. Keep one waitress for ordering, everyone else can leave. Lin Chen said helplessly, realizing Lu Jing must have informed them. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth with a giggle. They entered the suite, and Lin Chen handed her the menu. Order whatever you like. Jiang Shuawei nodded obediently and took the menu. She hesitated at the menu. It was too expensive. Seeing prices ranging from hundreds to thousands, she felt a cucumber salad cost hundreds, and a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork was over 1,000. Lin Chen noticed her hesitation, smiled gently, and gestured for her to hand the menu back. Lin Chen took the menu and ordered a few signature dishes, some desserts, and finally added a bottle of red wine. See if there's anything else you'd like. Lin Chen smiled as he handed the menu to Jiang Shuawei. She took it and glanced at his selections. Chaozhou brine, 10-year lion's head goose, New Zealand langoustine with bluefin tuna, belly albino sturgeon caviar, aged tangerine peel, and ginger steamed humphead wrasse. And a bottle of red wine, 2009 Domaine Leroy Richbourg Grand Cru, which she checked the price of. Money tate. Adding the dishes, the meal cost at least over 200,000. That dinner alone could buy. Is this what the rich life is like? The corruption of capitalism, Jiang Shuawei sighed. That's enough of too much, and we won't finish it. Leftovers are fine, who says we have to finish everything? Alright, that's enough. Lin Chen had to hand the menu back. Certainly, Chairman Lin, please wait a moment. The waiter spoke respectfully and left the room. While waiting for the food, they chatted about the amusing incident of Yu Yang barking like a dog. After a while, the waiter pushed in a cart with all the dishes. Discerningly, he opened the wine and left. He did not stay in the private dining room, which pleased Lin Chen. He still had to complete the system's task. It required him to dine alone with Jiang Shuawei. If a waiter remained, the system might not acknowledge it. I've never eaten anything so expensive, Jiang Shuawei remarked, gazing at the feast. Then enjoy it, we can come here often from now on. Lin Chen poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Jiang Shuawei with a smile. She ate happily, sampling every dish. Finally, she leaned back in her chair and patted her belly contentedly. How many months, senior sister? Lin Chen wiped his mouth and teased. 2 months. Jiang Shuawei blushed, but retorted. And the child's father? She fell silent. Senior sister, how about I take you out this afternoon? Can't there's something at school? I'm in the student council, The school leaders called us to a meeting. Jiang Shuowei wanted to spend more time with Lin Chen, but she couldn't get away. Alright, next time then. Lin Chen wasn't disappointed. There would be plenty of opportunities. Ding. Task completed. Have a private meal with Campus Belle, Jiang Shuowei. Lamborghini Veneno has been parked in the garage of the system's reward Yulan No. 1 villa. Final stage task initiated. Successfully confessed to Campus Belle, Jiang Shuowei. Reward 3 shares of Penguin Computer System Co. Ltd. Lin Chen's heart raced with excitement. He often watched videos of supercars, and his favorite had always been the Lamborghini Veneno. Its futuristic design and blood-boiling engine roar had captivated him instantly. Back then he could only dream, but now it was his. Only 13 existed worldwide, and one was now parked. The thought made Lin Chen barely contain his excitement. He even overlooked the final task reward. The 3, senior sister, first come with me to my place. I need to change cars. Isn't your Ferrari good enough? Why Jiang Shuowei was puzzled. I bought a car earlier but just arrived home. I want to see it, Lin Chen explained. Alright, but we can't be too long. I need to be in the office by 2:30. She checked her watch. 1:00, 1.5 hours should be enough. Final change cars and head straight to school. Lin Chen nodded. He then stood up and led Jiang Shuowei out of the hotel. Goodbye, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen drove the Ferrari to the entrance of Yulan Shengting. In the owner of Yulan No. 1. He stopped at the barrier and rolled down the window to speak to the guard. Yulan No. 1. The guard was startled. He had learned yesterday that a new resident had moved into Yulan No. 1. People working at such a luxury estate, be it cleaners, property managers, or guards, earned high salaries but faced significant risks. Offending a resident accidentally would be disastrous. So they usually remembered every resident's face, name, and car. Since Lin Chen was a first-timer, the guard didn't recognize him and didn't lift the barrier. Cold sweat broke out on the guard's forehead. Fortunately, Lin Chen's Ferrari made him cautious, and he hadn't said any. The guard matched Lin Chen's face with the records. Sorry, mister. Lin, it's my first time seeing your car. He'll open it right away. The guard raised the barrier. No problem, being responsible is a good thing. Lin Chen smiled unbothered. He had come from the bottom himself. It was just part of the job. Starting the car, he drove toward Yulan No. Lin Shuejuan, is this your home? Jiang Zuwei's mouth fell open at the sight of the villa resembling a nice surroundings, right? Lin Chen, though mentally prepared, was still excited. This was one of the most upscale villa districts in Tianfu City. He had been naive before, thinking the system randomly gave him a villa worth a few million. Only later did he learn even the cheapest villa in Yulan Shengting cost tens of millions. In Yulan No. 1, the crown jewel was worth at least 1 or 200 million. Lin Chen used the system-provided code to unlock the door and registered his face and fingerprint. Senior sister, want to register too? Me? This is your home. Why would I register my face? Jiang Shuowei was flustered, but his gesture revealed his feelings for her. It was an outright hint. After Lin Chen registered his face, he drove the car into the garage. As the garage door opened, a sports car exuding technology and power came into view. Shuejuan, this car is gorgeous. Is this your new ride? So cool. It looks just like the best car in those racing games I watch. The Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Chen stroked its front. It's indeed stunning. That's why I bought it. Jiang Shuowei felt she had been shocked more times today than in her entire life. This enigmatic schoolmate stirred intense curiosity in her. Shuejuan, how much does this car cost? Must be expensive, right? Jiang Shuowei was curious. Even the Ferrari seemed less cool than this car. Not outrageously expensive, about 80 or 90 million. But there are very few, globally only a dozen or so. It was a huge hassle to acquire. Hundreds of millions. Only a dozen globally. Impressive. Jiang Shuowei felt numb. At this point, even if Lin Chen said he was an alien, she wouldn't doubt it. Get in, senior. He'll take you back to school. Lin Chen suppressed his inner excitement, a gentle smile gracing his face as he spoke to Jiang Shuowei. Sure. A supercar worth nearly 100 million. I can't wait to experience it. Jiang Shuowei, thrilled at the prospect of riding in such a divine machine, was brimming with excitement. As the scissor doors slowly opened, the black-dominated interior accented with vibrant lines created a powerful visual impact. Once Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei were inside and the doors closed, they immediately felt the commanding presence of the top-tier supercar. Vroom vroom vroom. Lin Chen started the engine, and the roar of the Veneno made both their hearts race. He drove out of the garage, and the garage doors slowly closed behind them. As Lin Chen approached the exit, the security guard, seeing a supercar approaching, quickly raised the barrier. When the car passed through the gate, the guard noticed it was Lin Chen. Good heavens, the owner of the penthouse suite has another supercar now. How much did this one cost? The guard marveled, watching the Lamborghini Veneno's tail fading into the distance. Whoa, a Lamborghini Veneno. I actually saw a Lamborghini Veneno at Yulan Shengting. This is a globally limited production, only a dozen or so of the top-tier divine cars. You can't buy one even if you have the money. Lin Chen passed by a Porsche Cayenne. The Porsche owner, his eyes wide, stared at the supercar. What kind of big shot had moved into Yulan Shengting? On the road, a sleek black supercar roared past, its sound drawing the attention of many. Wow. Mommy, what car is that? It's so cool. A little boy pointed at the supercar. I've never seen such a... The young woman also looked at the car and sighed. When I grow up, I'm going to buy one. And buy one for mommy too. The boy gazed at the fading supercar, a glimmer of aspiration in his eyes. Shawan is such a good boy. Then mommy will count on you, okay? The young woman smiled and ruffled the boy's hair. The boy nodded firmly. That's a Lamborghini Veneno. I can't believe I get to see such a divine car. A car enthusiast exclaimed excitedly. Senior, how do you feel? Jiang Shuawei, sitting in the top-tier divine car, her face, flushed with excitement, sat rigidly upright. It feels amazing. No wonder everyone loves supercars. This sensation really makes you feel inflated. Senior, relax a bit. Why sit so stiffly? Lin Chen said with amusement. I'm afraid I'll damage it. This car costs 100 million. If I bump into anything, I can't afford to pay for it. Jiang Shuawei said with a helpless laugh. Sure, it was exhilarating, but the risk was huge too. Even though she knew that even if she damaged it, her junior wouldn't make her pay, she just couldn't get past that mental block. You can afford it. I don't even have 50,000 yuan to my name. I can't afford it. Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her. How about giving yourself to me as compensation? Lin Chen said with a half smile. That works. But junior, do you really want me? Jiang Zuwei's face flushed bright red. How could her junior be like this? She wasn't mentally prepared yet. But giving herself to him might not be bad. Jiang Zuwei's heart stirred. She started looking around for something easy to break. Lin Chen hadn't expected her to say such a thing. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Hearing this, Jiang Shuawei made a significant decision in her mind. She felt comfortable around Lin Chen. Even though he was a top-tier billionaire, his words never crossed the line. He respected her. Plus, he was young and wealthy. What girl wouldn't like that? Since she had feelings for him, why not pursue him? Should she wait until school started, and other girls noticed this young, rich, and handsome boy, who looked like a male celebrity, only then express her feelings and compete with them? With this thought, Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen solemnly. Junior, could you give me a chance to pursue you? She had never been in a relationship before. She only remembered that when she was little, her grandmother told her that if a girl likes someone, she must bravely go after him. Don't leave yourself with regrets. Even if you get rejected, it's okay, at least you tried. Lin Chen was startled by her. He quickly found a spot by the roadside and pulled over. Senior, are you serious? Lin Chen had originally planned to wait until they got to know each other better, then prepare a confession for her. He hadn't expected her to be so direct, expressing her feelings on only the second day. Was this the charm of money? Even Jiang Shuawei, who had been pursued by many wealthy playboys, couldn't resist. Of course, Junior. A rich and handsome junior like you. If I don't seize you, should I let someone else have you? Jiang Shuawei said, half joking and half serious. But afraid that Lin Chen might think she only cared about his money, she added another sentence. I already had a bit of a crush on you before I knew you were rich. Now that I find out you're this wealthy, I definitely can't. Lin Chen believed her words. After all, yesterday, he had dressed very plainly, and she had still been warm to him. He didn't mind if other women approached him for money, but it would affect their standing in his heart. Senior, I like you too, but confessing is something a guy should do. How can I let you do it? Lin Chen said, tenderly looking into Jiang Zuwei's eyes. Hearing his words, Jiang Shuawei felt engulfed by a wave of immense joy. Senior, will you be my girlfriend? Lin Chen held the Ferrari key, gazing at Jiang Shuawei with affection. I am willing to be your girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei covered her mouth, nodding repeatedly, the love in her eyes almost overflowing. But he'll pass on the Ferrari key. What? Are you rejecting my confession, Senior? This key is like a bouquet. If you don't accept it, it means you're, well, okay. Thinking of Lin Chen's wealth, Jiang Shuawei considered it and accepted taking the Ferrari. That's right, Senior. Lin Chen smiled. Still calling me Senior? Jiang Shuawei pouted discontentedly. My mistake. It should be Shuawei. Lin Chen gazed at the adorable pouting Jiang Shuawei, his eyes falling on her luscious red lips. A surge of impulse rose within him. He leaned toward her. Chen, what are you? Jiang Shuawei felt a warm pressure against her. Lin Chen's tongue slipped in, parting her teeth, intertwining with hers. Jiang Shuawei was inexperienced at first, but gradually she began to respond. Lin Chen savored her taste with relish. Strawberry. After several minutes, Jiang Shuawei, only then did Lin Chen release her. Their eyes met. Jiang Zuwei's face was flushed, and she was gasping for breath. She felt she was on the verge of suffocation. Lin Chen was thus nose-to-nose with Jiang Shuawei, their eyes locked, a thin thread of saliva connecting their lips. Jiang Zuwei's pretty face flushed crimson, yet she stubbornly held his gaze. A few more seconds passed, and Lin Chen couldn't help himself again. As expected, when a couple stares at each other like this for more than 10 seconds, one of them is bound to give in. Again, Jiang Shuawei begged repeatedly. Chen, first take me back to school. There will be plenty of time later. Alright, I'll let you off today. After saying that, Lin Chen kissed Jiang Zuwei's lips again and gently tapped her nose. Jiang Shuawei lay limply in the passenger seat, too weak to muster any strength. Jiang Shuawei, a campus beauty who had never been in a relationship, was left dizzy by Lin Chen's charm. Ding! The system mission confessed to the campus beauty has been overfulfilled. Congratulations, host. A critical hit. You have acquired 8 of Penguin's shares. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. How was this possible? 3% directly turned into 8%. That meant he now held 10 of Penguin's shares. He became the second largest 10-cent shareholder after Naspers. Lin Chen now held 10 of the shares, lower than Naspers' 29.3 but higher than Ma Ting's 8. He didn't know the specifics, these were just details he had hastily picked up. He also had no idea whose shares the system had actually acquired. System, can I ask whose shares you acquired? Ding. Acquired retail investors' shares. Lin Chen suddenly understood. So that meant retail investors held 50 of the shares, and the major shareholders, including Lin Chen, also held 50. And now Lin Chen had become the second largest shareholder, and as an individual holder, his decisions would greatly influence the Penguin Company. Old Ma must be getting restless, Lin Chen thought to himself. The car soon arrived at the gate of Suzhou University. Due to the freshman registration over the past 2 days, many new students and their parents were at the school entrance. Thus the school gate was quite congested. But when Lin Chen's car approached the gate, people around instinctively made way for it. Damn, what car is this? I've never seen it before. It's too cool. It looks like Batman's car. Isn't this a Lamborghini Veneno? Only a few dozen units worldwide. Could it be a replica? Someone said in disbelief. Impossible, a modified Veneno would be obvious to enthusiasts. Is this really a Veneno? Although it's not one of the 3 hardtop versions, how could it appear at Suzhou University? A student driving a Lamborghini Gallardo muttered, while looking at the Veneno stopped behind him preparing to enter the school. He was a Lamborghini supercar enthusiast who had loved Lamborghini supercars since childhood. His name was Wang Shijie, the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of Suzhou Longjio Group. To buy this Lamborghini Gallardo worth over 4 million yuan, he studied desperately in his senior year, and only after being admitted to Suzhou University did his grandfather buy it for him. This scene was also captured by classmates frantically taking photos and posted on the campus forum. Lamborghini supercar meet. Shocking. Suzhou University shocked by the appearance of the 2013 Geneva top-level godly car. Top-level godly Tycoon enrolls at Suzhou University. Instantly, the entire forum's messages surged to 99. Many people immediately left their dorms just to witness this top-tier godly car. In front of the Lamborghini Veneno, any luxury car in the Lamborghini family takes a back seat. Of course, except for the 6th element. Classmate, are you going in or not? Don't block the people behind. Wang Shijie was still looking at the Veneno behind him, not knowing it was his turn to move. Oh, okay. Wang Shijie snapped back to reality and hit the accelerator, driving into the campus with an exhaust note. Hey, that car ahead is pretty nice to a Gallardo. Looks like there are quite a few rich people at our school. Lin Chen remarked with interest. Jiang Shuowei looked at the car ahead and asked curiously, what car is this? How much does it cost? A Lamborghini Gallardo, around 4 million yuan. Lin Chen said casually. 4 million? Then how much is your Ferrari? It's not my Ferrari, it's your Ferrari. Over 7 million. Lin Chen smiled and corrected her. Over 7 million. You just gave it to me like that. Don't you feel sorry? Jiang Shuowei exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen started the car and followed the car ahead into the campus wearing a nonchalant expression. What's there to feel sorry for when I give it to my woman? Besides, I'm not short of this money. Jiang Shuowei looked at the calm Lin Chen and recalled that he was a shareholder in Penguin, so she immediately fell silent. Lin Chen found a parking spot, and by coincidence, it was right next to the Gallardo. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got out of the car, Wang Shijie excitedly got out of his and approached. Bro, is this your car? So cool. Wang Shijie kept glancing at the Veneno as he spoke. Your car is pretty cool too. Lin Chen smiled faintly. My car can't compare to yours. Yours could buy dozens of mine. I've loved Lamborghini supercars since I was a kid, and today, I finally see a real Veneno, not a replica. Lin Chen was a bit exasperated by the excited non-stop talker Wang Shijie. He still had to send Jiang Shuowei to her meeting. Classmate, I still have some things to do, so I'll take my leave now. Alright bro, can I add you on ChowChat? In a few days there's a supercar club meet in Tianfu City. Oh, let's go check it out. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Broadening his horizons would be good, otherwise he would just be a nouveau riche tycoon. Only his tycoon status was not ordinary. Shuowei, do you want to go? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei. You decide, I'll go along with whatever you say. Jiang Shuowei said obediently, holding Lin Chen's hand. Alright then. Lin Chen opened ChowChat and showed his QR code to Wang Shijie. Great bro. Wang Zijie's face lit up with joy when Lin Chen agreed. In fact, he didn't add Lin Chen on ChowChat solely for the Lamborghini Veneno. It was also to expand his network. Someone like Lin Chen who drives a Veneno in college must come from a very powerful family in the country. He would inevitably inherit his grandfather's position even though his father stood ahead of him. Alright, I won't disturb you and my sister-in-law. Wang Shijie said with a smile after adding Lin Chen on ChowChat. When Jiang Shuowei heard the term sister-in-law, she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart, and her impression of Wang Shijie improved a bit. Alright, let's keep in touch on ChowChat. We'll be off now. Lin Chen was also pleased with Wang Zijie's address. Wang Shijie watched the two figures walking away. He couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a man who drives a Veneno, even his girlfriend, is this beautiful. Then he took out his phone to message Lin Chen. Bro, my name is Wang Shijie. I'm also a freshman majoring in computer science. Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate in his pocket, took it out, and saw it was from Wang Shijia. Lin Chen, freshman, also in computer science. After replying, he put the phone back in his pocket. Lin Chen walked hand in hand with Jiang Shuowei beneath the shade of the campus trees. The branches overhead echoed with the shrill, grating chirps of cicadas. The layered leaves shimmered with emerald light under the sun, casting scattered patches of dappled shadow on the ground. The two soon reached the meeting room in the administrative building. Here we are. You can head back now. There are still a few minutes before the meeting starts. Jiang Shuowei gazed at Lin Chen with lingering reluctance. Huh, Shuowei, you're here. As Lin Chen was about to speak, a girl's delighted voice came from behind them. Wanner, I thought you were already inside. Lin Chen turned around and saw a girl with short hair and strikingly beautiful features. Jiang Shuowei let go of his hand and walked over to Tang Wanner, speaking happily. Tang Wanner sized up Lin Chen. And this is... Hello, I'm Shuowei's boyfriend. My name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, Shuowei's boyfriend. Tang Wanner was taken aback. She considered herself quite beautiful, but even she felt inferior next to her best friend. Because of her outstanding looks, she had been ranked first on the campus beauty list compiled by meddlesome students since her freshman year. She was the undisputed school belle of Shu University. Thus her suitors were countless, including many from wealthy families. But Jiang Shuowei had always remained indifferent. What had gotten into her today? She was dating a junior she had only known for 2 days. Tang Wanner gave Jiang Shuowei a look that said, you'll explain later. Then she smiled and said, Hello, I'm Tang Wanner, Shuowei's bestie. Just then a few teachers walked by chatting in a line. The teachers are here. The meeting is about to start. Chen, you should go back. After saying that, Jiang Shuowei pulled Tang Wanner into the meeting room. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly and turned to leave the administrative building. He took all the purchased items from the car only to realize the bag he bought for Jiang Shuowei was still there. Oh well, he would just leave it in the car for now. As soon as he reached the dormitory, before even entering, he heard Xia Wei shouting inside. Chen Xiao, are you a pig? UULT, while Dong Huang has you sucked in. I threw my combo just as he sucked you in. How is that my fault? Chen Xiao retorted. Chen Xiao, come help me defend the jungle. It was Xiao Fei's voice. Lin Chen opened the door, directly tossed his clothes onto the bed. Boss, you're back. Want to play some King of Glory? Now you guys go ahead. I'll pass. Lin Chen shook his head. He had no talent for games. He always landed in a box in PUBG and had negative KDA in every match. The three didn't insist. Not long after Lin Chen's phone rang. If his guess was right, it should be Lu Shu. Lin Chen thought to himself. Sure enough. Chairman Lin, sorry to disturb you. You didn't accept my friend request, so I'm calling you instead. Lu Shu's apologetic voice sounded. The three gaming roommates quieted down when they heard Lin Chen on the phone. It's fine. Is something the matter? Lin Chen asked, knowing the answer. Chairman Lin, since you've acquired another 8 of Tencent's shares, you now hold 10. You are now the second largest shareholder of Tencent. Since you didn't accept my friend request, I'm calling to remind you that I'll send a meeting link via WeChat. Lu Shu explained. Okay, I'll approve it right away. Lin Chen nodded. Alright then, I won't disturb your rest, Chairman Lin. After hanging up, Lu Shu sat in her office and massaged her temples. This Chairman Lin sounded very young, yet he had successively acquired 10 of Tencent shares in just one day, becoming the second largest shareholder. Ma Teng was the second largest shareholder, and with several agreements signed between Naspers and Ma Teng, he held the highest decision-making power at Tencent. Thus, for other shareholders, the number of shares simply determined their dividends. Now that Lin Chen had become the second largest shareholder, though it wouldn't affect Ma Teng's authority, any conflicting opinions would still cause trouble. Therefore, Ma Teng had given her strict orders. She must ensure Lin Chen attended this online meeting so Ma Teng could communicate with him. After hanging up, Lin Chen opened WeChat and accepted Lu Shu's friend request. Then he noticed that the junior girl he had added the other day still hadn't accepted. After thinking it over, he decided to let it go. He had a senior now, so he needed to stay focused. Having money didn't mean he could be reckless. Though he envied the life of having multiple partners, which boy never dreamed of that. But he couldn't let down senior Jiang. After the call, Lin Chen tried on the clothes he had bought. Looking good, boss. That outfit suits you. What brand is it? Xia Wei asked Lin Chen, who was in front of the mirror. Givenchy. Xia Wei said he hadn't heard of it. Givenchy. Boss, how much did this whole outfit cost? Chen Xiao, who knew the brand, perked up. Givenchy was a very high-end luxury label. Less than 70,000. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. He had actually thought about having some top designers make custom clothes since he still had tens of millions in his card. Less than 70,000. Xiao Wei's eyes widened. He stared at Lin Chen's outfit, speechless. Poverty truly limited one's imagination. Xiao Wei had thought it might cost around 10,000 at most. By the way, boss, the class group sent a notice. There's a meeting at 330 in room 305 of teaching building no. One for some announcements. Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Chen checked the time. It was already 3 o'clock. It's about time. Let's get ready and head over. Okay. Which one is teaching building no. 1. When they reached the teaching building area, they realized they had no idea which building was no. 1. There were only names like Li Shui building, Quan Shui building, etc. The four stood under the shade looking at each other in confusion. Shuowei, which building is teaching building no. 1. Lin Chen helplessly sent a message to Jiang Shuawei. It's the Quan Shui building, hahaha, Chen, you're just like I was back then. Jiang Shuawei replied instantly. Aren't you in a meeting? Still on your phone? I was about to message you. The vice president of the student union has been pursuing me, and today the atmosphere feels off. Chen, can you come pick me up after this? Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuawei's message, and his expression darkened. Sure, when does your meeting end? I'll come get you. Around 4:30. Okay. Jiang Shuawei looked at their chat history on her phone and felt slightly reassured. Jiang Shuawei noticed that since the meeting started, the student union vice president Zhao Lei and his friends would occasionally whisper to each other and then glance at her. Ever since she joined the student union and got to know Hu Jiaqing, he had pursued her relentlessly. Even after being rejected countless times, he never gave up. Today she felt he was up to something again, which left her feeling helpless. Shuawei, is that guy going to confess to you again? Tang Wanner quietly leaned in and asked. She had also noticed Zhao Lei's actions. I don't know, but it's definitely not good. Did you tell the junior? Yes, he'll come pick me up later. That's good. The first teaching building is the Learning Encouragement Building. Lin Chen put away his phone and said to Chen Xiao and the others who were about to ask something else. I asked my girlfriend, of course. Girlfriend? You just arrived 2 days ago, and you already have a girlfriend. The three looked at Lin Chen in shock. Yes, isn't that normal? Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen, who was calm and indifferent, and suddenly felt an impulse to punch him. So quickly, you've already taken our boss. Xiao Fei laughed. My girlfriend is Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei. I know her. What? Jiang Shuawei. Xiao Fei, usually calm, showed an unprecedented level of agitation. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao exchanged glances. Who is Jiang Shuawei? Boss, you managed to get Jiang Shuawei? After the initial shock, Xiao Fei clutched his chest in despair. You know her? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. The campus beauty of Suzhou University. How could I not know her? As a seasoned player in the romance game, Xiao Fei had heard of the aloof campus beauty who rejected all suitors before coming to school. Originally, Xiao Fei's target was Jiang Shuawei, but he didn't expect his own boss to take her. Seeing Xiao Fei's despair, Lin Chen felt a bit wary. Fourth, don't you dare have designs on my girlfriend. How could I? A friend's wife is off limits. By the way, boss, how did you pursue the aloof campus beauty? Xiao Fei asked with a cheeky grin. If he could learn that trick, his college life would become vibrant. Aloof. I didn't think so. Lin Chen recalled carefully. No more talking, we're at the classroom now. Xiao Fei wanted to ask more, but had to silence his curiosity. After the four of them entered the classroom and found seats together, they felt many girls were looking at them. Of course, they were looking at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Soon a rather short female teacher in her 30s wearing glasses walked in. After counting the number of students and seeing everyone was present, she nodded with satisfaction. Since everyone is here, we'll get straight to the point and not waste your time. Tomorrow is the day for military training, and the training uniforms have already been placed on your beds before school started. Now we come to the last segment of the day. Let's select the class committee. Are there any volunteers? Lin Chen and the others had no interest in this, merely watching the self-introductions and campaign promises of a few classmates on stage out of boredom. Lin Chen watched the time slowly pass, and as it approached 4:30, he felt a bit anxious. Boss, do you have something going on? Chen Xiao and the others noticed Lin Chen repeatedly checking the time and asked with concern. I have to pick up my girlfriend. Lin Chen explained. The three rolled their eyes and ignored him. Class monitor, have a few classmates clean this classroom, the rest can leave on their own. After the counselor finished speaking, she hurried out of the classroom. Lin Chen sighed in relief. It was 5:20, he would make it. You guys go back first, I'll leave now. Lin Chen prepared to leave. Student, can you stay behind to help clean up? Looking at him was the boy who successfully campaigned for class monitor, Zhao Fei. I have something to do, or can I find someone else? Everyone has things to do, brother. Cleaning won't take much time, just you and this brother here. After saying this, Zhao Fei pointed at Xiao Fei. He was quite handsome. Before Lin Chen and the others entered the classroom, the girls' attention was focused on him. But once Lin Chen and Xiao Fei entered, all those girls shifted their gazes to the two of them. This made Zhao Fei quite unhappy. It's fine, boss, you go do your thing, it will help you out. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei said. Sure, he'll treat you to a meal next time. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up at this. Lin Chen then looked at Zhao Fei. Is it okay now, eh? It's fine, but I think it's necessary to mention to the counselor about someone like you who doesn't listen to the class committee. Zhao Fei, feeling a bit reluctant with help coming his way, blurted this out and regretted it immediately. Sure enough, the gazes of the remaining students turned to Zhao Fei with some strangeness. Isn't this just looking for trouble? I say, brother, you're quite disgusting, huh? Don't be fooled by Chen Zhao's thin and tall figure with glasses. He actually has a violent temper. Xiao Fei was somewhat puzzled. Why was he targeting himself and the boss for no reason? Could it be that he was jealous of how handsome the boss and he were? Lin Chen shook his head, signaling Chen Xiao and the others not to mind. He then looked at Zhao Fei with a very calm expression. Do as you wish. After saying this, he turned and left the classroom, heading toward the office where Jiang Shuawei was. Ding. System task released. Make Xiao Fei apologize. Reward 5961p of Bida Jade. Lin Chen was stunned and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Just what I wanted. But is Zhao Lei really so worthless? This should be the worst system reward ever, right? Alright, let's wrap up here for today. Thank you all for your hard work. Meeting adjourned. After the teachers left the office, Zhao Lei came over with a few boys. What do you want? Tang Weiner guarded Jiang Shuawei behind her, looking at the few boys warily. I just want to have a few words with Shuawei. Zhao Lei, seeing the two girls on guard, forced a smile. If it's about student council business, then go ahead and say it. Jiang Shuawei said flatly. It's not about student council business. Do you have time tonight? I want to take you out for dinner. No thanks, I have plans tonight. Jiang Shuawei shook her head in displeasure. Shuawei? Zhao Lei wanted to say something, but Jiang Shuawei, President Zhao, our relationship isn't close enough for you to call me Shuawei. Just call me by my name. Also, I have plans tonight. I'm going to dinner with my boyfriend. So please, President Zhao, don't disturb me anymore in the future. After saying this, Jiang Shuawei took Tang Weiner and prepared to leave, but several boys blocked their way. Shuawei, you don't have to use having a boyfriend to deceive me. I'm about to graduate, and in these last days of campus life, I hope you can give me a chance. Zhao Lei said with deep affection. Tang Weiner was a bit angry. I say, don't you have any shame? Shuawei has already said she has a boyfriend, and you are still so shameless. And you guys, what do you mean by blocking us? Campus violence. Do you believe I'll report you to the teacher right now? Tang Weiner, infuriated, looked like a protective mother tiger. Zhao Lei's expression darkened at her words, and the group of boys hesitated before stepping aside. Sister Tang, you're so fierce. Lin Chen's voice came from the doorway. Jiang Shuawei immediately ran over joyfully and took Lin Chen's hand. Ah Chen, you're here. Lin Chen gently tucked away the messy hair on Jiang Shuawei's forehead. Tang Weiner felt relieved when Lin Chen arrived. Although she had been brave just now, honestly she felt a bit intimidated facing several big boys. Shuawei, is this your boyfriend? Zhao Lei glared coldly, his tone hostile towards Lin Chen. I told you, don't call me Shuawei. Please mind your words in front of my boyfriend, Senior Zhao. Jiang Shuawei cast an indifferent glance at Zhao Lei. Junior, I presume you're a freshman. Can you provide Shuawei with a good life? If you're wise, I hope you'll leave Shuawei on your own. Zhao Lei ignored Jiang Shuawei and spoke directly to Lin Chen. Senior Zhao, is it? First of all, Shuawei is my girlfriend. Please refrain from harassing her. Secondly, what conditions do you think are necessary to give my girlfriend a good life? Lin Chen looked at Zhao Lei with keen interest. At least be like me. Do you know how much one of my family's apartments costs? You might never afford one in your whole life. As if this topic boosted his confidence, Zhao Lei spoke with more conviction. Property prices in Tianfu were steep, hovering around 20,000 per square meter, yet income remained low. A typical city with high expenses and low wages. Buying an apartment would require at least 2 to 3 million. Many chose to leave Tianfu to seek better opportunities, simply because they yearned for a home. My family owns 5 apartments, each worth 2 to 3 million. My parents said one would be my wedding home. Zhao Lei glanced at Jiang Shuawei, hoping for a reaction. To his disappointment, she only clung to Lin Chen's arm, not even looking at him. Now his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with envy. Just a few days ago I bought a Wrangler. Do you have any of these? Impressive, Brother Lei. Not even graduated yet, and you're already driving a car worth 500,000. Yeah, Brother Lei, please look after us in the future. Basking in the flattery of those around him, Zhao Lei felt smug and shot a mocking glance at Lin Chen. Tang Weiner glanced at Lin Chen with concern, then at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei subtly shook her head. Is that it? A Wrangler worth 500,000? It's not even as good as one wheel of my Veneno. Lin Chen sneered dismissively. Ding. System task issued. Humiliate Zhao Lei. Reward all storefronts on Dawanshan Commercial Street. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. The system's tasks come so frequently. Kid, be wise and leave Shuawei. She's not for a poor guy like you. Noticing Lin Chen's expression, Zhao Lei said coldly. A few apartments. Driving a car worth a few 100,000. That's your capital. Lin Chen's tone turned icy. Who do you think you're fooling? I was planning to take Shuawei to the Earth-grade private room at Dihao Hotel tonight. Do you know what it means to dine in an Earth-grade room at Dihao? It means you've set one foot into another social class in Tianfu. Do you know who the general manager of Dihao Hotel is to me? Zhao Lei bragged arrogantly. He's my father's childhood friend. That's why I can dine in the Earth-grade room. Can you do that? You've probably never even heard of it. The respectful looks from the crowd made Zhao Lei feel ecstatic. Jiang Shuawei's gaze toward Zhao Lei grew stranger. They had just had lunch today in the Heaven-grade No. 1 room at Dihao, and Lin Chen was the hotel's secret owner. Was Zhao Lei trying to be funny? The general manager of Dihao. You mean Dongfang is your father's? Lin Chen hadn't expected a connection to Dongfang, but it made things easier and allowed him to complete the system task. Huh. You even know the name of Dihao's general manager. Seems you have some connections. That's right, Uncle Dong is my father's childhood friend. Zhao Lei was slightly surprised. Since you know Uncle Dong, you should understand the gap between us. How about you call him and ask if he knows someone named Lin? He'll give you a chance. Apologize to me, my girlfriend, and Senior Tang, within half an hour, and he'll let this. Lin Chen said calmly. Ha 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 ha, let me call my Uncle Dong. Apologize. Zhao Lei laughed as if hearing a joke, then his face turned cold. Who do you think you are to deserve an apology? Yeah, Junior, what big talk? You're just a clueless freshman who hasn't seen the real world. What are you barking about? Zhao Lei's cronies also chimed in. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner's faces turned icy. They hadn't expected the student council members who usually charm the teachers to be so disgusting. But Jiang Shuowei was not worried. Lin Chen's background likely outmatched most at Suzhou University. Seeing her best friend unfazed, Tang Weiner didn't doubt Lin Chen's words and grew curious about his true background. Fine, you want call? Then I will. But once I do, there's no turning back. Lin Chen had initially thought to let it slide since they were all students, just an apology. But they were relentless. Still putting on an act. Call. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Zhao Lei's Dong Fong was the general manager of one of Tianfeng's top super 5-star international hotels, integrating dining, accommodation, and entertainment. His connections from years in that position were formidable. Would he know a freshman? Even if he did, would he side with a freshman against his own nephew? All right. Lin Chen nodded calmly and dialed Dong Fong. The call connected in seconds. Chairman Lin, how may I assist you? Dong Fang's respectful voice came through. Do you know someone named Zhao Lei from Suzhou University? He claims to be your childhood friend's son. Sensing something amiss in Lin Chen's tone, Dong Fang's heart sank. Could this kid have offended the big boss? I know him, Chairman Lin. He's my friend's son. Dong Fong said nervously. He had already cursed Zhao Lei and his father 1,000 times. He's been using your name to throw his weight around. It's hurting our hotel's reputation, don't you think? Lin Chen said flatly. Dong Fong was already sweating on the other end. Yes. Chairman Lin is right. Zhao Lei's father and I aren't really close. If he has offended you, we'll deal with him. Zhao Lei watched Lin Chen's seemingly serious act of vague unease creeping in. He noticed Lin Chen was that outfit alone cost tens of thousands. So Lin Chen wasn't poor. Did he really know Uncle Dong? But it didn't matter. He was still Uncle Dong's nephew. Zhao Lei reassured himself, casting aside the troubling thoughts. Fine, handle it yourself. He doesn't believe I know you, thinks I'm just a poor student. Lin Chen smirked slightly. Got it, Chairman Lin. He'll call him right away. Lin Chen hung up and looked at Zhao Lei mockingly. That's it. Nothing happened. Seeing no incident after Lin Chen's call, Zhao Lei was more convinced it was a bluff. Patience. Lin Chen smiled. Before he finished, Zhao Lei's phone rang. Look, you're getting a call. Zhao Lei's face darkened as he saw the contact labeled Uncle Dong. Had he truly provoked someone untouchable? Zhao Lei answered the phone uneasily. Uncle Dong, is there something you want to see me about? Don't you know what I want to see you? Stop using my name to cause trouble from now on. Don't call me Uncle Dong anymore, and don't contact me again. Dong Feng's furious voice came through. Huh? Why Uncle Dong? Is it because of Lin Chen? Zhao Lei said, panic-stricken. The reason his family could run a small company with decent business was largely due to the deals Dong Fong had introduced. If Dong Fong stopped helping them because of him, when he returned home, he would face a beating from his father. Why? Do you know who Lin Chen is, the one you've offended? Who? Zhao Lei asked subconsciously. He is the owner of our Dihao Hotel. The sole owner. Dong Fong hung up. Zhao Lei felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. Trembling, he put his phone back in his pocket and looked at Lin Chen, who wore a smile on the verge of tears. Bro. With such a background, why didn't you say so? Bro Lei, how's it going? Is this kid faking it? The person beside him, oblivious to Zhao Lei's pale face, sneered at Lin Chen. Zhao Lei ignored him and walked straight up to Lin Chen. Bro Lin, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Zhao Lei lowered his head, humbly begging for Lin Chen's forgiveness. He knew very well that someone as young as Lin Chen becoming the owner of Dihao was not someone of his lowly status could afford to offend. Even if having that one identity were all, it would be enough to deal with him, and even his whole family would be finished. So apologizing was the only solution he could think of. Zhao Lei's actions stunned his followers, but Jiang Shuowei remained calm. She looked at Lin Chen with adoration. Tang Weiner stared in amazement at the now humble Zhao Lei, then at Lin Chen. It seemed her best friend had found a boyfriend with an extraordinary background. Realizing Lin Chen's background must be formidable, Zhao Lei's friends fled the office in a flash. What if they stayed and Lin Chen remembered them? They had all mocked Lin Chen just now. No, senior, Zhao, how could I possibly accept your apology? Lin Chen had given him a chance, and since he hadn't cherished it, it was his own fault. Bro Lin, I didn't know you were the owner of Dihao Hotel. If I had known even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared, Zhao Lei said bitterly. At that moment, he felt his previous actions had made him a clown. Lin Chen was the owner of Dihao Hotel. Tang Weiner looked at the calm Lin Chen in shock. She knew Dihao Hotel, the wealthy suitor who had pursued her before had sometimes taken her there to eat. Such an outstanding junior. No, he's Zuwei's boyfriend. How can I fight Shuowei for a man? Tang Weiner shook off her impure thoughts. What? Does Senior Zhao enjoy bullying people without a background? If I were an ordinary person, what would Senior Zhao have done? Lin Chen's smile gradually faded. Well. Zhao Lei was sweating profusely but couldn't utter a word. He could only look at Jiang Shuowei with pleading eyes, hoping she would say something for him. Jiang Shuowei noticed Zhao Lei's look, but ignored it. When Zhao Lei had mocked Lin Chen earlier, she was so angry she wanted to blast him with a salt soda. Now you want me to put in a good word for you. Dream on. Kneel and apologize, admit your mistake, and you can leave, Lin Chen said indifferently. Zhao Lei stood still, his inner turmoil raging. He knew that if Lin Chen targeted his family, everything he prided himself on now would become a thing of the past. I'm sorry bro Lin, sorry Junior Jiang, and Junior Tang, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Zhao Lei knelt down, trembling, lowering his head in humiliation. At that moment, he was glad his few friends had run off. If they had seen him in such a disgraceful state, how could he face anyone at Suzhou University for the rest of the year? Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner turned away uncomfortably. Their anger had mostly dissipated. All right, you can go. They'll let it slide this time. Lin Chen felt a hint of admiration for Zhao Lei. He could bend and stretch, losing face to protect his family's business. A very worthwhile trade. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Lei felt the heavy stone lift from his heart. He quickly got up and walked out of the meeting room. Ah Chen, you're amazing. Jiang Shuowei hugged Lin Chen happily. Tang Weiner's jaw dropped. Was this the Jiang Shuowei she knew? Where was her cold, aloof demeanor? Lin Chen affectionately tapped Jiang Shuowei's small, delicate nose. Enough, stop showing off your sweetness. I've had my fill. Tang Weiner complained. Jiang Shuowei stuck her tongue out at Tang Weiner before letting go of Lin Chen's hand. You rascal, just wait till we get back to the dorm. Tang Weiner cursed inwardly. Senior Tang, thank you for protecting. Lin Chen said gratefully to Tang Weiner with a smile. Don't worry. Shuowei is my best friend. Tang Weiner waved her hand dismissively. How about this? They'll treat you to dinner tonight. No need. I'd rather not be a third wheel. They'll head back to the dorm first. Bye. Tang Weiner refused, waved, and left. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, humbling Zhao Lei. The Greater Bay Area Commercial Street has been awarded to the host in a reasonable manner. The original shop owners have been added to your WeChat. Please choose a suitable time to sign the transfer contract. Ah Chun, where shall we go next? Jiang Shuowei, seeing Tang Weiner leave, wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's and blinked her big, beautiful eyes. How about we go check out the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street outside the school and grab a meal there? Lin Chen thought he mainly wanted to see the new commercial street the system had rewarded him with and sign the transfer contract while he was at it. Sure. Lin Chen opened WeChat and sent a message to the representative saying he would come to sign the contract soon, then took Jiang Shuowei back to the car. You left your bag in the car, don't you like it? Lin Chen chuckled. No, I love this bag you gave me. I love it so much. Jiang Shuowei kissed Lin Chen. Caught by surprise the fire in Lin Chen's heart. Woman, you're playing with fire. Lin Chen, without a word, pulled Jiang Shuowei close and kissed her cherry lips as she looked on in alarm. They kissed for several more minutes until Jiang Shuowei's pleading eyes made him stop. Ah Chun, don't you find it hard to breathe? Jiang Shuowei blushed deeply and slumped in the passenger seat, panting. No. Why would I have trouble breathing? Lin Chen asked curiously. Jiang Shuowei was speechless. Well, I don't know why either. After a long while, Jiang Shuowei finally recovered, pouting as she complained, You almost broke me. Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly, started the engine, and drove away from the campus under the envious gazes of his classmates. Arriving at the Great Bay Commercial Street, Lin Chen found a parking spot, parked the car under the astonished and admiring gaze of the security guard, and then walked into the commercial street with Jiang Shuowei. This commercial street had about 200 to 300 storefronts. A 1,200 square meter shop cost roughly 8 million yuan, and the monthly rent alone was 40 to 50,000 yuan. The sizes of the storefronts along the street varied, and Lin Chen estimated that his monthly rental income alone could reach nearly 10 million yuan. What are we going to do now? Jiang Shuowei inquired. I need to sign a contract. After that, I'll go shopping with you, buy you some things, and then we'll have dinner. How does that sound? Dinner is fine, but you don't have to buy me anything. You already bought me a bag worth tens of thousands today. Jiang Shuowei shook her head. Although Lin Chen was wealthy, she didn't want to be a leech. I'm your boyfriend. Isn't it only natural for me to spend money on you? Don't feel burdened. Besides, Senior Tang helped you today, so shouldn't we buy her something to thank her? Lin Chen said with a calm smile. All right, but you can't spend too much. Jiang Shuowei bit her finger lightly, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. What contract are you signing? I bought the storefronts of the entire street. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei found a cafe and sat down. Lin Chen ordered an Americano and Jiang Shuowei ordered a cappuccino. Lin Chen took out his phone and sent the original owner of the shops his location. Just then a waitress brought over a macchiato. Excuse me, we didn't order this, Jiang Shuowei said, looking at the coffee in confusion. This is from our boss. He said he'd like to be friends with you. The waitress wore an ambiguous smile. Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen turned to look and saw a man in a white short-sleeved shirt and black trousers behind the counter smiling back at them. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Truly a beautiful face brings trouble. No thanks. My boyfriend is right here. Jiang Shuowei politely refused, handing the coffee back to the waitress. The waitress' smile froze. She hadn't wanted to come in the first place. The couple was clearly together, but her boss had insisted. She glanced back at her boss. Although his expression was grim, he nodded, so she took back the coffee. I'm sorry. The waitress bowed in apology and left. Awaken, did I do well? Jiang Shuowei lifted her face as if asking for praise. Lin Chen fondly patted her head. Of course you did great. Jiang Shuowei beamed like a kindergartner who had just received a little red. The boss who had been watching them grew even more displeased. The moment Jiang Shuowei walked in, he had noticed her. His first impression was sheer astonishment. She was beautiful and pure, far more elegant than any woman he had ever seen. He couldn't help but be smitten. Even if she had a boyfriend, he was willing to give it a try. A good hoe can dig through any wall. After much deliberation, the boss decided to throw caution to the wind. Beautiful lady, could I have your contact info? Jiang Shuowei looked up in surprise. Hadn't the waitress made it clear earlier? I have a boyfriend, so no thank you. Jiang Shuowei said coldly. Lin Chen was utterly speechless. Beautiful lady, you must be a college student nearby, right? In this society, being handsome is useless. What matters is ability. I'm 26 years old, and I run a cafe of over 200 square meters on this commercial street. My monthly revenue is about 150,000 yuan with a net profit of 70 to 80,000. Beautiful lady, add me on Xiaoxian. I'm sure you'll make a better choice. After saying this, the boss shot Lin Chen a provocative glance. He was confident that this girl would agree to add him once she heard how much he earned. No, I've already told you I have a boyfriend. How much you earn has nothing to do with me. Please stop bothering me and my boyfriend. Jiang Zuwei's tone had become impatient. 70 to 80,000 a month. That was nothing compared to what Awaken earned in a minute. Jiang Shuowei glanced at Lin Chen, who merely let out a faint derisive laugh and said nothing. The boss was already annoyed by the rejection, and Lin Chen's sneer only added fuel to the fire. Young man, do you look down on earning 70 to 80,000 a month? Can you as a student earn that much? The boss asked, his tone both contemptuous and envious as he looked at Lin Chen across from Jiang Shuowei. Handsome indeed. No wonder he had captivated this beautiful girl. That's none of your business, is it? Lin Chen took a sip of his coffee and said calmly. The boss was left speechless, not knowing how to respond. Just then the original owner of the shops arrived, following the location Lin Chen had sent. Are you Mr. So young? He couldn't be more than 21 or 22. Yet he had the money to buy the entire commercial street worth over 1 billion yuan. I am. Lin Chen sized up the middle-aged man in front of him, who was dressed in expensive-looking clothes. Uncle Sun, what are you doing here? The cafe owner asked Sun Yong, surprised and sycophantically. Wasn't Uncle Sun supposed to be signing the transfer contract with Boss Lin? Odd Xiaowei. Mr. Lin chose your cafe as the meeting place, so I came directly to sign the contract. Sun Yong looked at the cafe owner, racking his memory, before recalling that his surname was Wei. Sign a contract. Mr. Lin, could it be? Wei Chao glanced at Lin Chen in shock. This college student was the new owner of the commercial street. Uncle Sun, are you sure you're not mistaken? He's just a college student. How could he be the new owner of this commercial street? Wei Chao asked unwillingly. He had just offended Lin Chen by trying to steal his girlfriend right in front of him. How could I be mistaken? Mr. Lin and I agreed to meet at table 43 in your cafe. Sun Yong said, then looked at Wei Chao with suspicion. You didn't offend Mr. Lin, did you? Offend? Not quite, but Mr. Wei, isn't it a bit inappropriate to pester my girlfriend for her contact information right in front of me? Lin Chen took a leisurely sip of his coffee and said slowly. Hearing this, Sun Yong subtly distanced himself from Wei Chao. Anyone who could buy this commercial street at such a young age must have an incredibly strong backing. He didn't want to be implicated. Wei Chao's face turned pale. If Lin Chen refused to rent him the shop, all his efforts would be wasted. Storefronts on Luoang Street, which served several nearby universities, were extremely hard to come by. It was common knowledge that college students were the easiest to make money from. 1 pit per radish. Where else could he find such a prime location? At the thought, Wei Chao wished he could slap himself. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for my audacity towards you and your girlfriend. Allow me to cover the cost of your coffee today. Do you think I care about a few cups of coffee? Lin Chen glanced at Wei Chao with a faint amused smile. Wei Chao's face turned pale, and he was rendered speechless. All right, from now on when my girlfriend and I come here for coffee, it will be free, agreed. Yes. From now on, Mr. Lin and your companion can enjoy coffee here for free. Wei Chao was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to let him off so easily. As for complimentary coffee, how could a few cups of coffee compare to this prime property? Truly, the truly wealthy have a different mindset. Wei Chao gazed at Lin Chen with gratitude, admiration stirring in his heart. Since Mr. Lin has forgiven you, you may go about your business. Mr. Lin and I still have matters to discuss, Sun Yong said with a smile. Of course. Then I'll take my leave. Please enjoy your conversation. Wei Chao maintained a humble demeanor. Many of the cafe patrons had overheard the exchange. They knew two people of considerable stature were discussing business and instinctively lowered their voices. In truth, Lin Chen had chosen to forgive Wei Chao largely because his transgression wasn't severe. When one's girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful, attracting attention from other men is inevitable. If he had to punish every minor offense, he would exhaust himself. Choosing to forgive when appropriate showcased his magnanimity. Sun Yong proved attentive, ordering the server to bring some pastries. He then produced 2 copies of a contract. Lin Chen trusted the system's reward and signed them after a brief glance. After all, this was a system reward. How could it be false? Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure working with you. This commercial street is now yours. Sun Yong stood up satisfied with his copy of the contract and extended his hand. Pleasure doing business. Lin Chen rose and shook Sun Yong's hand with a calm smile. After Sun Yong left, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei also exited the cafe. This allowed Wei Chao, who had been watching Lin Chen nervously, to breathe a sigh of relief. Awaken, is this entire street really yours now? Jiang Shuawei surveyed the bustling Luoan street, a trace of bewilderment flickering in her eyes. She suddenly felt as though she could never measure up to Lin Chen, even as the campus belle. For someone of Lin Chen's standing, a campus belle was merely a plaything. Sensing her dejection, Lin Chen wrapped his arm around her shoulders. No, it belongs to us. Lin Chen inhaled the fragrant scent of her hair, a smile curling at his lips. Jiang Shuawei felt the warmth of his embrace and was filled with a profound sense of security, deepening her attachment to him. She turned and hugged him. Grandma, I think I found the person you spoke of, she murmured in a voice only she could hear. Isn't that Jiang Shuawei, the campus belle of our university? Why is she hugging some guy? Where? Damn, it really is her. My wife is in another man's arms. My youth is over. Since Luoan Street was near the campus, it was inevitable that fellow students would notice them. Especially since Jiang Shuawei was the belle of Suzhou University. They overheard the exclamations. Jiang Zuwei's cheeks flushed as she released her hold, adjusting her hair to conceal her shyness. Let's check out that pet store over there. Awaken, do you like cats or dogs? Jiang Shuawei pointed to a shop named Maichong Pet Store and spoke cheerfully. She adored cats and dogs, often visiting whenever she came to Luoan Street with Tang Weiner. Though she never bought any, just looking brought her immense joy. Sure, let's go. Lin Chen nodded. It was clear that Jiang Shuawei had a soft spot for small animals. He thought about how he would eventually move to know one Yulan Xingting and could adopt some cats or dogs she liked. Perhaps then she would be willing to live with him. Jiang Shuawei tugged Lin Chen's hand and hurried toward the pet store. The onlookers out of sight snapped a photo and posted it on the campus forum. Shocking. The girl who turned down countless suitors, Jiang Shuawei, was actually within seconds of posting the topic shot to the top of the forum. Is that really Jiang Shuawei from the side profile? I haven't even started dating and am already heartbroken. Same here. That guy. I think I've seen him before. He's the freshman who drove a Ferrari SF90 on orientation. Wait, didn't everyone say the campus belle looked down on wealthy heirs? That guy is so handsome. I love him. Hey, stop swooning. The group watched the thread explode, astonishment etched on their faces. Truly the campus belle of Suzhou University. This kind of buzz. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei, who had just finished the task assigned by his counselor, was idly scrolling through the campus forum. Huh. This face looks just like that really handsome guy in our class. Zhao Fei stared at the photo in the post with growing unease. Hanging out with the campus belle, hugging while strolling. A freshman driving a Ferrari SF90 into campus. His face gradually turned deathly pale. A freshman driving a multi-million-dollar Ferrari. His background was definitely formidable. And he had offended him this very afternoon. At the thought, Zhao Fei grew more anxious, a heavy stone weighing on his heart. Meanwhile, the couple in the pet store remained completely oblivious. They can look at this ragdoll cat. It's so adorable. Jiang Shuawei gazed at the cat, its pure white fur adorned with gray patterns and eyes as blue as sapphires. Her eyes sparkled with barely contained delight. As if sensing her attention, the ragdoll, which had been lazily lying in its cage, stretched out a tiny paw and rested it on the bars, as if wanting to touch Jiang Zuwei's face. Its cuteness instantly captivated her heart. Wow, this ragdoll is so cute. It wants to touch me. Did you see that, Awaken? Jiang Shuawei shook Lin Chen's arm excitedly, her eyes fixed on the cat. If you like it, we can buy it and keep it. Lin Chen stroked her head, his gaze tender. Really? But isn't keeping a cat on campus troublesome? Jiang Shuawei was tempted by his words, but hesitated. That's a trivial matter, I'll handle it. And this little cat will belong to both you and me. A wonderful memento. Jiang Zuwei's eyes softened as she looked at the ragdoll. Shopkeeper, well, take this ragdoll. Seeing Jiang Shuawei raise no objection, Lin Chen smiled and addressed the female shop owner directly. The shop owner, hearing a sale, hurried over. Well, take this ragdoll. A female voice rang out beside Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Why did he keep running into people trying to pick a fight? The woman who spoke looked very pleased with herself. Shuawei, I'm sorry, but I also want this ragdoll cat. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Shuawei, do you know her? Jiang Shuawei glanced at the woman in front of her, whose face had turned sour, and nodded at Lin Chen. Her name is Han Chichi, my roommate, but we don't get along well. Lin Chen realized, so that's how it is. He thought he had a protagonist halo, and everyone wanted to come over and stir things up, only to be slapped in the face by himself. It turned out to be because of Shuawei. Han Chichi always felt that Jiang Shuawei was pretending to be aloof, dismissing all the rich second-generation suitors pursuing her. Moreover, why was she the department flower while Jiang Shuawei was the campus flower? She would never admit to being jealous of Jiang Shuawei. She noticed that the man next to Jiang Shuawei looked like a wealthy person, but so what? Her boyfriend was a relative of the chairman of the Longzhou Group. His status was not something an ordinary rich second generation could compare to. However, the man beside her looked at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of greed, and then glanced at Lin Chen beside Jiang Shuawei with some jealousy. I'm sorry, but my girlfriend also likes this ragdoll cat, so I can only ask the two of you to give it up. The man tucked away the greed in his eyes and looked at Lin Chen arrogantly. Everything should have a first-come, first-served basis, right? Jiang Shuawei's expression turned icy. Indeed, these two were the first to want this ragdoll cat. There is another ragdoll cat over there that is also very cute. The shopkeeper said apologetically to Han Qiqi and her companion, but was interrupted by Han Qiqi before she could finish. But they haven't paid yet, right? Since they haven't paid, why can't I compete? The shopkeeper looked a bit. This ragdoll cat is priced at 8,999. How about this? I will pay 1,000 for it. The man said with a smile to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper clearly looked tempted. Who wouldn't want to earn a bit more? Thank you, darling. Han Qiqi happily pecked the man on the cheek and provocatively glanced at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's face flushed with anger as she wanted to give up, but couldn't bear to part with this very spirited cat. She felt that this little kitten liked her very much. Seeing that Jiang Shuawei was unhappy, Lin Chen also felt a bit angry. Originally, he didn't want to interfere too much in their dorm matters, but since that man insisted on meddling, he shouldn't blame him. Comparing financial strength, Lin Chen wasn't afraid at all. I bid 2,000. Lin Chen's expression remained calm. At this time, the surrounding people also noticed that several people were bidding. Is this ragdoll cat really worth so much? 2,000 for one. Did you not see the marked price of 8,999 above? This is clearly a deliberate price increase. The surrounding discussions made the man's expression darken. Young people in their 20s care about their image. If he lost to the boyfriend of his girlfriend's rival at this moment, wouldn't he lose face completely? How could he hold his head high in front of Han Qiqi? I bid 5,000. The man gritted his teeth and raised the bid to 50,000. Then he leaned close to Lin Chen and threatened in a low voice. I am a relative of the chairman of Longzhou Group. My name is Wang Haoran, so give me some face. He wasn't unable to pay this money, but he was afraid that this matter would escalate and have negative effects. If his uncle found out that he did this for a woman in public, Lin Chen became interested upon hearing this. Longzhou Group, one of the top 500 companies in China. This background was indeed not small, but still not enough. 1,000. Lin Chen ignored him and continued to raise the bid. Ding. System task released. Make Wang Haoran apologize. Reward leopard license plate, Shu 888888. Since today's triggered task has reached the limit, the reward will be distributed tomorrow. There was even a statement about the task limit. Wang Haoran's face darkened further upon hearing this. Haoran, why is it you? A person squeezed through the crowd and looked at Wang Haoran in surprise. Wang Haoran turned and saw his face instantly breaking into a smile. Bro, why are you here? I just wanted to buy a cat for my girlfriend, but this couple insisted on competing with me, so I had no choice but to raise the price. Wang Shijie frowned upon hearing this and looked at Han Qiqi. Han Qiqi immediately lost the arrogance she had just shown, feeling increasingly nervous under Wang Ziji's scrutiny. She had heard Wang Haoran mention that his cousin Wang Shijie was also studying at Suzhou University, the grandson of the chairman of the Longzhou Group. Isn't that the person who drove that 4 million supercar the other day? Jiang Shuawei whispered to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. So Wang Shijie was Wang Haoran's brother, which meant he was also from the Wang family of Longzhou Group. Wang Shijie noticed the commotion and looked over only to find Wang Haoran. His grandfather despised such behavior. He always upheld the principle of being low-key in life and high-profile in work. Wang Haoran was merely a distant relative of his grandfather's. After his grandfather became successful, he received a bit of favor, and only then did his life improve. At this moment, Wang Shijie noticed Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Lin Gu, sister-in-law. Wang Shijie greeted them. Wang Haoran and Han Qiqi's hearts sank. They actually knew Wang Shijie. Moreover, judging by Wang Ziji's respectful demeanor, it seemed that the one called Lin Gu had a higher status. Jiang Shuawei's background was known to Han Qiqi, so she first ruled that out, leaving only that person called Lin Gu. Could it be that Jiang Shuawei's boyfriend was of a higher status than the grandson of the chairman of Longzhou Group? Han Qiqi regretted her earlier actions, wishing she had never provoked Jiang Shuawei. Wang Haoran nervously watched Wang Shijie and the others. Lin Chen nodded and looked at Wang Haoran. Is this your brother? He's my distant cousin. Wang Shijie explained. Is there some misunderstanding? Lin Chen clearly had an extraordinary background, owning a Lamborghini Veneno valued at nearly 100 million, and he wouldn't easily offend anyone. Unless this matter was too much on Lin Chen's part. You can ask your brother. Lin Chen said with a faint smile, while Jiang Shuawei looked angrily at Wang Haoran and the others. The two of them, knowing that Lin Chen had an extraordinary background, felt a sense of unease. Wang Shijie, observing their attitudes and having some understanding of this distant cousin, began to piece things together. Wang Ziji's expression darkened slightly as he turned to Wang Haoran. What exactly happened? Wang Haoran, knowing that the two were acquainted, dared not embellish the story and could only grit his teeth and recite the events. After hearing this, Wang Shijie shot a fierce glare at Wang Haoran and then cast a cold glance at Han Qiqi. Han Qiqi unconsciously clung even tighter to Wang Haoran. Lin, good sister-in-law, I'm really sorry, this matter is indeed Haoran's fault, Wang Shijie said apologetically to Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei. Aren't you going to apologize yet? Wang Shijie turned to Wang Haoran, gesturing with his eyes and using a rather harsh tone. I'm sorry, Lin Gu, I'm sorry, sister-in-law, I did go too far with this matter today. Wang Haoran saw Wang Ziji's signal and hurriedly apologized, increasingly curious about Lin Chen's background. However, Han Qiqi stood frozen in place without making a move. Wang Haoran saw his cousin's expression darkening and quickly pulled Han Qiqi, signaling her to apologize. Han Qiqi, however, shrugged off Wang Haoran's hand and turned to leave the pet store. Apologize to Jiang Xuewei. Don't dream of it. If I did, I'd be mortified every time we crossed paths. And Wang Haoran stared blankly at Han Qiqi, who had already walked far away. Who am I? Where am I? Wang Shijie gazed at his inept cousin with quiet disappointment. Look at the kind of person you've chosen. Wang Haoran lowered his head, dejected. Ever since dating Han Qiqi, he had spent lavishly on her, and she in turn had appeared deeply devoted. He never imagined that stepping in to defend her today would land him in trouble, only for her to vanish without offering even a single apology. A soft vibration hummed from his phone. He unlocked it. A message flashed across the screen, let's break up. Yet Wang Haoran felt no rage, no demand for explanation. Brother Lin, I sincerely apologize for disturbing your evening with your wife over such a trivial matter. Lin Chen looked mildly surprised. The sincerity in Wang Haoran's tone was markedly deeper than before. It's fine. Since you're Wang Shijie's brother, consider this matter settled. Lin Chen smiled gently. Ding. Task, make Wang Haoran apologize, completed. Today's reward quota has been reached. Our rewards will be issued tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you and your wife to dinner, as a gesture of apology. Wang Shijie observed Wang Haoran's conduct with quiet satisfaction. At last he was beginning to embody the dignity expected of a Wang family scion. One must learn to read the room, to know what, or whom, to challenge and what, or whom, to avoid. I'm flexible. It's really up to my girlfriend, Lin Chen replied, gazing tenderly at Jiang Xuewei. A warm tendril of affection curled through Jiang Xuewei's chest. Of course, no problem at all. She knew the Wang brothers carried considerable influence, and cultivating goodwill with them could only benefit her relationship with Lin Chen. In this world, what matters most? Connections, nothing more, nothing less. Then many thanks to Brother Lin and your esteemed wife for gracing us with your presence. Upon hearing their acceptance, Wang Haoran beamed with genuine delight. His cousin's deference alone revealed Lin Chen's extraordinary standing. If he could forge such an alliance, it promised nothing but advantage. Cousin, you'll be joining us too, right? Naturally. I'd love to speak with Brother Lin further. What, you'd rather I stayed? Wang Shijie teased lightly. No, not at all. Wang Haoran instinctively shrank back. Brother Lin, would you prefer to ride with me? My brother drives a supercar. Room for one only. But I brought a compact Mercedes-Benz sedan, perfect for both you and your wife. Wang Haoran spoke, carefully treading softly. No need. We have our own car. Just send us the location. Lin Chen declined politely. After Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei climbed into their vehicle, Wang Shijie's address arrived. The Dihao again. Lin Chen chuckled wryly. Yesterday, today, and tonight's dinner. All at the Dihao. Back to your domain then. Jiang Xuewei teased playfully. Lin Chen merely smiled, saying nothing. When they arrived at the Dihao's entrance, Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran were already waiting. Cousin, look. Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Good heavens. How much wealth does it take to own such a machine? Wang Haoran gazed awestruck and envious. Many can afford a Lamborghini Veneno, but only someone of truly exceptional means would gift one to a young. Wang Shijie watched his cousin's wide-eyed admiration with quiet amusement, and eagerly anticipated the expression on Wang Haoran's face when he learned the Veneno belonged to Lin Chen. When Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei stepped out of the car, Wang Haoran's eyes widened in disbelief. This car belongs to Brother Lin. His voice trembled with excitement, his resolve to cultivate Lin Chen's friendship now unshakable. What began as misfortune had unexpectedly granted him access to a peerless scion of immense fortune. How long have you been waiting? Lin Chen asked, drawing Jiang Xuewei closer with a calm, easy smile. Not long at all. Brother Lin, your car is absolutely stunning. Wang Haoran kept stealing glances at the Veneno, his yearning nearly spilling from his gaze. It's decent. Shall we head upstairs for dinner? Yes. Director Lin, good day. As Lin Chen's group entered the lobby, Lu Jing, the front desk attendant, lit up upon seeing him. But the light dimmed the moment her eyes fell upon Jiang Xuewei hand in hand with Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave her a brief, courteous nod. Ah, Director Lin. Brother Lin, is the Dihao yours? Both Wang Shijie and Wang Haoran stared astonished. Within Tianfu City's elite circles, the Dihao commanded widespread renown. Only the city's most influential figures dined in its heaven and earth private rooms, a testament to the Dihao's formidable prestige. Yes, I acquired it just days ago. A modest venture hardly worth mentioning. Lin Chen acknowledged with quiet ease. Impressive. Even Wang Shijie couldn't suppress his awe. After all, Longzhou Group's market capitalization stood at over 80 billion yuan, while acquiring the Dihao Hotel likely required several billion alone. A modest venture. To Lin Chen, a multi-billion yuan enterprise was mere pocket change, revealing the staggering scale of his background. Wang Haoran finally grasped with chilling clarity the magnitude of the man he'd nearly offended, and a wave of dread washed over him. Lin Chen himself had begun treating the Dihao almost like home, visiting twice within 2 days. Director Lin, would you like me to arrange for you and your guests to move to the Heaven No 1 private room? No need, Heaven No 5 is perfectly suitable. Also, please inform Director Dong Fong that Heaven No 1 will henceforth remain permanently reserved. Understood, Director Lin. Lin Chen's group headed toward the elevators. Behind them, Lu Jing watched Jiang Shuiwei's retreating figure and sighed inwardly. Perhaps only a woman of such rare beauty could match Director Lin's stature. Once seated, they ordered and began conversing. Wang Shijie, you and Wang Haoran are both from Longzhou Group. Brother Lin, please call me Shijie, and him Haoran. Your wife may do the same. Yes, my grandfather is Wang Shilin. Pride swelled in Wang Shijie's voice. From childhood, he'd idolized his grandfather, the visionary founder of Longzhou Group, valued at nearly 90 billion yuan, a feat that spoke volumes about his extraordinary acumen. Jiang Shuiwei suppressed her shock deep within, keeping her expression serene. She refused to appear provincial, refused to shame Lin Chen. She felt as though her first 20 years had been lived in shadow. Only now, immersed in true high society, did she grasp how narrow her former world had been. So, you're the heir to Longzhou Group. Lin Chen teased lightly, yet his own mind stirred with thoughts of alliance. Even with his system, solitude had its limits. Brother Lin, you flatter me. Wang Shijie waved a dismissive hand. By the way, what does your family do? Owning a Veneno suggests anything but ordinary origins. Curiosity colored Wang Shijie's question. Jiang Shuiwei and Wang Haoran leaned in, listening intently. My parents are simply salaried workers. Nothing remarkable to speak of. Lin Chen replied evenly. The others exchanged skeptical glances. Assuming discretion, they wisely dropped the subject. As for myself, I manage modest assets, a street of commercial properties, a hotel, and a small stake in Tencent. A street of commercial properties, a hotel, and a small stake in Tencent. Penguin shares. Both Wang brothers exclaimed in unison, stunned. Wang Haoran's face was frozen in disbelief. Penguin was a colossal conglomerate, ranked 17th globally, an undisputed titan. Even a minuscule fraction, mere tenths of a percent, of Penguin's equity would be extraordinary for Lin Chen. Which other Penguin could there possibly be? Lin Chen chuckled softly at Wang Haoran's astonishment. Brother Lin, I haven't heard of any new shareholders joining Penguin lately, Wang Shijie remarked, puzzled, having long known all of Penguin's major stakeholders, none of whom was Lin Chen. You'll find out in a few days. Lin Chen replied non-committally just as the waiter arrived with their dishes, and shortly thereafter Dong Fong entered. The two young Wang heirs. How had they ended up dining with Chairman Lin? Chairman Lin. Miss Jiang. Chairman Lin, I've come too. I know why you're here. We'll speak later. I'm dining with friends now. Lin Chen lifted his chopsticks, selected a tender piece of duck, savored it, and then gently placed another on Jiang Shuiwei's plate. Understood, Chairman Lin. I won't disturb your meal with the young masters of the Wang family. Dong Fong withdrew immediately upon hearing this. After the meal concluded, and the group rose to leave, Dong Fong was already waiting by the entrance. Shijie Haoran, you two go ahead. I still have something to attend to. Lin Chen turned to the Wang brothers. All right, Brother Lin. We'll take our leave first. Once the brothers departed, Lin Chen fixed his gaze upon the general manager of Dihao Hotel. Dong Fong. Do you wish to remain in this position? Dong Fong broke into a cold sweat. This post was pivotal. It granted him access to influential networks, and yielded an annual income exceeding 1 million yuan. Chairman Lin, I sincerely wish to stay. Please grant me this opportunity. Jiang Shuiwei gently tugged Lin Chen's hand, her expression softening. She held Dong Fong in high regard. Lin Chen lightly squeezed Jiang Shuiwei's delicate fingers. Given your years of service at the hotel, even without distinction, your diligence merits recognition. I'll grant you this chance. Do you know why I'm somewhat dissatisfied with you? Lin Chen regarded Dong Fong, who had just exhaled in relief. Is it because of my friend's child? Dong Fong carefully observed Lin Chen's expression, venturing the question cautiously. Lin Chen shook his head. That wasn't your fault. Your error lay in making an exception, allowing your nephew into the Daikless private suite solely because he was family. Why has Dihao become the preferred gathering place for dignitaries and elites? Beyond its inherent excellence, need I elaborate further on the reason? Understood, Chairman Lin. Such an incident will never recur. Dong Fong pledged instantly. Very well. Perform diligently, and I shall not overlook your loyalty. Who said Dihao must remain confined to Tianfu? Wouldn't you agree? Lin Chen spoke with deliberate implication. Dong Fong's heart surged with exhilaration. Wasn't Chairman Lin hinting that with steadfast dedication Dihao might expand nationwide, and that he Dongfang would stand at its helm? Chairman Lin, I swear, I will serve you flawlessly and never disappoint you. A man in his 40s Dongfang suddenly felt the vigor of his 20s rekindled within him. Jiang Shuowei clasped Lin Chen's hands, swelling with quiet pride. This is my man. All right, nothing else to discuss, then I'll take my leave. Lin Chen watched Dongfang's renewed resolve with quiet satisfaction. A sharp rebuke followed by a generous reward, and a vision of future glory, such was the art of leadership. Chairman Lin, please accept this card. Dongfang extended a sleek black card. This is Dihao Hotel's sovereign card, the sole one in existence. Dongfang explained. The card symbolized prestige itself. Though Dihao previously offered only silver, gold, and diamond tiers, this sovereign card had been specially commissioned, a singular creation. Lin Chen accepted it, turning it over in his palm. Its texture was exquisite obsidian black with a radiant diamond embedded in the upper right corner, glittering fiercely. The diamond served not merely as ornamentation, but as an anti-counterfeiting hallmark, guaranteeing the card's absolute uniqueness. The entire piece exuded an aura of enigmatic grandeur. Jiang Shuowei admired its design, taking it from Lin Chen's hand to examine it playfully. Thoughtful of you. Lin Chen nodded approvingly. Delighted you approve, Chairman Lin. He escorted Jiang Shuowei to the foot of her dormitory building. Awaken, shall I head up now? Jiang Shuowei gazed at him, reluctant to part. Lin Chen gently drew her slender waist close, then lowered his lips to hers. Moments passed before they parted, breath mingling. Go on up. Lin Chen smiled faintly at Jiang Shuowei's flushed cheeks. Rascal, she whispered, and spun away, vanishing into the dormitory. Only when her figure disappeared entirely did Lin Chen turn and walk away. Back in his dormitory, he was met with uproarious excitement. Brother, did you know you've just topped the campus Tiaba's trending list? No sooner had Lin Chen stepped inside than Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei swarmed around him, elated. What? Lin Chen blinked, bewildered. Chen Xiao pulled up the campus Tiaba and displayed the viral post. Someone secretly photographed you and Jiang, the campus's top beauty, while you were strolling together today, and posted it online. Brother, you're now public enemy #1 among every male student. And more. Your enrollment in a Ferrari has also been unearthed. Now everyone claims Jiang's dating a wealthy scion. Xiao Wei chimed in. Lin Chen leaned in. Sure enough, it was the intimate moment from this afternoon on Lu Lang Street. Truly, campus paparazzi were everywhere. Lin Chen quickly dialed Jiang Shuowei. What's up, Awaken? Missing me already? Her playful voice shimmered. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei, beside themselves with delight, yet too shy to speak, writhed silently, making Lin Chen chuckle. Of course I miss you. Have you seen the campus Tiaba? His gentle tone melted Jiang Shuowei's heart on the other end. I've seen it. I checked the moment I returned to my dorm. A Wanner told me right away. Don't mind what those commenters say. They're simply envious that you've found a partner as exceptional as me. Hearing this, the two roommates groaned dramatically and fled to the balcony, out of sight, out of mind. Ha ha, Awaken, you're so adorable. Yes, my boyfriend is the most outstanding person in the world. They chatted warmly for several more minutes before hanging up. Of course I miss you. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei mimicked a girlish lilt, and even tossed Lin Chen a coquettish wink. Get lost. You two are revolting. Lin Chen laughed, scolding them good-naturedly. Where's Xiao Fei? Why hasn't he returned yet? Lin Chen asked, noticing his absence. Fourth brother's probably off flirting with some junior girl. Sigh. Just the two of us left, clinging to each other for survival. Chen Xiao sighed. Yeah, brother. Does Zhang's circle include any single friends? Introduce us, me and second brother. Lin Chen's mind flashed with images Tang Wanner's fierce loyalty in defending her friends, and Han Chichi's saccharine murmur calling Wang Haoran darling. He shuddered involuntarily. Forget it. You two couldn't handle them. Uffed. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei rolled their eyes and dove back into their game. Lin Chen shook his head, amused by the pair's antics. Have the military training uniforms been distributed yet? He gestured toward the olive green garments laid across his desk. Yes, they were delivered by the class representatives. Chen Xiao answered. Lu Shu then sent a meeting link. Director Lin, this is the invitation link for tomorrow morning's meeting. The meeting will start promptly at 9 a.m. All right, I'll attend. Lin Chen recalled that tomorrow is the start of military training for freshmen, but he figured he could explain the situation and ask for leave. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Early the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was the alarm set by Xiao Wei marking the first day of military training. Lin Chen took out his phone and saw it was only 7:30. He sent a good morning to Jiang Shuowei, then got off the bed to wash up. Old For still hasn't come back. Looks like he had a bit too much fun last night. Chen Xiao gazed enviously at Xiao Fei's empty bed. Yeah, we have to assemble soon, and I wonder if Old For can make it on time. Xiao Wei chimed in. Bang! Xiao Fei flung the door open. Hurry up. I saw a lot of people in military uniforms already heading toward the parade ground. Xiao Fei rushed in, changing into his military uniform, while urging the other three, who were still washing up. Old For, you remember to come back. Our room 515 can no longer contain you. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Fei with envy. You're just jealous that I can spend the night out with my girl. Xiao Fei retorted as he swiftly changed clothes. Chen Xiao gave an awkward smile knowing his thoughts had been exposed. After changing into their uniforms, the four arrived at the parade ground, which was already packed. Following the messages in the class group, it took them a while to find their own class formation. After the leaders on the stage delivered a passionate speech, the instructors marched into the parade ground in neat formations. The entire class was separated by gender and mixed with members from other classes. The instructor assigned to Lin Chen's formation looked sturdy and clearly a tough nut to crack. I am your instructor. My name is Zhang Dazhu. For the next 7 days you are all under my command. Zhang Dazhu said with a stern expression as he inspected the student's attire. You? Step out. Zhang Dazhu pointed at a student. The student nervously came forward. Why did you come to military training in slippers? I didn't have time to change. When answering ad, reporting instructor. In front. Start over. Reporting instructor. Didn't have time to change. Is that an excuse? He'll give you 10 minutes to go change and come back. Run 2 laps as punishment. Why should I run 3 laps? The boy looked defiant. Because I am your instructor. If you don't like it, you can go talk to the counselor. The boy had no choice but to return to the dorm to change his shoes. After that display of making an example, the formation noticeably quieted down, everyone standing straight as arrows. Now we practice standing at attention. Let's start with an hour to see what you're made of. Zhang Dazhu finished speaking and went to sit in the shade under a tree watching the crowd. After more than 40 minutes, boss, I feel like I'm dying. Chen Xiao, naturally slim and weak, had been standing for over 40 minutes and was already swaying as if about to collapse. Hold on, it should be almost over. Lin Chen was drenched in sweat from the sun, not having exercised much lately, and felt his body was worse than when he was in middle school. Back then he could run 1,000 meters in 3 minutes 20 seconds for the physical exam, but now. Ding! System mission released. Persist standing at attention for 1 hour. Reward robust physique. Ding! Yesterday's reward has been released. License plate Shu 888888 has been swapped onto the Lamborghini Veneno. Lin Chen was overjoyed. The system was really something good. Another 10 plus minutes passed. Sit down and rest. Everyone, as if hearing heavenly music, collapsed to the ding. Mission stand at attention for 1 hour completed. System reward has been distributed. A system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind, followed by a warm current surging through his body, transforming him. The soothing sensation almost made him cry out in delight. Even his legs, which had been weak after an hour of standing, now felt strong. Boss, can we go buy water now? I'm dying of thirst. Chen Xiao sat on the ground rubbing his legs. Why don't you go ask? Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Dazhu, who was sitting in the shade chatting with other instructors. Forget it, forget it. Chen Xiao recalled the scene of the boy who had to run 3 laps and then stand at attention. Since it was the first day of training, many students were unprepared and only a few had brought water. Someone still went to ask the instructor if they could go out to buy water. Everyone's eyes fixed on him, filled with admiration and anticipation. But seeing the boy come back dejected, they all knew the answer. At that moment, a girl approached their formation. She was fairly pretty and carrying 2 bottles of water. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn. It was obvious the girl had come to deliver water. Over here. Bing bing. Zhao Fei stood up happily, and the girl spotted Zhao Fei and immediately walked toward him. Needless to say, this was undoubtedly Zhao Fei's girlfriend. After handing over the water, the girl exchanged a few words and left. She was a student at a nearby vocational college, and her military training wouldn't start for a few days. Zhao Fei had deliberately asked her to bring water today, just to show off. At that moment, Zhao Fei, seeing the envy and jealousy in his classmates' eyes, felt immensely satisfied. After all, many people had come from other places to study, and finding a girlfriend by the 3rd day of freshman year was indeed rare. But then Zhao Fei handed the water to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked up in surprise. Had this guy lost his mind? Bringing me water? Classmate, I said some things yesterday that went too far. I apologize, and I hope we can still be good classmates. This bottle of water is my apology gift. Zhao Fei looked at Lin Chen with a sincere expression. Some classmates who knew what had happened yesterday, seeing Zhao Fei's good attitude, now felt a growing sense of recognition towards his role as class monitor. Ding! Mission make Zhao Fei apologize completed. Mission reward has been placed on the host's dorm bed. Wow, isn't that the campus belle, Jiang Xuewei? I heard she's dating a freshman. Could Jiang Xuewei be bringing water for her boyfriend? Definitely. Oh, at the entrance of the parade ground, a girl dressed in a white long dress, exquisitely beautiful, like a fairy descending to earth. The students on the ground buzzed with discussion, all curious about who her boyfriend might be. The boys who had been lethargic suddenly perked up. Boss, is the campus belle coming to bring you water? Chen Xiao sidled up to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen watched as Jiang Xuewei searched the crowd for him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This girl. I accept the apology, but I don't need the water. My girlfriend is bringing me some. Zhao Fei heard Lin Chen accept his apology and immediately relaxed. It didn't matter if Lin Chen didn't take his water as long as he didn't hold a grudge. Don't say that, boss. He'll take it. Chen Xiao grabbed the water from Zhao Fei and chugged it down. Lin Chen waved at Jiang Shu away. What is Lin Chen doing? Trying to catch the campus belle's attention. Too bad if Jiang didn't have a boyfriend with Lin Chen's looks, maybe it might have been possible. The classmates whispered about Lin Chen's gesture. Jiang Shuawei spotted Lin Chen waving at her, her eyes brightening as she walked toward him. No way. Jiang Shuawei is really heading this way. Could Lin Chen actually be the school belle's boyfriend? The crowd stared in shock as Jiang Shuawei approached. I should have some water. Jiang Shuawei walked up to Lin Chen and handed him a glass of lemonade, playfully winking at it. She wanted to make it clear to everyone present that Lin Chen was her boyfriend and no one else could take him away. Lin Chen smiled warmly and took the lemonade from Jiang Shuawei's hand. The commotion caused by Jiang Shuawei also drew many girls' attention to Lin Chen. And his friend Zhao Fei? Wow, I just realized we have two incredibly handsome guys in our grade. Too bad the school belle got to him first. How could we possibly compete with her? But there's still the other one. The girls' eyes sparkled as they looked at Lin Chen and Zhao Fei. Jiang Shuawei noticed the gazes from the girls' formation and protectively took Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen smiled faintly at her little gesture, tightening his grip on her hand. The people in Lin Chen's formation were utterly dumbfounded. Compared to Jiang Shuawei, Zhao Fei's girlfriend was nothing. They had mocked Lin Chen for being delusional, but now the school belle truly was his girlfriend. Wait, wasn't it said that the school belle's boyfriend drove a Ferrari SF90 to enroll? Rising from the sickbed with a start. Turns out I was the clown all along. Everyone felt their faces burning with shame. All right, break's over. Get up and continue training. Zhang Dezhu cast an admiring glance at Jiang Shuawei, then shouted to the students sitting under the sun. Can't we rest a few more minutes? My feet are about to fall off. Exactly were the future flowers of the motherland. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the complaints around him. Achen'll go now, okay? Train hard. Jiang Shuawei patted Lin Chen's head, speaking with the earnest tone of a little adult. Got it, Lady Jiang. Jiang Shuawei pinched Lin Chen's cheek, then turned and left the sports field. Instructor, I need to ask for leave. Lin Chen addressed Zhang Dezhu. Leave? What kind of leave? Zhang Dezhu's expression darkened instantly. He hated lazy and dishonest students the most. The company is having a shareholders meeting, and they require me to attend online. Lin Chen showed Zhang Dezhu his chat history with Lu Shu. Shareholders meeting. Isn't he just a rich second generation? How can a freshman be a company shareholder? That sounds so fake, doesn't it? I agree. He probably just made up an excuse to skip training. That can't be. He did drive a Ferrari to enroll. The students gossiped about Lin Chen, their jealousy over his school belle girlfriend bringing water, finding an outlet. Lin Chen paid no attention to the whispers. But Chen Xiao and his group were displeased. Just because you can't do something doesn't mean others can't. Our boss is the owner of Dihao. If you don't know, don't talk nonsense, okay? Owner of Dihao. I might believe you if you said his dad was but him. Besides, don't I know who owns Dihao? I'm a regular there. A male student sneered disdainfully. His name was Lin Tianyo from another class. His father often took him to dine at Dihao, and he knew all the shareholders. His father Lin Xiangdong had a close relationship with Li Shangyu of Dihao, the owner being a freshman. Ridiculous. The crowd grew suspicious of the three after hearing Lin Tianya's confident remarks. They thought the three were bragging. Indeed, Dihao is a high-end restaurant frequented by the elite of Qianfu City, worth tens of billions. How could a freshman be its owner? Another person echoed Lin Tianyu. The others became more convinced that the three were full of hot air. Lin Tianyu grew even more smug. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were about to retort, but Xiao Fei stopped them. Would they believe you even if you explained? Better wait and see how the boss handles it. The two backed down, but their gazes toward Lin Tianyu turned icy. Zhang Dezhu looked over Lin Chen's chat history with Lu Shu. Who is she? She's the secretary of the board of directors in our company. Lin Chen explained. Zhang Dezhu looked thoroughly confused. Secretary of the board? What's that? What's your company called? Penguin Computer Systems Co. Ltd. The moment Lin Chen said this, the entire field fell silent. Xiao Fei and the others widened their eyes at Lin Chen's calm expression. Is the boss really a shareholder of Penguin? That can't be true, can it? Xiao Wei sounded uncertain. Probably not. Do you think the boss is dumb enough to lie like that in front of so many? Chen Xiao found it somewhat unbelievable, but chose to trust Lin Chen. Xiao Fei remained silent, knowing Lin Chen's background was extraordinary, but he hadn't expected him to be a Penguin shareholder. But when did Penguin gain a new shareholder? Xiao Fei was puzzled. Ha ha ha. He says he's a Penguin shareholder. Then he'll just claim to be Ma Go. Im Qin Shi Huang. Send me money. Does he have any idea how massive? Thinking driving a Ferrari SF90 makes him a Penguin shareholder. Tisky looks decent, but he's... Lin Chen ignored these clowns, visibly anxious as he looked at Zhang Dezhu. It was already 9:56 and the shareholders meeting was set for 10. Zhang Dezhu held back a laugh as he looked at the handsome young man. Fine, go ahead. But remember to come back after the... Since Lin Chen had gone to the trouble of telling such a lie, just to slack off, had seemed unreasonable not to agree. Lin Chen nodded, put on his earphones, sat under the shade of a tree, and logged into the Penguin meeting. I told you those three were lying. First Dihao, now Penguin. Why doesn't he just say he's the president of the United States? Lin Tianyu sneered at Xiao Fei and the others, triggering a wave of laughter from the students. You? Chen Xiao's temper flared, but Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei held him back. Getting into a fight during military training could get them expelled. Of course, Xiao Fei was the exception. Everyone's here, so let's officially begin this online shareholders meeting. Lin Chen saw the name Ma Teng next to the speaker's microphone and knew who it was. This meeting is to welcome our new shareholder Lin Chen. Shareholder Lin has acquired 10 of Penguin's shares, making him the second largest shareholder. Would shareholder Lin like to say a few words? Lin Chen took a deep breath. The participants in the Penguin shareholders meeting were internationally renowned companies and individuals. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, he was just a freshman who had suddenly come into wealth through a system. Lin Chen turned on his microphone. Let me say a few words. I am very optimistic about the future of Penguin, hence I joined the company. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to Penguin. Others also turned on their microphones and greeted Lin Chen. Lin Chen could only think that if his English weren't passable, it might have been awkward. Mr. Lin, there will be a press conference later. Do you need your information disclosed? Ma Teng was extremely shocked when he first saw Lin Chen's identity information. The information showed that Lin Chen was a freshman at Suzhou University and his parents were ordinary workers. Where did he get such a terrifying amount of capital to acquire shares of Penguin? Thus he concluded that Lin Chen was definitely not simple, and at the same time he feared that Lin Chen might affect his decision-making power over the company. Each shareholder had signed an agreement with Ma Teng indicating that they would not participate in the company's decision-making but only receive dividends. In this way, even if Ma Teng's stake was less than 10%, he could still control the entire Penguin company. Therefore, he had to make Lin Chen sign this agreement by all means. Just mention it subtly. I don't want to disrupt my normal life. Lin Chen said indifferently. He didn't like keeping a low profile. With power and strength, one should enjoy life. Playing the underdog might seem cool, but he didn't care for it. However, he also didn't want his wonderful college life to be disturbed. After the meeting, Lin Chen received a friend request on Xiaoxin. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Ma Teng. Lin Chen thought for a moment and accepted. Mr. Lin, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Lin Chen had a general idea of what it was. It must be about asking Lin Chen to sign a concerted action agreement. Chairman Ma, I know what you want to talk about, but what can you offer in return? Although they shared the same interests, both wanting Penguin to thrive, it was clearly impossible to make Lin Chen sign an agreement with just a few words. How about this? I'll come to Tianfu City tomorrow and discuss it with you in detail. Is that okay? Fine, but I have military training. Let's talk in the evening at the Dihao Hotel. All right. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Lin Chen put away his phone and stood up to walk toward the formation. Oh, the major shareholder of Penguin is back. How did the meeting go? Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lin Tianyu looked at Lin Chen mockingly and said, the one who spoke, step out. Zhang Daza's face darkened. Don't you know you need to report before speaking? Go. Run 3 laps around the playground. Lin Tianyu's smile froze. After glaring fiercely at Lin Chen, he started running around the playground. You may return to the ranks. Zhang Dezhu then spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and returned to his spot. They were now practicing the goose step. Chen Xiao, while doing the goose step, muttered softly. Boss, are you really a shareholder of Penguin? Lin Chen nodded slightly in response. Sit down and rest for 10. Just then Zhang Dezhu blew the whistle for a break. Chen Xiao and the other two eagerly gathered around and sat down. I really am a shareholder of Penguin. Do you think I'm that stupid to lie about this? Lin Chen explained with a wry smile. We don't disbelieve you, it's just too incredible, we just wanted to confirm. Boss, since you're a shareholder, can you change the matching mechanism of Honor of Kings? It's really infuriating. Chen Xiao poured out his grievances. It's not something I can just change like that. Lin Chen was speechless. He thought his buddy needed some serious help, but ended up asking him to modify the matchmaking system. When lunch break finally came, they could finally rest for a while. Boss, by the way, when did you acquire the shares of Penguin? What's your controlling stake? Xiao Fei finally spoke the words he had been holding back. Well, Penguin's status was just too high. A top 20 global company, one of the best in China. And it turned out his college roommate was a shareholder of Penguin. I acquired it just 2 days ago at 10% stake. Lin Chen said calmly. 10%. The three exclaimed simultaneously, especially Xiao Fei, whose family was very influential in Shangjing, so he knew what a 10% stake in Penguin meant. Boss, Penguin's official website just posted. It says a new shareholder has joined Penguin. Chen Xiao had just taken out his phone to search for Penguin shareholders when the first hot search item was exactly that. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei quickly crowded around to look. Wow, it's true. And old Ma even said it's a young man just starting college. And holds 10%. Xiao Wei also exclaimed. All three stared in astonishment at Lin Chen's calm face. Now they were 100% sure this person was their dormitory boss. Boss, you're my idol. Chen Xiao hugged Lin Chen. Damn it, get off. How disgusting. I'm not gay. Lin Chen pushed Chen Xiao away in disgust. Xiao Wei, who had been about to make a move, withdrew his hands and rubbed them awkwardly. H-it. As the three were leaving the playground, Jiang Shuwei quietly came up behind Lin Chen and tapped his shoulder. Shuawei, have you been waiting long? Lin Chen gently took Jiang Zuo's hand. Jiang Shuawei felt shy under the occasional glances from around them, but still allowed Lin Chen to hold her hand. Not really, I just got here too. Jiang Shuawei stood beside Lin Chen, sizing up the three. This one is quite handsome, but still not as handsome as my Achen. Jiang Shuawei was slightly surprised by Xiao Fei's appearance. Both Lin Chen and Xiao Fei were very handsome, and even their military training uniforms couldn't hide that. They were the kind of people you'd notice at a glance in a crowd. With Jiang Shuawei also there, the gazes of everyone around. Lin Chen noticed Jiang Shuawei sizing up Xiao Fei, and the others smiled and introduced them. This is Chen Xiao, this is Xiao Wei, and that one whose looks are only slightly inferior to mine is Xiao Fei. Hello, I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei said generously, not feeling nervous just because they were Lin Chen's friends. Hello, sister-in-law. The three said in unison. Hello, boss, the third and I are also on the looks path, you know. Chen Xiao adjusted his glasses on his nose and said smugly. Okay. Lin Chen replied, boss, you and school beauty Jiang go eat. Don't worry about the three of us. After greeting, Xiao Fei only gave Jiang Shuawei a brief glance. Although he was fickle, that didn't mean he would covet even a brother's woman, even if he had once harbored thoughts about Jiang Shuawei. Unlike some beasts. Yes. Boss will take off first. You accompany sister-in-law. Bye. Chen Xiao said with a wink at Lin Chen, then dragged Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei toward the cafeteria. Your roommates are quite interesting, but why do they call you boss? Jiang Shuawei chuckled and looked at Lin Chen curious. Because I'm older than them. That's so arbitrary. The two chatted and laughed all the way, envied by their fellow. If I could make school beauty Jiang my girlfriend, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in mansions. You? Go take a nap. You'll have everything in your dreams. It had been 3 days since he arrived at school, yet Lin Chen had not eaten a single meal there yet. A Chen, that braised chicken place is absolutely delicious. I'll take you there. Jiang Shuawei pointed excitedly at the window with a long line of people. All right. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Good thing we managed to grab the last few servings. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen carried their trays to find seats, and Jiang Shuawei spoke with a lingering sense of relief. It's the freshman enrollment period. Perfectly normal. Lin Chen said softly. I need to take a call. Just as they were eating and chatting happily, Jiang Shuawei's phone rang. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Mom, what's up? I'm eating right now. Jiang Shuawei answered the phone in a sweet tone. What? Okay, I'll be right back. After hanging up, Jiang Shuawei's expression turned grim. What happened? Lin Chen set down his chopsticks and looked at Jiang Shuawei. There's some trouble at home, or I need to go back. I'll head out now. You train hard this afternoon. Jiang Shuawei stood up, picked up her tray, and said, Do you need my help? No, it's just a minor issue. All right then, be careful on the way. Got it. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei's retreating figure and didn't think much. As Lin Chen ate, he pondered whether he should hire a personal secretary. After all, with the company's affairs growing increasingly complex, he, an amateur, would surely be unable to handle them well. Looking for a personal secretary. Does he really need to ask me for that? I mean, with his connections, they could assign him a top-tier personal secretary, right? I'd like to hire a personal secretary. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood up, disposed of his leftovers, and returned to the dorm. Over there, Lu Shu was busy at work. When she heard the notification and saw it was from Lin Chen, she dared not slack off. Looking for a personal secretary. Does he really need to ask me for that? I mean, with his connections, they could assign him a top-tier personal secretary, right? Lu Shu mused inwardly as she read Lin Chen's message. Yet she thought it was a good opportunity. Her nephew had just terminated his contract with his previous employer, and his capabilities should be enough to catch the eye of the shareholder Lin. Moreover, if she could build a connection with Lin Chen, it would be highly advantageous for both her and her nephew. Then may I ask, Chairman Lin, what are your requirements for a personal secretary? No specific requirements. Just outstanding ability. We can negotiate compensation later. I have a nephew who is exceptionally skilled and well known in the circle as a top-tier secretary. Would you like to know more? Sure, send me his profile. Lu Shu thought to herself, done. She was extremely confident in her nephew's abilities, so she promptly sent her nephew's profile to Lin Chen. Back at the dorm, Lin Chen lay on the bed. Chen Xiao and the others were already asleep. Thanks to the system's rewards, he still felt full of energy. Lu Hai, graduate in finance from Shangjing University of Finance and Economics, former personal secretary to the chairman of Jiangbei Sunshine Group. Lin Chen looked at the resume with great satisfaction. He picked up his phone and searched for Jiangbei Sunshine Group. It was among the top 500 domestic companies. Though ranked a bit lower, it proved that this Lu Hai was undoubtedly capable. Okay, let's go with him. Understood, Chairman Lin. I'll have him contact you right away. Lu Shu was somewhat excited and immediately called her nephew. Do you know about the new shareholder who just invested in the Penguin Company? Lu Shu cut straight to the point. Yes, aunt. What's the matter? Lu Hai was puzzled when his aunt called to ask about this, but then a thought struck him. Could it be? He asked me to recommend a personal secretary, so I sent him your profile. And what did Chairman Lin say? Lu Hai asked with a hint of nervousness. This was an invaluable opportunity for him. Even if he ended up being let go by Lin Chen later, having this credential alone would secure his future. Chairman Lin was quite satisfied. I'll send you his contact on Super Chat. Add him. Lu Shu said with a smile. Thank you, Aunt. I'll add him right now. Lu Hai became thrilled, his voice brimming with excitement. He had already been prepared to accept an offer from a municipal company, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Thanks to his aunt's connection, he had made such a huge leap. Chairman Lin's background is no ordinary matter. When you work for him, you must be extremely careful again and again. As the saying goes, serving a lord is like living with a tiger. Lu Shu still warned Lu Hai. Don't worry, Aunt. You know my abilities. Lu Hai said confidently. All right, go ahead with your work. I'll hang up now. Got it, Aunt. I'll come visit you when I have time. Lu Hai put down the phone, tried to calm his racing heart, and began researching Lin Chen's details and the state of the Penguin Company. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had started the afternoon military training. Boss, how come you're like a different person? How did your stamina become so good? Chen Xiao gasped for air after finishing the warm-up exercises led by Zhang Deju, staring perplexedly at Lin Chen, who had barely broken a sweat. Just take more Shenbao tablets. Lin Chen said flatly. What? The remark left Chen Xiao Xiaowei and Xiao Fei utterly dumbfounded. Lin Chen noticed that Lin Tianyu was looking at him with a strange expression. Lin Tianyu felt a deep unease, a very strong unease. Lin Chen had just claimed to be a shareholder of the Penguin Company, and at noon the Penguin official account announced that their new young shareholder had just entered university. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? When break time came, Lin Tianyu couldn't resist approaching Lin Chen and asking, what proof do you have that you're a Penguin shareholder? Lin Chen and his three friends were chatting, and they found the question rather, why should I prove it to you? Lin Chen looked at Lin Tianyu and said indifferently. Hearing this, Lin Tianyu became even more convinced that Lin Chen had simply gotten some early inside information and was just bluffing. You're afraid I'll expose your lie, aren't you? Lin Tianyu sneered. The other classmates gathered around to watch the excitement. Lin Tianyu, are you crazy? Does our boss need to prove to you whether he's a Penguin shareholder? Well, you want to suck up to him? Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter. Chen Xiao's tongue was as sharp as ever. Those words enraged Lin Tianyu instantly. You're Chen Xiao, right? Just you wait. You'd better not step out of the school gate in the next few days, or I'll make you kneel and call me daddy. Lin Tianyu's tone was icy as he glared at Chen Xiao. Your grandpa Chen fears no threats. XXS. Chen Xiao showed no fear, continuing to taunt him. Lin Chen and the others who had been sitting immediately rose to their feet. The few behind Lin Tianyu also stepped forward as if ready to throw hands at the slightest provocation. Lin Tianyu. Lin Chen silently remembered that name. Once his personal secretary arrived, he could leave such matters to him. Hey look, is that squad over there about to fight? So bold. Freshmen fighting during military training. Not afraid of getting punished. The other squads also noticed and watched the commotion. What are you all doing? Disperse immediately. Zhang Deju never expected that just stepping out to use the restroom would lead to such a big issue in his squad. If the chief instructor found out, he would definitely be in trouble. Thinking of this, Zhang Deju felt a surge of anger. All those who were ready to fight stepped forward. The rest of you stand at attention for half an hour. With a cold expression, Zhang Deju called Lin Chen and his group along with Lin Tianyu's group out of the squad. After understanding the situation, Zhang Deju looked at Lin Tianyu. From your tone, are you planning to find someone to deal with them after school? No, it was just a joke among classmates. Lin Tianyu chuckled awkwardly. He didn't want to receive any punishment for this incident. There were quite a few rich second-generation kids at Suzhou University, and it wouldn't sound good if news spread. What kind of society are we living in now? Do you really think it's like back in our day where a fight would solve everything? We're all adults now, think before you act. Zhang Deju sighed. Don't worry, instructor, we wouldn't say anything foolish. Chen Xiao smiled, nearly making Lin Chen and the others burst out laughing. Lin Tianyu and his group gritted their teeth, but dared not refute. To be honest, Zhang Deju didn't want to deal with these problematic boys. He believed they would learn to be sincere after experiencing the hardships of society. As long as they didn't cause trouble this week, they could do as they pleased. Return to formation. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Fei and the others began to fight for the bathroom to take showers. Lin Chen took out his phone to message Jiang Shuawei. He later realized that something felt off. Shuawei, what did uncle and aunt call you back for? After sending the message, he noticed a friend request from Lu Hai and accepted it. Lindong, I am Lu Hai, you can just call me Xiao Hai from now on. Lin Chen smiled slightly at this message. As expected of a personal secretary, the message was very pleasant to read. Alright Xiao Hai, bring the contract over tomorrow morning. Then tomorrow Ma Teng will come to talk to me about something, and you should come along too. Lu Hai was momentarily taken aback by this message. He was prepared to answer all kinds of questions from Lin Chen, but it was approved just like that. Without having time to think, Lu Hai quickly replied. In the end, they agreed to meet at the Dihao Hotel at 8:30 a.m. to sign the contract. Then Ma Teng would come over between 9 and 10. Lin Chen discussed the specifics of the contract with Lu Hai and instructed him to review the materials on Penguin Company, not chatting further. Looking at the chat page with Jiang Shuawei, he felt a sense of unease seeing that he had sent the last message. He picked up his phone and called Jiang Shuawei. Hearing the busy tone, Lin Chen felt a bit anxious. Just as he was about to call Dong Fong to help check Jiang Shuawei's address, her phone call came back. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. What's wrong, Awaken? He could hear that Jiang Shuawei sounded very tired. Shuawei, is something wrong? Lin Chen tried to keep his tone gentle. It's nothing. Awaken, don't worry, you'll be back in a few days. I won't be able to accompany you these days, so you mustn't go looking for other girls. Jiang Shuawei said fiercely, but Lin Chen always felt she was hiding something. Okay, give me Tang Shuejia's contact information, so if I can't reach you I can at least ask her. Okay, I have some things to do, so I'll hang up now. Lin Chen heard a commotion on Jiang Shuawei's side before she hastily hung up the phone. After a while, Jiang Shuawei sent a recommended contact. Who are you? Tang Shuejia, I am Lin Chen. Tang Weiner was somewhat puzzled. Why is Shuawei's man adding me? It's you. What's the matter with adding this senior sister? You trying to introduce me to a guy? Lin Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Do you know where Shuawei's family is? It seems something happened at her home, and she won't tell me. I want to go check it out. When Jiang Shuawei left, she was in a hurry, and when Tang Weiner asked what happened, she only vaguely said there was something at home. Hearing Yi Chen mention it now, it indeed seemed a bit off. Tang Weiner thought for a moment, and sent Yi Chen an address. This is Shuawei's home address. Do you want me to No need, senior sister, I can go by myself. Okay. Lin Chen looked at the address on his phone. Jin Tang. Lin Chen explained the situation to Ma Teng, and Lu Hai set the meeting time for the day after tomorrow, changed his clothes, and prepared to go out. Boss, are you planning to go out to find the school flower? Jiang Chen Xiao teased Lin Chen with a wink. Yeah, there's something I need to do. He'll come back tomorrow night. Lin Chen nodded. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei went out to buy food, while Chen Xiao, pretending his foot hurt, stayed behind. Then you need to ask the counselor and instructor for leave, right? Chen Xiao was surprised, but didn't ask much, just offered a reminder. Lin Chen felt a headache at the thought. He really couldn't find a reason to ask for leave. Forget it, he'll just skip. Lin Chen made up his mind, and drove his Lamborghini Poison out of the campus. 2 hours later, Lin Chen arrived at the community where Jiang Shuawei and the others lived. Their community was made up of single-story houses likely distributed by the government after land acquisition. As soon as Lin Chen's car entered the community, it attracted the attention of many people. It was a small place, and they had never seen such a luxury car before. After Lin Chen got out of the car, several pretty girls blushed and came over to ask for his contact information. Lin Chen declined one by one. I have a girlfriend. Having a girlfriend doesn't mean you can only have one. One of the girls said something surprising. Lin Chen was taken aback. Forget it. Do you know where Jiang Shuawei's family lives? Jiang Shuawei. I know her. You can't be her boyfriend, right? Several girls showed disappointment upon hearing this. If it were Jiang Yui, she wouldn't measure up. Yes, could you tell me where her family is? Lin Chen asked politely. Although Tang Weiner had told him the address, the house number was indeed hard to find. I know, but you probably won't find her. She should be in the hospital, right? One of the girls said. Didn't she go to the city for school? Why is she in the hospital? Other girls said curiously. I heard from my dad that her dad seems to be ill and needs a large sum of money. The girl shook her head with pity. Can you tell me which hospital, eh? Lin Chen asked urgently. It's at Jintang County First People's Hospital. Lin Chen thanked her and got back in the car, driving toward the hospital with the navigation. Having a beautiful girlfriend is great. Lin Chen hurriedly followed the navigation to the First People's Hospital of Jintang County. Shuawei, I have come to find you. After parking the car, Lin Chen sent a message to Jiang Shuawei. How did you know where I was? Senior Sister Tang told me. I'm already downstairs at the hospital, come down. Okay, I'm coming right away. After sending the message, Lin Chen stood at the hospital entrance waiting. Soon Jiang Shuawei came down. As soon as she saw Lin Chen, her eyes turned red. She rushed over and threw herself into Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuawei's head, feeling a pang of heartache. Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? Jiang Shuawei looked up, her nose twitching with grievance. I just didn't want to trouble you, and you still have military training. By the way, aren't you supposed to go to military training tomorrow? It's fine, I took a leave of absence. In order not to worry Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen told a small lie. Let's go, take me to see uncle's condition. He quickly changed the topic. The two of them attracted many gazes standing there. After all, if they weren't so close, some people might have come up to ask for contact information. My dad is still in the intensive care unit receiving a blood transfusion. My mom called me today. It turned out Jiang Haitao, Jiang Shuawei's father, was a contractor, but only had a dozen workers under him. Today something went wrong at the construction site, and Jiang Haitao rushed there without even having breakfast. He was busy until noon and had eaten 2 or 3 popsicles due to the hot weather. After a while he started vomiting blood, continuously spitting it out. This scared the workers, who hurriedly called 120 and Jiang Shuawei's mother, Jiang Min. When Jiang Min and a group of relatives anxiously arrived at the intensive care unit, they saw Jiang Haitao covered in blood, unconscious. Jiang Min collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. She then called Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei's grandparents were too old, so Jiang Min didn't dare to tell them. How is uncle now? Lin Chen's heart tightened. Although he didn't understand medicine, he could tell from the blood he was spitting out how critical the situation was. Jiang Shuawei's voice was choked with emotion, and her red eyes made Lin Chen's heart ache. The doctor said they couldn't find the bleeding point, and the hospital's blood bank is already in urgent need. They are currently having a meeting to discuss performing surgery to fight for it. Jiang Shuowei couldn't continue crying as she clung to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what should I do if my dad doesn't make it? Lin Chen kept patting Jiang Shuowei's back. Don't worry, Shuowei, uncle will be fine. We must trust the doctors. Jiang Shuowei took a while to calm down. She had been holding back her tears and pretending to be strong. Her mother was already in a state of panic, and she was now her mother's support. At this moment, with Lin Chen by her side, Jiang Shuowei finally let it all out. She wiped her tears, not wanting her mother to know she had cried. Let's go, we'll take you to see my mom. Jiang Shuowei forced a smile as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. At this moment, Jiang Min was outside the intensive care unit looking through the glass at Jiang Haitao, who was continuously vomiting blood and receiving blood transfusions. Her tears were almost dried up. Because Jiang Haitao was very devoted to his wife and children, taking care of everything himself, now that he was gone, Jiang Min felt like the sky had fallen. Mom, this is my boyfriend. He rushed over when he heard about my dad's situation. Jiang Shuowei placed her hand on Jiang Min's shoulder, forcing a smile as she introduced him. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen. Hello, auntie. I'm Lin Chen. Uncle will definitely be fine. Lin Chen bowed to Jiang Min. Jiang Min merely nodded at Lin Chen and then looked back at Jiang Haitao in the intensive care unit. At that moment, several doctors in white coats walked over. Seeing this, Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Min both moved closer. Lin Chen also walked over. Doctor, how is it? Is my husband still alive? Jiang Min looked at the few doctors with a somewhat excited tone. After discussion, we have decided to make a final effort, but we cannot guarantee that we will definitely save him. You family members need to be mentally prepared for this. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min felt as if all her strength had been drained away, almost collapsing. Fortunately, Jiang Shuowei and Lin Chen were there to support her. Doctor, I beg you to save my dad. Jiang Shuowei choked as she spoke. We will do our utmost to help him. The leading doctor nodded. Please sign this document, otherwise we cannot proceed with the surgery. The doctor then took out a piece of paper and handed it to them. Surgery informed consent form. The three of them glanced at it and understood what it was. Jiang Min looked at the paper, forcing herself to suppress her grief and prepare to sign, but Jiang Shuowei snatched it first. Mom, I'm an adult too, let me do it. Jiang Shuowei said with red eyes. Okay. The leading doctor took the signed document and said to the other doctors and nurses beside him, prepare for surgery. Upon hearing this, the doctors and nurses immediately sprang into action. Director Zhou, not good. There's only one operating room available, but the patient with kidney stones is insisting on going into surgery immediately. A female nurse hurriedly approached, looking anxious. What? There's only one operating room available. The leading doctor's expression darkened upon hearing this. Jiang Haitao's condition was already extremely critical, and every second was a race against death. How long for the other operating rooms at the earliest? The earliest will take about 20 minutes. Then tell the patient with kidney stones to wait for 20 minutes. They'll go communicate. You all take this patient directly to the operating room. Director Lin decisively made the decision. Every doctor should understand the urgency of the situation, delaying a kidney stone surgery by a little while wouldn't affect the patient's condition. Thank you, Director Zhou. Thank you, Director Zhou. Upon hearing this, Jiang Min was moved to tears, almost wanting to kneel down to the doctor. Jiang Shuowei felt the same way. Director Lin hurriedly helped the two up. This is what I should do. Mr. Shen's surgery cannot be delayed any longer. You should wait outside for now. After Director Lin finished speaking, several doctors were ready and pushed the bed towards the operating room. The three of them rushed to keep up. I don't care. I must go into surgery first. I can make tens of thousands in a minute. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying my company's affairs? As soon as they exited the intensive care unit, they heard a loud voice from a man. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man in a patient gown, pointing and scolding a young nurse. At this time, the uncle also saw the group. You can't leave. I must go into surgery first. The man rushed over to block the hospital bed, preventing them from going to the operating room. Several doctors and nurses could only stop helplessly. Why should others be allowed to cut in front of me? Don't you know the order of arrival? The man shouted at the doctors like a cat with its fur standing on end. While speaking, he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Chen and the others. Suddenly, he noticed Jiang Shuowei and his eyes widened in surprise. Jiang Shuowei sensed the man's unabashed gaze, looked at him with disgust, and hid behind Lin Chen. The man looked at Lin Chen with a mixture of contempt and envy. Mr. Chow, we have already explained the situation. This patient's condition is extremely critical, and we hope you can understand. Director Lin stepped forward, standing in front of Mr. Chow with an apologetic expression. I can't understand. Is my time not important? Chow Jinlong was the owner of a large local building materials company, and in recent years, he had profited significantly from the rapid development of Jintang. Recently, a real estate company was preparing to order building materials, and having learned of this, he planned to meet them in a few days. This was a substantial deal he could not afford to miss. The sooner the better, or else it might be taken by another company. Director Lin. The patient has started vomiting blood again. Several doctors hurriedly began to change blood bags for a transfusion. Brother, Please let my husband have the surgery first. He's in critical condition. Jiang Min looked at Jiang Haitao, who had started to vomit blood again, feeling somewhat devastated, and she cried as she was about to kneel to Chao Jinlong. Mom, please don't do that. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei with red-rimmed eyes pulled Jiang Min up. It's not impossible to let you have the surgery. Chao Jinlong stroked his chin, looking at Jiang Shuawei with insinuation. Everyone suddenly understood Chao Jinlong's thoughts. Directly send the patient to the operating room. Mr. Chao, if you want to sue me, feel free to do so. Director Lin knew that Jiang Haitao could no longer afford to waste time, and the urgent task was to perform surgery immediately to find the bleeding point. Several doctors and nurses took action and pushed the bed towards the operating room. Jiang Shuawei and her mother Jiang Min followed suit. Lin Chen, worried that Chao Jinlong might do something extreme to the young director Lin, decided to stay behind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system task. Donate 10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang. Reward 30 shares of Ronto Real Estate Company. The system never issues tasks for no reason, indicating that this Mr. Chao named Chao Jinlong must have some connection to Ronto Real Estate. Chao Jinlong, upon seeing this, smiled instead of getting angry. He approached Director Lin, looking at his name tag. You are Linny, right? Just wait for me. Chao Jinlong's expression turned cold as he looked at Linny. Dogs that don't bark often bite. All right, Mr. Chao, if there's nothing else, I'll go for the surgery now. Lin Yi was not afraid of Chao Jinlong's threats. He politely said so and hurried off to the operating room. Lin Chen asked the young nurse where the director was. Upon learning his intent, the nurse gave Lin Chen a dubious glance, but still led him there. Chao Jinlong spat on the ground and took out his phone to make a call. Yes, get some media here. I want to expose this hospital. After hanging up, he coldly watched the direction of the operating room, then returned to his hospital room. Upon reaching the director's office door, the nurse knocked a few times. A strong voice came from inside. Come in. The nurse carefully opened the door and walked in with Lin Chen. Director, this gentleman says he wants to donate to the hospital, so I brought him to see you. The nurse explained. The director shifted his gaze from the computer to Lin Chen upon hearing this. So young. Could it be an excuse to meet me? Although somewhat suspicious, he still wanted to confirm. Xiaofang, you can go back to work now. The nurse named Xiaofang nodded and left the office. May I ask how much you wish to donate to our hospital, sir? At that moment, the director speculated that this young person might only donate a few tens of thousands, and then asked for some favors. Not much, I'll donate 10 million. Lin Chen replied casually. Oh, 10 million. The director, looking at Lin Chen's calm expression, instinctively responded. 10 million. The director stood up excitedly. Their First People's Hospital of Jintang had always wanted to acquire an MRI machine, but each unit costs several millions, or even tens of millions. If this young man was truly willing to donate 10 million, it would resolve a significant issue for them. Yes, Lin Chen confirmed. Do you have any conditions, sir? The director asked cautiously. Such situations weren't uncommon, many donors had conditions. Though called a donation, it essentially boiled down to an exchange of interests. I have no conditions. Lin Chen shook his head. The director grew more suspicious, feeling that this young man was just trying to amuse him. The director took out an intention letter for Lin Chen to fill out. After Lin Chen quickly completed it, he transferred 10 million to the hospital's finance account, as the director had instructed. When the finance department called the director to inform him of the sudden arrival of 10 million, he finally believed it. Thank you so much. On behalf of the First People's Hospital of Jintang, I express my gratitude, Mr. Lin. System task donation of 10 million to the First People's Hospital of Jintang completed. System rewards have been issued. The director excitedly bowed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, unable to accept a bow from such a respected and esteemed hospital director, hurriedly dodged. It's nothing, director. This is just a small support from me to our hospital. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. My girlfriend's father is still in surgery, and I need to accompany her. Lin Chen helped the director up and said, Oh, could you please tell me the patient's name? The director hurriedly asked, as he didn't know how to thank Lin Chen. His name is Jiang Haitao. The director replied. We were just discussing this patient in our meeting. His condition is very severe. How about this? I will accompany you to see Mr. Lin. All right. The director then hurried Lin Chen towards the operating room. The doctors and nurses along the way looked curiously at Lin Chen beside the director. Who is this person? How can he have the director accompany him, especially when he's so young? He must have a high social. Several young nurses whispered among themselves. Upon reaching the operating room door, Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Min sitting outside with Jiang Min's head resting on Jiang Zuwei's shoulder. The two clasped their hands together, continuously praying for the surgery to go smoothly. The prayers in the hospital were more sincere than those in a church. Auntie Shuawei. Lin Chen walked over and called out. The two looked up at Lin Chen with a hint of concern on Jiang Zuwei's face. Allow me to introduce you. This is the hospital director. Lin Chen cast an apologetic smile at Jiang Shuawei and then introduced the director. Jiang Min and Jiang Shuawei fixed their gazes upon the director upon hearing this. Good day to you. Please rest assured the Chief Surgeon Director Lin is one of the finest physicians in this hospital. This surgery will undoubtedly be a complete success. The The director looked at Jiang Min and Jiang Shuawei with a reassuring smile. That's good, that's good. Jiang Min murmured to herself, feeling a measure of relief. Jiang Shuawei cast a grateful glance at Lin Chen and the director. She knew the director's return was undoubtedly due to Lin Chen. Director, may I ask why you have come? Jiang Min inquired. Oh, I heard that, mister. Lin's girlfriend's father was undergoing surgery, so I thought I'd drop by. The director smiled kindly. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, the situation was exceedingly tense. Director Lin, we can't locate the bleeding point. The first assistant was drenched in sweat. The monitor showed a sea of red. After irrigation, another wave of crimson surged forth, rendering it impossible to find. Perform a laparotomy. Director Lin gritted his teeth. The moment the stomach was incised, blood pressure plummeted. Blood pressure is now in the 50s. A bit low. Rapid volume expansion. Speed up the transfusion. Forced by necessity, another physician resorted to a compression method to expedite the blood transfusion. A few minutes later, Jiang Haitao's blood pressure finally climbed back up. Over a dozen minutes elapsed. Found it, Director Lin announced with a hint of excitement. At last, an ulcerative wound approximately 1 centimeter in diameter was discovered in the duodenal bulb. 2 hours later, the red glow of the surgery in progress sign dimmed. The surgery is over. The three of them sprang to their feet instantly, waiting anxiously at the door for news. Meanwhile, the director had already returned to attend to his duties, given his responsibilities managing such a large hospital. Before long, the doors opened. Director Lin emerged with a weary expression and removed his mask. The surgery was highly successful. He is no longer in critical condition and should be transferred to a general ward in a few days. Director Lin smiled as he spoke. He relished the feeling of saving a life, that sense of defying the Grim Reaper, which fascinated him profoundly. Upon hearing this, the three of them breathed a collective sigh of relief. Jiang Min took Jiang Ziwei's hand and repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Director Lin. Due to the major surgery, he would need to remain in the intensive care unit for a few more days for observation before being transferred to a general ward. However, the ICU allowed no family visits except during designated hours. The three of them peered through the glass for a while before preparing to leave. Because of this incident, Jiang Min and Jiang Shuawei had skipped lunch. Jiang Shuawei hadn't even finished her lunch. And now it was time for dinner. Mom, let's go get something to eat first. I'm starving. With the weight lifted from her heart, Jiang Ziwei's tone became noticeably more cheerful. She had endured immense anguish in these past few hours, terrified that her father might not survive. Only now did Jiang Min have the time and inclination to appraise Lin Chen. After all, she had never heard of her daughter being in a relationship all these years. At that moment, she felt as though the cabbage she had painstakingly raised had been ravaged by a pig. Lin Chen was handsome and presentable, and given the director's attitude earlier, it was clear he was no ordinary man. She began to view Lin Chen with some approval, but evaluating a son-in-law required more than just appearance, and background. Character was paramount. Further scrutiny was necessary. Jiang Min mused inwardly. Why does this mother-in-law keep staring at me? Lin Chen felt a flutter of anxiety under Jiang Min's gaze. Despite his elevated status, now the innate pressure exuded by a mother-in-law instantly made him feel somewhat suffocated. You must be Xiao Lin. Haven't had dinner yet. How about coming to Andy's place for a meal? Jiang Min invited. Thank you, Andy. At this moment, Jiang Min's return to normalcy made Lin Chen feel somewhat awkward. Mom, Chen and I will go buy some groceries. He'll cook dinner for you with Chen tonight. Jiang Shuawei knew from their earlier chats on the phone that Lin Chen could cook, and by his own account was quite skilled. Hence she proposed this to give him a chance to shine. Fine. Then we'll sample Xiao Lin's culinary skills tonight. Your mother will head back first. You must take good care of Xiao Lin. Jiang Min nodded with a smile and instructed. Got it, Mom. Andy, how will you get back? Shall I see you off? Lin Chen quickly asked. My mom drove here. Besides, your 2 cars are both supercars. How can you take 3 people back? Jiang Shuawei shot Lin Chen a glance. He scratched his head sheepishly. That's true. Jiang Min latched onto the key point, however. Supercars. 2 of them. That certainly indicated excellent financial means capable of providing Shuawei with a quality material life. The next attribute to assess would be character. The trio walked together to the parking lot, and when Jiang Min saw Lin Chen's car, she couldn't help but be profoundly stunned. Simply because its aesthetic was extraordinarily striking. Jiang Min seemed to recall seeing this type of door opening. Was it called butterfly doors? Only in short videos. Such a car must cost at least several million. Just then a security guard approached from the side, wearing a troubled expression. Young man, so this car is yours. This car is far too expensive, nearly 100 million, and parked right here. Even if you're at ease, we certainly aren't. It turned out that when the guard spotted a supercar parked there, he had curiously looked it up. The search result revealed a value close to 100 million. Only about a dozen existed worldwide. The revelation startled him. If someone were to scuff it, and the culprit remained unidentified, wouldn't he, as the security guard, be held responsible? Left with no choice, he had to stand guard beside the vehicle like a bodyguard. Thanks for the trouble, bro. Lin Chen offered an apologetic smile, retrieved a pack of Huazi cigarettes from the car, and handed it to the guard. These Huazi cigarettes had been bought at the supermarket on the way here. He didn't know whether Jiang Haitao smoked, but to be safe he had purchased several packs. The guard's face then broke into a broad grin. No problem, no problem. They'll be on my way now. Shaolin, how much did this car cost? Jiang Min swallowed hard and asked uncertainly. Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. He should have bought a modest Mercedes for a few $100,000 instead. That way in front of Jiang Zui's mother saying the car originally retailed for over 90 million and was now worth more than 100 million felt incredibly ostentatious. He could only glance tentatively at Jiang Shuai. Seeing Jiang Shuai nod, Lin Chen then spoke. Annie, this car should be worth over 100 million now. Over 100 million. Jiang Min was dumbfounded and couldn't help but mentally count the zeros. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 4 zeros. Jiang Min felt dizzy from the sheer number of zeros. That's very good, very good. She forced a faint smile. She now felt as though her daughter was actually the pig. Meanwhile, at the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, the hospital director sat at his desk massaging his temples with a weary sigh as he gazed at Chief Physician Lin standing before him. Emergency care is not first come, first served. It is prioritized strictly by medical urgency. I stand by my decision. Lin Yi spoke with quiet indignation. That Chao Jinlong deliberately invited media to smear our hospital. Clarifying the facts should suffice. Easier said than done. In today's digital age, whoever breaks the story first holds the truth. And do you truly believe the public will trust our version? They'll only see our explanation as an excuse. Enough. I'll assign someone to negotiate a private settlement with Chao Jinlong before this scandal spreads further. Since he's already been transferred and no surgery was performed, you may go home for now. The director waved dismissively. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, then silently left the office. Brother Lin, how did it go? That Chao Jinlong is utterly despicable. That elderly man was in critical condition, yet he stirred up trouble without cause. Several young doctors and nurses waited anxiously by the door. The moment Lin Yi emerged, they rushed forward with questions. The director said he'll arrange compensation and try to settle it privately. Lin Yi felt deeply disheartened. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuai arrived at a local wet market in their Lamborghini Veneno. The market was open air, crowded and unrefined. Lin Chen searched for several minutes before finally finding Awaken. We're quite remote here. Large supermarkets are only found in the county center. Jiang Shuai said slightly. She assumed Lin Chen, so evidently affluent, might find such modest surroundings uncomfortable. It's fine. I was once a penniless young man myself. Don't mistake me for some spoiled dilettante. Lin Chen gently flicked her pert nose. Let's go. Hand in hand, Jiang Shuai skipped joyfully toward the market. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuai returned to the car, arms laden with cloth bags brimming with groceries and laughter. Pork, chicken, fish, garlic sprouts, or Jingxiu chilies. Jiang Shuai counted on her fingers. Anything else we need? That's plenty. Do you intend to exhaust your man? Lin Chen chuckled wryly, eyeing the bulging sacks. Humph. A faint blush warmed Jiang Shuai's cheeks at his words. Why did I even ask? Her thought was cut short by Lin Chen's ringing phone, the director of Jintang County's First People's Hospital. Who is it? Jiang Shuai leaned in curiously. The hospital director. Then answer quickly. Her voice tightened, fearing grim news about her father. Lin Chen nodded. Hello, Mr. Lin, apologies for disturbing you. The director's voice on the line was measured and cautious. Not at all. Please, what can I assist with? You're likely aware of Chao Jinlong, the man who obstructed Chief Physician Lin's surgery today. He's enlisted media outlets to distort the truth, falsely claiming our hospital bypassed waiting protocols through personal connections. This controversy has gone viral online. Higher authorities have mandated swift resolution of the public backlash, so we humbly request your assistance in mitigating the situation should your influence permit. Lin Chen's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Chao Jinlong's tenacity, or his petty vindictiveness. How utterly contemptible. Jiang Shuai, listening via speakerphone, pouted in outrage. Awaken, if you're able to help, please do. This whole ordeal arose solely because they were operating on my father. She ventured softly. Lin Chen offered her a reassuring glance. Director, I'll do my best, but I cannot guarantee success. I'll give you my final answer no later than noon tomorrow. He paused, reflecting. He couldn't yet confirm whether the system had granted him 30% equity in Rongtou Real Estate, specifically to resolve Chao Jinlong's interference. Rongtou Real Estate, a titan among property developers across Shu Province, particularly dominant in Tianfu City, was a company Lin Chen had researched thoroughly. Thank you, Mr. Lin, truly regardless of outcome. After a few more courteous exchanges, the director hung up and slumped into his chair. Running a hospital was no simple feat. How much simpler life had been when he was merely a department head, letting taller shoulders bear the weight of collapsing skies. On his end, Lin Chen ended the call and turned to Jiang Shuai. Let's set this aside for now. We'll cook dinner first, then revisit it afterward. Gently stroking her smooth hand, he soothed her. Jiang Shuai nodded, her faith in her man unwavering. Lin Chen started the engine and drove off, amidst awestruck, envious glances. Mom, we're home. Jiang Shuowei burst through the door, calling out cheerfully. Lin Chen followed closely. The interior remained opulent. Jiang Shuowei's family was far from impoverished. Her father Jiang Haitao earned 8 or 900,000 yuan annually managing construction projects, albeit at great personal cost. Jiang Min emerged from the bedroom freshly changed and speaking on the phone. Seeing her mother engaged, Jiang Shuowei fell silent. What? You've already reached the airport. But your father is perfectly fine. How did you hear? She ended the call. Shuowei, your younger brother boarded his flight just now. He'll be back tomorrow morning. Jiang Min said, her eyes softening with relief. My brother. Didn't we agree not to tell him? Jiang Shuowei murmured faintly reproachful. I didn't inform him. It was your uncle. He feared your father might pass before your brother could see him one last time. Her voice trembled, tears welling again. It's all right, Mom. It's all right. Dad's safe now. Let's choose joy instead. Jiang Shuowei blinked back tears and embraced her mother tenderly. Yes, your father is safe. Jiang Min managed a fragile smile, then turned to Lin Chen. Lin, thank you, truly, for coming all this way. No trouble at all, Auntie. Shuowei is my girlfriend. This is only natural. Lin Chen replied earnestly. Jiang Shuowei recounted Chao Jinlong's media campaign against Jintang County's First People's Hospital, primarily to deepen her mother's favorable impression of Lin Chen. Lin Chen recognized her intent and felt quietly moved. Jiang Min's face flushed with anger upon hearing the tale. That Chao Jinlong is a conceited scoundrel. Lin, if within your power, please aid the hospital. This entire crisis unfolded solely to save Lao Jiang. Consider this a humble request from your aunt. Auntie, you honor me too greatly. I swear I'll resolve it. Lin Chen declared resolutely. If necessary, he'd activate his connections at Tencent. Surely such a minor matter would yield to decisive intervention. After all, this was his future mother-in-law's first plea. All right. Jiang Min's eyes towards Lin Chen grew increasingly satisfied. He had money, was handsome, and treated Shuowei well. By the way, Annie, I also brought some supplements. Lin Chen said as he took out the supplements he bought before coming to Jintang along with a few soft items. I wonder if Uncle smokes. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh dear, this kid, why bring things when you come over? On the surface, Jiang Min appeared somewhat reproachful, but internally, she was quite pleased. Jiang Shuowei was also very happy. Although they had only been dating for a few days, she had already decided on Lin Chen. Lin Chen made Jiang Min happy, naturally passing a crucial test. The opinions of her father and younger brother were not important, which meant Lin Chen was almost recognized as their future son-in-law. It's fine, Annie, you'll go cook now. Chen, let me help you. Jiang Shuowei said cheerfully as she pulled Lin Chen into. Jiang Min helplessly shook her head at the affectionate display of the young couple. She had always worried whether Jiang Shuowei was interested in boys, as she had shown no interest at all growing up. Unexpectedly, a significant boyfriend appeared out of nowhere in her home. Chen, I can tell my mom is very satisfied with you. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling like crescent. Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuowei's head. Of course your boyfriend is loved by everyone. Lin Chen proudly. Narcissist. Jiang Shuowei laughed and playfully slapped Lin Chen's arm. After the teasing, it was time to get down to business. Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. Jiang Shuowei assisted from the side. She had hardly ever been in the kitchen. Washing chives nearly turned them into chive juice, and peeling potatoes almost took off the flesh. Startled, Lin Chen shooed Jiang Shuowei out of the kitchen. Jiang Shuowei stuck out her tongue and made a face at Lin Chen from outside the kitchen. At this moment, only Lin Chen remained in the kitchen, taking a deep breath as he prepared to showcase his skills. An hour later, the three sat at the dining table. Wow, Chen, you did a great job. It looks so appetizing. Jiang Shuowei looked at the table full of delicious dishes, her mouth watering. Not bad at all. Lin must often cook at home. Jiang Min smiled at Lin Chen. She felt her daughter had struck gold. A man who could cook was quite rare these days. In the past, Jiang Shuowei had often accompanied her parents into the kitchen, but without exception they were chased out by a frowning Jiang dad and Jiang mom. This girl could turn the kitchen into a disaster in just a few minutes. Thus the couple had a firm requirement for their son-in-law: he must know how to cook. After all, they couldn't rely on takeout every day. I learned a bit from my grandparents in the countryside. Andy, please try it, and see if it suits your taste. Lin Chen smiled. All right, Jiang Min said as she picked up a piece of boiled pork. Not bad. Lin, your cooking skills can compete with those of professional chefs. Jiang Min praised enthusiastically. As long as you like it, Annie. Lin Chen felt relieved upon hearing this. Mom, is it really that good? Jiang Shuowei asked skeptically as she also picked up a piece to taste. Wow. Impressive, Chen. I hereby appoint you as my personal chef. Jiang Shuowei said as she devoured her food without any ladylike demeanor. Jiang Min tapped Jiang Shuowei's head. Mind your image. Jiang Shuowei then behaved herself. Lin Chen chuckled only to receive a fierce glare from Jiang Shuowei. After the meal, Jiang Min hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to speak up. Lin, Auntie is quite satisfied with you, but your family situation is not ordinary. Have you mentioned Shuowei to your parents? Jiang Min thought for a while before deciding to bring it up. After all, Lin Chen's family must be quite wealthy, and if Lin Chen's parents did not approve of her daughter, wouldn't that lead to trouble? Jiang Shuawei also put down her chopsticks as she had thought about this issue too. Auntie, our family isn't as wealthy as you think. My parents are just ordinary workers, and they are quite easygoing. Since Shuawei and I have only been together for a short time, I haven't mentioned it to my parents yet. However, I will tell them in a few. Lin Chen added, is that possible? The car you drive is worth nearly 100 million, right? Jiang Min looked at Lin Chen suspiciously. Really, Annie, I worked hard for all of this myself. I can't go into details, but my parents still don't know that I'm very— Lin Chen explained. I've heard Ah Chen mention that. Jiang Shuawei also nodded at Jiang Min. Jiang Min was still quite skeptical. Lin Chen seemed to be about the same age as her daughter. How could he afford to drive a car worth 100 million just by himself? Not to mention his other assets. Is this some kind of science fiction story? Don't worry, Auntie, I will treat Shuawei well and won't let her suffer. Lin Chen gently looked at Jiang Shuawei, took her small hand, then firmly looked at Jiang Min and said, all right. Jiang Min could only nod. Everything would wait until Lin Chen spoke to his parents before making a decision. She stood up to prepare to clear the dishes. No, Annie, let me do it. Lin Chen quickly got up to stop Jiang Min's actions. How can that be? You are a guest, and it's already very embarrassing to have you cook. It's fine, Mom, just let Lin Chen do it, otherwise he won't feel at ease. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. All right then, thank you for your hard work, Shaolin. Jiang Min thought for a moment and smiled helplessly. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei finished washing up, Shaolin, you can stay in Zuwei's younger brother's room. I've already changed the sheets and covers to new ones. Jiang Min said, holding the dirty sheets as she looked at the two coming out of the kitchen. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Min smiled and waved her hand. Mom, you should go rest, you've been busy all day. Jiang Shuawei was worried that Jiang Min might not be able to handle it. After all, after a full day of hustle, her mood was like a roller coaster, feeling exhausted both mentally and physically. She felt the same way. All right, take good care of Shaolin, I'll go rest first. After finishing, Jiang Min specifically gave Jiang Shuawei a warning look, indicating not to do anything outrageous. Fearing Jiang Shuawei might not understand, she even called her. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled, but figured it was normal for the mother and daughter to have a private conversation. So he sat on the sofa and took out his phone. Boss, what's the situation over there? What happened? Do you need us to help? Let us know if there's anything. These were messages from Chen Xiao and the others. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart and replied one by one. Director Lin, I've gathered some information about the penguin for you to take a look. This was from Lu Hai. There were also messages from Ma Teng and Lu Shu. Meanwhile, in the room, the mother and daughter were having a chat. Mom, why did you call me in? What's so secretive? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. Jiang Min rubbed her forehead, knowing her silly daughter was useless except for her good grades. I think Shaolin is indeed a good kid, but you must pay attention to the boundaries in your relationship. If you do, you must take proper safety measures. Jiang Min was quite open-minded. It was normal for young people to date and sleep together, but they absolutely could not get pregnant. Getting pregnant before marriage is extremely irresponsible. Mom, what are you saying? Jiang Zuwei's face instantly flushed crimson as she covered her burning cheeks with both hands. Awaken and I aren't at that stage yet. In any case, you must remember to take protective measures in the future. After saying this, Jiang Min ushered Jiang Shuawei out of the bedroom. What's wrong with you? Lin Chen asked, puzzled as he looked at Jiang Shuawei, whose face was flushed and whose gaze toward him seemed somewhat peculiar. Nothing. I'm going to take a shower first. Jiang Shuawei dared not even meet Lin Chen's eyes, lowering her head and fleeing in panic. Lin Chen was left utterly bewildered. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Lin Chen couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He feigned a serious expression while looking at the documents Lu Hai had sent on his phone, but his eyes kept darting toward the bathroom door. Finally, the water stopped and the bathroom door opened. Awaken, come in. Let me show you which face towel is mine. Jiang Shuawei emerged in a pink pajama set. The sight of her beauty fresh from the bath stirred an uncontrollable restlessness in Lin Chen. Little Lin Chen, stay calm. You're at your mother-in-law's place. Lin Chen took a few deep breaths, then rose and walked toward the bath. Awaken, this pink towel is mine, and the one below is for drying feet. As Jiang Shuawei spoke, she began to sense something amiss. Awaken, are you listening to me? Only then did Lin Chen tear his gaze away from Jiang Zuwei's pale, shapely legs. He swallowed hard. I am listening. Jiang Shuawei felt a secret thrill, knowing Lin Chen had been stealing glances at her. I'll head back to sleep now. I have to get up early tomorrow to pick up my little brother. Just as Jiang Shuawei was about to leave, Lin Chen grabbed her arm. Jiang Shuawei knew what was coming as she closed her eyes tightly, and then her lips were sealed. After a long moment, their lips parted. Mom is home. What if she finds out? Jiang Shuawei panted slightly, her face red with displeasure. It's fine. Mom knows we're dating. Lin Chen gently brushed a few strands of hair from Jiang Zuwei's cheek, smiling softly. Who's your mom? Nothing's set in stone yet. You'll be mine sooner or later. Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuawei into a possessive embrace, his hands involuntarily beginning to wander. I'm going back to sleep. Just as Lin Chen's hand was about to reach the peak, Jiang Shuawei panicked and fled. As she left, seeming afraid Lin Chen might be upset, she hesitated and turned back. Aiken, when I'm ready, With that she fled in a fluster. Lin Chen savored the lingering softness beneath his hand. He shook his head, dismissed further thoughts, took a shower, and returned to Jiang Zuwei's brother's bedroom. Lying in bed, Lin Chen chatted with Jiang Xuewei for a while before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, still immersed in dreams, he felt a pair of delicate little hands playfully groping his face. Opening his eyes, he met Jiang Zuwei's exquisite face. At some point, she had sneaked into the room. "You're a..." Jiang Xuewei was startled and awkwardly put some distance between them. Lin Chen nodded slightly. "Then hurry up and wash up. After breakfast, come with me to pick up my little brother." Jiang Xuewei pecked Lin Chen lightly on the cheek, then smiled, and left the bedroom. Lin Chen shook his head, helplessly got up, folded the quilt, and followed her out. "Xiao Lin, you're awake. Go wash up quickly. Annie has made some porridge. After you eat, go pick up Zoe's brother. They'll head to the hospital first," Jiang Min said with a smile. "Okay, Annie." Lin Chen went to the bathroom, washed up, finished breakfast, and then left the house with Jiang Xuewei. "Aiken, how will the three of us sit when we pick up Jiang Lei?" Jiang Xuewei asked. Jiang Lei was Jiang Zuwei's younger brother, who had been studying abroad, but flew back overnight after learning about Jiang Haitao's situation. Indeed, Jiang Min needed the car to go to the hospital, and his Veneno was only a two-seater. Lin Chen felt a headache coming on. He regretted not buying a car with more space. Just then a phone call came in. "Is this Mr. Lin Chen?" "Yes, speaking." "Hello, Chairman Lin. I'm from Rongtou Land. You can call me Xiao Huang. Since you acquired 30 of Rongtis shares yesterday, may I ask when you'll come by the company to take a look?" "I should have time today. I have some things to attend to now, so I'll hang up." "Understood. Sorry to disturb you." After hanging up, Jiang Xuewei stared at Lin Chen. "You acquired 30 of Rongtou Land. Yeah, do you know the company?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "Yes, my dad often takes orders from Rongtou Land," Jiang Xuewei explained. Since her father was the head of an engineering team, she knew a bit about it. What a coincidence. When Uncle Jiang recovers, he'll talk to Rongtou Land about it. Though Lin Chen didn't say it outright, Jiang Xuewei understood his meaning. She happily hugged him and gave him a kiss. "Thank you, Aiken. Let's go pick up your brother first. The plane is about to land." Lin Chen decided to head to the airport first. Lin Chen drove Jiang Xuewei for over an hour before arriving at Suzhou Airport. As one of the busiest airports in the country, the outside was filled with luxury cars. Lin Chen spotted many sports cars like Maseratis, Porsches, and Lamborghinis. But when his car pulled up outside the airport, it caused a small stir. This wasn't like some small town where people knew it was a sports car, but had no idea of its value. This was Suzhou Airport, full of wealthy second-generation heirs. Whoa, am I seeing things? Is that a Veneno? Impressive. I think there are only 9 soft-top versions worldwide. The corruption of capitalism. After parking, the exclamations from the crowd didn't faze the two. As Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei got out, a few security guards jogged over. "So well, keep an eye on your car. Thanks for the trouble." Lin Chen nodded and led Jiang Xuewei into the airport. Inside Suzhou International Airport, the crowd surged. After waiting a while, Jiang Xuewei pointed at a young man dragging a suitcase, dressed in a pure white shirt, looking like an innocent college student. "My brother's here." Jiang Xuewei called out happily and waved at the young man. He noticed her and walked straight, but as he looked at Lin Chen beside his sister, his eyes held a hint of confusion. "Sis, how's Dad?" Jiang Lei asked anxiously as soon as he approached. "Dad's fine now. Don't worry," Jiang Xuewei said with a smile. Jiang Lei let out a clear sigh of relief. Having been on the plane for 11 or 12 hours, he had been constantly thinking about it and hadn't rested well. Then he turned to Lin Chen. "And this is A." Lin Chen graciously extended his hand, a smile adorning his face. "Hello, my name is Lin Chen, your future brother-in-law." Jiang Lei reached out and shook Lin Chen's hand in response. "I am Jiang Lei. It won't be easy for you to become my brother-in-law." Jiang Lei assessed Lin Chen, finding a good first impression. His attire and demeanor clearly indicated wealth, and he exuded a commendable aura. Having passed the family assessment, it was now time to evaluate his character. What if he turned out to be a dandy playboy? Wouldn't that put his sister in danger? All right, let's hurry up," Jiang Xuewei urged. She was eager to visit the hospital to check on her father's condition. Jiang Lei, also concerned about his father, inquired, "How are we getting back?" Lin Chen was momentarily at a loss, but then a light bulb went off in his head. "Xiao Lei, do you have a driver's license?" "I haven't acknowledged you as my brother-in-law yet. Call me Jiang Lei." "Yes, I have a license, so what?" Jiang Lei was somewhat puzzled, unsure of why Lin Chen was asking him about his driver's license. "Do you have it with you?" "Yes, I do." Jiang Lei was still confused. Even Jiang Xuewei wore a puzzled expression. "Chen, why are you asking this? Isn't my car only able to seat 2 people? Can't I just buy another car? It can also serve as a gift for my little brother-in-law," Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Lei was left dumbfounded by this revelation. A car as a meeting gift from a brother-in-law he just met? No need. Who gives a car as a meeting gift? Jiang Xuewei quickly intervened. Just because he's wealthy doesn't mean he can throw money around like that. Jiang Lei initially doubted whether Lin Chen was boasting, but hearing his sister say that confirmed Lin Chen's capabilities. He understood his sister well. "It's nothing. How much can a car really cost?" Lin Chen replied dismissively, then turned to Jiang Lei. "Jiang Lei, what kind of car do you like?" Jiang Shuawei, unable to argue with Lin Chen, relented. Brother-in-law, just call me Xiao Lei. I like Mercedes. At that moment, Zhang Lei was extremely pleased with his brother-in-law. His sister was impressive, going off to college and coming back with such a wealthy husband. Lin Chen smiled slightly, finding this little brother-in-law quite interesting. Alright, then open your phone and see if there's a nearby Mercedes dealership. Add me as a friend and share the location with me, and we'll head straight over. But you need to take a taxi, and my car can only seat 2 people, Lin Chen said, while pulling out his phone to add Zhang Lei's. Sure thing, brother-in-law. Zhang Lei replied happily, then eagerly took out his phone to begin searching. Soon he found a nearby Mercedes dealership and shared the location with Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the address displayed on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Then the 3 of them walked out of the Suzhou airport together. Once outside the airport, Lin Chen looked at the neatly parked taxis and turned to Zhang Lei, saying, Xiao Lei, you take a taxi first. Your sister and I will go to the parking lot to get the car. Zhang Lei happily accepted, responding excitedly, Sure thing, brother-in-law. A beaming smile spread across his face, unable to contain his joy. His first car in life. Seeing Zhang Lei so happy, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuawei silently followed Lin Chen toward the parking lot. In the parking lot, a security guard was assigned to look after Lin Chen's vehicle to ensure no one accidentally scratched it. Lin Chen handed the guard a pack of cigarettes as a token of appreciation. After receiving the cigarettes, the guard hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Soon after, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got into the car and drove towards the Mercedes dealership they had agreed upon. Little brother, are you planning to buy a car? Zhang Lei, sitting in the taxi, engaged in a cheerful conversation with the driver. Yes. Zhang Lei nodded with a smile. I envy you. You don't seem very old, probably still in college, right? To be so young and driving a Mercedes, you must be lucky in love. The driver couldn't help but express his admiration as he looked at Zhang Lei. Hearing the driver's words, Zhang Lei smiled faintly, but didn't respond. Before long, they arrived at the designated Mercedes dealership. After paying the fare, Zhang Lei waited by the roadside for Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen. A Lamborghini Veneno soon drove up. What the A Lamborghini? This car must be worth at least 10 million. Zhang Lei exclaimed. Still in awe, he didn't expect the car to stop right in front of him. Zhang Lei looked inside the car to see Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei seated within. Unable to resist, he stepped forward to touch the supercar, his eyes filled with envy. His last shred of doubt vanished. If he could afford a multi-million sports car, what was wrong with giving his little brother-in-law a Mercedes? Was there a problem? Absolutely not. Lin Chen parked the car inside the dealership, and immediately several Mercedes salespeople came out welcoming the 3 with broad smiles. It was no joke. Arriving at a Mercedes dealership in a Lamborghini clearly marked them as big customers. The 3 of them felt quite helpless as they were surrounded by so many salespeople. You don't need to worry about us. We'll take a look ourselves, Lin Chen said directly. The salespeople dared not say more and could only disperse. Upon learning that a few Lamborghini drivers had come to look at cars, the dealership manager hurried over to greet them. Hello, I'm the manager here. Do you have any particular models in mind? The man wore a smile full of flattery as Lin Chen looked over at Zhang Lei. Xiao Lei, which car do you like? Jiang Shuawei quickly turned to Zhang Lei, her eyes full of warning. If you dare to mention a car worth millions, just watch me deal with you. At this moment, Zhang Lei's attention was entirely on the various cars displayed in the dealership. The Mercedes E300 that I saw online looks quite nice. I really like the interior. Although Zhang Lei also liked supercars, since it was a car gifted by Lin Chen, he hesitated to express a preference for a Mercedes supercar. What if he came off as greedy? Lin Chen nodded. He had also seen the Mercedes C260 and E300 in short videos, and liked. Perhaps the videos were well shot. The lights in the interior indeed looked great. The manager, upon hearing this, promptly led the 3 to a Mercedes E300. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Mercedes E300, representing our Mercedes-Benz's excellence in land, sea, and air. The manager launched into a detailed introduction. Zhang Lei walked around the car a few times, examined the interior, and asked a few questions. Xiao Lei, what do you think? Lin Chen inquired. He glanced at his phone. It was already getting late. Brother-in-law, let's go with the E300L. Oh, I really like it. Zhang Lei nodded excitedly. Let's pay then, full cash payment, the top spec model. Lin Chen took out his Huaxiao Bank Platinum card and said to the manager. The manager's smile widened as he promptly led Lin Chen through the payment procedures. Within moments, the formalities were completed, the total amounting to just over 600,000. Lin Chen had even spent a little extra to expedite the license plate processing at the 4S dealership. Gazing at the brand new Mercedes-Benz E300L, Zhang Lei was overcome with excitement, dancing about in elation. He had never imagined that today he would truly come to own a luxury car of his own. Brother-in-law, this is such a surprise that I'm at a loss for words. Zhang Lei stammered, barely able to contain. Lin Chen patted Zhang Lei on the shoulder and said with a smile, Xiao Lei, work hard from now on. After graduation, come work at my company. This is just the beginning. Jiang Shuawei stood nearby, her heart filled with a mix of emotion and helplessness, touched by Lin Chen's generosity and care for her family, yet helpless at how quickly the money was being spent. Soon the temporary license plate was expedited and delivered. Alright, let's hurry to the hospital to see Dad. Jiang Lei eagerly slid into the driver's seat. Sis, brother-in-law, I'll take off now. Won't intrude on your romantic time. With that, Jiang Lei drove his beloved car out of the 4S dealership. Jiang Shuowei's cheeks flushed, slightly embarrassed by her younger brother's teasing. Lin Chen lovingly pinched Jiang Shuowei's cheek. Let's go too. Jiang Shuowei nodded happily and climbed into the Veneno alongside Lin Chen. As the roar of the Veneno's engine sounded, Lin Chen drove away from the Mercedes-Benz 4S dealership. Hey, do you know what kind of Lamborghini that was? One of the female salespersons said to Zhou Wei and his colleagues, her face brimming with excitement. A Lamborghini supercar. It must be worth several million at least. But judging by that one ID, say it's at least in the tens of millions. Exactly. How incredibly wealthy must one be to own a supercar worth tens of millions? We couldn't even buy one of its tires with a year's salary. Wrong. I just looked it up. That car is a Lamborghini. Only a dozen or so exist worldwide. This one is a roadster worth nearly 100 million. And I reckon to actually buy one you'd need several hundred million. What? Are you crazy? Even Fast Furious wouldn't dare film something like this. Absolutely outrageous. The salespeople stood there in utter shock. The manager who had just stepped out was filled with regret. If only he had mustered the nerve to ask for contact information earlier. After arriving at Jintang County, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei went to a nearby supermarket to buy fruit and nutritional supplements. At the hospital, upon reaching the parking lot, they saw Jiang Lei's Mercedes already there. After parking, Jiang Shuowei linked her arm with Lin Chen's and walked toward Father Zhang's ward. Father Zhang's surgery yesterday had been successful. After more than 10 hours of observation, he had been transferred to a general ward. Father Zhang was now awake, resting in his hospital bed, listening to Jiang Lei talk about his studies abroad, a broad smile on his face. Jiang Min was slicing apples beside him. Oh, Mom and Dad, my brother-in-law bought me a car? A Mercedes. Jiang Lei said excitedly. Zhang Haitao had already learned about his son-in-law from his wife, very wealthy, handsome, and treating Shuowei well. That was Jiang Min's assessment of Lin Chen. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law only grew. But Zhang Haitao felt differently. Toward this man who had plucked the cabbage he had raised for over 20 years, he harbored a vague hostility. If he wants to marry my daughter, he'll have to win me over first. Yet he had heard that Lin Chen had gone to great lengths for his surgery, even bringing in the hospital director. Perhaps he should ease up a bit. But upon hearing Jiang Lei's words, Jiang Haitao's face darkened instantly. You accepted a car from him the very first time you met. Jiang Min quickly interjected. Old Jiang, don't get worked up. You're still recovering. Then she frowned at Jiang. What were you thinking? You not only met Shaolin for the first time, but even if you were close, you shouldn't accept something so valuable. Tell me honestly, how much was that car? Jiang Lei, seeing his parents angry, grew flustered. But my brother-in-law insisted on buying it for me. He also said I can work at his company after graduation. So I want to take a salary then, okay? Jiang Lei said weakly. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei had just reached the ward's door when they overheard this exchange. Lin Chen felt quite satisfied. At least the family wasn't ungrateful. When he used to read novels, he always frowned at families who bled the protagonist dry. And Jiang Lei seemed to have good character. At least he wouldn't abuse Lin Chen's name to cause trouble. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei pushed the door open. Oh, Shaolin is here. Why did you buy so many things again? You already bought some yesterday. Jiang Min quickly put on a smile and stepped forward to take the bags from Lin Chen. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today, Lin Chen replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Haitao scrutinized Lin Chen carefully. He had to admit the young man gave a very good impression, and he was quite satisfied. Hello, uncle. My name is Lin Chen, and I'm Shuowei's boyfriend. Lin Chen shed his usual bravado and stood respectfully before the bed, addressing Jiang Haitao. Such a handsome young man. Come sit. Jiang Haitao smiled and gestured to the stool beside the bed. Lin Chen quickly walked over and sat down. Dad, have you forgotten your daughter already? Jiang Shuowei crouched by the bed, playfully whining. Oh, my fault, my fault. How could I ever forget my precious girl? Jiang Haitao was beaming. A total doting father. Jiang Lei pouted. When I came back, you weren't like that. After chatting for a while, they finally remembered Lin Chen. Dad, how do you like the son-in-law I picked for you? Not bad, right? Jiang Shuowei said with a playful smile. Lin Chen instinctively straightened his back. Not bad, not bad. Jiang Haitao nodded perfunctorily. Shaolin, why did you buy a car for Jiang Lei? It's far too generous. We should pay you back. Jiang Min spoke up. Their family was upper middle class, earning about 800,000 or 900,000 a year, so paying 600,000 was no problem. It's fine, auntie and uncle. Xiao Lei is Shuowei's brother, which makes him my brother too. Why shouldn't I buy my own brother? Besides, this amount of money is nothing to me, Lin Chen quickly added. Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao fell silent. They had to admit his words were tactfully phrased. If they refused, it would imply that Jiang Lei wasn't Lin Chen's brother, and by extension that Lin Chen and their daughter wouldn't end up together. So Jiang Haitao and Jiang Min had no choice but to let it go. Mr. Lin, I heard you arrived, so I came right over to take a look. The dean suddenly appeared at the door, smiling as he looked into the room. Dean, what brings you here? Come, sit down. Jiang Min hurriedly got up to bring a stool over. No, I'm mainly here to check on the patient's condition and to discuss something with Mr. Lin. The dean quickly waved his hand. Lin Chen realized that the reason for his visit was not just to check on the patient, but to seek his assistance. The dean examined Jiang Haitao's physical condition, said some vague remarks, and then turned to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, do you have some time? Shall we chat in my office for a while? The dean looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. Lin Chen calmly nodded. Uncle Andy, since the dean has something to discuss with me, you'll head over first. Lin Chen smiled as he spoke. All right, little Lin, you go ahead, the important matters come first. Jiang Min quickly said. Jiang Haitao also waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen to go about his business. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei before following the dean out of the ward. As soon as they left the ward, Jiang Haitao couldn't help but ask, what does the dean want with little Lin? Jiang Min sighed, and then explained the whole matter to Jiang Haitao and Jiang Lei. I can't believe such a thing happened. How shameless can this Chow be? How dare he make false accusations and smear the hospital? Jiang Lei's anger flared up immediately. Being a young man, he was easily fired up and wished he could find Chow Jinlong and beat him up. Jiang Haitao also had a gloomy and fearful expression. If it weren't for Dr. Lin, perhaps he wouldn't have made it in time for the rescue. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already arrived at the dean's office. Where's Dr. Lin? I haven't seen him today. Lin Chen looked at the dean with a hint of curiosity in his eye. Well, Mr. Lin, you know the online public opinion is really overwhelming, so we had to temporarily suspend Dr. Lin. The dean seemed a bit embarrassed to say this, stammering as he spoke. Lin Chen's expression turned sour. Lin Yi was essentially the savior of his father-in-law. Now, despite Lin Yi's actions being entirely justified, he was suspended. Thinking of this, Lin Chen looked at the dean with a trace of disdain in his eyes. This dean is inadequate. His first impression yesterday was quite good, but now it seems he's quite the opposite. Wait, let me make a phone call first. Lin Chen's tone was very calm. All right, Mr. Lin. Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed the number from that day. Hello, this is Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Xiao Huang. Are you coming over? A young woman's respectful voice came from the other end of the line. Not yet. Do we have business dealings with a construction materials boss named Chow Jinlong? Please hold on, Mr. Lin'll check. A sound of keyboard typing came from the other end. Yes, Mr. Lin. It's a local construction materials company in Jintang County, called Jinlong Construction Materials. Is this the person you're referring to? Lin Chen thought to himself, indeed, it seems I can still grasp the system's patterns. Yes, that's right. Do I have the authority to terminate our business dealings with them? Of course, Mr. Lin. This Jinlong Construction Materials is just a small company and doesn't bring significant business to us. Then just notify him directly, tell him it was my decision. If he wants to continue cooperating, let him know I'm the son-in-law of that patient from the county hospital. All right, Mr. Lin'll arrange that right away. Beep, beep, beep. Just wait, that Chow Jinlong will soon come to apologize. For now, I'll head back to the ward. After saying this, Lin Chen walked toward the door. By the way, let Lin Yi come back to work. He left that remark and directly exited the office. Upon hearing that the situation was nearly resolved, the dean felt a sense of relief. He then cheerfully called Dr. Lin. Lin Yi, you can come back to work now. After the incident yesterday, Chow Jinlong had transferred hospitals and had just undergone surgery last night. He was now in the postoperative recovery period. Chow Jinlong looked at the comments section of the short video on his phone, which was filled with attacks on the First People's Hospital of Jintang County, and a smug smile appeared on his face. Does a mere small doctor think he can challenge me? Just wait and see how I won't let you off. Indeed, he is the boss. His methods are truly remarkable. The younger brothers sitting beside Chow Jinlong flattered him, making him feel a bit high and mighty. It's just a pity about that woman. I haven't had the chance to enjoy such high quality yet. Chow Jinlong said, swallowing. He felt even more disgusted with Lin Yi, who had ruined his good plans. Just then the phone on the bedside rang. Chow Jinlong collected his thoughts and answered the phone. Is this the boss of Jinlong Construction Materials, Chow Jinlong? Yes, that's me. Who are you? I am Huang Wei, the general manager of Rongtou Real Estate. Chow Jinlong's tone instantly became much more respectful, and he straightened his back. Hello, Manager Huang. May I ask if this is regarding a business collaboration? Yes, but I'm calling to inform you that this collaboration is off. Chow Jinlong immediately became anxious. Why, Manager Huang? How can you just say it's off? Didn't we agree to discuss it in a few days? I'm afraid it can't be discussed anymore. May I ask if Boss Chow offended someone at the county hospital? Huang Wei's voice struck Chow Jinlong like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. Offended someone at the county hospital? Was it that patient who needed surgery? It didn't seem so. That woman nearly knelt before him, clearly not someone with connections. The county hospital dean. That didn't seem right either. How could a county hospital dean have connections to reach the general manager of Rongtou Real Estate? Moreover, from Huang Wei's tone, the person behind this was clearly someone even Huang Wei couldn't offend. It seems I did offend someone. Chow Jinlong couldn't recall who he had offended and could only answer stiffly. If it weren't for the fact that this business deal was crucial for him, and considering Rongtou Real Estate's high standing in the construction industry in Tianfu City, and even the entire Shuzhou, he would have thought about quitting. That's right. If you want to continue collaborating, you should find that patient you offended that day. Upon hearing that it was related to that patient from that day, Chao Jinlong was dumbfounded and cautiously asked, "Manager, Huang, may I ask who that person is?" Huang Wei on the other end fell silent for a moment. The new major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Meanwhile, Chao Jinlong's face turned ashen. He had offended the major boss of Rongtou Real Estate. Chao Jinlong wished he could slap himself twice. It could be said that as long as that person uttered a few words, Chao Jinlong would have no choice but to quietly await his company's bankruptcy. The few underlings, seeing Chao Jinlong's grim expression, quickly asked with concern, "Are you all right, boss? Want me to call a doctor? Call your grandmother. Get me discharged immediately, then take me to the county people's hospital." Chao Jinlong cursed loudly. The underlings were baffled by the scolding, but still followed Chao Jinlong's orders. Within minutes of their departure, several doctors rushed over with hurried footsteps. "Mr. Chao, you just underwent surgery last night. You can't be discharged yet," one of the doctors advised. "I must leave today," Chao Jinlong replied rudely. Despite the doctor's repeated persuasion, it was futile, and they even endured a string of curses from Chao Jinlong. Left with no choice, the doctors had Chao Jinlong sign a liability release and processed his discharge. Soon the underlings drove Chao Jinlong to Jintang County First People's Hospital. At the hospital entrance, several doctors and nurses glanced at him with surprise, and then walked away with clear disgust. Chao Jinlong felt a pang of embarrassment. Fortunately, the underlings quickly located the dean's office, and they wheeled Chao Jinlong straight there. "Monkey, knock on the door." Chao Jinlong gestured toward the door. The underling nicknamed Monkey chuckled, and with a loud bang the office door flew open. The dean, startled from his work, looked up to see Chao Jinlong. Behind him stood several burly men. Trembling with fear, the dean grabbed the phone and dialed security. "Someone's causing trouble in the dean's office. Bring more people." The dean's voice quivered. Hadn't Mr.Lin said everything was settled? Why had Chao Jinlong shown up with thugs banging on his door? Chao Jinlong stared in disbelief at Monkey's antics. He gave Monkey a kick, but the movement aggravated his wound, leaving him speechless with pain. A sharp hiss escaped his lips. Monkey, puzzled by the kick, saw his boss, doubled over, and assumed he hadn't done well. "Fing, old man, who told you to call it?" Monkey's eyes blazed as he advanced menacingly toward the dean. Don't come closer. This is against the law. Let's talk this out. No violence." The dean collapsed into his chair, shrinking back in terror. Meanwhile, the underlings behind Chao Jinlong burst into laughter. Seeing the situation escalate, Chao Jinlong forced himself upright and roared, "Monkey, are you out of your mind? I told you to knock and you kicked the door. And now what the hell are you doing?" The laughter behind him died instantly. Monkey stood dumbfounded. Huh. Then it dawned on him. "Sorry, Dean, my apologies." He backed out with an ingratiating smile, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Chao Jinlong and his men were stunned by Monkey's chain of blunders. "What do you think you're doing?" Chao Jinlong ground his teeth, barely containing his fury. "Huh. Boss, didn't you say to knock?" At that moment, Chao Jinlong deeply regretted taking this idiot under his wing. "Forget it, I'll handle it myself." He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Knock, knock, knock. Dean, I need to talk to you about something important." Inside, the dean had just relaxed. The knocking sent his heart racing again. Fortunately, the security team arrived, followed by a crowd of curious doctors and nurses. "What do you think you're doing?" Several security guards in protective gear demanded, having seen from the surveillance footage someone kick open the dean's door. Why, after coming upstairs, were these men now behaving and knocking? Truly bizarre. The dean, hearing the security team's voices at the door, finally felt genuine relief, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "We're not doing anything. We just wanted to discuss something with the dean." Chao Jinlong had already mentally cursed Monkey's ancestors for 18 generations. The other underlings nodded in agreement. "Hey, isn't that the guy who slandered our hospital online?" "Yeah, it's him. He's definitely here to cause trouble. I think I heard a loud bang earlier." Hearing the surrounding doctors and nurses, the security guards' expressions turned hostile. By then, the dean had composed himself and opened the door. "Mr. Chao, do you realize this counts as a fray? You could end up in jail." The dean, standing beside the security guards with their equipment, shouted angrily. "My sincere apologies, Dean. I truly meant no harm. I came to resolve the online rumors. But my brother here is a bit slow. He offended you and I apologize on his behalf." With that, Chao Jinlong bowed his head from his wheelchair. Seeing their boss apologize, the underlings also bowed. "We're sorry." The crowd was surprised by their attitude. Were they really here to fix the public opinion? After a moment's hesitation, the dean decided resolving the hospital's reputation was paramount. "All right, but you come in alone. Have your friends wait at the hospital entrance." The dean considered safety paramount. "You heard the dean. All of you wait downstairs for me." Chao Jinlong barked at his men. "But boss, can you manage right after surgery?" Monkey pointed at Chao Jinlong's abdomen. "They'll have hospital staff escort you to the entrance," the dean quickly added. "You heard him. Get downstairs." Chao Jinlong urged, growing uncomfortable with all eyes on him, like a zoo animal. The thought made his teeth ache. Damn that monkey. The underlings reluctantly left the building and waited outside. Several security guards kept a close watch on them. After the dean dismissed the doctors and nurses, he asked Mr. Chow, what do you propose we do about this? Dean Il recorded a clarification video immediately explaining the whole truth. I won't cause any trouble for the hospital, Chow Jin-long declared righteously. But Dean, could I ask which ward the family of the patient I operated on yesterday is in? So Mr. Lin had indeed intervened. The dean silently admired him. The fact that even a local thug like Chow Jin-long with considerable influence had been subdued spoke volumes about Mr. Lin's background. The director hesitated for a moment, then said, in Ward 302, but you must not cause any trouble. Chow Jin-long nodded quickly. Director, rest assured, I absolutely won't cause trouble. I just want to apologize in person. The director looked at him with skepticism, but still said, all right, after you finish recording the clarification video, go over quickly. Don't take too long. Chow Jin-long agreed, and quickly recorded the clarification video, posting it online. Then under the director's arrangement, a nurse pushed him to the door of Ward 302. Chow Jin-long took a deep breath, then knocked on the door and maneuvered the wheelchair to enter. Inside the ward, Lin Chen was at that moment being questioned by Jiang Haitao. Questions about his relationship status, whether his feelings for his daughter Shuwei were sincere, and so on. This made Lin Chen extremely distressed as questions came one after another. There was no end to answering, no end at all. And just then Chow Jin-long entered sitting in a wheelchair. Jiang Haitao was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, Jiang Min spoke with a furious expression. What are you doing here? We don't welcome you. Get out. Do you know that if you had delayed any longer, my husband would have been beyond saving? Jiang Min shouted angrily at Chow Jin-long, her expression extremely agitated. Jiang Lei knew who he was the moment he heard him. Immediately his blood boiled and he clenched his fists ready to hit Chow Jin-long, cursing under his breath. FCK, you bastard, dare to come here. They'll beat you to death. This scene startled Chow Jin-long, and he instinctively raised his hand to block. Jiang Shuwei quickly grabbed Jiang Lei. Xiao Lei, don't be impulsive. Hitting someone will land you in jail. Lin Chen also hurried over to block the somewhat out-of-control Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei harbored deep hatred for this man, who had nearly caused him to lose his father. Enough, Jiang Haitao scolded, and upon hearing his father's words, Jiang Lei finally calmed down. However, the look he shot at Chow Jin-long was still fierce. Jiang Lei had always been exceptionally good at fighting, a skill he had honed in order to protect Jiang Shuwei. Jiang Shuwei had been exceptionally beautiful since childhood, admired by many boys, and also attracting the attention of many school troublemakers. One year he was in the first year of middle school, and Jiang Shuwei was in the third year. After school, he planned to wait for Jiang Shuwei to go home together. But when he arrived at her classroom door, he saw several boys surrounding Jiang Shuwei, cursing and swearing. Jiang Shuwei was crying and shrinking in a corner. This scene instantly made Jiang Lei's blood boil. He roared, "How dare you bully my sister?" and rushed forward, kicking one of the boys to the ground. The other boys quickly reacted and tried to pull Jiang Lei away, but Jiang Lei went berserk, subduing several of them alone and hitting them with whatever he could grab nearby. That reckless fighting style finally scared the boys. They fled with injuries all over. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei was covered in wounds with many bruises on his face, yet he grinned widely at Jiang Shuwei. "Sis, I drove those bad guys away." Jiang Shuwei rushed over and hugged Jiang Lei tightly, crying like a... Later, after returning home, as soon as Jiang Shuwei saw Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao, she broke down into loud sobs, unable to control herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei frantically tried to comfort his sister. After learning the whole story, Jiang Min lovingly held her daughter in her arms, and as she touched the bruises on her son's head, her eyes reddened. Jiang Haitao was silent for a long time. "Son, you did an excellent job. People like that deserve a good beating. No matter what happens, your dad will cover for you." Upon hearing that, Jiang Lei smiled proudly. Jiang Haitao looked at his son and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. Later, the parents of those boys came to the school to cause a fuss, and Jiang Haitao only said one sentence. "My son did well. This kind of good-for-nothing scum deserves a good beating. Whatever medical expenses, he'll pay for them." From then on, no one dared to mess with the siblings anymore. "This is a hospital. What kind of behavior is this, shouting and making a scene?" Jiang Haitao scolded in a low voice. Then he coldly looked at Chow Jin-long. "What are you here for?" Chow Jin-long finally snapped out of it and quickly explained. "I'm here today to apologize. My behavior yesterday was indeed despicable. I have recognized my own mistakes and hope to earn your forgiveness." Everyone in the ward looked astonished except Lin Chen. Jiang Haitao immediately understood the reason. "Shaolin, you handle this." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Chow Jin-long. "Do you know who I am?" Chow Jin-long looked at the boy before him, who had an extraordinary aura and was dressed head to toe in Givenchy, and he understood. This must be the main party. But he looked so young, about 18 or 19 years old. Chow Jin-long nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. "I roughly know. I'm truly sorry. I really realize my mistake. Please, a great man doesn't hold a grudge against a petty man. Forgive me just this once." Lin Chen smiled faintly and just looked at Chow Jin-long. Chow Jin-long's mind was racing at that moment. Slap yourself 10 times, and this matter is over. Uncle Jiang, what do you think? As he said this, Lin Chen turned to look at Jiang Haitao. I think that's good. Jiang Haitao also approved. At the same time, his impression of Lin Chen improved significantly. Not being soft on enemies, that was commendable. Without a bit of ruthlessness, even the most talented wouldn't go far. However, Jiang Min felt a bit sorry. Just as she was about to persuade, Jiang Lei tugged at her clothes, and she had to swallow her words. To Jiang Lei, it felt like letting him off too easily. Jiang Shuowei only watched coldly, saying nothing. Upon hearing this, Chao Jinlong's expression turned somewhat ugly. After hesitating for a long time, he finally made up his mind. Slap. 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 In this manner, he slapped himself 10 times in a row until his face was somewhat swollen. Are you satisfied with this? Chao Jinlong said quietly. That's enough. You can get out now. As for the cooperation, as long as your building materials meet the standards, I won't make things difficult for you. Lin Chen said indifferently. Thank you. Chao Jinlong bowed his head, while sitting in the wheelchair, and then withdrew from the ward. If I still think it's letting him off too easy. Jiang Lei was still indignant. Enough, this is a society governed by law. Do you want to chop off a few of his fingers? Jiang Haitao glared, and Jiang Lei's momentum softened. We have to thank Shaolin this time. If not for him, we would have caused a lot of trouble for the hospital. Jiang Min sighed emotionally. You are too kind, Andy. These are all things I should do, Lin Chen quickly said. That's right, Mom. Lin Chen is your future son-in-law. Why are you being so polite with him? Jiang Zui's face flushed slightly as she spoke boldly. Lin Chen was stunned. Could she say that now? Exactly, don't be polite with my brother-in-law. Jiang Lei also chuckled. After learning all the details and Lin Chen's methods, this younger brother-in-law was thoroughly convinced by Lin Chen. Haha, you're right. What do you think, old Jiang? Jiang Min chuckled, then turned her gaze to Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao, lying on the hospital bed, was taken aback by Jiang Min's question. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face before he forced a smile and said, Ah, yes, yes, yes. His voice carried a hint of reluctance. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zui's face lit up with joy, her smile blooming like a spring flower, instantly illuminating the entire ward. Her affectionate gaze shifted to Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with undisguised love. Lin Chen was taken aback, silently astonished. Had he really succeeded in winning her over so easily? This wasn't so hard after all. Just then the ward door slowly pushed open again. Oh Dr. Lin, we finally get to see you. Our family wanted to thank you in person. The one who entered was Lin Yi. No need to be so polite, ma'am. I just came to check on your husband's condition, Lin Yi said with a smile, discreetly sizing up Lin Chen. He thought to himself, so it was him who helped me get my position back. Jiang Haitao perked up upon hearing this. This was his savior. Dr. Lin, you saved my life. I'm so grateful. Jiang Haitao's voice was filled with gratitude as he tightly gripped the doctor's hand, his eyes slightly reddened. Lin Yi examined Jiang Haitao's recovery progress, while saying, It's my duty. As a doctor, I cannot stand by and watch a life slip away before my eyes. His expression was focused and earnest. Even Lin Chen couldn't help but regard Lin Yi with newfound respect. Truly a fine doctor. Dr. Lin, once my father recovers, our family would like to treat you to a meal. I know doctors can't accept red envelopes, so this is the only way we can repay you. Jiang Shuowei said with heartfelt gratitude. I can't accept a meal either, but I truly appreciate your kindness. The best reward for a doctor is a thank you and seeing a patient leave the hospital healthy. Dr. Lin said with a smile, his warmth like a spring breeze, making everyone feel immensely comforted. They could only reluctantly drop the invitation, but their eyes were filled with admiration for Lin Yi. In their hearts, Lin Yi was not only a highly skilled doctor, but also a paragon of medical ethics. Just then Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere in the ward. Lin Chen glanced at his phone. It was Chen Xiao. Damn, had forgotten about the school matter. He quickly excused himself to Jiang Min, and the others hurried out of the ward to the corridor and answered the call. Dude, boss. The instructor and the counselor are going crazy. When are you coming back? Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through the phone, his urgent tone almost piercing through the screen. Don't worry about me. They'll have someone from my company call the counselor to explain, and then I'll go talk to them later. Lin Chen remained unhurried. For him, military training. What was that? Could it compare to matters of the Penguin Group? The line went silent for a long moment before Chen Xiao's voice came through again. A listed company shareholder sure has it easy. His words carried a hint of helplessness and envy. All right, I've got things to do, Lin Chen said, and hung up. After hanging up, Lin Chen immediately called Lu Shu. Chairman Lin, what are your orders? Lu Shu's respectful, contact my counselor on behalf of the Penguin Company and tell them I need 2 days off due to an urgent company matter. He'll attend the military training the day after tomorrow. Lu Shu's expression turned peculiar on the other end, almost forgetting that this Chairman Lin, who held 10% of Penguin shares, was still a university freshman. Understood, Chairman Lin, Lu Shu replied. Only then did Lin Chen feel reassured. After hanging up, he took a deep breath to steady himself and returned to the ward. By then Lin Yi had already left, and only Jiang Haitao's family remained in the ward. The atmosphere was much lighter than when Chao Jinlong had come earlier. Chao Chen, I'm fine now. You and Shuawei should go back to class. Shuawei told me you're a freshman and still in military training, right? Zhang Haitao asked as Lin Chen returned. Lin Chen nodded. Then go back to school with Shuawei this afternoon. Your aunt can take care of me here. Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Shuawei, who nodded, so he agreed. All right, uncle. What about Xiaolei? Zhang Shuawei asked. I took a week off so I can hang out a bit longer. I haven't even had enough of the Mercedes-Benz E300L that my brother-in-law bought me. Zhang Lei said, nonchalantly patting his stomach. Dad, it's almost time for dinner. Rest in bed, we'll go out to eat first. Zhang Haitao couldn't help scolding. You little brat. You know I can't eat, so you're deliberately taunting me. They'll get you some porridge. Meanwhile, the tide of online public opinion was gradually shifting. Everyone watching this dramatic reversal was furious, cursing their luck. I thought you were the victim, but you're actually the perpetrator. Good thing I didn't comment earlier. I almost got fooled by this scumbag. The internet is not a lawless place. Everyone should watch what they say. I heard he almost cost an upright doctor his job. Damn bastard. Online insults poured in from all directions. Everyone unloaded on Chao Jinlong with accusations and curses filling every corner of the web. At that moment, Chao Jinlong was being driven by his underlings back to the private hospital. His face was grim and terrifying, the swollen cheek looking even more grotesque in the dim light of the car. Boss, are you sure you're okay? Your face is swollen. Did someone beat you up? Let me avenge you. Monkey asked with concern, seeing Chao Jinlong's red and swollen face. I fell while walking. If you can't keep your mouth shut, then shut up. Say one more word and get the hell out of the car. Chao Jinlong's pent-up anger finally exploded. His roar echoed in the car, startling Monkey. Seeing Chao Jinlong furious, Monkey immediately shut his mouth and dared not say another word. Silence fell in the car. Bored, Monkey started scrolling through videos. But he couldn't resist speaking again. Boss, people online are calling you a bastard. If I catch them ill. At the roadside, a Mercedes-Benz commercial van slowly pulled over. The door opened, a burly man was kicked out, and the van drove off. Monkey stared at the departing van, utterly bewildered. Did I say something wrong again? At that moment, Tang Jelly, Lin Chen's academic advisor, was still racking her brains to find a way to contact Lin Chen. Throughout the morning, she had sent him countless private messages, yet they vanished like stones dropped into the sea, yielding no reply. When she dialed his phone, the only sound was the relentless tone of it being switched off. She let out a helpless sigh and was about to get up for lunch when an email landed in her inbox. What's more, this email was sent by none other than the illustrious Chia Company. Tang Jelly was filled with bewilderment, musing to herself, I haven't subscribed to any video membership recently, nor have I purchased anything from Chia. Why would they send me an email? Driven by curiosity, Tang Jelly gently clicked open the email, then rubbed her eyes and scrutinized its contents with utmost care. Dear Teacher Tang, I am from Chia Computer System Co. Ltd. Tang Jelly read aloud word by word, her voice tinged with disbelief. Lin Chen is a major shareholder of Chia Company. Tang Jelly murmured incredulously. How is that possible? He's just a freshman. Just then, Tang Jelly's phone suddenly rang. She answered it, her mind slightly dazed. Hello, may I ask what this is? Hello, is this Teacher Tang Jelly? A woman's voice came from the other end. Hello, may I ask who you are? Oh, I am the secretary of the board of directors at Chia Company. My name is Lu Shu. Did you see the email I just sent? Tang Jelly straightened her expression and quickly replied. Hello, I am Tang Jelly. I have seen the email you sent. Rest assured, I will approve Chairman Lin's leave request. Thank you, Teacher Tang. By the way, our boss prefers to keep a low profile, so we hope this matter won't be publicized. Lu Shu's gentle laughter came through the phone. No trouble at all, it's within my duties. I won't tell anyone except the school leadership. After hanging up, Tang Jelly realized she had broken out in a cold sweat from the tension. After all, this was a top executive from Chia Company. She and they were not of the same status. Speaking with such a prominent figure inevitably made her nervous. The most unbelievable part was that the student she advised was a major shareholder of Chia Company. Tang Jelly still harbored some concern, fearing that Lin Chen had hired someone to deceive her just to get leave. So she specifically searched for the website and opened it. It was indeed Chia Company. Tang Jelly felt her heart pounding wildly. She had to treat this young master with great care. She must not offend him. With that thought, she picked up her phone and gave a detailed explanation to the military training instructor and the school leadership. The school even sent someone to verify the matter, and then without further ado directly approved the leave request that Tang Jelly had submitted on behalf of Lin Chen. By now, almost all the leadership of Suzhou University knew that one of this year's freshmen was a shareholder of Chia, though they weren't sure of the exact name. Tang Jelly opened her private messages, carefully weighing every word, revising for a long time before finally sending a message to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I am aware of your situation. The school has approved your leave request, so please don't worry. Seeing the message sent successfully, Tang Jelly sank into her office chair with relief, letting out a light sigh. This was more mentally exhausting than writing a thesis. Feeling his phone vibrate, Lin Chen took it out and saw the message from Tang Jelly, a faint smile spreading across his face. It seemed that Lu Shu had already taken care of things. Thank you, Teacher Tang. No trouble at all, it's my duty. After a simple lunch near the hospital, Lin Chen and the others parted ways with Jiang Min and her family since he had in mind to visit Rongtojidi. He then left with Jiang Shuawei. The two got into the Du Yao. And my parents are really satisfied with you. And my brother too. Jiang Zuwei's face beamed with immense joy. I noticed uncle seemed a bit unhappy, Lin Chen said with a wry smile. Don't mind my dad. As long as my mom approves of you, that's what matters. Besides, my dad is satisfied too, he's just grumpy about the pig that's stealing his little cabbage. Jiang Shuawei said playfully, her big eyes sparkling, making Lin Chen swallow involuntarily. Is that so? Then I must savor the taste of the little cabbage. He leaned in and kissed her soft red lips. This time was different. After a brief moment of adjustment, Jiang Shuawei actually wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's head and launched a fierce counterattack. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then he didn't hold back, thoroughly enjoying Jiang Zuwei's initiative. They kissed, passionately reluctant to part, their breaths growing increasingly rapid. After a long while, they reluctantly released each other, their lips slightly swollen, their eyes filled with deep affection and attachment. Shuawei. Lin Chen called her name softly, his voice a little husky. Jiang Zuwei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, yet a supremely happy smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Chen. They exchanged a knowing smile, their affection palpable. Chen, how did you get leave from military training? Jiang Shuawei suddenly asked curiously. I had Xia help me request leave from the teacher, saying there was an urgent company matter that required my personal attention. Lin Chen said as he started the Du Yao sports car and slowly pulled out. That excuse is unbeatable. Who would dare deny you leave? Jiang Shuawei burst into laughter. Lin Chen opened the navigation, searched for Rongtojidi's location, and drove toward the destination with Jiang Shuawei. Lin Chen drove for nearly an hour before finally arriving at the entrance of Rongtojidi. He found a parking lot, parked the car, and stepped out, with Jiang Shuawei walking toward the towering building of Rongtojidi amid the astonished gazes of passers-by. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei entered the building of Rongtojidi together and approached the front desk. The receptionist, a young woman in her 20s dressed in professional attire, brightened at the sight of Lin Chen, but upon seeing Jiang Shuawei beside him, she felt a twinge of disappointment. You're looking for President Huang. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist asked politely. An appointment? I suppose I do. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied. May I ask your name, sir? My name is Lin Chen. The receptionist checked on the computer but found no record of. I'm sorry, sir. The receptionist was about to say she couldn't find an appointment when her eyes suddenly widened. Are you Chairman Lin Chen? The receptionist asked hesitantly. If there's no other shareholder named Lin Chen in the company, then that must be me. Lin Chen smiled calmly, his expression radiating composure and confidence. I apologize, Chairman Lin, I didn't realize it earlier. President Huang is already waiting for you in the office. Let me show you the way. The receptionist said respectfully, then cast an envious glance at Jiang Shuawei, her eyes revealing a trace of admiration for Jiang Zuwei's ability to stay by Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen nodded slightly, and together with Jiang Shuawei, he was led by the receptionist toward Huang Wei's office. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses with a scholarly demeanor walked over with unhurried steps. Lin Chen, the man called out hesitantly, his voice tinged with confusion and surprise. Hearing his name, Lin Chen looked toward the source of the voice, in surprise, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Uncle. Lin Chen was startled at first, then called out indifferently, his expression calm. Jiang Yue and the receptionist also looked over curiously. Lin Chen held no affection for this uncle. When his parents were young, they worked for his mother's uncle, that is Lin Chen's granduncle's small company. Though called a company, it was actually a small workshop with fewer than 10 people producing spring parts. They worked there for over a decade, but the staff dwindled until only Lin Chen's parents remained. Eventually, due to the environmental reforms in 2018, the small workshop closed down. That granduncle merely told Lin Chen's parents to find new jobs, and then offered no further support. The scraps and machinery from the workshop were sold for about 1 to 2 million, yet he didn't pay Lin Chen's parents any unemployment compensation. This infuriated Lin Chen's father, who said he would have sued him if not for the fact that he was his wife's uncle. Since then, the two families had no contact. The young man was named Yuan Lu. Seeing that it truly was Lin Chen, he approached with a hint of curiosity. Yuan Lu was actually Chairman Lin's uncle. It seemed Yuan Lu was about to get a promotion and raise. The receptionist looked at Yuan Lu with envy. Lin Chen, what are you doing here? I'm here to see Huang Wei. Lin Chen said calmly, his tone unruffled. You're looking for President Huang. What business does a student like you have with President Huang? Listen to your uncle. This is no place for you. Yuan Lu spoke with a tone that pretended to care for Lin Chen, yet his words carried a hint of contempt. Jiang Shuawei frowned upon hearing this. She had initially intended to greet him when Lin Chen called him uncle, but now it was clear their relationship was not good. Even the receptionist glanced at Yuan Lu in surprise, taken aback by his attitude. That's not for you to worry about, uncle. You should attend to your own affairs. Lin Chen didn't get angry, his tone was very calm, but behind that calmness seemed to lurk a barely perceptible restraint. Yuan Lu was somewhat irritated by Lin Chen's response. His expression shifted slightly, then he turned to the receptionist, abandoning all pretense. This kid says he has business with President Huang, and you actually bring him. How can you be so easily fooled? He's just a young lad fresh out of high school. If he makes President Huang unhappy, you'll be the one getting scolded. Yuan Lu's voice rose a notch, laden with obvious accusation. The receptionist was about to speak when Lin Chen, "Uncle, I don't think you have the right to interfere in my affairs." Lin Chen's face darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, a chill that seemed capable of freezing the surrounding air. It was the Yuan family that owed the Lin family, and yet Yuan Lu, who was still a blood relative, spoke and acted in a way that deliberately antagonized him at every turn. It was the Yuan family that owed the Lin family, and yet Yuan Lu, who was still a blood relative, spoke and acted in a way that deliberately antagonized him. "This is our new major shareholder of Rongtou Land, Chairman Lin Chen," the receptionist reminded Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu's smile grew even more sarcastic. "See, I told you've been fooled. Do you really think a freshman in college could be the company's major shareholder? Besides, I know his family's situation better. His parents are just low-level workers at an electronics factory." His voice was sharp and grating, each word stabbing at Lin Chen like a blade. Lin Chen's expression grew ugly. His hands clenched into tight fists, knuckles white from the force veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes blazed with fury. The one thing he could not tolerate was anyone speaking ill of his parents. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system mission. Drive the malicious relative Yuan Lu out of the company. Reward 500 million renminbi. Lin Chen took a deep breath, struggling to calm himself, and said coldly, "Yuan Lu, do you think you know me so well? Do you believe that with just one word today, I can have you fired?" Yuan Lu was unimpressed and continued to mock. Still putting on an act even at this point. At this point, the argument had drawn a crowd of onlookers. The receptionist, realizing the situation had escalated, hurried to the front desk and made a phone call. "President Huang, Chairman Lin has arrived, but there's a bit of trouble. Please come down to the first floor right away." The receptionist's voice was urgent and tense. After speaking, she ran back, worried something might happen. "Everyone listen to this. He claims to be the major shareholder of Rongtou Land. Do you think that's possible?" "Ha ha." Yuan Lu pointed at Lin Chen and laughed loudly, the echo of his laughter resounding through the empty lobby, grating on the ears. The surrounding crowd also burst into laughter. No one would believe that a boy who looked 18 or 19 could be the major shareholder of Rongtou Land. Is this how an elder should behave? That's too much. Jiang Shuowei was furious, her eyes glaring at Yuan Lu, brimming with anger. "The outfit he's wearing looks like it's all Givenchy," one of the onlookers suddenly exclaimed in surprise, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "No way. Are you sure? A single piece of Givenchy clothing costs at least several thousand, right? An entire outfit would be tens of thousands." Another person said incredulously. "Really, no mistake," that person replied firmly. "Could it be a counterfeit?" someone voiced doubt. The surrounding chatter reached Yuan Lu's ears. "I didn't know you liked wearing fakes, Lin Chen." Yuan Lu sneered again, his eyes full of contempt. He was absolutely certain that Lin Chen's clothes were fake. He knew Lin Chen's family very well. A family with a monthly income of less than 10,000, still paying off a mortgage and social insurance, and supporting a son through college. Would they be willing to spend tens of thousands on a single outfit for their son? He simply couldn't believe it. "What are you doing? You're all that idle." A woman in a professional suit with an impeccable appearance and demeanor strode over with forceful steps. Her meticulous makeup and piercing gaze inspired awe. "Oh my, how did President Huang come down? Wait a moment. Let me see the situation first." The surrounding crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers still craning their necks to watch the commotion from a distance. Seeing that the onlookers had mostly dispersed, the woman cast her sharp gaze at Lin Chen and the others. "President Huang," the front desk girl called out timidly. "President Huang, this guy came to cause trouble. I stopped him, but he still shamelessly insisted on coming to the company to see you, saying he had something." Yuan Lu, seeing that Huang Wei had arrived, looked nervous and quickly spoke. However, Huang Wei didn't even glance at him and walked straight up to Lin Chen. "Chairman Lin, you should have told me beforehand, so I could come down to welcome you," Huang Wei said with a smile, extending her hand to Lin Chen, her tone full of respect. "It's fine, no need for such trouble," Lin Chen said with a faint smile, then shook hands with Huang Wei. "She's my girlfriend, Jiang Shuowei." Huang Wei quickly shook hands with Jiang Shuowei as well. "Little sister, you're really beautiful." Huang Wei couldn't help but praise. "President Huang, you're the one full of charm." Meanwhile, Yuan Lu was stunned, dumbfounded by the scene, his heart filled with extreme fear. How could this be? Aren't my cousin and her husband working at an electronics factory now? How could Lin Chen be a major shareholder of Rongtou Real Estate? Could it be that my brother-in-law was hiding his identity? Yuan Lu quickly dismissed that possibility. Hiding his identity for nearly 20 years while working under his father was impossible. At this moment, Yuan Lu's mind was racing. So Xiao Chun is really the company's major shareholder. Ha ha ha, it seems Uncle misunderstood you. Yuan Lu gave an awkward laugh. That smile was uglier than crying, looking very forced. Only then did Huang Wei take a look at Yuan Lu. This person is Chairman Lin's relative. Then why was he making trouble for Chairman Lin? Lin Chen turned his indifferent eyes toward Yuan Lu. Yuan Lu immediately tensed up. Don't say that. Your family is too high for me to match. Xiao Chen earlier uncle was just afraid you'd be tricked by others. I said those things on impulse. Don't take it to heart. They'll come to your house and apologize in person another day. Yuan Lu said with a fawning smile. That smile was full of flattery in stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Forget it, let our two families live separately from now on, Lin Chen said, then looked at Huang Wei. President Huang, I think our company's hiring isn't strict enough. Skills can be trained later, but the character threshold must be strictly controlled. Lin Chen's voice carried a note of finality. Yes, Chairman Lin is right. They'll start working on a specific system for company recruitment. Huang Wei immediately assured. Cold sweat poured down Yuan Lu's back, soaking a large area of his clothes. He knew very well what Lin Chen's words meant. He absolutely could not lose this job. After a few more days he would become a department head. If he were fired now, all his efforts over the years would be in vain. Chun, after all, were relatives by blood. You can't be so ruthless. Isn't it enough that uncle apologizes to you? Yuan Lu looked at Lin Chen with a pleading expression. Relatives? Now you remember we're relatives by blood. Let me tell you. It's too late. Lin Chen kept a faint smile on his face as he spoke word by word. His gaze toward Yuan Lu was like looking at a clown full of contempt and mockery. Yuan Lu's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He knew he was truly finished this time. Huang Wei stepped forward and looked at the badge on Yuan Lu's chest. You're Yuan Lu, right? Go to finance immediately to settle your wages, and then process your resignation. Yuan Lu's face turned deathly pale, but he still refused to give up. Xiao Chen, this time uncle went too far. Please give me another chance. But Lin Chen didn't even want to look at him anymore. President Huang, give me a tour of the company. All right, Chairman Lin, this way. Huang Wei quickly said, then told the front desk to go back to work and led Lin Chen upstairs. Left behind, Yuan Lu realized the matter was settled, and his gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with resentment. Then Lin Chen and Zhang Yue toured Rongtou Real Estate under Huang Wei's guidance, who also briefed Lin Chen on the company's situation and future plans. Ding. Mission complete. Drive the wicked relative Yuan Lu out. Ding. 500 million renminbi has been deposited into the host's Huaxia Bank Platinum card. Ding. Bonus reward 1 billion Douyin diamonds. Issued to the host's Douyin account. It seemed Yuan Lu's resignation process was completed. But what the hell are these 1 billion Douyin diamonds? System, can they be exchanged for 100 million renminbi? Lin Chen summoned the system in his mind. Ding. No, host, this reward is a bonus. Lin Chen thought it made sense. After all, it was a freebie, so why not? Besides, a man with a system wouldn't be short of this small target. Lin Chen checked the time and saw it was getting late, so he prepared to take leave with Jiang Shuowei. President Huang, let's call it a day. I can see that Rongtou Real Estate is thriving under your management. Chairman Lin, you flatter me. This is the result of the joint efforts of all employees. Let me see you out, Chairman Lin. Jiang Shuowei had been tired for a while, yawning nonstop. But upon hearing they were about to leave, her drowsiness vanished. Who was that? So young yet received such attention from President Huang. Don't you know? That guy is our new major shareholder. Are you kidding? He doesn't look that old. So nothing we can do. Some are born in Rome, others are born as oxen and horses. Lin Chen listened to the surrounding employees' gossip and smiled faintly. Just a few days ago he was even worse off than them. Then under Huang Wei's gaze, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei got into the Duyao and drove off. Which wealthy family is Chairman Lin behind? Huang Wei murmured as she watched the receding Duyao. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu was on his way home, filled with resentment. All these years of effort were wasted. He only got a few months' severance. All because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen will make you notorious. Yuan Lu thought viciously in his heart. Then without hesitation, he took out his phone and dialed. Hello, Mom, Dad. Shuowei, what do you want for dinner? Lin Chen asked, softly glancing at Jiang Shuowei in the passenger seat. I almost forgot to tell you. Today is Weiner's birthday. She reserved a private room at the Jinxiu restaurant near the school. Why don't you come with me? Jiang Shuowei said, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated. Weren't senior sister Weiner's birthday party all girls? Wouldn't it be awkward if I showed up? No way. Several classmates are going, and Weiner specifically asked you to come. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Why would Tang Weiner specifically ask me to her birthday party? All right, he said after a moment's thought, nodding in agreement. Chen, I want a sundae. Jiang Shuowei said, her craving sparked by a little girl happily eating a strawberry sundae by the roadside. That Mishua shop, right there. Jiang Shuowei pointed happily at the Mishua store nearby. Lin Chen followed her finger, and indeed saw a Mishua outlet. Spotting a parking space by the curb, he pulled in. As they stepped out, many passers-by cast admiring glances. A prince and princess driving a Lamborghini to go shopping. That car is absolutely stunning. Both of them are incredibly good-looking. Do rich people all have such high charm? Look at the license plate. It's insane. Shu A888888. Amid the murmurs, Lin Chen remained composed, his calm and poised demeanor making him stand out even more. Only Jiang Shuowei, surprised, walked around to the back of the car to check the plate. Then she looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. Chen, when did you change the plate? It's a jackpot number. That alone must have cost a fortune. I changed it a few days ago. It cost a few tens of millions. Not too expensive. Lin Chen stroked Jiang Zuwei's hair affectionately. A few tens of millions, and you call that not expensive? No wonder you're a major shareholder in Tencent. Jiang Shuwei, still in shock, playfully stuck out her tongue at him, looking utterly adorable. Arm in arm, they walked to the Mishua store. Chen, what would you like? They'll have whatever you're having. Jiang Shuwei thought for a moment. Hello, could we have 2 large strawberry sundaes, please? Sure, that'll be 12 yuan. Scan the code here, the cashier said with a smile. Jiang Shuwei opened WeChat Pay and scanned the code. A few minutes later, the sundaes were ready. Jiang Shuwei savored hers, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Just then, a fashionably dressed woman hurried by, phone in one hand and a milk tea in the other, completely oblivious to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei ahead. The click of her high heels was rapid and erratic, as if her world revolved solely around the voice on the phone. With a sudden splash, the woman bumped into Jiang Shuwei, sending the milk tea flying and spilling all over Jiang Zuwei's clothes. The liquid spread across her outfit, leaving a dark stain, and even her hair dripped with the sticky drink. Up! Jiang Shuwei cried out, nearly dropping her sundae. Shock and anger flashed in her eyes, her joyful mood instantly shattered. Lin Chen quickly pulled out tissues and gently wiped the milk tea from Jiang Zuwei's hair, his movements tender and his gaze full of concern. Can't you walk faster? What are you dawdling for? Neither Lin Chen nor Jiang Shuwei expected the woman to have the audacity to say such a thing. Her tone bristled with impatience and blame, as if everything were their fault. Jiang Zuwei's face flushed with anger, and she forgot to even clean the stain off her clothes. You're the one who wasn't watching where you were going, and now you're trying to turn it on us. Jiang Shuwei seethed. Just apologize, and we'll let it slide. Lin Chen continued wiping Jiang Zuwei's clothes as he spoke, his voice low and firm, struggling to suppress his simmering anger. Apologize? It's just a cheap piece of clothing. I'm not exactly broke. The woman sneered, pulling out her phone to open WeChat Pay. Her face was a mask of disdain. Name your price. A few hundred for the dress, right? Let's settle this quick. I'm in a hurry. Lin Chen shook his head. It's not just the clothes. You also have to pay for her bag. Lin Chen pointed to the handbag Jiang Shuwei was carrying, the one he had bought her from the Givenchy boutique. Only then did Jiang Shuwei realize her bag had been baptized by the milk tea too. My bag. She quickly tried to wipe it with her sleeve. This bag was the first gift Lin Chen had ever given her, and it held deep sentimental value. Trying to squeeze more money out of me, huh? Clothes plus bag. 1,000 should cover it, right? The woman let out a derisive laugh. Lin Chen looked at her as if she were an idiot. This is a Givenchy bag. It cost 28,000 baht just a few days ago. You can pay 20,000 compensation. The woman's eyes widened at the price. What? 20,000? Do you take me for a fool? 2 broke people eating at Mishua, and you claim to own a bag worth over 20,000. You're running a scam. These words sparked indignation among the gathering onlookers. What's wrong with being poor? Did I spend your money? A young man couldn't help but shout. Exactly. So now I get insulted for eating a Mishua sundae, a young mother chimed in, holding her child's hand. Xiaoya, promise me you'll never become someone like that, okay? The little girl nodded earnestly. Mommy, what kind of person? She's a waste, sweetie. The mother smiled, patting her daughter's head. The little girl nodded again, not quite understanding. What an uncultured woman, the crowd muttered. The woman's face turned pale and red. Buying a fake and expecting me to pay 20,000. No way. Lin Chen wasn't angry, he just smiled mockingly. Don't want to pay? Fine, I'll call the police then. He pulled out his phone. Fine. Whoever doesn't call is a coward. Let's see how you swindlers fare in the police station. The woman was slightly shaken at the mention of the police, but bluffed bravely. Jiang Shuwei remained silent, trusting her boyfriend to handle it. She didn't believe the bag could be worth 28,000. Lin Chen gave a non-committal smile, pressed the call button, and connected. Hello, this is the police station. Hello, someone has damaged my bag worth 28,000 yuan and refuses to compensate. I'm currently in Linjiang district. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen looked at the woman, who had now begun to panic, and said indifferently, the police will be here soon. The woman pressed her lips together tightly, her eyes evasive, and she uttered not a single word. Before long, the piercing siren of the police car approached from a distance. Several officers alighted and began to assess the situation. Officers, just because I accidentally spilled my milk tea on that girl's body, they're demanding 20,000 yuan from me. I suspect they're attempting extortion. The woman remarkably regained her composure swiftly and spoke to the police with urgency, trying to defend herself, a hint of indignation coloring her face. Upon hearing this, the police officer furrowed his brows, slightly scrutinizing the scene with keen eyes before fixing his gaze on Lin Chen and asking in a stern tone, was it you who called the police? Lin Chen nodded without hesitation, his expression composed as he replied, yes, I made the call. This woman damaged my girlfriend's handbag. I purchased it, cost me 28,000 yuan just a few days ago. I have the payment receipt on my phone. I also have the invoice. Jiang Shuwei was glad she had kept the invoice, then Lin Chen had merely glanced at it and let it be. Jiang Shuwei, considering the bag's steep price, opted not to discard the invoice and instead preserved it inside the handbag. Officer, isn't the bag just stained? Couldn't a simple wipe take care of it? Exactly. Officer, forget whether this bag is genuine. It's just milk tea spilled on it. There's no damage. Why should I have to pay so much? The woman's spirits lifted at the officer's words, her voice involuntarily rising, as if she had grasped a lifeline. Officer, leather bags like this cannot come into contact with water. Once stained, they discolor. The liquid seeps inside, causing corrosion, staining, or damage to the leather. Jiang Shuowei hastily interjected to explain. Because she cherished the handbag, she had specifically researched it. After hearing Jiang Zuwei's explanation, the officer took out his phone, searched for confirmation, and then said solemnly to the woman, "In that case, you indeed owe compensation." The woman's face grew even more sullen, her brow deeply furrowed, yet she stubbornly retorted, "How do I know they're not trying to swindle me?" Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes blazing with anger and contempt. "All we've done from start to finish is demand reimbursement for reasonable losses. But instead of apologizing, you've been hurling insults at us." At this point, another officer examined the payment receipt Lin Chen had presented, confirming the handbag's value. "Madam, the evidence is clear. You need to compensate them. If you refuse, we will proceed according to relevant legal procedures." The officer's voice was firm and unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. The woman finally relented, her voice dropping. "Fine, I'll pay. But surely they can't just name any price. We can go to the boutique where the handbag was originally purchased for an appraisal," Lin Chen stated calmly. For him, the money was trivial. If the woman had simply spoken politely and apologized, the matter would have ended there. But this woman, who knows what she was made of, despite clearly being in the wrong, kept clamoring aggressively. If she didn't get a lesson, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. "We have a car. Please, officer, bring her along with us." The officer nodded and escorted the woman into the police car. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei walked toward the car, and directly opened the door to get in. No wonder they can afford a bag worth tens of thousands. Just look at this car and the license plate. Tisk TSK. The rich are different. This couple is so wealthy. Do they really need the money? Couldn't they just let her off? What does being rich have to do with it? Can't the rich uphold their rights? Besides, look at that woman's attitude. I'd do the same. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, the woman inside the police car, upon seeing that Lin Chen and his girlfriend were driving a supercar, was filled with regret. She should have just apologized earlier. Damn it. Driving a supercar, yet buying from Mishua. Talk about a wolf in sheep's clothing. Soon they arrived at the shopping mall. At the Givenchy store, the clerk immediately became extremely enthusiastic upon seeing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. These two were big spenders. Just as she was about to greet them, she noticed the police officers following behind and instantly grew nervous. Could something have gone wrong, and they were here to demand compensation? "Can you assess the damage on this handbag? It was purchased here." Without further ado, Lin Chen took the bag from Jiang Shuowei and placed it on the counter. The items inside had already been safely transferred to the car by Jiang Shuowei. Relieved, the clerk carefully took the handbag, examined it thoroughly, and said, "Sir, madam, the milk tea has indeed caused irreversible damage to this bag. Moreover, this is a limited edition, we no longer have the same model in the store." The woman's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. The officer looked at the woman and said, "Madam, the facts are now perfectly clear." Biting her lip, the woman nodded helplessly and took out her phone to transfer the money. Lin Chen had Jiang Shuowei accept the compensation and remarked, "See, that's what happens when you don't behave. A simple apology would have sufficed, but you had to speak so rudely." The woman lowered her head and murmured, "I'm sorry. I know I was wrong." All her earlier arrogance had vanished. The mere sight of that license plate had already filled her with dread. After settling the matter, the officers left. The woman slunk away dejectedly. The clerk then had a flash of it. "Would you two like to browse our other handbags? We just received several new styles yesterday," the clerk asked with a... Jiang Shuowei was about to decline, but Lin Chen had already spoken. "Oh, let me see." The clerks, "These are the latest arrivals, just in yesterday. This one would perfectly complement your girlfriend." Lin Chen glanced at the bags the clerk pointed to and found them not particularly appealing. But Jiang Zuwei's opinion mattered most. "Shuowei, what do you think?" Jiang Shuowei shook her head. "I don't really like them." The clerk grew slightly anxious. "We have other models in the store. I'm sure there's one you'll love." "No need, thank you," Jiang Shuowei said, tugging Lin Chen out of the Givenchy store. "I think it's almost time. We can come back another day to buy a bag, right?" "Wayner's birthday is more important," Jiang Shuowei said. But Lin Chen shook his head. "It's only a little past 5. Dinner can't be before 6, can it? If you don't like the bags from Givenchy, they'll take you to check out other stores." Seeing that Jiang Shuowei was about to say something else, Lin Chen said directly, "You're my girlfriend now. If others find out that even I, Lin Chen, am unwilling to buy a slightly more expensive bag for you, how would they perceive me?" Jiang Shuowei was momentarily speechless, left with no choice but to agree. "All right." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of reluctant acquiescence. Lin Chen gently ruffled Jiang Zuwei's hair. "I know you don't want me to spend so much money, but isn't it true that I earn money precisely to spend it? As long as you're happy, I'm willing to spend whatever it takes." Jiang Zuwei's eyes reddened slightly. She lifted her head and gazed at Lin Chen with deep affection, her voice choked with emotion as she said, Awaken, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. It's not that I'm unwilling to let you spend money. Oh, I just hope our relationship won't be measured by material things. But your words truly moved me deeply. Having said that, she tightly embraced Lin Chen, resting her head on his chest, and continued, I won't refuse your kindness anymore. I believe we can create many more beautiful memories together, not solely through these expensive gifts. Feeling Jiang Zui's sincere emotions, Lin Chen's heart was filled with warmth. He held her back even tighter and whispered, I will always treat you well. Trust me. Just as their lips were drawing closer, an elderly man walked by. Whoa, these youngsters. Only then did they realize they were still in the mall. You're so naughty. Jiang Zui's pretty face flushed crimson as she broke free from Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen smiled faintly and took her hand. Come on, let me take you to buy the bag. Hand in hand they strolled through the mall, and whenever their gazes met, the air was filled with sweetness and love. After wandering for a while, they walked into a Hermes boutique. Two men in suits who looked like bodyguards stood at the Hello, welcome to Hermes. A female shop assistant greeted them with a warm smile. We're here to look at bags. Certainly the bags are over here. Please follow me. The assistant led Lin Chen and Jiang Zui to a section displaying an array of women's handbags. Bags of various styles, colors, and materials dazzled the eyes. May I ask what your budget is approximately? Money is not an issue as long as my girlfriend likes it, Lin Chen said with a smile, glancing at Jiang Zui. Jiang Zui felt a bit shy. Your girlfriend is truly fortunate, the assistant remarked enviously. My boyfriend is indeed very good to me. Jiang Zui smiled, and then her eyes were drawn to the dazzling array of bags. Could you show me that one? Her gaze fixed on the cream-colored bag displayed on the top shelf. The one at the very top. Yes. Jiang Zui nodded. This is a currently popular Birkin series. The standard material version costs around 90,000, while this particular bag is made of ostrich leather and is priced at about 200,000. I need to put on gloves. Please wait a moment. The assistant explained while retrieving a pair of white cotton gloves from a lower drawer. She put them on. Then she took down the bag. Upon hearing that a single bag cost 200,000, Jiang Zui almost backed out, but recalling Lin Chen's earlier words, she decided to go with this one. Mainly because she genuinely liked it. Jiang Zui tried it on, and her eyes sparkled with unmistakable fondness. The bag complemented her aura perfectly, as if it were tailor-made for her. Well, take this one. Please wrap it up, Lin Chen said directly to the assistant. I'm sorry, sir, but this bag is a display item and is not for sale. We currently have no stock in this material. However, we do have the crocodile leather version in stock, which is priced at 459,000. If you wish to purchase the ostrich leather version, it would require waiting a few days. The female assistant explained apologetically. Is the crocodile leather bag identical in style, color, and design except for the material? Lin Chen didn't mind. A few 100,000 was nothing. He had 1 billion diamonds on Douyin. Jiang Zui didn't say she wouldn't buy it. After all, as Lin Chen's girlfriend, carrying the bag would enhance his image. Yes, sir. The assistant's face lit up with delight as she quickly replied. Then bring out the crocodile leather version for us to see. If my girlfriend likes it, I'll buy it. Certainly, sir. Before long, the assistant returned with a packaging box, walking cautiously. As soon as the box was opened, Jiang Zui was immediately captivated. There was indeed merit in high price. Even Lin Chen felt that the crocodile leather exuded an air of luxury just by its appearance. The delicate texture and exquisite craftsmanship radiated opulence and quality. Do you like it, eh? Lin Chen stroked Jiang Zui's hair and asked affectionately. I love it. Jiang Zui nodded repeatedly, her eyes shimmering with joy. Please wrap this bag for us. They'll pay by card. Lin Chen smiled at the assistant. The assistant beamed with delight. Certainly, sir. She then brought over. Lin Chen took out his platinum card from Huaxia Bank and swiped it. The assistant's gaze toward him immediately. Having worked at Hermes for years, she had never seen such a bank card before. Clearly one that was not accessible to ordinary people. After the payment went through, Jiang Zui eagerly took the bag and held it in her hand. Thank you, Awaken. Her face was radiant with happiness. I'm glad you like it, Zui. Lin Chen playfully tapped her nose. The assistant looked at Jiang Zui with eyes full of envy. Would you like the bag to be gift-wrapped? No, I'll carry it as is. Jiang Zui declined. They browsed the store a bit longer before heading out. Please take care, you too. Outside the mall, it was already 6 o'clock. Jiang Zui's phone rang. Zui, where are you? Tang Weiner's voice came through. I just finished shopping with Awaken. What's up? Oh, calling him Awaken already. Isn't that a bit sappy? Tang, what do you know? You should hurry and find a boyfriend yourself. Jiang Zui retorted with feigned annoyance. Alright, I won't keep you. We've already left the campus. You should come over too. They'll send the room number to your phone. Hearing Jiang Zui bring up that topic, Tang Weiner quickly changed the subject. Got it. After hanging up, Jiang Zui looked at Lin Chen. Let's go. Weiner and the others have already left. Lin Chen nodded, then walked with Jiang Zui toward the park. Lin Xiaoyu said to her phone, her face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Guess what I've discovered? Today, as usual, she was live streaming while wandering around when she stumbled upon an incredibly cool supercar. What did you find? Could it be two little dogs doing the deed? The above comment has truly unique taste. Stop being mysterious. Lin Xiaoyu watched the barrage of messages in the live stream, smiled faintly, and steadily aimed her camera at the Lamborghini supercar. The streamer found a super cool car? Well, isn't it awesome? Her tone carried a hint of pride. Holy, indeed cool. The design is unbeatable. This car must be expensive, right? Holy shit. Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? There's one in Tianfu City. A legendary supercar. At that moment a netizen named G Boda said, Veneno? What car? I've never heard of it. Me neither. Explanation please. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the dazzling Veneno before her, and a strong curiosity surged in her heart. She only knew the car looked cool, but she had no other information. Brother G Boda, why don't you introduce it to us? Let us broaden our knowledge. Lin Xiaoyu said with equal curiosity. After a while G Boda sent the Lamborghini Veneno was unveiled at the 2013 Geneva Motor Show. Only 13 were produced globally, 3 hardtops and 9 convertibles. At that time the hardtop cost up to 3.1 million euros, roughly 25.4 million yuan. The convertible cost 3.3 million euros, roughly 26.9 million yuan. Now this convertible is worth about a small target, 100 million yuan, a true supercar. This news instantly silenced the entire live stream for a few seconds, followed by an avalanche of furious comments on screen. Holy shit. A car worth 100 million. How colossal must one's fortune be to drive this? Useless knowledge increased again. So terrifying. Even if I work at the electronics factory until I'm exhausted, I'll never earn 100 million in it. Lin Xiaoyu was also deeply shocked by this. She looked at the car again, her eyes filled with intense longing. Suddenly she glanced at the live stream and was astonished to find the viewer count had soared from a few hundred to several. A bright idea struck her, and she quickly turned the camera on herself. Everyone, today is incredibly lucky. I actually came across a supercar worth 100 million. Forget that. I want to see the Veneno. Why is this live stream suddenly so crowded? I don't think this female streamer is that good looking. Is she auditioning for a master? Turn the camera back. Streamer, you're awesome. Give me your WeChat. Lin Xiaoyu was not at all angry at these snarky or malicious comments, her face always wearing that signature smile. Newcomers like and follow. Brothers who can afford it send some gifts. I encountered a supercar worth 100 million today and I'll show it to you soon. So damn disgusting. People would think that car is yours. Shamelessly asking. Send gifts if you can. I just joined and haven't seen the 100 million car yet. What's there to see? It's just 4 wheels. Dumb streamer. He'll report you. But soon people started sending gifts one after another. Thanks to DJ number 1 for the sports. Thanks to 8 times Scope for the carnival gift. Thanks to Chime Wang Liang for the carnival. Thanks to Beast King for 5 carnival gifts. Brother, wanna add WeChat? Lin Xiaoyu stared excitedly at the string of gift notifications, her face almost splitting with smiles. Hurry up. I've sent gifts, now let me see the car. With your looks you want my WeChat. Go look in the mirror. Streamer, hurry up, or I'll report you. Lin Xiaoyu still smiled, completely unaffected by these words. Since everyone here wants to see it, I won't keep you waiting. With that she aimed the camera back at the Lamborghini Veneno. So cool, buddy. Is this what a small target looks like? Truly a Veneno. It's rare to even see such a legend. Lin Xiaoyu looked at the Veneno, unable to suppress her impulse. She stepped forward and gently touched it. Streamer, don't touch. If your nails scratch the paint, you'll be in trouble. People like her are so handsy. If you dare sit on it, I'll send 10 carnivals immediately. Streamer, did you see? Bro, Beast King has spoken. It's up to you if you dare earn that money. Lin Xiaoyu saw the message from Beast King and began to feel tempted. After all, he had just sent 4 carnivals. He certainly seemed wealthy and reliable. 10 carnivals. That was a full 30,000 yuan. Lin Xiaoyu hesitated. The car was worth 100 million. If she sat on it and damaged it, she would not be able to pay even if she lost everything. Streamer, what are you hesitating for? How about this? If you dare, I'll send 20. Beast King spoke again. Boss is generous. Need a son. I want to support you in old age. Plus one. 20 carnivals. That was 60,000 yuan. This time Lin Xiaoyu only hesitated for a moment before making a decision. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, slowly walked to the Lamborghini Veneno, and carefully sat on the engine hood. Then she aimed the camera at herself and changed angles to prove she was indeed sitting on the Veneno. The live stream erupted with comments flying wildly. Awesome. Streamer, you're so brave. 666, it doing this for 60,000 yuan. If you didn't, you'll be ruined. I feel like this Veneno has been defiled. But soon carnivals started flooding. Beast King didn't hesitate. True to his word, 20 carnivals arrived directly. Thank you, Beast King, for donating 20 carnivals. Thank you. Lin Xiaoyu looked excitedly at the screen full of gift effects, her face beaming. Miss, please get off. This car is mine. Lin Xiaoyu was startled and immediately jumped off the hood of the car. The arrivals were none other than Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. Wow, here comes the drama. Both of them are so good looking. No wonder they're together. Did you notice? The guy is wearing Givenchy from Isn't it normal for someone driving a Ducati to wear Givenchy? I'd say it's quite understated. Look at the bag the girl is carrying. That bag is Hermes worth over 400,000. Wow. That girl is carrying a Mercedes on her arm. Lin Xiaoyu no longer had the energy to follow the livestream comments. Her face turned pale. She should have been decisive, sat on it, collected the gifts, and run away immediately. Then she wouldn't have been caught red-handed. I'm sorry, I was just taking a photo with your car. Lin Xiaoyu apologized straightforwardly. In a situation like this, if she didn't apologize, the owner could easily make her life miserable. Lin Chen said nothing, merely walked to the front of the car and inspected it. Did you see the scratch? He was speechless. What kind of person was this? Lin Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. She hurried over and looked, and indeed there was a scratch on the hood, not very deep, but immediately noticeable. Oh no, this is a huge mess. For 60,000 yuan. No, not even 60,000. The platform, just for a few tens of thousands, shall probably have to fork out at least 100,000. Come on, be bolder. Abroad, a Bugatti worth over 10 million RMB required over 3 million for just a minor scrape. Although this scratch is tiny, it's still gonna cost hundreds of thousands, right? Damn, she sat on a down payment for a house. This streamer is screwed. The livestream comments exploded. The viewer count instantly soared past 100. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned deathly pale. With a quiver in her voice, she said, I just sat on it. I wasn't carrying anything metal. Jiang Shuowei walked around to look at Lin Xiaoyu from behind. You're wearing jeans with metal buttons on the back pocket. Jiang Shuowei felt no pity for this woman. When others encountered them on the road, they kept their distance to avoid trouble. But she had the audacity to sit right on the hood. Wasn't she just asking for it? Lin Xiaoyu touched her back pocket and indeed felt the metal button. I'm sorry. I really am sorry. Lin Xiaoyu could no longer hold back. Her eyes reddened as she kept bowing and apologizing to Jiang Shuowei. When you do something wrong, you have to face the consequences. This wasn't an accident. You did it deliberately. You'd better think about how to compensate. Lin Chen had no intention of letting her off easy. If people like her weren't taught a lesson, they'd never learn the severity of their actions. How much will it cost? Lin Xiaoyu looked at the two with red-rimmed eyes. Her hand gripping the phone on the selfie stick tightened. I estimate it'll be around 300,000 to 400,000. Lin Chen thought for a moment and quoted a relatively low figure. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu felt the world spin. She was dizzy. A moment later, grasping at straws, she cried toward the camera, King of Beasts, I know you're still watching my stream. If it weren't for you, I would never have done this. You have to pay for the damage. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei then noticed that the woman was live streaming. It was obvious that someone in the chat had tipped her to sit on the hood. She deserved it. King of Beasts, ha, the big spender is being asked to pay up. If someone tells you to do something, do you just do it? Why don't you go eat shit if they ask? Now that something's happened, you're looking. In this situation, he's not legally liable. Why would he pay for you? What a joke. Lin Xiaoyu watched the comments and instantly broke down. You wouldn't say that if it happened to you. While Lin Xiaoyu was arguing with the chat, Lin Chen finally grew impatient. They still had to hurry to Tang Weiner's birthday party. Miss, if you refuse to compensate, we'll have no choice but to call. Lin Xiaoyu didn't know what to do, so she simply turned off the live stream. Trying to weasel out was impossible. She had been streaming, and it was like a body camera recording everything. Big brother, beautiful lady, you're so rich. Can you let me off? I really don't have the money. I beg you. Lin Xiaoyu collapsed in tears, kneeling and kowtowing repeatedly to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. Even Jiang Shuowei felt a pang of pity. But Lin Chen was thoroughly annoyed. So just because I have money, you can cause me a loss of hundreds of thousands, apologize, and walk away scot-free. And I'm supposed to eat the loss like an idiot. This wasn't an accident. You did it on purpose. Tell you what, pay 300,000 and we'll call it even. Lin Chen reconsidered. Since she was apologizing so earnestly, had let her off with a smaller amount. Lin Xiaoyu, however, continued kowtowing and pleading. Lin Chen's expression darkened. Without another word, he took out his phone and dialed the police. Hello, is this the police station? Hearing that Lin Chen had called the police, Lin Xiaoyu panicked even more. Clearly this tactic wasn't working. So she simply sat down on the ground to wait for the police. Since it was a parking lot, there were few people around. Those who came to retrieve their cars quickly left upon seeing the scene. The police arrived shortly. After understanding the situation and verifying the facts, they took Lin Xiaoyu away. Since they couldn't tow the car, they had Lin Chen drive it to the police station. At the station, the officers retrieved the replay of Lin Xiaoyu's previous livestream. After watching the replay, everyone, the officers Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei, fell silent. They didn't know what to say. Lin Chen then paid for an appraiser to come and assess the damage. The conclusion: the scratch could not be fully repaired, and the estimated loss was around 500,000. Alright, just pay me 300,000. Lin Chen was growing very impatient. Getting away without paying a cent was out of the question. Not wanting to waste more time, Lin Chen directly called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, I've run into a little trouble. Take care of it for me. Lin Chen briefly explained the situation. Understood, Chairman Lin. He'll handle it. After hanging up, Lin Chen gave his statement and then left the station with Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei checked the time. This delay had pushed it past 7 o'clock. Just then Tang Weiner called. Shuawei, where are you and Lin Chen? Why aren't you here yet? Just had a little incident. Oh, we're on our way now. You guys go ahead and eat if you want, Lin, and I will be a while. Jiang Zuwei's tone carried a hint of embarrassment as she spoke into the phone. No worries, we just got into the private room. You're my best friend. How could I eat before you get here? Hurry up. The voice on the other end was urgent, then hung up before Jiang Shuawei could respond. Then Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei drove straight to the mall to buy a birthday gift for Tang Weiner. About 40 minutes later, the two stepped out of the car. They entered Jinxiu restaurant and headed toward the address Tang Weiner had sent to Jiang Shuawei. Arriving at the private room door, Lin Chen gently pushed it open. The laughter and chatter inside instantly fell silent, and all eyes focused on them like a spotlight. Oh, you're finally here. Tang Weiner quickly stood up and came over warmly, taking Jiang Zuwei's hand. We were waiting for you to start the meal. Sorry everyone, something came up and delayed us. Jiang Shuawei wore an apologetic smile as she addressed the people. This is my boyfriend Lin Chen. Jiang Shuawei introduced him. Hello. Lin Chen smiled politely and greeted everyone. All eyes in the room were fixed on Lin Chen. Everyone smiled back at his greeting, and Tang Weiner quickly pulled Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei to their seats. Come on, don't just stand there. Sit down quickly, Tang Weiner said with a bright smile. Once Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were seated, Tang Weiner smiled and said to everyone, Today is my birthday, and I'm so happy to have all these great friends gathered together. Let's raise our glasses and wish me a happy birthday. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered in unison. Happy birthday, Tang Weiner. They began to eat and chat, the atmosphere very harmonious. Then a girl sitting across from them asked Jiang Shuawei curiously, Shuawei, who pursued whom between you and Lin Chen? Jiang Zuwei's face beamed with happiness and sweetness. I guess I pursued Lin Chen. At this, everyone gasped in surprise. The school beauty who's always cold as ice actually chased someone willingly. Jiang Zuwei's cheeks flushed slightly, but she still said generously, when you meet a remarkable man, you have to take the initiative. Instantly, all the boys in the room looked at Lin Chen with envy in their eyes. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had been hot topics on the campus forum lately. Everyone knew the school beauty was dating a freshman. And most importantly, that freshman was loaded. He drove a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar worth 100. The girls in the room envied Jiang Shuawei for finding a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, while the boys envied Lin Chen for winning over the school beauty right after enrolling. Soon a crisp knock came from outside the door. A boy quickly got up to answer it. That must be my cake. We can eat cake now, Tang Weiner said with a smile. The boy opened the door, and the waiter carefully wheeled an exquisite birthday cake into the room. Tang Weiner's eyes lit up with surprise. Wow, this cake is gorgeous. Everyone turned off the lights and sang the heartwarming birthday song together. Tang Weiner closed her eyes and blew out the candles amid their singing. Ooh! Everyone applauded and cheered excitedly, the sound echoing throughout the room. Weiner, hey, raised my birthday gift for you. Hope you like it. And this is mine. Tang Weiner accepted each one with a smile. Everyone had given their gifts, leaving only Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Fortunately, after leaving the police station, the two had returned to the mall to buy a birthday gift for Tang Weiner, otherwise it would have been awkward. Jiang Shuawei took out a beautifully packaged set of cosmetics and handed it to Tang Weiner. Weiner, I picked this set for a long time. If you don't like it, it'll get you. Jiang Zuwei's tone was playful. Tang Weiner took the cosmetics and excitedly hugged Jiang Shuawei. Shuawei, you're so good to me. How did you know I wanted this set? It was too expensive. I couldn't bring myself to buy it, several thousand. Her voice was full of emotion and surprise. Jiang Shuawei had bought the cosmetics with her own money, not Lin Chen's. Jiang Shuawei pushed Tang Weiner away in mock disgust. As if I don't know you. Lin Chen then took out, Senior Tang, I have to thank you for your help this time. This watch is both my thanks and your birthday gift. Lin Chen's eyes were sincere. Lin Chen's gift was a watch worth several thousand as well. He had originally wanted to buy one worth tens of thousands, but Jiang Shuawei stopped him, saying Tang Weiner wouldn't accept such an expensive gift. Lin Chen thought she had a point and bought a women's watch for about 2,000. Tang Weiner hesitated, unsure what. She looked at Jiang Shuawei for confirmation. Only after Jiang Shuawei nodded did she accept it, her face lighting up with a happy smile. Thank you, Junior Lin Chen. Don't worry. With this gift, I'll make sure to keep an eye on Shuawei for you. Jiang Shuawei rolled her eyes at Tang Weiner. Everyone continued eating, and several boys came over to chat and drink with Lin Chen, but he politely declined since Brother Lin, what does your family do? You drive a Ferrari. A boy emboldened by alcohol asked. The others turned their attention to him. Hey, Wuhao, what are you asking that for? Don't cause trouble. Tang Weiner quickly interjected. If Lin Chen got upset, she would have a hard time explaining to her best friend. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. I just invested in a few companies, nothing special. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Brother Lin, could I get a job at your company after I graduate? I don't need any special treatment. Just a suitable position, the boy named Wuhao said. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Tang Weiner's tone turned harsh. Wuhao, if you're drunk, go drink outside. Don't bother Lin Chen here. Jiang Zuwei's smile faded as well. Although the job market was tough as a graduate from a top 985 university, he could certainly find a decent position if his expectations weren't too high. Why bother Lin Chen? And his claim of not needing special treatment. That was nonsense. He had only met Lin Chen once or twice, yet he already dared to say such things. If he actually joined the company, he might use Lin Chen's name to do who knows what. Wu Hao, perhaps realizing his earlier words had been inappropriate, hastily apologized to Lin Chen. Sorry, brother Lin. I've had a bit to drink and my mind's all fuzzy. I couldn't control my tongue and said something I shouldn't have. Please don't take it to heart. It's nothing. Lin Chen responded dismissively. The others, seeing that Lin Chen's expression truly showed no sign of anger, finally let out a sigh of relief. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they prepared to leave. Shuawei, are you going back to the dormitory tonight? Tang Weiner quietly approached Jiang Shuawei and asked in a soft voice. Jiang Zuwei's pretty face flushed crimson. I probably won't be going back to the dorm today. Huh? Are you really going to stay with Lin Chen? Tang Weiner couldn't help but exclaim, but before she could finish, Jiang Shuawei quickly covered her mouth. Do you want to embarrass me in front of the whole school, eh? Why are you speaking so loudly? Jiang Shuawei said urgently with a hint of annoyance. Tang Weiner pried Jiang Zuwei's hand away. You didn't deny it, Shuawei. You've changed. Tang Weiner muttered, her expression tinged with a sense of heartache. Says the one without a boyfriend. Jiang Shuawei replied with feigned indifference. They had just stepped out of the splendid restaurant when a piercing voice rang out. Oh my, isn't this Lin Chen and his campus beauty girlfriend? Lin Chen's face darkened instantly as he turned toward the source of the voice. Jiang Shuawei, Tang Weiner, and the others who had been dining together all turned their gaze toward the grating voice. The tone alone told them the newcomer meant trouble, clearly here to pick a fight. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and saw that it was Lin Tianyu, the one who had mocked him during military training. Young Master Lin, aren't you the owner of Dihao and a shareholder of Tencent? Why aren't you dining at a place as luxurious as Dihao instead of coming to this unremarkable little restaurant? Doesn't this diminish your prestige? Ha ha ha. Lin Tianyu's face was full of mockery, his eyes brimming with malice. Around him were several young thugs with dyed hair and bizarre tattoos on their arms. What business is it of yours? Lin Chen replied coldly, instinctively stepping forward to shield Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. None of my business indeed. After all, the great liar young Master Lin, I wouldn't dare to meddle. But your bespectacled buddy, he's had a rough time. Lin Chen's brows knitted tightly at these words. Bespectacled buddy? Chen Xiao? Still, I have to say I admire your friend. He's got a tough mouth. Last night, curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, he still refused to apologize. If I weren't afraid of making too big a scene, I'd have broken his arm. Lin Tianyu smirked sarcastically, his expression supremely arrogant. A surge of rage instantly welled up in Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen knew exactly how the conflict between Lin Tianyu and Chen Xiao had started. It was all because of him. And now Chen Xiao had been beaten for speaking up for Lin Chen, and Lin Chen hadn't even known. Jiang Shuawei sensed something amiss with Lin Chen. His tense body and the chill emanating from him worried her. She gently took his arm. Lin Chen patted Jiang Zuwei's hand to reassure her, then quickly pulled out his phone and called Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao, did something happen to you last night? As soon as the call connected, Lin Chen asked in a low voice. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Bro, how did you know? I didn't even tell Xiao Wei or Xiao Fei about this. Chen Xiao's voice carried a hint of humiliation. No one would want to admit being beaten up in front of their brothers. Having received his answer, Lin Chen's fury erupted like a volcano barely contained. Chen Xiao, are you talking to the boss? Ask the boss if he's coming back today. Xiao Wei's boisterous voice came through the phone. Chen Xiao ignored him. Bro, did you run into Lin Tianyu? Chen Xiao asked urgently, his voice filled with anxiety and worry. Don't worry. Your big brother will. Lin Chen practically ground out the words through clenched teeth, as if forcing them out. After speaking, he hung up without hesitation. On the other end of the line, Chen Xiao heard the dial tone and grew anxious, his heart leaping into his throat. Bro has run into Lin Tianyu. Chen Xiao said worriedly to Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei, who was intensely focused on his game. Xiao Fei's forehead was already beaded with sweat. So what if he ran into him? What's the big deal? It's not like they'll start a fight. A small. Xiao Fei replied, absently, eyes glued to the computer screen. Chen Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, the injuries I got yesterday were from Lin Tianyu. He had some thugs corner me when I left the school gate and beat me up. And just now the boss called to ask if something happened last night. That must be because Lin Tianyu went looking for trouble. The boss said he would stand up for me. Chen Xiao spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes reddening. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei couldn't sit still upon hearing this. What didn't you say you fell off a shared electric bike yesterday? Xiao Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mix of shock and anger. Chen Xiao stammered, unable to speak, his head lowered. Damn it, Lin Tianyu plays dirty. Xiao Fei abandoned his game and immediately made a call. Uncle Qin, please check on a freshman at Suzhou University named Lin Tianyu. Xiao Fei said coldly. Quick, call the boss again and find out where they are now. Xiao Wei asked urgently. Chen Xiao hurriedly called Lin Chen again. By then Lin Chen had already put his phone away. Looking at the arrogant Lin Tianyu before him, he calmed down. What's your father's name? Lin Chen's voice was icy. My father's name is Lin Xiangdong. What are you going to pull some strings? Oh, I'm so scared. Lin Tianyu pretended to be frightened, then burst into laughter with his thug friends. The boys, Tang Weiner's friends, had kept their distance, afraid of getting involved. The girls, however, stayed close to Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner. If you have a conflict, please handle it elsewhere. You are blocking the entrance of our restaurant, and it's affecting our customers. At that moment, a person came out of the splendid restaurant and addressed the crowd. Who the hell do you think you are? Get the hell out of here. Lin Tianyu's face darkened, his eyes blazing with fury as he cursed without mercy. The thuggish youths beside him joined in the ruckus, rolling up their sleeves and tilting their heads, casting sidelong glances with a menacing posture that screamed they were ready to throw punches at the slightest provocation. Their vicious stares seemed to warn everyone not to provoke them. The man who had stepped forward faltered, his legs trembling involuntarily, his face turning pale as he backed into the restaurant, abandoning the matter. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste more words on Lin Tianyu. With a furrowed brow, he pulled out his phone to call Dongfeng, only to notice that Chen Xiao was calling him incessantly. Lin Chen chose to answer. Boss, where are you? Chen Xiao's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected, filled with worry and urgency. I'm at Splendid Restaurant, Lin Chen replied briefly. Boss will be right there. With that, he hung up hastily. Boss is at Splendid Restaurant, Chen Xiao said as he opened his phone's navigation, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Then stop standing around. Let's go. I know the way. Xiao Fei darted out of the dorm like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao quickly followed, the three of them sprinting all the way. After hanging up, Lin Chen immediately called Dongfeng. Oh, so Master Lin is pulling strings to get back at me. Lin Tianyu still wore that infuriating smirk, the corners of his mouth curling with disdain and provocation. Hey Chen, don't fight. Why don't we call the police? They'll definitely arrest whoever beat up your friend. Jiang Shuowei said with concern, her eyes filled with anxiety as she tightly gripped Lin Chen's sleeve. Don't worry, I won't fight. Lin Chen gently touched Jiang Shuowei's pert nose, his voice soft. President Lin, what instructions do you have? Dongfeng's tone on the other end was extremely respectful, laced with caution. Do you know a man named Lin Xiangdong? Lin Chen's voice was low, struggling to suppress the fury within. Lin Xiangdong. I know him. He's the owner of Tianfu City's Haojia Network Technology Co., Ltd. Since he's acquainted with Li Shangyu, he often dines at Dihao. Dongfeng could sense the iciness in Lin Chen's tone and responded promptly, not daring to show any negligence. All right, I understand. Lin Chen hung up decisively. A network technology company. That made things very easy. How did this young master manage to offend Lin Xiangdong? Dongfeng muttered to himself in confusion as he heard the dial tone, his brows furrowed in deep thought. Master Lin, are you done? My phone's just waiting to ring. Lin Tianyu taunted again as he saw Lin Chen hang up, his arrogance growing even more brazen. Ignoring him, Lin Chen called Lu Shu. Shuowei, can he handle this? That guy's so cocky, he must have something backing him up. Tang Weiner asked quietly, sidling up to Jiang Shuowei with unease and doubt in her eyes. Just relax. Lin Chen isn't as simple as you think. Jiang Shuowei spoke with absolute confidence. Seeing her so assured, Tang Weiner and the others felt considerably relieved. Lu Shu, about what happened here. Lin Chen briefed Lu Shu on the situation before continuing. You know what I need to do. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable resolve. I understand, President Lin. After hanging up, Lin Chen simply stared coldly at Lin Tianyu. I hope you can still laugh later. Lin Chen's gaze pierced Lin Tianyu like a sharp blade. An inexplicable fluster swept over Lin Tianyu, and a faint unease stirred in his heart, but he forced himself to stay composed. Stop f***ing pretending. Just because you drive a Ferrari, you think you're invincible. Lin Tianyu burst into a torrent of curses. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner frowned in unison. This vulgar man was utterly repulsive. Campus beauty Jiang and you other lovely ladies, don't stick with this loser. Come on, let me buy you a drink. Noticing the disgust on the girls' faces, Lin Tianyu grew even more interested, his lecherous eyes roaming over them. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're worthy of buying us drinks? Tang Weiner didn't hold back, planting her hands on her hips and glaring. I love women with a temper like yours. So much more fun to conquer. Lin Tianyu laughed instead of getting angry, his smile nauseating. Ha! A toad lusting after swan meat. Tang Weiner spat, her face full of disgust. Looks like Lin Xiangdong hasn't taught you any manners. You act like a street punk. Lin Chen sneered at Lin Tianyu, his eyes dripping with contempt. You're asking for a beating. Lin Tianyu's face instantly darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. Kid, watch your mouth. The thugs around him started yelling and brandishing their fists, the tension escalating. But Lin Tianyu held them back. There are too many eyes and ears here. We'll deal with him later when the chance comes. Lin Tianyu's expression turned vicious as he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. If not for the crowd, he would have lunged at him right then. Master Lin, you'd better watch your step outside the campus from now on. We're going to grab some grub, so we won't be playing house with you anymore. Lin Tianyu put on his smile again and started heading towards Splendid Restaurant. Lin Tianyu, where do you think you're going? A voice suddenly rang out. Lin Tianyu turned around, his grin. Oh, if it isn't Chen Xiao. You're standing pretty strong, huh? Looks like I went a bit easy on you yesterday. You seem to have plenty of energy for military training today. Seeing Chen Xiao and the other two arrive, even the chill on Lin Chen's face thawed slightly. Lin Tianyu, you ambushed my buddy when I wasn't around, huh? Xiao Fei clenched his fists at Lin Tianyu's words. This was the first time since coming to Tianfu City that had been this angry. So what if you're here? I'd still beat him up. Lin Tianyu glared at Xiao Fei with envy. This guy and Lin Chen both had faces that were annoyingly handsome. Very well. Xiao Fei chuckled. In all his years, no one had ever dared speak to him like that. Is that guy Lin Chen's roommate? Tang Weiner asked Jiang Shuowei curiously. Yeah, he's Lin Chen's good buddy. What, you've taken a shine to him? Jiang Shuowei, noticing Tang Weiner's inquisitive look, knew something was up. Once a woman starts getting curious about a man, she's not far from falling in love. Nonsense. Tang Weiner shot Jiang Shuowei a sharp glare filled with reproach. The crowd around them grew larger, all drawn by the commotion. Just then Lin Tianyu's phone rang abruptly. Answer it. See if it's your father calling. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow, even more eager than Lin Tianyu. A sudden, inexplicable panic seized Lin Tianyu upon hearing Xiao Fei's words, as if a giant hand was squeezing his heart. Mind your own business. Lin Tianyu retorted with irritation, then pulled out his phone, and saw it was indeed Lin Xiangdong calling. Hello, Dad, what do you want? Lin Tianyu's tone instantly became meek. You son of a bitch, who did you piss off? Everyone's calling to warn me to keep my son in line, and each one of them carries more weight than the last. Lin Xiangdong's curses poured out like a torrent of bullets. Lin Tianyu felt his legs go weak, as if he might collapse at any moment. Who did I offend, Dad? He glanced at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, then spoke cautiously into the phone, his voice. Just now Elder Qin called me personally, telling me to keep you in line and not to mess with the wrong people. Then Tencent called. Cold sweat poured down Lin Tianyu's face in large beads. He stared at Lin Chen as if he were a monster. Could it be that he really was a Tencent shareholder? How was that possible? He was only a freshman. Who is Elder Qin? Our family business is huge. Do we really have to bow to anyone? And Tencent, so what if it's a giant? Can it really bring down our family in this day and age? A brief silence on the other end made Lin Tianyu's heart leap into his throat. You're too stupid to be cured. Are you the President of the United States, fearless? I should have shot you on the wall. Go apologize to whomever you offended. Otherwise you're on your own from now on. With that he hung up. Lin Tianyu listened to the dial tone, speechless and stunned like a wooden chicken. So, Lin Tianyu, are you done with the call? What did your dad say? Xiao Fei taunted mockingly, watching him stand frozen, a look of schadenfreude on his face. Have you figured out what to do? Lin Chen added calmly, his expression composed as if everything was within his expectations. Lin Tianyu snapped back to reality, looking at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei, hesitating for a moment before his face turned fierce. Don't think you can make me cave by threatening my dad. I tell you, you want an apology from me. No way. Having said that, Lin Tianyu abandoned even his socialite friends and walked away. He who won't listen to reason until he sees the coffin. Xiao Fei muttered as he watched Lin Tianyu's retreating figure. How boring. I thought there'd be a fight. Let's disperse, nothing big happened. Time to eat. The crowd, seeing no more drama, scattered. Xiao Fei and the other two finally spoke with Lin Chen. Boss, you had so many girls with you and didn't even call me. Xiao Fei whispered as he walked over. You wouldn't be able to handle it, Lin Chen replied with a teasing smile. What are you two muttering about? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously, her gaze shifting between them. Nothing. Sister-in-law, the matter's settled. There are so many people today, why don't we grab a drink? Xiao Fei said, his face full of anticipation. I'm in. Me too. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao quickly chimed in. Forget the two campus beauties, Tang Weiner and Jiang Shuowei. Even the three girls with them could be called beauties. Tang Weiner glanced at Xiao Fei and said, sure, I'm fine with it. Seeing Tang Weiner agree, Jiang Shuowei could only add, I'll go if Chen goes. Then everyone turned to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen said helplessly, I drove here. So what? Just call a designated driver. Xiao Fei urged, winking at Lin Chen. Don't ruin my plans. Do you think the designated driver would dare to drive my car? It's just a Ferrari, why wouldn't they? Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. He had several Ferraris and Lamborghinis in his garage back in the capital. Come with me, Lin Chen said, leading Xiao Fei to the parking lot. Xiao Wei, Chen Xiao, and the girls followed out of curiosity. Do you think a designated driver would dare to drive this? Lin Chen pointed to the Veneno and asked Xiao Fei. Holy shit. Boss, are you serious? Is that a Lamborghini Veneno? Xiao Fei stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Bingo. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Xiao Fei immediately circled the Veneno, examining it from all angles. Boss, what kind of car is the Veneno? How much does it cost? It looks awesome. Chen Xiao asked, admiring the sports car. About 100 million, I suppose. It's a Lamborghini hypercar, Lin Chen said casually. What? This car costs 100 million. Chen Xiao was shocked, Xiao Wei was shocked, Tang Weiner and the other three girls were shocked too. Boss, are you kidding? Xiao Wei swallowed and asked again. Why would I lie about something worth 100 million? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly. Damn, I've got to touch it. Chen Xiao ran over without a second thought. He'll check it out too. Xiao Wei followed enthusiastically. Shuawei, what does Lin Chen do for a living? Isn't his car a Ferrari SF90? How did it become a Lamborghini Veneno? Tang Weiner asked Jiang Shuawei in shock, looking at Lin Chen. He drove the Ferrari because the Veneno hadn't arrived yet. After it came, he gave me the Ferrari, Jiang Shuawei said with a smug grin. What a, he just gave you a 7 or 8 million yuan car. Tang Weiner's eyes went wide. Jiang Shuawei nodded with a smile. No wonder you're throwing yourself at him. Lin Chen is so rich. What are you saying? I like him for who he is. Jiang Shuawei shot a glare at Tang Weiner in dissatisfaction. Okay, I misspoke. Tang Weiner quickly apologized, realizing her slip. After a while, the three lively boss, there's a scratch on the front of your car. It ruins the look. Xiao Fei said, his expression full of regret. It's nothing, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. I don't care about that. Today we must go drinking. Xiao Fei stared at Lin Chen with firm determination, as if ready to start a fight if he didn't agree. Not wanting to dampen the spirits of his brothers and Tang Weiner and the others, Lin Chen nodded reluctantly. All right, where are we going? He asked helplessly, a note of compromise in his tone. Xiao Fei's face lit up with joy at Lin Chen's agreement. To TUP. It's on me. Ooh la la. Fourth brother, you're really loaded. Looks like fourth brother's heart has found its spring. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao teased with playful sarcasm, their words full of jest. The other three girls felt a stir in their hearts. The handsome man, judging by what had said to Lin Tianyu earlier, had an obviously impressive background. If they could win him over. Should we head over now? It's getting late. Tang Weiner urged impatiently. All right, Shuawei, and I will go ahead. You all figure out your own way. Lin Chen said with a laugh, then took Jiang Shuawei and got into the Veneno. As the sleek scissor doors slowly opened, everyone looked on enviously at Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen inside. The low, powerful roar of the Veneno's engine sounded as if proclaiming its extraordinary nature. Boss, just head straight to Zone 0 when you get there. I've booked it. Xiao Fei called out to Lin Chen in the car, a hint of envy in his voice. Lin Chen stuck one hand out the window and gave an okay sign before driving straight out of the parking lot. TUP was the top nightclub in Tianfu City, where luxury cars lined the streets every night since its opening. Word had it the owner had formidable connections, and many of Tianfu's wealthy second generation frequented TUP to indulge in the nightlife. At the entrance, a crowd of fashionably dressed young people were striking various poses for photos and check-ins. Lin Chen even spotted a couple of vaguely familiar faces streaming live, though their features were too similar to recall exactly who they were. The young people at the door stared in shock as the Veneno came to a stop. Everyone who spent money here was wealthy, and most knew a thing or two about luxury cars. Holy crap. A few days ago I saw a video online saying there was a Veneno at Suzhou University, and now it's right in front of me. This big shot is no one to mess with. After parking, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei stepped out. The women's eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Chen. If not for his hand holding Jiang Zuwei's head, probably have been swarmed by women demanding his contact info. Such a pity. If I could have a one-night stand with that handsome guy, I'd even trade driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. A few pretty young women muttered discontentedly as they watched the pair walk into the bar. As Lin Chen led Jiang Shuawei through the doors of TUP, the deafening music hit them. Black Ace bottles lined the walls, exuding an air of opulence. Men and women walked in pairs everywhere. The arrival of Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei drew countless eyes. Apart from entertainment, bars also served as hunting grounds for hookups. Attractive people often got free drinks, and voluptuous, sexy women writhed on the dance floor, their graceful movements mesmerizing. Jiang Shuawei watched curiously, as she had never been to such a place in her life. Then she spotted a girl in just underwear and a bra gyrating before a man in a booth. The man had a grin on his face as his hands roamed over her while his friends cheered and hollered. Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly and averted her gaze. Lin Chen quickly found the booth in Zone 0 with Jiang Shuawei. The table was already laden with an assortment of 2 servers, and a man in a suit stood nearby. The man approached as Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were about to sit down, his face wearing a flattering smile. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Chen and Ms. Jiang? Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei sat down, nodding calmly. Mr. Lin, I'm the general manager of TUP. Just call me Xiao Qian. Mr. Xiao Fei asked me to take good care of you. Whatever you need, I'm here to help, the man said with an even wider smile upon seeing Lin Chen's nod. All right, thanks, Manager Qian. My pleasure. Xiao Qian chuckled, then deftly opened a bottle and poured drinks for Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. No trouble at all. Xiao Qian laughed, then skillfully opened a bottle and poured for Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Having worked in nightlife for years, Xiao Qian immediately recognized the Patek Philippe worth over $1 million on Lin Chen's wrist and Jiang Zuwei's Hermes bag worth several $100,000. Plus, they were specially recommended by Xiao Fei. Shortly after, Xiao Fei and the others arrived with the girls. As soon as Xiao Qian saw Xiao Fei, he bowed respectfully and addressed him. Mr. Xiao, everything has been arranged as you instructed. Good work. Go prepare 2 sets of the Grand Dragon. I'm bringing friends to have some fun tonight. Xiao Fei patted Xiao Qian on the shoulder with satisfaction. Yes, mister. Xiao. They'll get on it right away. Xiao Qian's face lit up with joy at the compliment. Third brother, I think fourth brother's background is more formidable than we imagined. Chun Xiao whispered into Xiao. Isn't that a good thing? Xiao Wei replied quietly. Tang Weiner and the girls were also stunned. The Grand Dragon at TUP. A single set cost a whopping 288. Xiao Fei ordered 2 without even blinking. Their gazes at Xiao Fei burned even brighter. Xiao Wei, what's the deal with Lin Chen's roommate? He just ordered 2 sets of Grand Dragon. Over $500,000. Tang Weiner whispered to Jiang Xiaowei. What a? Over $500,000. Jiang Xiaowei was startled. Such generosity, young Master Xiao. The 3 girls flattered obsequiously. It's nothing, as long as everyone has fun. Xiao Fei said dismissively. Soon waitresses in bunny costumes lined up and placed bottles on the table. The table was instantly covered with 12 bottles of Black Ace. A big thank you to Mr. Xiao in Zone 0 for the 2 sets of Grand Dragon. May Mr. Xiao and his friends have a blast at TUP. The DJ expressed his gratitude. Whoa. The whole venue erupted in cheers and countless eyes turned toward the group in Zone 0. Soon some bolder girls approached the booth area of Zone 0. A girl in a black miniskirt swayed her seductive hips and walked over with a flirtatious gaze. Can we join you handsome guys and beauties? She stared directly at Xiao Fei and Lin Chen. Jiang Xiaowei noticed the woman's gaze and quickly linked her arm with Lin Chen's. The seductive woman smiled faintly and turned her eyes to Xiao Fei. Sorry beauty, we all know each other here. Xiao Fei said with a hint of regret as he looked at the woman. If he hadn't unexpectedly met Tang Weiner, he might have been willing to have some fun with this woman. The woman finally left with disappointment. Afterwards, several more girls came to strike up conversations, but all were rejected by the group for various reasons. Xiao Fei picked up a glass of wine and glanced toward Tang Weiner. Just as Xiao Fei was about to find a chance to talk to Tang Weiner, the other 3 women launched their offensive against him. One of them said in a coquettish tone, Young Master Xiao, you look absolutely dashing in this outfit. As she spoke, she tried to edge closer to Xiao Fei. Another woman, unwilling to be outdone, handed Xiao Fei a glass of wine and cast a sultry glance. Young Master Xiao, let me toast to you. How about we become friends? The third woman was even bolder as she directly placed her hand on Xiao Fei's shoulder and said in a saccharine voice, Young Master Xiao, tonight you must take good care of us sisters. Xiao Fei's mind was solely on Tang Weiner, so he only responded politely to the 3 women's advances, thank you ladies. Tang Weiner and Jiang Xiaowei watched the 3 women in astonishment. These women were considered fairly good friends with Tang Weiner in class, but they never expected them to have such a side. For some reason, seeing Xiao Fei surrounded by the 3 women stirred an inexplicable irritation in Tang Weiner. Chun Xiao watched jealously as Xiao Fei was encircled by the women. How infuriating. Can being handsome let you do whatever you want? Chun Xiao muttered in frustration. Being handsome alone won't let you do whatever you want, but add money to the mix, and it becomes a different story. Lin Chen said with a smile. Then he picked up a glass of wine, looked at Chun Xiao with a serious expression, and continued. Chun Xiao, you got into trouble with Lin Tianyu because you helped me. I've decided you're my brother for life. Hey, boss, we're brothers. You don't need to say that. Aren't brothers supposed to have each other's backs? Chun Xiao also raised his glass, clinked it with Lin Chen's, and they both drained it in one gulp. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. It was truly fortunate to have made such a close friend right at the start of university. Meanwhile, Xiao Fei was growing increasingly annoyed by the 3 women. If not for the fact that these 3 women were friends of Tang Weiner and his sister-in-law, he would have kicked them out. Seeing Xiao Fei's indifferent reaction, the 3 women exchanged glances and decided to step up their efforts. The first girl gently tugged at Xiao Fei's sleeve and said in a coaxing voice, Young Master Xiao, won't you chat with us a little more? The second girl leaned close to Xiao Fei's ear and whispered seductively, Young Master Xiao, you're so outstanding. Do you have a girlfriend? The third girl raised her glass and insisted on clinking with Xiao Fei, even deliberately brushing her fingers across the back of his hand. Xiao Fei frowned and said impatiently, Sorry ladies, I'm not in the mood right now. As he spoke, he couldn't help stealing glances at Tang Weiner. However, the women didn't give up and continued chattering around. Tang Weiner was playing dice with Jiang Xiaowei, but she could always feel Xiao Fei's gaze lingering on her. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao had figured out that Xiao Fei was interested in Tang Weiner, so they began whispering to each other. Look at fourth brother and that Tang Weiner. They're clearly both interested, but they're both holding back. Xiao Wei shook his head with a smile. Chun Xiao grinned and replied, How about we create an opportunity for them? The 2 exchanged knowing smiles. Chun Xiao deliberately raised his voice and said, This drinking is getting a bit boring. How about we play some games? Everyone responded enthusiastically. Let's play riddles. Whoever gets it wrong has to do truth or dare, Xiao Wei suggested. On the first round, Tang Weiner got the answer wrong. Haha, Tang Weiner, truth or dare? Chun Xiao asked with a laugh. Tang Weiner hesitated for a moment and chose truth. Xiao Wei immediately asked, Among the guys here, is there anyone you have a crush on? Tang Weiner's face flushed instantly, and her eyes unconsciously flickered toward Xiao Fei. She murmured softly, I guess there is. Everyone started teasing her. Who is it, Wainer? Tell us. Jiang Shuowei flashed a mischievous smile. I don't know. Guess for yourselves. Tang Wainer naturally wasn't going to reveal it directly, but Xiao Fei's heart secretly leaped with joy. The three women, however, wore rather sour expressions. They had clearly sensed Xiao Fei's impatience while trying to find topics with him, and they also noticed him sneaking glances at Tang Weiner's reactions. Although Tang Weiner was their friend who would want to let go of such an outstanding man. But now it seemed they had no chance. A few more rounds were played, and Xiao Fei unluckily answered incorrectly. Xiao Fei, how about you answer the same question we asked Senior Tang earlier? Lin Chen deliberately suggested. Xiao Fei shot a grateful glance at Lin Chen. Good brother. Of course there is. Xiao Fei then stole a glance at Tang Weiner's reaction. Seeing Tang Weiner smooth her hair a little awkwardly, his heart rejoiced again. For some unknown reason, he had felt a strong liking for her the moment he saw her. After all, he was a young master from the imperial capital. He had seen countless women, yet this was the first time he had felt such a connection. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the three women failing to win, Xiao Fei over grew bored. One of them said, Oh, we still have something to attend to, so we'll head off now. Weiner, Shuowei, have fun. Leave. Want you stay a while longer? Tang Weiner asked, feeling happy inside, but keeping a straight face. No. With that, the three women got up and left. Xiao Fei felt a great relief seeing them go. He had been sitting between them and Tang Weiner, but now that they were gone, he directly shifted over to sit beside her. The atmosphere in the booth didn't cool down with their departure. Instead, it grew livelier with the rising romance between Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner. Summoning his courage, Xiao Fei poured a glass of wine for Tang Weiner and said, Beautiful Tang, come, let's have a toast. Tang Weiner accepted the glass with a smile and gently clinked it against his. Just then the music turned mellow and the lighting softened. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei exchanged a look and rose in unison, saying, We're going to the dance floor for a bit. You two chat slowly. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao chimed in, I'm going to the restroom. In an instant, only Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner remained. They sat quietly, neither daring to speak first. Yet the air was thick with an unspeakable sentiment. Xiao Fei gazed at Tang Weiner, a flutter of nervousness stirring within him. His eyes were locked onto Tang Weiner's face, the delicate features, the faint blush upon her cheeks. Every detail made his heart race with longing. Xiao Fei struggled to find a topic to break the silence with Tang Weiner, but his mind went blank. Tang Weiner, too, was restless and unsettled. She could feel the intensity of Xiao Fei's gaze. She harbored a subtle affection for him, as well, yet she was uncertain whether this feeling was merely a fleeting impulse. Moreover, Xiao Fei was a scion of wealth, making it hard to vouch for his character. After a moment, it was Xiao Fei who spoke first. Tang, you mentioned earlier that you have a crush on one of the guys here. May I ask who it is? Xiao Fei's eyes brimmed with anticipation as he stared fixedly at Tang Weiner. A flush crept across Tang Weiner's cheeks, a rosy hue as enchanting as a blooming peach blossom. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Then tell me which of the girls here caught your fancy. Tang Weiner, uncertain how to respond, turned the question back on him. But to her surprise, Xiao Fei was unabashed. He replied without hesitation, It's you I'm fond of course. Tang, how about we add each other on Xiaoxin and get to know each other? After speaking, Xiao Fei watched Tang Weiner, nervously dreading rejection. His palms even grew slight. At that moment, Tang Weiner felt her face burn intensely. She touched her cheek with her hand, then took out her phone and opened the Xiaoxin QR code. Here, scan this. And don't call me Tang anymore. It's weird. Since I'm older than you, just call me Weiner Jia. Tang Weiner's voice was incredibly gentle, a stark contrast to her usual boisterous demeanor. Delight surged in Xiao Fei's heart. He swiftly pulled out his phone and added her as a friend, fearing she might change her mind. Sure thing, Weiner Jia. I've sent the request. Please accept it. Seeing the notification that the friend request had been accepted, Xiao Fei couldn't help but break into a grin. By the way, you still haven't answered my question. I won't tell you. Guess it yourself. Tang Weiner smiled, a spring breeze-like radiance that stirred Xiao Fei's heart. Xiao Fei was puzzled. He had met many girls more beautiful than Tang Weiner, so why did he find her so? Just then a young man dressed in elegant attire approached, holding a glass of wine and wearing a broad smile. Master Xiao, may I have the pleasure of making your acquaintance? My name is Dong Hao, son of Dong Fong, the general manager of Imperial Hotel. Dong Hao had accompanied a friend here to enjoy themselves. When he saw the manager of TUP treating the man before him with such deference, and after the man ordered 2 sets of Divine Dragon bottles, he decided to cultivate a connection. Later, noticing the text, Thank you Master Xiao, on the big screen, and seeing that only the young master and a woman were seated at the booth, Dong Hao approached to introduce himself. Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner were in the middle of their conversation when Dong Hao interrupted. Xiao Fei frowned, irritation flickering within. Imperial Hotel. Isn't that Big Brother's hotel? Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei raised his glass and clinked it with Dong Hao's, his gesture perfunctory, betraying his displeasure at the intrusion. If not for Lin Chen's sake, he would have already told him to leave. Delight flickered across Dong Hao's face before he downed his drink in one gulp. This must be sister-in-law. She's truly beautiful. Dong Hao turned his gaze to Tang Weiner, who sat beside Xiao Fei offering flattery. Xiao Fei's mood instantly brightened, and his view of Dong Hao improved considerably. No, we're just friends. Tang Weiner quickly waved her hands to explain. Have a seat. Xiao Fei, not giving Tang Weiner a chance to elaborate, smiled at Dong Hao. Dong Hao promptly sat down. You're the general manager's son at Imperial? Xiao Fei inquired. Yes, Dong Fong is my father. Dong Hao nodded. Then why didn't you come over to greet when Big Brother was here earlier? Don't tell me you don't even know my big... Xiao Fei looked at Dong Hao with a peculiar expression. Tang Weiner's curiosity was piqued as well. She knew Imperial Hotel, one of the most upscale establishments in Tianfu City with exorbitant prices, a favorite haunt of the elite. Xiao Fei claimed that the owner of Imperial Hotel had been at their table just now. Could it be Lin Chen? Dong Hao was baffled. Master Xiao, may I ask who your big brother is? Dong Hao probed cautiously. My big brother is Lin Chen. Dong Hao's face lit up with excitement. His father had recently mentioned that they had a new boss, a young man who had single-handedly acquired all the shares of Imperial Hotel, likely the heir of some super-rich dynasty. Dong Hao had been seeking an opportunity to meet him, and now, by a stroke of luck, he had encountered a friend of Boss Lin. Yes, indeed. I haven't met young Master Lin, so I didn't recognize him earlier. Dong Hao explained awkwardly. All right, consider yourself lucky. Have a seat and hang around. Big brother should be back soon. Xiao Fei smiled, then turned back to chat with Tang Weiner, ignoring Dong Hao. Tang Weiner was somewhat astonished. Was the big boss of Imperial Hotel actually her best friend's boyfriend? That meant she could drop by for free meals often. Soon Lin Chen and the others returned. Seeing everyone back, Dong Hao stood up nervously. Spotting an unfamiliar man at the booth, Chen Xiao asked curiously, Lao Si, do you know him? Xiao Fei shook his head with a smile. No, but he wants to meet Big Brother. Lin Chen gave the stranger a puzzled look. He really didn't recognize him. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dong Hao, son of Imperial Hotel's general manager Dong Fong. Dong Hao's tone was humble. Oh, you're Dong Fang's son. Lin Chen regarded Dong Hao with interest. Dong Hao immediately identified Lin Chen and bowed respectfully. Greetings, young Master Lin. I am Dong Fang's son. Dong Hao's demeanor was utterly deferential, not daring to show the slightest disrespect. Lin Chen felt a touch of admiration for the young man. Indeed, Dong Fang's son knew how to read the room. Both father and son were talented. Lin Chen nodded. Since you're Dong Fang's son, then take a seat. Thank you, young Master Lin. Dong Hao humbly acknowledged before sitting down. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Recruit Dong Hao to work for you. Reward 100 shares of Dragon Lake Gaming Colorado Ltd. The system had issued a mission again. Lin Chen cast a few more glances at Dong Hao. For the system to specifically assign a task, this man must be extraordinary. Dong Hao, what do you do? Mr. Lin, I'm in game development now, Dong Hao quickly replied. Indeed. Would you like to work with me? Lin Chen asked straightforwardly. Hearing this, Jiang Shuawei and Xiao Fei cast a surprised glance at Lin Chen. Even Dong Hao was taken aback, never expecting that Lin Chen would try to recruit him so soon after their first meeting. Was Dong Hao truly a talent? He felt a pang of hesitation. All he wanted was to make games. He had come to meet Xiao Fei for the same purpose, hoping to build a good relationship with this rich second generation so that he might invest in his game project. Seeing the troubled expression on Dong Hao's face, Lin Chen asked, Dong, how do you know Longhu Games? Mr. Lin, I know Longhu Games. It's a major domestic game company that has produced many blockbuster hits. Games like Heroes Return and Bubble Battle were all made by them. Dong Hao's eyes sparkled as he spoke about games. Lin Chen admired such people, those who could assess the situation and possess real ability. Perhaps that was why the system even issued a task specifically for him. If you work with me, I'll let you join Longhu Games and lead a project of your own, Lin Chen said earnestly, looking at Dong Hao froze. Could it be? Longhu Games belonged to this Mr. Lin. A wave of excitement surged through him, making his entire body tremble. He wanted to create a AAA game themed around Daxia mythology, but others dismissed it as a fantasy. Consequently, he had approached many companies, none willing to take him in. Even Dong Fong did not support his game development dream. Cornered, he had no choice but to consider starting his own small company and advancing step by step. That was why he sought investments from wealthy second generations. But now Lin Chen claimed he could directly join Longhu Games and even lead the project he wanted. Wasn't this like, Mr. Lin, are you serious? Can you really let me lead a project at Longhu Games? Dong Hao stood up excitedly. He wasn't doubting Lin Chen, who a young master of this caliber would never deign to deceive a nobody like him. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Great. Mr. Lin, I'm with you from now on. Dong Hao nodded without hesitation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Longhu Games Limited has been registered under your name. Lin Chen remained outwardly composed, but inwardly, he was bursting with joy. Rest assured, I always keep my promises. Lin Chen said with a cheerful smile to Dong Hao. Thank you, mister. Let me toast to you. Dong Hao poured a full glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Xiao Fei stared intently. So Longhu Games is yours too. It's mine now. Lin Chen said with a smile. When did you acquire it? Why didn't I know? Jiang Shuawei leaned close to Lin Chen's ear and whispered. Lin Chen pulled her into his arms. Just now, Lin Chen whispered into Jiang Ziwei's ear. Everyone else averted their eyes, pretending not to notice. Dong Hao also looked away. Jiang Ziwei felt the warmth of his breath tickling her ear. What are you doing, you rogue? There are so many people here. Jiang Ziwei's pretty face flushed scarlet as she broke free from his embrace. After escaping his hold, she cleared her throat to ease the awkward atmosphere. Everyone averted their gaze and resumed their previous conversation as if nothing had happened. Boss, you really impress me. This Longhu Games is a heavyweight in the industry, and it turns out it's also under your name. Xiao Fei remarked in admiration. So far we know you're a shareholder of Penguin, the big boss of Dihao Hotel, and now the big boss of Longhu Games. And you drive a Lamborghini Veneno. Which wealthy family named Lin could possibly be this rich? Lin Chen merely smiled without a word. Mr. Lin, rest assured I will not let you down. I will devote myself to creating a game that astonishes everyone. Dong Hao looked at Lin Chen with gratitude. Lin Chen nodded. Boss, let's have a drink. Tonight 2 out of the 5 of us guys have to fall. Xiao Wei raised a glass, motioning for Lin Chen to join them. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Ziwei. She didn't want him to drink too much, but since they were his brothers, she couldn't stop him, and reluctantly nodded. Lin Chen then moved over to sit with Xiao Wei and the others. Chen Xiao, who was not a heavy drinker, watched the others' high spirits. Though hesitant, he didn't want to spoil the fun. He forced a smile and declined. My tolerance is really limited. Maybe you'll just have a little. However, Xiao Fei and the others wouldn't have it. They began to boo. Chen Xiao, on such a happy day you can't be a... Helpless Chen Xiao braced himself and drank a bit. After a few rounds of drinks, everyone chatted about all sorts of things. But Chen Xiao began to feel dizzy, and unnatural flush spreading across his face. He struggled to stay sober, but the alcohol took hold, and his consciousness began to blur. Damn it, did you guys drug me? Why do I feel so dizzy? With that, Chen Xiao slumped onto the table motionless. The others were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Xiao Fei laughed. This guy says he can't drink, but he's already down after just a few glasses. Xiao Wei also teased. Chen Xiao's tolerance is ridiculously awful. Lin Chen looked at the unconscious Chen Xiao, shook his head helplessly, and said to everyone, All right, Chen Xiao did his best. Let's not overdo it. Let's call it a night. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Wei, stay at my place tonight? Lin Chen asked softly. Jiang Xiao Wei blushed and murmured a faint, Oh, Xiao Wei, you go have fun, I'll just go back to school alone. Tang Weiner teased. Jiang Ziwei's blushed deep. Weiner, why don't I drive you back to school? We're classmates anyway, Xiao Fei promptly offered. Tang Weiner hesitated. Looks like someone won't be going back to school alone after all. With a handsome guy accompanying her, Jiang Xiao seized the chance to joke. Tang Weiner shot Jiang Xiao a glare, then met Xiao Fei's hopeful gaze, and finally nodded. Well, okay, if it's not too much trouble. No trouble at all. It's my honor to take Weiner back. Xiao Fei beamed. He then called a sober front desk attendant to drive them back in his car. Xiao Wei watched helplessly as Xiao Fei left with Tang Weiner. Then he looked down at Chen Xiao, still asleep on the boot. You bastard, what am I supposed to do now that you're gone? Dong Hao, add me on WeChat so I can contact you later. Lin Chen said as he opened his friend's QR code. Dong Hao quickly scanned it and added him as a friend. Thank you, Lin Xiao. No need to be so polite, just focus on playing the game. Lin Chen smiled faintly and turned his gaze to Xiao Wei. Lao Sin, call a car, I'll head out first. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he took Jiang Xiao out of the tub. Lin Chen and Jiang Xiao arrived at the poison. Chen, do I really have to drive? I haven't driven much since I got my license. What if I scratch or bump the car? That would be such a pity, Jiang Xiao said with some concern. Lin Chen, however, was indifferent. It's fine, just drive however you like. Jiang Xiao had no choice but to sit in the driver's seat. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath and carefully started the poison. The car emitted a low rumble, as if a beast was poised to spring into action. She nervously gripped the steering wheel, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat looking relaxed as he watched Jiang Xiao. Don't be nervous, just treat it like driving a regular car, he comforted. Jiang Xiao slightly nodded, but her palms still felt sweaty. She slowly pressed the accelerator, and the poison moved forward smoothly. As the car drove on, Jiang Ziwei's tension gradually eased. She began to enjoy the feeling of driving this luxury car. Passers-by cast envious glances, and a sense of pride swelled within Jiang Xiao. She glanced at Lin Chen and found him smiling at her. How is it? Are you less nervous now? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Xiao revealed a radiant smile. Yes, much better, she replied. The poison sped along the road, and Jiang Ziwei's driving skills became increasingly adept. It was already past midnight, and the Yulan Holy Courtyard Villa area was quiet. Jiang Xiao slowly drove the poison in with the roar of the car echoing clearly in the still night. As soon as the security guard at the entrance saw the car, he knew Lin Chen had returned and quickly raised the barrier. Jiang Xiao looked at Lin Chen nervously. Chen, where should I park the car this late? Lin Chen smiled slightly. Of course, we will drive it into the garage. You can just drive straight in, the garage door will open automatically. Jiang Xiao nodded and then drove the car to the garage door. The cameras on either side recognized the license plate, and the garage doors slowly began to rise. Wow, this is quite advanced. Jiang Zui's face was full of curiosity as she carefully drove the car into the garage, the sleek body of the poison glimmering under the lights. Lin Chen took Jiang Zui's hand. Let's go inside. Okay, a light blush appeared on Jiang Zui's face as she nodded obediently. As Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei entered the villa, the soft lighting enveloped the entire space like a thin veil, creating an ambiguous and mysterious atmosphere. Upon entering the living room, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly fell on the wine cabinet nearby. A faint smile crept onto his lips as he turned to Jiang Shuwei and said, "How about we have a little more to drink?" Jiang Shuwei, blushing, nodded gently. Lin Chen opened the wine cabinet and took out a bottle of red wine along with several exquisite goblets. He slowly poured the wine into the glasses, the deep red liquid shimmering enticingly in the light. Lin Chen handed a glass of red wine to Jiang Shuwei. Their fingers brushed against each other, and in that instant it felt as if an electric current surged between them. They exchanged glances and raised their glasses, taking a small sip, the rich aroma of the wine spreading in their mouths. As the glasses of red wine went down, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Lin Chen's gaze became more intense, and a charming blush colored Jiang Zui's cheeks. Their bodies unconsciously drew closer, their breaths intertwining. Just as they were about to lose themselves in this ambiguous atmosphere, Jiang Shuwei, blushing, said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Chenai, I want to take a shower first." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then revealed a gentle smile. "All right, I'll take you there." He then took Jiang Zui's hand and led her into the bathroom in the bedroom. After Jiang Shuwei entered the bathroom, she realized she hadn't brought a change of clothes. She bit her lip and hesitated for a moment before opening the bathroom door and softly calling out, "Chun, I don't have any clothes." Lin Chen was momentarily stunned, then found one of his shirts and handed it to her. Listening to the sound of water running in the bathroom, Lin Chen could feel that his younger brother was already eager to launch an attack. After a while, the bathroom door opened again. Jiang Shuwei emerged wearing Lin Chen's shirt, her wet hair casually draped over her shoulders. The oversized shirt on her figure revealed her fair legs, making her look exceptionally sexy. Lin Chen was instantly captivated by her. He stared blankly at Jiang Shuwei. Jiang Shuwei felt shy under his gaze, slightly lowering her head, the blush on her face becoming more pronounced. "What's wrong, Chun?" Lin Chen slowly approached Jiang Shuwei, gently lifting her chin, his eyes full of affection. "Shuwei, you are truly beautiful." Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuwei into his arms, and amidst her surprised exclamations, he princess carried her and placed her onto the bed. Jiang Shuwei lay on the bed, her face flushed. Lin Chen supported himself over her, their gazes locking. Lin Chen lowered his head and kissed Jiang Zui's lips. The kiss was passionate and deep, filled with desire and love. Jiang Shuwei closed her eyes, responding to Lin Chen's kiss. Lin Chen's hand gently caressed Jiang Zui's cheek, and then slowly trailed down her neck, gliding over her collarbone. Jiang Shuwei trembled slightly, a strange and intense feeling surging within her. Lin Chen's kiss grew hotter as it moved from Jiang Zui's lips to her earlobe, gently nibbling. Jiang Shuwei let out a soft whimper, and that sound acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the flames within Lin Chen's heart. Lin Chen lifted his head and kissed Jiang Zui's lips again, their tongues intertwining as their breaths mingled. Lin Chen's body pressed against Jiang Zui's, and he could feel her softness and warmth. Jiang Zui's breathing became increasingly rapid, and soon she was completely stripped bare by Lin Chen. Her perfect figure was fully revealed before Lin Chen's eyes. A flash of amazement and affection crossed Lin Chen's eyes. Looking into Jiang Zui's eyes, he softly said, "Shuwei, I love you." Jiang Zui's eyes glistened with tears, and she nodded gently, saying, "Chen, I love you too. Please cherish me." Lin Chen leaned closer to Jiang Zui's ear, his heavy breath brushing against her ear. "I will cherish you well, Shuwei." The moon in the sky seemed to shyly cover its eyes. At this moment, 1,000 words were omitted. The next day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting across the bed and awakening the two who lay. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiang Shuwei, who was still asleep beside him. A hint of weariness and contentment rested on her face, her long eyelashes trembling faintly like the wings of a butterfly. A surge of tenderness welled up in Lin Chen's heart, and he gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. Sensing his movement, Jiang Shuwei gradually stirred awake. Opening her eyes, she saw Lin Chen gazing at her with tenderness, and a blush crept across her cheeks. "Good morning," Jiang Shuwei murmured softly. "Good morning," Lin Chen replied with a smile, reaching out to draw her into his arms. Jiang Shuwei leaned against his chest, listening to the steady, powerful beating of his heart, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. "Yesterday." Jiang Shuwei hesitated, the blush on her face deepening. Lin Chen knew what she intended to say. Gently stroking her hair, he said, "Yesterday was wonderful. From now on we will always be this happy." Jiang Shuwei nodded, her eyes shimmering with joy. They embraced for a while longer in bed before preparing to get up. "Hiss." Jiang Shuwei frowned. "What's wrong, Shuwei?" Lin Chen asked with concern. Jiang Shuwei blushed, bit her lip, and murmured, "It hurts a little." Lin Chen understood her meaning instantly, his heart filled with guilt and tenderness. He held Jiang Shuawei tightly in his arms and said gently, "Darling, I'm sorry for making you suffer. Just lie down and rest. I'll go buy you something to eat." Jiang Shuawei quickly shook her head and refused. "Chen, no need. I have to go back to school for class later. Let's just go out and eat together." Lin Chen frowned, his voice laced with worry. "But aren't you in pain right now?" Jiang Shuawei smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll feel better after a while." Defeated by Jiang Zuwei's insistence, Lin Chen had no choice but to give in. Jiang Shuawei leaned against the headboard and rested for a while. After some time, feeling slightly better, she decided to get up and go out. Watching Jiang Shuawei struggle to rise, Lin Chen's heart ached with concern. He quickly supported her and said, "Shuawei, you really don't need to rush to school. Why not take a day off and rest?" Jiang Shuawei shook her head firmly and said, "No, I have a very important class today. I can't afford to miss it." Seeing her determination, Lin Chen could only relent. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei change clothes. The accidental glimpse of her snow-white skin, pure and alluring like fresh snow, made his heart jolt violently. His gaze seemed to be trapped, unable to look away. In an instant, that familiar restlessness began to stir again within his body. "Bodhi originally has no tree, the bright mirror is not a stand." Lin Chen hastily recited the scripture in his mind over and over, striving to suppress the surging impulse that threatened to burst forth. He shut his eyes tightly, took several deep breaths, and after a long while finally managed to quell the restlessness. Once they were ready, Lin Chen drove his luxury car, carrying Jiang Shuawei slowly out of Yulan Shangting. Originally, Lin Chen had intended to take Jiang Shuawei to the luxurious Dihao Hotel for breakfast. But Jiang Shuawei was worried about being late, so they simply bought some soy milk fried dough sticks and steamed buns from a roadside stall. The passers-by who witnessed this scene were stunned. Driving a supercar, yet buying street-side soy milk and fried dough sticks, a sight indeed rare. Curious gazes were cast their way, and some even pulled out their phones to take pictures. Just then, Lin Chen was focused on driving and couldn't answer easily. "Shuawei, help me answer it," Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuawei obediently retrieved the phone from Lin Chen's pocket. While doing so, she mischievously pinched his sensitive area. This sudden little move sent a jolt through Lin Chen's body, nearly causing him to lose grip on the steering wheel. The voice of Lu Shu came through the phone. "Director Lin, this is Lu Shu. President Ma Teng is expected to arrive at Dihao Hotel around 1030. Do you have the time?" Lu Shu's tone carried a hint of urgency. Upon hearing Lin Chen finally answer the call, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had sent a message to Lin Chen last night, but received no reply, leaving her frantic as if she were an ant on a hot. Early this morning she messaged him again, yet still no response. As if he had vanished into thin air, like hiding in a bomb shelter. Unable to bear it any longer, she finally called him, and fortunately the call went through. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was just past 9 o'clock. "All right, no problem. What about Lu Hai?" Lu Shu quickly replied. "Lu Hai just got off the plane and will probably arrive at Dihao in a little while." "Okay. I had something going on last night and didn't check my phone. They'll contact him later," Lin Chen said casually. "Very well, Director Lin. I won't disturb you further." Lin Chen hummed in acknowledgement, then had Jiang Shuawei in the call. "Wow. Chen, old Ma is coming to see you in person." Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen with adoration, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "That's old Ma. In all of Daxiao, there are probably few who haven't heard of Xiao Ma and old Ma. Their fame is thunderous. They are legendary figures in the business world." "Yes, he wants me to sign a unanimous action agreement," Lin Chen nodded and said. "What is a unanimous action agreement?" Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, her eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. "It means that no matter how many shares you have after signing, all decision-making power of the company lies with Ma Teng, and I only enjoy dividends." Lin Chen thought for a moment and explained in a simple, easy-to-understand way. "Huh, then why would you still sign it?" Jiang Shuawei was taken aback. Wasn't this an unfair clause? She frowned, her face full of confusion. "So, I won't sign a full unanimous action agreement with him. At most, I'll sign a partial one," Lin Chen said calmly. Jiang Shuawei roughly understood the meaning from the name. "So you still have voting rights, but in some situations you follow his lead." "Right," Lin Chen replied affirmatively. "Oh." Jiang Shuawei nodded, half understanding. "If it weren't for a class I absolutely have to attend, I'd want to go with you to see what the living old Ma looks like." Jiang Shuawei muttered dejectedly, a look of regret on her face. "What class is so important that you have to go?" Lin Chen asked with curiosity. In his impression, weren't college classes supposed to be skipped for electives and selectively skipped for required courses? "That teacher is my mom's best friend, as she definitely knows him back at school. If I don't go, I won't have a good excuse," Jiang Shuawei said helplessly. Lin Chen suddenly understood. No wonder. Lin Chen was about to drive into the school, but Jiang Shuawei stopped him. "I can go in by myself. Don't you have things to do?" "I'll go back on my own," Jiang Shuawei said, then playfully pecked Lin Chen on the cheek. Then, without giving Lin Chen a chance to object, she got out of the car. Lin Chen had no choice but to follow suit, pulling over to the roadside and stepping out to catch Jiang Shuawei's hand. Many of the surrounding classmates whipped out their phones to snap pictures. "Whoa, isn't that the campus belle?" Jiang Shuawei with her wealthy playboy How'd they go from a Ferrari to a Lamborghini? Isn't that the Veneno that's been all the rage on campus? So it's actually our school beauty Jiang's boyfriend's ride. That's insane. They'll walk you to your classroom. Lin Chen took Jiang Zui's hand and said tenderly, "No need. Aren't you in a hurry? You'd better get going." Though delighted inside, Jiang Shuai didn't want to delay Lin Chen's affairs. It's fine, plenty of time. Lin Chen kept holding Jiang Zui's hand and strode into the school amid the gazes of the students around them. Unable to resist Lin Chen, Jiang Shuai had no choice but to let him lead her forward. "Awaken, you're so sweet, but can you even find my classroom?" Lin Chen's footsteps faltered. Then with graceful self-awareness, he let Jiang Shuai walk ahead. He accompanied her all the way to the classroom door. "All right, this is our classroom," Jiang Shuai said with a sweet smile. "Good'll be off then. At noon I'll pick you up for lunch." "Okay." Jiang Shuai tiptoed and planted a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek before scurrying into the classroom. Lin Chen's phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Hai. "Chairman Lin, I've arrived at the entrance of Dihao Hotel." "Good, just announce your name." Lin Chen immediately dialed Dong Fong after sending the message. "Chairman Lin, you wanted to see me. There's a man named Lu Hai downstairs. Have someone take him to the Dihao conference room." Lin Chen spoke into the phone as he hurried off campus. "Understood, Chairman Lin." Lin Chen hung up and walked for a while before finally stepping out of the school gates again. Amid the awed and envious stares of the crowd, he drove away in the Veneno. Before long, Lin Chen slowly pulled the eye-catching Lamborghini Veneno into the parking lot of Dihao Hotel. The hotel lobby was resplendent with a giant crystal chandelier radiating brilliant light. The staff greeted Lin Chen with respectful bows as he passed. Dong Fong was already waiting for him. "Chairman Lin, Mr. Lu has been waiting for you in the conference room." Lin Chen nodded faintly. "Where's the contract I asked you to prepare?" Dong Fong immediately handed him a document. Lin Chen gave it a brief glance, then walked straight toward the conference room with Dong Fong. When Lin Chen entered the conference room, Lu Hai was already seated inside. Dong Fong tactfully did not follow. Lu Hai's heart was pounding with nervousness. After all, this was a magnate who owned 10% of the shares in Penguin. If liquidated, that would be hundreds of billions of RMB. Seeing Lin Chen walk in, Lu Hai quickly rose and greeted him respectfully. "Chairman Lin, no need for such formality. Take a seat." Lu Hai waited until Lin Chen was seated before sitting down. Once both were settled, Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Lu Hai and said slowly, "Lu Hai, I believe you've fully prepared for our meeting today. The reason I chose you as my personal secretary besides Lu Shu's recommendation is also because of your capabilities." Lu Hai listened attentively, his eyes filled with determination. "Chairman Lin, thank you for your trust. I will give my all and live up to your expectations." Lin Chen nodded. Then he handed the contract to Lu Hai. "Take a look. If there's no issue, go ahead and sign." Lu Hai took the contract and perused it carefully. The clauses were clear and straightforward, the compensation generous, a clear reflection of Lin Chen's regard for him. After finishing, Lu Hai raised his head and said, "Chairman Lin, I have no questions about the contract. It is a great honor to become your personal secretary. I will work diligently and devote all my strength to your—" Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Good, then sign it." After the contract was signed, Lin Chen stood up and extended his hand to Lu Hai. "Welcome to my team, Secretary Lu." Lu Hai gripped Lin Chen's hand firmly, his eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Chairman Lin, for this opportunity. I will work hard." Not long after, Ma Teng also arrived at Dihao Hotel. Lin Chen personally went downstairs to receive him. Straightening his suit, Lin Chen walked toward the lobby with steady steps. A trace of nervousness fluttered in his heart. After all, Ma Teng was a legendary figure in the business world. To single-handedly build such a colossal commercial empire, few could rival his ability. Lin Chen and Lu Hai reached the lobby where Dong Fong was already greeting Ma Teng and his entourage with a broad smile. "Chairman Ma, hello. I'm Lin Chen." Even though he had mentally prepared himself, knowing Lin Chen was only a freshman, the sight before him still took him by surprise. The young man standing before him was so youthful, yet had achieved such extraordinary success in business. Truly impressive. "Chairman Lin, I've heard so much about you. Today I see that heroes indeed emerge from youth." Ma Teng smiled and extended his hand. Lin Chen shook it and replied, "Chairman Ma flatters me. You are the business legend. I still have much to learn from you." The atmosphere among the group was quite somber, with only Ma Teng and Lin Chen chatting cheerfully along the way. When they entered the conference room, the mood turned subtle. Once seated, Ma Teng spoke first. "Chairman Lin, you know the purpose of my visit. It's about the Actingen concert." Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "I know, but I certainly won't sign a full Actingen concert agreement. As for a partial one, as long as you offer the right price, I'll sign." Ma Teng was silent for a moment, exchanged a few words with the people around him, then turned back to Lin Chen. 50 billion RMB. Lin Chen was actually quite satisfied. After all, even if he were to run Penguin himself, he couldn't do it better than Ma Teng. All he needed to do was sit back and wait for dividends. To be able to wring a little wool out of Ma Teng now was already agreed. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. After further discussion and negotiation, the two parties finally reached a consensus on the terms of the partial Actingen concert agreement. After signing the contract, Ma Teng looked at Lin Chen with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Chairman Lin, you truly are a rare business partner. I believe our cooperation will achieve great success. Lin Chen smiled back. President Ma, I also look forward to our collaboration bringing greater opportunities to both sides. It's getting late. How about we have lunch at Dihao Hotel? Let's leave it at that for now. I need to visit the Penguin Tianfu City headquarters later. Ma Teng smiled, and polite. What a pity. Lin Chen felt a tinge of regret having hoped to invite Ma Teng for a meal. Jiang Shuawei had also expressed interest in joining, but it seemed impossible now. We'll have another chance, Chairman Lin. May our cooperation be fruitful. Fruitful cooperation. Lin Chen shook hands with Ma Teng, then escorted him out of the Dihao Hotel. Chairman Lin, I never imagined you were such a major shareholder in Penguin Company. After Ma Teng left, Dong Fong said to Lin Chen with excitement. Only then did he fully believe what Lin Chen had told him before. Dihao might one day expand beyond Tianfu City. Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. My girlfriend and I will be dining here shortly. Understood, Chairman Lin. Dong Fong promptly replied. After leaving, Lin Chen headed straight for Suzhou University. When he arrived at the main gate, Jiang Shuawei was already waiting, accompanied by Tang Weiner. Lin Chen stopped before the two. Senior Tang, would you like to join us for dinner? He asked in confusion. His car could. You're so wealthy, Master Lin, I might as well mooch a meal. Tang Weiner said with a laugh. Oh, don't worry about Weiner, someone will pick her up soon. Jiang Shuawei opened the door and got in. Just then a blue Porsche 918 pulled up and stopped behind Lin Chen. A familiar head poked out of the window. Sister Weiner, get in. Xiao Fei waved excitedly at Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner looked at Xiao Fei's car somewhat astonished. But then she thought, if Xiao Fei could spend hundreds of thousands on drinks, why not drive a supercar? She directly walked over and sat in the passenger seat beside Xiao Fei. Chen, what kind of car is Xiao Fei driving? Jiang Shuawei asked, also curious about Xiao Fei's vehicle. Lin Chen scrutinized it briefly. A Porsche 918, about 10 million yuan, he said with a smile. Oh, it looks nice, but not as nice as ours. Jiang Shuawei planted a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek, beaming. Lin Chen affectionately ruffled Jiang Shuawei's hair. Boss, let's go. I'm starving. Xiao Fei's voice came. Lin Chen stuck his middle finger out of the window, then the engine roared with a deep, powerful growl, and he sped off. Xiao Fei promptly followed. The two supercars raced along the road in tandem, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Wow, those two, a young man exclaimed excitedly. Only the wealthy can afford such luxury cars, someone nearby chimed in. Hearing your words is like taking a purification spell from Zhuangzi. As they neared the Dihao Hotel, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei gradually slowed down. They parked the cars steadily in the hotel's parking lot and got out together. After parking, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei entered the Dihao Hotel with Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. Dong Fong led the way, respectfully guiding them to the Tianzi first private room. Soon a waiter entered with the menu and handed it courteously to Lin Chen. Lin Chen passed the menu to Jiang Shuawei, smiling. Shuawei, you order. Jiang Shuawei took it and began scrutinizing the offerings. Tang Weiner leaned in curiously to look as well. When her eyes landed on the prices, she couldn't help but widen them. An Australian lobster was priced at a staggering 5,000 yuan each. Premium Wagyu steak cost tens of thousands per serving, and the rare seafood sashimi platter had a jaw-dropping price tag. Tang Weiner silently marveled at how different the lives of the wealthy truly were. After ordering a few of her favorite dishes, Jiang Shuawei handed the menu back to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked it over, added several specialty dishes, then gave the menu to the waiter, who nodded with a smile and went to inform the kitchen. While waiting for the food, Xiao Fei kept stealing glances at Tang Weiner and frequently started conversations with her. Sister Weiner, have you been tired from studying lately? Xiao Fei asked with a grin. Tang Weiner paused briefly, then replied, it's quite busy, but also fulfilling. Xiao Fei quickly added, you should take care of yourself, don't overwork. If you have time, we could go out and have some fun together. Tang Weiner saw the sincerity in Xiao Fei's eyes and felt a flutter of joy. Yet her heart was filled with conflict and hesitation. She knew Xiao Fei was wealthy and came from a privileged background, while she was just an ordinary girl. The gap between them was so vast that she couldn't help but doubt the genuineness of Xiao Fei's feelings. She remembered stories she'd heard of wealthy playboys toying with emotions, and a pang of fear crept in. She dreaded being nothing more than a fleeting amusement for Xiao Fei to be heartlessly discarded once the novelty faded. She also worried that she wouldn't fit into his social circle or adapt to his lifestyle. She stole a glance at Xiao Fei, pondering. He was undeniably handsome, charismatic, and treated her with warmth and care. But could it last? She wasn't sure. She felt she ought to remain rational and not be swept away by a momentary infatuation. Just then the waiters began bringing out the dishes. Exquisite courses were laid on the table, exuding an enticing. The bright red shell of the Australian lobster, the even marbling of the Wagyu steak, the fresh hues of the seafood sashimi platter. All were mouth-watering. Seeing Tang Weiner's amazed expression, Xiao Fei said with a smile, Sister Weiner, give it a try. I've known the food here is excellent since I came with the boss last time. He picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of lobster meat on Tang Weiner's plate. She took it a little shyly and took a delicate bite. The tender, succulent flesh and rich flavor made her exclaim, it's truly delicious. Throughout the meal, Xiao Fei kept serving her dishes, attentive to her tastes. Lin Chen observed Xiao Fei's actions and nodded inwardly with approval. Yet he still harbored some concern about whether Xiao Fei's feelings for Tang Weiner were genuine, given his former extravagant lifestyle. When no one was looking, Lin Chen leaned close to Xiao Fei and asked seriously, "Xiao Fei, are you serious about Tang Weiner? Your past was so indulgent. Don't just be playing around." Xiao Fei immediately turned grave. "Brother Lin, rest assured I truly like Sister Weiner. I know my old ways might make me seem unreliable, but I will definitely change." Lin Chen listened and gave a slight, "Good. I hope you'll keep your word. Senior Tang is Zhu Wei's best friend. If your intentions aren't pure, I won't let it slide. Boss, rest assured if I do win Sister Weiner's heart, I swear, he'll be devoted to her." Xiao Fei replied with utter seriousness. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuowei quietly asked Tang Weiner, "Weiner, are you really interested in Xiao Fei?" Tang Weiner blushed and nodded shyly. "But I feel he's too wealthy and am not good enough for him. I'm also afraid he might just be acting on a whim, so I want to observe a bit more." Jiang Shuowei took Tang Weiner's hand and comforted her. "Weiner, don't think that way. Love doesn't care about wealth or poverty. If you truly like each other, you'll make it work. But you're right to be cautious. They'll have Lin Chen keep an eye on Xiao Fei. I would never let you get hurt." Tang Weiner glanced at Xiao Fei again. "We'll see." Since they had to drive, neither of them drank. After the meal, Xiao Fei had military training to attend, so he and Tang Weiner returned to school together. "Awaken, how did your talk with old Ma go?" Jiang Shuowei asked curiously. "Not bad. We signed a partial Actingin concert agreement," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Oh, where should we go later?" Lin Chen pondered briefly. He had been quite busy these past few days. Yesterday was the first night he spent in the villa, and it turned out there was nothing inside. "Let's buy some daily necessities for the villa later. Anyway, Yulan Shangting is only a kilometer or two from school. From now on we won't stay on campus. We'll live in the villa." Zhang Zuwei's face flushed at his words. "Live outside every day? That would mean this." Jiang Shuowei hesitated. It wasn't that she was unwilling to live with Lin Chen, but she was thinking about Tang Weiner. There were 4 people in the dormitory: herself, Han Qiqi, and another person who almost never came back. If she left, Tang Weiner would have to face Han Qiqi's disgusting behavior every day alone. Just thinking about it made her feel sorry for Tang Weiner. Seeing Jiang Zuwei's hesitation, Lin Chen asked, "What's wrong, Shuowei?" "Nothing." Afraid Lin Chen might misunderstand, Jiang Shuowei explained everything to him in detail. Lin Chen suddenly understood. This was indeed a problem. Since they were such good friends, he had to consider her best friend. "Then let's not rush this. But we might need to stay in the villa occasionally, so let's go buy some things this afternoon," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Great. Awaken is the best." Overjoyed that Lin Chen agreed and wasn't angry, Jiang Shuowei happily hugged his arm. Feeling her softness pressing against his arm, Lin Chen's heart swelled with pleasure. Just then his phone rang. "Hello, Mom, what's up?" Lin Chen answered quickly when he saw it was his mother. "What can I call my son if there's nothing going?" his mother said snappishly. "Of course not, Mom." Lin Chen chuckled apologetically. "Tell me honestly, is that Rongtou real estate company yours?" His mother's tone turned serious. "Mom, why do you ask?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Then he suddenly remembered that he had fired Yuan Lu when he visited Rongtou real estate. "Did Yuan Lu tell you?" "Mom, don't be soft-hearted and agree to anything from them. Relatives like that aren't worth keeping," Lin Chen said urgently. "First tell me, is that big company yours?" his mother asked. "Not entirely. I invested in it, so I'm the largest shareholder of Rongtou real estate." "Is your cryptocurrency that valuable? Enough to buy shares in such a big company?" His mother's voice was filled. "Haha, it really is profitable. But Mom, don't tell anyone else," Lin Chen said awkwardly. "Okay," his mother replied with a meaningful tone. "Mom, so how did you find out?" Lin Chen was sure it was Yuan Lu. "Awaken, tell me. Did you fire your uncle, eh?" Lin Chen was silent for a moment. "Yes, I fired him. Alas, they're still relatives. Let the past be past. Since you're doing well now, there's no need to dwell on it." His mother sighed. Yuan Lu had grown up under her watch. She was 7 or 8 years older than him. As a child, he used to follow her around calling her sister. Somehow after growing up, he had become a different person. Today when she went out for lunch and checked her phone, she saw that her sister-in-law, Yuan Lu's mother, was posting in the family circle loudly complaining that her son had somehow become the boss of Yuan Lu's company, and the first thing he did was fire Yuan Lu. All of Yuan Lu's years of hard work had come to nothing. The relatives didn't believe it, knowing full well the situation of Lin Chen's family. Lin Chen's uncle was furious. Regardless of whether it's true, even if it is, I think Xiao Chun did nothing wrong. Have you forgotten how you treated my sister's family back then?" Thus the matter escalated. Until Yuan Lu's mother posted a photo in the group. A picture of Huang Wei leading Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei toward the elevator. Now the relatives finally believed what Yuan Lu's mother said. Unexpectedly, instead of joining forces to denounce Lin Chen's family, as they had imagined, they all tried to curry favor with the Lin family. The awkward part was that except for Lin Chen's uncle, none of the relatives had Lin Chen's contact information. So they all started messaging his mother. "Mom, hey, race, what really happened?" After hearing the whole story, Lin Chen found it hard to believe. Was this something? They started the trouble, twisted the truth, and even tried to incite other relatives to speak ill of Lin Chen's family. Disgusting. Absolutely vile. Mom, this is what happened. After Lin Chen explained everything, his mother's mood visibly sank. Mom, you treat them as family, but look how they treat you. I know. I just find it hard to accept all at once. His mother sighed. Mom, don't be too upset. Their family is like that. Just ignore them. They'll come visit you in a few days. Lin Chen said gently. Good. By the way, they said that pretty girl in the photo is your girlfriend. Is that true? His mother's mood brightened as she spoke. Since the call was on speaker, Jiang Shuawei could hear every word. She was both nervous and hopeful. Lin Chen, yes, Mom. She's your future daughter-in-law. Lin Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Zuwei's face turned crimson, and her joy was impossible to hide. Really? You little rascal. You managed to snag such a beautiful girl. When are you bringing her home to meet your father? His mother's gloom evaporated completely, her voice brimming with delight. Sure, Mom. They'll bring your future daughter-in-law to see you in a few days. Then your father and I will be waiting. If you show up alone that day, you'll sleep outside. Lin Chen gave a wry smile. Fine, fine. Mom will transfer another $1 million to you. Dad has always wanted a car, right? Go buy one. And you must get air conditioning installed at home. Summers in Suzhou are scorching, you can't just rely on fans. Your son is a big boss now, loaded with money. Don't worry about saving for me. Lin Chen said, don't worry about saving for me. Lin Chen said, don't worry about saving for me. Well, my son has made something of himself, and as his mother I deserve to enjoy life. I really don't want to work anymore. I've been working in Suzhou since I was 16, and now I can finally take a rest. Lin Chen listened to his mother's words, and his eyes unconsciously reddened. His mind was filled with myriad thoughts, wondering how he could have changed his fate and his parents' destiny without the system. Jiang Shuawei noticed the shift in Lin Chen's emotions and gently comforted him, softly grasping his arm. Mom, you and Dad don't have to work anymore. Take the time to travel and enjoy yourselves. Lin Chen spoke with his mother for a long while before hanging up. It's okay, Ah Chun. Jiang Shuawei immediately threw herself into Lin Chen's arms after he ended the call. Her hand kept patting his back, instantly dispelling the gloom in Lin Chen's heart. I'm fine, Shuawei. I'm already better. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Zuwei's fair cheeks and smiled. His smile was as bright as sunshine radiating. Let's go buy some daily necessities. Lin Chen suggested. Ah Chen, it seems we forgot something. Jiang Zuwei's expression suddenly turned serious. What is it? Lin Chen was curious to see her so solemn. Didn't we want to buy that ragdoll cat last time? And we completely forgot. I wonder if my poor little ragdoll is still there. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen pitifully, her eyes full of anticipation and longing. Lin Chen paused, quickly recalling the previous incident. All right. They had been interrupted by those two brothers Wang Shijie and didn't get to buy it. Then let's go buy that cat first. Lin Chen asked. Great. Jiang Zuwei's eyes sparkled with joy, her smile blooming like a beautiful flower. Soon Lin Chen drove Jiang Shuawei back to Luan Street. The street was still bustling with people. Lin Chen took Jiang Zuwei's hand and headed straight to Maicheng Pet Shop. After the previous incident, the shop owner had discovered that Lin Chen was the new owner of this street and broke out in a cold sweat. Recalling his previous bargaining stance, he was filled with regret. If Lin Chen had pressed the matter, given his status, he could have driven him out without a word. The cat that had caused the dispute hadn't been sold, but the owner dared not offer it for sale. Even though several customers had expressed interest in buying the cat, he refused, claiming it was boarded there by a client. Now seeing Lin Chen enter his shop again with his girlfriend, the owner's heart raced with anxiety. He steeled himself and approached Lin Chen. Hello, Master Lin. I'm the tenant of this shop. Just call me Xiao Li. Lin Chen looked at him with a hint of surprise. You know me? Lin Chen's tone was full of doubt. Yes, Wei Chao sent everyone your photo and told us to be careful not to offend you. The owner was quite honest, completely forgetting that Wei Chao had also sent a message. Don't say I sent it. Lin Chen understood and didn't dwell on it. Knowing what he looked like could also avoid unnecessary trouble. Jiang Zuwei's eyes scanned the shop and soon spotted the ragdoll cat from before. Ah Chen, I see it. Jiang Shuawei excitedly pulled Lin Chen toward it. Whether it was true affinity or not, the ragdoll cat stood up inside its cage as soon as it saw Jiang Shuawei from afar, reaching out its paw as if waving. Wow, this little princess is so adorable. Jiang Shuawei stood in front of the ragdoll, her eyes brimming with joy. How do you know it's a princess? Lin Chen looked at the ragdoll, curiously puzzled. Could you tell if a cat was male or female just by looking at it? Jiang Shuawei glanced at Lin Chen as if he were an idiot, then pointed at the tag on the cage. Lin Chen looked closely and saw it indeed said little princess. Bossly, you'll take this ragdoll. Swipe the card. Lin Chen said to the pet shop owner beside him. No need, no need. This ragdoll is my gift to you, Boss Lin. No charge. The pet shop owner quickly waved his hand, a fawning smile on his face. What it costs is what it costs. How can I not pay? The pet shop owner had no choice but to accept Lin Chen's money. Trying to curry favor. Not possible. After the owner finished deworming and bathing the little ragdoll, Jiang Shuawei couldn't wait to hold it in her arms. Then Lin Chen carried bags of cat food and followed Jiang Shuawei, who was utterly captivated by the little ragdoll, back to the car. The pet shop owner had no choice but to accept Lin Chen's money, trying to curry favor. Not possible. After the owner finished deworming, Lin Chen nodded, started the engine, and drove toward the mall. No sooner had he stepped out of the car than his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? A middle-aged man's voice, sounding around 40 or 50, came through. I am Lin Chen. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Lin Xiangdong from Haojia Network Technology. The man's tone was clearly ingratiating. Lin Chen's voice immediately turned cold. Oh, Lin Tianyu's father. Jiang Shuowei saw Lin Chen's expression harden and knew something was wrong, so she stopped. Yes, Mr. Lin. I'm terribly sorry. That unfilial son of mine offended you. I apologize on his behalf. I've taught him a harsh lesson. Do you have time this evening? I'd like to invite you to a simple dinner and bring that unfilial son to apologize in person. Lin Chen said with sarcasm. Oh, I dare not accept an apology from the young master of Haojia Technology. How frightening. I'm afraid that one day you'll step out of the school gate and get beaten up by young Master Lin and his thugs. Mr. Lin, please give me this chance. I will bring that unfilial son to make amends to you and your friend. Lin Xiangdong said hastily. A chance? Are you worthy of me giving you a chance? Lin Chen hung up directly and blocked the number. An apology to settle the matter. Dream on. Chen Xiaobai got beaten up. If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for? Lin Chen was determined if Haojia Technology didn't go bankrupt, he would change his surname. On the other end of the line, Lin Xiangdong's face turned livid with rage, and he hurled his phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. When I first ventured out, this kid wasn't even born yet. How dare you give me that look? Lin Xiangdong scolded angrily. He then glanced at Lin Tianyo, who was kneeling before him, and kicked him in frustration. I paid for your college education so you could bring trouble to me. Offending old Qin isn't enough. Now you've also angered the major shareholder of Penguin Company. Do you not know that our company is in the online business? Old Qin was the backbone of the Qin family, which was involved in various industries throughout Tianfu City. Lin Tianyu was kicked to the ground, but quickly got back up, continuing to kneel with his head down, his eyes filled with hatred. Why are you hitting a child? The child has already admitted his mistake. What more do you want? A tearful noblewoman wanted to help Lin Tianyu stand up, but was pushed away by him. If you make a mistake, you must admit it. Lin Tianyu said through gritted teeth in a low voice. Son, this incident isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that Lin Chen kid who likes to show off. Who would have thought that an 18-year-old freshman would be a shareholder of Penguin? The noblewoman, having been pushed aside, felt no anger and continued to comfort Lin Tianyu. Lin Xiangdong looked at his wife with a headache, who every time he tried to discipline Lin Tianyu, she would intervene. This had fostered Lin Tianyu's arrogant character. Lin Xiangdong pointed at the noblewoman and shouted, "It's all because you've been so indulgent that he has turned out this way. This time he has caused such a huge disaster. If those two kids are determined to ruin us, our family business will be..." The noblewoman was silenced by Lin Xiangdong's imposing demeanor. Lin Tianyu remained kneeling on the ground, his eyes still filled with hatred. Lin Xiangdong looked at his stubborn son and overly protective wife, feeling a surge of helplessness. He recalled the hardships he faced when he first entered the business world. Back then, relying on courage and wisdom, he struggled in the market and eventually achieved his current success. Yet now this disappointing son had recklessly pushed the family business to the brink of disaster. Lin Xiangdong took a deep breath to calm himself. He then switched to another phone and made a call. Hello, is this Chun Xiao from Suzhou University? I am Lin Xiangdong, the owner of Haojia Technology. No, 1 million. No, 5 million. As long as you can persuade your friend to let Haojia Technology go, I'll give you 5 million. These kids sure know how to throw their weight around. I refuse to believe that after working hard for most of my life, I can be brought down by two young punks. Lin Xiangdong was now furious and cursed. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, having hung up the phone, wore a satisfied expression. He looked at the number he had blacklisted, he felt no pity for Lin Tianyu and his family. Doesn't the boss of a company know what kind of character his own son? Since you don't want to take responsibility, then I, Lin Chen, will take care of it for you. Chen, we can't let that family off so easily. Jiang Shuowei said angrily. She had witnessed Lin Tianyu's ugly behavior that day. Lin Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. Don't worry, Shuowei, Haojia Technology won't last much longer. Chen is so amazing. Jiang Shuowei looked at Lin Chen with starry eyes. What's so amazing about it? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Everything is amazing. Jiang Zuwei's cheeks turned red. As they entered the mall, she held a small stuffed toy in one hand and pulled Lin Chen around a shop. The mall was bustling with people. At that moment, Lin Chen's phone buzzed with a message. He opened it to find one from Director Lin. Penguin Company has already pressured several partners of Haojia Technology, and many partners have terminated their cooperation with us under pressure. Should we continue? Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, and without hesitation he replied to Lu Shu, root out the problem. Chen, come and take a look at this cat climbing frame. I think it's pretty nice. Jiang Shuowei pointed to a beautifully designed cat climbing frame not far away. The two spent nearly the entire afternoon in the mall, choosing almost all the most expensive items. As Lin Chen put it, $1 billion villa with a garage full of billion-dollar cars, yet the furniture was only worth hundreds or thousands, making it embarrassing to let guests inside. They practically replaced everything in the villa. The previous items were all left by the last owner. Although they were usable, Lin Chen always felt uncomfortable. Those furnishings and items, while undamaged, carried the scent of others, which made him feel uneasy. He wanted a fresh start, a home belonging to him and Jiang Shuowei. Seeing that they had bought too many items, Lin Chen called Lu Hai to handle it. After signing the contract, Lu Hai rented a place in Tianfu City to specifically help Lin Chen manage various company affairs and some personal matters. Once Lu Hai received the call, he immediately sprang into action. He quickly organized several large trucks. Soon several large trucks arrived transporting the items Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei selected to Yulon Holy. The trucks were clean and the drivers carefully handled the goods, fearing the damage of any item. Lin Chen was satisfied with the efficiency and the cleanliness of the trucks, lifted his spirits. When the trucks reached the entrance of Yulon Holy Courtyard, the sight startled the security guard. The trucks lined up, imposing in their presence. If Lin Chen hadn't come out to greet them and given a signal, the guard probably wouldn't have dared to let the trucks in. Lin Chen smiled and greeted the guard, explaining the situation, and only then did the guard feel reassured enough. After a busy time, they finally cleared out most of the previous occupants' belongings and settled Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's purchases. Workers busily moved about the rooms, arranging each item precisely according to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. Although Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei did not physically move any items, merely directing the workers on where things should go, they still felt a bit exhausted. The two looked at their newly refreshed home, filled with a sense of accomplishment. "I'm exhausted." Jiang Shuowei collapsed on the sofa while the stuffed toy beside her had already fallen asleep. She showed signs of fatigue on her face, but her eyes were filled with happiness. "Chen, I'm hungry, I want to eat hot pot." Jiang Shuowei stood up, looking at Lin Chen with anticipation. "Sure, I haven't had hot pot in a while either." Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei's expectant eyes, a warm smile spreading across his face as he nodded with a grin. "Yeah, I love Chen the most," Jiang Shuowei cheered, bouncing excitedly on the sofa. Then, glancing at the little ragdoll cat beside her that had been woken up, a troubled expression crossed her face. The little ragdoll stared at Jiang Shuowei with round, sparkling eyes. "What should we do with her?" Jiang Shuowei crouched down, gently stroking the cat's head, her heart filled with reluctance. "Maybe we just leave some cat food in the bowl and go out to eat," Lin Chen suggested tentatively. "Okay," Jiang Shuowei agreed immediately without hesitation. Though she couldn't bear to leave the little ragdoll, the allure of delicious hot pot compelled her to prioritize her own cravings. She placed the cat on the cat tree, where it obediently lay, watching her every move. The tiny figure was exceptionally endearing. Jiang Shuowei added some cat food to the bowl, then gently patted the little ragdoll's head and said, "Little princess, be good at home. We'll be back soon." The little ragdoll seemed to understand her words and let out a soft meow. Jiang Shuowei stood up and skipped out of the villa with Lin Chen. The little ragdoll stared after her departing owner, utterly bewildered. Instead of taking the dazzling Veneno this time, they chose the Ferrari SF90. "Chen, this time you have to follow my lead." Jiang Shuowei, now in the driver's seat, wore an unmistakable look of joy. "No problem, Shuowei. You've been here for over 3 years now. Surely you know which hot pot place serves the best food." Lin Chen smiled at Jiang Shuowei. "Of course. I know a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street that's absolutely amazing. The decor is simple, but the flavor is out of this world." Whenever Jiang Shuowei talked about food, her eyes sparkled. "Really? Then I'll have to give it a try," Lin Chen replied. They soon arrived at Luan Street, parked the car in a lot, and left under the watchful eye of a security guard who nervously pocketed his phone upon seeing the luxury sports car. Luan Street was bustling at night, filled mostly with college students. The shimmering lights and lively atmosphere created a vibrant scene. Given their striking looks, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei turned heads wherever they went. "Holy cow. That couple is unbelievably good looking. Which school are they from?" "Not ours, I think," another male student asked curiously. Why is such a handsome guy always taken?" a girl lamented, watching Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei's affectionate interactions with envy and jealousy. Many around them cast admiring glances, but the pair paid no heed. Jiang Shuowei excitedly tugged Lin Chen forward, soon turning into a narrow alley. Jiang Shuowei led Lin Chen to a restaurant named Lu De Pang Hot Pot. A waitress at the door, seeing them approach, beamed with a welcoming smile. "Please come in." Inside, the place was buzzing with chatter, almost every table occupied. Jiang Shuowei guided Lin Chen to a corner seat. "Would you like a spicy pot or a dual-flavor pot?" the waitress asked. Jiang Shuowei exchanged a mischievous glance with Lin Chen. "Let's go with spicy." "Medium spice," Jiang Shuowei declared, without hesitation, anticipation gleaming in her eyes. "Sure." The waitress turned to prepare the ingredients. "Chen, don't judge this place by its size. The food is incredible," Jiang Shuowei enthused. Shortly after, the waitress arrived with a steaming pot and assorted ingredients. The fiery red broth bubbled, releasing a rich aroma. Jiang Shuowei eagerly dropped plates of beef and fatty beef into the pot. "Chen, try this beef. It's super tender." Jiang Shuwei picked up a piece of cooked beef and brought it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen opened his mouth, taking a gentle bite. The succulent texture and spicy flavor delighted his palate. It's really good, Lin Chen praised with a smile. Jiang Shuwei beamed, as if the compliment were for her eyes curving into crescents. I told you this place is amazing. As they were thoroughly enjoying their meal, the waitress suddenly placed a large platter of tripe and beef on their table. Jiang Shuwei looked puzzled. Miss, I think there's been a mistake. We didn't order these. Lin Chen also looked up at the— No mistake, miss. These are compliments from our boss. The waitress explained. Just then a tall, thin man— Mr. Lin, I never imagined you'd grace my humble restaurant. Please accept these dishes as a small token. The man spoke with a fawning smile. The waitress, caught off guard by the boss' deference, quickly realized the young couple must be of extraordinary status. She set down the dishes and left. Lin Chen barely glanced at them. You're thoughtful. The man seemed greatly pleased. Then I won't disturb your meal. The man, after Lin Chen nodded, prepared to leave. But at that moment a gruff voice from a nearby table rang out. Boss, didn't you say the beef was sold out? Then what's on this table? Pork, maybe. The hot pot owner quickly replied. Sorry, sir, we did run out of beef. That was the last portion and these two had it pre-ordered. How about I offer you a plate of tripe as compensation? FK your mother. Who the hell wants your tripe? You think I'm deaf? Those two lovebirds never ordered beef, yet you gave it to them. Trying to fool me, huh? The man, possibly tipsy, was clearly irate. The owner's face darkened. Jiang Shuwei, however, sympathized with him. Running a business was tough. Boss, take this beef to that table. We're just about done anyway. Jiang Shuwei spoke up. The owner hesitated, glancing at Lin Chen. It's fine. Take it to them. Lin Chen said calmly. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you. The owner was overjoyed. He had been in a bind, torn between fearing the rude guests might offend Lin Chen and bring trouble to him, and worrying that the man would escalate the scene and harm his business. Look how sensible she is. Thanks, little beauty. How about this? Big brother here will treat you to a drink later. He'll make sure you're well taken care of. The man spoke while leering lecherously at Jiang Shuwei. As soon as these words were uttered, the hot pot restaurant owner's face instantly turned pale. He immediately looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Yue, and sure enough, their expressions darkened in an instant. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and an invisible pressure began to emanate. Jiang Shuwei also arched her brows in anger, glaring at the man. Her kind gesture had not been met with gratitude. Instead, the rough-looking man leered at her and said flirtatiously, Look how sensible she is. Thanks, little beauty. How about this? Big brother here will treat you to a drink later. Watch your mouth. Jiang Shuwei snapped. The man remained unfazed and grew more arrogant. What's the matter, little beauty? Big brother's just complimenting you. Don't be ungrateful. Lin Chen's eyes were cold, and he said in a low voice, Apologize. The man laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. Apologize? Who do you think you are? You dare tell me to You'd better apologize. These two are not people you can mess with. The hot pot restaurant owner also tried to persuade him. But hearing this, the man felt his pride wounded. I'd like to see just how I can't mess with this little brat. With that, the man suddenly, without warning, swung his fist and charged at Lin Chen. His fist whistled through the air on the verge of smashing into Lin Chen's face. If it had been the old Lin Chen, he might have been hit, but unfortunately for the man, the system had rewarded Lin Chen with a robust physique, making his physical condition incomparable to before. Lin Chen sidestepped slightly, effortlessly dodging the ferocious punch. The man missed, and due to excessive force, stumbled forward a few steps. Before the man could regain his balance, Lin Chen moved, instantly grabbing the man's arm and twisting it with force. The man cried out in pain. Lin Chen then kicked the man in the stomach, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily into a nearby table, sending dishes clattering to the floor with crisp sounds. The surrounding diners, frightened, dared not stay in the restaurant and fled without paying. Seeing this, the man's friends rushed over with furious roars. A burly man swung a fist as large as a bowl, aiming fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, and he sidestepped, causing the man's fist to hit nothing but air. Taking advantage of the moment when the burly man's old strength had waned and new power had yet to emerge, Lin Chen swiftly turned and kicked the side of the man's knee. The burly man's knee buckled, nearly sending him to the ground as he struggled to steady himself, his face twisted in pain. Another tall, skinny man charged from the side, brandishing a beer bottle aimed at Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen tilted his head slightly, and the beer bottle whizzed past his eyes, stirring a breeze. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand, grabbing the tall, skinny man's wrist and squeezing hard. The man felt as if his wrist were clamped in an iron vice, the pain unbearable, and the beer bottle slipped from his grip, shattering on the ground. Pulling the tall, skinny man forward, Lin Chen drove his knee into the man's abdomen. The man doubled over in agony, groaning in pain. By then, the first man who had started the fight had recovered. With a vicious expression, he grabbed another bottle from the table and charged at Lin Chen again. A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He dashed forward in a single stride and kicked the man's knee before he could make his move. The man's knee buckled, and he fell to the ground once more. Lin Chen followed up with a punch to his face, leaving it. Seeing this, the other friends grew hesitant, but unable to watch their companions get beaten, they steeled themselves A heavy-set man swung his fists and rushed over aggressively. Lin Chen deftly dodged his punch, then seized his arm and flung him onto a nearby table. The table shattered, and the heavy-set man lay on the ground groaning in pain. Jiang Shuowei watched nervously from the side, her heart torn between worry for Lin Chen's safety and anger at the men's behavior. She clenched her fists tightly, ready to step in at any moment. Lin Chen fought with increasing ferocity, his movements clean and crisp, every strike brimming with power. His gaze was resolute and cold like an invincible war god. Under his assault, the men gradually lost their ability to fight back. One of them, sensing the tide had turned, tried to flee. But Lin Chen wouldn't let him escape so easily. He dashed over, grabbed the man by the collar of his shirt, and yanked him back. Then he punched him in the back, sending him sprawling to the floor. By now the hot pot restaurant owner's face was pale with fear. He hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. He wanted to intervene but dared not approach, so he could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. Lin Chen looked at the men lying on the ground and said coldly, "If you dare speak disrespectfully again, it won't end so simply." Though unwilling to accept defeat, the men knew they were no match for Lin Chen and could only lie there, not daring to. Lin Chen turned and walked back to Jiang Shuowei, gently stroking her cheek. "It's okay, Shuowei." Jiang Shuowei, however, grabbed him and looked him over from head to toe, only relaxing when she saw he was unharmed. "Boss, bring the card machine. It'll cover your losses for today." The owner nervously brought the card machine. "Is 100,000 enough?" The owner nodded repeatedly. "Enough, enough." After paying, Lin Chen took Jiang Shuowei's hand. "Shuowei, shall we go?" "Okay." Jiang Shuowei nodded, her eyes filled with admiration and love. But just then the man who had first spoken rudely and thrown the punch suddenly got up, grabbed a bottle, and smashed it toward Lin Chen's head. "Mr. Lin, look out!" The hot pot restaurant owner cried out in alarm. Since Jiang Shuowei was walking behind Lin Chen, she instinctively leaned closer to him when she heard the owner's warning. A loud crash echoed as the bottle exploded against Jiang Shuowei's head, glass shards flying like snowflakes. Her body swayed slightly, then she collapsed limply. The instant Lin Chen heard the owner's warning, he had already turned his body toward Jiang Shuowei. What he saw made his heart seem to stop. "Shuowei." Lin Chen trembled as he slowly, cautiously embraced Jiang Shuowei. Blood gushed from Jiang Shuowei's head, the crimson liquid like a breached dam instantly staining her cheeks and silk-like hair. Jiang Shuowei's eyes were shut tight, her face pale as paper. "What are you standing there for? Call 120, call 120 now." Lin Chen roared at the shop owner, his eyes red. The hot pot restaurant owner collapsed onto the floor in fright, his eyes wide with terror and bewilderment. Hearing Lin Chen's words, he fumbled for his phone with trembling hands and dialed 120. "Hello, we are at." Meanwhile, the man who smashed the bottle, realizing the catastrophic trouble he had caused, stood frozen in place, his face full of remorse and fear. His hands hung limply at his sides, still clutching fragments of the broken bottle. The others, who had been lying on the ground groaning, finally sobered up completely. They scrambled to their feet and prepared to flee. Just then several police officers rushed in. "Everyone, hands on your heads and kneel down. No one is allowed to escape," the leading officer barked. Under the officer's command, those trying to escape had no choice but to kneel with their hands on their heads, faces filled with panic and unease. The leading officer glanced at Jiang Shuowei lying on the ground unconscious and bleeding from her head, and at Lin Chen holding her, then asked, "Did you call 120? Yes, I called." The hot pot restaurant owner stepped forward trembling. "And you are?" "The leading officer and the owner of this hot pot restaurant. This is what happened." The owner then recounted the general sequence of events in detail. After hearing the owner's account, the officer's expression grew even more serious. He directed his subordinates to keep a tight watch on the perpetrators, ensuring they could not escape again or cause further trouble. He then walked over to Lin Chen and said softly, "Sir, don't worry too much. The ambulance will be here soon. We will handle this matter properly." Lin Chen glanced at the officer. "I am Lin Chen, a shareholder of the Penguin Corporation. I demand that you call my personal—" The leading officer's face changed instantly, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Penguin Corporation was a global business empire. The status of its shareholders was beyond imagination. But did the Penguin Corporation have such a young shareholder? "All right, Mr. Lin, don't worry. We will handle this properly." The officer's tone instantly became more respectful. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the restaurant was tense and heavy. Upon hearing Lin Chen's identity, the perpetrators' faces showed even more obvious terror. The man who smashed the bottle was now filled with regret. He lowered his head in chagrin, his heart full of fear and anxiety. To say such words in front of a police officer, either it was true or he was insane. Lin Chen held Jiang Shuowei tightly, his eyes filled with guilt and unease. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Lu Hai's number. "Lu Hai, this is Lin Chen. Shuowei and I ran into trouble at a hot pot restaurant on Luan Street. Shuowei is injured and unconscious. Notify the company's legal department immediately. We are filing a lawsuit against these perpetrators." Lin Chen's tone was icy. On the other end, Lu Hai also tensed up upon hearing the news. "Yes, Mr. Lin. I will arrange it right away. Don't worry, I will handle this." After hanging up, Lu Hai immediately swung into action and contacted the legal department of the Penguin Corporation. Meanwhile, the police continued their investigation in the restaurant. They questioned the owner and other witnesses, collecting evidence from the scene. "Oh, officer, you have no idea how terrifying it was. A group of people attacked a young man, and he took them all down by himself. Yes, officer, that man harassed the girl, a quarrel broke out, and then the drunkard suddenly attacked. The one with the long beard." The police gathered accounts from witnesses around, and their expressions turned grim. It was clear these men, emboldened by alcohol, harassed the man's girlfriend, and when words failed they resorted to violence, only to be taken down single-handedly. Later, while the young man was distracted, one of them sneaked a bottle strike. The girl, shielding the young man who claimed to be a Penguin Corporation shareholder, got injured herself. Damn it, this cliché plot straight out of a TV drama actually happened to me. Soon his phone rang. "Xiaoyang, listen. In this case, you're handling that young man named Lin Chen is a shareholder of the Penguin Corporation. You must not offend him. This matter must be thoroughly investigated and a satisfactory result given to Mr. Lin." The officer was stunned. Holy crap. So he really is a shareholder of the Penguin Corporation. After hanging up, the officer walked back to Lin Chen. "I'm terribly sorry, sir. We've basically understood the situation. We will definitely give you an explanation." Lin Chen said nothing, for the ambulance had already arrived. "Where is the injured person?" Over here, over here," Lin Chen shouted excitedly. Several doctors and nurses rushed over with a stretcher. The medical staff quickly lifted Jiang Shuwei onto the stretcher, and Lin Chen followed, closely, unable to take his eyes off her. Seeing Jiang Zuwei's pale face and the blood on her head, his heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand, aching so much he could barely breathe. The police also helped maintain order at the scene to ensure the ambulance could leave smoothly. After the ambulance departed, the officer looked at the drunken men in the restaurant, his face dark as iron. "Take them away." The ambulance sped off with a piercing siren. Inside, Lin Chen sat tightly holding Jiang. The doctor briefly examined Jiang Zuwei's wound. "How did this happen? It's so severe." The doctor frowned at Lin Chen, who was consumed with self-reproach. "My girlfriend was hit on the head with a bottle while trying to save me." Lin Chen's eyes were red as he spoke in anguish. The doctor sighed, said no more, and simply dressed Jiang Zuwei's wound. Soon they arrived at the hospital. After the doctor treated Jiang Zuwei's wound, she woke up. "Wah! My head hurts so much." Jiang Shuwei saw Lin Chen beside her upon waking. Feeling the pain in her head and the bandage wrapped around it, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Lin Chen held Jiang Zuwei's hand tightly, his eyes rimmed with red. "Shuwei, don't be afraid, I'm here. You're safe now. The doctor just treated your wound. You'll recover soon." Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Zuwei's cheek and wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Lin Chen comforted her for a long while before Jiang Zuwei's emotions finally calmed down. He then took her for various examinations, which ultimately revealed no major issues. She just needed to rest and recuperate. After coaxing Jiang Shuwei to sleep on the hospital bed, Lin Chen himself fell asleep, leaning against the bed and keeping vigil beside her. Early the next morning, Jiang Shuwei woke up and looked at Lin Chen, who was still slumped against the bed, her eyes full of heartache. Lin Chen happened to wake up as well. Seeing Jiang Shuwei gazing at him, he asked with concern, "How are you? Did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Shuwei said with sympathy, "I slept quite soundly, but you must have been very uncomfortable sleeping like that." Lin Chen shook his head. "I'm fine." Just then the doctor came in to examine Jiang Zuwei's wound. "Actually, this kind of injury doesn't require hospitalization. You can recover at home as long as you take care," the doctor said with a smile. "Really? Awaken, let's go home then. I'm not used to staying in the hospital." Jiang Zuwei's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Chen with hopeful anticipation. Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then looked at the doctor. "What should we be careful about at home?" "Just keep the wound dry and remember to change the dressing every day." Lin Chen nodded. "Then please help us check out." An hour later, Jiang Shuwei got into Lin Chen's car carrying a pile of medical supplies such as medicine and bandages. "Awaken, those people yesterday must be severely punished. I kindly gave them my beef, and in return I got hit on the head with a beer bottle. Luckily it didn't need stitches, otherwise what would I do?" Jiang Zuwei's face was filled with indignation and lingering fear. "Don't worry, Shuwei. Not a single one of those guys will get away. Especially the one who hurt you." Lin Chen's words were filled with coldness. Jiang Shuwei nodded slightly. Though fear still lingered in her heart, there was even more trust in Lin Chen. "Awaken, I believe you. I just never expected that having hot pot would lead to such an incident." Lin Chen sighed, his heart full of guilt. "It's all my fault for not protecting you. If I had been more careful, you wouldn't have been hurt." Jiang Shuwei quickly shook her head. "Awaken, it's not your fault. Those people were drunk and reckless. No one could have predicted this." After returning home, Lin Chen carefully helped Jiang Shuwei sit on the sofa and began organizing the medicine and bandages brought from the hospital. "Shuwei, take a rest first. They'll get you a glass of water," Lin Chen said gently. Jiang Shuwei watched his busy figure, a warm current surging in her heart. "Awaken, it's so good to have you. That's what I should be saying." Lin Chen handed Jiang Shuwei a glass of warm water, looking at the bandage on her head, his heart filled with guilt. Meanwhile, Lu Hai was actively communicating and coordinating with the police and the legal team. Lu Hai was still at the police station. Officer Yang, regarding this incident, our company attaches great importance to it. We hope the police can quickly find out the truth and bring the perpetrators to justice, Lu Hai said solemnly. Officer Yang nodded. Mr. Lu, we are already intensifying our investigation. The behaviors of these perpetrators are extremely egregious, and we will handle them severely. At present, the case has been characterized. Those people will be detained for 10 days for a fray, while the one who injured Miss Jiang is guilty of intentional injury. The specific outcome will depend on the court. Lin Chen asked for several more days off from school, intending to take care of Jiang Shuawei continuously. Jiang Shuawei also took 7 days off. Since Jiang Min's best friend was Jiang Zuwei's teacher, news of the incident naturally reached Jiang Min and her family. Oh mom, I'm fine. I just met some troublemakers while having hot pot with Awaken and got a little hurt. Nothing serious, Jiang Shuawei explained to Jiang Min over the phone. Lin Chen looked apprehensive. Jiang Shuawei was injured because of him, yet he himself was unharmed. After organizing his words, he took the phone from Jiang Min. Hello auntie, it's Lin Chen. Xiaochen, tell Annie the truth. How serious is Zuwei's injury? Shuawei has always been the type to share only good news and hide the bad. I'm afraid that if something serious happens, she won't tell us. I'm sorry, auntie. Shuawei was hurt because she saved me, but please rest assured. Her injury is not serious and she just needs to rest. Lin Chen explained with guilt. That's good, that's good. Xiaochen, auntie doesn't blame you. This incident shows how deep your bond is. But auntie still hopes you can take good care of Shuawei. Jiang Min's words trailed off. Auntie, rest assured I will take good care of Shuawei and never let her get hurt again. Lin Chen solemnly promised Jiang Min. After hanging up, Jiang Shuawei finally relaxed. She was afraid that Jiang Min would insist on coming to see her and burst into tears at the sight of her bandaged head. In the following days, Lin Chen specially hired a maid to take care of Jiang Shuawei, who would clean the house and cook meals. The outcome of the case for those people also came out. The others were detained for 10 days in a detention center, while the ringleader received an 18-month prison sentence. Although this result did not satisfy Lin Chen, it was the best outcome after the legal department of Chia Company and Lu Hai pressured the police. Jiang Zuwei's injury had mostly healed. Hey, can we have to go to class tomorrow? What about Aunt Lu? Jiang Shuawei looked at the middle-aged woman cleaning the villa and asked Lin Chen with some concern. Aunt Lu was the maid Lin Chen had hired earlier. When Lin Chen was occasionally away and Tang Weiner was in class, without time to accompany her, Jiang Shuawei would chat with Aunt Lu to pass the time. Through conversation, they learned that Aunt Liu's husband had died in a construction accident over a decade ago. The construction side kept shirking responsibility and refused to pay compensation, claiming he was just a subcontractor without a signed labor contract. Aunt Liu's family took the case to court, but to no avail, receiving only a few tens of thousands of yuan as humanitarian aid. As if that misfortune weren't enough, 2 years ago her children both died in a car accident, leaving behind her granddaughter, who was only 3 years old at the time. Aunt Lu didn't even have time to grieve before resolutely taking on the responsibility of raising her granddaughter, working several jobs a day. After learning this, Jiang Shuawei felt both admiration and sympathy. She discussed it with Lin Chen and raised Aunt Liu's daily wage to 500 yuan. How about this? After we go back to school, we'll continue having Aunt Lu help clean here, and we'll still give her 20,000 a month. What do you think? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and said. Jiang Shuawei immediately thought it was a good idea. Great. That way Aunt Lu won't have to work so hard at odd jobs everywhere. 20,000 a month is enough for her and her granddaughter to live on. Awaken, you're so kind. Jiang Shuawei looked very happy. Lu Ma, come over for a moment. Lu Ma, who was cleaning, immediately put down her work and walked over. Mr. Lin, you called for me. Lu Ma looked rather uneasy. Don't be nervous, Lu Ma. It's like this, Shuawei and I will be returning to school tomorrow, so the villa will be empty. But this villa can't go without cleaning for too long. Lin Chen paused for a moment before continuing. So Shuawei and I discussed it. We'll pay you 20,000 a month. Just come here regularly to clean. If Shuawei and I plan to stay, I'll message you in advance, and you can prepare meals. What do you think? Lu Ma heard this and instantly became excited. Yes, yes, Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, rest assured. They'll make sure to keep the house spotless. Thank you. Lu Ma even bowed to them. No. Jiang Shuawei was about to stop her, but Lin Chen shook his head at her. It's fine, Lu Ma. You work, I pay. There's nothing to thank. Lin Chen smiled slightly. At that moment, the villa door opened and Tang Weiner and Xiao Fei walked in. Oh, Weiner, you've come to see me again. Jiang Shuawei, upon seeing Weiner, happily rushed over. Don't be. Tang Weiner pushed Jiang Shuawei away with a look of disdain. Shuawei, you've recovered pretty quickly. In just a week, you're almost fully healed. Tang Weiner looked at the wound on Jiang Zuwei's head, which had almost vanished, and felt happy too. Boss, you're really living the easy life. The military training is over and school has officially started for days, but you haven't gone yet. Xiao Fei said enviously. If his family weren't so strict, he'd do the same. Lin Chen frowned slightly. What are you talking about? Xiao Fei chuckled. Boss, I'm just envious. Look, Shuawei is injured and you're by her side every step of the way. What enviable love. Jiang Shuawei smiled, and said, Xiao Fei, stop being glib. If you're jealous, why don't you just win over Tang Weiner? Tang Weiner blushed slightly, but didn't refute. Xiao Fei immediately started complaining. I want to shoo away, but Weiner won't give me a chance. I've asked her out several times, but she won't come. If I hadn't said we were coming to see you today, she probably wouldn't have agreed. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen exchanged glances, their eyes filled with amusement. Tang Weiner averted her gaze, looking elsewhere. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Luma, prepare a few extra dishes tonight. Lin Chen said to Luma. Sure thing. Luma nodded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Luma. Tang Weiner quickly added. No trouble at all. It's my duty. A warm feeling surged in Luma's heart, and she then turned and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Just then Lin Chen's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Wang Shijia. Brother Lin, I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? Lin Chen smiled slightly. How did you think to call me? My girlfriend got hurt, so I'm at home with her. Sister-in-law is hurt. Is it serious? She's almost fully recovered. Alright, just tell me the main Wang Shijia chuckled on the other end. Brother Lin, remember the Tianfu City Supercar Club event I mentioned before? It starts tomorrow. I'm calling to ask if you have time. Wang Shijia explained. Lin Chen then recalled that there was indeed such an event. Didn't you say a few days ago? It's been over 10 days. I thought it was already over. The event was postponed due to some special circumstances, so it's finally set for tomorrow. Brother Lin, are you coming or not? It's a rare opportunity. Wang Shijia asked expectantly. Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei, hesitating. Jiang Shuawei saw through his thoughts and smiled. He'll go with you. I've been cooped up at home for so long, and Lin Chen nodded and then said into the phone, Alright, no problem. Contact me then. Great, Brother Lin. See you tomorrow without fail. Wang Shijia hung up excitedly. Lin Chen put away his phone, but Xiao Fei became restless. He looked at Lin Chen and said, Boss, I was planning to go to that supercar club event too. Actually, one of my reasons for coming today was to ask you to go with me, but you already knew about it. Lin Chen laughed. I'm not too sure, but Wang Shijia said it should be good. Who's Wang Shijia? Xiao Fei asked curiously. Oh, he's a friend I made at the start of the semester. He's the grandson of Wang Junlin, the chairman of the Shuzhou Longjiu Group. Lin Chen explained. Wow, that's quite a background. Longjiu Group is a big company. Xiao Fei was surprised. You're also going to the car club, right? Then we'll go together, and he'll introduce you to him. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Weiner, are you coming too? You can keep me company. Jiang Shuawei winked at Xiao Fei, then looked at Tang Weiner with eager expectation. Xiao Fei shot Jiang Shuawei a grateful glance, and secretly gave a thumbs up behind his back. Yeah, Weiner, let's go have some fun. Xiao Fei urged. Tang Weiner hesitated, but finally nodded reluctantly. Just then Luma came out of the kitchen. Mr. Lin, Miss Jiang, the meal is almost ready. Everyone went to the table and sat down, savoring the delicious dishes while continuing to discuss tomorrow's event. Luma's cooking was excellent in color, aroma, and taste, earning everyone's praise. Luma, your cooking keeps getting better, Jiang Shuawei complimented. Luma smiled sheepishly. As long as you like it. After the meal, Tang Weiner and Xiao Fei stood up to leave. Boss Shuawei will head back to school first. After Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner left, Luma cleared the table. The villa instantly became quiet, leaving only Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of tenderness and shyness. She bit her lower lip slightly, gently leaning closer to Lin Chen, exuding a faint fragrance. Lin Chen's gaze fell on Jiang Shuawei's delicate face, his eyes brimming with love. He reached out and pulled Jiang Shuawei into his arms, then amid her startled exclamation lifted her up and carried her upstairs. After placing Jiang Shuawei on the bed, Lin Chen lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead, his warm breath brushing against her skin. Shuawei, I've been holding back for days. Jiang Shuawei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she looked at him with hazy eyes. You batty. Early the next morning, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei got up early to pack their belongings ready to return to school. Lin Chen gazed at the Ferrari in the garage. Shuawei, let's drive the Ferrari. It's more convenient. Jiang Shuawei gently shook her head and said softly, forget it, I don't really need it. Thus that expensive Ferrari was left to gather dust in the garage. The two set off on their journey back to school with a gentle breeze brushing their faces and sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. Before long they arrived at school. Lin Chen drove and dropped Jiang Shuawei off at her dormitory building. The Ferrari's engine roar drew the attention of surrounding students. When they saw Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen stepping out of the car, they involuntarily cast their gazes over. In those eyes were envy, admiration, and a hint of curiosity. Jiang Shuawei carried many bags and parcels with a small rag doll resting on her shoulder. Achen'll head up first then. Lin Chen, seeing her struggling, felt deeply concerned. How about letting Senior Tang come down to help you carry some? Men aren't allowed in the girls' dorm, otherwise I would carry them up for you myself. Jiang Shuawei simply smiled and said, it's fine. I can manage. Alright, remember to use the medicine, don't forget. Lin Chen urged again. I know I'm off now. With that, Jiang Shuawei tiptoed and gave Lin Chen a quick peck on the cheek, then turned and entered the dormitory building. Lin Chen watched her back disappear from sight, then returned to the car. He found a parking spot, parked the car, and carried some snacks and daily necessities towards Building 6, Room 515. When he returned to the dormitory, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei were all still sleeping. Lin Chen put the things away, checked his phone. It was already 1030. He shook his head helplessly. These guys can really sleep. Chen Xiao heard the noise, sat up, and rubbed his sleepy eyes, looking at Lin Chen in surprise. Boss, you're back, Lin Chen said irritably. Were you stealing cattle last night? Still sleeping at 1030. Chen Xiao chuckled. We were up late playing 3-man ranked games last night. At this moment, Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei also woke up. Boss is back. Is sister-in-law okay? Xiao Wei asked with concern. Lin Chen smiled and said, it's fine, she's almost recovered. By the way, boss, you don't know. After that incident, that kid Lin Tianyu avoids us like a mouse seeing a cat, ha. Chen Xiao said excitedly. Exactly. He was so arrogant, now he's hit a brick wall, right? Xiao Wei chimed in. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. Is this Chairman Lin Chen? A respectful male voice came through the phone. Speaking. Lin Chen answered calmly. Hello, Chairman Lin. I am the general manager of Dragon Lake Games. My name is Fong Anping. You acquired Dragon Lake Games some time ago. Could you come over to take a look and assign work tasks? Lin Chen then remembered that he indeed owned Dragon Lake Games. The headquarters of Dragon Lake Games is in Suzhou. As one of the top game companies in the entire Great Xia, its market value reached a staggering 320 billion renminbi. And the system actually rewarded him with the entire Dragon Lake Games. This was no less than 10% of Penguin Company's shares. Lin Chen thought for a moment and asked the others, do we have classes tomorrow morning? The three shook their heads repeatedly. No. Then he'll come to the company tomorrow morning to take a look, Lin Chen said into the phone. Meanwhile, Fong Anping was petrified as if struck by an immobilization spell. Has class. Could he be a university student? Fong Anping even doubted what he heard. My. Lin Chen frowned when he heard silence on the phone. I hear you, Chairman Lin. They'll have everything ready tomorrow and await your arrival. Fong Anping snapped back to reality and quickly said. After hanging up, Xiao Fei and the others stared at Lin Chen in silence. Boss, you've acquired Dragon Lake Games for so long and haven't even been there. Xiao Fei couldn't help asking. Lin Chen tidied his things while saying calmly, these days Xu Wei was injured, I was busy taking care of her, and boss, a super company worth hundreds of billions and you don't even care. Chen Xiao was incredulous. Xiao Wei was indifferent anyway. To him, a few million and hundreds of billions were the same. He only knew that the boss was rich and awesome. What's the big deal? Is a mere Dragon Lake Games more important than my girlfriend? Lin Chen retorted. At this remark, Chen Xiao was instantly speechless. Of course, sister-in-law is more important. Chen Xiao finally squeezed out after a long pause. That's settled then. Time passed quickly to 12 o'clock. The sun grew more scorching. Lin Chen prepared to go downstairs to find Jiang Shu away for lunch, only to find Xiao Fei tailing him. Almost at the girls' dormitory building, Lin Chen turned around, and Xiao Fei was still behind him. Kid, why are you following? Lin Chen said helplessly. Who said I'm following you? I'm going to find Sister Weiner for lunch. Then why aren't you walking beside me? Why are you walking behind me? This is just waiting for you to bend over. Get the hell out of here. Lin Chen cursed with a laugh. The two stood at the girls' dormitory building waiting for the two girls, and the surrounding female students cast glances at them. Wow, these two guys are so handsome. Aren't they the two freshmen on the school heartthrob list? What? Only freshmen? No way. I have to make the first move. Don't even think about it. They both drive supercars. One is Jiang, the school bowtie's boyfriend, and the other seems to be pursuing Tigress Tang. Alas, what a pity. But the one chasing Tigress Tang, I feel I have a chance. They're not together yet, right? Although Tigress Tang is also a school beauty, at least I'm a dorm beauty, okay? Alas, what a pity. But the one chasing Tigress Tang, I feel I have a chance. They're not together yet, right? Although Tigress Tang is also a school beauty, at least I'm a dorm beauty, okay? Ever since he lost the bet to Lin Chen and had to bark like a dog, Yu Yang had harbored a grudge. Although the incident hadn't spread, just recalling the humiliation made his face burn with shame. That bastard played the fool to trap me last time. This time I'll thoroughly embarrass him. Thinking this, Yu Yang drove his car over to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Junior Lin, we meet again. Yu Yang wore a fake smile. Xiao Fei looked at Yu Yang. Is this the boss friend? Lin Chen glanced at Yu Yang indifferently and ignored him completely. Junior Lin waiting for Jiang Shu away. Why don't you even drive a car? What kind of behavior is that? Didn't Junior Lin spend hundreds of thousands on luxury goods last time? Could it be that he spent all his money and can't even afford a car now? Yu Yang's tone carried evident provocation as he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Chen, his eyes brimming with disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fei immediately understood that this man was here to stir up trouble. He then shifted his gaze to the Porsche Panamera. Seriously, driving a car worth over $1 million and acting all high and mighty now. Xiao Fei exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, staring back at Yu Yang without a hint of fear, his eyes filled with mockery. Yu Yang's expression darkened. And who the hell are you? However, when Lin Chen spoke, Yu Yang's face grew even. Senior, you learned your lesson from last time. Still want to bark in front of me again? How about we make another bet? Let's see if my car is better than yours. Yu Yang gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage with effort. Don't get too cocky. I was caught off guard last time and you think you'll fall for it again. Oh, fancy seeing senior you actually use his brain. Lin Chen glanced at Yu Yang, in surprise, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Yu Yang guessed that Lin Chen's family was probably wealthy, possibly even owning a better car than his own. If he lost again, it would be utterly humiliating, especially here on campus. He couldn't bear to make a fool of himself in front of everyone again. Just then Jiang Xuewei and Tang Weiner walked down together, followed by Han Qiqi. Xuewei. Lin Chen's face immediately softened into a gentle smile when he saw Jiang Xuewei. Xiao Fei also waved at Tang Weiner, his eyes gleaming with joy. Jiang Xuewei had been smiling, but the moment she saw Yu Yang beside them, her expression soured. She and Tang Weiner hurried over to Lin Chen, and Xiao Fei and Jiang Xuewei simply wanted to drag Lin Chen away. When Yu Yang saw Jiang Xuewei, a flicker of greed flashed in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself and walked toward Han Qiqi, who was behind them. Qiqi, what would you like to eat? Come on, I'll take you to eat. Yu Yang said tenderly. Oh my. Han Qiqi, you're dating Yu Yang. Don't you know he used to be Zhu Wei's lapdog? Tang Weiner exclaimed in shock. Han Qiqi was baffled by this revelation. She never expected that the so-called rich playboy she had finally found had once been Jiang Zhuwei's suitor. Ever since Han Qiqi dumped Wang Haoren, she hadn't found such a high-quality boyfriend again. In the end, she said, Yu Yang felt a jolt of panic. He hadn't expected Han Qiqi to know Jiang Xuewei and Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Showing a little concern makes me a lapdog. Yu Yang said, visibly embarrassed. Well, yeah, pretty much. I remember Xuewei telling me that you actually barked like a dog in front of Lin Chen and her last time. Tang Weiner continued mercilessly, making Yu Yang even more uncomfortable. Han Qiqi's expression also soured. She knew Tang Weiner was deliberately rubbing salt in the wound. She wanted to retort, but didn't dare, having learned not to offend Jiang Xuewei after that incident. After all, even Wang Haoren's brother, the heir of Langzhou Group, called Jiang Zhuwei's boyfriend brother Lin. That meant Lin Chen's status was at least on par with Wang Ziji's. But Han Qiqi was reluctant to let go of Yu Yang, her personal ATM. Yu Yang was generous with his money, and all she had to do was spread her legs. Afraid that Yu Yang would continue to clash with them, Han Qiqi forcibly dragged him back to the car. What are you doing? Yu Yang glared at her angrily. Han Qiqi's temper flared as well. I'm trying to save you. Do you know who Jiang Zhuwei's boyfriend really is? Isn't he just some student from a well-off family? How impressive could he be? Yu Yang said, dismissively, convinced that Lin Chen's family was probably no more than a few billion yuan worth, just like his own. Do you know Langzhou Group? Han Qiqi asked. Of course I know Langzhou Group. Market cap around 100 billion. Don't tell me Lin Chen is the heir of Langzhou Group. Yu Yang's face changed as he pressed for an answer, but then shook his head, thinking it unlikely. He'd have to be surnamed Wang, not Lin. He's not the heir of Langzhou Group, but the heir of Langzhou Group calls him brother Lin, Han Qiqi said flatly. After that incident, she had felt a lingering fear. Where had she found the nerve to act superior in front of someone like that, and even dump Wang Haoren? Thankfully, they hadn't bothered with the girl. How is that possible? How do you know? Yu Yang was utterly shocked. Under his repeated questioning, Han Qiqi had to explain. I happened to meet Wang Shijie, the heir of Langzhou Group, and I saw him calling Jiang Zhuwei's boyfriend brother Lin. Of course, Han Qiqi couldn't reveal that she had recently been Wang Haoren's girlfriend. In Yu Yang's eyes, she was still a virgin. While her hymen had been lost in high school gym class. Yu Yang was stunned, then looked at Han Qiqi with gratitude. Good thing you pulled me away just now. If I kept provoking him, my whole family might have suffered. Didn't you want that bag worth over 40,000? Come on, I'll buy it for you right now. Han Qiqi's face lit up with joy. Really? I love you, babe. Can you believe those two scumbags are actually dating? Tang Weiner said with disgust. Forget it, talking about them ruins the mood. Let's go eat. I've been craving the school's big plate chicken forever. Jiang Xuewei said, pulling Tang Weiner forward. Xiao Fei and Lin Chen followed behind. Boss's sister Weiner, always this fierce. Xiao Fei asked quietly. What's scared? Lin Chen grinned at him. No way. Don't you think it's awesome? That's a real Sichuan woman full of spunk. Xiao Fei retorted immediately. Lin Chen just smiled without a word. He still preferred someone gentle like Jiang Xuewei. The four of them went to the school cafeteria, ordered big plate chicken and some other dishes. After the meal, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei rushed back to class. Time flew by, and soon it was 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Wang Shijie sent a message. Brother Lin, the car meet starts around 7. We'll head over together. Alright, I'll bring your sister-in-law along. Another friend of mine will join us too. No problem. May I ask what car your friend drives? Porsche 918. Wow. A supercar worth tens of millions. After the four had finished their meal, Lin Chen glanced at his watch. Sensing that time was nearly ripe, he took out his phone and sent a message to Wang Shijie. Wait at the school gate, we'll be there soon. Then Lin Chen drove his Lamborghini Veneno with Jiang Xuewei in front, while Xiao Fei followed behind in his Porsche 918 with Tang Weiner. The two supercars drove out of the school one after the other under numerous gazes. At the school gate, a Lamborghini Gallardo had already been waiting for some time. Its unique lines and dazzling colors drew the attention of many passers-by. The three cars parked side by side on the roadside, and the sight elicited exclamations of awe from many students. Damn! $1 million cars, $10 million cars, and even $100 million cars are all gathered here. Are there so many rich second generations at our Suzhou University? Truly envious. If only they were my brothers. The group got out of their cars. Beside Wang Shijie stood a strikingly beautiful woman, presumably at least a department belle. Wang Shijie greeted with a broad smile, "Brother Lin's sister-in-law. Shijie, this is my brother Xiao Fei, and that's my girlfriend's best friend Tang Weiner." Lin Chen introduced with a smile, "This is Wang Shijie, the young master of the Longjiu group." "Hello, brother Xiao." "Hello, senior Tang." Wang Shijie greeted warmly. Wang Shijie naturally recognized the campus belle Tang Weiner, though he had heard she had a fiery temper. Xiao Fei was also slightly surprised upon hearing about the Longjiu group, a conglomerate with a market value of nearly 100 billion. After the greetings, Lin Chen glanced at the woman beside Wang Shijie. "Brother Lin, this is my girlfriend Zhu Zhu, majoring in stomatology, also a freshman this year." Wang Shijie quickly introduced. "Hello, brother Lin." "Hello, sister Jiang Shui." "Hello, brother Xiao Fei." "Hello, senior Tang." Zhu Zhu appeared somewhat nervous. Anyone who could be sworn brothers with Wang Shijie was definitely a big shot. After a brief introduction, the group headed together to a suburban manor arranged by the car club. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei were the first to enter the Lamborghini Veneno, while Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner quickly got into the Porsche 918. Wang Shijie and Zhu Zhu boarded the Lamborghini Gallardo. The three luxury cars started in sequence, the roar of engines once again drawing amazed exclamations from the surrounding students. When Lin Chen and his group arrived at the manor, they found several guards at the entrance apparently appraising the value of the cars. When it was Lin Chen's turn, the guards were visibly startled. Wang Zijie's car was fine. Many could afford 4 or 5 million yuan vehicles, but Xiao Fei's car was in the tens of millions, let alone Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. Under the guards' awestruck gazes, they drove into the manor. Inside, the scenery was picturesque. Lush trees lined the paths, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. It must be said that the place was filled with luxury cars worth millions. Porsche 911s, Aston Martin Vantages, Ferrari, Roman Maseratis. A dazzling array of exotic cars was on display. When they got out, some people who hadn't yet entered the building took notice. "Isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? This car club meet is on a whole new level. And that Porsche 918 is also a 10 million level supercar," exclaimed a rich second generation, his eyes filled with both envy and jealousy. "I've got to go make their acquaintance." Several other wealthy young men immediately swarmed over. "Hey buddy, let's get to know each other. My dad is. My mom is. My grandpa is." The group was starting to get annoyed. Though they had come just to have fun, being pestered like flies was irritating. "Excuse me, could you let us go inside?" Lin Chen asked calmly despite his impatience. The men fell silent and then stepped aside. The 6 of them entered the large dining hall. Inside, it was already bustling with people, the atmosphere lively. Since it was their first car club meet, they were curious about everything. Not knowing anyone, no one came over to chat. And those outside after Lin Chen's remark were too embarrassed to disturb. Nevertheless, the group enjoyed the peace and quiet. They were just there to have fun anyway. Jiang Shuwei picked up a small cake with a fork and took a bite. Her eyes sparkled with delight. She speared a piece of cake and held it to Lin Chen's lips. "Chen, you have to try this. This matcha cake is so good." Lin Chen smiled and opened his mouth to take the bite. "It really is good." Lin Chen praised, his gaze overflowing with affection. "See, I told you it's tasty." Jiang Zuwei's face beamed with pride like a child who had received praise. Tang Weiner stood by stunned as she watched the usually aloof Jiang Shuwei. She was utterly amazed. "What? This is such a contrast." Xiao Fei also felt a twinge of restlessness. Watching Lin Chen and Jiang Zuwei's sweet interaction filled him with envy. He picked up a small cake and held it to Tang Weiner's lips, flashing what he thought was a charming smile. "Senior Weiner, would you like to try some too?" Tang Weiner hurriedly lifted her bowl, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "Thank you, just put it in the bowl." Xiao Fei's smile never wavered as he gently placed the cake into her bowl. "Shuwei, I'm going to the restroom. Wait here for me," Lin Chen said softly. "Okay." Jiang Shuwei nodded a beat. "Boss, he'll come too." Xiao Fei quickly chimed in, then stood up and walked with Lin Chen toward the restroom. "You girls chat. I think I saw my cousin. I'll go look for him," Wang Shijie added. "No problem, go ahead. Leave your girlfriend to us," Tang Weiner said with a smile. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhu Zhu, wait here for a while." With that, Wang Shijie got up and walked elsewhere. "Zhu Zhu, are you?" The 3 girls quickly started chatting. Just then a few men approached. "Ladies, can we be friends?" The man in the lead let his gaze rove unabashedly over the 3 women, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. It was September and the lingering summer heat hadn't faded. The weather was still scorching. Thus the 3 women were wearing either shorts or skirts. Under the man's stare, they felt goosebumps rise on their skin and a wave of nausea wash over them. "No need. Go find other girls to befriend. You're not welcome here," Tang Weiner said bluntly without the slightest courtesy. Zhu Zhu, not having faced such a situation before, instinctively moved closer to Tang Weiner. But the man was relentless. Don't be so cold, beauties. Have you heard of Land? My father is its largest shareholder. He said it with a proud sneer. We've already said no, didn't you hear? You're not welcome here. Leave now. Tang Weiner finally lost her temper. The commotion caught Wang Ziji's attention. Sensing trouble, he hurried over. They're all my friends. If you've got something to say it to me, brother. Wang Shijia slapped the leading man hard on the shoulder from behind. The man winced and turned to Wang Shijia. Who the hell are you? Who do you think you are to meddle in my business? Who's that? So arrogant. Looks like Chunlong's son of the major shareholder of Land. That company is no small fry. It's a real estate firm worth over 150 billion. Wang Shijia is no pushover either. He's the young master of Longzhou Group. The Longzhou Group's young master. This is going to be interesting. Chunlong overheard the whispers and began to back down. After all, his family only had a stake in Land, while Wang Ziji's family controlled the entire Longzhou Group. It wasn't worth making an enemy of someone of that stature over a few women. Longo, maybe we should just let it go. His friends also wavered. They couldn't afford to offend the Longzhou Group. Jiang Shuowei, Tang Weiner, and Zhu stood aside with worried expressions. Jiang Shuowei whispered, "What do we do?" "Will they fight?" Tang Weiner said angrily. "That man is nothing but a beast driven by his lower half. I can't stand his kind. He deserves a beating." Zhu stepped forward, clutching Wang Ziji's arm, and said softly, "Shijia, don't argue with him. Let's go." Wang Ziji's anger flared at Chunlong's foul language. "Ha, who am I? I'm your daddy." The remark drew roars of laughter from the crowd. "Ha ha ha, didn't see that coming. That's hilarious." Chunlong, who had been about to back off, could no longer contain himself. He grabbed a drink cup ready to throw it. A man in a black suit walked over with a calm expression. "What's all this commotion?" The crowd gasped. "Oh, it's Qin Yang." The onlookers immediately fell silent and made way. The once arrogant Chunlong quickly calmed down. "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. That guy cursed at me and I lost it." Chunlong put the cup back down. "Brother Qin, he was harassing my girlfriend and my brother's girlfriend. We clearly told him to leave, but he kept bothering them. He started the cursing, so I only retaliated." Wang Shijia quickly explained. Qin Yang looked at Chunlong. "Is that true?" "Aye." Chunlong stammered, unable to answer. Just then Lin Chen and Xiao Fei returned from the restroom. Seeing the commotion, they hurried over. "Cousin, I thought you were busy today and couldn't make it," Xiao Fei said in surprise. Qin Yang turned a smile spreading across his face. "You rascal, I was looking for you earlier, but couldn't find you." Qin Yang wrapped his arm around Xiao Fei. The scene left the crowd stunned. The young master of the Qin family has a cousin. And cousin's friend. This was huge. Wang Ziji's face lit up. He hadn't expected Lin Chen's friend to be so influential. The Qin family's previous generation had only one woman, and she married into a powerful family in the imperial capital. Then Xiao Fei's identity was obvious. "And this is he's my boss, Lin Chen." Qin Yang's smile faded slightly. "Xiao Fei's boss. Who could be worthy of being Xiao Fei's boss? Nice to meet you. I'm Lin Chen." Qin Yang. After brief greetings, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei looked toward Jiang Shuowei and the others. "Cousin, what happened?" Xiao Fei asked curiously. "That Chunlong, the sleazy-looking one, harassed someone's girlfriend and a friend's girlfriend. They got into a..." At Qin Yang's words, Xiao Fei and Lin Chen's faces darkened. Lin Chen walked over. "Shuowei, are you I'm fine." Jiang Shuowei gripped Lin Chen's hand and shook her head. Xiao Fei also went to comfort Tang. Qin Yang quickly realized these were all his cousin's friends, and one of the girls might be Xiao Fei's girlfriend. Qin Yang's expression turned dark. He had organized this car meet himself, and yet on his turf his cousin's girlfriend had been harassed. The crowd looked at Chunlong with pity. "Master Qin, we had nothing to do with it. We didn't say a word." Chunlong's companions scurried away. Chunlong felt miserable. How unlucky could he be to run into Qin Yang's cousin's girlfriend of all people? "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry. I had no idea they were your friends. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dared to offend them." Chunlong quickly apologized. "Brother Qin, I'm willing to apologize or compensate. Do you think I care about your pittance?" Qin Yang said coldly. Xiao Fei was furious. He had finally managed to get Sister Weiner out for fun, and this had to happen. "Cousin, who is this guy? Let me see how tough he really is." "His father is the major shareholder of Land," Qin Yang said. It was tricky to go after him, but not impossible. Land wasn't owned by his family. Suddenly a system notification rang in Lin Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host. You've triggered a system quest. Humiliate Chunlong. Rewards 70 shares of Land." A faint smile played on Lin Chen's lips. The system couldn't have come at a better time. "Why don't I remember having a son named Chunlong?" Lin Chen asked, and the air seemed to freeze. Chunlong's face twisted with rage as he glared at Lin Chen. "Brother Qin, isn't that going too far?" he said, turning to Qin Yang. "What? Did I say something wrong? I am the largest shareholder of Land. I don't recall having a son like you," Lin Chen said with a mocking smile. Lin Chen wasn't specifically targeting Chunlong. He was simply stating a fact. Previously, a man named Chun Yu held 27 of Land shares as the largest shareholder. But the system had granted him 30 of the shares, making him the new largest shareholder. You're the majority shareholder of Rongto GD. Ask anyone here. Who doesn't know my dad is the actual majority shareholder? Kid, you'd better read the room before you brag, don't you think? Careful, or your words will get you into trouble. Qianlong's face turned cold as he glared fiercely at Lin Chen. Just as Qin Yang was about to speak, Xiao Fei stopped him. Cousin, my boss is no ordinary person. Let him handle this himself. Qin Yang shot Lin Chen a slightly surprised look, then nodded. Wang Shijie was clearly stunned by Lin Chen's words as well. Hadn't Lin Chen said before that he was a shareholder of Chia Company, the big boss of Dihao Hotel, and owned an entire street of storefronts? He never mentioned being the majority shareholder of Rongto GD. Lin Chen let out a disdainful laugh. Why don't you call your dad and ask? Let me warn you, don't call me. I really don't remember having a son like you. Seeing Lin Chen's confident demeanor and the fact that he was a friend of Qin Yang's cousin Qianlong began to feel uncertain. Brother Qin, this isn't me starting trouble now. If it's confirmed that this guy deliberately insulted my Qin family, please don't interfere, Brother Qin. Qin Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Not interfere? Impossible. Just to save face for his cousin Head, make sure Qin Yang lost a layer of skin. Seeing that Qin Yang remained silent, Qianlong felt slightly relieved and pulled out his phone to make a call. Hey Dad, I've run into something. He then recounted the situation to his father. Xiaolong, what's the name of that person? The voice on the other end suddenly grew tense. Hearing his father's tone, Qianlong felt a wave of unease wash over him. His dad hadn't lost his temper, but instead asked for the person's name. Could it be that his dad really wasn't the majority shareholder of Rongto GD anymore? The thought sent a chill through Qianlong. If had offended Qin Yang Wang Shijie, and now the real majority shareholder of Rongto GD, he was finished. Qianlong swallowed hard and looked at Lin Chen, who wore a mocking grin. What's your name? My surname is Lin, so I don't have a son named Chen. Lin Chen said calmly. Ignoring the taunt, Qianlong spoke into the phone. Dad, he says his surname is Lin, but he looks like a college student under 20. How could he be the majority shareholder of Rongto GD? Xiaolong apologized to him immediately. Recently, 30% of the company's shares were indeed bought by a young man surnamed Lin. Someone capable of pulling that off must have a formidable background. You absolutely cannot offend him. The voice on the other end was urgent. Someone capable of pulling that off must have a formidable background. You absolutely cannot offend him. The voice on the other end was urgent. Qianlong's face turned deathly pale as he heard his father's words. He never imagined that the young man standing before him, so much younger than himself, was truly the majority shareholder of Rongto GD. Qianlong slowly lowered his phone, feeling as if his legs might give way. What had he done? Had managed to offend so many wealthy and powerful people in one go. Hey, Xiaolong, are you listening? His father's voice continued from the phone, but Qianlong was no longer. His mind was consumed with how to defuse the situation. Seeing Qianlong's expression, those around him understood, and they gazed at Lin Chen with awe. A young man who was the majority shareholder of a listed company worth hundreds of billions. His background was unimaginable. Earlier when I was outside, I saw him driving a Lamborghini Veneno. At that, the people who had earlier wanted to befriend Lin Chen couldn't help but whisper to those nearby. What a Lamborghini Veneno. A Lamborghini Veneno worth 100 million. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen with even greater reverence. This was no ordinary rich kid. He was on a completely different level. Qin Yang, overhearing the murmurs, looked at Lin Chen with a hint of approval. But just this was enough to make him Xiao Fei's boss. So how's the inquiry going? Am I your daddy or not? Lin Chen grew impatient as Qianlong stood there speechless. You are my daddy, you are. Can you spare your son? Qianlong looked up abruptly, hope flickering on his face. He no longer cared about saving face. If this matter wasn't resolved, the combined pressure of the Qin Wang and Lin families would spell doom for the Qin family. Qianlong's words stunned the entire room into silence, followed by thunderous laughter. Holy crap, did I hear that right? That arrogant piece of crap, Qianlong, actually called someone daddy to his face. Now that's what I call the heir of the Qin family. He knows when to bend. What a satisfying sight. The three women, Wang Shijie and Xiao Fei, all burst into laughter. They knew Qianlong would back down, but they never expected it to be so swift. Even Qin Yang almost lost his composure. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded. Dude, and you take it and call me dad. Don't say that. I don't have a son this old. Don't make my girlfriend misunderstand. Lin Chen quickly said, shooting Qianlong a look of disdain. Qin Yang, hearing the laughter around him, was seething inside but kept a fawning expression on his face. Father Lin, please be magnanimous and spare me this once. I swear I'll steer clear of you from now on. Ding. System task completed. Reward 70% shares of Rongto GD. Lin Chen heard the system notification in his mind and couldn't help but smile. Seeing Lin Chen smile, Qin Yang thought there was hope and was about to continue when his phone rang again. Qianlong, let's terminate our father-son relationship. I've raised you this far, and I'm transferring 2 million to you. From now on, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me, Qin Fu. Before Qianlong could react, the call ended. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to understand what had happened. Why did his father suddenly want to sever ties? Then a text message came through. A notification of the 2 million deposit. Chen Long's head snapped up toward Lin Chen. You can call again now and see if there's any other shareholder besides me and Rongto Jidi. Lin Chen said with a slight smile. Everyone present was stunned, not understanding his meaning. Holy crap, Rongto Jidi just announced that all shares have been acquired by a mysterious person, meaning the company is now that person's sole domain. Someone from the crowd read from their phone in disbelief, their voice trembling. Everyone's heart jolted violently. They quickly pulled out their phones, urgently searching for the official website of Rongto Jidi. Sure enough, that shocking announcement was right there, having been posted only a minute ago. Damn. How can this be? Someone couldn't help exclaiming in astonishment. This guy. Who exactly is this young Master Lin? He just up and bought the entire Rongto Jidi, just like that. Everyone was filled with doubt and shock. Young Master Lin is terrifyingly formidable. The people around instantly erupted into an uproar. Even Wang Shijie, Xiao Gutang Weiner, and even Zhang Xuewei were all staring in shock at Lin Chen, whose expression remained as calm as still water. What does true composure look like? Lin Chen's demeanor at this moment perfectly embodied that word. However, it has to be said he was really putting on a show, damn it. Chen Long was now on the verge of collapse. Impossible. I don't believe it. This isn't real. He muttered incessantly, then slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Lin Chen. It's all because of you. Chen Long roared, suddenly grabbing a steak knife from the table and charging wildly at Lin Chen. Chen boss. The people around instantly snapped to attention, stepping back in panic, leaving only Zhang Xuewei and Xiao Fei along with a few others to rush over without hesitation. Chen Long charged at Lin Chen and thrust the knife viciously toward his chest. Lin Chen looked at the now half-mad Chen Long with utter disdain in his eyes. Too slow. He merely sidestepped, easily dodging Chen Long's knife thrust. Then Lin Chen suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Chen Long hard, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground with a heavy thud. The knife fell aside. Xiao Fei and the others rushed over and pinned Chen Long firmly to the ground. Several quick-witted bystanders also stepped forward to help hold him down. Zhang Xuewei ran over and hugged Lin Chen tightly. "Ah Chen, you scared me to death." The terror on her face had not yet faded, and her voice trembled with tears. "I'm fine, Xuewei. You know my skills, don't you? Don't worry." Lin Chen hugged her back, gently patting her back as he spoke softly. "Arg, let me go? He'll kill him." Chen Long roared, struggling incessantly, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen with endless hatred. Then someone produced a few ropes from somewhere and quickly bound Chen Long's hands and feet. After comforting Zhang Xuewei, Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed 110 to call the police. "Hello officer, there's a man here who tried to stab me with a knife, but I've subdued him." After a moment, Lin Chen put down his phone and looked at Chen Long, who had begun to calm down. "You unfilial brat, daring to stab your own father. Guess I'll have to treat you to some free meals, huh?" Lin Chen's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Chen Long said nothing, just glared viciously at Lin Chen. "Everyone do me the favor as Qin Yang and stay a little longer. When the police arrive, help with giving statements." Qin Yang announced loudly. Some who had originally thought it better to avoid trouble and were about to leave now had no choice but to stay. Are you kidding? Qin Yang might not remember those who stayed, but he would definitely remember those who left. Since everyone here was a rich second generation, well, you all know how it is. There were no surveillance cameras, so witness statements were extremely important. "Thanks, young Master Qin," Lin Chen said gratefully. "It's nothing." Qin Yang shook his head with a smile, looking at the college student who was the same age as his cousin, extremely curious about his identity. Young Master Qin, young Master Lin, I have a video recording of the whole process of Chen Long taking out the knife and preparing to attack." A person spoke up timidly. Lin Chen's expression brightened. "Oh, let me see it." The man stepped forward excitedly, opened his phone, and handed it to Lin Chen. Then Zhang Xuewei and the others crowded around to watch. The video indeed recorded everything that had just happened. "Why were you recording?" Qin Yang suddenly asked. The group all turned to look at him. The man immediately explained nervously, "Young Master Qin, I absolutely had no other intentions. I just wanted to capture Chen Long making a fool of himself." "Really?" Qin Yang squinted, scrutinizing the flustered man before him. After a moment he spoke slowly, "It better be so. If I find out you had another motive, don't blame me for being unpleasant." The man nodded frantically like a chicken pecking rice, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The man looked extremely delighted. As long as he could catch the eye of someone like young Master Lin, even a little bit of... The man looked extremely delighted. As long as he could catch the eye of someone like young Master Lin, even a little bit of leftovers would be enough to feast on. Jiaha Wood Industry. "Fine," Lin Chen said indifferently. Moments later the sound of police sirens came from afar. Several officers entered the estate and were stunned speechless by the rows of supercars. They couldn't help but mutter to themselves. But since they were already there, they had to brace themselves and walk in. The moment they entered, they noticed Chen Long with his hands and feet bound. "May I ask which gentleman called the police?" The leading officer asked very politely. Lin Chen stepped forward and nodded slightly. "Officer, I called the police. This man tried to kill me with a knife, but we subdued him. Everyone here can testify, and I also have a video." With that, Lin Chen handed his phone to the officer. Then the officers questioned the bystanders, verified the truth, reviewed the video, and took Chen Long away. After the police took Chen Long away, the atmosphere in the estate gradually calmed. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with a mixture of awe and curiosity. Qin Yang walked over and said with a smile, "Young Master Lin, today's events were truly eye-opening. I didn't expect someone so young to have such skill and boldness." Lin Chen replied modestly, "Young Master Qin flatters me." Qin Yang just smiled, then looked around and said loudly, "I'm sorry that today's car meet brought you a bad experience. Let's call it a day here, everyone can disperse." As Qin Yang spoke, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lin Chen, on the other hand, took out his phone and called Lu Hai, giving him a brief summary of what had happened. He asked him to find the best lawyer, preferably to charge Chen Long with attempted murder so that he could enjoy some free meals behind bars. "Cousin, thank you so much for today." Xiao Fei said, his voice filled with gratitude. "Why thank your cousin? Want to take your friends to my bar for a bit of fun?" "My treat." Qin Yang laughed heartily. Xiao Fei didn't agree immediately, instead turning his gaze to Lin Chen, Tang Weiner, and the others to seek their opinions. "I'd rather not go." Tang Weiner hesitated, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "Weiner can't drink, you know," Zhang Shuowei added with a meaningful smile. "Can't drink? Why? Are you feeling unwell, or have you taken antibiotics?" Xiao Fei quickly asked, concern evident in his eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. Don't ask." Tang Weiner's face flushed, slightly a trace of annoyance in her voice. Seeing this, Xiao Fei immediately shut his mouth, though he was quite puzzled inside. Then Xiao Fei asked the others for their thoughts. It turned out Zhang Shuowei also declined, saying she would stay in the dorm to keep Weiner company. Since Zhang Shuowei wasn't going, naturally Lin Chen wouldn't go either. They couldn't very well let them take a taxi back, could they? Xiao Fei had no choice but to give up. "Cousin, next time then. Next time he'll treat you to a drink." "No worries. If she's not feeling well, you take good care of her, got it?" Qin Yang said with a smile. Xiao Fei nodded. Wang Shijia, however, felt a bit regretful. If they could have seized this opportunity to connect with the Qin family, it would have been a great boost to their Longzhou group. But seeing that no one else had that intention, he didn't say much. After all, he couldn't just brazenly step forward and say he had the time, could he? After bidding farewell to Qin Yang, they drove back to the school. Along the way, Xiao Fei initially wanted to ask Tang Weiner what was wrong, but recalling her earlier reluctance to talk, he dismissed the thought. Back at school, 3 sports cars pulled up one after another in front of a dormitory building. This rare sight on campus immediately drew the attention of many. Students stopped to watch, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. "Zhu, you're in building 8 too." Zhang Shuowei said, surprise lighting up her face as she looked at Zhu. "Yes, Sister Shuowei, I'm on the 4th floor, room 413. Zhu replied with a smile. "Shuowei and I are in building 8, room 304. Zhu, if you're bored, you can come hang out with us." As Tang Weiner finished speaking, she suddenly winced, clutching her stomach, her face turning pale. Seeing this, Zhang Shuowei and Zhu quickly helped Tang Weiner to a nearby chair. Xiao Fei watched, his heart racing with worry. "Weiner, what's wrong? Should we go to the hospital? They'll take you." Xiao Fei's voice trembled slightly. Tang Weiner held her stomach, her face buried in her legs, saying nothing as beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down her forehead. Zhu couldn't help but stifle a laugh, while Zhang Shuowei shot Xiao Fei a reproachful glance. "Can't you tell what's wrong with Weiner?" Zhang Shuowei said, a hint of reproach in her tone. "How would I know?" Xiao Fei was about to retort when he noticed Lin Chen and Wang Shijia frantically signaling him. Xiao Fei froze for a moment before it finally dawned on him that Tang Weiner must be on her period. Damn it! How could I be so dense? Xiao Fei silently cursed himself in frustration. "They'll go buy some brown sugar and painkillers," he said, already running toward the car. "No need." Tang Weiner lifted her head with difficulty, her hair plastered to her face, with sweat, her voice weak but firm. "I have everything in my dorm." Xiao Fei stopped in his tracks, a little deflated as he turned back. "Then what should I do?" he asked, at a loss, pacing like a cat on hot bricks. "It's okay. They'll be fine in a few days," Tang Weiner said, then struggled to her feet and headed upstairs. Zhang Shuowei and Zhu quickly helped her, carefully navigating each step. Xiao Fei stood rooted to the spot, not understanding why Tang Weiner had reacted that way. His heart was filled with nothing but concern and worry for her. Zhang Shuowei turned back and waved at Lin Chen. After responding, Lin Chen patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder. "All right, Senior Tang is probably just not feeling well. Don't you know girls get moody when they're on their period? Don't overthink it." "Yeah, Brother Xiao. Even I can tell that Senior Tang definitely has a thing for you." Wang Shijia chimed in, his eyes full of certainty. Xiao Fei's eyes instantly lit up. "I thought I felt someone tugging at my shirt. At the time I was focused on helping the boss, so I didn't pay attention. It must have been Sister Weiner." Xiao Fei said excitedly, his face brimming with joy. "Feeling better now?" Lin Chen asked, amused. "Much. I'm going to rush back to the dorm and call Sister Weiner." "Gotta go now? Shijia'll treat you to a meal next time." With that, Xiao Fei turned to leave. But just as he was about to go, 2 girls blocked his way. "Handsome, did you have a fight with your girlfriend? How about considering me?" A tall, curvaceous woman in black with a striking face said seductively, flipping her hair as she spoke, her eyes full of expectation. "I'm available too, big brother." A girl in a blue and white sailor uniform with a pleated skirt smiled sweetly, not to be outdone. Xiao Fei was naturally very handsome, campus heartthrob material, and driving a sports car worth over 10 million made him a perfect 150-point catch in the eyes of many girls. Having just witnessed what seemed like a quarrel with a possible girlfriend, they could no longer contain themselves. This opportunity was too good to miss. Lin Chen and Wang Shijie watched the scene unfold from behind, saying nothing. No thank you. I have a girlfriend. Xiao Fei politely declined his face, showing no hesitation. Having a girlfriend is no problem. I won't interfere with your life. The mature seductress added her eyes. Big brother, I could be your little sister too, the sailor uniform girl said, looking at Xiao Fei with a cute expression, her eyes brimming with desire. Xiao Fei was getting impatient. He was thinking him in a hurry to get back to the dorm and call my senior. No thank you. With that, he brushed past the two girls, got into his car and drove off under their resentful gazes. Seeing Xiao Fei leave, the two girls turned their attention to Lin Chen and Wang Shijie. Both shuddered, overwhelmed by the sudden and unwanted enthusiasm. Brother Lin will be off too, Wang Shijie said. All right. With that, the two got into their cars, not giving the girls a chance to speak, and drove away. Upstairs, Jiang Shuwei, who had been watching from the window, nodded in satisfaction and went back into the dorm. Just because they have a few lousy bucks, who do they think they are? After all three had left, the seductress dropped her act and spat out the words in a low mutter. Exactly. By the time Lin Chen parked the car and returned to the dorm, Xiao Fei was already lying on his bed in a daze, utterly dejected. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao were consoling him nearby. What happened? Lin Chen asked, somewhat surprised. How could Xiao Fei be in such a state so soon? What's going on? Chun Xiao and Xiao Wei hesitated to speak much in front of Xiao Fei. Brother, do you think Weiner really likes me? Xiao Fei suddenly asked. Lin Chen instantly understood. I can only say that anyone with eyes can see she likes you, Lin Chen said softly. Then why did Weiner tell me to stop looking for her? Xiao Fei felt discouraged. He had worked so hard to pursue Tang Weiner, deleting all the women from his WeChat contacts and frequently chatting. He would buy Tang Weiner lipstick, clothes, and bags, though she never accepted them. Perhaps she has concerns. I think you should find a chance to talk to her, Lin Chen said after a moment of thought. Chun Xiao couldn't understand. Old fourth, you're a rich young master. Why bother chasing her so hard? Wouldn't it be wonderful to throw money around and switch women as you please? You wouldn't understand, Xiao Fei replied curtly. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. The other two said no more. After washing up, Lin Chen returned to bed and played on his phone. Since acquiring Lu Hai, he had delegated most tasks to it and acted as a hands-off manager. Lin Chen took out his phone and messaged Jiang Shuwei to ask about the situation. But Jiang Shuwei didn't reply for a long time, so he opened the Douyin app and started scrolling through videos. He soon saw Zhuoma Ge streaming. In high school, Lin Chen occasionally played Naraka Blade Point, his specialty being the Vajra obstacles. As the strongest mercenary in Naraka, Zhuoma Ge was naturally known to Lin Chen, capable of routing enemies with just a horse-slashing saber. Lin Chen entered the stream and heard Zhuoma Ge singing. In an instant, rules overturned. Who am I? My inner demons dance wildly. A tear halfway turns back. Meanwhile, the barrage was scrolling frantically. So good, streamer. Zhuoma Ge lives up to the name. The original singer would weep. Want you open the golden pile? How can you resist? Just then a Huitao character hopped out and kept spamming emotes, which Zhuoma Ge chased for ages without killing. Damn, this Huitao is something. A mobility Huitao. Who is this? Streamer, kill that Huitao. He'll send you a sports car. Zhuoma Ge, can you do it? The strongest mercenary being led around like a monkey. The barrage erupted. Lin Chen smiled slightly at the comments and then gifted a carnival. Thanks to Ling Ling loves lollipops for the carnival. Thank you, big shot. Keely immediately acknowledged. Lin Chen was stunned when he heard the name. What? When did someone change my Douyin name? Could it be that girl Zhou Ling? When I get back, I'll teach her a lesson. Lin Chen suddenly remembered that her phone had been confiscated and she had used his phone to scroll Douyin. The boss is confused. Boss, do you need a dog? I bark loud. I think you just want to ask the boss for a drink. But the boss is from Tianfu City, right? A male named Ling Ling loves lollipops. Zhuoma Ge, be careful. This boss has ulterior motives. Ha ha ha. The IP really is Tianfu City. Lin Chen's face darkened as he watched the barrage, gritting his teeth in anger. That damned girl. I'll settle with her when I get back. He immediately changed his name to Chendong-Leaguai. Zhuoma Ge also noticed the barrage and became alert. Just then the Huitao jumped out again, even slapping Zhuoma Ge barehanded without using a weapon. Zhuoma Ge instantly lost his composure. In all his years playing Naraka, he had never suffered such humiliation. Streamer, get her. Ha ha ha, I'm done. The barrage started flooding again, and Lin Chen found it amusing. Zhuoma Ge, if you kill this Huitao and sing Zhuoma, I'll immediately send you 33 carnivals. As soon as Lin Chen's message appeared, the live stream erupted. Damn, this is a tycoon. Big shot, are you sure you don't want a dog? 33 carnivals. That's nearly 100,000 yuan. I don't understand the world of the rich. Zhuoma Ge, did you hear what my big brother said? Hurry up and do it. Chendong-Leaguai. This profile. Isn't that the big brother who just sent a carnival? Change of name. Zhuoma Ge was puzzled by the barrage and scrolled up. Boss, do you mean it? Zhuoma Ge asked excitedly. 33 carnivals. He would get 70,000 yuan. Of course, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Wasn't it just 10 carnivals? He had 1 billion diamonds. He immediately tossed out 3 carnivals. Believe me now. Yes. The boss is generous. Zhuoma Ge exclaimed excitedly, then glared at the Huitao still spamming emotes on the screen, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Even for the strongest mercenary Zhuoma Ge, killing that Huitao required tremendous effort. He looked at the soul grave left by the Huitao with pure joy. Streamer time to sing. Awesome. We're about to witness the full screen effects of dozens of carnivals. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and directly sent another 10 carnivals. Sing the song, and there are still 20 left. Thank you, big shot. He'll sing right away. Zhuoma Ge excitedly started the battle song. In an instant. Ha ha ha. Is this the most passionate Zhuoma Ge has ever sung? Of course. I'd be passionate too. So beautiful streamer, debut right now. After the song ended, Lin Chen sent 20 carnivals in a row. The full screen effects lasted for a long time, nearly obscuring the barrage. Just then Jiang Zui's voice call popped up and Lin Chen immediately left the stream. Thank you, Chendong Leguai, big shot. Zhuoma Ge didn't even finish before the system notification sounded. Chendong Leguai has left the live stream. This big shot is really willful. Zhuoma Ge couldn't help but sigh in the stream. I wish I could be rich in my next life, sob sob. It's over, the big shot is gone. I can't be a dog anymore. Go private message him. Zhuoma Ge thought for a moment, and then followed Lin Chen. Big shot, thank you for your gift. Lin Chen of course knew nothing of what was happening in the stream. Chen, I was accompanying Weiner just now. I didn't mean to ignore you. Why are you here too? Waiting for Zhu Zhu. Jiang Shuoei asked. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm just waiting. Jiang Zui's voice suddenly dropped. Then came the rustling sound of her getting out of bed. After a moment, she spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. Taking him in the bathroom now. I just asked around and Weiner said she thinks she and Xiao Fei aren't a good match, and told him to find someone who truly likes him. Lin Chen fell silent. It didn't make sense. He could tell that Tang Weiner was actually interested in Xiao Fei. Awaken, I might know a little something, but I can't guarantee it's accurate. Jiang Shuoei added. It's alright, Shuoei. Just say whatever you know. Lin Chen's interest peaked. He was really going all out for his buddy's happiness. From what I've gathered, Weiner's family situation isn't great. Her dad made a lot of money years ago, but then cheated on her mom. When her mom tried to divorce him, she found out he had already transferred most of his assets to someone else's name. So her mom only got a few $100,000 in an apartment. I think Weiner's hesitation stems largely from that, Jiang Shuoei said slowly. Lin Chen's expression grew complicated. He always thought Tang Weiner was boisterous and outgoing. He never imagined she had gone through something like this. Awaken, if you tell Xiao Fei, make sure he doesn't let Weiner know I leaked it. Jiang Shuoei added. Got it, don't worry. Lin Chen chuckled. Awaken, I miss you. Jiang Zui's voice suddenly turned syrupy. Lin Chen was about to ask, when Tang Weiner's voice came from the other end. Are you talking to Lin Chen? Yes, Weiner, are you eavesdropping on our call? Humph. I'm not interested. The line fell silent for a while. Phew, that was close. If she caught me, I'd be. Jiang Shuoei sighed in relief. It's getting late, Awaken. I'm going to bed. I have an 8 o'clock class tomorrow. She got back into bed as she spoke. Good night, Shuoei. Good night, Awaken. Say good night to Daddy Muffin. Lin Chen heard a meow on the other end and couldn't help but smile. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was sitting on the bed deep in thought. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao were staring at him with strange expressions. What are you looking at me for? Did I not wash my face properly? Lin Chen touched his face, puzzled. Good night, Shuoei. Good night, Awaken. Lin Chen's face darkened. You two have damn sharp ears. Boss, at that volume I think would need earplugs not to hear you. Exactly. Somewhat embarrassed, he ignored them. Xiao Fei, you heard what your sister-in-law said, right? Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei. I heard. Thank my sister-in-law for me. Xiao Fei will never give up easily. Xiao Fei raised his head and looked at Lin Chen with determination. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction at Xiao Fei's state. He went back to bed, asked Lu Hai about the progress, and then the next morning Lin Chen got up at 7:30. While brushing his teeth, Xiao Fei also came out. Puffed. Lin Chen finished brushing and looked at Xiao Fei, who was squeezing toothpaste in confusion. Why are you up so early? Don't you usually sleep till 10:30? Your sister-in-law said she has an 8 o'clock class last night. When I saw you get up, I knew you'd be having breakfast with her and her friends, and Weiner would definitely be there. Lin Chen grinned. You're clever. But I can't guarantee Senior Tang will be there. Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei. Relax. They're in the same class. There's no way they wouldn't have breakfast together. After washing up, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei left together. Arriving at the cafeteria, they bought some soy milk and fried dough sticks and sat down to wait. Lin Chen pulled out his phone and messaged Jiang Shuoei. Shuoei, I'm at the first cafeteria. You'll see me as soon as you walk in. Got it, thanks, Awaken. Before long, 2 tall, elegant girls walked in through the cafeteria entrance. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. They're here. Xiao Fei looked up nervously and sure enough saw Tang Weiner and Jiang Shuoei. Tang Weiner clearly noticed Xiao Fei too and faltered, but Jiang Shuoei pulled her over. Have you two been waiting long? Jiang Shuoei said with a smile. Not long, have a seat. Lin Chen replied. Good morning, sister-in-law. Xiao Fei then turned to Tang Weiner, his voice a bit tense. Good morning, Weiner. Tang Weiner looked uncomfortable, gave a soft mm, and sat down without another word. The atmosphere grew awkward. Lin Chen quickly stepped in. Eat your breakfast before it gets cold. Shoo away, I need to head over to Longhu Games later to check things out. You'll have to eat lunch on your own. Lin Chen explained gently as he ate. All right, work comes first. Weiner and I will have lunch together, Zhang Shuawei said with a smile. Beside them, Xiao Fei kept stealing glances at Tang Weiner, wanting to strike up a conversation, but not knowing how to. Finally, he mustered up his courage. Weiner, could we find some time to talk properly? At this, Zhang Shuawei and Lin Chen both perked up. Tang Weiner looked up at him and said flatly, no need. I don't have much time lately. Xiao Fei's face showed a hint of bitterness. Then, when you have time, we can talk. Tang Weiner didn't reply and continued eating. After breakfast, Zhang Shuawei and Tang Weiner went to class, while Xiao Fei returned to the dorm to catch up on sleep. Lin Chen drove the duo to Longhu Games. Meanwhile, in the Longhu Games conference room, Chairman Lin might come at any time today. You must be prepared. Do not, under any circumstances, offend the new boss, understood? This person single-handedly acquired the entire Longhu Games. If anyone offends him, they can pack their bags. Fang Amping looked sternly at the gathered staff. Instantly, everyone tensed up. Though they had learned this news yesterday, anxiety still lingered in their hearts. Everyone must be alert and greet Chairman Lin with a positive attitude to make a good impression. Fang Amping reiterated. By this time, Lin Chen had parked his car under the Longhu Games building. He stepped out, surveyed the building and the surroundings, and felt quite satisfied. Just as he was about to enter, he saw a Mercedes business van pull up. Two foreigners got out, accompanied by several Daxia people. Take me to your general manager in. If this negotiation fails, I'll hand over the Daxia agency rights to another company. A tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner arrogantly said in broken Chinese to a man from Daxia beside him. If Longhu can't offer a good price for the agency rights of this game in Daxia, then don't blame us. The man from Daxia, with an ingratiating smile and bending almost to the ground, replied, Mr. James, our president, and is already waiting for you upstairs. He will discuss a suitable price with you. Then they brushed past Lin Chen and swaggered into the building. Lin Chen watched their retreating figures, lost in thought, and quickly followed. It seems Longhu Games is trying to get the agency rights for some foreign game. Lin Chen calculated inwardly. Sir, do you have an appointment? A burly security guard walked over and stopped Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored him and quickly called Fang Amping. Sir, did you hear me? The guard, annoyed by being ignored, raised his voice. Hold on, I'm calling Fang Amping. Don't worry, I won't go in, Lin Chen said calmly, his eyes still fixed on the building entrance. The guard seemed quite irritated. Lin Chen's earlier disregard had displeased him greatly. He snorted, then stood directly in front of Lin Chen, arms crossed, as if afraid Lin Chen might sneak in. Chairman Lin, are you almost here? They'll come down to pick you up immediately. Fang Amping's respectful voice came through the phone. I'm already downstairs at the company. Come down quickly. Lin Chen's tone was calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Chairman Lin, you've arrived? Okay. He'll be right down. Fang Amping's voice sounded somewhat urgent. The guard, seeing this, thought to himself, this doesn't seem fake. He immediately put on a smiling face and cautiously said, Sir, would you like to wait on the sofa over there? Unsure, the guard naturally dared not let Lin Chen in directly. Lin Chen glanced at the neatly arranged sofas in the hall and said, no need, it shouldn't take long. After 2 or 3 minutes, a group of people hurried out of the elevator and strode into the lobby. The guard's heart skipped. Damn, this young guy really knows President Fang. Wait, why are so many leaders here? I heard the new big boss is coming to the company today. Could it be this young guy? The guard looked at Lin Chen in horror, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Fang Amping, along with a group of top executives, quickly approached. Upon seeing Lin Chen, his face broke into a warm smile, and he extended his hand. Chairman Lin, hello. I'm Fang Amping. Welcome to Longhu for an inspection. Welcome, Chairman Lin. Hello, others chimed in. Lin Chen nodded faintly and briefly shook Fang Amping's hand. May I go in now? Lin Chen asked the guard, his eyes without any hint of reproach. Of course. The guard stammered, cold sweat streaming down his face, his voice trembling. Fang Amping immediately understood what had happened and cast a displeased look at the guard. But you were quite diligent. Keep up the good work. Lin Chen said with a light laugh, his tone encouraging. The guard breathed a sigh of relief. With those words, even if he didn't get a raise or promotion, at least his job was safe. Thank you, Chairman Lin. I will keep working hard. The guard bowed repeatedly with gratitude. Fang Amping's expression softened. Luckily, Chairman Lin wasn't angry. Shall we go upstairs and talk? Lin Chen smiled at Fang Amping, as if the minor incident had never happened. Yes, Chairman Lin. This way, please. Chairman Lin, take care. President Fang, take care. All leaders, take care. The guard called out from behind, his voice loud and respectful. After Lin Chen and his entourage had walked away, the guard murmured to himself, the new Chairman Lin is really approaching. In the elevator, recalling the foreigners he had seen, Lin Chen asked, President Fang, I saw a few foreigners coming to our company earlier. They seem to be here for business cooperation. Fang Amping immediately knew what Lin Chen meant, and quickly explained, Yes, Chairman Lin. They are representatives from Temple Games in Britain here to discuss the agency rights for a game in Daxia. Oh, from Temple Games. Which game? Lin Chen became interested. He had heard of the company. They were behind a popular online game abroad. Just then the elevator doors opened, and Lin Chen stepped out first. Fong Amping and the others quickly followed. President Fong, just show me around. Everyone else can get back to work. Work is important. Lin Chen said with a smile, sweeping his gaze over the crowd behind him. Okay, then we won't keep you, Chairman Lin. Farewell, Chairman Lin. Soon the executives dispersed. Aren't we still negotiating the partnership? Where are those foreigners? Lin Chen asked with a puzzled frown. Fong Amping looked a bit embarrassed and said, well, since you arrived, I let them wait in the reception room for a while. No problem, let's go see them together. Lin Chen smiled, nonchalantly gesturing for Fong Amping to lead the way. Fong Amping then took Lin Chen to the door of the reception room. As they approached, they heard the dissatisfied voice of the foreigner inside. Making us wait here in person. This is extremely rude. It seems Longhu Games isn't sincere about acquiring the agency rights for Wings of Angel in Daxia. Mr. Tom, President Fong will be here soon. Please be patient. Then Lin Chen and Fong Amping pushed the door open and entered. President Fong, you're finally here. The man in the reception room looked as if he had seen a savior. Then he noticed Lin Chen standing beside him. And this is Manager Liu, you've worked hard. This is Lin Chen, our new boss at Longhu. Chairman Lin, this is Manager Liu. Manager Liu looked at Lin Chen, his face full of surprise. Wow, so young. President Fong, isn't Daxia a land of etiquette? I am extremely dissatisfied with how Longhu Games treats its guests. James said indignantly upon seeing Fong Amping. Many companies in Daxia approached us about the agency rights for Wings of Angel, and we chose Longhu Games as our preferred partner. Yet when we arrived, you didn't receive us immediately. Fong Amping was momentarily at a loss for words. It had only been a few minutes at most, yet this man made it sound as if he had been kept waiting for an hour or two. Mr. James, Longhu Games is sincerely interested in the agency rights for Angel Wings in Daxia. Please be patient. Fong Amping could only try to placate him. Angel Wings had received an excellent response overseas, and if Longhu Games could secure the agency rights for Daxia, their profits would be enormous. Lin Chen looked at the two arrogant foreigners before him and felt a surge of disgust. Ding! Congratulations, host. System mission triggered. Abandon the agency rights for Angel Wings in China. Reward Black Myth Wukong design and production. Note: Black Myth Wukong is a 3A game from a parallel world composed entirely of Daxia mythical elements. Upon release, it achieved the #1 global sales. Lin Chen heard the system prompt in his mind and felt a surge of delight. Wasn't this precisely what Dong Hao had been wanting to do? Currently, almost all blockbuster games in the world were developed overseas, and Daxia had yet to produce a truly standout title apart from Honor of Kings. Lin Chen spoke up directly. If this is the attitude of Sanctuary Games, then I believe there is no need for further cooperation between Longhu and Sanctuary. Fong Amping and Manager Liu stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen. Mr. Fong, who is this person? Can he represent Longhu Games? James scoffed, assuming it was Fong Amping's son speaking nonsense. I heard them say earlier that this man seems to be the owner of Longhu Games. Tom chimed in with a reminder. James' expression instantly shifted. Lin Chen looked at James with a half-smile. You may leave Longhu Games, or our partnership ends here. Lin Chen directly issued the dismissal. What a... James shot up from his seat, utterly incredulous. Impossible. How can you so easily give up such a good opportunity? James glared at Lin Chen, his eyes blazed. Once Longhu Games obtains the agency rights for Angel Wings, the Daxia region will bring you at least several $100 million in profit. Do you even understand, young man? Lin Chen remained calm, speaking placidly. I'm sorry, Mr. James, is it? With your arrogant and discourteous attitude, I doubt Longhu Games can collaborate with you. I may be young and impetuous, but this company is mine, so please leave. Tom also panicked, quickly interjecting, Sir, there may be a misunderstanding. We came in good faith. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. Good faith? Is your good faith represented by a negotiation representative shouting at the general manager of Longhu Games? Is this what you call sincerity? A flicker of gratitude passed through the eyes of Fong Amping and Manager Liu. James was the representative from Sanctuary Games handling the deal. James' rudeness had been evident from the start, but for the sake of the Angel Wings agency rights in Daxia, they had. James clenched his teeth and said, Sir, you must understand there are many companies vying for our agency rights besides Longhu Games. Lin Chen folded his arms. Then by all means seek them out. In short, Longhu Games refuses to cooperate. James' face turned ashen, and for a moment he was speechless. At that moment Tom's eyes darted, and he put on a smile. Mr. Lin, perhaps our attitude was indeed inappropriate just now. We can renegotiate. Fong Amping originally wanted to persuade Lin Chen. After all, the potential profit was at least several billion RMB. Since the other party had changed their attitude, cooperation was possible. A businessman prioritizes profit. But then he reconsidered. Lin Chen was the company's owner. If he said that it might seem presumptuous, so he dismissed the thought. No need, Mr. James. Mr. Tom, you can leave. To show Longhu Games hospitality, we will cover your airfare. James and Tom exchanged glances, their eyes filled with regret and reluctance. You'll regret this. James spat out the words and turned to leave. Manager Liu, see them out, Lin Chen said coldly. The two slunk out of the company under Manager Liu's guidance. Ding. Mission complete. The design and production plan for Black Myth Wukong has been stored in a USB drive and placed in the host's pants pocket. Lin Chen then felt a weight in his pocket. He reached in and pulled out a USB drive. Chairman Lin, Angel Wings is indeed very popular overseas. Abandoning the agency rights might cause significant loss to the company, Fong Onping said cautiously. Lin Chen smiled. General Fong, it's just an agency right for Angel Wings. Toss it away, I have a better... Hearing this, Fong Onping's eyes flickered with doubt. Chairman Lin, may I ask what this better game is? Lin Chen smiled faintly. You'll know soon enough. Meanwhile, James and Tom had already left Longhu Games. James nervously pulled out his phone and called the owner of Sanctuary Games. James, did the agency rights go through? How much profit will Longhu Games share? A man's voice came through the line. Boss, Longhu Games refused to cooperate with Sanctuary Games. They gave up the Angel Wings agency rights in Daxia and kicked Tom and me out of their building. James explained respectfully. What happened? Didn't Longhu Games work hard for this agency right? How could they suddenly give up? The voice on the other end carried a hint of confusion. Boss, Longhu Games has a very young new owner. He wouldn't even let me speak before ordering us to leave. James then exaggerated and twisted the story. If Longhu Games refuses, find another company. I refuse to believe the Angel Wings agency rights can't be... The voice snorted coldly and hung up. Phew, we dodged that bullet. Now we just need to find another company to handle Angel Wings. James sighed in relief, turning to Tom. Tom also relaxed. If the boss found out it was our fault the deal fell through, we'd be finished. Yeah. Both shuddered at the thought, casting a resentful glance back at the Longhu Tower. They then decided to find a nearby hotel to stay in before contacting other companies. Then Fong Onping brought Lin Chen to the CEO's office. The office was luxuriously decorated, situated in the prime location of Longhu Mansion. Through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, the city's bustling panorama was laid out in full view. Lin Chen sat in the executive chair listening to Fong Onping's work report. After Fong Onping finished, Lin Chen looked at him and said, go draft a non-disclosure agreement for a game development project. The game is called Black Myth Wukong. Fong Onping nodded promptly and left the office to prepare the NDA. Once Fong Onping was gone, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Dong Hao. Dong Hao was studying other games at the time. When he saw Lin Chen's incoming call, his heart leaped with excitement. It had been over a week since their last drinking session when Lin Chen had first mentioned this matter. If he hadn't known that Lin Chen's girlfriend was injured, Dong Hao might have suspected that Lin Chen had either forgotten him or was simply stringing him along. Master Lin, may I ask what you need? Taking a deep breath, Dong Hao answered the phone with reverence. Do you have time now? If you're free, come to Longhu Mansion. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Dong Hao immediately agreed with excitement. I'm free, Master Lin. He'll be right there. Lin Chen heard the thrill in Dong Hao's voice and couldn't help but smile. All right, I'll wait for you here. Send me a message when you arrive. Yes, Master Lin. After hanging up, Lin Chen stayed in the office for several dozen minutes until Fong Onping walked in holding a document. Chairman Lin, please review this agreement. If there are any changes needed, he'll make them right away. Fong Onping placed the document on Lin Chen's desk. Lin Chen picked up the NDA and examined it carefully. It's good, keep it as is. He nodded with satisfaction. Soon after, a message from Dong Hao arrived. Master Lin, am downstairs at Longhu Mansion. Good. Lin Chen replied, and then turned to Fong Onping. Have the front desk bring that man named Dong Hao to my office and bring along several copies of this NDA. Yes, Chairman Lin. Fong Onping left the office. A few minutes later, he returned together with Dong Hao. Master Lin. Dong Hao entered the office and greeted Lin Chen respectfully. First sign this NDA, both of you, and then he'll show you something. After Fong Onping and Dong Hao had both signed the NDA, Lin Chen took out a USB drive containing the design and production plan for Black Myth Wukong and plugged it into the computer. Come take a look. Fong Onping and Dong Hao immediately approached. Dong Hao and Fong Onping crowded around the computer. When they saw the design plan for Black Myth Wukong displayed on the screen, Dong Hao's eyes widened and his breathing grew rapid. This is absolutely astonishing. Dong Hao's voice trembled with excitement. Although Fong Onping wasn't deeply versed in game development, the plan's detail and creative concepts clearly indicated its extraordinary value. Lin Chen watched Dong Hao's elated expression and said with a smile, Dong Hao, this is what I wanted to show you. It's a game design plan entirely composed of Daxia's mythological elements. If successfully developed, it will cause a global sensation in the gaming market. Dong Hao clenched his fists, unable to tear his eyes away from the screen. Master Lin, this is exactly the kind of game I've always wanted to create, a 3A game that showcases the charm of Daxia's culture. This is the perfect plan I've been longing for. Lin Chen nodded. Dong Hao, I promised you that if you follow me, I'd give you a chance to realize your dreams. I plan to put you in charge of this project. Upon hearing this, Dong Hao's head shot up, his eyes brimming with surprise and gratitude. Master Lin, rest assured I'll give it my all and never let you down. Lin Chen nodded approvingly and then turned to Fong Onping. President Fong arranged for Dong Hao to join the company today. The sooner this project starts, the better. The company will fully support this project under Dong Hao's leadership. Yes, Chairman Lin. He'll arrange it immediately. Fong Onping agreed readily, his gaze toward Dong Hao shifting slightly. Fong Onping had sharp business instincts. He was certain this game would be a massive success upon release. And the fact that Lin Chen entrusted Dong Hao with the project showed how highly Lin Chen valued him. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already noon. He had originally planned to go back and have lunch with Jiang Shuawei, but he couldn't resist the earnest invitations from Fong Onping, Dong Hao, and the other executives, so he stayed to dine with them. The group went to a restaurant near Lunghu Mansion, and Fong Onping specially booked the most expensive private room. "Achin, have you eaten yet? I wanted to eat spicy hot pot noodles outside the school for lunch, but Weiner wouldn't let me," she said. Since she can't have. During the meal, Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate. He pulled it out and saw a message from Jiang Shuawei, a smile spreading across his face. "I'm already eating. All the top executives from Longhu Games are here. I couldn't very well refuse them since it's my first time at the company. Gotta save face for them, ha. What are you eating?" A moment later, Jiang Shuawei replied, "My husband is amazing. I'm having clear broth wontons. Indeed, wontons with lard are the best. I won't bother you anymore. I have classes this afternoon. I'm going to take a nap. Good night, Achin moi. Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei's message, replied with a love emoji sticker, and then continued discussing company matters with Fong Onping and the others. Meanwhile, news had spread online that Longhu Games had refused to collaborate with Sanctum Games on the agency for the Daxiao rights of Angel Wings. Wow, Longhu Games is refusing a sure win. Have they become so arrogant? Angel Wings. I've been wanting to play that game. Hope they get the Chinese server out soon. Don't let Penguin get involved. No, I can't stand Penguin's antics. Is Longhu Games cooking up something big? Most of the netizens were cursing Longhu Games for being ungrateful, and many even stormed into the comments sections of Longhu Games' Douyin official account to vent. Soon Fong Onping's phone rang. It was the company's PR department. "President Fong, are you aware of the online backlash?" "What backlash?" Fong Onping was bewildered. "It's..." After hearing the explanation, Fong Onping pulled out his phone, searched it, and then relayed the matter to Lin Chen. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. "Never mind. Have the PR department issue a statement. Longhu Games does not cooperate with overbearing companies. Cooperation must be built on equality. If they cannot even show basic respect to others, then it's better not to cooperate at all." "All right, Chairman Lin, will arrange it right away." After saying this, Fong Onping took out his phone and called the public relations department. After the meal, Lin Chen gave a few instructions and left. Thinking that tomorrow would be the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, he drove to the Tyler supermarket he had visited before. Arriving at the Hermes boutique, the saleswoman saw Lin Chen dressed head-to-toe in Givenchy and became very enthusiastic. "Sir, welcome to Hermes. What would you like to purchase? Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival soon? I want to buy a bag for my mother. Could you recommend a suitable one?" A faint smile lingered on Lin Chen's face. "Certainly, sir. Please come this way." The saleswoman then led Lin Chen to the area filled with bags. "Sir, these are all bags. Which series of Hermes does your mother usually prefer?" the saleswoman asked. This left Lin Chen at a loss. Why would he pay attention to Hermes bag series? "I'm not very familiar." "I'm sorry, sir. The Birkin, Kelly, and Constance are our top-selling models and classic pieces from Hermes. May I ask what your budget is roughly?" The saleswoman kept a smile on her face. Lin Chen calculated in his mind. His mother definitely wouldn't want him to buy something expensive, but his girlfriend carried bags worth hundreds of thousands. If his mother only carried a bag worth tens of thousands, what kind of situation would that be? "Yeah, around several $100,000 and above," Lin Chen said after thinking. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's smile became even more enthusiastic. In all her years as a saleswoman at Hermes, she had rarely encountered anyone willing to buy a bag worth several $100,000. Yet this young man, who looked at most 21 or 22, was willing to spend that much on a bag for his mother. To be honest, among today's young people, she had seen many buy bags worth tens of thousands for their girlfriends, but very few brought their mother to shop at Hermes. Thinking of this, the saleswoman felt her heart burning. This young man was handsome, wealthy, and also so filial. If she could win him over. She was quite confident in her own appearance. As for age, being older wasn't a problem. Weren't there many young men who liked mature women? She had just divorced not long ago, so she perfectly fit the description. "So then I recommend you take a look at this Kelly series crocodile leather bag. Its color is a rare emerald green, exuding nobility and uniqueness. The price is around 800,000. And this Constance ostrich leather bag with exquisite metal accessories costs about 600,000. The saleswoman introduced enthusiastically, her eyes full of expectation. Lin Chen examined the two bags seriously and gently shook his head. "They don't quite match my mother's style." "Are they?" The saleswoman quickly brought out several bags from different series and introduced them one by one. "This is the Kelly plain leather model priced at 300,000. And this Constance lambskin model about 400,000. Also, this Birkin ostrich leather model priced at Lin Chen listened to the saleswoman's introductions while comparing the bags. At this moment, seeing that Lin Chen still seemed hesitant, the saleswoman said even more enthusiastically, "Sir, perhaps you could tell me about your mother's usual dressing style and preferences so I can recommend more accurately." Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "My mother usually dresses simply and elegantly and doesn't like things that are too flashy." The saleswoman's eyes lit up and she immediately took another bag from the cabinet. "Sir, then take a look at this Birkin Epsom leather bag in classic black. Its style is understated yet elegant, priced at 700,000. Lin Chen looked at it and felt it was quite good. Then he glanced around and suddenly noticed a bag in the cabinet that looked very nice and was somewhat similar to a bag his mother had carried before. His mother would definitely like it. "How about that bag?" Lin Chen pointed with his finger. It was then that the saleswoman noticed the watch on Lin Chen's wrist was a Patek Philippe. As a Hermès saleswoman, she naturally knew about luxury goods. The watch on Lin Chen's wrist was worth at least. Instantly, the saleswoman's gaze toward Lin Chen grew even more fervent. Lin Chen also noticed that the saleswoman's look was off. Could this saleswoman have taken a liking to me, he wondered. She looks at least over 30. What is she trying to have an old cow eat fresh grass? Lin Chen shuddered inwardly. The saleswoman followed the direction of Lin Chen's finger and carefully took down that bag. "Sir, this is our newest arrival. A Birkin matte crocodile leather bag in a deep blue paired with silver buckles, making it exceptionally grand. The price is 1,200,000. Lin Chen looked at this bag and made a decision instantly. "This bag feels quite good." The saleswoman nodded hurriedly. "Sir, your taste is truly unique. This bag is indeed outstanding." "All right, I'll take this one," Lin Chen finally said. The saleswoman's face instantly bloomed with a brilliant smile. "Certainly, sir. They'll wrap it for you right away." While waiting for the wrapping, the saleswoman didn't stay idle and continued to find topics to chat with Lin Chen. "Sir, you treat your mother so well as she must be very proud." Lin Chen answered perfunctorily yes. The saleswoman continued, "A gentleman with such taste and filial piety is truly rare. May I ask what you do for a living?" "I run a few companies," Lin Chen said flatly. The saleswoman's eyes sparkled. "Then you are truly young and successful, sir." As she spoke, she leaned in closer, and the strong perfume scent made Lin Chen frown. He instinctively took a step. The saleswoman seemed unaware of Lin Chen's aversion and continued, "Sir, would it be convenient to add me on WeChat? If you have any questions about bags in the future, you can ask me anytime." Lin Chen directly shook his head and refused. "No need, thank you." The saleswoman's expression stiffened slightly, but she quickly regained her smile. "All right then, sir." At this moment, the bag was wrapped. The saleswoman handed it over, deliberately brushing his hand lightly with her fingers. Lin Chen frowned slightly, took the bag, paid, and prepared to leave. The saleswoman quickly said, "Sir, welcome to visit us again. I wish you and your mother a pleasant life." Lin Chen nodded and walked out of the Hermès boutique. The saleswoman watched Lin Chen's retreating figure with reluctance. What a pity. A handsome and wealthy man, yet he doesn't like mature women. Why can't he learn a bit from the ancients? The saleswoman stopped overthinking and secretly took a photo of Lin Chen. Just then her colleague and best friend sent a message. "Jealous. I had hot pot for lunch." She then sent a picture of the hot pot. The saleswoman wore a smug smile. "Jealous. But I just sold that Hermès Birkin worth 1.2 million. After a long while, the other side replied, I was only proud for so long after selling that bag worth over 40,000, and now you've surpassed me. And he's a handsome guy." The saleswoman sent Lin Chen's photo again. "Hey, isn't this the handsome guy who spent over 400,000 on a bag for his girlfriend? Did he buy another bag for his girlfriend today? Being his girlfriend must be amazing." The saleswoman was stunned by the message, then a wry smile appeared on her face. "No wonder he didn't take a liking to me. Turns out he has a young and beautiful girlfriend." Meanwhile, Lin Chen had gone to a jewelry store planning to buy a few gold necklaces and jade bracelets for his mother. Since 2018, his mother hadn't bought any jewelry, and his father often said he felt sorry for her. Now that he had the means, he definitely wanted to prepare everything. Just as he was about to buy, Jiang Shuowei called. "Hey, Chen, where are you?" "I'm done with class," Jiang Shuowei said cheerfully. "I'm shopping at the mall. Isn't it the holiday tomorrow? I wanted to bring some gifts for my parents," Lin Chen said softly. I was just about to ask you. Aren't you planning to take me home with you tomorrow?" Lin Chen was taken aback. "Won't you be spending Mid-Autumn Festival with your parents? You said last time that next time you go home you'd take me. I thought you remembered. I already discussed with my parents about going to your place for Mid-Autumn Festival, but you didn't even think of it." Jiang Shuowei was clearly a bit upset. Lin Chen had originally planned to take Jiang Shuowei home on the weekend, but then that incident happened, so he had to give up. The next holiday was Mid-Autumn Festival, and Lin Chen hadn't even thought of an excuse for why Jiang Shuowei wasn't coming. He didn't expect Jiang Shuowei had already planned this. "Isn't this inappropriate? Mid-Autumn Festival is a time for family reunion." Lin Chen hesitated. "What's inappropriate? If you just don't want to take me back, do you?" No, I definitely didn't mean that," Lin Chen quickly explained. "Then it's settled? This is decided. You're at that Taylor supermarket near the school, right?" "Yes, why?" Lin Chen replied instinctively. "Why? I'm going to your place for the first time. I have to bring something silly. Jiang Shuawei teased. Well, okay, I'll come pick you up. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart. No need, him almost at the school gate. I'll take a taxi over. See you later, silly. With that, Jiang Shuawei hung up. A smile spread across Lin Chen's face. He put the bag back in the car and headed to Xinrui Coffee inside the supermarket. Hello, please scan the QR code to order, the clerk reminded. Lin Chen nodded, scanned the code, and ordered 2 matcha arena iced drinks with cream. Within minutes he got them. Few still the same taste. Lin Chen took a sip, quite satisfied. He waited at the entrance of Taylor Supermarket for a while, then Jiang Shuawei walked over with her bag. Lin Chen stepped forward and handed her the matcha arena ice. Jiang Shuawei casually handed her bag to Lin Chen. Hey, what's this? It's pretty good. As soon as she took a sip, her eyes lit up. Lin Chen smirked proudly. Not bad, right? Xinrui Coffee's matcha arena ice. Xinrui Coffee. I've only had their coffee before. I didn't know they had something so delicious. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed. What are we going to buy now? I'm going to buy some jewelry for my mom first. Let's go. Arriving at Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store, the clerk, seeing a well-dressed, handsome man and beautiful woman, approached with a warm smile. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked incredulously at a woman wearing a mask inside the store who was introducing jewelry to a customer. Hello, Zhou Xiaofu, what would you like to see? Lin Chen didn't speak, just stared at the woman. To make sure he wasn't mistaken, he stepped closer. Oui. Jiang Shuawei was about to speak, but seeing Lin Chen move, she said to the clerk, sorry, well, look around for a bit. Then she followed him. The female clerk, noticing their expensive attire, naturally didn't want to lose a potential customer, so she followed as well. Chen, what are you looking at? Jiang Shuawei followed his gaze and saw that female clerk. That woman looks a bit like my cousin, Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuawei immediately became nervous. Her name is Zhou Dongxue. She's been working in our store for a few months. Sir, are you sure she's your cousin? Hearing the name Lin Chen was even more certain. He turned to the female clerk. I'm sure, thank you. Then he looked at the masked woman and called out, big sis. The woman instinctively turned to look at Lin Chen, then took off her mask with some surprise. Xiao Chen, what are you doing here? I came to buy something. Cousin, you work here. Lin Chen seemed very happy to see Zhou Dongxue. Can you take care of my business first? The customer next to Zhou Dongxue was a bit unhappy. Sorry. Zhou Dongxue apologized, then looked at Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, wait for me. They'll talk to you after I'm done. Sure, big sis, go ahead. Lin Chen quickly said. Zhou Dongxue nodded, glanced at Jiang Shuawei beside Lin Chen, and began working. The previous female clerk, understanding the situation, left since Lin Chen and Zhou Dongxue knew each other. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei browsed around Zhou Xiaofu's jewelry store. Soon Zhou Dongxue finished her work. Chen, aren't you going to introduce this pretty sister? Zhou Dongxue said with a smile, looking at Jiang Shuawei. Hello, sister. I'm Jiang Shuawei, Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei said, nervously clutching her clothes. Oh, my Lin Chen is really lucky to have such a beautiful girlfriend. Zhou Dongxue laughed, then to avoid disturbing the customers, she pulled Jiang Shuawei outside to chat completely, leaving Lin Chen aside. Zhou Dongxue was the eldest daughter of Lin Chen's maternal uncle, 2 years older than Lin Chen, studying at Southwestern University of Finance and Economics. She also had a younger sister named Zhou Ling, who just entered high school this year. It must be said, women make friends quickly. Oh, after just a few words they were chatting and laughing like old friends. Chen, you're really this rich now. How did you manage it? Zhou Dongxue was utterly astounded. Her parents had mentioned this matter to her, but she had never really believed it, thinking it was just a joke. Only after seeing Lin Chen today did she finally accept it as the truth. He wore a Patek Philippe on his wrist, dressed in Givenchy, and his girlfriend carried an Hermes handbag. Sis, I can't really disclose that. Just remember that your little brother is very rich now. Lin Chen smiled and said, really? Then how about helping your big sister out? Sure. I've started several companies. You can work in whichever one you like. Hearing Zhou Dongxue's words, Lin Chen was pleasantly surprised instead. Since childhood, Zhou Dongxue had been the independent type, possessing strong opinions. Her uncle never made decisions for her. As long as it was something she wanted to do, he would support her wholeheartedly. Are you serious, kid? Zhou Dongxue saw that Lin Chen looked completely earnest, not like he was joking. Of course. You're my sister. Lin Chen said matter-of-factly. Forget it, I'm only a junior starting my 3rd year. Let's talk about this after I graduate. If you regret it by then, just wait till I get you. Zhou Dongxue said with a laugh. Don't worry, sis. So, does that mean you're really a shareholder in that real estate company called Ronto GD? Lin Chen nodded slightly. Even though Zhou Dongxue had already prepared herself mentally, she couldn't help but gasp sharply. After that incident, she had specifically searched for Ronto GD. She hadn't known until she searched, and what she found shocked her. Ronto GD was a listed company with a market cap of over 150 billion yuan. Lin Chen, so young, was already a shareholder of Ronto GD. Even if he only held 1% of the shares, that would be worth over 1 billion yuan. This was simply too surreal. Zhou Dongxue didn't dare ask Lin Chen how he had managed it. You came to Zhou Xiaofu to pick jewelry for your girlfriend? Yes, and besides, isn't it Mid-Autumn Festival? I'm planning to buy some gifts for mom and dad to take home. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. So you're planning to bring Shuawei to meet aunt and uncle? Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei, who looked a bit shy. Yes, sooner or later a homely wife has to meet her in-laws. Jiang Shuawei pouted upon hearing this. You're the ugly wife. Exactly, Shuawei is so beautiful. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue with a strange expression. Sis Shuawei is also a junior, and you were born in May of 2004, while Shuawei was born in April of 2003. Jiang Shuawei and Zhou Dongxue were both taken aback. That's fine. It's only right for me to call you big sister, Jiang Shuawei explained. Aren't you still planning to buy jewelry? Let me introduce you to some pieces. I can earn a commission on it too. Zhou Dongxue quickly changed the subject. Alright big sis, make sure to give us some good recommendations. Lin Chen said with a smile. The three then walked into the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store. Zhou Dongxue, who gave you permission to go outside and chat with others during work hours? A woman dressed in a professional suit inside the store questioned. Sorry store manager, I ran into my younger brother and chatted for a bit. Zhou Dongxue quickly apologized. Zhou Dongxue, you should know that you're a part-timer here. The store didn't want part-timers in the first place. If this happens again, you can leave. Also, I'm deducting 100 yuan from your monthly bonus. The female store manager was ruthless. Store manager, why deduct so much? I earn only about 100 yuan a day as a part-timer. This single deduction costs me a whole day's wages. Isn't that a bit too much? Zhou Dongxue's expression turned unpleasant. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. This store manager was far too harsh. They had only chatted for a few minutes, the time it takes for a bathroom break, and she deducted a whole day's salary. Jiang Shuawei was clearly also upset for Zhou Dongxue. We're here to buy jewelry. Sister Dongxue was just introducing the jewelry to us. Why would you introduce jewelry outside? I've never seen such a thing. The female store manager said that's none of your business. What's wrong with introducing outside? As long as we buy it's fine, Lin Chen said calmly. The female store manager was immediately rendered speechless. Indeed, what business was it of hers where the introduction took place? As long as the jewelry sold wasn't that all that mattered. The store manager could only sulk in silence. Zhou Dongxue snickered and discreetly gave Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei a thumbs up. Zhou Dongxue then led Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei around showing and introducing each piece. Lin Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to a gold necklace. What do you think of this gold necklace? I think it's quite beautiful. Maybe my mom would like it. Lin Chen pointed at the necklace and said to Zhou Dongxue and Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei and Zhou Dongxue also turned their gazes to it. Their eyes fell on the gold necklace which sparkled brilliantly under the lights. Zhou Dongxue looked at the necklace and said, Xiao Chun, this necklace is really beautiful. You have good taste. Aunt will surely love it. This necklace costs 88,000 yuan. It's made of pure gold with exquisite craftsmanship, and the gems set in it are of the finest quality. Lin Chen nodded, quite satisfied with the necklace. He turned to Jiang Shuawei and asked Shuawei, what do you think? Jiang Shuawei smiled and said, I think it's beautiful too. Auntie will definitely like it. Lin Chen decided to buy the necklace. He said to Zhou Dongxue, big sis, this is the one. Help us look for other accessories that might suit my mom. Zhou Dongxue nodded with a smile and took them to look at some jade bangles and earrings. In the end, they also selected a ring, a bracelet, and a pair of earrings. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Dongxue, who was in a very cheerful mood. She had given Lin Chen the maximum discount within her authority. Even with just these 4 pieces of jewelry costing several 100,000 yuan, she could still earn a very high commission. Even though the commission for part-timers was much lower than for regular employees, she could still get 10,000 yuan. Big sis, why don't you pick something too? Your brother is rich now, I have to get my sister something right. Zhou Dongxue was still thinking about how to spend this commission when Lin Chen's words caught her off guard. No need, Xiao Chun. This commission alone is already a lot. Zhou Dongxue instinctively refused. Sis, you always thought of me whenever you had something good. Now that I have money and the ability to repay you, you won't let me be good to you. Lin Chen was a bit helpless. He had already anticipated Zhou Dongxue's reaction. Only then did Zhou Dongxue realize that her younger brother was no ordinary person. He was at least a billionaire with assets worth over $1 billion. Alright then, big sis won't stand on ceremony. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Dongxue said with a touch of relief. Jiang Shuawei was watching with a beaming smile. Zhou Dongxue surveyed the jewelry in the shop, a trace of hesitation flickering across her face. She bit her lip and finally selected a bracelet worth a few thousand yuan. The bracelet was simple and elegant in design, yet it possessed a certain delicacy. Lin Chen glanced at it, his brow slightly furrowed. Big sister, this is too cheap. Take your time and choose something else. Don't be polite with me. Zhou Dongxue quickly explained, Xiao Chen, really it's unnecessary. I really like this bracelet, and a bracelet worth a few thousand yuan is not cheap at all. However, Lin Chen was very insistent. No, big sister, listen to me. Today you must pick a good one. Zhou Dongxue sighed helplessly, but inside she felt deeply gratified. In the end, she selected a diamond necklace worth tens of thousands of yuan. The diamonds on the necklace were crystalline and translucent, shimmering, with dazzling light perfectly complementing Zhou Dongxue's gentle temperament. Sister Dongxue, come here, let me put it on for you to try. Jiang Shuai said with a smile, looking at Zhou Dongxue. Okay. Zhou Dongxue nodded with a smile. So Jiang Shuai picked up the necklace and helped Zhou Dongxue put it on. The moment Zhou Dongxue wore the necklace, her whole being seemed to light up, making her gentle temperament even more prominent. It's really beautiful, Sister Dongxue. Jiang Shuai couldn't help exclaiming. No wonder she's my sister, she's naturally beautiful. Lin Chen also said with a smile. Really? Zhou Dongxue appeared very delighted, looking down at the necklace. Really? Sister Dongxue, come here. Jiang Shuai excitedly pulled Zhou Dongxue to the mirror in the jewelry store. Sister Dongxue, look quickly, this necklace makes you even more beautiful. Jiang Zui's eyes sparkled with joy. Zhou Dongxue looked at herself in the mirror and couldn't help smiling. It truly is beautiful, thank you both. Lin Chen, watching from the side, also said with a smile, big sister, just this one, don't change it. Zhou Dongxue nodded, looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of gratification. The female store manager had long lost her earlier arrogance because she had already recognized the Givenchy on Lin Chen, the Patek Philippe on his wrist, and the bag worth at least hundreds of thousands on Jiang Zui's hand. If she hadn't recognized them according to her own temper, she would never have allowed Zhou Dongxue to try on this Tinsoft the Sansiwen necklace, which would have completely offended this couple. Lin Chen turned his gentle gaze toward Jiang Shuai. Shuai, you should also pick something, don't just watch. Jiang Shuai lowered her head a little shyly and gently waved her hand. But Chun, it's unnecessary. Just buy for Auntie. I don't need anything. Lin Chen took her hand, gently squeezed at his eyes filled with doting affection. If I tell you to pick, then pick. Don't be polite with me. Jiang Shuai hesitated for a moment and finally selected a pair of exquisite pearl earrings. The pearls on that pair of earrings were round and full, emitting a soft luster. After this round of shopping, Lin Chen swiped his card to pay, spending a total of over 400,000 yuan. The female shop owner's eyes were wide open, watching from the side. Her previous harshness had completely vanished, replaced by a face full of flattery and ingratiation. Her face was full of smiles, her body slightly leaning forward. Ah, sir and miss, you two have such great taste. Everything you picked are the finest pieces in our store. Do come often in the future. We will certainly provide you with the best service and the most favorable prices. Lin Chen didn't even glance at her. Big sister Shuai and I will be leaving now. Come visit us when you have time. Lin Chen said to Zhou Dongxue. Zhou Dongxue smiled and nodded. All right, be careful on the way. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuai left the jewelry store, they continued strolling around the mall. Finally, they picked several sets of clothes and a few pairs of shoes for Lin Chen's parents and bought some health supplements and tea. It cost tens of thousands, and Jiang Shuai paid for everything. She said that since it was her first time visiting Lin Chen's family, she had to spend her own money. But where did you get so much money? Lin Chen couldn't help asking. Jiang Shuai chuckled. Of course my parents gave it to me. When they knew I was coming to your home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, they specifically transferred me tens of thousands, so I could buy some things for Uncle and Auntie. After hearing Jiang Zui's explanation, Lin Chen was filled with emotion and gently pinched her nose. After finishing their shopping, the two headed toward the parking lot. Chen, I need to go back to school first. Little Ragdoll is still at school. Lin Chen nodded, skillfully started the car, and the engine emitted a low, powerful roar. Soon Lin Chen drove the car into the school and stopped steadily in front of Jiang Zui's dormitory building. Because the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday was the next day, the area in front of the dormitory was filled with students dragging luggage. Chen will be quick, just wait for me downstairs. Jiang Shuai planted a kiss on Lin Chen's cheek and then cheerfully entered the dormitory building. Little Ragdoll saw Jiang Shuai return. It had been lying on the bed watching Tang Weiner pack her luggage, but immediately jumped down and stood at Jiang Zui's feet, meowing nonstop at her. Oh, the little daughter-in-law is going to meet her in-laws. Tang Weiner teased Jiang Shuai with a mischievous grin. Jiang Shuai picked up Little Ragdoll and played with it, then rolled her eyes at Tang Weiner. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just going to visit Uncle and Auntie. Tang Weiner blinked. Alright, I understand. Hurry up and pack, don't keep him waiting. Jiang Shuai blushed and stopped engaging with Tang Weiner's teasing. She put Little Ragdoll into the pet backpack and then stuffed a few bags of cat food into the bag. She haphazardly stuffed cosmetics into her Hermes bag. Sister Weiner, I'm leaving now. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Saying that, Jiang Shuai ran downstairs. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was waiting idly downstairs at the dormitory. A Lamborghini stopped steadily in front of Lin Chen. The window rolled down, revealing Wang Shijia, brother Lin, waiting for sister-in-law. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Wang Shijia also got out of the car, walked over to Lin Chen, and said, Brother Lin, what a coincidence. I'm waiting for Zhu. Aren't you going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday? Lin Chen asked casually. I'm planning to take Zhu home to meet my parents and grandparents. Zhu and I started dating in high school, and now I can finally bring her home openly. As Wang Shijia said this, his gaze softened considerably. Lin Chen couldn't help taking another look at Wang Shijia. He hadn't expected this guy to be so devoted. Even with such wealth, he hadn't turned into a playboy. It just showed that their family upbringing was quite good. As they were talking, Lin Chen saw Jiang Shuai jogging out of the dormitory building. Jiang Shuai walked over to them. Wang Shijia, why are you here too? Waiting for Zhu. Jiang Shuowei asked. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm just waiting for Zhu. I happened to run into brother Lin, so we chatted for a while. Wang Shijie said with a smile. Shijie, we'll be going then. Talk to you next time. Lin Chen saw it was getting late, so he directly bid farewell to Wang Shijie. Alright, brother Lin, goodbye. Sister-in-law, goodbye. Wang Shijie quickly replied. After Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei returned to the car, he took out his phone and called Lin's mother. Xiao Chen, when are you? Has your girlfriend gone back? As soon as the call connected, Lin's mother's voice came through. Mom, I'm coming home for dinner today, and my girlfriend will come over later to rest at our place. Lin Chen said with a smile. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier, you brat? If you'd said it earlier, your father and I would have prepared earlier. Now it's so rushed. Lin's mother exclaimed, then spoke with a mix of delight and reproach. It's okay, Mom. If worst comes to worst, we can just go out to eat later. Lin Chen smiled awkwardly. Jiang Shuowei sat in the passenger seat, holding little ragdoll on her lap, and couldn't help giggling as she listened to Lin's mother's words on the phone. By the way, what's your girlfriend's name? How should I address her later? You said she's coming for the first time. Shouldn't I need to prepare pajamas, slippers, toothbrush, face towels. Mom, my girlfriend's name is Jiang Shuowei. Jiang from the Yangtze River, Shui from Snowflake, Wei from Crepe Myrtle. As for the red envelope, do as you see fit. Alright, I get it. I need to hurry and prepare. Too lazy to argue with you, you brat. Lin's mother finished speaking and hung up. Lin Chen listened to the beep beep on the phone, feeling speechless. Chen, I'm going to stay at your place tonight. Jiang Shuowei said, her face slightly flushed, a bit embarrassed. Of course, otherwise where would you sleep? I can't let you stay in a hotel, can I? Lin Chen gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's head and said softly. Jiang Shuowei sniffled. That's true. But if I sleep at your place on my first visit, won't Annie think I'm too... Jiang Shuowei said worriedly. How could that be? Didn't I also stay at your place the first time I visited? Lin Chen comforted her. It's different. It's okay, my mom won't think that. Lin Chen gently squeezed Jiang Shuowei's hand. Alright. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuowei's cheek again, then started the car. Along the way, Jiang Shuowei seemed very nervous. She kept twisting her clothes, her brows slightly furrowed. Chen, I'm still a bit nervous. What if uncle and auntie don't like me? Jiang Shuowei clutched her clothes tightly. Lin Chen smiled and reassured her, don't worry, Shuowei. My parents will definitely like you. You're so kind and adorable, how could they not like you? Lin Chen freed one hand and gently held Jiang Shuowei's hand. His palm was broad and warm, easing Jiang Shuowei's heart a little. Because the next day was the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, there was heavy traffic. Lin Chen didn't even dare to take the highway. What should have been a 40 or 50-minute trip took Lin Chen nearly an hour and a half, almost 2 hours, to reach the residential area. Originally, Lin Chen wanted to drive into the underground parking lot, but he was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Sir, your car might not be able to enter the underground parking lot. The security guard in the booth reminded. Why? I'm a resident of this community. Lin Chen asked with some confusion, and Jiang Shuowei was also curious. Sir, the chassis of your car is too low, it won't make it down. The guard explained. Lin Chen suddenly realized. He almost forgot that the supercar's chassis was too low, it couldn't go down, and forcing it would only get stuck. Lin Chen casually grabbed a pack of Huazi from the car and handed it to the guard. Thanks for the reminder, bro. The guard received the Huazi with flattered surprise. It's nothing. Lin Chen nodded with a smile, then backed the car out and searched for a long time before finding an empty parking spot on the street. Jiang Shuowei put little ragdoll into the pet backpack, and then she and Lin Chen carried various bags and got out of the car. After entering the community, they headed straight for Building 3, Unit 2. After entering the elevator, Jiang Shuowei became noticeably more nervous. My home is on the 17th floor. We'll be there soon, Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuowei's heart raced faster and faster. She kept taking deep breaths, trying to calm herself, but the anxious feeling was like a tangled mess that she couldn't unravel. The elevator soon reached the 17th floor. Lin Chen took out his keys and opened the door. Dad, Mom, we're back, Lin Chen called out. Even though it had only been a little over half a month, Lin Chen felt a bit dazed. When he left home last time, he only had a few thousand yuan on him. Now he was returning as a billionaire with hundreds of billions in assets. And he had also brought home a campus belle girlfriend. Lin's parents were busy in the kitchen. Upon hearing his voice, they hurried out to greet them. Oh, Shuowei is here. Come in. Lin's mother warmly greeted her, face beaming with joy. Jiang Shuowei walked into the living room obediently and said, hello, uncle and auntie. These are gifts for you. Jiang Shuowei handed the gifts to Lin's parents, her eyes carrying a hint of nervousness. Her hands unconsciously clasped together, already sweaty. Lin's parents smiled and took the gifts, repeatedly praising Jiang Shuowei for being considerate. Then, because there was still food cooking, Lin's father went back into the kitchen. Come, Shuowei, make yourself at home. Sit here. Lin's mother led Jiang Shuowei to the soft and comfortable sofa and thoughtfully handed her a peach. Try this, just bought very fresh. Lin Chen went into the kitchen to help bring out some fruit. Shuowei, just treat this place as your own home. Lin's mother's face was filled with joy. Then she took out a bulging red envelope and handed it to Jiang Shuowei. No need, auntie. How could that be? Jiang Shuowei repeatedly refused upon seeing the red envelope. This is a tradition here. If you don't accept it, it means you're not satisfied with our family. Lin Chen reminded her at this point. Hearing this, Jiang Shuowei hesitated and then accepted it. Thank you, Auntie. Jiang Shuowei called out obediently. All right, you two have fun. Dinner will be ready soon. Okay, Auntie. Lin's mother smiled and nodded, then went in. After Lin's parents went into the kitchen, Lin Chen sat beside Jiang Shuowei on the sofa and gently patted her hand to comfort her. Don't be too nervous, honey. My parents are easy to get along with. Lin Chen said softly. Jiang Shuowei nodded slightly, but her eyes unconsciously glanced toward the kitchen. Chen, I'm still a bit nervous. Should I go help in the kitchen? Jiang Shuowei asked in a low voice. No need, just stay here. My mom definitely won't let you help, Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuowei had no choice but to drop it. Meow. Hearing the cat's meow, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei realized they hadn't let little ragdoll out yet. Jiang Shuowei quickly unzipped the pet carrier and placed the little ragdoll on her lap. Meow. The kitten gazed at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei with its big blue eyes wearing a pitiful expression. Its pathetic look stirred Jiang Shuowei's heart, and even Lin Chen reached out to stroke its head. Oh dear, mommy was wrong. Jiang Shuowei cradled it, soothing the little creature. Before long, Lin's father and mother emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes. Shuowei, come eat now. Mother Lin called out with a smile as she walked out, then her eyes brightened with surprise at the little ragdoll in Jiang Shuowei's arms. Wow, what kind of cat is this? So beautiful. Auntie, this is a blue bicolor ragdoll, a little princess. Jiang Shuowei explained. A ragdoll? I've seen them online. They really are adorable. Mother Lin nodded in understanding. Let's eat now, Lin Chen said, rubbing his stomach. He hadn't tasted his parents' cooking for over half a month, and he had to admit he missed it. Jiang Shuowei set the little ragdoll on the sofa and sat down with Lin Chen. The family gathered around the dining table, the dishes exuding an enticing aroma. Shuowei, don't be shy, eat plenty. Father Lin warmly urged. Jiang Shuowei nodded obediently and began to eat. She took a bite of sweet and sour spare ribs, the tangy and sweet flavor bursting in her mouth, and couldn't help but praise. Uncle Annie, this sweet and sour spare ribs are amazing. Mother Lin's eyes crinkled with delight. Since you like it, eat more. Come over often and I'll make it for you. Lin Chen placed a piece of braised pork on Jiang Shuowei's plate and said with a smile, try this braised pork. My mom's is absolutely legendary. Jiang Shuowei put the braised pork in her mouth. Tender but not greasy, melting on the tongue. It's really delicious. Auntie's cooking is incredible. As they ate, Mother Lin suddenly remembered something and said, Oh Shuowei, if Lin Chen ever bullies you, just tell me. I'll teach him a lesson. Jiang Shuowei blushed. Auntie, Lin Chen is very good to me. Lin Chen quickly chimed in, Mom, how would I dare? Everyone burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the room. After the meal, Jiang Shuowei insisted on helping clear the dishes, and no matter how much Mother Lin tried to stop her, she wouldn't relent. Auntie, you worked hard cooking. Let me handle the cleanup, Jiang Shuowei persisted. Mother Lin looked at her helplessly, growing even fonder of this considerate girl. Once the dishes were put away, the family sat in the living room watching TV, while the little ragdoll lay quietly in its bed nearby. Father Lin and Mother Lin chatted with Jiang Shuowei about everyday matters, with Lin Chen occasionally chiming in. Shuowei, come over more often during breaks. It's livelier with more people, Father Lin said. Jiang Shuowei nodded in agreement. Yes, Uncle and Annie, I will. Lin Chen poured cat food into the little ragdoll's bowl, prepared the litter box, and then placed the kitten beside the bowl. He turned to look at his parents. By the way, Mom and Dad, have you quit your jobs at the electronics factory? You worked so hard for so little money there. Do you even need to ask? My son is the big boss of such a huge company now. Why would I still go to work? It's time to enjoy life. Mother Lin said with a smile, then turned to Jiang Shuowei. Don't you agree, Shuowei? Absolutely. Auntie is right. Jiang Shuowei nodded enthusiastically. Dad, have you quit too? Lin Chen felt relieved upon hearing his mother's words, then looked at his father. I still feel restless staying at home without a job. Father Lin said with a laugh. Your father just can't sit still for his whole life. I've been trying to convince him for days, but he insists on working. He won't even take a few days off to go out with me. Mother Lin seemed somewhat annoyed, and even shot Father Lin a glare. It's not easy to get leave, I'll take you when I have time. Father Lin looked a bit embarrassed. Dad, do you really want to keep working at the electronics factory? Do you actually like that? Lin Chen asked with a sigh. He had worked there once as a summer temp, and it was truly hard to endure. What else can I? At my age, nowhere else wants me, and I can't stand being idle at home. Dad, think about it. I'm a billionaire boss, and yet my own father is working in an electronics factory. What would people think of me? Wouldn't they assume I'm unfilial or have bad character and then refuse to do business with me? Lin Chen's words silenced Father Lin. He had never thought about it that way before. That's right. Lin Bing, what if you end up harming your son's reputation? Mother Lin also found it very reasonable after hearing this. Jiang Shuowei remained silent. This was Lin Chen's family matter, and she felt it wasn't her place to interfere. Well, I'll quit tomorrow then. Father Lin said after a moment of thought. That's more like it. Dad, haven't you always wanted to run a business? Son supports you with 10 million. Do whatever you... Lin Chen was thrilled that his father had agreed. 10 million. No. Keep that money yourself. 10 million is way too much. Father Lin waved his hands frantically upon hearing the sum. Xiaochen, that's... Mother Lin also spoke, her tone firm. What if your dad loses it all? I don't agree. $1 million or $2 million would be one thing. After all, they now knew their son was a shareholder in a 100 billion company worth at least hundreds of millions, so a small loss wouldn't hurt. But 10 million was a different story. Even for a billionaire, that was a substantial sum. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a system task. Persuade Lin Bing to start a business. Task reward, Baihui Supermarket. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. He knew the Baihui Supermarket. It was a store right under their apartment worth probably around 7 or 8 million at most, but wouldn't that be perfect for his father to run? Lin Chen thought for a moment, organizing his words. Dad, I also run a supermarket. Would you like to help manage it for me? I don't have time to look after it. At this, Father Lin and Mother Lin were both taken aback, their expressions showing surprise. Only Zhang Xuewei seemed accustomed to it, her face betraying little change. A supermarket. Xiaochen, you own a supermarket. Father Lin and Mother Lin immediately pressed for more details. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. It's the Baihui Supermarket downstairs, the one you always go to. Oh. Both parents exclaimed in unison. Xiaochen, did you buy that supermarket just for me? Father Lin asked, because in the novels he read the protagonist always acquired places on a whim. No, it just came as part of a business exchange with some people. Lin Chen casually made up a lie. Father and Mother Lin nodded, though they didn't fully comprehend. But I know nothing. What if I mess it up? Father Lin's face was etched with hesitation, his eyes betraying a glimmer of worry, as if an intense inner struggle. He was indeed tempted. After all, owning his own business had always been a dream, but he feared his own mistakes might burden his son. Mother Lin remained silent, seated quietly, her gaze shifting between Father Lin and Lin Chen. It's fine, Dad. This supermarket is worth no more than 10 million. Even if it goes under, it's not much of a loss. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. Wasn't 10 million just a trifle? In that case, why not give it a try? It's still better than working at the electronics factory. Besides, it's your son's thoughtful gesture. Mother Lin added her persuasion. All right, let me enjoy being a boss for once, ha ha ha. Father Lin let out a hearty laugh. He had once thought his life would amount to nothing, yet here he was basking in his son's glory. Okay, Dad'll take you to see the supermarket tomorrow. Lin Chen smiled. Then he brought out the jewelry and handbag he had bought for his mother. Mom, I picked this bag especially for you. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Chen handed his mother the Hermes bag worth over $1 million, his face beaming. Mother Lin took it with surprise, gently caressing the surface, examining it closely. Is this Hermes? The bag is so exquisite, the texture is amazing. It must cost tens of thousands, right? Mother Lin fondled the bag, unable to put it down. Oh, Mom, don't worry about it. Your son has money, just keep it. I also bought you some jewelry. Lin Chen answered evasively, not wanting to burden her with the price. By the way, I ran into Big Sister at Zhou Xiaofu when I was buying jewelry. Lin Chen suddenly said. It's not surprising you two met, your schools are so close. Was Dong Xue buying jewelry too? No, she works there. Lin Chen answered truthfully. Works? Mother Lin, who had been inspecting the bag, frowned, her smile vanishing. Isn't Dong Xue still studying at the University of Finance? How can she be working at a jewelry store? She put down the bag and asked urgently. Their store manager said she's working part-time. Lin Chen explained. But Mother Lin remained frowning, lost in thought. What's wrong? Is something off? Seeing his mother's unusual reaction, Lin Chen's heart tightened. He pressed further. Zhang Xuewei also looked at Mother Lin. Well, I'm not entirely sure. Your uncle said your big sister wasn't feeling well some days ago, so he asked her to get a checkup. Mother Lin's voice carried a hint of heaviness and worry. But after the results came out, Dong Xue absolutely refused to show the report. She just kept saying it's nothing. Mother Lin sighed and continued. We all suspect she might have found something wrong, but you know your big sister's personality. Once she makes up her mind, not even 8 oxen can pull her back. Your uncle went to her school, but she wouldn't tell him. He tried to take her to the hospital, but she refused, and even had a big fight with him. We've been so worried. Now that you have the means, and you're close with Dong Xue, try to feel her out. If there's really an illness, help her as much as you can. Yes, your uncle and aunt have always been good to you, and Dong Xue herself has been nothing but kind to you. Father Lin also looked at Lin Chen very seriously. Lin Chen's mind was in turmoil. He had always deeply respected Zhou Dong Xue. She was truly a model older sister. Many times when Lin Chen caused trouble, it was Zhou Dong Xue who took the blame. Those memories flooded back like a tide, intensifying his unease. Hearing his parents' words, an inexplicable restlessness swept over him. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. I know. Even if you hadn't said anything, I would help. And I'll do my utmost. Lin Chen no longer felt like chatting. He pulled out his phone and called Zhou Dong Xue. Hello, Xiaochen. What made you call your big sister? Zhou Dongxue's voice came through the phone seemingly as usual, but Lin Chen keenly detected a hint of weariness. Big sister, just checking on you. Did you go home for the mid-autumn holiday? Lin Chen tried to keep his voice light, and Zhou Dong Xue was silent for a moment. Not yet. I plan to go back tomorrow. Lin Chen hesitated, then decided to get straight to the point. Big sister, I heard you weren't feeling well, and went for a checkup. What's going on? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then Zhou Dong Xue said, Oh, it's nothing serious. Just been tired lately. You'll be fine after some rest. Big sister, don't hide it from me. Mom and Dad told me everything. Why won't you show them the checkup report? Lin Chen's voice grew urgent. Xiao Chen, really it's nothing. Don't listen to their nonsense. I just don't want them to worry. Zhou Dongxue still would. Big sister, if something's wrong you can really tell me. You know I have the ability now. I truly am fine. I'm out with classmates for a dinner gathering. Let me hang up now. But big sister. Before Lin Chen could finish, the phone emitted a series of beeps. He put down his phone. Father and Mother Lin knew the outcome from his expression. Oh, that girl Dongxue. Mother Lin's spirits sank. She had watched Zhou Dongxue and Zhou Ling grow up treating them as her own children. Now this incident filled her with, "It's okay, Mom. It'll definitely convince big sister." Lin Chen comforted her. "Uncle Annie, I bought you some gifts. Please see if you like them." Jiang Shuawei wanted to lighten the mood, so she brought out the gifts she had bought. "These are cosmetics for Annie. This is tea for Uncle. I hope you like it. And I also bought some health supplements." Jiang Shuawei introduced each item. "Oh, we love them. Shuawei, you didn't have to bring gifts." Father and Mother Lin felt better, their eyes full of approval as they looked at Jiang Shuawei. "As long as you like them, Uncle and Auntie." Jiang Shuawei smiled. Then they chatted for a while. "By the way, Shuawei," Mother Lin called Jiang Shuawei into the bathroom. "This is your toothbrush and cup. This pink towel is also yours. I've washed it once. And I've put a set of pajamas in Xiao Chen's wardrobe." "Got it. Thank you, Aunt." Jiang Zuwei's voice was full of sincerity, and her heart was deeply moved. Knowing she was coming, Lin's mother had prepared everything meticulously, considering every detail with such thoughtfulness. This earnest care filled her with warmth. Meanwhile, the system's prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The Baihui supermarket has been successfully acquired under your name." Lin Chen wasn't particularly impressed by this reward, as a system reward less than 10 million, aside from the watch earlier, was the least valuable one yet. At that moment his thoughts were completely occupied by Zhou Dongxue's situation, filled with worry. He wondered if Zhou Ling knew about her sister's illness. If she did, she would surely be heartbroken. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that the system's prompt hadn't ended. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a system task. Persuade Zhou Dongxue to seek treatment. Task reward 100 shares of Yinxing Hospital." Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, his mind racing. Yinxing Hospital? It sounds like I've heard that name somewhere before. He quickly took out his phone and searched. A private hospital. And it has passed the international JCI accreditation. Lin Chen's face lit up with surprise, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This system really is a wonderful thing. It provides a pillow just when you're feeling sleepy. Now it will be much easier to persuade my sister to get treated." At this thought, the gloom in Lin Chen's heart instantly dissipated, and his mood improved considerably. Meanwhile, Lin's mother and Jiang Shuawei were chatting animatedly, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Chen walked over and overheard that his mother was talking about his embarrassing childhood stories. "Shuawei, let me tell you, one night, when Xiao Chun was in kindergarten, he woke up to find a huge wet patch on the bed. Then he told me he had found a restroom in his dream, haha." Lin's mother laughed heartily, as if reliving those moments. "Really? So Ah Chun wet his pants as a child?" Jiang Shuawei couldn't help but laugh too, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Yes. This boy used to wet the bed often." Lin's mother's smile was radiant. All right, Mom, I want to discuss something with you all." Lin Chen interrupted his mother somewhat awkwardly. "What is it?" Both of them, along with Lin's father, who was watching TV, looked curiously at Lin Chen. "I want to go look at houses tomorrow and buy a bigger one," Lin Chen said seriously. This was something he had planned long ago. He often heard them complain about the small kitchen and the cramped living room and balcony. Now that he had the means, he had to address these issues. Otherwise, if he simply transferred money, they might be reluctant to spend it. Lin's father and mother exchanged a glance, but didn't speak immediately. The living room fell silent instantly. The sudden quiet even startled the little ragdoll cat, who had been dozing on Jiang Zuwei's lap, and looked around. "Meow. After a while, your father and I have no objections. It might be good to change to a bigger house, and it will be more convenient for you and Shuawei to come home." Lin's mother thought for a moment and slowly spoke. Lin's father also nodded, his eyes full of relief. Seeing that both his parents had agreed, Lin Chen continued. "Then let's also look at a car. Dad, haven't you always wanted to change the car? Tomorrow we'll go to the dealership and pick one out." Lin Chen's face beamed with a smile. "That's not necessary." Lin's father hesitated and started to speak, but was interrupted by Lin's mother. "I think it's fine. You're the owner of a big supermarket now. It wouldn't be appropriate not to have a decent car, would it?" Lin Chen glanced at his mother with slight surprise. This reaction was different from what he had expected. He had thought convincing his parents would take some effort, but it went so smoothly. "I think since our son is so well off, we should just accept whatever he buys us. Otherwise, why raise a son?" Lin's mother looked at Lin's father, who still seemed hesitant, and continued. After hearing this, Lin's father finally agreed. "All right, it's getting late. Shuawei, you can sleep with Xiao Chen, right?" Lin's mother smiled, and looked at Jiang Shuawei inquiringly. Jiang Zuwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently lowered her head and murmured, "Okay, Aunt." After Lin's father and mother washed up and went to bed, Jiang Shuawei took a shower. Lin Chen lay on the bed waiting. After about 20 to 30 minutes, Jiang Shuwei, wearing a pink pajama set, cautiously opened the door to Lin. Her hair was still slightly damp, exuding a faint fragrance. Her face was flushed as delicate and captivating as a blooming peach blossom. Jiang Shuwei closed the door and then climbed into bed, lying in Lin Chen's arms. Listening to his steady heartbeat, she felt a deep sense of peace. Jiang Shuwei nuzzled gently against Lin Chen's chest, then looked up with eyes tinged with both hope and anxiety. "Chen, do you think your parents are satisfied with me?" Lin Chen affectionately tapped her nose. "Silly girl, my parents really like you. From the looks of it, they'd love for us to get married." Hearing this, Jiang Shuwei felt as sweet as honey, and her blush deepened. Gazing at her beautiful face, a surge of passion rose within Lin Chen. He gently stroked her back, his lips slowly approaching her cheek. Sensing his movement, Jiang Shuwei's heart raced, and her breathing quickened. "Shuwei, how about you get on top?" Lin Chen's voice was a bit husky. "Chen, can we not tonight? Your parents are in the next room. What if they hear?" Jiang Shuwei blushed deeply, sat up, and pretended to scold him. Forget it then. See, I told you we need to buy a bigger house." Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Shuwei lay back in his arms and said softly, "Chen, don't be so impatient from now on." Lin Chen nodded and held her tightly. "Okay, whatever you say." Before long, Jiang Shuwei fell fast asleep in his arms. Lin Chen looked at her peaceful sleeping face, his heart full of tenderness, and slowly closed his eyes. The next morning, the four of them had breakfast together. "Chen, how about we go check out Tianxi? I think the floor plans there are pretty good, and it's not far from our current neighborhood. It would be convenient for your father to come to buy we." Lin's mother asked. Lin Chen had already looked at nearby real estate the previous night. There was a new development by Rongtou GD, so the choice was clear. "No need, Mom. There's a Rongtou GD project nearby. Let's just go there directly," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Rongtou Land Investment. Is that your company, Chen?" Father Lin asked. "Yes," Lin Chen replied with a smile. Father and Mother Lin exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with relief and pride. Father and Mother Lin had no objections naturally. Considering it inconvenient to bring the little ragdoll cat along, they simply left it at home. Arriving at the underground garage, they got into Father Lin's Cherry, and the four of them headed for Zhongting Ufu. Upon reaching the sales office of this real estate project, there were parking spaces right at the entrance. Father Lin found a spot, parked the car, and the four of them got out. "Chen, why are all these cars luxury vehicles? Is this property very expensive?" Father and Mother Lin looked around at several Bentleys, Maseratis, Land Rovers, and the like, then asked. "It's fine. Your son can afford it," Lin Chen said with a relaxed tone. To him, the houses here were a piece of cake. As they approached the entrance, several saleswomen stood there waiting expectantly, yet none immediately stepped forward to greet them. Lin Chen was a bit puzzled, but after a moment's thought he understood the reason. It was likely because they had arrived in a car worth less than 100,000 yuan, so the saleswomen assumed they couldn't afford to buy anything here. Lin Chen could well understand their thinking. That even if they talked for half a day to someone with no purchasing power, they would clinch no deal, so it was better to target those who had real money. But understanding did not mean he could accept such treatment. "I should talk to Huang Wei about this," Lin Chen mused to himself. In any industry, good service and treatment are what satisfy customers. This kind of discriminatory behavior was something Lin Chen disapproved of. Just then, one of the saleswomen at the entrance seemed to spot something, and with a bright, warm smile stepped forward to greet them. "Hello, are you here to buy a property?" Lin Chen's expression softened slightly at being attended to, but her question struck him as somewhat absurd. "What kind of work do you do, miss?" As if sensing her own question was redundant, the saleswoman added another. "May I ask which property type you'd like to see?" "A villa," Lin Chen said after a moment's thought, his expression calm. The saleswoman's face lit up with joy, inwardly congratulating herself for having taken a second look. She, like the other saleswomen, had noticed them arriving in a Cherry and assumed they were just browsing and couldn't afford it. But then she saw that Lin Chen was quite handsome, so she took a longer look. To her surprise, Lin Chen was wearing a Givenchy. What's more, he had a watch on his wrist. She couldn't identify the exact model, but she recognized it as a Patek Philippe. Her heart skipped a beat. She then examined the others. The young, beautiful woman was carrying a Hermes bag. She quickly straightened her attire, put on a beaming smile, and came forward to greet them. Driving a car worth less than 100,000 and bragging about buying a villa. These young people really know how to put on airs. Huh. Well, you can't say that. Maybe they're just low-key. The saleswomen at the entrance were puzzled as to why that woman had gone to serve someone without purchasing power, so they paid extra attention. When they heard Lin Chen's remark, they curled their lips in disdain and snickered among themselves. Although their voices were low in the quiet environment, the words drifted over faintly. Jiang Shuwei and Father and Mother Lin naturally hadn't heard them, but Lin Chen's senses had been sharpened by the system, so he caught every word the saleswoman said. His eyes turned cold as he swept a glance over those saleswomen. "A villa? Isn't that too much, Chen? Such a large space would be empty for your father and me. Wouldn't that be a waste of money?" Mother Lin urged, her brows furrowed, her face full of worry and reluctance. Though she knew her son was rich, she still felt buying a villa was inappropriate. Hearing Mother Lin's words, the saleswoman grew a bit anxious. A villa in Zhongting Ufu cost at least over 20 million, while a regular apartment was only around 3 million. The commission difference was astronomical. Mom, don't worry about it. Our family has a lot of relatives. Oh, what if uncle and the others come to visit? Now that we have money, we can't have them sleep on the floor, can we? Lin Chen said with a wry smile, patiently convincing Mother Lin. Mother Lin fell silent. The saleswoman then continued asking, which villa size would you like to look at? What options do you have here? Lin Chen asked. Townhouses, standalone villas. The saleswoman quickly and professionally listed. A standalone villa then, Lin Chen said directly. Since they had decided to buy a villa, why settle for a townhouse? All right, sir. The currently available standalone villas are 860 square meters, 660, 560, and 360 square meters. The saleswoman's enthusiasm grew. And what's the price per square meter? Father Lin asked. Our standalone villas are 500 yuan per square meter, sir. The saleswoman replied, still wearing a professional smile. Father and Mother Lin were taken aback, their eyes wide. So a villa of just over 300 square meters would cost nearly 20 million. They exchanged a glance, shock written all over their faces. Father Lin couldn't help but tug at Lin Chen's sleeve and whisper, son, this is too expensive. Maybe we should look at other options. Lin Chen patted his father's hand and reassured him, Dad, it's fine. Money isn't an issue. Let's just pick one that suits us. Mother Lin chimed in as well. Yes, Xiao Chun, this is no small sum. You need to think it through. Lin Chen smiled. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Seeing their hesitation, the saleswoman quickly added, Sir, Madam, the villas here are of very high quality with excellent supporting facilities. They're a rare find and a great investment. Lin Chen nodded. Then let's go see the property first. The saleswoman said excitedly, of course. Please this. Thus Lin Chen and his group followed the saleswoman onto a sightseeing cart heading toward the row of standalone villas. Back in the sales lobby, the remaining saleswomen still wore looks of disdain. Just wait and see. Once they come out, they won't buy anything. They'll just say they don't like it and leave. I've seen so many like them. I agree. I don't believe someone who can afford a multi-million villa can't afford a car worth a couple million. What was Xiaoqing thinking? Maybe she's got her eye on that handsome guy. I doubt it. Those four are clearly a family, and that young girl is way prettier than Xiaoqing. But how did Xiaoqing take them directly without verifying their financial status? Could it be that she sensed those people were wealthy? Impossible. Lin Chen and the others followed the saleswoman to the showroom. As they entered the spacious and bright living room, luxurious decoration, an exquisite garden, and swimming pool dazzled Lin's parents. This unit is 860 square meters. Take a look and see if it suits you. If you find it too big, we can go see some smaller villas. The saleswoman said with a professional smile. I really think it's a bit too big. Your father and I can't live in such a large house. Besides, with such a big space, it would take me half a day just to clean it. Lin's mother looked at Lin Chen and urged. Over 800 square meters. It looks like a small estate. The saleswoman silently prayed in her heart. Just this unit. I can get nearly 500,000 in commission from this one unit alone. It's fine, Mom. Who said you have to do housework? He'll hire a maid to come clean every day. Lin Chen said with a smile. But Xiaoqing, you've already spent over 50 million since you came back. Can your cash? Lin's mother asked with a worried expression. I think so too. Let's forget it. Even if we want to buy a villa, the 300 square meter one is enough. Lin's father also said. Jiang Shuwei stood aside without speaking. Oh, Mom, I have money. Don't worry about them. Lin Chen said helplessly, then looked at the saleswoman. Let's take this one. Lin Chen made the final decision. The saleswoman was ecstatic inside. If this 860 square meter villa was sold, she would get at least 400,000 in commission. Perhaps even 500,000. After all, this 860 square meter villa was not easy to sell, so the commission rate was slightly higher. Has the crown jewel of your complex been sold yet? Lin Chen suddenly asked. No, sir. The saleswoman's heart skipped a beat. Could this young man be thinking of buying the crown jewel? If it were true, Lin Chen buying the crown jewel, then she could also buy a house. But she also found it a bit unbelievable. Why didn't you mention earlier that the crown jewel wasn't sold? Did you think I couldn't afford it? Lin Chen asked the saleswoman with some displeasure. No, I'm sorry, sir, it was my... The saleswoman repeatedly apologized. If she displeased this wealthy client, her commission of at least hundreds of thousands would vanish. If possible, she would even kneel down and suck on a lollipop. That was hundreds of thousands. No shame in that. Forget it, take us to see the crown jewel first. Lin Chen was not a petty person to hold onto such a small matter. Sir, to view the crown jewel, a capital verification is required. Is that convenient? The saleswoman's attitude was now very respectful. It was a company regulation to require capital verification for viewing the crown jewel. Actually, in principle, viewing any standalone villa required verification, but she noticed that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei were dressed exceptionally well, so to avoid making them uncomfortable, she hadn't mentioned it. The buyer must provide a bank deposit statement meeting the threshold set by Rongto Land Investment. During verification, the buyer's eligibility for purchase must also be checked. Capital verification. Do I need capital verification to buy a house? Lin Chen was surprised. He had never heard of such a thing. I think it's true. Lin's father nodded. All right. Lin Chen agreed, anyway. The saleswoman's face lit up. With this momentum, could the crown jewel really be sold through her hands? The saleswoman was so excited that her body trembled slightly. That crown jewel was 1060 square meters. Its total value was 60 million. Several million of that was just for the title of crown jewel. And as long as she sold this crown jewel, her commission would definitely be at least 600,000. This amount of money could buy a house in her hometown. The saleswoman dared not delay driving the sightseeing car to take the four back to the sales hall. The sharp-eyed saleswomen at the entrance suddenly became animated. Hey, look, Xiaoqin is back with them. They're back so quickly they must not have bought anything. Haha, this is what happens when you don't verify capital. The saleswomen started chattering noisily, but when Lin Chen and the others approached they fell silent. Lin Chen of course heard some of it. Although he only caught the gist, he knew the saleswomen were mocking them. I hope you can still— Lin Chen sneered inwardly. The saleswoman brought a form for Lin Chen to fill out. Lin Chen glanced over it: identity details, employer, annual salary, and bank deposits. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then only filled in shareholder of Rongtou Land Investment, under employer. After filling, he handed the form to the saleswoman. The saleswoman glanced at the form and was immediately drawn to shareholder of Rongtou Land Investment. Do you also need to see the bank deposit? This is my deposit at Daxiao Bank. Take a look. Lin Chen opened his phone and showed the balance information from Daxiao Bank to the saleswoman. The saleswoman was still dazed and subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen's balance. What? How many zeros? She thought she had misread, rubbed her eyes and counted again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 9 zeros. Really 9 zeros. That meant this young man had billions of RMB in his bank account. The saleswoman's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, as if frozen, unable to speak. Lin Chen. Isn't this the person mentioned in the notice from Rongtou Land Investment's headquarters a few days ago saying all shares had been acquired by Mr. Lin? A person with billions in his account couldn't be lying, right? Is that enough? Anything else to check? Lin Chen, Zhang Shuowei and Lin's parents naturally knew why the saleswoman was so astonished. But when Lin's parents leaned in and saw that Lin Chen still had billions in his account, they couldn't help but gasp. Xiaoqin, you still have over 5 billion in your balance. Lin's mother said, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Actually, he originally had only over 500 million, but later Ma Teng transferred 5 billion over. Lin's father also looked incredulous. With such a high balance alone, it meant Lin Chen's stake in Rongtou Land Investment must be far more than they had estimated. Listen to them. 5 billion. 5 billion in a bank account, ha ha ha. 5 billion in the account, and driving a cherry. They're acting like it's real. I almost thought there were tens of billions in the account. Chill. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. So what if they hear? Can't we call out a liar? The playful chatter of those saleswomen was a bit loud. Even Lin's parents, Jiang Shuowei, and the sales mother Lin immediately became angry, her face flushed red, her eyes wide. This meant they were implying her son was bragging, didn't it? You girls working in the service industry, but with such a sharp tongue. Is this the attitude of your Rongtou Zaides Zhongting Uefu in doing business? Mother Lin said angrily. Xiaoqin, can you handle this matter? Mother Lin turned to look at Lin Chen, her eyes. Seeing his mother angry, Lin Chen felt somewhat embarrassed and deeply regretted not revealing his identity earlier to get rid of these eyesores. Of course I can handle it. Mom, wait, I'll take care of it right now. Lin Chen quickly smiled appeasingly, trying to calm his mother, then shot a sharp glare at the female salespersons. What are your names? Lin Chen's voice was icy, as if it could freeze the air around them. The female salesperson's face turned pale instantly, her lips trembling slightly. If Lin Chen got angry, she might also suffer the consequences. This is the shareholder Lin of our Rongtou GD. You'd better admit your mistakes quickly. The female salesperson hastily warned loudly, her voice filled with obvious panic. The women were stunned, then looked at Lin's father. Seeing that he wore no brand-name clothes and didn't have the demeanor of an upper-class person. And he drove a cherry, making them even more disbelieving. Besides, Lin Chen was so young, he probably wasn't either. But since they were in the wrong and Xiaoqin spoke with such certainty, they reluctantly apologized. Sorry guest, we weren't talking about you, we were just watching videos. One female salesperson rolled her eyes and lied without hesitation, but her gaze was shifty, not daring to meet Lin Chen's eyes. How, watching videos just now, huh? Lin Chen sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Without another word, he took out his phone and called Huang Wei. Huang Wei was originally handling documents, but upon seeing it was Lin Chen calling, she immediately answered without delay. Chairman Lin, how may I assist you? Huang Wei said respectfully. Huang Wei, who is the manager of the Zhongting Uefu project. Tell him to come to the sales hall immediately. Lin Chen's words were full of anger, as if suppressing a volcano about to erupt. Huang Wei's heart skipped a beat. Why was this big shot in the Zhongting Uefu sales hall so angry? Could some fool have offended him? Yes, Chairman Lin. He'll call the sales manager of Zhongting Uefu right away, Huang Wei said hastily, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hung up directly. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't want to say another word, Huang Wei felt bitter, sensing the hidden fury in Lin Chen. Who was the fool who offended this lord? She picked up the phone and called the sales manager of Zhongting UFU. President Huang, you're looking for me. Wang Shui, Chairman Lin is now in your Zhongting UFU sales hall, and he's very angry. Go over immediately and see what's going on. Huang Wei said urgently. Chairman Lin, the one from our Rongtou GD. Before he could finish, Huang Wei, who else could it be? Hurry over, don't waste time. By the way, that Chairman Lin is only 18, so make sure you don't. Huang Wei specially reminded him, her tone extremely anxious. Yes, Chairman Huang. I've seen his photo. He'll go handle it right away. After hanging up, Huang Wei leaned back in her office chair and rubbed her temples with a headache. This man was now the largest and only boss of Rongtou GD. If he wasn't satisfied, even she, Huang Wei, would have to pack up and leave. Meanwhile, in the Zhongting UFU sales hall, those female salespersons, seeing Lin Chen take out his phone and seriously mention Huang Wei, began to feel uncertain, exchanging uneasy glances. Still pretending. Sisters, don't be afraid. He's definitely faking. Even if the company fires us due to the bad influence, so what? We can just take the money and go to another company. At this, one female salesperson suddenly shouted, her voice sharp and piercing. Hearing this, the other saleswomen looked at her in horror and quickly distanced themselves. Isn't that pure stupidity? Who would hire someone after saying that? Exactly. They mocked the customers first, and now they think they can just walk away without any remorse. This project is owned by Rongtou GD. If they ruin Rongtou Zidi's reputation, a lawsuit alone would be enough to drown them. The other onlookers also began to discuss. The other female salespersons heard these words and quickly apologized to Lin Chen and his group. Sorry, sir. We spoke out of turn. Our sincere apologies, guests. Sorry. But Lin Chen ignored these saleswomen and stared fixedly at the one who had made the bold statement. Do you think quitting and joining another company will just make this go away, eh? Lin Chen looked at her, his expression as cold as winter frost. What else? You gonna kill me? Although the saleswoman was a bit scared, she had already made her stance known. Oh, backing down now would be embarrassing. What else? You gonna kill me? Although the saleswoman was a bit scared, she had already made her stance known. Wang Shi had been accompanying a friend to view houses, but upon receiving Huang Wei's call, he rushed to the sales hall immediately. His heart was extremely anxious. This was a matter concerning his career. Upon arriving at the sales hall and seeing the scene along with the female salesperson's earlier words, he immediately understood. Wang Shi looked around, then fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. Manager. Why is the manager here? Could it be? The eyes of those female salespersons were filled with fear. What they feared most was not losing this job, but offending someone of such high status. The leading saleswoman thought differently. Manager Wang, these people are causing trouble in the sales hall and have seriously affected our normal operations. I suggest having the security guards escort them out. The saleswoman thought the manager must have been attracted by the commotion, so she spoke. Shut up. Wang Shi turned back and cast a cold glance at the saleswoman, then quickly walked towards Lin Chen. Chairman, I am Wang Shi, the sales manager of Zhongting UFU. Wang Shi bowed respectfully to Lin Chen amidst the stunned gazes of the onlookers. Upon witnessing this, the female salesperson's face instantly turned pale, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed to the ground. She had never imagined that the young man driving a cherry and dressed so ordinarily in her eyes was truly the big boss of Rongtou real estate. Lin Chen looked expressionlessly at Wang Shi and said coldly, Manager Wang, the quality of your sales staff is far from satisfactory. Wang Shi broke out in a cold sweat. Though he didn't know what had happened, he thought it best to admit fault first. Chairman Lin, this is my negligence. I will certainly handle it strictly. Strictly? Care to elaborate for me? Lin Chen gazed at Wang Shi with interest. Wang Shi's heart. Chairman Lin, I still don't know exactly what happened. Manager Wang, let me explain. Xiao Qin volunteered. Wang Shi glanced at Lin Chen, and seeing no objection, allowed Xiao Qin to speak. After hearing her account, Wang Shi's face turned extremely gloomy. He had initially thought the issue was merely the salesgirl's poor attitude upsetting Chairman Lin, but he never expected such words had been spoken. And worst of all, Chairman Lin's entire family was present. Even if Chairman Lin wanted to be lenient, it was impossible. Chairman Lin, I will immediately fire these troublemakers and conduct a thorough internal rectification. I guarantee this will never happen again. Sweat dripping from his brow, Wang Shi promptly gave his assurance. What was the name of that female salesperson who said she could just find another developer? Lin Chen turned to Xiao Qin. Chairman Lin, that woman is a long-time employee named Yang Chunmei. Xiao Qin answered hastily. Wang Shi, fire all these female salespeople without severance. If they apply for labor arbitration, take them to court for damaging the company's image and claim compensation. Lin Chen shot a cold glance at the ashen-faced saleswoman. I was wrong. I'm truly sorry. Chairman Lin, I have a child in kindergarten at home. My husband broke his leg, and we support 4 elderly parents. I really can't afford to lose this job. One of the saleswomen burst into tears and tried to kneel and kowtow to Lin Chen. But Wang Shi was quick-witted and immediately rushed over to help her up. There were still so many people around. What if someone recorded a snippet out of context and posted it online? Hey, one should be merciful when they have the upper hand. What do you know? Keeping someone like that in the company is a ticking time bomb. I never expected the big boss of Rongto Real Estate to be so young. Quite an eye-opener today. A few onlookers nearby began to murmur. Sister Fong, isn't Brother Yang a supervisor at the head office? When did he break his leg? Xiao Qin asked with a concerned look. The bystanders who had just pitted the saleswoman immediately fell silent. The saleswoman's sobbing stopped abruptly, her expression as if she had swallowed a fly. Lin Chen nodded approvingly at Xiao Qin. The saleswomen had no choice but to accept their fate, packed their things, and left. Jiang Shuwei looked at Lin Chen with stars in her eyes. Had she saved the galaxy in her past life to meet someone like Lin Chen? She suddenly recalled a line from TV. My beloved is a great hero who will one day ride 7-colored clouds to marry me. Seeing no more drama, the crowd dispersed, though curious glances occasionally fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen took out his phone and called Huang Wei again. Huang Wei, have the PR department send the surveillance footage online later with a message that Rongto Real Estate apologizes for such an employee who gave customers a bad experience. Then upload an audio recording as well. We'll send it to you soon. Lin Chen said calmly. Yes, Chairman Lin. They'll do it right away. Huang Wei immediately agreed. Lin Chen turned back to Xiao Qin. Do you know the name of that saleswoman's husband who spoke just now? Chairman Lin, her husband's name is Liu Yang. There was a hint of fear in Xiao Qin's eyes as she looked at Lin Chen. After this whole operation, those women would find it very difficult to get another job in sales. Look up a minor supervisor named Liu Yang. If he has a bad character or has done anything detrimental to the company's interests, fire him directly. If his performance is acceptable, find an excuse and fire him anyway. Yes, Chairman Lin. That's all for now. Proceed as I instructed. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Qin and Wang Shui. Can you take us to see the mansion now? Of course. Chairman Lin, let me show you. Wang Shui said with a fawning smile and great enthusiasm. Xiao Qin's spirits plummeted upon hearing Wang Shui's words. If he handled the next steps, the commission would slip from her grasp. No need. Let her take us. Also promote her to deputy sales manager. Lin Chen refused directly. He knew exactly what Wang Shui was thinking, trying to curry favor while pocketing the commission himself. Wang Shui kept his smile undiminished. Sure, Chairman Lin. Then I won't disturb you any further. They'll go handle the termination procedures for those saleswomen. Lin Chen gave a faint nod. After Wang Shui left, Xiao Qin bowed gratefully to Lin Chen. Thank you, Chairman Lin, for the promotion. I will work hard and will never let you down. Lin Chen waved his hand. You deserve it. Then he smiled at his proud parents. So Mom and Dad, is this out? Very much so. My son is so handsome. Mother Lin said with satisfaction. Father Lin was also beaming. Lin Chen took Jiang Zuwei's hand and looked at Xiao Qin. Let's go. Show us that mansion. Yes, just as the five of them were about to leave, a man approached with an ingratiating smile. Chairman Lin, hello. I'm the manager of Xianglong Hotel. Just call me Xiao Lu. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Just say what you have to say. I'm busy. It's like this, Chairman Lin. Xianglong Hotel would like to collaborate with Rongto Real Estate to turn part of Zhongting Ufu into hotel-style apartments. Lin Chen roughly understood his intention. Admittedly, the cooperation seemed promising with good investment prospects, but why should he cooperate with Xianglong Hotel? No need. We have no such plans for now. Lin Chen refused curtly, then the five continued walking out. Chairman Lin, please reconsider. Manager Lu watched them board the sightseeing car and could only sigh helplessly. The five of them quickly arrived at the villa area. Director Lin, no. One in the central courtyard is the king of our entire central courtyard UFU, and it is also the only villa with an area of 1060 square meters. Although the stated area is 1060 square meters, the actual usable area reaches 1,500 square meters. At the entrance of No. 1 in the central courtyard, Xiao Qin was introducing. Furthermore, the entire standalone villa is fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. If Director Lin is not satisfied with the style of the decoration, you can redecorate it yourself. The four then followed Xiao Qin into No. 1 in the central courtyard. As soon as they entered the villa, everyone was stunned by the luxury before them. The high-ceilinged living room with a gigantic crystal chandelier, dazzling brilliantly, hung down from the ceiling to the midair resembling falling stars. The floor was laid with imported marble, each piece unique in pattern, smooth as a mirror. One side of the living room featured a whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows through which sunlight poured in unobstructed, illuminating the entire space with brightness and warmth. Xiao Qin continued her introduction. This is the dining room, capable of accommodating 20 people at the same time. The kitchen is equipped with the most advanced facilities, easily handling both Chinese and Western cuisines. Director Lin's parents nodded continuously as they listened, their eyes filled with surprise. Jiang Shuwei held Lin Chen's hand and whispered, "Achun, it's quite beautiful, almost comparable to the Yulan Sacred Court." Lin Chen smiled in response. It is indeed quite nice. The group ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, which mainly consisted of the bedroom area. Each bedroom was spacious and comfortable, equipped with its own bathroom and walk-in closet. This room is the master bedroom, over 100 square meters in size, featuring a private balcony and a hot spring bathtub. Xiao Qin pushed open a set of double doors revealing an extremely luxurious interior. Lin's mother walked into the master bedroom and exclaimed, "This master bedroom alone is bigger than the house we used to live in." Xiao Qin smiled, saying, "Madam, this is the king of villas. Naturally, it has top-tier configurations." They then proceeded to the basement. The basement was transformed into an entertainment and leisure area featuring a home theater, gym, wine cellar, and billiard room. Moreover, it also included a garage and swimming pool among other amenities. "Dad, Mom, how about this villa?" Lin Chen smiled at his parents. "It's really good, but it's a bit too big." Lin's mother nodded. "As long as you like it." Lin Chen then looked at Xiao Qin. "How much is this king of villas?" Xiao Qin hurriedly replied. "This villa, being the king of villas, is considerably more expensive than other villas. The current selling price is 60 million renminbi." Lin's parents' eyes widened. 60 million? Even Jiang Shuowei gasped in disbelief. Spending 60 million to buy a villa was something she had never even dared to imagine before. "Then let's take this one," Lin Chen said casually. Xiao Qin's face immediately lit up with joy. She took out her phone and saw that it was Wang Shui calling, and she felt a bit hesitant. "It's okay, answer it," Lin Chen said. "Thank you, Director Lin," the saleswoman said, and stepped aside to answer Wang Shui's call. Meanwhile, Lin Chen chatted with his parents and Jiang Shuowei. "Xiao Chen, where did you get so much money?" With no outsiders around, Lin's father could no longer hold back his question. "As long as you know your son has money, that's enough. Why do you have to ask so many questions?" Lin's mother immediately glared at Lin's father. "Don't worry, Dad. You know that the source of my money is completely legitimate," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Yes, uncle, and Aunt Achen's money comes from legitimate sources. A company like Rongtou Jidi, which is one of the top 500 companies in the country, would not accept investments from illegitimate money," Jiang Shuowei added. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable about this, what kind of illegitimate money could amount to tens of... Moreover, he had openly acquired shares in so many large companies. Lin's father felt slightly relieved after hearing this. As long as it's not illegal. He knew that his grandfather had participated in the battle at the Yalu River. Even his father was a retired soldier, and the family had a plaque for being an honorable family. If Lin Chen were to break the law, he wouldn't know how to face his ancestors. Meanwhile, Xiao Qin was listening to Wang Shui on the phone. Wang Qin, no matter which house director Lin wants, do not let him pay, understand? Wang Qin was taken aback. "Yes, Lin Chen is the sole owner of Rongtou Jidi. All the assets belong to him alone, so there's no need to pay. But if that's the case, wouldn't her commission of several 100,000 be gone? Forget it, at least I got promoted to vice sales manager." Wang Qin could only comfort herself in her heart. "Wang Qin, did you hear that? This is a directive from General Huang Wei." Seeing Wang Qin was silent, Wang Qin was personally promoted to vice sales manager by Director Lin. No one knew their relationship. If she said something unpleasant in front of Director Lin. "Okay, Manager Wang. I understand," Wang Qin quickly said. After hanging up, she walked up to Lin Chen. "Director Lin, you don't need to pay for this house. We can directly proceed with the transfer contract." Upon hearing this, the four were somewhat surprised, but Lin Chen quickly reacted. "No need to, I'll still buy it," he said calmly. "But..." Wang Qin wanted to say something, but Lin Chen interrupted her. "Although I'm the boss, I can't break the rules, otherwise people will gossip. If this house is sold without earning a single penny, where will the employees of the company get their money?" Wang Qin was still a bit hesitant. After all, this was a directive from above. Can Huang Wei be bigger than Director Lin? Wang Qin suddenly realized. All right then. She then led the four back to the sales hall to sign the contract in the VIP lounge. After signing the contract, the smile on Wang Qin's face couldn't be contained. She had been in the industry for a while, and she had once envied others who earned hundreds of thousands in commissions from selling villas. But today Wang Qin sold a king of villas. After signing the contract, Lin Chen and the others exited the sales hall. "Director Lin, take care." Wang Shui and the other salespeople, without clients, shouted in unison from behind. Then Wang Shui's eyes widened. "Wait a minute." Director Lin came in a cherry. "This car seems to be worth less than 100,000, right? I really don't understand the world of the wealthy." Wang Shui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This time it was Lin Chen driving. "I told you to write your name, but you insisted on writing both your name and your dad's. Aren't you going to change it to your name and Zui's later?" Lin's mother said. Lin Chen, who was driving, wore a faint smile. "It's okay, Mom. When you tell people your son bought you a king of villas worth several tens of millions, how impressive is that? People will surely praise you, saying your son is really successful and filial." "Oh, I love hearing that." Lin's mother's face immediately radiated joy. Subsequently, Lin Chen drove to the entrance of a 4S dealership. "Dad, haven't you always wanted a Range Rover? Today your son is buying you one." After stepping out of the car, Lin Chen said to his father. Lin's father had undergone a change in mindset. What was a few million? His son had billions in his account. Why shouldn't he buy his dad a car worth a few million? Great. So now I'm living the life of a rich second generation. Lin's father laughed heartily. The group walked into the 4S dealership, which was spacious and bright, with rows of gleaming new cars neatly arranged. A tall, fair-featured saleswoman immediately approached them with a warm smile. "Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you?" The saleswoman smiled sweetly. Lin Chen said, "Show us the Range Rover." The saleswoman promptly replied, "Certainly, right this way. Our Range Rover comes in various configurations and colors." She led them to a black Range Rover. This is the latest model equipped with an advanced powertrain, luxurious interior, comfortable seats, and outstanding off-road capability and driving experience. Its price ranges from 1.5 million to 3 million renminbi, depending on the configuration. Lin's father stepped forward, stroking the body with obvious delight. Lin's mother remarked, "Old Lin, this is the one you like. It does look quite impressive." Lin's father smiled and, "Yes, I never imagined that Lin Bing would one day drive a Range Rover." Ever since that incident in 2018, he had resigned himself to a mediocre life. 20 years had been wasted forcing him and his wife to take jobs at an electronics factory just to make ends meet. "Dad, first take a look at the color you prefer. As for the configuration, well, go with the top-tier one," Lin Chen declared. The saleswoman, overhearing this, could hardly contain her joy. She couldn't help but take a closer look at Lin Chen. He's really handsome, but a bit young, and he already has a girlfriend. She mused inwardly, then glanced at Jiang Shuwei, who had her arm linked with Lin Chen's. "Is that a Hermes bag, the one that costs at least over 100,000? The saleswoman's eyes were quickly drawn to the bag Jiang Shuwei carried on her other arm. As a woman and a salesperson, she naturally knew about such luxury items. "We also have a Range Rover Vogue LWB in the store. If you're interested, may I show it to you?" The saleswoman, sensing their strong purchasing power, made the recommendation. "Oh, let's take a look, Lin." They followed her to the Range Rover Vogue LWB. This one features a 4.4T engine. The saleswoman rattled off its features. Seeing the look in his father's eyes, Lin Chen knew he loved it. "Then this is the one. Dad, what color do you want?" "The black one. It looks fierce." Lin's father couldn't take his eyes off the vehicle. "All right, this model it is. How much is the top-tier configuration?" The saleswoman took a deep breath, then smiled at Lin Chen. "Sir, the top-tier extended version is priced at around 3.88 million renminbi, plus taxes and fees. It comes to about 4.13 million. We can give you a discount of 3,000, so for 1 million we'll get you this Range Rover Vogue LWB. All right, I'll pay by card." Lin Chen was decisive. The saleswoman was momentarily stunned. Oh yes. She felt as if a golden opportunity had landed in her lap. Who would have thought that buying a car these days doesn't even involve haggling? "Please have a seat in the lounge for a moment. They'll fetch the POS terminal." The saleswoman seated them in the lounge, then hurried off to get the POS terminal and contract, her face beaming. "Sister Lin, you look so happy fetching the POS. Did you close a deal?" Several colleagues asked enviously. "Oh, it's nothing special. I just sold a Range Rover Vogue LWB," the saleswoman said proudly, holding the POS terminal in one hand and the contract in the other. The extended version. That must cost over 4 million out the door. So jealous. The commission must be tens of thousands." Exclamations and envious glances followed, with several colleagues curiously eyeing Lin Chen's group. "Oh, it's just a drop in the bucket. Gotta get back to work. He'll treat you all to hot pot tonight. You're the best, Sister Lin. Sorry to keep you waiting." The saleswoman trotted back with the POS terminal and contract. Lin Chen handed her his platinum card. Her heart skipped a beat. A platinum card. It was among the top-tier bank cards, surpassed only by black cards and Centurion cards. But it made sense for someone who could casually drop over 4 million on a car without haggling. Swipe the card, enter the PIN sign. 3 steps completed in one fluid motion. The sound of the POS machine printing the receipt signaled the payment's success. Excitement lit up the saleswoman's face. The commission was hers. Even if she sold nothing else this month, her performance would still be stellar. After signing the contract, the Range Rover Vogue LWB officially belonged to Lin Bing. At that moment, Lin's parents turned to Jiang Shuwei and said, "Shuwei, how about we pick one for you too?" Jiang Shuwei quickly waved her hands. "Uncle Annie, no need. Lin Chen already gave me a Ferrari, which is more than enough for daily use." Hearing this, the saleswoman's eyes sparkled with envy. "You're so fortunate to have such a generous boyfriend." The joy she had felt moments ago over the few thousand yuan commission suddenly dimmed. A Ferrari. Even the cheapest Ferrari costs over 100,000. And given this young man's wealth, it was likely not the most. The saleswoman watched with envious eyes. As they chatted, Lin Chen suddenly heard a familiar voice. "These models all look quite nice." He turned and saw it was Li Liang's parents, his middle school classmates' father and mother. Li Liang had been a close friend in middle school. When the Lin family encountered their crisis in 2018, Li Liang had begged his parents to lend them 5,000 yuan. But the Lin family didn't accept the money. Lin Chen's uncle had already brought over a few tens of thousands, covering the mortgage payments for those months. Though they didn't take the money, the Lin family remained deeply grateful. Consequently, the two families grew closer, often going out for meals together. And Li Liang was in the same high school as him, but his grades weren't good enough to get into any decent university, so he directly enlisted in the military. Due to 3 months of recruit training, they had been out of touch during this period. "Uncle Li Aunt Wang," Lin Chen exclaimed in surprise. Li Xingyong turned around at the sound, a look of surprise spreading across his face. Oh Lin Chen, what a coincidence, bumping into you here. Li Xingyong said with a smile, then looked puzzled. Are you buying a car? Based on his understanding of Lin Chen's family, they shouldn't be able to afford changing cars, right? And at a Jaguar Land Rover dealership. That's right, old Li, our son has made a fortune, earned a huge amount of money, so excitedly dragged us to buy a house and a car. They also liked Lin Chen very much. Good grades and handsome. But it was a pity that their own son, despite being such good friends with Lin Chen, still had such poor grades. But wasn't Lin Chen just a high school graduate about to start college? How much money did he earn to be able to buy both a car and a house? That would require at least a few million, wouldn't it? The female salesperson attending to Lin Chen's group and the one attending to Li Xingyong's group, seeing this, stepped aside to give the two families enough space to chat. This must be Xiao Chen's girlfriend. She's really beautiful. Li Xingyong and Wang Yin said with a smile, looking at Jiang Shuawei, who was holding Lin Chen's arm. Hello, uncle and aunt. My name is Jiang Shuawei, and am Lin Chen's girlfriend. Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly when she heard the couple compliment her beauty, then said, Good. Xiao Chen, you're amazing to have found such a beautiful girlfriend. If that rascal Li Liang could find a girlfriend, I'd consider that pretty good already. Li Xingyong and Wang Yin responded, then said with a laugh. Haha, maybe he'll bring home a pretty female soul. Lin's mother also said with a smile. By the way, Uncle Li, do you know how Li Liang is doing now? Lin Chen asked. Li Liang won't have his phone for at least 3 months during military service, and Wang Yin and I are a bit worried about whether he can handle it. Li Xingyong said. Being a soldier is good. Li Liang has always liked guns and fighter jets since he was a kid, so this is perfect for him. Lin's father said with a smile, then changed the topic. Are you here to buy a car too? Yeah, we've had that car for so many years, so we're thinking of getting a Land Rover Starlight to drive. By the way, what car have you bought? Li Xingyong asked curiously. Xiao Chen bought me a Range Rover Autobiography, extended wheelbase. Lin's father said proudly. Wow, that must cost at least 3 to 4 million out the door. Li Xingyong and Wang Yin stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, what did you do to earn so much money? I just made some money trading cryptocurrencies earlier, and then started a company for fun, nothing much. Lin Chen said vaguely. Li Xingyong and Wang Yin didn't press further, but they were inwardly shocked, and also delighted. Happy for Lin Chen, and also happy for their own son. Given Li Liang's relationship with Lin Chen, at least after his discharge there would be no need to worry about him not finding a job. Lin Chen looked at Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, and suddenly said, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, let me buy you a car too. Li Xingyong and Wang Yin immediately waved their hands. No, your Aunt Wang, and I can't take your money. Keep it for yourself. Given Li Liang's relationship with Lin Chen, at least after his discharge there would be no need to worry about him not finding a job. Lin Chen looked at Uncle Li and Aunt Wang, and suddenly said, Lin's father also chimed in to persuade. He was very grateful to this family. Just the 50,000 yuan alone, though they hadn't accepted it. The kindness was remembered in his heart, not to mention, they often bought clothes for Li Liang, and also bought some for Lin Chen, including shoes. Sometimes he even wondered if Lin Chen was actually his son, otherwise why would they be so good to him? But he quickly dismissed. He had watched Lin Chen grow up from birth. There was absolutely no possibility of any underhanded trickery. Lin Chen said seriously, Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, I remember all the kindness you've shown us. I am not the kind of person who doesn't repay favors. This is my genuine intention, so you must accept it. Li Liang's parents still refused. That's all in the past. Lin Chen, somewhat helpless, decided to come straight out. I'm now the boss of Rongtou Land Investment Company. I've made money, and am able to repay the kindness you showed me back then. Moreover, this is my heartfelt offering. Li Liang's parents' eyes went wide with disbelief. How is that possible? Rongtou Land is a company worth hundreds of billions. Lin Chen laughed, and said, It's true. It's true. Don't you know whether Xiao Chen would lie? Lin's father also said with a smile. No, I just find it hard to believe. That Chairman Lin is the sole owner of Rongtou Land now. Li Xingyong said in shock. Lin Chen was a bit surprised. Uncle Li, how did you know? I happened to hear about it. I never expected it was you. Li Xingyong explained. What? The entire Rongtou Land is yours alone. Lin's father and mother were dumbfounded, stammering as they spoke. Didn't you know? Li Xingyong asked in confusion. Then everyone's gazes converged on Lin Chen, making even Jiang Shuawei, who was beside him, a bit nervous. Lin Chen just gave an awkward laugh. In the end, under Lin Chen's insistence, they chose a Land Rover Defender worth around 8,000 yuan for Li Liang's parents. The female salesperson nearby was shocked to learn that Lin Chen was giving away the car. Having worked here for so long, it was the first time she had seen such a generous customer. While going through the car purchase procedures, Li Liang's parents still seemed uneasy. Lin Chen comforted them. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, just accept it with peace of mind. After the formalities were completed, Lin Chen's family bid farewell to Li Liang's parents. Then Lin's father drove the Land Rover, taking everyone back home. As for the Cherry, they simply gave it to the dealership to sell as a used car. Li Xingyong watched the Land Rover gradually drive away, feeling somewhat emotional. Xiao Chen is truly extraordinary. So young, and already worth billions. But where did he get so much money? This is beyond my understanding. Wang Yan couldn't help asking. What does it have to do with you? Don't pry. We just need to know that he is Li Liang's good brother, and basically half a son to you and me. Li Xingyong shot a glare at Wang Yan. I know, right? I was just curious. What's there to be curious about? Curiosity killed the cat. Since they were going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival at her grandparents' place, the four of them bought a lot of things at the mall beforehand. The moment they got home, the little ragdoll ran to the door and meowed incessantly at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei changed her shoes and scooped the little ragdoll into her arms. Oh dear, my precious baby, she cooed, stroking its head with affection. The little ragdoll buried its head pitifully in Jiang Shuawei's chest. This little guy is adorable, Lin's mother said with a smile. Auntie, would you like to hold it? Jiang Shuawei handed the little ragdoll to Lin's mother, who took it without hesitation. The little ragdoll wasn't shy and lay docilely in Lin's mother's arms. Lin's parents had originally planned to cook, but Lin Chen insisted on taking over. Mom, Dad, I rarely get to come home. Let me cook today, Lin Chen said with a smile. Yes, Annie, and Uncle lunch is on us, Jiang Shuawei added. All right then, we'll leave lunch to you too. Lin's mother wore a heartfelt smile, her gaze growing more and more satisfied as she looked at Jiang Shuawei. Then she joined Lin's father in discussing their return for the Mid-Autumn Festival. No, let me do the chopping. The way you handle the knife makes me nervous. That's sugar. You're marinating meat with sugar. Look, there's still dirt on these garlic sprouts. You need to wash them thoroughly. Humph. Jiang Shuawei stood to the side, pouting angrily. Lin Chen was a bit helpless. He had wanted to say he could manage alone, having already witnessed Jiang Shuawei's prowess last time, but he couldn't say anything in front of his parents. Shuawei, go play outside for a while. Once I'm done, you can help me serve the dishes. It's too hot in here, Lin Chen consoled her. Jiang Shuawei had no choice but to leave the kitchen. Hee Andy. Jiang Shuawei looked at Lin's mother sitting at the dining table, her face slightly flushed. She had offered to help yet was kicked out. Shuawei, come have some grapes. They're quite sweet. Lin's mother had overheard everything in the kitchen and smiled warmly, beckoning Jiang Shuawei over. Jiang Shuawei obediently sat down. Lin's mother took her hand and said kindly, Shuawei, don't take it to heart. That child Lin Chen is just too particular. I know, Auntie. I'm not upset. Jiang Shuawei quickly explained. The two ate grapes and chatted casually. Lin's mother began asking about Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen's daily life together. Jiang Shuawei blushed and shared some sweet little stories, making Lin's mother laugh heartily. In the kitchen, Lin Chen was busy with great energy, washing vegetables, chopping, and stir-frying. His movements were skilled. Soon an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. In the living room, Lin's father was intently studying a car manual. Oh, the smell is wonderful, Lin's mother said. Jiang Shuawei nodded. Lin Chen's cooking has always been excellent. Last time he visited my home, my mother praised him. Oh my, Lin Chen has been to your home and met your parents. Lin's mother exclaimed in surprise. Even Lin's father, who was sitting on the sofa, looked up. Yes, there was an incident at the hospital with my dad, and Lin Chen came to help, so they met. Jiang Shuawei smiled. What do your parents think of Lin Chen? Lin's mother asked expectantly. My parents and my little brother all like him very much. They're quite satisfied. Oh, that's wonderful. In that case, let's arrange for our families to meet officially sometime. Even though you're not of age yet, we can set an engagement date, Lin's mother said happily. Off. Jiang Shuawei was flustered by Lin's mother's words, her face turning bright red. Mom, what are you saying? I've just started college. Why are you thinking about marriage already? Lin Chen came out with a dish and heard his mother's words, looking somewhat helpless. I'm not saying you have to get married right away. You're not even of age. I'm just saying we can set the date. Lin's mother glared at him. She was very pleased with Jiang Shuawei, far better than that Zhao Jie from before. I have no objection, it depends on Zuwei's opinion, Lin Chen said. He just didn't want Jiang Shuawei to be embarrassed. Since the topic had come up, he might as well be straightforward. I have no objections either, Jiang Shuawei said, her cheeks flushed. Great. Auntie will wait for your good news. Lin's mother beamed with joy. Let's eat first, Lin Chen quickly said, then pulled Jiang Shuawei into the kitchen to get the dishes. Are you really sure about this? He asked softly, looking into her eyes. Jiang Shuawei nodded firmly. I've already decided I'm yours for life. Sooner or later, doesn't matter. All right, I'll arrange it. Lin Chen gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind Jiang Shuawei's ear. He felt a bit surreal. It had only been less than a month since they met, and now they were about to have their parents meet. Was it too fast? The four sat around the dining table praising the feast. Lin's father took a bite and nodded with satisfaction. Son, your cooking has improved. Lin Chen smiled. Just glad I haven't lost my touch. Shuawei, try this braised pork. Lin's mother kept piling dishes onto Jiang Shuawei's plate with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. After the meal, Jiang Shuawei voluntarily helped clear the dishes, with Lin Chen joining in. Lin's mother tried to stop them. You two rest, I'll handle it. Auntie, you and Uncle sit down. This little task is for us, Jiang Shuawei said. After cleaning the kitchen, the four sat on the sofa chatting. By the way, Shuawei, did you tell your parents you won't be going back for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin's mother asked. I already let them know, they understand. Then come back with us tonight and meet the relatives, Lin's mother said, holding Jiang Shuawei's hand. Jiang Shuawei nodded shyly. Okay, Auntie. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. Dad, how about we go to Baihui together? I need to arrange a few things. Lin's father immediately understood his intent. We want go, you two go ahead. Lin's mother and Jiang Shuwei were chatting, so she spoke up. Lin Chen nodded and headed downstairs with his father toward Baihui Supermarket. At Baihui Supermarket, because of the mid-autumn holiday, there were relatively few customers. Most had either returned to their hometowns or gone traveling. Please call your manager over, Lin Chen said to the cashier. The cashier sized up Lin Chen and his father. May I ask what business you have with the manager? This supermarket belongs to me. What do you think I need to see the manager? Lin Chen wore a faint smile. The cashier immediately grew nervous. The work group had announced last night that the supermarket had changed owners, and everyone was speculating whether the new boss would come to inspect today. She never expected to be the one to encounter him. But the new boss is so young. Just say Lin Chen is here. Lin Chen added. The cashier nodded and hurriedly picked up the phone to contact the manager. After a short while, a middle-aged man in a suit walked over hurriedly. He looked at Lin Chen and his father. Greeting, I am the manager here. May I ask which one is boss? Lin Chen, the manager said respectfully. I am. And this is my father. Lin Chen said calmly. Hello, I'm Lin Bing. Lin father seemed a bit nervous. Hello, boss Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. You can call me Xiao Zhao, manager Zhao said with a full smile and a slight bow. Lin Chen nodded. Show us around and help us understand the supermarket's operations. Manager Zhao quickly led the way, introducing the sales situation and employee status of each area as they walked. Lin's father was very attentive, occasionally interjecting a few words while Lin Chen listened absent-mindedly. In fact, Lin Chen had no interest at all. He was simply accompanying his father. After completing the tour, Lin Chen and his father went to the office. From now on, the owner of this supermarket will be my father. You can communicate with him about relevant matters, Lin Chen said. Manager Zhao nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Meanwhile, in the supermarket, a stubbly man walked aimlessly with vacant eyes, then bumped into a woman carrying. Are you blind? Don't you watch where you're going? The man shouted loudly. Though the woman knew it wasn't her fault, as a woman with a child, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. I'm sorry, the woman could only apologize. Mommy, it was clearly him who bumped into us. Why do we have to apologize? The little girl asked, her bright eyes blinking with confusion. The little girl looked up at her mother with sparkling big eyes full of doubt. The woman quickly covered the little girl's mouth, but it was too late. So what if I bumped into your mom? She still has to apologize to me, just like my son. Even if he was driven to jump off a building by the school teachers, what then? I still can't do a thing. The man suddenly glared with bloodshot eyes, staring fiercely at the little girl as he roared. The little girl hid behind her mother in fear. The woman had never seen such a situation. Looking at the now somewhat frantic man, she too began to panic. I'm really sorry, the child doesn't understand. Well, leave now, the woman said, preparing to pull the little girl away, but the man suddenly reached out, grabbed the woman's shoulder, and slapped her across the face with the other hand. A sharp slap sound rang out. The woman's face reddened visibly. She dared not fight back, only holding the little girl tightly in her arms. Wah! Mommy! The child's cries drew everyone's attention. Bystanders quickly intervened. Stop fighting. Talk it out. However, the man seemed triggered, holding the woman with one hand. He pulled out a small knife from his pocket and slashed wildly at the surrounding people. Stay back, the man shouted with red eyes. The crowd was startled and dared not approach. Some quick-witted ones immediately called the police, while many others took out their phones to record. My son is gone anyway, and I have no reason to live. You'll all be buried with my son. The man roared, then lifted the knife and stabbed toward the woman. With the man holding the woman with one hand and the child in her arms, the woman saw no way to dodge. She bent over, shielding the child tightly. Lin Chen and the others were still in the office when they heard an employee open the door and say someone was causing trouble. They hurried out to check and then witnessed this scene. Seeing this, Lin Chen's face changed drastically and he rushed forward. Hey, Xiao Chen. Lin's father anxiously tried to stop him, but failed. Seeing Lin Chen charge forward, Lin's father steeled himself and rushed as well. In just a few seconds, the man had already stabbed the woman 2 or 3 times. Blood began to flow from the woman. Exclamations of shock erupted from the crowd. Call an ambulance. Don't just stand there. Lin Chen had already reached them. He leaped and kicked the man's wrist, sending the knife flying. The man, enraged by the sudden attack, turned and lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen sidestepped, grabbed the man's arm, and performed a shoulder throw, slamming him heavily to the ground. Lin's father also ran over, and together they held the man down firmly. Seeing the man subdued, the crowd gathered around. Quick, hold him down, Lin Chen shouted. Everyone swarmed in and firmly restrained the man. Call an ambulance immediately, Lin Chen shouted loudly. Someone quickly dialed the emergency number. The woman, pale and weak, lay on the ground, while the little girl beside her was crying loudly in her arms. Mommy! Boo-hoo! Mommy, don't die! Don't leave, Shaoli. I don't want Mommy to die. The woman looked over the little girl, and seeing she was uninjured, breathed a sigh of relief. Shaoli, Mommy is fine. The woman was very weak. Lin Chen, now free, came over with a few others to check her injuries. Hold on, the ambulance will be here soon. Lin Chen comforted her. Thank you, the woman said. Then she looked at the little girl. Shall we use mommy's phone to call daddy? Hearing this, the little girl quickly took the phone from her mother's pocket. With trembling hands, the little girl dialed her father's number and said in a tearful voice, "Daddy, mommy is hurt at the supermarket. Come quick. Little one, could you give the phone to big brother to speak?" Lin Chen said gently. The little girl, knowing that Lin Chen had saved her mother and trusting him completely, handed. Lin Chen took the phone and heard a man's anxious voice on the other end. "Sir, this woman was stabbed several times by a man with a knife at the Baihui supermarket downstairs in XX community. Her condition is very bad. An ambulance has been called. It's at the district hospital. Please come quickly." Soon the siren of the ambulance drew nearer and medical staff quickly arrived at the scene, lifted the injured woman onto a stretcher, and sent her to the hospital. The little girl also got into the ambulance. Before leaving, her big eyes brimming with tears looked back at Lin Chen. The police arrived shortly after, conducted an investigation and documentation of the scene, and handcuffed the subdued man. Lin Chen and his father had already slipped away before the police car arrived. "How could that man be so vicious? She already apologized and he still wouldn't let it go," said Lin's father indignantly. On the way home, Lin's father wore a look of indignation. Lin Chen also sighed inwardly. It said that one should remember the principle of yielding for happiness. Encountering such people, you really can't avoid them, even if you try. After a moment of silence, Lin's father spoke again. "Xiao Chen, you did the right thing today. If you hadn't rushed forward, that woman and child would have been in grave danger. But if such a situation arises again, I hope you'll think it through. If something happened to you, what would your mother and I do?" Lin Chen gave a wry smile. "I didn't think much at the time. It was just instinct. But don't worry, Dad. Next time I'll act within my limits," he assured. As they spoke, the two arrived home. Lin Chen recounted the supermarket incident to his mother and Jiang Shuawei. Lin's mother and Jiang Shuawei hurried over to check if Lin Chen was injured. "I'm really fine," he said with a helpless smile. "But you two just left like that. Since it happened in our store, we should at least show some gesture," Lin's mother remarked. Lin Chen paused, exchanging a glance with his father. "Then let's go to the hospital now. Xiao Chen, come with me," his father decided on the spot. "All right," Lin Chen nodded. Jiang Shuawei wanted to join, but Lin's mother stopped her. Only the parties directly. They estimated the surgery was still ongoing, so they waited 2 more hours and set out around 5:30 p.m. The hospital was nearby, and they arrived quickly. The smell of disinfectant hung in the air, stirring an inexplicable tension. Lin Chen and his father approached the service desk and asked the nurse about the room of the stabbed woman and child who had been brought in by ambulance. The nurse looked wary. "What is your relationship to her? If you can provide a name, I'll tell you." Lin Chen and his father exchanged a glance. "How would they know? The lady was stabbed. I'm the one who saved her. We just came to check on her condition," Lin Chen explained. The nurse remained skeptical. After making a phone call, she finally told them the room number. Lin Chen was puzzled. "Not in the operating room, but in a ward." "Thanks," he said, and they headed toward the designated room. Following the signs, they found the room. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It was a VIP ward. "Who is it?" a voice asked from inside. "Hello, we're the supermarket owners here to check on the injured," Lin Chen replied. The door opened. A tired man looked at them, a hint of anger in his eyes. "You're the supermarket owners. How did you find—" The man was confused. Hadn't the doctor said his wife's and child's lifesaver would come? "Since this happened in our store, we bear some responsibility, so we came to see," Lin Chen explained. "Why did this happen in your supermarket?" "My wife is suffering because of you." The man's voice rose with agitation. A passing doctor frowned. "This is a hospital. Please don't disturb—" Sorry. The man apologized repeatedly, then turned back to Lin Chen and his father. "We're truly sorry. None of us wanted this. We came to see if there's any way we can help," Lin's father said, trying to sound— "We don't need your help. I don't want to see you. Just wait for the court summons." The man said impatiently, turning to go back. Xiaoli had been eavesdropping at the door. When it opened, she saw Lin Chen, and her eyes lit up with surprise. "Big brother. Dad, it was this big brother who defeated the bad guy," Xiaoli said to the man. The man paused, looked at Lin Chen, and asked, "Was it you who called me from my phone?" Lin Chen nodded with a smile. The man's face showed guilt, and he apologized repeatedly. "I'm sorry. I was too impulsive earlier. I was just so worried about my wife and child." "It's all right, we understand," Lin's father quickly said. "We came to check on her condition. If there's anything you need, just let us know," Lin Chen added. The woman inside had heard the commotion and said weakly, "They saved our lives. Let them in." The man helped his wife sit up as Lin Chen and his father entered. The woman looked at them with deep gratitude. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, my child and I might have. Please don't mention it. It was the least we could do," Lin Chen said. The woman then said to her husband, "Darling, you mustn't blame them. They are victims too. Without them, we might not have survived." The man nodded. "I understand. I was too impulsive earlier." He looked at Lin Chen and his father. "Your kindness is beyond repayment. I can't imagine how I would go on if I lost my wife and daughter." The man's eyes reddened as he spoke. He pulled out his phone. "My benefactors, let me transfer you some money as a token of—" Lin's father and Lin Chen politely refused. "We can't take your money. Since it happened in our store, we must share the responsibility. We'll cover the medical expenses and lost wages." The couple firmly declined. "It's not your fault. You already saved us. We can't let you spend more." Seeing their insistence, Lin Chen relented. "All right, but if you need anything, feel free to contact us anytime." At their strong request, they exchanged contact information. We're truly grateful. If not for you today, the consequences would have been unthinkable, the woman said again. Lin Chen waved his hand. Don't say that. Anyone would have helped in such a situation. Lin's father added, yes, just focus on recovering and don't worry too much. The woman nodded, faintly, a trace of lingering fear on her face, then glanced at the little girl beside the bed. I never expected something like this to happen. I was so scared at the time. Thank goodness for you, she said. The man held her hand tightly, his eyes full of tenderness. Don't be afraid. It's all over now. The little girl stood by watching them with wide, curious eyes. Lin Chen crouched down and said gently to the girl, little one, you were very brave today. Were you scared? The girl, with big brother here, I'm not afraid. A warmth filled Lin Chen's heart, and he patted her head. Good girl. The man then said, honey, don't worry. I won't let the one who stabbed you get away. The man spoke with an air of unspoken authority. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. This man is no ordinary. They chatted for a while longer. The man's name was Chu Yang, the boss of Tianlin Culture and Entertainment, though Lin Chen had never heard of it. Still, Lin Chen couldn't help but admire him. He was barely over 30, yet already the owner of a company. The woman was called Chao Shuer, a full-time homemaker, and the little girl was Chu Li. Brother Lin Chen, when you graduate, come to my company, and he'll definitely find you a good job. Chu Yang said with a smile. Thanks, Brother Chu, but that won't be necessary. I have my own company. Lin Chen shook his head and politely declined. Wow. Impressive, Brother Lin. You started a company right after starting college. Tell me what kind of company it is. Chu Yang was curious. What are you doing? Chao Shuer looked slightly displeased. It's fine, Sister Shuai. I just started a real estate company. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. A real estate company? Chu Yang stammered. Could it be one of those shell companies registered for just a few million, or an agency? Otherwise its assets would start at least in the billions. Even Chao Shuer, resting in bed, was stunned. Watching their astonishment, Lin Chen's father couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Brother Lin mind revealing the name. Chu Yang's curiosity was now at its peak. There's nothing to hide. It's called Rongtou Land Investment. Lin Chen said calmly. Rongtou Land Investment. Brother Lin, you really are accomplished at such a young age. Chu Yang inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. So it was just boasting. That scared me. How could the owner of a 1,000 billion level company like Rongtou Land Investment be just a college freshman? After chatting a bit more, Lin Chen saw that time was getting late. He still had to go to his grandparents' place for dinner, so he prepared to take his leave. You two rest while we won't disturb you any longer. If anything comes up, feel free to contact us, Lin Chen said. Let me see you out. Chu Yang offered. No need, just take good care of Sister Shuer. Well, alright then. Well, visit another day. Bye-bye, big brother. Little Li waved at Lin Chen. Goodbye, Little Li. Lin Chen patted her head and then walked out of the room with his father. When they got home, his mother was already getting anxious. Let's go now? It's already 6, so we still need to get there for dinner. His mother urged. After packing up. Mom, Dad, Xu away, and I will take one car, then head straight back to school. Alright. Then Zhang Xuewei picked up her little plush toy and went downstairs with Lin Chen waiting in the Veneno for his parents. When Lin Chen's parents emerged from their car, their eyes were instantly drawn to the dazzling Lamborghini Veneno that Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei had driven. It was stunning, and both of their eyes lit up. Lin's father parked next to the Veneno. Son, what car is this? So cool. His mother exclaimed. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Mom, it's a Lamborghini Veneno. How much did it cost? His father couldn't help asking, his eyes full of amazement as he surveyed the vehicle. Around 100 million. Lin Chen said casually. At that price, his parents were instantly stunned, speechless. They exchanged glances, both seeing the same disbelief in each other's eyes. After a long while, they came to their senses, and Lin's father's eyes widened. A small goal. This car could buy over 20 of my Land Rovers. His mother also shook her head repeatedly, her expression a mix of astonishment and gentle reproach. Son, you really are generous. Spending 100 million is no small amount. Lin Chen laughed and explained, Mom and Dad, this is a car I've always wanted. I've loved this car since I was a child. Now that I have the means, naturally I want to buy and drive it. If a dream from your teens or 20s comes true only in your 30s or 40s, it loses its meaning. Lin's father nodded. Though there was still some surprise in his eyes, there was more understanding and support for his son. My son has grown up, having his own thoughts and pursuits is a good thing. As long as it's something you truly love, your father supports you. His mother also said, yes, as long as you're happy. But with such an expensive car, you need to be careful driving from now on. Then the two cars set off. On the way, Lin's father drove the Range Rover Vogue in front, while Lin Chen followed closely in the Lamborghini Veneno. Autumn scenery flashed past the windows. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at his grandparents' house. As the car pulled up, the deep, powerful roar of the engine drew the attention of the neighbors. All eyes turned toward them. When they saw it was Lin's parents, Lin Chen, and a girl they didn't recognize, everyone started. Oh my, Yu's family must have struck it rich. That car is gorgeous. Must be super expensive. You bet. A Range Rover and a supercar. That's got to be at least a few million. TSK. They're really loaded. His uncle and Zhou Ling also heard the cars and came out to greet them. Seeing the two luxury cars parked outside, they were stunned, speechless. Dad, do you know how much these two cars cost? Zhou Ling stared at the Lamborghini Veneno with sparkling eyes. I'm not sure, but at least a few million. Zhou Qiaoyang said in a daze. Uncle, Lin Chen greeted him. Hey, little Chen, aren't you going to introduce her? Zhou Qiaoyang immediately recognized the girl beside Lin Chen from the photo posted in the group chat. Hello, uncle. I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. My name is Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei said sweetly. Oh, good. Come inside and rest. There are too many mosquitoes outside in the countryside. Zhou Qiaoyang said with a smile. Okay, uncle. Jiang Xuewei nodded. Then Zhou Qiaoyang walked toward Lin Chen's parents. Then she looked at Zhou Ling. You must be Xiao Ling, right? I've heard your brother talk about you. Jiang Xuewei smiled. Sister, you're so beautiful. I hope I can be as pretty as you someday. Zhou Ling exclaimed. Oh my, Xiao Ling, you have such a sweet mouth. Jiang Xuewei was overjoyed. Then Zhou Ling turned to Lin Chen. Bro, what's that car of yours? So cool. I'm not telling you. Besides, I have a bone to pick with you. Lin Chen deliberately put on a stern face. Remembering the comments in the livestream asking if he was gay or had feelings for brother Mo, he felt quite annoyed. Now he finally had a chance to settle the score with the culprit. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiaoyang couldn't hold back and asked sis was what sister-in-law said the other day true. Is little Chen really one of the owners of that Rongtou land investment? His mother proudly nodded. Of course. Isn't your nephew amazing? Incredible. So that means he's worth at least 100 million. 100 million. You're underestimating your nephew. Just this car alone costs 100 million. His mother pointed at the Veneno and said triumphantly. What this car cost 100 million. Zhou Qiaoyang's jaw nearly hit the ground at the sight of the car. He swallowed hard. Xiao Chun must own a lot of shares in Rongtou GD, right? The entire Rongtou GD belongs to Xiao Chun. Lin's mother's smugness intensified. What? That means Xiao Chun has a net worth of hundreds of billions. Zhou Qiaoyang exclaimed. Lin's mother smiled and nodded. As his uncle, you'll be enjoying the good fortune too. The group entered the house where Lin Chen's grandparents and aunt were cooking. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Hello, Aunt. Jiang Xuewei greeted politely. Since Lin's mother had informed them beforehand, they weren't too surprised and warmly welcomed Jiang Xuewei. While the cooking was underway, Lin Chen walked behind Zhou Ling, who was playing with a small plush toy together with Jiang Xuewei. Zhou Ling immediately felt a chill behind her and quickly turned around. Seeing Lin Chen, she pouted with a hint of, "What do you want, bro?" Lin Chen produced a stick he had grabbed behind him, his face furious. "Did you change the name of my Zhou Ling screamed in fright and ducked behind Jiang Xuewei. The little plush toy, seeing the stick in Lin Chen's hand, also hid in Jiang Xuewei's arms, burying its head. Jiang Xuewei looked at the two little ones and found it both amusing and exasperating. "It wasn't me," Zhou Ling immediately denied. Still not telling the truth. Lin Chen extended the stick as if to hit Zhou Ling, and she immediately shouted, "Sister, save me." "Awaken, let's talk things out nicely. Why resort to violence?" Jiang Xuewei said helplessly. "I was going to give you a gift, but since you're being dishonest, that gift is forfeited." Seeing Zhou Ling using Jiang Xuewei as a shield, Lin Chen then said, "A gift? What gift?" Zhou Ling immediately got excited upon hearing about a gift. "I don't give gifts to dishonest people. I'm sorry, dear brother." Zhou Ling ran over to Lin Chen and tugged his hand. "I can't do anything with you," Lin Chen said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. He then took a small box from the pile of gifts and handed it to her. "Here, the latest fruit phone, but you still need to study hard. If your grades improve, I'll bring you another gift next time." "Thanks, bro." Zhou Ling was overjoyed to get the new phone. She had always used her parents' old phones and dreamt of having one of her own. The latest fruit phone. That must have cost a lot. "Xiao Chen, you're being too generous." Their aunt happened to come out and overheard. Since she had been busy in the kitchen, she didn't know what car Lin Chen drove. "It's fine. Xiao Chen is rich now. It's only right to buy your sister something nice," Lin's father said with a smile. "Rich?" The aunt was surprised and about to speak, but was called back by Lin's mother and the others in the kitchen. Before long, all the dishes were served. A large round table that could seat 10 people was packed full, and even Zhou Dongxue came downstairs. Zhou Dongxue was in a terrible mood. She had quarreled with her family about this matter before. Her illness required a lot of money and wasn't guaranteed to be cured, so she hadn't wanted to tell them, not wanting to burden her family. However, after meeting Lin Chen, that day her mindset changed. Since her cousin was so wealthy, she could borrow some money from him. After all, who would want to die if they could live? But when she came back yesterday, she had another fight with her family. Zhou Qiaoyang asked her what illness she had, but she said she would tell him when the time was right, and then Zhou Qiaoyang exploded. At the dinner table, Lin Chen's aunt finally couldn't help asking, "Brother, you say Xiao Chun is rich now. Could that thing we discussed in the group the other day be true?" Lin's father, face full of pride, said, "How could it be false? Our Xiao Chun has made something of himself." Lin Chen scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Just lucky." Grandpa and Grandma heard this and were stunned mouths agape. They said, "This child has always been smart since he was little. We never expected him to become so capable now." At the table, Zhou Dongxue remained silent, only occasionally picking at her food. Lin Chen noticed and asked with concern, "Big sister, I heard something is wrong with your health checkup. What's going on?" Zhou Dongxue looked up, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes, but remained silent. Uncle sighed and said this child is so stubborn she just won't say anything. Grandma also said anxiously, don't make us worry. If there's anything, well, I'll figure it out together. Everyone chimed in trying to persuade Zhou Dongxue. Jiang Xuewei also said gently, sister Dongxue, everyone cares about you. Don't bear it alone. Finally, Zhou Dongxue couldn't hold back and cried out, I was diagnosed with leukemia. I was afraid treatment would cost a lot of money and that it might not work, so I didn't dare tell you. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Lin Chen's hands involuntarily clenched. They never expected Zhou Dongxue to have leukemia. If a bone marrow match couldn't be found, it would be a death sentence. Big sister, don't be too pessimistic. I own a hospital, I'm sure we can cure you. Lin Chen quickly comforted her, and also wiped her tears, and said, yes, Dongxue, well, face it together as a family. There's no obstacle we can't overcome. Grandpa and Grandma, as well as Lin's parents, also offered words of comfort. Zhou Qianyang's face was full of remorse. He hated himself for arguing with his daughter. Jiang Xuewei gently held Zhou Dongxue's hand, and said, sister Dongxue, leukemia can be cured if a compatible bone marrow donor is found. If you cooperate with the treatment, you'll be fine. Zhou Ling's eyes filled with tears. Sister, you must get treatment. Money can be earned again, but I can't lose you. Whoa. Zhou Ling burst into tears as she spoke. Hearing her younger sister Zhou Ling's tearful words, Zhou Dongxue's tears flowed uncontrollably. She hugged Zhou Ling tightly and choked out, sister, I promise you, I will cooperate with the treatment. I won't leave you all behind. For a moment, everyone at the table was moved by the deep sisterly affection, and they all shed tears of emotion. Lin Chen's eyes turned red as well. He sniffled and said, big sister, don't worry. Our family will unite and surely defeat this illness. Uncle Zhou Qianyang was already sobbing uncontrollably. Wiping his tears, he said, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper with you earlier. Daughter, dad is sorry. And also cried Dongxue, it's mom's fault for not taking good care of you. From now on, well, face it together. Grandpa and Grandma were in tears. Grandma held Zhou Dongxue's hand and said tremblingly, child, don't be afraid. We're all here for you. Lin's father and mother were also wiping their tears. Lin's mother said, Dongxue, just focus on getting treatment, don't worry about anything else. Zhou Dongxue nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. Big sister Il immediately arranged for the hospital to get everything ready. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I'll have you admitted. Don't worry, I'll cover all the expenses. Lin Chen said, looking at Zhou Dongxue with some concern. Xiao Chen, this money is a loan from your uncle, and when? Zhou Qianyang's words were interrupted by Lin Chen. Uncle, big sister is my sister. We're bound by blood. Since I have the means, the money should come from me. Lin Chen spoke with an unyielding tone. He knew the situation of his uncle and aunt's family. They were only slightly better off than his own family had been before. The cost of treating leukemia was staggering enough to drag their household down. Xiao Chen, how can this be? Zhou Dongxue was somewhat agitated. It's fine, big sister. At worst, after you graduate, you can come work for my company and pay off the debt. Yes, Dongxue, don't refuse. Lin Chen's parents also urged. Zhou Dongxue finally relented, choking back tears as she said, Xiao Chen, thank you, and everyone. I promise I'll cooperate fully with the treatment. The sound of the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. System mission complete. Awarding host full ownership of Yinxing Hospital. His uncle, aunt, grandfather, and grandmother expressed their gratitude profusely. As night fell due to limited space, Jiang Xuewei and Zhou Dongxue squeezed together to sleep, while Lin Chen and his father shared a bed. Only then did Lin Chen have a chance to check his phone. On WeChat, a stream of messages greeted him, all wishing him a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. They came from Xiao Fei, Xiao Wei Chen, Xiao Lu Shu, Lu Hai Huang, Wei Fong Anping, and many others. Lin Chen replied to each one. Setting down his phone, he closed his eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, after Lin Chen woke up and the family had just finished breakfast, several people he didn't want to see appeared in the courtyard along with some other relatives. It was Yuan Lu and his family. Upon learning that Lin Chen's family had returned, they rushed over. Yuan Lu kept his head down, not daring to meet Lin Chen's eyes. His great-uncle and great-aunt, however, wore ingratiating smiles, trying to curry favor with Lin Chen. The great-uncle spoke first. Xiao Chen, your uncle was just ignorant before. He didn't know you were the company's boss, so he offended you. But he did it for your own good. He was worried you might offend some big shot, so he spoke harshly. I've brought him here to apologize to you. With that, the great-uncle shot a glare at Yuan Lu behind him, signaling him to apologize immediately. Yuan Lu reluctantly stepped forward. Xiao Chen, what I said before was a bit heavy. Can you forgive me? Alright, I forgive you. Lin Chen said impatiently. Yuan Lu's head shot up in surprise, his eyes meeting Lin Chen's for a brief moment. A nouveau riche is still a nouveau riche, even if he's the boss of Rongtou Jidi. Yuan Lu sneered inwardly. Xiao Chen, since you've forgiven your uncle, can you let him come back to work at the company? Just do it for the sake of your great-uncle and me. We don't ask for much. Just let him take a managerial position, the great-aunt chimed in. Yes. Put me back in charge of the department I was in before, Yuan Lu said with a smug grin. He thought Lin Chen had agreed to forgive him only because there were too many relatives around, and he felt constrained. So he pressed his luck with this request. Lin Chen chuckled coldly. When did I ever say I'd let you come back to work at the company? Yuan Lu's family went pale at Lin Chen's words. The great aunt instantly jumped up, pointing at Lin Chen's nose. You ungrateful wretch, Lin Chen. Your parents worked for our company for 20 years. We've done you a favor. Now you won't even give your uncle a job. Lin Chen glared at her. You have the nerve to bring that up. You shut down the company without warning, didn't pay a penny in severance, and left my parents in such a tough spot. Do you feel even a shred of guilt? The great uncle raised his voice. The company wasn't doing well. How is that our fault? Besides, them finding new jobs was inevitable. Lin's mother, now in tears, spoke with a trembling voice. We worked for you for 20 years. Even if we didn't achieve great things, we put in the effort. But you never even apologized, and now you're blaming us like this. Hearing this, Yuan Lu's family showed no remorse. Instead, they grew even more arrogant. Yuan Lu said viciously, You're all a bunch of ingrates. Now that Lin Chen has made it big, you don't recognize us relatives. The great uncle echoed, That's right. If we'd known you were like this, we'd never have let you into the company in the first place. These words enraged Zhou Chaoyang, who rushed forward and bellowed, Have you no conscience? My sister and brother-in-law worked for you for 20 years. Is this how you treat them? How dare you say such things? Do you even deserve to be called our uncle and aunt? Grandfather and grandmother were shaking with fury. Yuan Ming, if you still acknowledge me as your sister, get out of here right now. Why should I leave? Lin Chen ruined my son's years of hard work with just a word. Isn't that pitiful? None of you care about family ties, so why should I? Yuan Ming, I want everyone to know that your whole family are a bunch of— Yuan Ming roared. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with quarreling. Some of the other relatives tried to mediate while others whispered among themselves, condemning Yuan Lu's family for going too far. Jiang Shuowei quickly pulled Lin Chen aside, signaling him to calm down. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said, Great uncle, great aunt, I had already forgiven uncle for his rudeness out of family affection. But your demands are too excessive. I cannot let someone who disrespects me and flouts company rules return to the company, let alone grant him a managerial position. Seeing Lin Chen's firm stance, the great uncle and great aunt grew even more frantic. Lin Chen, if you don't agree today, then we're no longer family. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. If that's what family means, then so be it. Leave now and don't come looking for us again. Yuan Lu's family, seeing no room for negotiation, left the courtyard cursing. The other relatives also felt awkward and dispersed. The yard finally fell silent. Lin Chen comforted his grieving mother. Mom, don't let their words upset you. Let's just live our own lives well. Lin's father added, Yes, dear, don't dwell on it too much. Xiao Chun has made something of himself now, we don't have to bow to anyone. Zhou Dongxue also said, Aunt, don't be sad. Your health is what matters. Lin's mother wiped her tears and nodded, I know. It's just that when I think about the past, my heart still aches. This commotion soon passed. After lunch, Lin Chen proposed buying a house for his uncle, aunt, and grandparents, and his parents immediately expressed their support. Zhou Chaoyang and his wife repeatedly declined. Only after much persuasion did they reluctantly agree. Subsequently, Lin's father drove his car, carrying Lin's mother Lin Chen and his uncle and aunt toward the county town. Jiang Shuowei stayed home to accompany Zhou Ling with her homework. The two sisters had slept together the previous night and were now as thick as thieves. Along the way, Lin's father's imposing Land Rover drew countless gazes. Holy cow, this Range Rover is so majestic. Why does it look different from the ones I've seen before? Nonsense. How can you compare? This is the most expensive Land Rover model. Costs over 4 million yuan just to get it on the road. What a— 4 million for a Range Rover. Are you insane? If I had a bit more, I could get a Cullinan. Wouldn't that be better? Add a bit. You sure have a way with words. Passers-by also buzzed with discussion. Soon they arrived at a real estate sales office in the county. After parking, the five of them walked into the lobby together. As they entered, a female sales agent with delicate makeup and a graceful figure approached with a professional smile. Welcome. May I ask which layout you're interested in? First, give us an overview of the available layouts, Lin Chen said calmly. The saleswoman immediately began a fervent introduction. We offer a variety of layouts from cozy 2-bedroom apartments to spacious 4-bedroom units. Moreover, the community has complete amenities including gardens, a gym, a children's play area, and is surrounded by excellent schools and shopping malls. Very convenient living. Zhou Chaoyang said somewhat sheepishly, Miss, just show us something small. Nothing too expensive. Lin Chen interrupted with a smile. Uncle, let's not look at small ones. If we're going to live here, we should be comfortable and spacious. The saleswoman took the hint and led them to the showroom. This 3-bedroom unit, about 120 square meters, has a smart layout, ample sunlight, a bright and spacious living room, and cozy bedrooms. The master bedroom has its own bathroom and walk-in closet, and the secondary bedrooms are also roomy. Plus, the layout is north-south transparent, offering excellent ventilation. The saleswoman introduced fluently. This unit currently has a promotional price of 6,500 per square meter, totaling about 8,000 yuan. And if you purchase now, you can enjoy additional discounts, enter a lottery for home appliances, and will also waive 2 years of property management fees. Lin Chen felt it was still a bit small. After all, there were 6 people in the family, and his eldest sister and Ling should ideally have their own rooms. What about a 4-bedroom? Show us a 4-bedroom unit. Isn't that unnecessary, Xiao Chun? This 3-bedroom is perfectly fine, Zhou Qiuyang said. Oh uncle, just let me handle it. Ling is in high school now. She really ought to have her own room. A 4-bedroom is just right. Lin Chen said with a smile. Qiuyang, don't worry about it. Let Xiao Chun take care of it. Lin's mother interjected. Zhou Qiuyang fell silent. The saleswoman couldn't help but take another look at Lin Chen. This handsome guy must be loaded. He doesn't look that old, yet he's buying a house for his uncle's family. How rich is he? All right, everyone, please follow me. The saleswoman led them to the 4-bedroom showroom. This 4-bedroom unit, about 150 square meters, offers spacious rooms and a rational layout. The living room is large with great lighting, and all 4 bedrooms are comfortable. Lin Chen looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Uncle Aunt, what do you think of this one? His aunt hesitated. Xiao Chen, this house looks nice, but it must be expensive, right? The saleswoman quickly said, this unit is priced at 6,500 per square meter, totaling about 9,900 yuan. Zhou Qiuyang said, Xiao Chen, this is too expensive. Let's look at something else. Lin Chen replied with a smile. Uncle, this house is perfect in every way. Let's take it. The saleswoman was overjoyed and promptly said, very well, I'll handle the paperwork for you right away. While processing the documents, she stole glances at Lin Chen, trying to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Lin Chen only responded coldly. After the formalities were completed, the saleswoman couldn't hold back any longer. She handed him a business card and said in a sweet voice, handsome, may I add you on WeChat? Feel free to contact me anytime if you have any real estate questions. Lin Chen politely but coldly refused, no thanks. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the saleswoman's face. After buying the house, Lin's mother whispered to Lin Chen, that girl is pretty, but not as beautiful as our Xue. Everyone burst into laughter. With the house purchased, the group hurried to a car dealership. As soon as they entered, the imposing Land Rover drew the attention of all the sales staff. A male salesperson in a suit quickly approached. Welcome everyone. How may I assist you? Lin Chen pointed at Zhou Qiuyang. I'd like to pick a car for my uncle. The salesman beamed. Certainly, right this way. We have a wide selection of models and price ranges. Inside the dealership, the salesman asked, may I ask your approximate budget? What type of vehicle are you looking for? Something affordable. An SUV, Zhou Qiuyang said. Pick a good SUV. Money isn't the issue, comfort and safety are what matter. Lin Chen added. It's just a means of transportation. Something cheap will do. Zhou Qiuyang's tone was quite firm. Lin Chen had to relent slightly. Then let's choose one around 300,000 to 400,000. Upon hearing that, the salesman's smile grew even more enthusiastic. A commission on a 300,000 to 400,000 SUV was already substantial. Very well, sir. How about this model? In the end, they settled on a BYD Tang EV. Zhou Qiuyang was drawn to its new energy and 7-seat layout, providing ample space for family outings. Lin Chen nodded and looked at the salesman. How much will this car cost on the road? The salesman quickly calculated. Sir, after discounts, the on-road price is 235,000 yuan. Lin Chen nodded. All right, well, take it. The salesman gaped in astonishment at the decisiveness. After completing the purchase procedures, Lin Chen thought for a moment, then took out his phone and transferred 1 million yuan to Zhou Qiuyang's card. Zhou Qiuyang's phone buzzed with a message. He pulled out his phone, his eyes widening as his voice trembled. This. Xiao Chen, why did you transfer another million to me? I can't accept this. You've already spent over 1 million on me. I absolutely cannot take this money. His aunt also grew anxious. Xiao Chen, how can you do this? It's too much. Lin Chen patiently explained. Uncle, and it's nothing. Big sister needs money for her treatment. The house will need furnishing. Ling has school expenses, and there are all sorts of household costs. This isn't much. Besides, now that I have the ability to make our family live well, it's my duty to do so. And after all, this totals only a bit over 2 million yuan. Zhou Qiuyang still shook his head. But what? If Xiao Chen gives you something, just take it. Why so much nonsense? Lin's mother glared, and Zhou Qiuyang fell silent instantly. The temporary license plate was still being processed, so the 5 of them first went to the vegetable market to buy groceries. After returning, the plate was ready, and Zhou Qiuyang eagerly took the driver's seat. When they arrived home, Zhou Ling dragged Jiang Xue out to circle the BYD Tang, excitedly looking it over. We finally have a car in our family too. Lin Chen smiled, then glanced at Jiang Xue, only to find her face devoid of joy, even tinged with anger. Puzzled, Lin Chen walked over and whispered, Xue, what's wrong? You seem unhappy. Jiang Xue glanced at the jubilant Zhou Ling and lowered her voice. Xiao Chen, I just asked Zhou Ling something. You'll be angry when you hear it. Lin Chen's heart tightened. What is it? Jiang Xue said indignantly. This child Zhou Ling has been subjected to school bullying. Lin Chen's eyes widened and his voice rose. What? Jiang Xue tugged his sleeve. Keep your voice down, don't scare the child. Lin Chen suppressed his fury, his voice trembling. Tell me everything. He had heard of school bullying over the years on Douyin. He had seen many students end their young lives prematurely due to relentless harassment. Jiang Xue took a deep breath. While I was sleeping, I heard Zhou Ling talking in her sleep, mumbling things like, don't hit me, I'm sorry. I didn't think much of it last night, just assumed it was a nightmare. But when I casually asked Zhou Ling earlier, I learned what she's going through at school. Lin Chen clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Go on. It turned out that, because Zhou Ling was quite pretty, she caught the attention of a senior boy in her first year. The boy asked her out, but she flatly refused. Later word reached an older girl who had a crush on him. That girl then brought a group of girls, cornered Zhou Ling in a secluded spot, slapped her, grabbed her hair, and slammed her head against the wall. Zhou Ling tried to fight back, but only received harsher beatings. Afterward, they threatened her not to tell teachers or parents, or else they'd beat her every day. The young girl refused to swallow the injustice and told the teacher afterward. But the teacher didn't stand up for her or confront those girls. Instead, she said, you should reflect on why they only bully you and not others. Zhou Ling, heartbroken, walked straight out of the office. Yet somehow the group found out she had reported them, so they forcibly dragged her to a secluded spot on her way back to the dorm after evening self-study. The outcome was predictable. Zhou Ling never told her family. She didn't want to burden them, especially knowing Zhou Dongxue might be ill. The family was already overwhelmed. After hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes blazed with fury. He looked at Zhou Ling, his heart full of pain and anger. She was still immersed in the joy of the new car, unaware of their expressions. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Chen walked over to Zhou Ling, knelt down, and asked softly, "Xiaoling, is what sis said true?" Zhou Ling's smile instantly froze, fear and panic flashing in her eyes. She lowered her head, afraid to meet his gaze. Lin Chen hugged her compassionately. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoling. Tell me what really happened." Zhou Ling burst into tears. "Brother, I dare not. They'll hit me." Zhou Chuyang, aunt, and Lin's parents heard the commotion and came over. "What's going on?" Lin Chen's face was grim. "Let Zhou Ling tell it." He then comforted her gently. "Xiaoling, with your brother here, no one will dare bully you again. Speak freely." Sobbing, Zhou Ling recounted the events, corroborating Jiang Ziwei's version. Zhou Chuyang and aunt listened, trembling with rage. Zhou Chuyang bellowed, "These lawless brats. And the school teacher did nothing." Aunt hugged Zhou Ling, tears streaming uncontrollably. "My poor child, you've suffered so much." Lin's parents were also furious. Lin's mother said, "What's wrong with this school? How can they treat a child like?" Zhou Ling cried bitterly in her mother's arms, her body trembling. Jiang Ziwei's eyes reddened. She wiped away tears at the sight. Lin Chen's expression was terrifyingly dark as he stood up. "This cannot be let go. I'm going to the school to demand an explanation." He asked for Zhou Ling's homeroom teacher's number and called. "Is this teacher Tan from class 2, grade 1 at Hengda?" "Yes, who is this?" "I'm Zhou Ling's brother, Lin Chen. I suppose you know why I'm calling." Lin Chen's tone was seething. The teacher Tenju had been playing mahjong. Upon hearing this, she stood up abruptly, her heart sinking. She had thought Zhou Ling wouldn't tell her family, but the girl did. Covering the phone, she excused herself and walked out of the mahjong. When Lin Chen heard the prolonged silence on the line, his rage nearly boiled over, so he hung up. Tenju was stunned, then quickly called back. Lin Chen sneered and rejected the call. He then called Lu Hai. "Lu Hai, my sister is being bullied at Hengda Middle School. They'll send you the details. Contact the local police station and file a case immediately." Lin Chen's tone was resolute. "Mr. Lin, rest assured I'll handle it," Lu Hai replied. Lin Chen hung up, his face dark and terrible. He looked at Zhou Ling, still crying, his fury mounting. Meanwhile, Tenju grew increasingly panicked as Lin Chen kept rejecting her calls. She knew this matter would be hard to resolve peacefully. Lu Hai acted swiftly, leveraging Lin Chen's influence. He soon contacted the local police station and provided a detailed account. The police attached great importance to the case and immediately established a special investigation team. The principal of Hengda Middle School, upon learning of this, was terrified. He never imagined such an incident could happen in his school, and that the victim was the younger sister of a major shareholder. At this moment, the principal had already received word that the investigation team and the major shareholder from the Penguin Company were about to arrive at the school. He immediately summoned the school leadership, cutting short their leave for an emergency meeting in the conference room. Tenju in particular was stunned when she answered the principal's call. "Tenju, do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? Why did you do nothing when that student was being bullied at school? Do you know the background of that girl?" The principal's roar made Tenju tremble inwardly. "Principal, that girl's family is very ordinary. I've looked into it. And the bully is Vice Principal Gao Chong's niece. He told me to suppress this matter, so it can't be all my fault." Tenju explained in a trembling voice, her heart bitter. "Gao Chong, drop everything immediately and come to the school conference room for a meeting." The principal hung up without another word. Tenju dared not delay and immediately set off for school. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others, after receiving a call from the police station, also prepared to head to Hengda Middle School. Lin Chen looked helplessly at the group, all burning with anger and wanting to follow him. "There's no need for so many people. Just let uncle come along with me. Besides, grandparents are getting old. If everyone left at once, this matter would be impossible to hide. If they found out at their age, they might get so angry that it harms their health." Lin Chen's concern was not unfounded. They had only 2 granddaughters in total. The elder granddaughter had just been diagnosed with leukemia, and now the younger one was suffering from school bullying. In the end, only Lin Chen, Zhou Chuyang, and Zhou Ling drove the BYD car toward the school. On the way, Lu Hai's phone rang again. Lin Chen initially thought it was news from the police station, but instead it was about the supermarket stabbing incident. Chairman Lin, I've found a lead on the man who stabbed a woman in the supermarket as you asked me to look into. I've checked. This man's son is named Qian Fugui, who also attended Hongda Middle School. The couple had been working in Linjiang district to earn a living. But their son, after suffering from school bullying at Hongda Middle School, drank pesticide and died at home. When the couple found out, they went to the school to protest, but the school denied the bullying, offering neither explanation nor compensation. They reported the matter to the Education Bureau and the government, but due to lack of evidence and some apparent obstruction, the case was suppressed. That day's action might have been an act of revenge against society. After hearing what Lu Hai said, Lin Chen clenched. He dared not imagine if Jiang Shuwei hadn't overheard Zhou Ling's sleep-talking last night. If they had remained ignorant of this, would Zhou Ling have been the next to take her own life? Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked in the rearview mirror at Zhou Ling, who sat in the back seat, anxious and uneasy. His gaze was filled with deep concern. Then, suddenly struck by a thought, he hurriedly asked, Xiao Ling, do you know a person named Qian Fugui? The little girl in the back seat was startled, and a flicker of fear crossed her eyes. Brother, I've heard of him. He supposedly committed suicide last year, but... Zhou Ling hesitated, as if wanting to say more. But what? You can tell your brother. With me here, no one dares to bully you, Lin Chen said softly. Zhou Ling took a deep breath. I heard that Qian Fugui was bullied every day by the same girl who bullies me along with some older students. When he told the teachers, and nothing happened, he drank pesticide and killed himself at home. This is absolutely lawless. Zhou Chaoyang, who was driving, also cursed angrily. Lin Chen comforted Zhou Ling a bit more, then picked up his phone and called Lu Hai. Inside the conference room of Hongda Middle School, Vice Principal Gao cared to explain. The principal looked furiously at Gao Chong, who sat in the seat of honor on the left. His voice was laced with suppressed anger. Explain? Explain what? This matter has nothing to do with me, Gao Chong said, feigning confusion as he looked up at the principal. After learning about the situation, he was also panic-stricken. It had already reached the police station, and the victim was the sister of the major shareholder of the Penguin Company. There was absolutely no way to suppress this. Fortunately, his conversation with Tanju had been verbal, not recorded, and Tanju had no proof to implicate. It was just a pity for his poor niece. After this incident, even with the protection of the juvenile law, it would be nearly impossible for her to stay at Hongda Middle School. The principal then looked at Tanju, who sat at the far end of the table. Tanju stood up excitedly and pointed at Gao Chong. Vice Principal Gao, you instructed me to suppress this matter. Don't you dare turn your back on me. Gao Chong's face showed a trace of disdain, and then he looked at Tanju with righteous indignation. Teacher Tan, I have never said such a thing. If you have evidence, produce it. If not, keep your words to yourself, or don't blame me for suing you for defamation. Tanju was so furious that her finger trembled as she pointed at Gao Chong. How could she have evidence? At that time, she had gone to Gao Chong's office to talk, and even after that, Tanju took a deep breath, forcing a strained smile onto her face. Gao Chong completely ignored her gaze. Teacher Tan, from now on you need evidence when you speak. Given the gravity of the situation, I'll let it slide this time. Gao Chong completely ignored her gaze. Teacher Tan, from now on you need evidence when you speak. Given the gravity of the situation, I'll let it slide this time, considering you were flustered. After finishing, Gao Chong looked at the principal. Principal, this matter has nothing to do with me. The principal now, with a headache, rubbed his temples. If the culprit was not found, his position as principal might be in jeopardy. The principal glanced around the room. The police and the parents of Zhou Ling will be arriving at the school shortly. All of you should have a clear sense of what to say and what not to say. Just then a breathless security guard burst through the door. Principal, leaders, the police are already here. Everyone in the conference room was startled. They came so quickly, as expected of a major shareholder from the Penguin Company. They had the police's full attention. Let's go. Quickly go out to welcome them. The principal said hastily, then walked out of the conference room, followed by a group of school leaders. At the school gate, Lin Chen and his group had already met up with the investigation team. Mr. Lin, hello. I'm from the Fei County Police Station. I'm here to accompany you and help the school handle this school bullying incident. The officer at the front extended his hand to Lin Chen. Lin Chen shook it in return. Then I'll have to trouble you all. It's our duty, Mr. Lin. We take school bullying incidents very seriously, and recently the country has also been paying close attention to this issue. Lin Chen nodded. At that moment, a group of school leaders from Hongda Middle School stepped out. The principal cast a cursory glance, then fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. The principal hurried forward, his face full of apologies. Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. This incident is a failure on our school's part. Lin Chen did not respond to his words, but instead looked up at the characters Hongda above the school gate. Hongda, such a fine name. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, then turned to the principal. Has that girl's parent arrived yet? They're on their way, Mr. Lin. Why don't we talk in the meeting room first? The principal wiped the cold sweat from his brow, forcing a smile. Upon entering the meeting room, everyone took their seats. Which one is Tanju, Zhou Ling's homeroom teacher? Let me have a look then. Lin Chen scanned the room. There were only 3 women. At that, Tanju, seated at the far end, could only rise trembling. I am Tanju. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lin. I never imagined it would be so serious. I thought it was just a common scuffle between children. Liar. I showed you the injuries in your office back then. But you said if they bullied me it must be because I had a problem myself, and told me to look for faults within me. Zhou Ling suddenly cried out. Lin Chen felt deeply gratified, then turned his gaze to Tan Ju. Teacher Tan, is Zhou Ling lying? There should be surveillance in your office, right? Let's check the footage. If the girl is lying, I'll deal with her myself. Lin Chen's face hardened as he spoke with contained fury, staring at the flustered Tan Ju. Tan Ju's face instantly turned deathly pale as she opened her mouth, but could utter nothing. At this point the principal hurried to mediate. Mr. Lin, please don't be hasty. We will deal with Teacher Tan's issues strictly. Lin Chen gave a cold snort. I'd like to see how this school handles a teacher devoid of professional ethics. The principal gritted his teeth. Regarding Teacher Tan Ju's mistakes, I will suspend her from duty for reflection and truthfully report to the higher authorities to revoke her tenured teaching position. As for the bullies, we will expel the most serious offenders and give disciplinary action to the rest, to provide Zhou Ling and Mr. Lin with a proper resolution. Tan Ju was terrified upon hearing this. She had worked as a teacher for nearly a decade. What else could she do if she— No, Mr. Lin, someone put me up to this. Tan Ju explained in panic, then pointed at Gao Chang. It's him. He is Huang Chengcheng's uncle, the vice principal of this school. He ordered me to suppress the matter. Mr. Lin, I was forced into this. Please forgive me. Lin Chen followed Tan Ju's finger to Gao Chang, narrowing his eyes. So that's why a homeroom teacher would do something like this for no reason, he murmured. So it's you son of a bitch. Zhou Chaiyang had been unable to contain himself. He had just examined Zhou Ling's body and noticed several bruises hidden by her clothes. Now his anger erupted. Readied, he stood up to strike Gao Chang. The surrounding policemen and Lin Chen quickly pulled him back. Sir, don't act rashly. We are here to ensure justice. Dad, don't be impulsive. Big brother is here. Zhou Ling tugged at Zhou Chaiyang's sleeve, speaking softly. Zhou Chaiyang's eyes reddened instantly. He patted Zhou Ling's head. All right, Dad, won't be impulsive. He then sat back down. Gao Chang grew extremely nervous. If this wasn't handled well, he would lose his position too. Tan Ju, things have come to this, and you still try to slander me. What does this have to do with me? Gao Chang, you truly burned the bridge after crossing it, huh? Do you think I have no evidence? True, I don't have proof that you ordered me to sweep this under the rug, but I have evidence of what you did to me. A cold sneer curled on Lin Chen's lips. How the dogs are starting to bite each other. What a show. The policeman's expressions also grew serious. Though Zhou Ling's injuries had not yet reached the threshold for criminal law, at worst a record for the perpetrators, this new development was far more severe. The vice principal's improper conduct, an illicit relationship with a subordinate, and allowing a relative to assault students. These circumstances were indeed grave. After all, the vice principal of Hongda Middle School held a deputy section level rank. Tan Ju then pulled out her phone to show evidence, and Gao Chang's face contorted as he lunged to snatch it. Don't move. Several policemen immediately blocked Gao Chang. They then confiscated Tan Ju's phone. You'll both have to come to the station with us later, the leading officer said sternly. He was no ordinary policeman. The county authorities had specially dispatched him, a full section-level official, to prevent Lin Chen from escalating the matter. Gao Chang's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected Tan Ju to have secretly recorded something during their affair. Now with the operation of that 10-cent major shareholder, his deputy section-level position was certainly doomed. After all, Gao Chang was a deputy section-level official. He couldn't be arrested without sufficient evidence. The school leaders and the principal were stunned. What a massive scandal had just burst. Hongda Middle School was definitely going to become notorious. Gao Chang and Tan Ju returned to their seats, and at that moment the office door opened. A well-dressed couple entered with a teenage girl. The girl wore a disdainful expression as she entered, but her face changed when she saw the uniformed police officers. She then noticed Zhou Ling sitting between Lin Chen and Zhou Chaiyang. Zhou Ling also saw the girl staring at her. Initially wanting to avoid her gaze, she remembered that her brother and father were there, so she met the girl's eyes without flinching. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes. The couple glanced at Gao Chang, first puzzled to see him sitting stiffly in his chair, not even looking their way. Lin Chen kept his eyes on the girl who had bullied Zhou Ling. She looked like a juvenile delinquent, slouching and careless. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lin. This is indeed my child's fault. How about this? We are willing to compensate, the girl's father said with an apologetic tone. Although he had heard from Gao Chang that Lin Chen was a major shareholder of Tencent, he could think of no other solution. If Lin Chen weren't so influential, he wouldn't have bothered dealing with this at all. Just changing schools would suffice. With the protection of minors law, the girl couldn't be jailed anyway. Lin Chen did not respond to his words, instead turning his gaze toward the police officer. May I ask what punishment such school bullying behavior, threatening and beating my sister, would incur? Suppressed fury simmered in Lin Chen's voice. The police officer glanced at Zhou Ling, then said earnestly, in such a case, if the perpetrator is at least 16 years old, the penalty would be detention for up to 5 days and a fine of between 200 and 500 yuan. If the circumstances are more severe, the penalty can be detention for 5 to 10 days and a fine of up to 500. For cases like theirs, ganging up to assault others, The penalty would be detention for 10 to 15 days and a fine of between 500 and 1,000 yuan. Lin Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied. Only a maximum of 15 days in detention. Well then. The couple and the girl, upon hearing the punishment, were utterly panicked. They hadn't looked into it thoroughly before coming. They never expected detention, which would leave a criminal record. Mr. Lin, my daughter is still young. She can't have a criminal record. If she gets a record, her whole life will be ruined. Please, for her age, settle this privately. We'll pay whatever compensation, the woman said anxiously. The girl clung tightly to her mother's arm, her eyes filled with terror, her body trembling slightly. What about my daughter? Is it okay for her to be bullied? I'm telling you, there will be no private settlement. Just wait for your daughter to end up in jail. Zhou Chaoyang glared, his voice hoarse with rage. A sneer curled on Lin Chen's lips as he said coldly, compensation. Do I look like I need money? Fine, I'll give you a chance. 100 million. Can you come up with 100 million? The woman was struck speechless. 100 million. They couldn't scrape together that much even if they sold everything. You're just being extorted. Before the woman could finish, the man cut her off. Mr. Lin, I know you don't lack money, but my daughter is still young. A criminal record would have a huge impact on her. My daughter truly knows she's wrong, and we sincerely hope for forgiveness from little Zhou Lingyu and her family. The man finished speaking, pulled his daughter to stand, and bowed deeply in apology. What a beautiful fantasy. If apologies worked, what would be the use of the police? Lin Chen said scornfully, his eyes icy. Seeing that even with such humility Lin Chen was still unforgiving, the man sat back down helplessly and turned his gaze to Gao Chong. Gao Chong's mind was racing, trying to save his own position. How could he spare time for such a trivial matter? Wasn't it just 15 days in detention? What was the big deal? Fine then. Well, accept the punishment. Whatever the police decide, well, take it. The man had also given up. Given Lin Chen's background, the maximum penalty was guaranteed. 15 days was certain. How can this be? My daughter cannot go to jail. The woman's voice twisted in desperation. Dad. The girl cried in fear, her voice filled with terror and helplessness. What else can you do? It's just 15 days in detention. The man shouted in frustration, then looked at the girl. Ching, it's okay, at most 15 days. When you get out, well, switch schools, and he'll give you 4,000 yuan a month. Spend it however you like. The moment Huang Chengcheng heard 4,000 a month, she stopped crying, a hint of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Lin Chen watched this scene, a cold laugh rising in his heart. Just like father, just like daughter. No wonder she's so vicious. No sense of right or wrong. Lin Chen's phone vibrated. Opening it, he saw a picture. After careful examination, it appeared to be Qian Fugui's suicide note. Then his phone rang. Chairman Lin, we found Qian Fugui's mother and obtained a suicide note from her. It records the names of many students who bullied him, and among the ringleaders is a girl named Huang Chengcheng. Lin Chen felt a surge of relief. Lu Hai, well done. Extra chicken leg for you. Have the suicide note sent over immediately. Send it to Hongda Middle School. I've already dispatched someone to deliver it to you. I'll notify them right away. Lu Hai's tone brightened upon hearing Lin Chen's praise. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at the man, a meaningful smile curving his lips. 15 days in detention. I suspect it will be more than that, Lin Chen said calmly, his voice low, yet sending a shiver through everyone present. The family froze, disbelief written on their faces. Mr. Lin, I know you have power and influence, but using that to aggravate my daughter's punishment, that's hardly proper, is it? Can an individual stand above the law? The man declared with feigned righteousness, as if he now occupied the moral high ground. The police officers were also puzzled by Lin Chen's words, showing confusion. Mr. Lin, the maximum penalty for this situation is 10 days. The lead officer explained reluctantly, a hint of difficulty in his tone. Zhou Ling tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm, knowing what he was about to say. I know, but what if this girl did something else? Isn't that right, Huang Chengcheng? Lin Chen smirked at the girl, his eyes utterly cold. Huang Chengcheng panicked immediately, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Lin Chen's gaze. I don't know what you're talking about, she denied, her voice trembling. Gao Chong, who had been sitting indifferently, abruptly looked up, staring intently at Lin Chen, cold sweat beading on his. Could it be? In an instant, Huang Chengcheng's family and Gao Chong all fell into chaos, their faces turning pale. The school officials and the few police officers were utterly bewildered. Seeing the family's extreme reaction, they knew something serious was involved. Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the principal and Gao Chong. Two principals, I'm sure the name Qian Fugue is no stranger to you, right? Lin Chen said. The principal's eyes widened while Gao Chong and Huang Chengcheng's family felt their hearts sink. Qian Fugue, a name they knew all too well. That student had committed suicide because of the bullying from his daughter. If it weren't for one of the perpetrators having connections who suppressed the matter, his daughter would probably already be in jail. Now that this major shareholder of Penguin Company knew about it, there was no way to conceal it. But conceal it they must. This could lead to criminal liability. And his daughter had already turned 16 half a year ago. I know of Qian Fugue. Last semester he is said to have taken his own life by ingesting pesticide at home. His parents attributed his death to bullying, hence they often came to the school to demand accountability. The school principal had already arrived at an answer. When the parents came to protest, they mentioned several students' names, among which was precisely Huang Changsheng. The expressions of the police officers began to turn grave. They were aware of this incident, which they heard had ultimately been swept under the rug. Under these circumstances, Lin Chen bringing up this matter, could it be? The man broke out in a cold sweat instantly. Glancing at the police officers, he looked at Lin Chen with an almost pleading tone and said, "Mr. Lin, can we step outside to talk?" Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. "Why talk outside? It's only 15 days of detention. What are you afraid of?" The man's face turned pale and his lips trembled as he said, "Mr. Lin, please don't say it here, I beg you." Lin Chen gave a cold snort. "Now you're scared. Surely you know your daughter's character. Since you refuse to discipline her, I'll find someone to do it for you, all right? Don't worry, she won't go hungry." The woman also wept and begged, "Mr. Lin, as long as you show mercy, we are willing to do anything." At this moment, Huang Changsheng was so terrified that she collapsed onto the chair, sobbing uncontrollably. "Mr. Lin, if you know of any other hidden circumstances, please elaborate." The police officer also spoke up at this point. "All of you must have heard something about Qian Fugui's case. He did commit suicide, but it was due to long-term campus bullying led by Huang Changsheng and a group of students. Intimidation, verbal abuse, physical assault, even forcing him to drink urine and repeatedly threatening him to transfer money. Unable to endure such prolonged campus bullying, Qian Fugui eventually took his own life by drinking pesticide at home. It can be said that his suicide is directly linked to Huang Changsheng and her clique of students." Lin Chen's tone was full of fury. If he had discovered Zhou Ling's bullying any later, perhaps his own sister might have suffered such inhumane treatment. Ding! Hell is empty, all devils are here. Congratulations, host, for triggering the system mission. Mission content: send Huang Changsheng and other main bullying participants to prison. Mission reward: establish the Starlight Charity Foundation. Simultaneously inject 2 billion RMB into it. Lin Chen heard the system's voice in his mind, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. This was the first time the system issued a mission with a prefix. Even the system couldn't stand it anymore. Zhou Ling, upon hearing this, looked at Huang Changsheng with eyes full of terror, as if gazing at a demon. She never expected that senior to have suffered such bullying. "Evidence? What evidence do you have that my daughter did?" "I'm telling you. Even if you are a shareholder of Penguin Company, I will sue you for defamation. I will post your behavior online for everyone to see. Let everyone see what kind of person a shareholder of Penguin Company is." After hearing this, the man finally couldn't help but roar. Penguin Company is using its power to oppress others, bullying us ordinary folks with no background and no money. The woman also began to sob and play. Seeing this, the police officer quickly turned to Lin Chen and asked, "Mr. Lin, do you have evidence for what you've said? These words carry legal responsibility." "Of course I have evidence. Wait a moment, my people will bring it over shortly." Lin Chen remained calm. Gao Chang was now in despair. He was also involved in this matter, and if exposed, he would surely be fired. He looked at Huang Changsheng with an expression as if he had eaten SHD. This damned nuisance. The principal and the school leaders looked extremely grim. Once this matter was fully exposed, the school's reputation would suffer tremendous damage. If exposed, the next enrollment would be severely affected. The conference room fell into a heavy silence, everyone waiting for the evidence Lin Chen had mentioned. The conference room remained stiflingly quiet, everyone anticipating the arrival of evidence. That family was now on pins and needles. The woman sobbed, incessantly muttering to herself. "What can we do? Changsheng will be fine, she will be fine." The man's face was somber, his eyes bloodshot. Sometimes he glared fiercely at Lin Chen, and other times he anxiously looked toward the door. Huang Changsheng slumped on the stool, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had left her body. Time ticked by second, each moment in agony for this family. The man kept rubbing his hands, sweat droplets continuously rolling down his forehead. The woman began to nag incessantly. "It's all your fault. You never disciplined your daughter, and now she's caused such a disaster." Finally, footsteps were heard outside the door. A person holding a document bag entered, glanced around, and upon seeing Lin Chen, walked over and respectfully handed him the bag. "Chairman Lin, this is what you requested." Lin Chen took the document bag and looked coldly at the family. This is the suicide note written by Qian Fugui himself. It records all those who bullied him and the process of bullying. The content is absolutely appalling. Upon hearing this, the man lunged forward like a madman to snatch the evidence, but was quickly subdued by the police. Attempting to destroy evidence is illegal. "Behave yourself," the police officer barked. Only then did the man calm down, though his eyes still burned with resentment and fury. The family began to quibble again. The woman trembled as she said, "This suicide note might not be genuine. What if Qian Fugui wanted to slander others before drinking the pesticide?" Lin Chen looked at them with disdain. "Whether it's slander or not, the police will find out." After examining the suicide note, the police officer's expression also gradually turned angry, and he looked at Huang Changsheng and the others with disgust. Who among them didn't have a child? If this happened to their own child, who could bear it? "I didn't do it. It's fake. Zhou Ling's family is framing me." Huang Changsheng suddenly screamed and tried to rush out of the office. Her parents quickly grabbed her and kept comforting her. The lead police officer glanced at the evidence, then stepped aside to make a phone call. After hanging up, he walked over to the I'm sorry, both of you. Huang Chengqing needs to come with us for investigation. No, my daughter is not yet. You can't take her to the police station. The woman hugged Huang Chengqing and shouted. In the end, Huang Chengqing was still taken away by the police along with Tanju. The couple quickly followed, casting a hateful glare at Lin Chen before leaving. Lin Chen felt a surge of irritation. Oh ho, dare to glare at me. He took out his phone and sent a message to Lu Hai instructing him to investigate what Huang Chengqing's family does and see if he could bring them down. After sending the message, Lin Chen prepared to leave. He just needed to wait for the police's handling results. With him overseeing this time, who would dare to play tricks? If they abuse power for personal gain, he'll post it online. Uncle Xiaoling, shall we head back? Zhou Chaoyang nodded slightly as the three prepared to leave. At that moment, a group of school leaders approached. The principal wiped the sweat from his forehead. Mr. Lin, our Hongda High School indeed has significant issues. Vice Principal Gao and Teacher Tim will be suspended pending further decisions. We will definitely compensate for the incident involving student Zhou Ling. On behalf of Hongda High School, I sincerely apologize to student Zhou Ling. Lin Chen waved his hand, looking at the principal apologizing in front of him with a hint of disdain in his eyes. To put it bluntly, even if this principal truly did not know about these two bullying incidents and the teacher's inaction, it only speaks to how utterly incapable he is as a principal. I don't need your compensation. I, Lin Chen, am not short of that little money. After saying that, he grabbed Zhou Ling and prepared to step out of the office. Wait, Mr. Lin. Could you please handle this matter discreetly? If these two incidents come to light, it will severely impact Hongda High School's reputation, making future student recruitment much more difficult. The principal hurriedly said. Lin Chen glanced at him indifferently, then directly led Zhou Ling out of the office. As the principal watched Lin Chen and the others leaving, his anger finally erupted. Good. Very good. I didn't expect such a prominent figure to emerge from our Hongda High School's leadership. How impressive. It really brings honor to our Hongda High School. The principal coldly stared at Gao Chang. Gao Chang's face turned pale, and he said nothing. Vice Principal Gao, you will be suspended pending the investigation. Also, anyone else involved in this matter should come to see me before 5 o'clock this afternoon. If you continue to conceal it, At this point, Lin Chen and the others had already driven off to head home. Brother, thank you. Zhou Ling, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke. Lin Chen looked through the rearview mirror at Zhou Ling, who was wiping her tears, feeling a pang of heartache. What are you thanking me for? I'm your brother. Lin Chen said gently. Xiaoling, how about we change schools? We shouldn't stay in a school with such a bad student culture and poor teacher ethics. Zhou Chaoyang in the driver's seat said in a deep voice. Xiaoling was somewhat tempted, but also very hesitant. But Dad, Hongda High School is still a key high school with strong teaching resources. I also want to get into a 985 or 211 university like my brother and sister. Zhou Chaoyang fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, Hongda High School's teaching resources are quite good, even among key high schools. Transferring to an ordinary high school would certainly affect Xiaoling's studies. However, transferring to another key high school would be quite difficult. No worries, I'll handle this matter. Lin Chen, he knew Xiaoling's grades. Transferring to another key high school would be no problem at all. It would just require spending some money to make connections, which was a trivial matter for him. Zhou Chaoyang did not refuse. All right, but it seems this is the only key high school here. If it's over in the city, it might be a bit troublesome for Xiaoling to return home. No problem, the new house I bought is near Danshan High School. That school is excellent, and Xiaoling won't need to board as she can live at my house instead. Lin Chen said with a smile. Live at your house? How can that be? That would be too much trouble. Zhou Chaoyang quickly refused. It's fine. My mom isn't working anymore, so she has time to take care of Xiaoling. Moreover, if she finds out, she would be overjoyed. She really likes that girl Zhou Ling. Lin Chen then looked at Zhou Ling. Xiaoling, what do you think? At this moment, Zhou Ling was also somewhat happy. She knew that Danshan High School had one of the best teaching resources in Shuzhen Province, and she could be far away from Hongda High School, so she naturally was willing. However, Zhou Ling still did not immediately reply to Lin Chen, and instead looked at Zhou Chaoyang through the rearview mirror. Zhou Chaoyang immediately understood Zhou Ling's meaning. Well, let's go back and discuss this with my brother and sister first. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. As soon as the car came to a stop, Lin's mother and others rushed out upon hearing the noise. What happened, Xiao Chen? Aunt hugged Zhou Ling and then looked at Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen then roughly recounted what had transpired. How can parents raise such students? This school also has poor teacher ethics. It's quite good for Xiaoling to transfer schools. Let's proceed with the transfer as Xiao Chen suggested. It's a good way to keep busy. Lin's mother spoke up. Lin's father also agreed. I think this arrangement is quite good. Well, Aunt was still somewhat hesitant. No need to hesitate. This matter is settled. Lin's mother decisively made the decision. At that moment, Lin Chen's grandparents also walked out. What are you all talking about? Oh, it's nothing. Just about Xiaoling transferring schools. Huh. Why would she transfer schools when everything is fine? After some convincing, they managed to smooth things over. Jiang Shuiwei chatted with Lin Chen for a few moments before taking Zhou Ling and Zhou Dongshui to play. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly just as he was about to send a message to Lu Hai to have him contact the principal of Danshan High School. A phone call came in. Hello? Is this Lin Chen, Mr. Lin? A senior voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, that's me. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Zhang Yu, the director of Ginkgo Hospital. You acquired all the shares of Ginkgo Hospital yesterday. When do you have time to come and inspect the work? Tomorrow I will come by. By the way, I will bring my sister with me. She has leukemia, so please prepare in advance for her. Alright, Mr. Lin. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen sent Lu Hai another message along with Zhou Ling's high school entrance exam score of 628. Soon the next day arrived, which was also the last day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. After breakfast, Lin Chen and the others prepared to return. Lu Hai had already contacted the principal of Dan Medicine High School yesterday. The principal quickly agreed upon learning that it was the sister of a major shareholder of Penguin Company and that she scored 628 on the entrance exam. He mentioned that once the necessary paperwork is completed, she could enroll immediately. Zhou Dongshui joined Lin Chen and the others to go to Ginkgo Hospital. Dongshui, you must listen to the doctor and actively cooperate with the treatment. Aunt kept comforting and advising. Initially, Aunt also wanted to go along, but since leukemia treatment does not require hospitalization except for pre-surgery preparations, she stayed at home. Don't worry, Mom, I know what to do. Zhou Dongshui felt a warm sensation in her heart. Uncle and Aunt, after you complete the transfer procedures, please send Zhou Ling over. I've already contacted Danshan High School, and she can enroll anytime. Lin Chen said with a smile. All right. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Uncle and Aunt sincerely thanked Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen had come back for the Mid-Autumn Festival, he had to run around due to their family's matters, spending quite a bit of money. It's nothing, we are all family. There's no need to be so polite. To accompany Zhou Dongshui, Jiang Shuiwei got into Lin's father's Land Rover with her, and then the two cars headed towards Yinqing Hospital. However, what none of them knew was that major short video platforms were already in an uproar over a video. Is this man taking revenge on society? How terrifying. This mother is so great. Women are gentle, but mothers are strong. Salute to the great mother. Did you notice what the attacker said? It seems because his own son died. Just because you lost your own child, you have to make others lose theirs too. That young man is so handsome. Help me dox him. How is that mother now? Hope she's safe. Online discussions were rife, some condemning the attacker, some marveling at maternal love. Lin Chen was also hailed as a hero by the public. The video spread quickly, and even the attacker's background was dug up by netizens. Breaking news. The attacker's son was a student at Dahang Middle School and committed suicide by drinking pesticide at home in June. And it was because of school bullying, right? I know who this man is. He's the father of my classmate Qian Fuguwei. I saw him at a parent-teacher meeting. Qian Fuguwei committed suicide because of school bullying. He even told the teacher, but the teacher did nothing. I heard his family made a scene at the school seeking justice for their son, but it was all suppressed. Following this message, a crowd commented, "Whoa, is it that horrible? Isn't Dahang Middle School a key high school? Is the school atmosphere so bad? Can the OP reveal who exactly was the bully? The bully's backing is unusual. Such things can be suppressed. Sigh, what era is this? How can such things still happen? Students nowadays are too fragile. I suggest strengthening mental health education." Nonsense. Do you know how terrifying school bullying is? As far as I know, someone in our school got depression because of school bullying and can't even go to school now. And this news quickly went viral. All netizens began commenting under the official accounts of Feixian Public Security and Feixian Education Bureau, demanding immediate verification of the truth, while some mocked the authorities for inaction. The public phones of Feixian Public Security Bureau and Education Bureau were flooded with calls. The leaders of Feixian were instantly overwhelmed. Could this be deliberately leaked by that shareholder of the Penguin Company to put pressure on us? Probably not. It's that Qian Fugu's father stabbed someone and netizens dug it up. Investigate quickly. Now the whole internet's focus is on us. If we can't give a reasonable result, how can we face the people? Inside the Feixian Public Security Bureau, after a meeting, the entire county started to act. Some went for visits, some for interrogations. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others naturally knew nothing of what was happening online. After driving for nearly 2 hours, they finally arrived at the entrance of Yinqing Hospital. As soon as the car stopped, Lin's father, Lin's mother Jiang Shuiwei, and the others got out. Lin's father gazed at the magnificent hospital building before him, his eyes full of shock, his mouth wide open. It took a while for him to come to his senses. "Xiaochen, this huge hospital is actually yours. What's the big deal? The huge company with hundreds of billions in investment and land development isn't also my son's. Look at you, so unsophisticated," Lin's mother said disdainfully. This made Zhou Dongshui and Jiang Shuiwei unable to suppress their giggles. After getting out of the car, Lin Chen called Zhang Yud, Dean Zhang Im, at the hospital entrance. "Okay, Chairman Lin, we'll come out to welcome you immediately." Before long, Zhang Yud led a group of hospital leaders walk. "Why are the dean and vice deans all coming down? Is some important person coming? Haven't you heard? The hospital's owner has changed. Probably the new boss is coming today." A new boss. Will the hospital's policies change? No. Why change the boss? I think it's fine as it is. Cheer up. Why would the new boss change things for passing doctors and nurses also whispered among themselves as Lin Chen and the others entered the hospital. Chairman Lin, welcome to guide us. Zhang Yud beamed, and the leaders behind him nodded in greeting. Lin Chen nodded. Dean Zhang, this is my sister Zhou Dongxue. She has leukemia. Please arrange a comprehensive examination for her as soon as possible. Zhang Yud quickly replied, yes, Chairman Lin. Rest assured we will do our utmost. The crowd surrounded Lin Chen and the others as they walked into the hospital. The group of nurses were stunned, exchanging glances. Only after they walked far away did they burst into discussion. I knew I didn't sleep well last night. I actually saw the dean addressing someone who looks under 20 as Chairman Lin. Unbelievable. When I was 20 I was still in college. He's already the boss of our boss. Alas, even you doctors say that. Where does that leave us nurses? Just then a director walked over and scolded, "No, the new boss is here, and instead of showing your best you're gathered here chatting." The doctors and nurses gave awkward smiles and scurried away. Soon news spread through the hospital that the new boss looked like a college student. Arriving at the specialized examination department, the medical staff were already prepared. Zhou Dongxue's face was pale, her eyes filled with tension and unease. Then, accompanied by Jiang Xuewei, she underwent a series of examinations, while Lin Chen and the other three accompanied them throughout. I've put you through a lot, Xuewei. I originally planned to take you home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but instead I've troubled you to run around with me. Lin Chen said apologetically. Jiang Xuewei shook her head. Don't say that. Your family is my family. Isn't this what I should do? A surge of emotion welled up in Lin Chen's heart. Unable to show other intimate gestures in front of Lin's father and mother, he could only tightly hold Jiang Xuewei's delicate hand. The examination process for leukemia was lengthy. A little past 12 the dean intended to invite Lin Chen and the others for lunch, but they declined. What if Zhou Dongxue finished the exams and saw no one having been left behind for a meal? It wasn't until around 1 in the afternoon that the examinations were finally completed. Lin Chen looked at Zhang Yud. When will the results be ready? Zhang Yud quickly replied. Chairman Lin, at the earliest by tomorrow morning. I will have someone analyze them as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded. All right, notify me as soon as the results are out. At this moment the doctor standing nearby stepped forward and said solemnly, Mr. Lin, since leukemia is a malignant tumor illness, it can disrupt normal hematopoietic function during the disease period, thus accompanied by anemia. Therefore, in daily life you should eat more blood-nourishing foods such as red dates and donkey hide gelatin. For now we still need to wait for the results tomorrow to determine if immediate hospitalization is necessary. During this period the patient should rest more and maintain a cheerful mood. Lin Chen nodded. All right, I appreciate your trouble. Please take good care of my sister's matter. Don't worry, Chairman Lin. At this moment Zhang Yud and a group of the hospital's main leaders gathered around. Zhang Yud said with a beaming smile, Chairman Lin, it's about mealtime now. Why not have a meal together so we can report on our work to you? Lin Chen directly refused. Dean Zhang, it's not convenient today. I need to accompany my family. Let's gather another day. Mainly because his parents and others were present, it was not appropriate. Although Zhang Yud and the others felt a bit disappointed they couldn't insist, and had to say, then please go ahead, Chairman Lin. Feel free to give us any instructions if you need anything. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen felt his phone vibrate. He opened it and saw a message in the dormitory group. Xiaowei, brothers, what time will you arrive for the school's Mid-Autumn Festival party tonight? Xiaofei, I've already gotten off the plane. I estimate it'll take another hour or two to reach school. Chen Xiao, I'm almost there too. Xiaowei, I've already arrived at the dorm. By the way, have you seen that recent online video of a mother being stabbed? Xiaofei, I saw it. I always felt that the guy who ran over and subdued the attacker in a few moves seemed like Chen Xiao. Right. I noticed that too. Xiaowei, I told you. I thought I was overthinking it, but now seeing that guy, it's probably the boss. So cool. Chen Xiao, Lin Chen, boss, say something. Is this really you? Huh. Someone recorded a video and posted it online. Lin Chen confusedly opened Douyin, and sure enough the first recommended video was that one. Moreover, the likes had exceeded 1 million. When he opened the comments, they were all praising Lin Chen for his bravery and remarkable skills. Lin Chen gave a helpless smile and replied in the dormitory group. Lin Chen, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to be recognized. Yes, that was me. Xiaofei, boss, you are my idol. Lin Chen was also puzzled. When did the Mid-Autumn Festival? He then asked Jiang Xuewei, who looked at him in surprise. The school is organizing a Mid-Autumn Festival party tonight and attendance will be taken. You actually didn't know. Lin Chen gave an awkward smile. He usually didn't even bother looking at group messages. Jiang Xuewei then said, and I even signed up for a performance. Lin Chen was curious and asked, what kind of performance did you sign up for? Jiang Xuewei winked playfully and said, guess. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. I can't guess. Don't keep me in suspense. Jiang Xuewei then said, I signed up for a singing performance. Lin Chen gave a thumbs up. That's sure to be great. I also signed you up, he will sing a duet. Lin Chen widened his eyes a bit, speechless. What? Why did you tell me such an important thing only now? I have no preparation at all. He'll definitely lose face tonight. Oh dear. I originally wanted to tell you when I brought you here for the Mid-Autumn Festival, but there were too many things, and I forgot. Lin Chen's parents and Zhou Dongxue naturally heard all of this. Xiao Chen, since Xuewei has already signed you up, you should perform well. Have your classmate record a video for me to see. Lin's mother said with a smile. I want to see it too. Zhou Dongxue also said. Lin Chen was a bit resigned. Well, fine. What song are we singing? It shouldn't be. You must have heard it. I saw it in your phone's favorites. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately felt relieved. He then glanced at the time. It was already 1:30. Mom and Dad shoo away, and I still have to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival party at 6:30, and will definitely need to arrive early for preparations. We might not be able to go home with you. Lin Chen's face showed a hint of apology. It's fine. Why don't you and Xuewei go back to school now? Your dad and I will take Dongxue home for dinner. Lin's mother said with a smile. Lin's father nodded and said, all right, you go to school and prepare well for the party. How about we go to the Dihao Hotel? Let's eat there, but it's close to our school anyway. Lin Chen thought for a moment and suggested. Jiang Xuewei quickly agreed. I think that's a good idea too. The food at Dihao is quite good. Dihao Hotel? I know it. That hotel is quite high-end. I heard that those who eat in the private kitchen there are all important figures. Zhou Dongxue said with some anticipation. There was a roommate in her dormitory who, because her boyfriend's friend treated them to a meal in the dizzy private room at Dihao, she boasted about that one meal for an entire year. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. I own Dihao too. What a? Dihao is yours too. Zhou Dongxue. She had been shocked so many times these past few days that she felt almost numb. Xiao Chen, exactly how many companies have you kept from us? Zhou Dongxue couldn't help asking. Lin Chen chuckled. Actually not that many. You already know most of them. Then let's set off. Since it's Xiao Chen's hotel, we definitely have to go and have a meal. Lin's mother was also a bit expectant. Lin Chen nodded, then took out his phone and sent a message to Dongfang. Dongfang, are you at the hotel? They'll be bringing my parents over to eat soon. Prepare the tianzi no. One private room, and for dishes, just serve a few signature ones. I'm here, Chairman Lin. He'll take care of it right away. Dongfang replied almost instantly. Then the group got into the car and headed towards Dihao Hotel. Because Inqing Hospital was only over 30 kilometers away from Dihao Hotel, Lin Chen and the others arrived at Dihao Hotel after driving for more than 40 minutes. The waiters at the entrance of Dihao Hotel, upon seeing Lin Chen's conspicuous and dazzling Duyao, took out a walkie-talkie and said a few words. Then Dongfang also came down to greet them at the entrance. I'm telling you, Chairman Lin and his parents are coming soon. We must make sure everything is grand and impressive. If anyone messes up, the bonus is gone. Dongfang reminded. Yes, President Dong. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others parked the car and walked towards the lobby of Dihao Hotel. The guests at Dihao Hotel saw the spectacle and went aside to watch. Dongfang, upon seeing Lin Chen and the others, hurried over to welcome them. And a group of waiters bowed and shouted, Welcome, Chairman Lin. Lin's father and mother, along with Zhou Dongxue, were startled by the spectacle, their mouths agape in astonishment. Jiang Xuewei, however, remained more composed, having witnessed numerous grand occasions with Lin Chen. Lin's father widened his eyes. Xiao Chen, this is far too extravagant. After recovering from her surprise, Lin's mother wore an expression of immense pride. Dongfang approached with a beaming smile, slightly bowing. Chairman Lin, welcome to Dihao Hotel with your family. The tianzi no. One private room is prepared. Please follow me. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then turned to his parents and Zhou Dongxue to introduce them. Mom, Dad, this is Dongfang, the general manager of Dihao Hotel. If you ever come here for a meal in the future, just contact him. Lin's father and mother quickly greeted him politely. Dongfang, naturally not daring to show any negligence, responded promptly. Subsequently, under Dongfang's guidance, they arrived at the tianzi no. One private room. As soon as they entered, the luxurious decoration and spacious interior immediately dazzled the eyes. A massive crystal chandelier emitted a soft glow, while exquisite murals and high-end furniture exuded opulence at every turn. Lin's father, mother, and Zhou Dongxue sat down somewhat nervously. Mom, Dad, sis, relax a little. This is all my turf. Why be so stiff? Lin Chen said with a smile. That's right. What do I have to fear in my son's territory? Lin's mother laughed heartily. Before long, one exquisite dish after another was brought to the table. There were succulent Australian lobsters, fragrant braised pork belly, with abalone, exquisitely presented French foie gras. Each dish was like a work of art, making one's mouth water. Lin's father and mother gazed at the dishes, all of which they had never tasted before. Then Lin's mother noticed a menu on the table and curiously picked it up to browse through. The prices on it nearly made her gasp aloud. An Australian lobster actually cost tens of thousands of yuan, and a serving of braised pork belly with abalone was several thousand yuan. Lin's mother's eyes widened as she stared at the prices in disbelief. Seeing this, Lin Chen said with a smile, Mom, don't be surprised. These are the hotel's signature dishes. The prices are indeed a bit steep, but the flavors are absolutely top-notch. Just eat without worry. Lin's father also chimed in. Yes, our son is capable now. We should enjoy ourselves. Lin Chen, while eating, said to Zhou Dongxue, Cousin, you might be hospitalized later. Did you request leave from your counselor in advance? Zhou Dongxue smiled and said, don't worry, I already requested a few days off in advance. Lin Chen nodded and said, good. Cooperate with the treatment well in the hospital and don't worry about anything else. Zhou Dongxue felt a warmth in her heart. After dinner, Lin Chen took out his phone and transferred 10 million yuan to his mother. Lin's mother stared at the transfer notification on her phone in surprise and said, Xiaochen, why did you transfer so much money to me again? Lin Chen smiled and said, Mom, this is for buying furniture for the villa. Please buy the more expensive ones, don't worry about the cost. Also get some nourishing blood supplements for your cousin, the best quality. Hearing this, Zhou Dongxue's eyes immediately reddened. She hurriedly said, you don't have to go to such expense. I have money myself. Dongxue, what are you saying? Since you've come to our home, how can we let you pay for it? Lin's mother said displeasedly. Seeing that Lin's mother was a bit unhappy, Zhou Dongxue could only swallow her words and refrain from arguing further. After eating a while longer, Lin Chen saw that it was about time and said, Mom, Dad, Xue away, and I still have to attend the school's mid-autumn festival gala at 630, so we have to go now. As soon as there's a result, they'll contact you immediately. I have no classes tomorrow, so I'll come to Yingxing Hospital to accompany cousin for treatment. Lin's father and mother nodded and said, okay, you go ahead. Stay safe on the road. Jiang Xuewei sweetly bid farewell to Lin's parents and Zhou Dongxue. Xuewei, when you have time, come play with Lin Chen more often. Uncle and aunt really like you. We welcome you to come over and play. Lin's mother said with a smile. Exactly, if Lin Chen ever makes you unhappy, just tell your uncle and he'll give him a lesson. Lin's father also chimed in. Jiang Xuewei was very delighted to hear what Lin's parents said. Sure. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei walked out of the private room, and Dongfang respectfully escorted them to the hotel entrance. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei got into the Lamborghini Veneno and headed towards Suzhou University. They drove the Lamborghini Veneno into the school amidst envious gazes from a crowd of students. Students on both sides of the campus road stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on the cool sports car, filled with admiration and envy. Hey, it's the campus belle and her wealthy heartthrob boyfriend. I've worn out the word envious. After parking the car, Lin Chen turned to Jiang Xuewei and asked, which way should we go now? Jiang Xuewei glanced at her phone and said, first we need to find the teacher to sign and then rehearse. So Jiang Xuewei led Lin Chen towards the rehearsal venue. Along the way, many students cast curious glances. When they arrived at the rehearsal venue, Jiang Xuewei saw the teacher and greeted with a smile, hello, Teacher Lin. The teacher looked at Jiang Xuewei and said, Xuewei, why are you so late? Jiang Xuewei replied with some embarrassment, teacher, I was delayed by some matters. The teacher then looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help thinking to herself, this guy is really handsome. Then she asked, Xuewei, is he your boyfriend? Jiang Xuewei blushed, took Lin Chen's hand, and said, teacher, he is my boyfriend. Upon hearing this, the other boys rehearsing nearby seemed to hear the sound of hearts breaking. Some boys couldn't help muttering under their breath, hey, is this the goddess boyfriend? He is indeed handsome. Another boy said sourly, he's just handsome. Lin Chen, remaining calm, smiled and greeted the teacher. The teacher said, all right, you two go sign in and prepare for rehearsal. After Jiang Xuewei helped Lin Chen sign and they began rehearsing. At first, Lin Chen was still a bit out of sync and always fell behind the rhythm. Jiang Xuewei patiently guided him and kept encouraging him. Lin Chen, pay attention to your pitch here. Don't be nervous, relax, and follow my rhythm. After several attempts, Lin Chen gradually got the hang of it, and his coordination with Jiang Xuewei became more seamless. After a while of practice, during a break, a few female students gathered around. Jiang Xuewei, your boyfriend is so handsome, you two are a perfect match. Yeah, Jiang Xuewei, you're so lucky. Jiang Xuewei's face beamed with a smile, and Lin Chen also smiled and greeted everyone. After the break, they continued rehearsing. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei immersed themselves completely, their voices echoing in the rehearsal room. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Alright, that's it for today's rehearsal. Everyone go back and get some rest and perform well tonight. It soon reached 5:30. At this moment, the dormitory group chat became lively again, filled with messages. Lin Chen. Xiaowei, boss, why aren't you back yet? The mid-autumn gala will start in an hour. Chen Xiao, boss, the three of us are still waiting for you to have dinner together. Lin Chen pondered briefly and replied, Lin Chen, go eat by yourselves. And with your sister-in-law. They'll be performing later. We have 4 acts to prepare for, so I need to go early. Xiao Fei, boss, you've been keeping a low profile. Chen Xiao, what kind of act? Needs you to personally perform. Xiaowei, go boss. Lin Chen, singing with your sister-in-law. Immediately followed by a string of wow. Lin Chen smiled, didn't reply further, took Jiang Xuewei's hand, and headed straight to the cafeteria. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei walked side by side on the road. The setting sun was as red as blood, stretching their shadows long. A gentle breeze brushed by, stirring Jiang Xuewei's hair strands. At that moment, a figure long unseen appeared before them. Lin Chen, can we talk? Lin Tianya's hair was disheveled, as if unkempt for a long time, like a patch of weeds. His eyes were hollow and expressionless, his voice hoarse like a worn-out bellows being pulled with difficulty. The smile on Lin Chen's face instantly vanished, replaced by an icy expression. Young Master Lin. Why aren't you enjoying being the playboy of Haoji technology, and instead come looking for me? Lin Chen's lips curled upward into a sneer full of mockery. Lin Chen, I now know your power. I sincerely apologize and beg for your forgiveness. Lin Tianyu hung his head low, completely devoid of his former arrogance, humbly pleading. Jiang Shuowei held Lin Chen's arm, looking at Lin Tianyu, who was now humble to the dust, finding it hard to connect him with the arrogant figure from before. She turned her head to look at Lin Chen's cold and stern profile, her eyes full of admiration. As expected, my boyfriend is so formidable. Lin Chen looked disdainful and gave a cold snort. I told you long ago it's too late to apologize now. Weren't you arrogant before? When you had people beat up my brother, why didn't you think of today? If you had stayed tough to the end, I would have respected you as a real man. But it's only been a few days, and you've already cowered. Go home and wait for bankruptcy liquidation. With that, Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuowei and walked past Lin Tianyu without hesitation. Lin Tianyu lowered his head, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. These days he had approached countless young masters who used to call him brother over drinks and dinners, seeking help. But those people, having just agreed, would call back within a few hours to tell him to get lost, and even question whether he had offended someone he shouldn't have, warning him not to drag them into this fire pit. Lin Xiangdong was even more frantic, watching the company's stock price plummet every day as other shareholders frantically sold their shares at low prices and fled. Within the company, morale was in turmoil. Everyone knew that Lin Xiangdong had offended someone formidable, and the company was on the brink of collapse. Even his mother, who had always doted on him the most, upon learning that she might no longer afford her Tinsofthizensafyu and handbags and might be heavily in debt, looked at him with reproachful eyes. Lin Tianyu suddenly lifted his head, staring at Lin Chen's retreating figure, his eyes filled with madness. Lin Chen, since you are so ruthless, don't blame me for being merciless. Ah Chen, what a relief. Jiang Shuowei smiled particularly happily, like a blooming, gorgeous flower. Previously at Jinxiu Hotel, Lin Tianyu's disgusting glances, offensive vulgar words, and extremely arrogant attitude made Jiang Shuowei loathe him to the core. Now seeing this scumbag bow and admit his mistake before her, even though the apology was not directed at her, she still felt extremely elated. Isn't your man impressive? Lin Chen smiled. So impressive. But Ah Chen, what exactly did you do? Jiang Shuowei stared at Lin Chen curiously, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Now seeing this scumbag bow and admit his mistake before her, even though the apology was not directed at her, but Xiaofei probably got the Qin family to help as well. Haoji Technology should be close to bankruptcy now. Jiang Shuowei looked utterly astonished. Haoji Technology was no small company. How many days had it been, and it was already on the verge of bankruptcy? Afterwards, after eating, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei returned to the rehearsal venue and changed into the costumes the school had prepared for them. After eating, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei returned to the rehearsal venue to change into the costumes the school had prepared. When the two walked out of the changing room, they instantly amazed everyone. Wow. No wonder he made it onto the campus heartthrob list right after entering freshman year. That black suit is way too handsome. Oh, Jiang school bow ties looks are absolutely stunning. Standing together, they make me feel inferior. What a perfect, I ship them so hard. Boo-hoo. When will I ever find a boyfriend like that? Meanwhile, the female teacher who had been responsible for sign-in hurried over. What godlike looks. What a waste they didn't enter the entertainment industry. Then she quickly recovered. All students, what godlike looks. What a waste they didn't enter the entertainment industry. Then she quickly recovered. All students can now enter the performance venue to start preparations. At that moment, the voice of the golden finger suddenly rang in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system mission. During the Mid-Autumn Gala, achieve sincere admiration from 80% of the audience for your performance with Jiang Shuowei, as counted by the system. Mission reward. Acquire master-level piano performance skills and a Centurion Black card. Note, the master-level piano performance skill can be granted in advance to help the host complete this mission more easily. The Centurion Black card is currently the most premium card in the world. Full name: American Express Centurion Black card, internationally recognized as the king of cards. To own such a card, one's total assets must at least be in the 9 digits. The initiation fee is as high as tens of thousands of RMB, and an annual fee of tens of thousands must be paid each year. Its utility in China may not be particularly significant. Only some basic privileges can be used, but abroad it's a different story. Abroad you can even make a plane turn around or refuel in the desert. It can fulfill any need you have. The Centurion Black card has no spending limit as long as something has a price you can swipe at home. Therefore, holders of the Centurion Black card are all kinds of high-ranking officials, billionaires, and socialites. System, you really are a good system, so considerate of me. Lin Chen was very satisfied with the system's behavior. It is my honor to satisfy the host. The system's voice rang out again. Then give me the reward in advance. Alright, host. System reward: master-level piano performance skill has been successfully released in advance. If the mission fails, the reward will be taken back. Then Lin Chen felt a sudden itch in his head, as if his brain was growing. A vast amount of previously unknown knowledge flooded into his mind, and his fingers seemed to become slightly more slender. At this moment Lin Chen's piano performance had reached a master level. Without exaggeration, his piano skills were undoubtedly among the top echelon in the world. Lin Chen then turned to look at Teacher Lin. Teacher, I'd like to add a little stage effect on the spot. Teacher Lin, what stage effect? He'll play the piano as accompaniment, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. You can play the piano? That's great. No problem. But I need to confirm your piano level first. Teacher Lin said in surprise. If Lin Chen could play the piano, their performance would be even more splendid. Zhang Xuewei was also astonished as she had no idea Lin Chen possessed such a skill. Lin Chen nodded, then walked to the piano in the corner and sat down. The gazes of Zhang Xuewei, Teacher Lin, and the other students all focused on him. He can play the piano too. Could it be that he just learned a little and wants to show off at the Mid-Autumn Festival party? Don't you know how rich he is? Do you think he's as immature as you? Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Good looks, wealth, and talent. What a divine boyfriend. Zhang Xuewei listened to the praises around her, and her gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with adoration. Lin Chen emptied his mind, gently placing his hands on the keys, and began to play a piece titled Moonlight Border. Notes flowed like water, at first soft and soothing, as if moonlight spilled over a tranquil lake, rippling in layers of glistening waves. Lin Chen's fingers danced agilely across the keys, each note interpreted to perfection. The melody seemed to carry a magical power, captivating everyone present and drawing them in. As the melody progressed, the emotion grew deeper. The surrounding students who had been whispering now fell silent, their faces showing expressions of enchantment, their eyes shimmering with surprise and awe. Teacher Lin was even more astonished, her mouth agape. She had only asked Lin Chen to demonstrate on a whim, never expecting to hear such a magnificent performance. She was now completely immersed in Lin Chen's performance. When the piece ended, silence first enveloped the surroundings, as if everyone was still lost in the beautiful melody, unable to pull themselves away. Immediately afterward, a torrent of applause erupted like a tidal wave, and the crowd began to chatter. That was incredible. It's the most moving piano piece I've ever heard. Yes, I feel like my soul was touched. This level is definitely professional. Zhang Xuewei stepped forward, linked her arm with Lin Chen's, and was extremely excited. Chen, you're amazing. Although I don't know much about piano, what you played was absolutely incredibly wonderfully good. Teacher Lin also said excitedly, Lin Chen, you're so talented. With this level of performance, you must have at least passed level 9 in piano, right? Lin Chen just smiled faintly and didn't answer. In his mind, as if I told you I'm at a master level, you'd be scared to death. Just then Teacher Lin's phone rang. She answered. Teacher Lin, why haven't your group of performers arrived yet? The party is about to start and several programs featuring your group are at the beginning. Teacher Lin then came to her senses. Okay. They'll be right there. Also prepare a piano and bring it up for the 4th program. The 4th program? Let me see. Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei shouldn't. That's right. After hanging up, Teacher Lin quickly arranged for the students to head to the performance venue. Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei followed at the back of the line while the other students were still excitedly discussing the piano piece. Several students around were pressing Lin Chen with questions. Lin, what level are you in piano? That was so good. I think your performance with Zhang the school beauty will definitely win 1st place. Yeah, even though I don't understand piano, I could feel the emotions in the music. Lin, do you have a younger or old? Lin Chen just gave perfunctory replies while Zhang Xuewei beside him tightly held his arm, intentionally blocking the others from touching him. When Lin Chen and the others arrived at the performance venue, the party had already started and the 2nd act crosstalk was underway. Give me 100 yuan worth of breakfast. Sorry sir, we only sell half portions. Soon it was Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei's turn. Several staff members struggled to carry a piano onto the stage. Wow, whose performance is next? They even brought out a piano. I think it's that couple, the school heartthrob and the school beauty. Can't wait. Next, let's welcome Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei to sing a song. Shouldn't everyone applause, please? The beautiful hostess on stage said excitedly. Then Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei walked onto the stage hand in hand. Hey wait, isn't this a variety show? How has it turned into a massive lovey-dovey scene? Woo, my goddess. I haven't even slept with her. Applause and murmurs erupted from the audience. Xiao Fei Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei shouted excitedly when they saw Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei appear. Go boss, go sister-in-law. Because these 3 brothers knew Lin Chen was performing, they specially squeezed to the front. At their shout, Lin Chen spotted them. After their eyes met, Lin Chen felt an urge to laugh for some reason, and it took him a long time to suppress his smile. He took a deep breath while sitting at the piano, then began to play. The intro of Shouldn't was long and beautiful, and with Lin Chen's master-level performance skills, it quickly captured the hearts of most people. The audience below was instantly captivated by the beautiful melody, all expressing amazement. This intro is so wonderful. Lin Chen plays really well. Wow, this piano level is absolutely divine. Xiao Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. He himself had learned piano and knew how difficult it was to reach such a performance level. The boss is too amazing. I've been learning piano for so long, and I can't even reach 1/10 of his skill. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were equally shocked, their mouths hanging open. Is this still the boss we know? So awesome. At that moment a voice of the golden finger echoed in Lin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 69. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 74. Pretending we're still together, I really can't act it out. But I'm still not used to you not being here. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received heartfelt gratitude from 89 of people. System mission completed. Ding. Master level piano performance has become permanent. Ding. The Centurion Black card has been placed in the host's coat pocket. The balance from your Platinum card has been transferred to the Black card. At this moment Lin Chen had no time to pay attention to the system notifications echoing in his mind. Still not used to you being absent. This identity shift is too swift. The girls in the audience erupted into cheers the moment Lin Chen opened his voice. Lin Chen's voice is so beautiful. I want to drown in his singing. Truly impressive, no wonder he's the man the campus belle has her eye on. Even the boys couldn't help but praise Lin Chen. There was no helping it. When the gap is small there might be jealousy and resentment, even the illusion that I could do that too. But when the gap becomes vast enough, all that remains is admiration. No need for a voiceover in the scene. But anyone can see. Jiang Shuwei parted her crimson lips, and a clear sweet voice poured forth like an oriole, leaving its nest like a mountain spring flowing. The audience below was instantly captivated by her singing. The students already thrilled by Lin Chen's splendid performance now erupted into even more fervent cheers and screams. Jiang Shuwei sings so beautifully. The campus belle is not only beautiful, but also has a beautiful voice. These two are simply a divine duo. Some of the boys even stood up ecstatically clapping with all their might, unable to tear their eyes away from Jiang Shuwei. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala had been turned into a concert by Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei. The hands tightly clasped let go to embrace more futures. The song ended, and the entire gala venue fell into a brief silence for a few seconds, then erupted into thunderous applause. Bravo! That was amazing. I declare the first place winner. The students below were excitedly discussing, and the panel of judges were all very satisfied, granting high scores. Out of a perfect 50 points, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei scored full marks. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei exchanged a smile. Then holding hands they bowed and walked off the stage. Alright, let's thank Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei for their wonderful performance. Next up is... Just as Lin Chen and Jiang Shuwei stepped off the stage, Tang Weiner emerged from somewhere and rushed to embrace Jiang Shuwei. Whoa, Shuwei, you're so outstanding. Seeing you shine so brightly on stage, I'm truly happy for you. Tang Weiner's voice even choked up. She was genuinely happy for her best friend, that she had met an excellent man like Lin Chen and could radiate her own brilliance on stage. Jiang Zuwei's eyes also reddened. She couldn't speak, only gently patted Tang Weiner's back. Lin Chen was slightly puzzled. Why were they suddenly crying? Xiao Fei and the other two also walked over with excitement. When Xiao Fei saw Tang Weiner, his face clearly showed some awkwardness, but he still came over. Boss, your piano playing was incredible. You and sister-in-law are definitely the champions tonight. Xiao Fei had learned piano as a child. His teacher had taught him for over half a year, only to end up apologizing tearfully to his father, saying he couldn't teach him anymore. At that moment, upon hearing Xiao Fei's voice behind her, Tang Weiner quickly let go of Jiang Shuwei and wiped the tears from her face. Kid, don't pop the champagne too early. How embarrassing would it be if it's not? Lin Chen smiled. 50 points. How can 50 points not be the champion? Unless there's some rigging. Chen Xiao chimed in. Then they found seats and sat down. Xiao Fei initially wanted to sit next to Tang Weiner, but she deliberately avoided him, so he had to drop it. Jiang Shuwei and Lin Chen exchanged glances, then let out a soft sigh. Lin Chen felt his coat pocket and indeed found a card inside. Curious, he took it out and examined it closely. Sitting next to Lin Chen, Xiao Fei also saw the card in his hand. I'm really envious, boss. You already have a Centurion Black card. Xiao Fei exclaimed in admiration. The Centurion Black card is by invitation only. No matter how rich you are, you have to wait for an invitation. Moreover, the threshold for being invited is extremely high. Although his family was very wealthy, those were family assets not in his name, so he couldn't even apply for a Centurion. Lin Chen smiled faintly. What's the big deal? It's just a card. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen's calm expression, half wanting to slap him twice. What a poser. Centurion Black card. What's that? Is it impressive? Xiao Wei asked curiously. Chen Xiao, Jiang Shuwei, and the others also shifted their attention from the stage. The Centurion Black card is the highest tier card issued by American Express. Those who own such a card are billionaires. Xiao Fei then gave a brief introduction. After listening to Xiao Fei's explanation, they all stared wide-eyed at the black card with the human profile in Lin Chen's hand. Isn't this too exaggerated? Isn't it just a bank card? Geez. Chen Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, the world of the rich is beyond our imagination. Tang Weiner also spoke, her face full of shock. What a load of crap. Centurion Black card. Did you get it for 9 yuan on Pinduoduo? At this point, the people sitting behind Lin Chen finally couldn't hold back their mockery. As soon as they said this, everyone around Lin Chen burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I've been listening for a while. How could a student possibly have such a card? Hilarious. A card that only billionaires might have. Appearing here. A 9 yuan pinduoduo special right. What a braggart. Im Qin Shi Huang. I'm not dead. If you send me $50 I can lead an army of 1000 to rebuild the dynasty. They'll make you a king then. Isn't that Lin Chen? I remember he drives 2 cars, one worth 7 or 8 million, and the other a Veneno nearly 100 million, right? It's no surprise he can get a Centurion black card. What a... The one in front is Lin Chen. Damn, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom. Lin Chen then turned around and glanced at the students who had spoken rudely. When those students saw it was really Lin Chen, their faces turned pale with fear. You? Chen Xiao was about to curse, but those students immediately backed down. We're really sorry, Brother Lin. We spoke without thinking. Having said that, as if afraid Lin Chen might remember their faces, they fled in a flash. Good thing those guys ran, Chen Xiao said indignantly. Forget it, it's nothing. Lin Chen smiled faintly and put the Centurion black card back into his pocket. The gala continued for another hour or so, and then it was time for the awards. Teachers, students. Next we enter the final segment of our Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. The awards segment. Are you all curious about the final ranking of the performances? Scan the QR code on the big screen and vote for your favorite performance. After the voting results were announced, the host stood in the center of the stage with a mysterious smile on his face, deliberately drawing out his words. Classmates, this vote was truly fierce and extraordinarily exciting. Beneath the stage, the students were all tense with anticipation, their eyes fixed intently on the host. Xiao Fei and the others clutched their phones even more nervously than Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei. Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei found it rather amusing. The host, however, remained unhurried. Who could it be? Would you like to take a guess, everyone? Instantly, the audience erupted into commotion. The students grew restless, and someone couldn't help shouting, "Stop teasing us. Just announce the results already." Only then did the host smile and announce loudly, "The winners of the first prize in this Mid-Autumn Festival Gala are Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei." As soon as the words left his mouth, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. Wow, it really is them. Amazing. They truly deserve it. Xiao Fei jumped up in excitement and cheered. I knew big brother and sister-in-law would win. Chen Xiaowei and Tang Weiner were also flushed with excitement, clapping furiously. The host continued. Now let's invite Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei to the stage to receive the award. Hand in hand, Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei walked back onto the stage. To everyone's surprise, it was the president of Suzhou University who presented the award. The audience instantly buzzed with excitement and astonishment as students whispered among themselves. Wow, the president himself presenting the award at a mid-autumn gala. That's a bit over the top. I heard Lin Chen seems to have some background, could it be? Yes. I heard that too, and apparently Lin Chen is a major shareholder of the Penguin Company. No way. How can you believe such fake news? Major shareholder of Penguin Company. Might as well fly to the sky. The president, wearing a kind smile, warmly handed the prizes to Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei, a certificate and a plaque inscribed with 1,500 yuan. Student Lin Chen, could I have a word with you later? The president, still smiling, spoke in a voice only the three of them could hear. He had made inquiries. Zhang Xuewei was Lin Chen's girlfriend, so there was no need to hide anything. Lin Chen thought for a moment. It must have been when he took leave last time that the president learned about his identity. No problem, President. The president nodded with a smile. After the award ceremony, the Mid-Autumn Gala came to a successful conclusion. Since they needed to return their performance costumes, Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei informed Xiao Fei's group, and Tang Weiner then went together to find Teacher Lin. Teacher Lin spotted them from afar, her face immediately beaming with a radiant smile as she praised repeatedly. Your performance today was absolutely perfect. I've been in charge of countless cultural shows at Suzhou University, and this one is by far the most brilliant I've ever seen. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Zhang Xuewei and Lin Chen quickly expressed their gratitude. The surrounding performers cast envious and admiring glances. Just as they were about to leave, the president walked over. Teacher Lin, wait a moment. I have something. Teacher Lin and the students were somewhat surprised. What did the president want with them? Remembering that the president had specifically presented awards to Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei, could it be that he was looking for them? Indeed. Teacher Lin, I have some matters with students Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei. Please go ahead with the others. The president said with a smile. Despite her curiosity, Teacher Lin nodded and led the students away, leaving only the president, Zhang Xuewei, and Lin Chen. The president looked at Lin Chen with a kind gaze and said, Student Lin Chen, I've long heard of your reputation. Lin Chen nodded slightly and replied politely, President, you flatter me. So young and already a major shareholder of the Penguin Company, your future is boundless. I estimate that in a few more years, Student Lin Chen could make the Forbes billionaire list, right? The president, of course, did not know the exact shares Lin Chen held in the Penguin Company, nor did he know about Lin Chen's other ventures, such as Rongtou Land and several other enterprises. President, you flatter me. Lin Chen sidestepped the topic. Zhang Xuewei quietly remained by Lin Chen's side. At that moment the air around them seemed to still with only a gentle breeze caressing the hem of their clothes. Lin Chen waited silently for the president's next words, speculating in his mind about the president's intentions. The president paused as if weighing his words, then spoke again. Student Lin Chen, I came to you today because there are some important matters I'd like to discuss with you. President, please go ahead. Lin Chen became somewhat interested. What could a university president want from him? Nothing, but it didn't matter as long as it piqued his interest. He could invest some money. Even if he lost, it would be fine. He would consider it as giving back to the school. Well, even though he had only been enrolled for less than a month. The president thought for a moment. Hey, race the thing, Student Lin. Our school plans to establish a biology laboratory, but the school's funds are quite tight, so we might need some investment. Lin Chen immediately understood. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a system mission. Invest in the Suzhou University Biology Laboratory with no less than 50 million yuan. The mission is complete once the laboratory is built. Mission reward received 10 billion RMB. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by the system prompt echoing in his mind. The system rarely made him engage in unprofitable deals, meaning investing in this laboratory would likely benefit him. Student Lin, rest assured. Well, allocate shares according to the investment ratio. You won't be putting in money for nothing. Seeing Lin Chen's stunned expression, the president quickly added. Jiang Xuewei had not expected that the president had come to ask Lin Chen for investment. But she didn't understand such matters, as she only knew that her man was truly impressive. Lin Chen thought carefully. Since the system had issued this mission, he would simply maximize the benefits. Student Lin, how about we talk in the office? They'll have the lab's director give you a thorough introduction. Or if you're not interested, you could help introduce other shareholders of the Penguin Company. The president had already harbored this idea since he learned that Lin Chen was a major shareholder of the Penguin Company. President, as a member of this school with the ability to do this, I naturally will not shirk my duty. Lin Chen said with utmost seriousness. Great. The students of Suzhou University are truly extraordinary. The president was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so straightforward. If he could persuade him a little more, he might secure even more investment. President, may I ask how much this laboratory is expected to cost? The president thought briefly. Approximately 400 to 500 million yuan. Then how much would it cost to hold 51% of the shares? 51% of the shares, let me calculate. You want to hold 51% of the shares? The principal's eyes were filled with shock. Yes. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Jiang Xuewei beside him couldn't help but glance sideways, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Although she knew Lin Chen was very wealthy, the fact that he was casually preparing to spend several hundred million still felt. That won't do. The laboratory must be controlled by Suzhou University. This is a must. The principal shook his head and refused without hesitation. Then may I ask, principal, what's the maximum stake I can hold? Lin Chen, not upset, continued. At most 40. That won't do. The laboratory must be controlled by Suzhou University. This is a must. The principal shook his head and refused without hesitation. Yes, you can discuss the specifics with my personal secretary. When it's time to sign the contract, just send me a message. Lin Chen said as he took out his WeChat QR code. Principal, you don't mind adding me on WeChat? Not at all, not at all. The principal quickly took out his phone and added him as a friend. Are you kidding? As a major shareholder of Tencent, having his WeChat means that if there's any need for investment or funds in the future, you could directly negotiate online with him. Wouldn't that be much more convenient? After adding friends, Lin Chen recommended Lu Hai to the principal. Principal, anything else? No. Thank you, Student Lin, for your generous support to Suzhou University. I won't disturb you youngsters in your romance. We'll chat again when there's a chance. The principal didn't expect things to go so smoothly, and his mood was naturally quite pleasant. After the principal left, Jiang Xuewei looked at Lin Chen with some worry. Chen, do you trust the school that much? If they keep failing to develop anything valuable, wouldn't those several small goals go down the drain? It's fine. Investment inherently carries risk. Besides, it's only a few hundred million. If it fails, I'll just consider it a donation to the alma mater. Lin Chen gently pinched Jiang Xuewei's small straight nose and said dotingly. All right. Jiang Xuewei then pulled Lin Chen towards the rehearsal room. After arriving at the rehearsal room, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei changed into their own clothes and left directly. Meanwhile, online Lin Chen had become hugely popular yet again. Wow, this guy plays so well. It's like he's playing right into my heart. I want to sleep with him. Upstairs, stop. Add me, we'll chat privately. As a piano enthusiast, I dare say this student's piano skills have definitely reached the professional level. What level is professional? Grade 10. Bull. Grade 10 means nothing. That's just for amateurs. Above grade 10, there's professional elite excellence, and finally master level. Wow. Another piece of weird trivia. I think he's definitely beyond professional, maybe even reached Stop bullshitting. Even a genius starting from childhood would be at least 26 or 27 to reach excellence level, right? This student from Suzhou University is at most 22 or 23. How could he be excellence? 10086. Hey. Have you noticed that this guy looks a bit like the guy who subdued the assailant and saved the mother and daughter? Don't say it. But you're right. It really is him. No way. After sending Jiang Shuawei back to the dormitory, Lin Chen received a call from his mother on the way back. Xiao Chen, tell me honestly, have you completely cut ties with that Zhao Jia? Mother Lin's voice was very serious, and it carried suppressed anger. Lin Chen was a bit confused by his mother's sudden words. I broke up with her a long time ago, Mom. Didn't I already tell you during the summer break? No, Mom, why are you suddenly asking about this? Lin Chen said puzzledly. Zhao Jia just came to our house and gave us a big box of mooncakes. I was totally stunned. She also said that she had reconciled with you. Mother Lin said angrily. How is that possible, Mom? How could I ever reconcile with her? I've told you all those things. Do you think your son is that kind of person? Lin Chen said speechlessly. He really hadn't expected that woman Zhao Jia to be so shameless. So much time had passed since he ran into her at the Emperor Hotel, and he thought she wouldn't cause any trouble. He didn't expect her to come with such a big mess now. Then how does she know that you and Shuawei are dating now? And that you are the owner of the Emperor Hotel? Huh, what exactly did she tell you? She said that you were with Shuawei just to make her jealous, but now you two have reconciled. She wants me to advise you not to waste Zuwei's time, and that you treated her to a meal at the Emperor Hotel. She also urged me to push you to marry her, saying she wants to give me a grandson. Bah! Mother Lin grew angrier as she spoke. I'm telling you, Lin Chen, no matter whether what Zhao Jia says is true or not, that woman cannot be kept. If you take her, don't call me Mom. And I like Shuawei. If you wrong her, see how I deal with you. Lin Chen's face instantly turned cold, and his steps involuntarily paused. Xiao Chen, I also think Shuawei is a good girl. I saw Zhao Jia today too, she's really not good. Your elder sister has good judgment, trust me. Zhou Dongxue also said over the phone. Lin Chen, I'm telling you, if you dare betray Shuawei, he'll break your legs. Father Lin's voice also came through. Don't worry, I won't have anything to do with Zhao Jia again, and I would never betray. As for Zhao Jia, Lin Chen then poured out everything about encountering Zhao Jia at the Emperor Hotel. That woman Zhao Jia is truly a role model for money worship. After a long silence on the other end of the line, Mother Lin finally spoke slowly. Are there really such shameless women? My goodness. Zhou Dongxue was also extremely shocked. It completely shattered her worldview. How can a person be so shameless? Lin Chen could only smile bitterly. Who made him blind to have fallen for such a scumbag in the first place? Alright, they'll let this pass. But you need to be careful with Shuawei. Zhao Jia is so shameless, she might find Shuawei and say something one day. I know, Mom. He'll be careful. By the way, throw away those mooncakes. Keeping them at home is bad luck. Do you even need to say that? The moment she left, we threw them into the trash bin downstairs. By now the old lady who collects cardboard boxes and bottles downstairs has probably taken them home. Good. After chatting a bit more, Lin Chen finally hung up. After hanging up, Lin Chen immediately received a friend request. Chen, it's me, Zhao Jia. I know you still care about me, so I came looking for you. Let's start over, shall we? I already visited Uncle and Auntie today, and your sister too. They were very pleased with me. Lin Chen read the entire request with a furrowed brow. Suppressing his nausea, he approved the request. Chen, I knew you still loved me. Boo-hoo. I just knew we couldn't live without each other. The moment Lin Chen accepted Zhao Jia's messages came flooding in. Cut the act. It's over between us. Why did you go to my parents and twist the truth in front of them? Have you no shame? Lin Chen struggled to restrain his anger, trying to avoid swearing. Still upset with me? I truly know I was wrong. There were reasons for what I did. My father fell ill and needed a large sum of money. That guy Li Ming was pursuing me and offered to help. I was forced to go along with it. Zhao Jia even sent a lengthy voice message. Lin Chen didn't intend to listen, but the incomprehensible auto-transcription piqued his curiosity. He listened and realized Zhao Jia had spoken in Sichuan dialect. What illness does your father have? The phone went silent for several minutes. By the time Lin Chen had returned to his dorm, Zhao Jia finally replied. A tumor. The surgery costs a fortune. Quite the search, Zhao Jia. I don't have time for your nonsense. If you dare harass my parents or anyone close to me again, don't blame me for being unpleasant. Once Lin Chen sent that, Zhao Jia's side fell silent. In a vocational college dorm, arg. Damn you, Lin Chen. If it weren't for your money, I wouldn't be groveling like this. Zhao Jia slammed the bed frame and cursed under her breath. Zhao Jia, what's wrong with you? Can't you keep quiet? The roommate from the lower bunk complained. None of your business. Zhao Jia, already agitated, snapped back. The dorm soon erupted in argument. After his retort, Lin Chen blocked and deleted Zhao Jia. Zhao Jia, I hope you have some sense. If there's a next time, don't say, I didn't warn you. Lin Chen muttered. Bro, who are you talking to? Asked his roommates, noticing his grim expression. You look awful. Have a fight with your girlfriend. Lin Chen shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, Xiao Fei Senior Tang was there earlier. Did you two hit it off? Xiao Fei's face crumpled. I wish. While you and Jiang, our campus belle, were on stage, Sister Weiner was still around, so I chatted with her now and then, but her replies were very brief. Later, when you messaged us not to wait, she must have seen your girl's message because she turned and left immediately. Xiao Fei poured out his grievances. Lin Chen pulled up a stool and sat by his bed. Let me tell you, Senior Weiner is a bit insecure because of her childhood, and you being so wealthy doesn't help. The next morning Lin Chen opened his phone to find the dean's reply. Chairman Lin, the test results are ready. Do you want to? No need. They'll come to the hospital this morning and look them over then. Sending them now wouldn't make sense to me. Then he sent a good morning to Jiang Shuowei, got up and washed up. After finishing he saw her reply. Good morning Chen. I want to go with you to the Yinxing hospital today. Lin Chen was puzzled. I checked your schedule. You have a class this morning, don't you? I'm skipping it. He'll have Wainer cover for me. Today is too important. I need to be with Sister Dongxue. Lin Chen smiled at the message. All right. He changed clothes, strapped on his Patek Philippe, and went downstairs to pick up his Veneno to meet Jiang Shuowei at her dorm. Meanwhile, a BMW 5 Series was parked in front of her dorm, drawing envious glances from passing students. The BMW owner stood by his car feeling a bit proud. Driving a BMW 5 Series in college indeed put him ahead of many peers. However, when a Porsche Panamera pulled up, his pride evaporated. The Panamera driver stepped out, exuding an aura of distinction. The BMW owner quickly fished out a pack of Lotus cigarettes and approached with a flattering smile. Boss, care for a smoke? His tone was sycophantic. A young man driving a million-yuan car. Forging a connection would be beneficial. The Panamera owner accepted the cigarette, and the BMW owner dutifully lit it. Then the BMW owner remarked, a car like this must be rare even at Suzhou University, right? The Panamera owner took a drag and sneered. You know, during freshman orientation, I saw a Ferrari SF90 worth 7 or 8 million. And I heard there's a Lamborghini Veneno on campus worth 100 million. They say it belongs to Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend. The BMW owner was stunned, completely floored by the figure. 100 million. Just then a deafening roar drew everyone's attention. Lin Chen appeared in his Lamborghini Veneno, its sleek body and aggressive lines resembling something from a movie. Students gasped, envy and jealousy in their eyes. Lin Chen is here to pick up his sweetheart again. So jealous. Both the BMW and Panamera owners stared at the 100 million yuan supercar, their minds reeling. They had just been talking about it, and now it was right in front of them. Lin Chen stopped the car and stepped out. His tall, confident bearing made female students involuntarily lock their gazes on him. At that moment Jiang Shuowei emerged from the dorm. She wore a white dress, her long hair flowing like a fairy descending to earth. Upon seeing Lin Chen, her face lit up with a joyful smile, and she hurried over to him. The BMW owner smiled awkwardly and said to the Panamera owner, I guess we're nothing compared to the real boss. The Panamera owner nodded. Indeed. I never thought I'd see the legendary Lamborghini Veneno here. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei ignored their chatter, got in the car, and drove off. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei arrived at the entrance of Yinxing Hospital first. After parking the car, Lin Chen called his mother. Mom, how much longer will you be? Zhang Yud replied immediately. All right, Chairman Lin. He'll be right there. Shortly after Zhang Yud hurried over. Zhang Yud replied immediately. All right, Chairman Lin. He'll be right there. Shortly after Zhang Yud hurried over with several department heads. Zhang Yud's face was full of smiles, his tone exceedingly respectful. Chairman Lin, sorry for the wait. My apologies. The department heads also smiled along. At that moment Lin's parents and Zhou Dongxue also arrived. Zhou Dongxue looked tense, her lips trembling slightly, her voice laced with fear and unease. What exactly do the results say? Her eyes were filled with anxiety and hope, her hands tightly clasped, palms drenched in sweat. Lin's mother quickly took Zhou Dongxue's hand and comforted her gently. Dongxue, don't worry too much. No matter what, we'll face it together. Her voice was very tender. Lin's father, however, wore a stern expression with furrowed brows. He took a deep breath and said, let's first hear what the doctor has to say. We need to trust the hospital. Everyone went to the hospital's conference room together. Zhang Yud handed the examination results to Lin Chen and said cautiously, Chairman Lin, after our comprehensive and thorough examination, Miss Zhou has been diagnosed with early-stage leukemia. Upon hearing the words early stage, Zhou Dongxue breathed a slight sigh of relief but remained very nervous. Her heart was still racing and her face remained pale. One of the department heads continued to explain. However, even though it's still early stage, we cannot afford to be complacent. We recommend starting with chemotherapy, supplemented with medication therapy. The chemotherapy cycle is initially set to once a week for 3 months. As for medication, we will use targeted drugs with relatively mild side effects to inhibit the growth of cancer cells. Lin Chen frowned. How effective is this treatment plan? What is the cure rate? His gaze was fixed intently on the department head. Another department head answered, Chairman Lin, this treatment plan is usually quite effective for early-stage leukemia. If the patient responds well to treatment, the cure rate can reach 70 to 80%. However, the specific outcome depends on Ms. Zhou's physical condition and her response during treatment. Lin's mother said worriedly, will chemotherapy be very painful? Can Dongxue endure it? Zhang Yud quickly said, Madam, during chemotherapy there may be some discomfort such as hair loss, nausea, and vomiting, but we will take corresponding measures to alleviate these side effects. At the same time, we will closely monitor Ms. Zhou's psychological state and provide necessary support and guidance. Then he proceeded to mention many things that needed attention. In short, use the best medicine, the best of everything. Make sure my sister is cured. Zhang Yud nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Chairman Lin. We will follow your instructions. After leaving the conference room, the director sent someone to fetch the medicine. Lin's father comforted her. Dongxue, don't be afraid. Our whole family is with you. That's right. As long as you persist with treatment, you will get better. Lin's mother also comforted her. Lin Chen was still somewhat worried. Although it was early-stage leukemia is inherently difficult to treat, and a single misstep could easily lead to deterioration. Jiang Shuowei saw Lin Chen's furrowed brows, took his hand, and said softly, Awaken, don't worry too much. Believe that Sister Dongxue will gradually get better. Lin Chen nodded slightly. After staying at the hospital for a while longer, Lin's parents took Zhou Dongxue home. They had originally wanted to call Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei to come back for lunch, but Lin Chen had classes in the first 2 periods of the afternoon, so he declined. Just as Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei were about to leave, the director caught up. Chairman Lin, there's something at the hospital I need to discuss with you. What is it? It's like this, Chairman Lin. Our cardiothoracic surgery department lacks younger, more skilled doctors. After all, every department needs an infusion of fresh blood, so I was wondering if we could poach some people from other hospitals. But poaching requires money. Since you're here, I thought I'd just tell you directly. Lin Chen nodded. No problem. If you need money, just report it to finance. You're the director, you can make decisions on such matters. Zhang Yud was overjoyed. He had brought up this matter to test Lin Chen. After all, there was a new boss. If Lin Chen didn't delegate authority, then he would surely have to report everything from now on. But now the result seemed good. All right. He'll handle it exactly as you instructed. At that very moment, the voice of his golden finger rang out again in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. A system mission has been triggered. Recruit Lin E from Jintang County First People's Hospital to the Cardiothoracic Surgery Department of Inqing Hospital. Reward 100 shares of Bowine Medical. Lin Chen immediately understood. Director Zhang, I know a doctor whose medical skills are quite good. His name is Lin E, the chief physician at Jintang County First People's Hospital. Send someone to negotiate. As long as he is willing, no matter how much it costs, it's fine. Zhang Yud was a bit stunned. I just mentioned it casually, and you're serious. But without any hesitation, he immediately agreed. All right, Chairman Lin. He'll send someone to negotiate right away. Lin Chen nodded, then walked out of the hospital with Jiang Shuowei. After leaving the hospital, Lin Chen took out his phone and searched for Bowine Medical. Oh, market cap 14.8 billion renminbi. Not bad. Lin Chen muttered. Jiang Shuowei, curious, leaned in to look. Awaken, why are you searching for a medical company? Seeing that he was searching for a medical company, she couldn't help but ask with some confusion. Nothing, just browsing. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. After returning to school and having lunch with Jiang Shuowei, Lin Chen went back to the dormitory. Back at the dorm, he saw Xiao Fei and Chun Xiao arm wrestling. Fourth bro, just give up. You can't beat me. Chun Xiao's face was flushed, veins bulging on his neck as he strained to press his right hand down. Ugh. In the end, Xiao Fei lost. Both of them slumped weakly over the table. Big bro, you're back. Come over and arm wrestle with Xiao Wei, this brute. I can't beat him, his strength is too much. Chun Xiao was instantly excited when he saw Lin Chen return. Exactly. Big bro, aren't you a martial arts master? Take him down. Xiao Fei also shouted. Xiao Wei scratched his head. I'm not that strong. Back in my village, I lost to a lot of people in arm wrestling. All right. Big bro, teach him a lesson. Chun Xiao yelled. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he looked at Xiao Wei. Third bro, wanna give it a try? Xiao Wei perked up, instantly rolling up his sleeves and resting his elbows on the table. Boss, let's give it a try. Lin Chen said nothing more. Taking off his watch, he walked to the table and extended his right hand to clasp Xiao Wei's. Ready, begin. Xiao Fei called out from the side. As the contest started, Xiao Wei exerted all his strength, his arm muscles tensing instantly and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet Lin Chen remained effortlessly composed, his expression relaxed as his arm held steady. Chun Xiao urged anxiously. Third brother, come on. Don't lose right from the start. Xiao Wei clenched his teeth, his face flushed red, and pushed harder, but Lin Chen's hands stayed immovable. Lin Chen smirked. Third brother, is that all you've got? Xiao Wei snorted in defiance and gathered his strength again, but no matter how hard he tried, Lin Chen's arm felt as unyielding as steel. Then Lin Chen began to exert his force. His arm slowly pressed downward, gradually overwhelming Xiao Wei's hand. Oh, no more, I can't. Xiao Wei cried out, but he still resisted desperately. Boss, you're too strong. I admit defeat. Finally unable to hold on any longer, his arm was pinned to the table. Chun Xiao and Xiao Fei burst into laughter. Third brother, you're still not good enough. Chun Xiao teased. Xiao Wei panted heavily. Boss, your physique is incredible. Imminent. Lin Chen patted Xiao Wei on the shoulder and said, train more, and you can do it too. Lin Chen then went to the sink to wash his face before lying down on the bed. He pulled out his phone to browse some videos, only to find that his Douyin had over 99 new messages. Lin Chen tapped in and saw they were all from strangers. Master, can I take care of you in your old age? Bro, you're from Tianfu City, right? Follow me back, and I'll send you a photo. Handsome, can you come check out our live stream? We'll make sure you enjoy it. Lin Chen felt somewhat speechless. Just as he was about to swipe away from the page, he noticed that Zhuoma Gu had also sent him messages. Since he had followed Zhuoma Gu earlier, the latter had sent him several messages in a row. Master, can we add each other on WeChat? You've tipped so much money, maybe I should fight for you to get the celestial first rank. Master, are you there? Lin Chen pondered briefly. I was busy earlier and didn't check my phone. No need for the celestial first rank, I tipped out of sheer interest. Then he went back to browsing videos. At that moment, Zhuoma Gu was unaware that Lin Chen had finally replied as he was standing on the stage of the Naraka Carp Cup. Wow, why are all three of them ganging up on me? Zhuoma Gu muttered, staring at his character's soul tomb on. After reaching the final circle, he dared not wield the horse-slaying blade, and instead ran around with a longsword, terrified of being recognized. The reason was simple: if anyone spotted him, he would be targeted because of his overwhelming skill. Unfortunately, he didn't secure first place in the end. He didn't take it too hard though. He merely put down his mouse in resignation and continued watching the rest of the match. Unsurprisingly, Jack claimed the top spot. Zhuoma Gu didn't mind, it was just one defeat, and losing didn't. But the audience watching live and on-site grew restless. 666. Isn't this a solo match? Since when did the Carp Cup become a triple Q? How disgusting. 3 pros teaming up to take down a streamer. Jack is truly something. A single V and he summons 2 dogs to break up the fight. How shameful. The livestream chat flooded with furious comments. And at that moment, Lin Chen happened to see it all. A flicker of anger flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. After all, Naraka was under Longhu Games' own company. That such an unfair scene could occur in the arena of their hottest PC game was unacceptable. Lin Chen continued watching with a cold expression. When the post-match interview asked Kalai what he would do if he hadn't played Naraka, Lin Chen finally lost his temper. Wasn't that a blatant threat? The subtext was clear: you better not complain because you owe everything to this game. Zhuoma Gu could only answer, I don't know. Lin Chen immediately picked up his phone and called Fong Anping from Longhu Games. Lin Chen dialed Fong Anping's number. The call connected quickly and Fong Anping's ingratiating voice came through. Chairman Lin, why are you calling personally? Lin Chen's tone was icy. Fong Anping, do you know what happened at the Naraka Carp Cup? Fong Anping's heart skipped a beat at the coldness in Lin Chen's voice. He quickly replied, Chairman Lin, I don't know. Lin Chen gave a cold snort. You don't know? Fine. Let me enlighten you. Then he recounted what he had just seen in the live stream and the question asked in the post-match interview. Tell me, isn't that malicious teaming? And what was that interview question? Was it a threat to Zhuoma Gu? Cold sweat broke out on Fong Anping's forehead. Chairman Lin, I really didn't know this would happen. It's my negligence and I apologize. Lin Chen continued. In a game, especially on the competitive stage, fairness and justice are paramount. That's the foundation of our game and the key to attracting players. Such unfairness severely damages our game's reputation and image. Do you understand? Fong Anping nodded repeatedly. Chairman Lin, I understand. I understand. I will handle this matter properly. Lin Chen spoke gravely. Since it's already happened, a rematch is out of the question. But Zhuoma Gu must be compensated, and we must announce that the results of the Carp Cup are invalid. Also investigate thoroughly who was behind these underhanded actions, whether it was a personal decision by a player or orchestrated by someone else. I want a detailed investigation report. Understood. Fong Anping quickly assured him. Chairman Lin, rest assured. He'll assign people to investigate immediately and give you a satisfactory answer. Regarding compensation, he'll have someone communicate with Zhuoma Gu to ensure he's satisfied. This was our dereliction of duty, and I guarantee such incidents won't happen again. Lin Chen's tone softened slightly. Fong Anping, I hope you mean what you say. Longhu Games didn't get to where it is today easily. Don't ruin our reputation with improper actions. Fong Anping quickly pledged, Chairman Lin, I understand. I will resolve this and restore our reputation. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He'll stop by the company around 4 in the afternoon. Once you've finished investigating, issue a penalty and a public statement on your own. As for the executive involved, I will handle that personally. Fong Anping was startled. He had assumed Lin Chen wouldn't come, but now it seemed Chairman Lin intended to root out the black sheep. Still, this presented an opportune moment to deal with them. Understood, Chairman Lin. Fong Anping quickly replied. After hanging up, Fong Anping immediately called Hu Hansen, the head of the Thunderbolt division and vice president of Hu Hansen oversaw the entire gaming sector. Though Longhu Games sounded like a pure game development company, it also ventured into many other fields. For instance, music, news, education, and email services were all part of its portfolio. There were 6 vice presidents in total, each responsible for a distinct domain. Hello, President Fong, what can I do for you? Hu Hansen's voice came through as soon as the call connected. Vice President, who are you aware of the Carp Cup for Eternal Strife? I know it. What's the matter? Go find out what happened, then call me back. Chairman Lin instructed me to handle this, so measure your steps carefully. Hu Hansen felt a jolt of alarm. What on earth had happened to draw Chairman Lin's attention? Eternal Strife was a highly profitable game, ranking among the top in his studio, which had led him to be lenient in managing Studio 48. Understood, President Fong. He'll look into it immediately. After ending the call, Hu Hansen learned the full story. Such incidents were common in tournaments and could be trivialized or magnified. But unfortunately, it had caught Chairman Lin's eye, and Studio 48 would be lucky to escape unscathed. Hu Hansen took a deep breath and called Fong Onping again. President Fong, I've got a clear picture now. He recounted the entire affair to Fong Onping. Alright, I understand. Have the official Eternal Strife account release a statement immediately cancel this Carp Cup ban Jack and Spider for 2 years and compensate Zhuoma Go. Decide on the compensation yourself. Understood. President Fong, I've pretty much understood. Can you give me a hint on how Chairman Lin plans to deal with this? Hu Hansen asked cautiously. Chairman Lin will personally come to the company around 4. What do you think he'll do? Hu Hansen instantly grasped the gravity. Chairman Lin's personal visit underscored his seriousness. Alright, I'll investigate thoroughly. Make sure you do. After hanging up, Hu Hansen wasted no time summoning all personnel related to the Eternal Strife Carp Cup tournament for a meeting. The conference room was tense with grave expressions on everyone's faces. Hu Hansen sat at the head, his icy gaze sweeping over each person present. This incident has caused an uproar online. Be fully alert. Anyone who dares to conceal the truth will bear the consequences. Hu Hansen's voice was low and stern. Everyone nodded, fully aware of the severity of the matter. Just then Li Ming, the general manager of Studio 48, spoke up lazily. President, what's the big deal? It's just a minor hiccup in a match. Why make such a fuss? The internet has no memory. It'll blow over soon enough. Hu Hansen's anger flared. Li Ming, what kind of attitude is that? This is a serious issue that undermines the fairness of the competition and damages the company's reputation and player trust. Li Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Our game is a huge moneymaker. The company won't do much over something this trivial. Hu Hansen was furious. Li Ming, Chairman Lin himself, the top boss of the entire Longhu Group, ordered a thorough investigation, and you're still taking it lightly. The moment Li Ming heard Chairman Lin, his face drained of color. His arrogance vanished, replaced by panic. President Hu, I didn't know Chairman Lin was involved. I was wrong. Hu Hansen snorted coldly. Scared now? Spill the whole story. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Li Ming began to recount the events. It turned out that Jack was the fiancé of Li Ming's daughter, who had always sought fame in the esports scene. In previous professional tournaments, since Zhuoma Ge hadn't competed and Jack's skill was indeed strong, his cheating had never been detected. But this time, with Zhuoma Ge participating, ensuring Jack's victory required taking a reckless gamble. Hu Hansen's expression darkened as he listened. Li Ming, do you realize you're playing with fire? For personal gain, you've sabotaged the company's tournament rules and tarnished its image. Hu Hansen roared. Li Ming hung his head silent. Hu Hansen continued. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Prepare yourself. Hu Hansen looked at Li Ming, filled with anger and helplessness. Li Ming, for your own vanity and profit, you betrayed professional ethics. Do you deserve the trust the company placed in you? Hu Hansen demanded. Li Ming was full of remorse, repeatedly apologizing. President Hu, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Hu Hansen replied coldly. It's not for me to decide. That's up to Chairman Lin. Meeting adjourned. He strode out of the conference room, went back to his office, and called Fong Onping again. President Fong, I've fully investigated. Then he recounted the entire sequence to Fong Onping. Alright, I've got it. Immediately have the official Eternal Strife account release a statement, cancel this Carp Cup ban Jack and Spider for 2 years and compensate Zhuoma Ge. Decide on the compensation yourself. Understood. Lin Chen was attending a mental health education class at that moment. Nothing important. He sat in the back row playing on his phone the whole time, with the teacher paying no attention. He was scrolling through Douyin when he saw a notice from the official Eternal Strife account. We apologize to our loyal fans, this Carp Cup singles tournament is annulled. It will be reorganized in 5 days. Disqualifications for Jack, Spider, and others for 2 years due to malicious teaming. Their team, fined 500 RMB. Li Ming, general manager of Studio 48, is suspended pending punishment. Host Li Feifei, who asked questions after the match, has been dismissed. At the same time, the Eternal Strife official team deeply apologizes to Zhuoma Ge and offers compensation of 150 RMB. Lin Chen was taken aback by the news, then a slight smile curved his lips. He hadn't expected Fong Onping and the others to handle it so quickly. He tapped into the comments section. Within a minute of posting, it was already flooded by netizens. Wow, so efficient. I was about to pressure the officials to investigate, but the results are out in just a few hours. Indeed, this is a remarkable improvement from his previous habit of procrastination. Jack may have won the match, but he lost his integrity and now faces punishment. Zhuoma Ge lost the match, but won respect, and he still got 150,000. Spider lost both the match and his reputation, and now he's banned. Hilarious. It's merely a case of reaping what one sows. It was common knowledge that Zhuoma Ge was superior to Jack, and this stunt of his was utterly foolish. Meanwhile, after the match, Zhuoma Ge was on his way home. Upon seeing Lin Chen's message, he was delighted. Thank you so much, big shot. Just then he noticed the official statement from Yongjie and was somewhat stunned. He had initially thought the 3 were targeting him to eliminate the strongest contender, so he felt a mix of regret and satisfaction. At least his strength had intimidated those professionals. Little did he know it was all connected to Li Ming, the general manager of 48 Studio. Heaving a soft sigh, he soon received a phone call. Hello, is this Zhui Mo Gu? Yes, speaking. Regarding this incident, we at Yongjia extend our deepest apologies to you. As compensation, we will transfer 150 RMB to your account and invite you to participate in the single-player event at the Carp Cup in 5 days. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. No problem. They'll be there. Very well, the funds will be deposited into the bank account you provided earlier. We wish you a pleasant day. After hanging up, Zhui Mo Gu felt a surge of joy. Then he received a text message. 150 RMB has been transferred to your Daxia bank account ending in current balance 21000 RMB. Zhui Mo Gu sat back in his chair and contemplated. He decided to release a video hoping to put the matter to rest and stating that he had accepted Yongjia's apology. Zhui Mo Gu is too strong. This match felt like the 6 experts besieging the Bright Summit. But that siege was unknown. Zhui Mo Gu is beast mode. Zhui Mo Gu's followers surged by 200,000 in an instant. Lin Chen was still scrolling through Douyin. The trending topics were all about his previous rescue Qian Fugu's suicide and Yongjia's apology. Lin Chen wore a peculiar expression. Why does it feel like all these incidents were caused by me? What did you cause? Boss, the teacher is calling you. Student, I asked your name twice. Why didn't you respond? The teacher was a woman in her 30s or 40s. Teacher's somewhat irate. Student, I asked your name twice. Why didn't you respond? The teacher was a woman in her 30s or 40s. Teacher. Lin Chen offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, teacher. I didn't hear you. I called you twice and you still didn't. A student like you. I really wonder how you got into Suzhou University. You weren't in class the last few times, were you? And now on your first day back you're trying to defy me. If you don't want to attend my class, then get out. The female teacher was practically spraying saliva onto the faces of the students in the front row. All eyes turned to Lin Chen. It was well known that Lin Chen had an extraordinary background, and everyone was curious how he would handle this. Lin Chen's expression darkened slightly. He knew he was at fault initially, but the teacher's reaction seemed excessive. Teacher, isn't that a bit too harsh? Xiao Fei spoke up displeased. What's your name? I speak harshly for your own good. Don't underestimate the importance of mental health education. Have you seen the news recently? That Qian Fugue, his mental resilience was too weak, clearly a sign of psychological issues. In cases of school bullying, if reporting to the teacher fails, go to the principal. If the principal fails, go to the education bureau. And what happened? In the end, even his parents didn't know about it until after his suicide. Who do you think bears the greatest responsibility? In my opinion, it's Qian Fugue himself. He brought it upon himself and wasted social resources. Why do I speak harshly? To strengthen your psychological endurance. I don't want any of you to end up like that high school student, thinking about suicide over every little setback. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in chatter. Teacher, that's not fair. As a psychology teacher, you should know the harm of school bullying. Did this teacher get her position through connections? How can she say such things? I think the teacher has a point, though. Lin Chen frowned at the female teacher on the podium. After the incident with Zhou Ling, he had developed a deep aversion to school bullying, and hearing such words from her made his blood boil. What if his own sister had suffered the same fate? Would she be the one being criticized today? Chen Xiao and the others couldn't stand it either. Teacher, I've recorded everything you said. He'll report you to the school for spreading such incorrect values to students. The female teacher's face showed a flash of panic upon hearing that someone had recorded her. She slammed the podium. Silence. She shouted, then continued. If you think I'm wrong, go ahead and report me. Even if I'm punished, I'm still your teacher, and I'm the one grading your papers. The classroom gradually quieted down. Indeed, college teachers held significant power. They could decide whether you passed or failed almost at will. They could lower your class participation grade and assign exam scores without even looking at your paper, as long as they refused to let you review it. Even though the mental health course had few credits, no one wanted trouble. Seeing the room fall silent, the female teacher felt a surge of smugness. This trick never failed. She stepped down from the podium and walked over to Chen Xiao. Delete that recording in front of me, and I'll let bygones be bygones. I guarantee you'll pass the final exam without. If you refuse. The female teacher left the sentence unfinished, clearly afraid that Chen Xiao was still recording, but everyone understood the implication. Chen Xiao felt resigned. He didn't want to fail over a trivial matter and have to retake the course. So he pulled out his phone. Seeing this, the teacher wore a smug grin. Chen Xiao put the phone away. Lin Chen said calmly, fixing his gaze on. Chen Xiao immediately pocketed his phone without a second thought. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei exchanged puzzled glances. They were unaware of Lin Chen's younger sister's recent ordeal and the anger simmering within him. What do you mean by this, student? Looks like you want to retake this course next semester. The female teacher's face stiffened, and she spoke to Lin Chen with a trace of anger. Lin Chen rose to his feet, meeting the teacher's gaze directly, a cold glint hidden in his eyes. What do you think you're doing? Are you going to hit the teacher? An inexplicable surge of panic seized the female teacher as she glared at Lin Chen and snapped. Hit the teacher? How would I dare to hit the teacher? I just want to report that video to the school. I want to see if the school's administration shares your views. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. Seeing that Lin Chen was a troublemaker and unlike ordinary students who would back down at the threat of failing grades, the female teacher decided to strike first. I will report your behavior to the school. As for that video, go ahead and report it. I'm waiting for your apologies. The female teacher then swiveled on her heels and strode out of the office. Whoa, boss, you're so badass. You actually drove the teacher away. Xin Xiao looked at Lin Chen excitedly, while Xiao Fei remained perfectly calm. Boss, want the school discipline you for that? Xiao Wei asked with some concern. In his view, although Lin Chen was a major shareholder of the Penguin Corporation, this was Suzhou University after all. The school's higher-ups all held official positions. As the saying goes, the common folk should not contend with officials. It's fine, I have a way. Lin Chen smiled calmly. Everyone just study on your own. No running off. The class monitor, Xiao Fei, stepped forward. A few freshman brats dare to threaten me with a video. He'll make them pay. The female teacher stormed angrily to the vice principal's office in Mingda Building. Arriving outside the office, she took a deep breath, pulled down her collar, and then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A male voice came from inside. The female teacher then opened the door and entered. Teacher Shun, what brings you here? Wu Gang was handling documents. Seeing her, a flicker of disgust passed through his eyes. Principal Wu, you must stand up for me. A few students from software engineering class 1 were playing games in class and talked back to me. They even looked like they were going to hit me. I really can't teach them anymore. A flash of anger crossed Wu Gang's eyes. What he hated most were unruly students who defied their teachers. But he knew Shun Xian's character well, so he asked, tell me the whole story from the beginning. Shun Xian's face stiffened, and she then brought out the story she had made up on the way. One student didn't come to class for a whole week. Today was his first time in my class, and he was playing on his phone. When I called him, he ignored me. Then I scolded him a little. His classmate objected, saying I was too harsh. I explained why I was harsh and brought up the example of a student who committed suicide online, emphasizing the need for better mental health education. Then those students got upset, stood up, and looked like they were about to hit me. In all my years of teaching, I've never encountered students like this. I really dare not teach their class anymore. I hope Principal Wu can assign another teacher. Shun Xian spoke with a look of grievance, even lowering her body slightly. Wu Gang felt another surge of disgust at Shun Xian's behavior, but if what she said was true, then those students indeed needed to be dealt with. Suzhou University was a place to nurture talent. Such misconduct must be corrected. Software engineering class 1, right? Let me check who the counselor is. Wu Gang turned on his computer. Shun Xian's face lit up with joy. Was he going to act on her behalf? Principal, I know. It's Counselor Tang Jia. Shun Qian quickly said. Wu Gang glanced at her, then called the number she provided. Hello? Is this Counselor Tang Jia? I'm Vice Principal Wu Gang. Yes. Teacher Shin didn't know the name. Please go to their classroom now, it'll come too. In the classroom, some students were reading somewhere on their phones while Lin Chen was sharing what had just happened with Jiang Xuewei. That teacher is so awful. How can a psychology teacher say things like that? Infuriating. She's probably already complaining about me, ha ha ha. Don't be afraid of her, we're in the right. I know Xuewei. Soon the sound of footsteps and conversation grew closer outside the classroom. I'm really sorry, Teacher Shun. The students in software engineering class 1 are usually pretty well behaved. Could there be a misunderstanding? Tang Jia smiled, trying to placate Shin Qian. Misunderstanding. We can sort that out face-to-face when they come. Wu Gang shot a glance at Tang Jia. Principal Wu, these kids just entered the university. Could you be lenient? Depends on their attitude. Wu Gang said, and stepped into the classroom followed by Shin Qian and Tang Jia. The students in the class immediately realized the man was a leader when they saw Tang Jia and Shin Qian following behind him. Those on their phones quickly put them away. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei glanced nervously at Lin Chen, but Lin Chen remained as calm as ever. Teacher brought her back up. Lin Chen sent that message and put his phone in his pocket. Finally, Shin Qian pointed at Chen Xiao and Lin Chen, then said to Wu Gang, Principal Wu, it's these two students. Tang Jia's heart sank when she saw them. How could it be this little troublemaker? She had been told by the principal that the school had a partnership with Lin Chen and that she should accommodate his reasonable requests. She never expected this to happen within a morning. Principal Wu, maybe we should get the full story before confronting them. Tang Jia stammered in embarrassment. Why make things so complicated? We're in the classroom, or just call them out and ask. Wu Gang, seeing Tang Jia's hesitation, understood. This kid must have connections. But Wu Gang wasn't afraid. If you make a mistake, you admit it. Exactly. Teacher Tang shielding students who break the rules is not what a teacher should do. Shin chimed in. Tang Jia was now getting angry. Fine, if you want, listen to advice. He'll call those two students out. Wu Gang nodded and left the classroom with Shin Qian. Shin Qian felt a bit uneasy. Her words might indeed have been problematic, but now she was in too deep to back out. Tang Jia walked over to Lin Chen. Student Lin, Vice Principal Wu would like to have a word with you, and Shin Xiao. Tang Jia spoke cautiously. Lin Chen smiled slightly unobtrusively, sizing up Tang Jia. Emphasizing Vice Principal Wu, was she hinting that he should contact the principal immediately? Chen Xiao, let's go out for a bit, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Chen Xiao nodded, and the two of them followed Tang Jia out of the classroom. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're fine. Lin Chen patted Chen Xiao on the shoulder. Fourth brother, do you think big brother and third brother might be in trouble? Xiao Wei whispered worriedly to Xiao Fei. Don't worry, big brother, and the others will be fine. One wave. My Ma Chao is invincible. Even with one less marksman, I can still carry and lead. Xiao Fei looked at the large word victory on his phone, then raised his head toward the classroom door. Lin Chun and the other arrived outside the classroom. Vice Principal Wu, I've brought the two students. Wu Gang nodded, and then turned his gaze to Lin Chun and Chen Xiao. You two should know why I called you here. Yes, Vice Principal. Chen Xiao said somewhat nervously. Wu Gang nodded, then looked at Lin Chun. And you? Lin Chen met Wu Gang's gaze. I really don't know what you Vice Principal Wu have come to see us about. Lin Chen said calmly. A hint of anger flickered in Wu Gang's eyes. He had still had some doubts before fearing that Shun Qian might be hiding something. Now seeing Lin Chen's attitude, he was fully convinced of Shun Qian's words. Vice Principal Wu, look at this student's attitude. Disrespectful to his elders, he's not even afraid of you, Vice Principal Wu. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Shun Qian could not help but be delighted, and she immediately fanned the flames. Vice Principal Wu. Tang Jia tried to explain, but was interrupted by Wu Gang. Teacher Tang, this student's attitude is indeed improper. He must be punished severely to make him realize his mistake. Wu Gang shouted loudly. Having been a school leader at Suzhou University for some years, he had never encountered such a which student would have such an attitude when facing the principal. Oh, Vice Principal Wu says I need to realize my mistake. Then may I ask what I did wrong? As Lin Chen's words left his mouth, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Wu Gang furrowed his brows, his eyes revealing displeasure. If you played with your phone in class, disrespected the teacher, and talked back to her, are these not mistakes? Wu Gang's gaze at Lin Chen was filled with disgust. Students like this who disrespect their teachers and lack manners are the most detestable. How can you say that? It was clearly Teacher Shun who was spreading incorrect remarks in class. Chen Xiao couldn't help but speak up, but was immediately interrupted by Wu Gang. Although Teacher Shun's remarks were somewhat biased, they were meant to strengthen your mental resilience. Her intentions were good. Is that an excuse for you to disrespect your teachers? Wu Gang roared loudly. Lin Chun and Chen Xiao were both stunned by his words. Shin Qian, on the other hand, was beaming with delight. It's settled. I originally thought only a few teachers had twisted values, but I didn't expect even the principal to be like this. It seems the teaching ethics at Suzhou University are no good. Lin Chen's face turned cold. Could there be some misunderstanding? Student Lin Chen, don't get agitated. Let's talk calmly. Tang Jia was dismayed and quickly said, what misunderstanding? This student is called Lin Chen, right? Fine. If you keep this attitude, then you don't need to come to school. Our Suzhou University cannot accommodate such a big shot as you. Wu Gang was thoroughly enraged by Lin Chen's words. Even though he felt that the name Lin Chen sounded familiar, he couldn't be bothered to think about it at the moment. Vice Principal Wu, I told you some students had a very bad attitude, didn't I? Students like this should be expelled. Keeping them can only bring shame to our Suzhou University. Shun Qian continued, looking at Lin Chen with triumphant eyes. Dare to threaten me? I only need a few words to get you expelled. What right do you have to do this? Can a university principal just expel people arbitrarily? Chen Xiao was also getting anxious. Lin Chen tugged at Chen Xiao, then turned to look at Tang Jia. Teacher Tang, these are the words of your Vice Principal Wu. I seriously doubt whether the character of your university's top management is all like this. Then I don't want to shamelessly stay at Suzhou University any longer. I'm leaving, Lin Chen said coldly. Then he turned around and pulled Chen Xiao back into the classroom. Tang Jia, tell me, what's the use of keeping such a student? Wu Gang's face darkened as he looked at Tang Jia. Vice Principal Wu, do you really not know who Lin Chen is? Tang Jia couldn't help asking. Wu Gang was stunned, then thought carefully. For Tang Jia to still remind him under these circumstances, it meant the student's background was extraordinary. Lin Chen. Wu Gang muttered to himself, then suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening in shock. You mean he's that Lin Chen? Wu Gang asked Tang Jia anxiously. Tang Jia smiled bitterly and nodded. Shin Qian beside them was completely dumbfounded. What about Lin Chen? Could a brat of a child have a higher status than Vice Principal Wu? Wu Gang was now full of regret. Just last night the principal had told him that the major shareholder of the Penguin Company would invest hundreds of millions of RMB to build a laboratory in collaboration with Suzhou University. That principal didn't even ask about the whole story, he just believed Shin Qian's one-sided words and said, Big brother, how did it go? As soon as Xiao Wei saw Lin Chen and Chen Xiao return, he hurriedly asked. It's too infuriating. That principal didn't even ask about the whole story, he just believed Shin Qian's one-sided words and said Big brother had a bad attitude and wanted to expel him. Chen Xiao said angrily. What a... Xiao Wei exclaimed, and even Xiao Fei, who had always been calm, furrowed his brows. The other students in the classroom also heard Chen Xiao's words. Although they had just heard Vice Principal Wu's roar, the classroom door was fairly soundproof, so they only caught bits and pieces. What? Is that principal so unreasonable? Damn. Could Teacher Shin be some relative of Vice Principal Wu, or is there some shady deal going on? And such remarks could be endorsed by the principal of a 985 university. The classmates began to murmur among themselves. At that moment, Tang Jia had just entered the office looking for Lin Chen. When she heard these murmurs, she immediately sensed something amiss. According to what Xin Qian had said, her words were slightly off, but not serious. But judging by the reactions of so many classmates, what Xin Qian had said was definitely not as trivial as she claimed. Without time to think further, Tang Jia immediately stepped back out and looked at Wu Gang and Xin Qian. Why are you back out? Teacher Tang, first help me stabilize student Lin Chen. Wu Gang asked anxiously. Please wait a moment, Vice Principal Wu. After saying that, she turned to Xin Qian. Teacher Shin, you said earlier that your words were not quite right, but not too serious. Can you now repeat exactly what you said? Wu Gang was taken aback, and a feeling of foreboding arose in his heart. If Lin Chen was at fault, his behavior could be understood. But if Lin Chen was right, then I didn't hide anything. Xin Qian still refused to tell the truth. Tang Jia could only sigh and decided to stabilize Lin Chen first. Teacher Tang, I'll go with you. Wu Gang quickly followed Tang Jia into the classroom. Xin Qian hesitated for a moment before also stepping inside. Principal, this is not at all what Teacher Shin described. Lin Chen did nothing wrong. A student stood up and declared. Lin Chen was slightly surprised to see it was Zhao Fei. The other students had long felt the situation was unfair, and with someone taking the lead, they immediately chimed in. That's right, Teacher Shin's words were way too harsh. Lin Chen is being wronged. Teacher Shin has been unreasonable in class all along. Seeing this, the principal and Tang Jia were even more convinced that Xin Qian had concealed something. Xin Qian, intimidated by the uproar, turned pale and began to tremble slightly. She had never expected the students to defend Lin Chen so unanimously. She had thought they would fear the authority of teachers and the principal and dare not speak up. But Tang Jia and Principal Wu had no time to ask further. The urgent matter was to calm Lin Chen down. Tang Jia then tried to persuade Lin Chen. Lin Chen, please don't act rashly. The principal will come to handle this and ensure you get justice. Tang Jia's tone was sincere. Principal Wu, now stripped of his earlier arrogance, was sweating profusely and forcing a smile. Lin Chen, I was hasty and didn't verify the facts. Please don't worry. Principal Wu lowered his stance considerably. If he failed to stabilize Lin Chen and the latter withdrew his funding, the blame would fall squarely on him. As for Xin Qian, an ordinary teacher couldn't bear that burden. Lin Chen merely scoffed and ignored Principal Wu. He only glanced at Tang Jia. Sorry, counselor, but I've already been expelled from the school. Then Lin Chen looked at his classmates, feeling a flicker of emotion. He hadn't expected them to risk speaking up for him. This improved his impression of them, which had soured because of the class monitor Zhao Fei's earlier actions. Thank you all for speaking for me. I truly appreciate it. I'll treat everyone to a meal when I get the chance. Lin Chen's voice was calm. After saying this, he walked out of the classroom. What? The boss is just leaving like that. Is he really going to drop out? Chen Xiao muttered. No, I haven't even clung to his coattails enough. Don't worry, the boss won't get expelled. Just wait. There's going to be a good show. Zhao Fei was quite composed. He had already asked Lin Chen about his plans in private. Lin Chen's methods were truly, after this incident, that Principal Wu would definitely be stripped of some power and Xin Qian would surely be fired. Meanwhile, Tang Jia and Principal Wu, still in the classroom, were panicking. They watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, hesitating whether to chase after him. Xin Qian's face was pale, her eyes frantic. I might have misunderstood Lin Chen. He'll drop the matter. I have things to do, so I need to leave. Xin Qian tried to slip away. Wu Gang, who already loathed her, barked, Stay right there. We must get to the bottom. If Xin Qian had told the truth, none of this would have happened. Xin Qian stopped in her tracks, forced to remain. Tang Jia thought it over and decided it would be better to understand the full story before approaching Lin Chen. She then walked towards Xiao Wei, Chen Xiao, and Zhao Fei. Can you tell me what happened? Without further explanation, Chen Xiao took out his phone, found a video, and handed it to Tang. Counselor, this is the whole story. If Teacher Shin isn't dealt with severely, this won't be fair. Tang Jia and Principal Wu hurriedly opened the video and watched. Xin Qian nearby could barely stand. The video clearly recorded what had happened in the classroom. It showed Xin Qian speaking recklessly at the podium and later subtly threatening students with failing grades. Xin Qian was utterly bewildered. Why was even the principal so panicked after learning Lin Chen's identity? After watching the video, Tang Jia and Wu Gang's faces darkened. Principal Wu in particular looked as if he could devour Xin Qian. Teacher Shin, with so many students here, explain yourself. Do you call this harmless? Tell me. Wu Gang roared. The students, including Xiao Wei and the others, looked at Xin Qian with disgust. Xin Qian stammered, unable to utter a word. Her eyes darted away and she kept twisting the hem of her clothes. Just then another figure entered the room. The principal. The students were startled. They hadn't expected the principal to be summoned. Where is Lin Chen? The principal scanned the room, and not seeing him, Tang Jia sighed helplessly. Principal Lin Chen has already left the classroom. Didn't I tell you to keep him here? What exactly happened? The principal's voice was low and authoritative, making the atmosphere in the classroom even tenser. Wu Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave the principal a rough account. What exactly happened? The principal's voice was low and authoritative, making the atmosphere in the classroom even tenser. Wu Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gave the principal a rough account. He spoke very softly, not daring to meet the principal's eyes. If this deal fell through, even keeping his vice principal position would be difficult, let alone advancing. Then he handed the video to the principal. After watching, the principal glared at Chen. Teacher Shun, is this kind of language suitable for a classroom? Can such misguided values be passed on to students? And is this how you wield a teacher's authority? You are suspended pending investigation. The principal's voice was sharp and furious. Chen lowered her head, not daring to meet his eyes, and whispered, Principal, I just spoke carelessly. I didn't think it through. I thought. You thought what? Did you think you could freely mislead students and spread wrong values? The principal cut her off, raising his voice. The tension in the classroom reached its peak. I'm sorry, Principal. I realize my mistake now. I hope the school— Chen voice was almost tearful. She was truly panicked. Her husband had just divorced her, and due to her infidelity, the court had granted him custody of their child. If she lost her job over this, she would have nothing left. Teacher Shin, please take a temporary suspension from your duties for now. I will report this matter to the Education Bureau. The principal cast a cold, stern look at Chen, then turned his gaze to the anxious Wu Gang. Vice Principal Wu, since you made the decision to expel Lin Chen, then handle this matter yourself. After speaking, the principal strode out of the classroom. Wu Gang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Chen could remain enrolled, his investment was secure and forgiveness was still possible. There was room to salvage the situation. By then, Chen face had turned ashen. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to his dormitory, changed into a suit, and settled into the driver's seat of his car. Since there was no need to attend classes, he decided to head straight to Longhu Game to handle that matter. Lin Chen felt that the name Longhu Game seemed incongruous. Given their involvement in so many industries, it should be called Longhu Company. Lin Chen drove while speaking to Jiang Shuawei through a Bluetooth earpiece. This is too much. Expelling you without fully understanding the situation. How did that vice principal get his position? Jiang Zuwei's voice was filled with indignation. That Principal Wu will probably come to apologize soon. After all, I hold investments worth several hundred million. Lin Chen remained remarkably calm. Don't forgive him easily. Jiang Shuawei said angrily. All right, Shuawei, what are you doing now? I'm shopping with Weiner. She said she wants to buy some clothes, so I tagged along. Lin Chen suddenly realized he hadn't transferred any money to Jiang Shuawei yet. He pulled over and tried to transfer 1 million yuan to Jiang Zuwei's WeChat, but the limit was 200 yuan per transfer. After the transfer, he started the car again. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed in surprise, Chen, why did you send me so much money? Use it as you please. Your man is worth hundreds of billions. What's a mere 200? If I knew your bank account number, I'd transfer 1 million or 2. Lin Chen spoke with affectionate indulgence. No need, Chen. I have enough. I'm still a student and my parents give me 3,000 a month, which should be sufficient. Jiang Shuawei declined. Beside her, Tang Weiner watched Jiang Shuawei with envy. Lin Chen is so good to you. Giving away cars worth millions and transferring tens of thousands without hesitation. I'm so jealous. The saleswoman introducing the clothes wore a look of utter disbelief. A boyfriend who gives away millions and thousands without blinking yet haggles over a few $100 for clothes. You can boast all you want. Bragging isn't illegal. It's fine, Shuawei. If you don't accept it, that means you're not planning to marry me. If we're going to spend a lifetime together, why won't you take my money? Lin Chen's words left Jiang Shuawei speechless. Well, fine then, thank you, your majesty, for the reward. Jiang Shuawei said playfully. Rise, my consort. Lin Chen chatted a while longer, then hung up as Longhu Building came into view. Jiang Shuawei stared at the 20000 plus balance on WeChat, feeling dazed. How did this feel like being kept? Shuawei, darling, now that you're so rich, won't you buy me a dress? Tang Weiner suddenly hugged Jiang Zuwei's arm and cooed. Jiang Shuawei shuddered. You stop being so cheesy. Name whatever clothes you want. He'll buy them all. Your Miss Jiang is footing the bill. Miss Jiang is so generous. Lin Chen picked up his phone and sent a message to Fong Anping, then focused. On the other end, Fong Anping immediately began taking action after receiving Lin Chen's message. When Lin Chen parked and walked to the entrance of Longhu Building, he saw Fong Anping waiting with several people. Chairman Lin, you're here? Let me escort you up. Fong Anping and the others immediately approached. Lin Chen nodded faintly, then looked at Hu Han-san. He remembered that during his first visit to Longhu Game, this man was introduced as the vice president in charge of. Hu Han-san felt a knot in his stomach when Lin Chen's gaze fell on him. Chairman Lin, hello. I'm Hu Hansen, in charge of the gaming division. This incident was my dereliction of duty. Hu Hansen braced himself and stepped forward to explain. Lin Chen raised his hand to cut him off. Let's resolve this upstairs. There are too many employees here. Yes. Hu Hansen nodded obsequiously. The other vice presidents also tensed up. If Hu Hansen didn't handle this well, he would be in deep trouble. The The group headed toward the elevator. Is that the new boss of Longhu Game? So young. I saw him last time, but you didn't believe me. I believe you now. Judging by Vice President Hu's expression, did something happen that made the new boss angry? I heard about the competition in Naraka. After Lin Chen and the others had walked away, the receptionists began whispering among themselves. In the meeting room, Lin Chen took the main seat, with Fong Onping, Hu Hansen, and others seated below. Lin Chen scanned the room. Most vice presidents were present, but a couple were missing. Fong Onping quickly explained, Chairman Lin, a few vice presidents are on business trips and can't return immediately. Lin Chen nodded. Begin. Explain exactly what happened. Hu Hansen took a deep breath. Chairman Lin, it's like this. He then recounted the sequence of events. Lin Chen glanced thoughtfully at Hu Hansen, then at Fong Onping. Fong Onping promptly clarified. Chairman Lin, I've also investigated. The facts are consistent with what Vice President Hu described. So it means that Li Ming, the general manager of the 48-hour studio, orchestrated this entire affair for his own benefit. Lin Chen spoke slowly. Yes, Chairman Lin. Furthermore, we've found evidence that Li Ming used his position to rig several professional competition results and accepted substantial bribes, though the exact amounts are still under investigation. Hu Hansen added. Lin Chen's expression darkened immediately. He hadn't expected Li Ming to be so audacious. Very well. If I hadn't intervened, would we have never uncovered people like Li Ming who exploit their positions to illegally amass funds and harm the company's interests? Or rather, how many more like Li Ming are there throughout Longhu Game? Lin Chen's voice turned cold. Chairman Lin, this is our negligence. We will thoroughly investigate Li Ming and hand him over to the judicial authorities. Simultaneously, we will conduct a full audit of the company to root out all those who are negligent or damaging our interests. Fong Onping broke out in a cold sweat and stood up immediately. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. I failed to manage my subordinates properly. Hu Hansen also rose, followed by the other vice presidents. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a system mission. Eliminate more than half of the blood-sucking parasites in Dragon Lake Games. Reward complete scripts for Hello Mr. Billionaire, the Wolf Warrior series, Dying to Survive, Hi Mom, and the Detective Chinatown series. Sounds like movie scripts. That reward seems acceptable. Lin Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Alright, I can't completely blame you. Remember, Dragon Lake doesn't harbor idlers or ingrates. I believe I don't need to explain what you should do. Lin Chen said in a deep voice. We know what to do, Chairman Lin. Please rest assured. Chairman Lin, please rest assured. Fong Onping and several other vice presidents quickly chimed in. Lin Chen nodded slightly. If you work hard, I won't treat you poorly. I might even sell you some of Dragon Lake shares at a low price. Fong Onping, Hu Hansen, and the others looked up sharply at Lin Chen upon hearing this. Chairman Lin, do you mean it? Lin Chen's words immediately excited Fong Onping, Hu Hansen, and the rest. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Naturally. Lin Chen always keep my word. It was only a few shares after all. If they did well, what harm was there in giving them a fraction of a percent, or even 1%? The more the company earned, the more they would earn naturally, making them more dedicated. This would allow him to be a better hands-off boss. Thank you, Chairman Lin. We will give our all for the company. Having received the answer, Fong Onping and the others were even more thrilled. Who would have thought that a bad event would lead Chairman Lin to make such a promise? At this moment, they even felt a slight gratitude toward Li Ming. Fong Onping, call me with the final results. Remember, anyone who damages the company's interests will not be forgiven. Yes, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen then dismissed the others, keeping only Hu Hansen behind. Hu Hansen felt a bit nervous, wondering why Lin Chen had singled him out. General Hu, since you're in charge of the gaming division, you must know about the Black Myth Wukong project that Dong Hao is overseeing, right? Lin Chen tapped his fingers on the desk with a rhythmic thump. I know about it, Chairman Lin. Hu Hansen nodded repeatedly. What do you think? Chairman Lin, I have great faith in this game. Currently, all major AAA titles are made by foreign companies. If this game comes out, it will be a massive hit. Hu Hansen's eyes lit up as he spoke. If this game could be made, it would undoubtedly be a phenomenon. Lin Chen smiled lightly. Hu Hansen certainly knew quality when he saw it. Anything from the system was top-notch. Just keep that in mind. If Dong Hao needs any support, give him your full assistance. Hu Hansen was taken aback. This was Lin Chen backing Dong Hao. The rumor that Dong Hao was a friend of Chairman Lin was indeed true. Are you free now, General Hu? Do you have time to take me to see Dong Hao? I have time, Chairman Lin. He'll take you right away. Hu Hansen quickly replied. Inwardly, he grumbled. When the big boss asks if you're free, of course you're free. Dragon Lake Games had built its fortune on gaming, so Dragon Lake Tower was its headquarters. Subsidiaries like Dragon Lake Udeo, Dragon Lake Music, Dragon Lake News, and Dragon Lake Entertainment were spread across the country. Chairman Lin, this way, please. Hu Hansen led the way with great deference. Dong Hao, I'm telling you, our Eggy team has already brought huge profits to Dragon Lake Games. That 200 million funding should go to our project group. And what about your Black Myth Wukong? Your project team has only been around for how long? Why should this funding go to you? I won't accept this. When General Hu arrives, he'll report this to him. Just as Lin Chen and Hu Hansen reached the area of the Black Myth Wukong project team, they heard someone arguing fiercely. Chairman Lin will handle this immediately. Hu Hansen felt somewhat speechless. Stay outside for now, but don't come in. I want to see what this person has to say. Lin Chen's expression darkened, his tone cold. Well, understood, Chairman Lin. Hu Hansen could only silently pray that the Eggy Studios general manager wouldn't offend Chairman Lin. This decision was made by General Hu. If you have a problem, take it up with him. Don't come to our project team and make a scene, alright? Dong Hao said impatiently. Everyone wanted to fight for that funding. If you couldn't win it, you shouldn't go causing trouble at someone else's turf. Was that any way for a studio head to behave? Spare me the excuses. Dong Hao, I'm telling you, this funding belongs to my Eggy studio, and that's final. Zhang Yang finished speaking and turned to leave only to see a young man walking in through the door. Are you the general manager of Eggy studio? Zhang Yang glanced at Lin Chen. Seeing how young he was, he assumed Lin Chen was a college intern Dong Hao had hired. Is this how you address a studio general manager? Didn't your boss Dong teach you any manners? Zhang Yang was already in a foul mood. Seeing Lin Chen, whom he suspected was just an ordinary employee of Black Myth Wukong, speaking to him so bluntly, he assumed it was a provocation and naturally responded harshly. Lin Chen was a bit bewildered. Dude, I just asked if you were the general manager of Eggy studio, and that's rude. At this moment, the employees of Black Myth Wukong nearby, and Dong Hao himself, also spotted Lin Chen. A flicker of delight passed through Dong Hao's eyes. He was about to rebuke Zhang Yang, but saw Lin Chen waving him off. Seeing this, Dong Hao fell silent, but his gaze toward Zhang Yang was filled with schadenfreude. Hu Hansen, eavesdropping outside, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This Zhang Yang was indeed a reckless fool, daring to speak to Chairman Lin like that. Even if he got fired, at least he could boast about scolding the big boss of Dragon Lake Games. Why are you causing trouble at the Black Myth Wukong workplace for the funding? What business is it of yours? What authority do you have to speak to me? An ordinary employee like you should just focus on your own work. Matters like this are beyond your pay grade. Zhang Yang said contemptuously. Then he walked over to Lin Chen, patted his shoulder, and whispered in his ear. And if you dare talk to me like that again, I promise you won't last a day at Dragon Lake. Lin Chen's face turned cold. He hadn't expected the senior management of Dragon Lake Games to be so corrupt, threatening him of all people. Lin Chen looked at the man who appeared to be in his 30s and asked calmly, "Oh, you think you can make sure I can't survive at Dragon Lake? Is your authority really that vast?" At these words, both Dong Hao and Hu Hansen, who was listening outside, were shocked. A studio's general manager threatening to make the chairman of the entire Dragon Lake group unable to work in his own company. This kid defended us and ended up offending Zhang Yang. Should we help him out? How can we help? Even if Boss Dong tried to protect him, it'd be tough. Exactly. The Eggy studio carries far more weight than a newly established project. Zhang Yang hadn't expected this young man to speak out so bluntly in front of so many people. He sneered, inwardly thinking that such petty tricks wouldn't make him hesitate. Zhang Yang's heart was filled with contempt. How much power do I have? Just tell me your name, and you'll find out. His expression turned grim and menacing. My name is Lin Chen. Today I'd like to see if you truly have the authority to fire me. A faint icy smile played on Lin Chen's lips. Zhang Yang froze. Lin Chen. Why did that name sound so familiar? Hu Hansen, who had been waiting outside, finally couldn't resist stepping in. The moment Zhang Yang saw Hu Hansen, his expression instantly became fawning. President Hu, what brings you here? Hu Hansen snorted coldly. Do I need to report to you just to show up? No, that's not what I meant. Zhang Yang quickly waved his hands in explanation. President Hu. The employees of the Black Myth Wukong project, and Dong Hao greeted him respectfully. Hu Hansen nodded slightly. President Hu, did you hear that? General Manager Zhang wants to fire me. Lin Chen turned to Hu Hansen with a smile. Before Hu Hansen could speak, Zhang Yang cut him off. President Hu, I was just about to discuss this with you. This employee is extremely disrespectful toward his superior. I suggest we let him go from Lunghu Games. We can't afford to keep someone like this. As Zhang Yang spoke, he shot a provocative glance at Lin Chen. Hu Hansen found himself speechless. Was Zhang Yang really this dense? General Manager Zhang, I'm an employee of the Black Myth Wukong project. You don't have the authority to fire someone from another department, do you? If you want to fire me, shouldn't you at least get approval from our director Dong? Lin Chen said calmly. Lin Chen is part of my team. You come here throwing your weight around, and now you want to fire one of my people. Are you that dismissive of me? Dong Hao chimed in to back Lin Chen up. Hu Hansen was left speechless, realizing Lin Chen had quite the mischievous side. He looked at Zhang Yang with a hint of pity. Once he learned that the young man before him was longest biggest boss, his mind would probably shatter. Zhang Yang, what are you doing here? Hu Hansen asked in a stern voice. President Hu, I just came to ask why the 200 million funds were allocated to Black Myth Wukong. I believe our Eggy studio is more deserving of that money. Seeing that Hu Hansen seemed to side with Dong Hao, Zhang Yang quickly explained. Then why didn't you come to me instead of barging into Dong Hao's office? Hu Hansen pressed. President Hu, Zhang Yang stammered, unable to speak. He couldn't very well admit had come to throw his weight around. President Hu, are there many people like this in the company? Lin Chen asked Hu Hansen. Shut up. This isn't your... Zhang Yang snapped at Lin Chen with fury, then turned to a stunned Hu Hansen. President Hu, how about we talk in your office? No, no, no. You're the big shot here, Zhang. I wouldn't dare go to a private office with you. Hu Hansen declined quickly, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Chen. Dong Hao's anger flared. Zhang Yang, do you even want to stay at Longhu? How dare you speak to Chairman Lin like that? Dong Hao strode over, grabbing Zhang Yang by the collar, his face contorted with rage. Zhang Yang, not catching the title, Chairman Lin raised his hands in a show of innocence, looking at Hu Hansen. President Hu, you see, I just raised my voice at one of his subordinates, and now he wants to hit me. Dong Hao, calm down, Lin Chen said flatly. Dong Hao released his grip with a shove, sending Zhang Yang stumbling. Zhang Yang looked at Dong Hao's deference toward Lin Chen with growing unease. Hu Hansen glanced at Lin Chen, and at Lin Chen's nod finally let out the words had been holding back. Zhang Yang, do you really not know, or are you pretending? Don't you know who Lin Chen is? Zhang Yang finally realized. This Lin Chen was indeed that Lin Chen. He had thought the young man was just a namesake, but now he understood that what his employees said was true. Could Chairman Lin Chen really be a teenager, just over 20? Zhang Yang's mind went blank. Given the way he had spoken earlier, he must have offended Chairman Lin beyond repair. His eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Lin Chen. Of course I know, President Hu. I was just joking with Chairman Lin. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he bowed and scraped. My sincerest apologies, Chairman Lin. I spoke too harshly. Am willing to accept any punishment, demotion, or pay cut, as long as you let me stay at Longhu. Lin Chen couldn't help but find it absurd. Isn't this strange, General Manager Zhang? You swore you'd make sure I couldn't stay at Longhu. Now you're begging me to let you stay? Did we get things mixed up? Lin Chen said mockingly, eyeing Zhang Yang's complete eye. Zhang Yang was at a loss for words, filled with bitter regret. If only he had been more cautious. When he heard the name Lin Chen, he should have known. An ordinary employee wouldn't dare talk back to a studio head. But it was too late for regrets. I'm truly sorry, Chairman Lin. Before he could finish, Lin Chen cut him off. Go process your resignation right now. And you'd better pray you haven't done anything to harm the company's interests. Otherwise, Lin Chen's tone was icy. Zhang Yang's face drained of color. As a studio head with considerable power, everyone has a few skeletons, and unfortunately for him, he had recently lost some money in the stock market and had embezzled a tiny bit of company funds, planning to cover it up once his stocks recovered. Who would have thought had offended longest biggest boss today? Chairman Lin, I know I was wrong. Please give me one more chance to make things right. I'll kneel. With that, Zhang Yang dropped to his knees in terror. The scene stunned everyone around. They watched him kneel with a hint of satisfaction. Just moments ago, he had been throwing his weight around in their department, and now he was on his knees apologizing. But Lin Chen and Hu Hansen sensed something was off. Even if Zhang Yang wanted to apologize to stay at Longhu, there was no need for such extreme behavior. After all, as a studio head, his abilities were undeniable. Even if fired, he'd find good positions elsewhere. The implication was clear: Zhang Yang had something to hide. General Manager Zhang, let's just forget it. I think Longhu is too small to accommodate a big shot like you. Lin Chen scoffed disdainfully and refused without a second thought. At that moment, Dong Hao and a few employees came over and pulled Zhang Yang up. Director Lin, I really know I was wrong. Please give me one more chance. Zhang Yang kept apologizing, even starting to slap himself with crisp, loud sounds. Director Lin, I beg you, give me another chance. I truly know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. His face soon became red and swollen, but he seemed indifferent, continuing to slap himself without pause. Dong Hao frowned beside him, his face full of disgust. Zhang Yang, if you knew this day would come, why did you act like that in the first place? You threw your weight around in the company, and now it's too late for regrets. Hu Hansen shook his head at Zhang Yang's pitiful and humbled appearance. He had long heard of Zhang Yang's usual arrogance and high-handedness. Now this outcome was simply his own doing. The other ordinary employees whispered among themselves. Acting so arrogant just now you know fear. Exactly, thinking you were all high and mighty, but now you've hit a brick wall. Director Lin did the right thing. Such people can't be kept. Lin Chen watched Zhang Yang's disheveled state, remaining unmoved, his tone icy cold. Manager Zhang, you'd better pray you haven't done anything else. Seeing Lin Chen's resolute attitude, Zhang Yang suddenly collapsed to the ground, as if all strength had been drained from him, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Chen then instructed Hu Hansen, President Hu, immediately organized personnel to conduct a comprehensive investigation into Zhang Yang. We must uncover all his violations in the company. Hu Hansen promptly replied, Yes, Director Lin, I'll arrange it at once. Soon several security guards dragged Zhang Yang out, his face ashen, drawing a crowd of employees. Isn't that the boss of Eggy's studio? Why was he dragged away by security? Oh my god, what a huge scoop. Could he be in some kind of trouble? I know. My friend works on the Black Myth Yukon project team. She said Manager Zhang went there throwing his weight around and ran into the new big boss. He didn't recognize him and even said he'd fire the new boss. Ha 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 ha, that's hilarious. He wanted to fire the big boss. Was that the young big boss? Inside the Black Myth Yukon project team. Director Lin, since you're here for a rare visit, let me show you and President Hu around properly. Dong Hao could already foresee Zhang Yang's fate, which put him in a great mood. Alright, Lin Chen nodded with a smile, then glanced at the employees still gathered around. Get back to work. Finish the game soon, and he'll personally reward you. Yes, Director Lin. Hearing that they would receive a personal reward from Director Lin once the game was completed, the employees' work enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Afterward, Hu Hansan and Lin Chen, accompanied and guided by Dong Hao, toured the entire project team. Having gained a deeper understanding of the game, Hu Hansan was greatly astonished. His gaze at Lin Chen was full of excitement and admiration. Director Lin, although this game is a single-player title and won't generate as much profit as online games, its significance is extraordinary. It breaks. Lin Chen looked at Hu Hansan's excited expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. He could foresee that the name Longhu Games would eventually spread across the world. At this moment, Fang Anping had already set up an investigation team right after the meeting concluded. Upon hearing what Lin Chen had just experienced, he immediately had a target. After a few more hours, Lin Chen's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened it to find a message from the principal. Student Lin, we have fully understood the entire incident. We just held an emergency meeting and have decided to suspend teacher Xin Xian from classes, pending an investigation by the disciplinary committee. At the same time, Vice Principal Wu Gang has been punished. He cannot change positions for 3 years and is disqualified from performance evaluations and awards. Student Lin, would you like to come back to school and have a face-to-face talk? Suzhou University will certainly give you an explanation. Lin Chen thought for a moment. He figured that the school could only go this far. As for Xin Xian, at most, she would just lose her teaching position. But that wasn't enough. For a teacher like that, this punishment alone was insufficient. All right, but I need Vice Principal Wu to personally apologize to me in front of the class. In just a few seconds, the principal replied. No problem. It was Vice Principal Wu's responsibility in the first place, and apology is only proper. All right, Principal. He'll reply again and contact you later. Inside the conference room at Suzhou University, the principal, seated at the head, finally breathed a sigh of relief after reading the messages. After replying to Lin Chen, he placed his phone on the table. Looking at the school leaders gathered around the table, all eyes fixed on him, especially Wu Gang. He slowly began, Student Lin has indicated that he is willing to talk further. That's great. Indeed. That's several hundred million in funding. The principal really has the capability. The group of school leaders immediately beamed with joy. If this laboratory could be established, it would be a solid political achievement. And if some results could be produced. Even Wu Gang breathed a sigh of relief, a flicker of relief in his eyes. However, the principal added another remark. The school leaders immediately grew tense again. Wu Gang's heart also rose. However, Student Lin hopes that Vice Principal Wu can personally apologize to him. The principal spoke, slowly looking at Wu Gang. The school leaders instantly fell silent. Everyone knew that Wu Gang valued his pride immensely. This request seemed simple, but for someone like Wu Gang, it was more painful than taking his life. Wu Gang's face immediately darkened. Principal, of course am willing to apologize, but why must it be in front of the other students? Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for me? If this gets out, what authority would I, Wu Gang, have to serve as principal? The principal also felt a headache coming on. Wu Gang, I understand your difficulty, but you were partly responsible for this incident. Besides, Lin Chen holds the key to several hundred million in investment for the laboratory. So how about this? If you can guarantee securing several hundred million in funding for the laboratory, then this matter can be waived. Wu Gang was immediately struck speechless. Several hundred million. That's not just a few 100,000. The other school leaders began whispering among themselves. Wasn't this his responsibility in the first place? Besides, didn't he accuse the student in front of the whole class? Student Lin's request is perfectly reasonable. Exactly. For the sake of his so-called pride, should the whole school suffer because of it? This street is backed by Suzhou University, and the majority of the people here are students from the university. Naturally, the arrogant behavior of this group provoked outrage. Fine. I agree. Wu Gang gritted his teeth and spoke. All right, then, this matter is settled. Meeting adjourned. The principal breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Wu Gang's agreement. As the vice principal, if Wu Gang had truly refused to apologize, there would have been little the principal could do. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already left Longhu building. After returning to school, it was already past 6 in the evening. As soon as he stepped into the dormitory, Xiao Fei and the others eagerly surrounded him. Boss, how did it go? It's fine. The principal just sent me a message saying he has suspended that psychology teacher and will make Vice Principal Wu apologize to me in person. Lin Chen smiled calmly. Awesome, boss. Even the vice principal of a 985 university has to apologize to you. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. That's only natural. It was his fault. Since he made a mistake, an apology is only right. Lin Chen took it as a matter of course. If you're wrong, you admit it. Just because you hold a high status doesn't mean you're exempt from fault. Boss, my cousin asked me to bring you all to dinner later at the Grand Emperor Hotel. Are you guys coming? Xiao Fei suddenly spoke. Your cousin? That young Master Qin Yang. Xiao Wei interjected. Why is it the Grand Emperor again? Is this hotel the only one worthy of the boss in Tianfu City? Xin Xiao complained. No, it's not that. My cousin's family actually owns a hotel called the Sun Rising Hotel, which is comparable to the Grand Emperor. It's probably because the Grand Emperor is close to our school, so they chose it. Xiao Fei explained. Lin Chen thought it over. He had already turned down Qin Yang last time, and declining again would be impolite. Besides, Qin Yang had helped out before, and he was Old Fourth's cousin. No problem. Great, I'll let my cousin know. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Xiao Fei's face lit up with joy, then he added, "Oh, and we should invite Wang Xijie too, right?" In Xiao Fei's opinion, Wang Xijie's background was good enough to hang out with them. After all, Longzhou Group was a solid top 500 company nationwide. And as the young master of Longzhou Group, Wang Xijie's status was naturally extraordinary. Okay, I'll contact him later. Lin Chen agreed. Then he walked to the bathroom, changed clothes, and took a shower. I really need to get a different car. Driving this convertible under the scorching sun is unbearable. While blow-drying his hair, Lin Chen contemplated. Driving a convertible under the blazing sun brought waves of heat, leaving him drenched in sweat. Ding! Congratulations, host, a system mission has been triggered. Spend 1 million RMB within 10 minutes. Reward a Shelby to Atara's supercar. Lin Chen was startled by the abrupt system notification in his mind. Seriously, system? You're being surprisingly considerate. I only just thought about changing cars a second ago, and now you hand me such a simple mission. Just to give me a car, eh? Without time to dwell on it. There were only 10 minutes left. If he failed such a mission, he might as well hit himself with a tofu block. He pulled out his phone, opened a shopping app, and started buying wildly. He randomly purchased the most expensive clothes, shoes, and bags listed at the top. In the end, he managed to spend 1 million RMB within the 10-minute window. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the system mission. The Shelby to Atara supercar will be delivered to the gate of Suzhou University in half an hour. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Lin Chen felt a slight relief. Why is spending money harder than earning it? Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Then he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Shuwei, asking her to bring Tang Weiner along, explaining that Xiao Fei's cousin wanted to treat everyone to dinner as an apology. He also messaged Wang Xijie. Qin Yang is treating us to dinner. Are you coming? If so, meet me at the school gate in half an hour, or go directly to the Grand Emperor Hotel. Within just a few seconds, Wang Xijie replied, "No problem at all, brother Lin. I'm out playing billiards with Zhu right now, but I'll definitely be at the school gate within half an hour." Lin Chen smiled, faintly pocketed his phone after replying, and urged Xiao Fei and the others, "Are you ready? Hurry up. I need to be at the school gate in half an hour." Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao were quick to get ready. They simply washed their faces and changed clothes before settling in to wait for dinner. Only Xiao Fei kept fiddling with his hair in front of the mirror. "Why, oi? I bought a car, and it's about to be delivered to the school gate. I'm worried that if I linger there too long, it might cause a commotion," Lin Chen explained. The three immediately perked up. "Boss, you bought another car. What car this time? How much did it cost?" "You'll find out soon enough." Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. He didn't even know the price. He had never heard of the Lin Chen pulled out his phone to look it up. "The car the system gives can't be that bad, can it?" he muttered to himself. When he saw the appearance and value of the Shelby to Atara on his phone, a look of delight appeared in his eyes. "Not bad. It's pretty cool. A 7 million RMB car sure is cool. Top speed of 483 km/h. Boss, you and Old Fourth are each driving a supercar with a girl. How about second and me? We can't take a taxi, can we? That would be too embarrassing," Chen Xiao said enviously. "What about your Ferrari SF90, boss? Can I borrow it? That car is still at Yulin Shangting. I gave it to your sister-in-law." Lin Chen smiled wryly. "No worries. Take mine." Xiao Fei pulled a key from a drawer and tossed it to Chen Xiao. "What car is it, Old Fourth? Just go to the parking lot in Zone B and press the button. You'll know." A few minutes later, Xiao Fei and Lin Chen appeared downstairs at the girls' dormitory. "Old Fourth, what car did you give second and third?" Lin Chen asked curiously. "Nothing special. Just a Ferrari Roma worth about 3 million. Xiao Fei replied nonchalantly. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. "Boss, if I really end up with Sister Weiner, I owe you a big favor," Xiao Fei said gratefully. "Of course. For your happiness, this big brother has gone to great lengths." Lin Chen chuckled. Xiao Fei was about to say more when he saw Jiang Shuwei and Tang Weiner walking over arm. "Senior Tang Shuwei." Lin Chen waved. When Jiang Shuwei and Tang Weiner approached, Xiao Fei greeted them with a somewhat awkward smile. "Hey Chen, why didn't you drive?" Jiang Shuwei asked curiously. "I bought a car, and it'll be delivered to the school gate soon. He'll just drive that one." Lin Chen patted Jiang Shuwei's head and smiled. "Huh, you bought another car, eh, Chen?" Chen, you bought another car?" Jiang Shuwei exclaimed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Chen gazed at her dotingly, smiling as he explained. "That Lamborghini Veneno was too hot to drive under the blazing sun, so I bought a new one." Jiang Shuwei nodded gently and asked curiously, "What car? It must be expensive, right?" "You'll know in a bit." Lin Chen smiled and ruffled Jiang Shuwei's hair. "Sister Weiner, would you like to ride in my car?" Xiao Fei looked at Tang Weiner and invited. Tang Weiner's face showed a flicker of hesitation. Xiao Fei quickly added, "Sister Weiner, right now, only I have a spare seat. If you don't take my car, you'll have to take a taxi. Besides, we're friends after all, aren't we?" What's wrong with riding together? Tang Weiner frowned helplessly glanced at Jiang Shuowei. Seeing Jiang Shuowei nod, and with no better alternative, she reluctantly agreed. Okay. Xiao Fei saw Tang Weiner agree, and a smile appeared on his face. He immediately took Tang Weiner into his Porsche 918, and the car sped away. Lin Chen watched the departing Porsche helplessly. It was truly unexpected that the usually flirtatious playboy Xiao Fei acted like a lovesick puppy before Tang Weiner. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei walked hand in hand toward the school gate. Golden sunlight bathed them as if draping them in a dreamy veil. Jiang Shuowei seemed overjoyed, skipping as she held Lin Chen's hand. Lin Chen looked at her so delighted and asked curiously, Shuowei, why are you so happy today? Jiang Shuowei slightly lifted her head, her eyes full of affection, and said softly, Chen, don't you think it feels wonderful to walk hand in hand on the road strolling under the sunset? Lin Chen held Jiang Shuowei's hand and said tenderly, it does feel great, but there will be plenty more opportunities like this. Before they knew it, Lin Chen and the others arrived at the school gate. There a Lamborghini Gallardo, a Porsche 918, and a Ferrari Roma were parked one after another. Their flashy bodies attracted the gazes of many passers-by and students. Many people even took out their phones to take pictures. Wang Shijie, Xiao Fei, Xiao Wei, and Chen Xiao were gathered chatting. Chen Xiao could not wipe the grin off his face. Just now he and Xiao Wei had just stepped out of the Ferrari, and after standing for a while, several pretty senior girls came over to add them on social media. Chen Xiao naturally accepted everyone, or as long as they were good-looking he added them. Chen Xiao exclaimed that Xiao Fei was his benefactor. As for Xiao Wei, he was somewhat uncomfortable. He was originally from the countryside. When he previously said he envied Lin Chen and Xiao Fei's romantic luck, when actually faced with such a situation, he seemed at a loss, blushing as many glamorously dressed beauties in black stockings, white stockings, fishnets, and JK uniforms asked for his contact info. It made the girls giggle. Tang Weiner and Zhu Zhu stood aside, whispering with faint smiles on their faces. At this moment, everyone saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei approaching. Wang Shijie immediately greeted them warmly, brother Lin's sister-in-law. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei nodded. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao also quickly greeted Jiang Shuowei. Xiao Fei couldn't contain his curiosity and eagerly asked Lin Chen, Boss, when did your car arrive? Give us a hint about what it is. Yeah, boss, we've been waiting for a while, but haven't seen any supercar. Chen Xiao also asked curiously. For a moment, everyone's gaze focused on Lin Chen. He was about to speak when he saw a transport truck slowly approaching carrying a white supercar. Lin Chen smiled slightly. See, isn't my car here? Everyone quickly followed Lin Chen's gaze and indeed saw a transport truck carrying a supercar approaching. The transport truck slowly stopped at the school gate. Many curious passers-by and students quickly gathered around, and the scene became lively. Then another car stopped behind the transport truck, and several people got out and surrounded the transport truck, preventing others from getting close. Wow, this supercar is so cool. I wonder which rich young master it belongs to, so extravagant. How much does it cost? I think a few million, right? A few million. You're underestimating this car. I'd say at least tens of millions. The model is so unique, I've never seen it before. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and everyone's attention was captivated by the white supercar, filled with curiosity and envy. Wang Shijie and Xiao Fei also widened their eyes, their faces full of astonishment. Wang Shijie said in shock, Could this be a Shelby Tuatara? The Tuatara. Wang Zijie's voice trembled with excitement. Xiao Fei gazed at the car with burning eyes and nodded repeatedly. That's right, it's that Tuatara. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei heard this and looked confused. Chen Xiao asked eagerly, What kind of car is this? What Tuatara? Xiao Fei explained, This is a top-tier supercar, the SSC Tuatara Globally Limited Edition with incredible performance. Jiang Shuowei also looked at the car curiously. So how much does it cost? Xiao Fei slowly said, approximately 70 million RMB. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and gasped. Their gazes toward Lin Chen were full of admiration. Especially Zhu Zhu, who knew little about Lin Chen. The shock she felt upon hearing that he had added another car worth 70 million was understandable. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. It was a staff member calling. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the staff member in charge of handing over your car. I have arrived at the designated location. May I know if it's convenient for you to come pick it up now? I'm right here by the 3 supercars, Lin Chen said calmly. The staff member looked around, quickly spotted Lin Chen and his group, and hurried over. The staff member glanced at the group, then fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. After carefully comparing him with the profile on his phone, he stepped toward Lin Chen. Meanwhile, the surrounding people's attention naturally converged. The staff member approached Lin Chen and asked with great deference, Sir, are you Mr. Lin Chen? At this moment, someone in the crowd whispered, Isn't that the owner of the Lamborghini Veneno at school, eh? He seems to be the campus belle Jiang Shuowei's boyfriend. Wow, how rich is this campus heartthrob Lin? Million-level luxury cars one after another. How much is this car? About 70 million, right? How much it? This car costs 70 million RMB. Lin Chen nodded slightly and replied, I am Lin Chen. The staff hurriedly took out a tablet and said, Mr. Lin, please cooperate with us for facial recognition and fingerprint verification to confirm your identity. Lin Chen did as instructed, and the verification was quickly passed. The staff's face was full of respectful smiles, bowed deeply, and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Lin, you are now the esteemed owner of the SF90. Here is the car key, please keep it well. May you drive it and enjoy endless speed and passion." As he spoke, he handed the car key to Lin Chen with both hands. Lin Chen nodded and took the car key. He turned around and boarded the transport truck, preparing to personally drive this big lizard down. The SF90 was quietly parked on the transport truck like a sleeping beast waiting to be awakened. Its body lines were smooth and sharp as if carved by the wind, with every line exuding the beauty of power. The white paint shimmered brilliantly under the sun like a flowing pearl, luster delicate and noble. The surrounding crowd let out bursts of amazement. This supercar is absolutely awesome. Lin Chen is really amazing to own such a luxury car. Wang Shijie said enviously, "Brother Lin, this car is so cool, when can I have one too?" Xiaofei smiled. "With your family's conditions, driving such a car is definitely no problem." Wang Shijie gave a bitter smile. "Forget it." Then Lin Chen drove the car, next to the 3 luxury cars of Xiaofei and his companions. The crowd made way, their eyes full of envy. Lin Chen got out of the car, walked to Jiang Shuowei, gently opened the passenger door, and said softly, "Shuowei, get in." A chorus of "wow" erupted from the surroundings. Jiang Shuowei smiled sweetly and got into the car. Lin Chen closed the door, returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove away from the school gate under everyone's gaze. Lin Chen drove the SF90 away from the school gate under everyone's gaze. Xiaofei and the others were still watching Lin Chen's gradually receding car with fond smiles. "Aren't we leaving?" Tang Weiner asked in confusion. Only then did everyone snap out of it. Xiaofei awkwardly opened the door for Tang Weiner. After she got in, he closed the door, got in, and drove the Porsche 918 to chase after Lin Chen. Wang Shijie and Chen Xiao also quickly followed, leaving a trail of exhaust at the school gate. Soon they arrived at the Dihao Hotel. Lin Chen parked the car and got out with Jiang Shuowei. Xiaofei and the others also parked and came over. Xiaofei said enviously, "Boss, this new car really feels different, it's so flashy." Chen Xiao also came over. "Boss, when can I have such treatment?" Lin Chen smiled calmly. "Don't worry, follow the boss, and you'll have meat to eat. In the future, driving at least a million-level sports car is no problem. The boss is mighty." Chen Xiao shouted excitedly. Everyone headed towards the hotel entrance. The doorman saw 4 supercars driving into the parking lot from a distance. When Lin Chen and Xiaofei approached, they realized it was Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei. He quickly bowed respectfully and shouted, "Welcome, Chairman Lin. Welcome, Miss Jiang." Lin Chen waved his hand and said, "No need to be so formal, we're just here for a meal." Jiang Shuowei also felt a bit embarrassed and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Lin Chen looked at Xiaofei. "Where's the private room your cousin booked?" Xiaofei took out his phone and looked. "In the Tianzi-No? 2 private room." Lin Chen understood. Without asking the waiter to lead the way, he frequented the Tianzi-No. 1 private room for meals, and the Tianzi-No 2 private room was right next to it. Just as everyone reached the elevator door, it opened, and several middle-aged greasy uncles walked out, each holding a scantily clad young woman. Tang Weiner's face suddenly stiffened when she saw these greasy uncles. She then lowered her head a little, as if avoiding someone. Xiaofei and Jiang Shuowei were puzzled, thinking Tang Weiner was unwell, and were about to ask, when a voice came over. "Weiner." One of the middle-aged greasy men called out hesitantly, seeing Tang Weiner's lowered head. For a moment, everyone's eyes focused on Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner took a deep breath, then looked up at the greasy uncle with some disgust, glanced at the scantily clad woman he was holding, and asked coldly, "Is there something you need?" The middle-aged greasy uncle noticed Tang Weiner's gaze, and then realized he was still holding a woman. He quickly let go of his hand, then looked at Tang Weiner with a flattering smile, and said, "Weiner, don't talk to your dad so coldly. I didn't expect to run into you here. Just in time, Dad misses you. How about Dad take you to eat something delicious? And wasn't it your birthday not long ago? You wouldn't let Dad come see you. Today Dad will take you to buy some things, and make up for the birthday gift. Clothes, bags, whatever you want, Dad will buy them for you. Oh, Chairman Wang, this is your precious daughter. She's really beautiful." The greasy uncles around Tang Weiner's father immediately flattered. The woman who had just been held by Tang Weiner's father looked quite uncomfortable. After all, her age seemed about the same as Tang Weiner's. "Dad." This statement from the middle-aged greasy man stunned everyone present. The 3 who knew the situation, Xiaofei, Lin Chen, and Jiang Shuowei, immediately looked at Tang Weiner with concern. Sure enough, Tang Weiner's face was extremely cold. "I don't have a father like you. From now on, when you see me, pretend you don't know me. Isn't it fine for us to just stay out of each other's way?" Tang Weiner's father did step forward anxiously. "Weiner, let's talk things out. Although it was my fault back then, haven't I always been thinking of making it up to you? Let's find a place to have a good talk, father and daughter. What is there that can't be resolved? After all, I am still your biological father." Tang Weiner saw him approaching, and immediately stepped back several steps in disgust. "Don't come near me. Lin Chen, Xiao Fei, Xiao Wei, and a few other guys immediately stepped forward to block Tang Weiner's father. What are you doing? She's my daughter. Do you know who I am? Get out of the way. Tang Weiner's father, seeing Lin Chen and the others blocking him, scolded angrily. I don't care who you are. Sister Weiner said, don't come near, so stay away and talk. Xiao Fei said angrily, if it weren't for this scumbag, Sister Weiner might have accepted me by now. Young man, let's talk this over. After all, he is that young girl's father. It's only right for him to say a few words. Exactly. Young people should understand that harmony brings wealth. The few people around Tang Weiner's father also hurried forward to persuade. I am Wang Weiner's father. You insignificant brat, what right do you have to stop me from seeing my daughter? Tang Weiner's father clenched his fists, looking as if he was about to throw a punch. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and he was about to make a move. Wang Qiangjuan, stop pretending here. I stopped being Wang Weiner 10 years ago. My name is Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner was extremely agitated, her chest heaving. Wang Qiangjuan paused in his actions, seeming to realize that he was losing face. Weiner dad knows he was wrong before. Just give dad a chance to make it up to you, okay? Wang Qiangjuan softened his tone, forcing a fawning smile. Tang Weiner bit her lip, her eyes reddening. How can you make it up? When you abandoned mom and me back then, why didn't you think of making it up? This is all in the past. Dad really regrets it now. Wang Qiangjuan looked guilty. Regret? Do you think a simple regret can erase the pain you caused us? Tang Weiner's voice trembled. Jiang Shuwei put her arm around Tang Weiner's shoulder. At that moment, Lu Jing from the lobby came over with several security guards. Chairman Lin, Miss Jiang, are you both all right? It's fine. Lin Chen shook his head. Meanwhile, Wang Qiangjuan and his few friends and female companions looked at Lin Chen with astonishment. I've long heard that the Dihao Hotel had a new young boss. Now that I see you, truly extraordinary. Wang Qiangjuan's eyes darted around, and a fawning smile immediately appeared on his face as he spoke to Lin Chen. Weiner, how come you never told your dad that you know someone like Mr. Lin? Everyone was dumbfounded by Wang Qiang. Lin Chen was even more bewildered. Hey old man, do I know you? Lin Chen, can you do me a favor? Tang Weiner looked at him with reddened eyes. Senior Tang, tell me. Help me get him out of here. I don't want to see him anymore. Tang Weiner pointed at Wang Qiangjuan, speaking each word deliberately. Wang Qiangjuan's eyes widened as he stared at Tang Weiner. Weiner, you can't do this. I'm your father. Chairman Lin, this girl is just speaking in anger. I'm her father, how could she possibly? Lin Chen ignored Wang Qiangjuan's words and instructed Lu Jing and the security guards. Please escort them all out. Yes, Chairman Lin. The security guards immediately stepped forward and began to usher them out. Chairman Lin, I want to get to know you. I'm not close to Wang Qiangjuan. I'm not close to him either. Weiner. As the noise faded away, everyone's attention turned back to Tang Weiner. Lin Chen sighed slightly. With such a father, Tang Weiner was indeed unfortunate. Weiner, it's all right. Don't let this affect our mood. Exactly, Sister Weiner. Let's turn sorrow into appetite and have a big feast later. Drive away all the bad mood. Jiang Shuawei and Zhu Zhu quickly comforted Tang Weiner. Meanwhile, Wang Shijia, Xiao Wei, Chen Xiao, and others kept winking at Xiao Fei, signaling that it was time to show his support. Xiao Fei was in a dilemma. He didn't know what to say in such a situation. Go back to work, we don't need anything here. Lin Chen said softly to Lu Jing. Yes, Chairman Lin. Lu Jing returned to the front desk. Tang Weiner sobbed for a moment before composing herself. She threw the tissue into the nearby trash can and forced a smile. It's okay, I'm used to it. I'm really sorry for ruining the mood because of my matters. Don't stand here, the elevator is here, let's get in. Everyone sighed inwardly, especially Jiang Shuwei, Zhu Zhu, and Xiao Fei, who felt deeply for Tang Weiner. The elevator ascended and soon reached the floor where the private rooms were located. As everyone stepped out of the elevator, Lin Chen saw Dongfang approaching. Chairman Lin, why didn't you inform me in advance? I would have come to the entrance to welcome you. Dongfang was startled for a moment, then quickly spoke ingratiatingly. It's nothing. Lin Chen smiled faintly and then gestured for Jiang Shuawei and the others to go ahead. Last time someone gave me a proposal for something called a hotel-style apartment. What do you think? Lin Chen began. Chairman Lin, I've looked into this before. I think it has great development potential. It's been around abroad for a long time. Dongfang was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he was suddenly being tested, but quickly answered. Although it was only a few dozen seconds, Lin Chen was quite satisfied with Dongfang's response. Since you think it's fine, I'll take you somewhere in a few days. With such background and strength, it was only natural for him to negotiate projects with Rongtou Land. Soon they arrived at the entrance of private room No. Dongfang exclaimed, then found it reasonable. Lin Chen, so young, had spent billions to acquire the entire Dihao Hotel in one go, and even had business dealings with Ma Huateng. With such background and strength, it was only natural for him to negotiate projects with Rongtou Land. Soon they arrived at the entrance of private room No. 2. The door was open, waiting for Lin Chen to enter. All right, I'm here. Go ahead with your work. With that, Lin Chen walked into private room No. 2 under Dongfang's astonished gaze. So, the esteemed guest Master Qin Yang mentioned is Chairman Lin. Dongfang murmured. Having been the general manager of Dihao Hotel for so many years, he naturally knew Qin Yang. The Qin family was one of the top families in all of Shu province, and even in the entire Great Xia, they were a major clan. As the young master of the Qin family, Qin Yang's status was imaginable. It seems Chairman Lin's background is even more formidable than I imagined. If Hauer can gain Chairman Lin's favor and be entrusted with an important position. Dongfang got nearly excited just thinking about it. Inside private room No. 2. Brother Lin, please have a seat. I originally wanted to book private room No. 1, but the general manager of Dihao said that after the change of ownership room No. 1 cannot be booked anymore, the best we can get is room No. 2. The boss of Dihao Hotel is a bit too stingy, Qin Yang said with a laugh. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present became a little awkward. Ahem, boss, the new owner of Dihao is Lin Chen. Xiao Fei coughed lightly to remind Qin Yang. What? So the new boss of Dihao Hotel is Brother Lin. Qin Yang was momentarily taken aback, then gave a dry chuckle. Brother Lin, truly a young talent. With you at the helm, this Dihao Hotel is bound to reach even greater heights. Lin Chen smiled in reply. Brother Qin flatters me. I only bought this hotel to make it convenient for hosting meals. Qin Yang felt a jolt of surprise inwardly. Buying a hotel worth billions just to make it easier to treat guests to meals. Even as the young master of the Qin family, he couldn't afford to be that reckless. The group began chatting casually. Sister Weiner, don't be upset. You still have me and all these friends. Xiao Fei noticed Tang Weiner was in low spirits, her eyes vacant, clearly still dwelling on what had just happened. Thank you. Tang Weiner didn't look at Xiao Fei, she merely offered a very polite word of thanks. Sister Weiner, how about we go out this weekend? I heard Daguili in Tianfu City is quite famous. Shall we go there for a stroll? No need, I have things to do this weekend. Then how about? Qin Yang glanced at Xiao Fei and Tang Weiner, a hint of confusion rising in his heart. Could it be those two weren't dating? Why were they so polite with each other? And why did Xiao Fei look like such a pathetic sycophant? Qin Yang mused silently to himself. As he pondered, he couldn't help but shake his head. If the old master found out, he'd probably be unable to sit still. Just then the waiters began serving dishes, and one by one the table was laden with food. Everyone ate and chatted. Brother Lin, at such a young age you're the big boss of the 100 billion valued Ronto land, and a major shareholder of the Penguin Corporation, truly accomplished early. Qin Yang averted his gaze from Xiao Fei's sycophantic display and turned to converse with Lin Chen. Just lucky, that's all. Lin Chen peeled a shrimp for Jiang Shuawei, placed it in her bowl, and said with a smile. Qin Yang felt a pang of regret. He should have brought a female companion himself. A miscalculation indeed. In truth, today's dinner invitation wasn't just about getting to know Lin Chen. He also had a mission. After the last car club gathering, he had gone home and told his family that Xiao Fei seemed to be dating. The old master was overjoyed and immediately wanted to call Xiao Fei to confirm. But Qin Yang stopped him. What if it turned out to be false? That would be embarrassing. Xiao Fei had grown up with a silver spoon, backed by two powerful families, a true young master. Thus Xiao Fei's romantic life naturally drew attention from both families. And Qin Yang's task this time was to find out if Xiao Fei was really in a relationship. As it turned out, not only was he not dating, he had become a desperate suitor. Brother Qin, I've long wished to make your acquaintance. Today's a perfect opportunity. Let me toast you. At this moment, Wang Shijia also joined the conversation. Qin Yang regarded Wang Shijia with considerable respect. After all, he was the young master of the Longzhou group, worth nearly 100 billion, and the group was virtually a one-man show under the Wang family. Qin Yang smiled, raised his glass, and clinked it with Wang Shijia. Just then Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He opened it to find a message from Dongfang. Chairman Lin Xiangdong, chairman of Haojia Technology, somehow found out you're dining at Dihao. He came to me asking for an audience with you. Not seeing him. Send him away. Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied. Understood, Chairman Lin. Half an hour later. Sister Weiner, why won't you accept me? I truly like you. Can't you just give me a chance? Xiao Fei's face was flushed, his eyes glazed. He grabbed Chen Xiao's hand and kept shouting. Fourth brother, it's me, Chen Xiao. Am not senior sister Tang. Senior sister Tang is over there. Chen Xiao said with a look of disgust. Because he couldn't hold his liquor and had to drive, he hadn't drunk. Chen Xiao tried to pull his hand free from Xiao Fei's grasp, but Xiao Fei held on tightly. Sister Weiner, don't leave me. Xiao Fei hugged Chen Xiao's hand forcefully and shouted. Tang Weiner, standing nearby, watched Xiao Fei's drunken state with a complex expression. They say a man 3 parts drunk can act to make you cry, but she could feel his sincerity. Qin Yang also watched the scene in astonishment. If Lin Chen and the others weren't present, he'd have taken out his phone to record a video and send it to his aunt and the old master. Weiner, look how sincere he is. Even drunk, he's thinking of you. Jiang Shuawei leaned close to Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner bit her lip gently and said nothing, but the way she looked at Xiao Fei softened considerably. Seeing Tang Weiner silent, Jiang Shuawei said no more. She knew her best friend well. Since freshman year over 2 years ago, Tang Weiner had rejected advances from many younger schoolmates, just like herself. It certainly couldn't be resolved in a few days. Brother Qin, given Xiao Fei's state, he definitely needs to rest. How about we call it a day? Lin Chen looked at Qin Yang and asked. I suppose that's the only way. Qin Yang nodded with a wry smile. Over a dozen minutes later, Chen Xiao helped support Xiao Fei on one side and Xiao Wei on the other as the group walked to the hotel entrance. Chairman Lin, young Master Qin, Miss Jiang, please take care. Dong Fong gave a slight bow from the doorway. Lin Chun and the others nodded. But before they even reached the parking lot, someone blocked their path. Young Master Qin, young Master Lin, young Master Xiao, Lin Xiangdong of Haojia Technology. Please be magnanimous and spare my family. Haojia Technology is on the verge of bankruptcy now. Surely you've vented your anger enough. I've brought my blind, unfilial son here to kneel and apologize. The visitor was indeed Lin Xiangdong, followed by Lin Tianyu and a woman. The moment they met, Lin Xiangdong pulled Lin Tianyu to his knees, speaking in an extremely humble manner. The woman hesitated for a moment, then also knelt. Recently, even buying a handbag required her to read Lin Xiangdong's mood, and the other ladies who used to call her sister now kept their distance. This sudden scene left everyone bewildered. Mr. Lin, wasn't what I said earlier clear enough? Besides, what does your company's impending bankruptcy have to do with me? Lin Chen spoke in an extremely calm tone. Qin Yang remained silent, but Xiao Fei, struggling to open his eyes, took in the scene and, emboldened by alcohol, spoke without any courtesy. Huh? Lin Xiangdong, your son hit my brother, and you think it can be swept under the rug? Let me tell you, if you mess with my brother, be prepared to fight me to the bitter end. A touch of emotion flickered across Chen Xiao's face. Fourth brother, you guys are my true brothers. Only then did Xiao Fei realize that the sister Wainer he thought he was holding was actually Chen Xiao. What the hell? It's you. Xiao Fei struggled to stand upright. Meanwhile, Lin Xiangdong and Lin Tianyu, still kneeling on the ground, clenched their fists tightly. Qin Yang, you really are the same bastard as always. The crowd turned to look, and there she was, a woman in high heels dressed in immaculate white walking toward them. Qin Yang's expression twisted in alarm. Xiao Tao, what are you doing here? Qin Yang hurried over to greet her. Chen Xiao immediately asked Xiao Fei, who is this woman? She seems pretty close to your brother. Xiao Fei strained his eyes to see her. The moment he did, his intoxication vanished by half. Holy crap, that's Sister Xiao Tao. She's my cousin, my older cousin's own sister. Qin Yang walked over intending to explain, but the woman in white didn't even glance at him. She brushed past him and headed straight for Lin Tianyu's family. A little embarrassed, Qin Yang still returned to Lin Chun and the others. You should get up first. If these people are bullying you, just tell me. They'll stand up for you. The woman in white swept her gaze over the crowd and spoke bluntly. Lin Xiangdong, seeing that she knew Qin Yang and was so outspoken, felt a flicker of hope kindle in his heart. Thank you, miss, but they have formidable backing. Please don't get involved. You'll only bring trouble upon yourself. Lin Xiangdong finished his woeful speech, then kowtowed again to Lin Chun and the others. Young Master Qin, young Master Lin, young Master Xiao, I don't know this woman. Please don't drag her into this. Everyone was stunned by Lin Xiangdong's act. You shameless old man. It's clearly. Chen Xiao's eyes widened as he was about to curse, but the woman in white cut him off. Xiao Fei, you're here too. Get over here. The woman in white finally noticed Xiao Fei, her brows knitting as she scolded him. Xiao Fei jolted awake, forcing himself through the haze of alcohol as he staggered over to her side. This woman is Qin Xiaotao, my own sister and Xiao Fei's cousin, Qin Yang explained with a wry smile, afraid Lin Chun and the others might misunderstand. Why did you drink so much? And you used the excuse of being drunk to bully others. Do you want me to tell Auntie? The woman in white steadied Xiao Fei with concern, then scolded him. Lin Xiangdong's family, still kneeling on the ground, felt their hearts sink. They were clearly relatives. Lin Xiangdong thought of what he had just said and felt his face burn with shame. Sister Xiaotao, I wasn't bullying the weak. This family sent people to ambush my brother at the school gate and beat him up. They started it. Xiao Fei's face was flushed, and he stubbornly craned his neck. Still talking back, huh? Qin Xiaotao made as if to hit him, and Xiao Fei shrank back, falling silent. Qin Xiaotao looked at the Lin family still kneeling and felt a pang of sympathy. Get up. Let's talk this out. If it wasn't your fault, I'll help you resolve it. Lin Xiangdong's family hesitated, then rose. Lin Chun was annoyed, but since kneeling was undignified and the woman was Xiao Fei's relative, he swallowed his irritation. Tell me what really happened. Qin Xiaotao addressed Lin Xiangdong. Realizing this might be his only chance, Lin Xiangdong was extremely cautious, his mind racing. After a moment's thought, he began. Well, it's like this. My useless son offended these two young masters at school, and in a fit of impulse he hired people to beat up their friend. When I found out, I made my son apologize to them, but because of his transgression the young masters couldn't forgive him. I apologized on his behalf as well, but it was no use. After that, my company was targeted by competitors and is now on the verge of bankruptcy. I'm at my wit's end. That's why I resorted to this. Lin Xiangdong's voice cracked, tears welling in his eyes. Qin Xiaotao looked at him and felt a touch of pity. Xiao Fei, maybe we should just let it go? After all, they've already been punished. She sighed and spoke softly to Xiao Fei. These words only deepened Lin Chen's disgust. Who did this woman think she was? Some saint competing for the Leshan giant Buddha's throne? Lin Chen glanced at Chun Xiao, who remained composed. In truth, Chen Xiao was already satisfied. After all, because he had been beaten, Lin Chen and young Master Xiao had used their connections to bring a company worth over 1 billion yuan to the brink of collapse. He felt it was well worth it. No way, sis. Do you know why my friend was beaten up by her son? Xiao Fei, now mostly sober, was furious when he heard Qin Xiaodao suggest letting the family off. Ignoring his long-standing fear of her, he spoke with blazing anger. Qin Xiaodao was taken aback. Could there be more to the story? Why? The words slipped out before she could stop. His son kept picking on my brother, just because my brother didn't believe what he said. My brother talked back, and then he threatened him, saying, "Watch your back after school." We didn't take it seriously. We're all adults, we thought he wouldn't be so childish. But then while my brother was out having fun at night, he sent people to ambush him. As Xiao Fei spoke, his rage surged. He wanted nothing more than to punch Lin Tianyu right then and there. Qin Xiaotao, sensing his agitation, quickly grabbed hold of him. Alright, I didn't think it through. He'll stay out of it, okay? Qin Xiaotao soothed him gently. Hearing this, Lin Xiangdong grew anxious. Miss Qin, you said you'd help us. Even if my son was wrong, our family has already paid a heavy price. The company is about to go under. Could you please put in a good word for us? Lin Xiangdong spoke urgently. Behind him, Lin Tianyu gazed at Qin Xiaodao with pure admiration in his. The power to decide someone's fate with a single word fascinated him, and Qin Xiaodao's beauty stirred an unfamiliar feeling within his heart. But Qin Xiaodao now found herself in a dilemma. She was soft-hearted by nature in her view, since the Lin family had already suffered near bankruptcy. That should be enough. Lin Chen, meanwhile, was observing how she handled the situation. If she played the saint, then he would have no choice but to disregard Xiao Fei and Qin Yang's feelings. As far as Xiao Fei was concerned, the Lin family had brought this upon themselves. "Yeah, miss, you promised to resolve this for us. You can't abandon us now. Otherwise, we'd rather be dead." Lin Tianyu's mother chimed in, frantically terrified that their sudden savior would give up on them. Qin Xiaodao suddenly felt at a loss. Qin Yang sighed. His own younger sister was simply too kind. He recalled that during high school, Qin Xiaodao had by chance become close friends with the daughter of a small business owner. That girl, relying on their bond, acted arrogantly at school under the guise of being Miss Qin's good friend. And what kind of school did Qin Xiaodao attend? It was filled with the children of various noble families and large corporations, naturally bringing trouble to the Qin family. At the time, Qin Yang attended the same school as Qin Xiaodao and happened to overhear other students gossiping about Qin Xiaodao and her so-called friend. Qin Yang naturally didn't believe it. He knew his sister's character well. Later, after investigating, he discovered that he warned Qin Xiaodao to stay away from that girl, but Qin Xiaodao refused to believe him, insisting she wasn't that kind of person. Helpless, Qin Yang had to tell their father, and without a doubt that girl was later transferred to another school. After finding out, Qin Xiaodao had a huge fight with Qin Yang, and this became the rift between the siblings, persisting to this day. Your whole family is truly shameless, causing trouble and trying to brush it off. If apologies could solve everything, what would the police be for? Xiao Fei sneered. Let me tell you, don't try to guilt-trip my sister with this, or I have 100 ways to deal with you. After speaking, Xiao Fei pulled Qin Xiaodao toward Lin Chen and the others. Ah, Xiao Fei, did you learn these lines from Qin Yang? You can't bully the weak, got it? Qin Xiaodao said discontentedly upon hearing Xiao Fei's words, then shook off his hand. Besides, it's not really guilt-tripping. I did say just now I'd be willing to help them handle this. After speaking, Qin Xiaodao glanced apologetically at Xiao Fei, Lin Chen, and the others. A flicker of joy passed through the eyes of Lin Xiangdong and his companions. They hadn't expected this woman to actually help them. A mocking smile curled on Lin Chen's lips. This cousin of Xiao Fei's must think she's Mother Teresa, right? Jiang Xuewei and Tang Weiner also felt distinctly uncomfortable. If earlier it could be said that Qin Xiaodao had spoken without knowing the full story, that would have been understandable. But now that she knew the facts, she still wanted to protect Lin Tianyu's family and embarrass her own cousin. That was truly baffling. Xiaodao, don't interfere in this matter. Xiao Fei's expression also darkened. Qin Xiaodao had indeed been good to him, but this matter couldn't be let go. Harassing Weiner and gathering a mob to beat up my brothers. Either of these incidents alone was enough to infuriate Xiao Fei. Seeing that Xiao Fei seemed genuinely angry, Qin Xiaodao grew anxious. Xiao Fei, are you mad at your sister? Oh, just do this for me. Talk to your friend and let their family off. Their company is already on the verge of bankruptcy. Enough. Qin Yang finally couldn't hold back. You're not to interfere. This is Xiao Fei's own matter. Qin Yang scolded. Qin Xiaodao's face turned cold when she saw it was Qin Yang speaking. I will interfere. This family has already suffered the consequences. Why can't we just let them go? Do we have to make them drown in debt and struggle to survive in this society? And besides, what I do is none of your business. Qin Yang looked at his sister, feeling both anger and helplessness. Do as you wish. Xiao Fei also grew irritated and turned to walk back to Lin Chen and the others. Watching Xiao Fei, Qin Xiaodao's eyes reddened. Boss, let's go back first, Xiao Fei said dejectedly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and patted Xiao Fei on the shoulder. Xuewei, let's go. Jiang Xuewei obediently walked over to Lin Chen. Brother Qin, we'll head back first, Lin Chen said to Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled bitterly and agreed. All right, today's incident. I apologize on behalf of my sister. Lin Chen glanced at Qin Xiaotao. It's nothing. Soon only Lin Tianya's family of 3 and the Qin siblings remained on the scene. Xiaotao, shall we go back? Qin Yang said gently to his sister, who was reedied and biting her lip. Qin Xiaotao glanced at Qin Yang, ignored him, and walked toward the parking lot. Miss Qin, you can't leave. Lin Xiangdong and his wife hurriedly said. Qin Yang turned to them with a dark look. Lin Xiangdong fell silent immediately. Qin Xiaotao naturally heard the Lin couple's words, but at this moment, she no longer wished to get involved. Her mind was filled with one question: was I really wrong? Why is everyone blaming me? As she pondered, Qin Xiaotao arrived at the parking lot. She saw Xiao Fei talking to a girl beside a Porsche. She instinctively wanted to ask if that was his girlfriend, but thinking of the earlier incident, she stopped herself. Waiter, can you give me a ride? I've been drinking and can't drive, Xiao Fei asked in a low voice, leaning on the car hood. Sure, but I'm not a great driver. They'll be slow, Tang Wainer said, seeing Xiao Fei in such low spirits for the first time. It's fine as long as you can drive. Xiao Fei handed the keys to Tang Wainer and was about to open the passenger door when he saw Qin Xiaotao watching him. His movement paused. Tang Wainer, seated in the driver's seat, followed his gaze and saw Qin Xiaotao. But Xiao Fei got in anyway and closed the door. Let's go, thanks, Wainer. Xiao Fei leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Tang Wainer had no time to think about anything else. She had never driven a sports car before and was trying to familiarize herself with the Porsche 918. After a brief adjustment, she slowly drove off. Qin Xiaotao watched the Porsche fade into the distance and stamped her foot. Stupid Xiao Fei. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei were on their way back to school. Chen, do you think this will put Xiao Fei in a tough spot? Will it affect his relationship with his sister? Jiang Xuewei couldn't help asking. It's Xiao Fei's family matter. Since he chose to handle it this way, he has his reasons. He'll sort it out himself, Lin Chen said with a slight smile. All right. Jiang Xuewei thought that made sense. Oh, by the way, Chen, it's National Day in a few days. My parents said you should come over for a visit. Lin Chen checked the time and realized it was indeed the case. Sure, I'll just let my parents know when the time comes, he said after a moment of thought. Great. They'll tell my mom later. Jiang Xuewei was overjoyed at Lin Chen's agreement. For a moment, she forgot to watch the road, and before she knew it, the car ahead had stopped in the middle of the street. Brake! Lin Chen shouted urgently, his eyes wide. Jiang Xuewei frantically slammed on the brakes, and the car screeched to a halt. Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen were thrown forward violently, then slammed back into their seats. Lin Chen immediately turned to look at Jiang Xuewei. Xuewei, are you okay? Jiang Xuewei looked at the car ahead in fear, then patted her chest. I'm fine, but that scared me to death. She was still panting heavily. Seeing that Jiang Xuewei was unharmed, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but his gaze toward the car ahead was now filled with anger. It was a white Audi A4. Lin Chen opened the door and got out. Seeing this, Jiang Xuewei quickly parked the car, properly unbuckled her seatbelt, and followed him. At that moment, the owner of the Audi A4 also got out, a middle-aged man. Can't you drive? Don't you know you should signal and pull over to stop? Without a word, Lin Chen went straight up and started interrogating him. Ah Chen, don't be so rash, speak calmly. Jiang Xuewei hurried over and grabbed Lin Chen's hand. The driver's expression flickered with anger as he was about to retort, but then he suddenly noticed that the car behind was a supercar, and his face instantly changed. A sycophantic smile crept onto his face. I'm really sorry, young brother, I didn't mean to stop either, he said, stepping aside and pointing ahead for Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei to see. At the intersection ahead, a Panamera and a Ferrari Roma were parked to the side. Two men stood beside the cars, repeatedly apologizing to a man and a woman. The situation had already caused a serious traffic jam. Both cars were luxury vehicles, so even though some drivers were annoyed, they dared not speak up. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. Isn't that Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao? And Han Qiqi and Yu Yang? Jiang Xuewei said in disbelief, covering her mouth. Lin Chen pulled Jiang Xuewei back to the car, then drove to the roadside and parked. I'm really sorry, I didn't notice, my apologies. Chen Xiao was extremely terrified inside. This car was Xiao. A car worth millions ended up in a collision. And it was his fault. Just now Chen Xiao had been driving when he swerved slightly to the left to avoid a little girl on a bicycle and ended up colliding with a Panamera. Stop apologizing, just pay up. My car is only worth a bit over $1 million, but with this damage both doors need to be replaced. Just pay me 100,000. Yu Yang, seeing that Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were driving a Ferrari Roma, was initially quite polite. Huh. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were stunned when they heard 100,000. Driving a Ferrari Roma, you can't afford 100,000. Yu Yang asked, puzzled. Are we only asking for 100,000? Anyway, they're driving a Ferrari, so ask for more. I've had my eye on a dress. Han Qiqi whispered in Yu Yang. Forget it, they're driving a Ferrari Roma, so their background is probably not ordinary. Better not offend them, Yu Yang replied quietly. Xiao Wei, who had still been tipsy, was now completely sobered by the shock. 100,000. Are you robbing us? He blurted out instinctively. Yu Yang's face darkened instantly. What do you mean robbing you? Both side doors are like this, I have to replace them. How about you come with me to the 4S store for an assessment? Yu Yang's tone was angry. Chen Xiao tugged at Xiao Wei and smiled apologetically at Yu Yang. I'm really sorry my friend didn't mean it. How about this? This car isn't mine, it's my friend's. Let's add each other on WeChat first, and after you get the damage assessment, send me the quote. After the insurance payout comes through, I'll transfer the money to you, okay? Upon hearing that the car was borrowed, a flicker of disdain flashed across Yu Yang's eyes. His attitude turned arrogant. So what if the car is borrowed? You still have to pay. And you'll also compensate me for lost work time and emotional distress. At least 100,000, no less. Brother, look. Chen Xiao was frustrated, but since it was indeed his fault, he could only grit his teeth, and just as he was about to explain that he would pay, Yu Yang cut him off. Brother? Who the hell is your brother? Think calling me brother will get you a discount? No way. Yu Yang was arrogant and aggressive. Exactly. We were on our way to my boyfriend's company to look over a proposal. There are dozens of people waiting for a meeting. Who's going to compensate for that loss? Han Chichi chimed in. Yu Yang secretly gave Han Chichi a thumbs up. Actually, in the past, he wouldn't have bothered to haggle so much, or enough compensation would have been fine. But the incident with Lin Chen somehow got out, and his father felt humiliated and directly cut his allowance by half. Now he only had 50,000 yuan a month. On top of that, he had bought Han Chichi quite a few luxury items, and with the car and the woman to support, his wallet was naturally thin. Chen Xiao heard their words and knew he was definitely going to be ripped off today. I'm not refusing to pay, I just don't have that much money on me right now, understand? I'm a student at Suzhou University. What if I leave my ID card with you? If it doesn't work, you'll just call the police. Chen Xiao was getting angry himself. Second brother, no matter how much, we'll pay together, Xiao Wei said through gritted teeth. Chen Xiao shook his head. No need, I was driving, it has nothing to do with you. Just leave it. He knew about Xiao Wei's family situation. Xiao Wei's monthly allowance was just a little over 1,000 yuan. How could he pay? It was only 100,000 after all. His family could afford it, but he would probably get a scolding when he went home. As for Xiao Fei's Ferrari Roma, the front end didn't suffer much damage, a few tens of thousands should fix it. How can this be? Xiao Wei said anxiously. A student from Suzhou University, right? No problem. I'm from Suzhou University too, buddy. If you don't pay up, don't blame me for posting it online. Yu Yang said with a smirk. Hey, don't worry, you'll pay what I owe. But what I don't owe, I won't give a cent more. Chen Xiao said coldly. Honey, isn't that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei? Han Chichi asked uncertainly, looking at a man and woman walking toward them. Yu Yang immediately turned to look. It really is them. Let's go. He was about to pull Han Chichi away to hide. What's there to be afraid of? We haven't offended them recently. Just as Han Chichi finished speaking, they heard the two in front of them look at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei with delight. Big brother. Sister-in-law. What are you doing here? Upon hearing the words from the two before them, Yu Yang and Han Kiki's hearts gradually sank into an abyss. No way. How could we be so unlucky? Yu Yang silently cursed his misfortune. Han Kiki's face also turned pale. Naturally, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei spotted Yu Yang and Han Chichi as well. Jiang Zuwei's eyes flickered with disgust as she glanced at the pair. After learning the details from Chen Xiao, she then turned her gaze toward Yu Yang and Han Chichi. Yu Yang forced an awkward smile and stammered, Mr. Lin, what a coincidence. Lin Chen let out a faint Indeed, quite a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. Han Chichi lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Chen or Jiang Zuwei's eyes. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei, baffled by the tense atmosphere, asked, Boss, you know them? Lin Chen replied indifferently, sort of, but it's not a pleasant acquaintance. Yu Yang hastily explained, Mr. Lin, I was out of line before with Chichi. From now on, I'll make sure to steer clear of you. Lin Chen looked at Yu Yang with some confusion. Hadn't this guy been much cockier before? Even Jiang Shuawei was mildly surprised. Meanwhile, Han Kiki's lowered face twisted with humiliation. In the past, she had often belittled Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner, relying on her wealthy boyfriend. How ironic this situation was now. Lin Chen's gaze swept over Yu Yang and Han Chichi, his expression cold. Then he turned to Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei. Tell me the whole story in detail. Chen Xiao recounted how he swerved to avoid a little girl, causing the collision from beginning to end. Lin Chen frowned slightly, then glanced at Yu Yang's car. Even if my bro is at fault, demanding 100,000 right off the bat is a bit much, don't you think? Let's get the damage appraised first. Pay what's due. Yu Yang had completely lost the arrogant demeanor had shown earlier toward Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei. Mr. Lin, it's just a door replacement. Nothing major. He'll forget the money. Consider it my apology for offending you before. Yu Yang said hurriedly. Lin Chen sneered contemptuously. No need. He'll pay exactly what's owed. Yu Yang could only nod frantically in agreement. Unable to bear the scene any longer, Han Chichi dashed straight to the car. Lin Chen looked around. The traffic was already seriously affected. Soon the police would arrive. Pull the cars to the roadside first. Don't block the traffic. Everyone obediently did as Lin Chen said, without a second thought. Let's go to the 4S shop for the appraisal. They'll pay whatever the quote says, not a cent less. Lin Chen said calmly to Yu Yang. Yes, Mr. Lin. Yu Yang and the others dared not object, responding hastily. Lin Chen turned and got into the car with Jiang Shuawei, starting the engine to leave. Only then did Yu Yang notice the supercar parked by the roadside. He took a closer look at Lin Chen's car, his eyes widening in utter shock. It was an SSC Tuatara, a legendary hypercar worth tens of millions. Han Chi-Chi, seeing Yu Yang's astonishment, couldn't help asking, "What car is that?" "That's an SSC Tuatara, a globally limited edition supercar worth tens of millions." I must have been blind to offend someone like him. Yu Yang swallowed hard. Han Chi-Chi felt a surge of envy and jealousy toward Jiang Shuai. Sourly she muttered, How can Jiang Shuai be so lucky?" Yu Yang shot her a glare. "Keep your mouth shut." Han Chi-Chi immediately fell silent. Soon the group arrived at the 4S shop, where the staff quickly appraised the damage on both luxury cars. During the wait, Yu Yang sat restlessly, racking his brain on how to curry favor with Lin Chen and make amends. Han Chi-Chi had also lost her usual arrogance, sitting quietly, without daring to speak. "Boss, he'll call fourth brother. After all, this car is his." Chun Xiao sighed, looking at Lin Chen. "Go ahead." Lin Chen nodded. By then Xiao Fei had already arrived at the university with Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner parked the car by the male dormitory building and woke Xiao Fei, who had fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Xiao Fei, wake up." Xiao Fei showed no response. Tang Weiner sighed, helplessly looking around. The multi-million-dollar Ferrari had already drawn the attention of many students. Several bold ones even approached to inspect the car. "Xiao Fei, if you don't get up now, we won't see each other again." Tang Weiner threatened the still sleeping Xiao Fei. He immediately snapped awake, stretched, and looked around. "Sis Weiner, you've already dropped me off at the dorm. Thank you so much," Xiao Fei said, looking into Tang Weiner's eyes. She felt a flutter of panic. "You're welcome. Since you're here, we'll get out now." Flustered Tang Weiner tried to open the door and leave. Xiao Fei grabbed her hand. "Sis Weiner, you're going to make a drunk guy park the car," he said with a wry smile. Tang Weiner hesitated, then stayed in the car. She freed her hand from Xiao Fei's grip and drove into the parking lot, which was now empty. "Okay, you'll leave the keys here. I'm off." As soon as Tang Weiner turned off the engine, the surroundings plunged and Xiao Fei grabbed her hand again. Tang Weiner was already flustered, and now with total darkness, she couldn't. "Xiao Fei, what are you doing?" She struggled. Xiao Fei, a grown man, almost couldn't hold on. He quickly let go, afraid of hurting her. "I'm so sorry, Sis Weiner. I just want to talk to you properly, okay?" Xiao Fei said apologetically. Tang Weiner's heart gradually calmed down. "I know what you want to say," Tang Weiner said softly. "Then why?" Xiao Fei asked, urgently, his eyes fixed on her. Even in the darkness, he could barely make out her fair complexion under the dim streetlight. "Didn't Shuai tell Lin?" "How could you not know?" Tang Weiner turned to look at Xiao Fei. Embarrassed, he said, Huh. So you knew all along, Sis Weiner." Tang Weiner didn't reply, instead gazing out the window. "My parents used to be very much in love. At least that's what my mom told me. They were poor back then, but every day was filled with joy and happiness." Xiao Fei did not interrupt. Instead, he quietly listened as Tang Weiner poured out her heart. "But later my dad succeeded in his business and became wealthy. They say that when a man gets rich, he changes for the worse, and my dad was a typical example." Tang Weiner glanced at Xiao Fei as she spoke. "I want go bad," Xiao Fei hastily explained. Seeing his nervous expression, Tang Weiner suddenly let out a chuckle. Then she quickly composed herself. Xiao Fei noticed her smile, and for some reason his mood lifted considerably. "After my dad got rich, he often stayed out all night under the pretext of business dinners and social engagements. Then one time my mom checked his phone while he was asleep and discovered he was keeping another woman. My mom naturally had a huge fight with him. She initially thought that if he cut ties with that woman, they could still carry on for my sake since I was still young." As Tang Weiner spoke, her voice suddenly choked up. Xiao Fei looked at her with deep concern, wanting to comfort her, but at a loss for words. "But I never expected my dad to directly file for divorce. He also transferred assets and bribed my mom's lawyer. At that time my dad's net worth was tens of millions, yet my mom only got a few million. Ever since then I've hated my dad. He probably doesn't really care whether he has a daughter like me. I heard he already has a son with that woman. The kid must be in 2nd or 3rd grade now, right?" Tang Weiner gave a self-deprecating smile. "Sister Weiner, you still have me. And your sister-in-law and the boss. So many of us care about you." Xiao Fei struggled for words, finally blurting out that sentence. "Don't worry about me. I stopped caring long ago," Tang Weiner said, trying to sound casual. "Sister Weiner, believe me. I truly like you with all sincerity." Xiao Fei's voice was remarkably firm. Tang Weiner was slightly startled, a ripple stirring in her heart, but reason quickly suppressed it. Xiao Fei, liking someone isn't just something you say casually. Xiao Fei spoke urgently. "Sister Weiner, I know you have a shadow because of the past, but I'm really different from those people." Tang Weiner was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Xiao Fei, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that I'm afraid of being hurt again. I've already endured the collapse of one family, and I don't want to go through that pain again." Xiao Fei reached out and gently took her by the shoulders. "Sister Weiner, I understand your worries, but please give me a chance to prove myself to you. I'm willing to use time and actions to make you believe in me." Tang Weiner trembled slightly. Xiao Fei's sincerity stirred something in her, but her doubts lingered. "Xiao Fei, I don't know what to do." Xiao Fei sensed her hesitation and took a deep breath. "Sister Weiner, we can take it slow, start as friends." Tang Weiner bit her lip. "Xiao Fei, that's not fair to you." "It's fine, I'm willing." Xiao Fei smiled lightly. "But why?" With your background, you could easily find someone prettier, more considerate, more graceful than me. So why? Tang Weiner voiced the doubt in her mind. Xiao Fei slowly leaned back in his seat upon hearing this. My family is very wealthy and powerful. Since I was a child, everyone around me flattered me and treated me like the boss. Later I realized they were just doing what their families asked, trying to use the younger generation to get close to my family's connections. I've met too many hypocrites, but you, Sister Weiner, gave me a completely different feeling. From the moment you unceremoniously told off that kid Lin Chen, I thought you had a straightforward personality and wanted to get to know you. Xiao Fei smiled at Tang Weiner. You mean that time at Splendid Restaurant? Weren't you not there when I told him off? Tang Weiner blushed and then thought back carefully. I was outside the crowd with Chen Xiao and the others and happened to hear you dressing down Lin Chen. Xiao Fei explained. Oh, and then, just that and you fell for me? Tang Weiner asked with a peculiar expression. Do rich people all have such strange tastes? Haha, I won't tell you now. You'll find out later. Xiao Fei's face suddenly flushed, and he skipped the topic. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Chen Xiao calling. Sister Weiner, it's Chen Xiao. Let me take this first. Xiao Fei even turned the phone around to show her. Tang Weiner nodded, and he answered. Hello. What's up, second brother? Fourth brother. I have let you down. As soon as the call connected, Chen Xiao's wailing voice erupted. What are you howling about? Spit it out quick. Xiao Fei said impatiently. He was just getting into a good chat with Sister Weiner, and Chen Xiao's call came at the worst time. If not for worrying something might be wrong, he wouldn't have answered. Fourth brother, I got into a car accident. I crashed your car. Xiao Fei's heart tightened, and even Tang Weiner in the driver's seat tensed up. A car accident. Weren't you sober? How did you crash? Where are you now? Are you and third brother okay? Xiao Fei asked urgently. Third brother and I are fine, but your car. Chen Xiao's voice trailed off. Damn, you scared me. The car is just a car. It's fine as long as you're okay. Xiao Fei immediately relaxed upon hearing Chen Xiao's words. That car was only 3 million. He wouldn't even care if it was totaled. The guy we hit knows the boss. He wanted to extort me for 100,000, but as soon as the boss showed up he backed off. His name is Yu Yang. We're at the 4S shop getting damage assessments for your car and his. What did you say? His name is Yu Yang. Xiao Fei exchanged a glance with Tang Weiner. Does he drive a Panamera? Yes. Fourth brother, do you know him? Chen Xiao said eagerly. We'll talk when you get back. The car's wrecked, no big deal. He'll have someone repair it. Okay, he'll transfer you the money later. No need. How can I? Before Chen Xiao could finish, Xiao Fei hung up. Sister Weiner, shall we continue? Xiao Fei pocketed his phone and looked at her tentatively. Forget it, it's getting late. Let's head back and rest early. Xiao Fei's face fell with disappointment. Shuawei and I have class tomorrow, so we need to get up early. If you want to have breakfast with us, you'd better get some rest now, Tang Weiner said with a smile. Otherwise you won't be able to get up. Xiao Fei looked up at her in pleasant surprise. No problem. He'll definitely be. 10 minutes later, Tang Weiner stood at the entrance of the male dormitory, watching Xiao Fei stagger into the building, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then turned and walked toward the female dormitory. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the others at the 4S shop finally received the damage assessment for the two vehicles. Ladies and gentlemen, according to our preliminary assessment, replacing the door of this Panamera will cost around 50,000. If we repair it, the expense will be even higher. As for this Ferrari Roma, the preliminary estimate is 80,000. Alright, thank you. Without a second thought, Lin Chen picked up his phone and transferred 50,000 to the account Yu Yang had provided. Consider this matter settled. Lin Chen put away his phone and said indifferently. Of course. Master Lin will take my leave then. Lin Chen gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Yu Yang immediately grabbed Han Chi-Chi, hopped into his Panamera, and said, Hey, aren't you going to have your car repaired here? The shop assistant shouted angrily at the departing vehicle, then turned to look at Lin Chen and the others. Sir, we can't repair this car here. You'll need to take it to a specialized Ferrari service center. However, the assessment fee. How much is it? He'll transfer it to you. Lin Chen said. No need, boss. He'll take care of this. Chen Xiao quickly interjected. Lin Chen didn't insist. Chen Xiao then went to pay. Seeing that matters were resolved, Lin Chen said to Xiaowei, Third brother, got it, boss. Take care on the road with sister-in-law. Xiaowei promptly replied. Aiken, why did Yu Yang's attitude change so dramatically? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously while driving. I don't know. Maybe he saw our car when we walked over. Or perhaps it was something Han Chi-Chi said. Lin Chen thought about it, and could only come up with those two possibilities. Oh, Jiang Shuawei nodded in understanding. Back at school, Jiang Shuawei drove to the male dormitory entrance, dropped Lin Chen off, then parked near the female dorm. Upon returning to her room, she spotted Tang Weiner sitting on a chair hugging her phone with a goofy smile. Jiang Shuawei felt a twinge of curiosity. She knew Tang Weiner had been upset earlier because of her father and had been planning how to comfort her on the way back. Quietly, she crept behind Tang Weiner, leaned in to peek at the phone screen, and as she read, an affectionate smile spread across her face. Oh my, Weiner, are you feeling butterflies? Xiao Fei says he'll always be by your side, and you're grinning like that. Didn't you say you wanted to lock your heart away from love? Jiang Shuawei teased with a laugh. Shuawei, how can you snoop on my chat? Tang Weiner was startled. She instantly flipped her phone screen against her chest, her face flushing crimson, the tips of her ears turning an even deeper red. Ah, is someone getting shy? Come on, tell me what really happened between you two. How did a simple car ride change everything so drastically? Jiang Shuawei pulled up a chair, sat down, and stared at Tang Weiner with curiosity. Well, Tang Weiner stammered, unable to get a word out. All right, Tang Weiner, so now you're keeping secrets from me too, huh? Jiang Shuawei pouted in displeasure. If you dare blame me. Do you think I didn't notice you told Lin Chen about the things I confided in you? Tang Weiner snorted. Huh? Weiner, you know? Oh, I was just trying to set you up with Xiao Fei. I could tell you like him. Jiang Shuawei gave an embarrassed smile, then took Tang Weiner's hand and spoke coaxingly. Who said I like him? Tang Weiner's face reddened again as she stubbornly denied it. Fine. Then tell me what happened between you two. Jiang Shuawei pressed on inquisitively. Oh, it's nothing really. Just that a moment ago. Tang Weiner reluctantly gave a rough account of the events. So you're saying you're willing to accept Xiao Fei now? Jiang Shuawei exclaimed joyfully. Not exactly. I'm willing to trust him, but I still need to see how he behaves. Tang Weiner said, her pretty face flushed. Still being stubborn. Let's see if you can keep that up. Jiang Shuawei let out a mischievous laugh and immediately reached out to tickle Tang Weiner's waist. Ah, stop. Ha. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had also returned to his dormitory. Seeing Xiao Fei motionless under the covers, he assumed his roommate was asleep. After taking a shower, he lay down on his bed as well. Before long, Xiaowei and Chen Xiao came back to the dorm. Boss will transfer that 50,000 to you as soon as possible. Chen Xiao looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. At that moment, Lin Chen was reading a message from Zhou Chuyang, saying that the paperwork for Zhou Ling had been completed and the transfer could happen anytime. Just as he was about to reply, he heard Chen Xiao's words and said helplessly, You know my situation. I'm not short on money, you don't need to pay me back. No, business is business. I have to pay back that 50,000. Chen Xiao shook his head, still firm, and, Second brother, let's split it 50-50. But I can't come up with that much money right now, so I might have to owe you. Xiaowei scratched his head apologetically. No need. I was the one driving, how can I ask you to cover it? Chen Xiao shook his head again in refusal. After all, it was entirely his fault. How could he let his brother shoulder the burden? His family had some savings. His parents earned about 600,000 or 700,000 a year from their aquatic products business. It would hurt to ask them for the 130,000, but it was indeed his mistake. Let me make this clear, you don't need to pay for my car. Even if you offer, I won't take it. Xiao Fei, who had been hiding in his blanket waiting for a reply from Tang Weiner, now spoke up. How can that be? I borrowed your car and crashed it. It's only right that I pay you back. We just got the assessment. Your car's damage is 80,000. I will pay you. Chen Xiao said anxiously. Cut it out. I told you you're not paying. If you do, you're looking down on me, and I want Xiao Fei finished speaking and buried his head back in the covers. This? Chen Xiao's eyes glistened with emotion, his throat tight, with unspeakable gratitude. Xiaowei, standing nearby, felt the same. You heard Xiao Fei. I feel the same way. If you really feel indebted, then help him come up with ways to win over Senior Tang. Lin Chen said with a smile. At these words, Xiao Fei perked up from under the covers. Yes, second brother. Come over here and help me figure out how to reply. And so Chen Xiao was unwittingly dragged over to serve as Xiao Fei's strategist. Lin Chen watched this scene with amusement. Chen Xiao, someone who had barely been in a relationship, was the one Xiao Fei turned to for advice. He then shifted his attention away and replied to his uncle's message. Sure, uncle. Can you bring Xiao Ling over tomorrow? And bring Auntie, Grandpa, and Grandma too. Let's have a meal together. Not long after, Zhou Chuyang replied. No problem. Lin Chen smiled slightly, then sent a message to his mother. Mom, uncle is bringing Xiao Ling over tomorrow. The paperwork is already done. Grandpa and Grandma will come too. Let's eat out then. Really? Good thing I already bought Xiao Ling's daily necessities. We'll move to the new house tomorrow. Bring Shuawei with you tomorrow, and you can have dinner at home. Okay. After finishing all this, Lin Chen lay on the bed and scrolled through Douyin. Then he saw the live stream of Zhuo Gu. After a moment's thought, he clicked in. Zhuo Gu was currently playing the Celestial Battle, and the barrage was completely occupied with discussions about the match. Many people were also sending gifts. Zhuo Gu is truly the strongest mercenary. He made 3 pros violate the rules, and even brought down the general manager of Studio 48. Invincible. Say less. I'm a college student, let me first gift $50 to support Zhuo Gu. Streamer, do you need a girl? I'll fly over for free and play a couple of days with you. Can I? I'll pay. Meanwhile, Zhuo Gu was still urging everyone not to stir up drama. Family, don't. This matter is over. See how the officials handled it this time. It was pretty good. Cheer for me in the Carp Cup 5 days from now. Lin Chen, without a second thought, directly sent over 20 carnival gifts in a row. The entire livestream room fell silent from these 20 carnivals, and the screen was filled with dazzling effects for a long time. Holy cow! Isn't that Chundong Leiguai? Here to give away freebies again. Rich people really don't see money. 20 plus carnivals. That's 60 or 70,000, right? Big shot, can you follow me? I have something to discuss. By then, Zhuo Gu had naturally noticed. Holy shit. Thanks to big shot Chen Dong Leaguai for the carnivals. Zhuoma Gu, seeing it was another donation from Lin Chen, quickly expressed his gratitude. Lin Chen didn't stay long. He simply felt a slight debt to Zhuoma Gu and came to donate this wave. The audience in the livestream room was completely baffled by Lin Chen's actions. Did the big shot leave again? Came for a bit, sent over 20 carnivals, then left. Could this big shot be Zhuoma? Guess all the count. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to throw money away? Huh. Now that you mention it, it does seem like that. Haha, what if it's a behind-the-scenes deal? 666. All kinds of speculation filled the barrage. If Lin Chen had seen it, he'd probably be furious. No, don't talk nonsense. The big shot might simply appreciate my skills. Zhuoma Gu's face darkened as he watched the messages in the barrage. Chairman Lin, the handling results are out. The principal of Hongda School has been dismissed. Vice Principal Gao Chong confessed to his actions and is now under criminal detention. All the school leaders at Hongda Middle School who were involved or knew about this, but did nothing, have received their punishments. Moreover, the suppression of Qian Fugui's case was the work of a deputy director of the County Education Bureau who is now also under criminal detention. At the same time, the school and the bullies will compensate Qian Fugui's parents with 300 RMB. The three main bullies, including Huang Qingxing, have repeatedly committed the crime of picking quarrels and provoking trouble with severe circumstances causing serious social impact. They have been sentenced to 6 years in prison. These matters should spread online by tomorrow. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he read this. He then picked up his phone and called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, why did Qian Fugui's death from school bullying only result in 300 in compensation, and only a 6-year sentence? Lin Chen's tone carried anger. Xiao Fei, Chen Xiao, and Xiao Wei in the dormitory turned their gazes upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Chairman Lin, it's like this. Since Qian Fugue committed suicide, it's considered self-inflicted risk. Therefore, the charge can only be repeated provocation with severe social impact, punishable by 5 to 10 years. However, since the three are minors, their sentences will be reduced. Lu Hai explained. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment, a swelling anger inside him that found no release. He slowly exhaled a deep breath. All right, thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble, Chairman Lin. It's my duty. After hanging up, Xiao Fei and the others couldn't help asking, boss, what's going on? What's sentencing and compensation? Lin Chen sighed and briefly recounted the whole story. What? These people are way too reckless. Chen Xiao said indignantly. It's indeed frustrating, but at least they've been. Xiao Fei added. I feel like there's a lot of this kind of thing where I come from. But since I'm built pretty solid, they never dared. Xiao Wei scratched his head. Anyway, let's drop it for now. Xiao Fei, how are things going with Senior Tang? Lin Chen changed the subject, looking at Xiao Fei. Huh, what do you think? We've definitely taken a big step forward. Xiao Fei said with a beaming face, excitement written all over him. I'm out of here, Weiner replied to me. Xiao Fei lay back on the bed. Just then Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He opened it and saw a message from Jiang Shuawei. Chen, I was just listening to Weiner's gossip. It seems she's slowly starting to accept Xiao Fei a bit. Lin Chen felt much better upon reading Jiang Shuawei's message. I figured as much from how excited Xiao Fei was. I didn't expect it to be true. Let me tell you. The next morning, Lin Chen got up early as usual. As soon as he climbed down from the bed, he found Xiao Fei already brushing his teeth. Lin Chen thought for a moment and understood. 20 minutes later, Xiao Fei and Lin Chen each held 2 breakfast portions and sat down at the table. Boss, when you ran into Yu Yang yesterday, he didn't cause any trouble, did he? Xiao Fei suddenly spoke. Yu Yang and Han Chichi acted like mice seeing a cat when they saw me this time. At first they tried to demand 100 in compensation from Chen Xiao and the others, but once I showed up they barely dared to ask for money. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Chen. Jiang Shuawei quietly crept up behind Lin Chen, tapped him on the shoulder, and shouted loudly. Jiang Shuawei sat next to Lin Chen and giggled, definitely scared. Lin Chen pinched Jiang Shuawei's straight nose affectionately. Weiner. Xiao Fei's face was beaming with smiles. Tang Weiner dared not meet Xiao Fei's eyes, merely murmuring and hum before taking the seat beside him. Were you feeling unwell last night? Tang Weiner asked as soon as she sat down. Not at all. I slept like. Xiao Fei's smile was unstoppable. I can vouch for that. The guy was snoring all night. Lin Chen chimed in with a chuckle. Damn, I never snore all right. Xiao Fei retorted at once, not letting Lin Chen get away with the tease. Tang Weiner and Jiang Shuawei giggled on the sidelines. Shuawei, my uncle's family is coming over today. How about you come home with me for dinner tonight? Lin Chen said while, so sudden. Jiang Shuawei exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen nodded. Zhouling's transfer procedures are all done. The sooner she transfers the better. Besides, my parents have almost finished replacing the furniture at the villa over there. It's ready for us to move in. Lin Chen explained. Okay, then we'll go together tonight. Jiang Shuawei agreed without hesitation. They had already met before, so there was no shyness to speak of. Hey, there are still 2 people here. Tang Weiner rolled her eyes at Jiang Shuawei, feigning displeasure. What's the matter? Got a problem? If you do, tell Xiao Fei to take you home for dinner too. Jiang Shuawei stuck out her tongue playfully. Tang Weiner's face flushed, and she glared at Jiang Shuawei. Hearing Zhang Zui's words, Xiao Fei was secretly delighted, silently thanking her in his heart. I wouldn't mind it, Xiao Fei said immediately. Tang Weiner's face grew even redder. Dream on. You haven't earned my approval yet. Ha ha ha. After breakfast, Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner left for class. Before leaving, Jiang Shuowei handed him the keys to the SSC Tuatura. Boss, we have classes in the 3rd and 4th periods this morning, don't forget, Xiao Fei reminded Lin Chen when he saw him heading toward the parking lot again. Lin Chen paused, then looked at Xiao Fei as if he were an idiot. I've been expelled. What classes would I attend? Xiao Fei was taken aback. All right. Lin Chen shook his head and turned toward the parking lot. A beastly roar erupted as Lin Chen started the engine and drove off. At the Qin Manor in Tianfu City, Suzhou, an elderly man walked into a pavilion where a young woman sat, Qin Xiaotao. This elder was none other than the old Master Qin. Xiaotao, what's happened? You've been down ever since you came back last night. Today you didn't even go to the company. Old Master Qin spoke to her kindly. Grandpa, it's nothing. Just in a bad mood. Qin Xiaotao's voice was laden with dejection. Old Master Qin sat down beside her. Is there something you can't tell even your grandpa? Grandpa loves you the most. Qin Xiaotao glanced at her grandpa, hesitated, then spoke. Grandpa, do you think him really that terrible? How could that be? Our Xiaotao is the best. Grandpa is so proud to have you as a granddaughter. When in with those old fellows, they're green, with envy, ha. Old Master Qin laughed heartily. But Qin Xiaotao pouted. Grandpa, you're lying. If I were really that good, why would Dad, my brother, and they all say I'm too much of a saint? Old Master Qin's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Well, what's wrong with a girl being kind-hearted? Has that brat Qin Yang been picking on you again? Qin Xiaotao bit her lip and said nothing. The old man rose at once. That brat. I told him to be gentle with his sister, but he won't listen. He'll go straighten him out. Grandpa, don't go. He'll tell you. Qin Xiaotao quickly stopped him. A faint, barely perceptible smile tugged at old Master Qin's lips. All right. Then Grandpa will listen to his precious granddaughter. Old Master Qin lovingly patted her head and sat back down. Grandpa, it's like this. In low spirits, Qin Xiaotao recounted the gist of what had happened. Grandpa, was it really my fault? But when I saw that family kneeling on the ground, I truly couldn't bear it. Qin Xiaotao lowered her head and murmured. Old Master Qin sighed, a touch of headache evident as he looked at his darling granddaughter. Xiaotao, I was the one. Old Master Qin spoke softly. Qin Xiaotao looked up at her grandpa, then lowered her head again. I'm not saying the matter itself was wrong. After all, that man provoked first, and even had his men beat up Xiao Fei's friend. I just think since that family has already been punished, why can't we let them off? Their company is on the verge of bankruptcy, and the whole family came to kneel and apologize. They've recognized their mistakes. Qin Xiaotao frowned, puzzled. Old Master Qin's voice grew even gentler. Xiaotao, do you know why the ancients always said to pull out the grass by the roots? Qin Xiaotao nodded. I know, but times are different now. Besides, our Qin family is so powerful. Even if they wanted revenge, they couldn't, right? Qin Xiaotao was very confident in their family's strength. Throughout the entire Shu province, the Qin family was arguably the strongest clan, holding shares in several hundred billion yuan conglomerates. Moreover, the Qin Group was the highest valued corporation in Suzhou with a market cap exceeding 280 billion renminbi. Old Master Qin heard his granddaughter's words, but shook his head. Never underestimate any potential threat. Over a decade ago, a senior executive of the Qin Group embezzled millions. Your father chose to let him off because the man was his childhood friend. But what did we get in return? He sold company secrets and fled abroad with the money from a rival firm. You must have heard something about that incident. Do you know that single event cost the Qin Group tens of billions in losses? Qin Xiaotao felt dazed. She had heard about it from Qin Yang, who had used it as a lesson for her. But at the time she was angry and thought Qin Yang had made it up just to scold her, so she hadn't taken it seriously. Qin Xiaotao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I understand, Grandpa. They'll change little by little. She looked at her grandpa earnestly. A glimmer of relief shone in old Master Qin's eyes as he reached out and stroked her hair. Xiaotao, I'm glad you think that way. I won't be around much longer. When your father retires, the Qin family will have to rely on you for. Don't say that, Grandpa. You're so strong and healthy. You'll live to 100. Qin Xiaotao threw herself into her grandpa's arms upon hearing his words. Old Qin patted Qin Xiaotao on the back with a beaming smile. Xiaotao, time to head to the company, he said cheerfully. All right, Grandpa, I'll be off to the company then. Qin Xiaotao's mood had improved somewhat, so she stood up and picked up her bag. Go on. Qin's Beauty Cosmetics was opened by your father especially for you, so you must work hard. Old Qin offered a few more words of advice. Qin Xiaotao nodded. Got it, Grandpa. I'm heading to the company now. Bye, Grandpa. Qin Xiaotao jogged out of the pavilion. Watch your step. Be safe. She waved a hand behind her, then walked to the garage, got into her pink supercar, and drove off toward the company. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaotao arrived at the office building housing Qin's Beauty Cosmetics trading company. No sooner had she parked than a man outside the building spotted her and approached. Qin Xiaotao instantly recognized him as the young man who had knelt before Xiao Fei and his group outside the hotel yesterday, the one who had stirred up trouble. Her face turned cold. She was kind-hearted, but only out of pity for his parents. Toward the instigator himself, she felt not a shred of compassion. She tried to walk past Lin Chen, but he shamelessly blocked her again. Miss Chen, I just want to thank you. Nothing else. Lin Chen quickly spoke. No need to thank me. Ooh, I didn't really help much. Chen Xiaodao stopped and looked at. No. Just the fact that you spoke up for our family is enough for us to be grateful. Deep in Lin Tianyu's gaze as he looked at Chen Xiaodao lurked a hint of desire. There's no need. If there's nothing else I should go. I have work to attend to. Fearing he might ask for a favor, Chen Xiaodao only wanted to get away. Moreover, the fact that he had found her here meant he had investigated her. His intentions were surely impure. Miss Chen, could I add your WeChat? Some other day I'll treat you to a meal. Seeing that Chen Xiaodao had no intention of continuing the conversation, Lin Tianyu switched to asking for her contact information. No need. Chen Xiaodao shook her head in refusal and walked past him toward the company entrance. Miss Chen, I really mean no harm. I just want to express my gratitude. Lin Tianyu hurried forward to press her. Regret welled up in Chen Xiaodao's heart. She should never have intervened yesterday. What are you doing? Several security guards at the entrance, seeing someone harassing Chen Xiaodao, quickly came over to drive Lin Tianyu away. No. Miss Chen and I are friends. Lin Tianyu hastily explained. The guards looked back doubtfully, but Chen Xiaodao had already entered the building. Who are you trying to fool? Our young lady is way out of your league. If you know what's good for you, get lost. The guards barked without mercy. You. Lin Tianyu glared, clenching his fists as if to strike, but remembering his family's current situation, he unclenched them. What? Too chicken to fight. Then why put on a show? The guards taunted. The veins on Lin Tianyu's forehead bulged. He glanced at the office building's entrance, then left. Huh. What an idiot trying to mess with our young lady. One guard spat in the direction of Lin Tianyu's retreating back. He gave me a scare. If the young lady had gotten hurt right under our noses, we'd be finished. The other guard still looked shaken. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaodao entered the company nodding and smiling in response to the employees who greeted her along the way. But in her mind, she was pondering Lin Tianyu's behavior. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone. Uncle Li, please pick me up and drop me off every day for the next few days. At the same time, Lin Chen had arrived at the entrance of Rongtou Real Estate Tower. Huang Wei and the others came personally to welcome him. Chairman Lin, welcome to inspect our work. Huang Wei and the rest of the senior management bowed respectfully. No need to be so formal. The rest of you can go back to work. General Manager Huang can accompany me. Lin Chen said with a smile. The executives dispersed. Has Director Dong arrived? Lin Chen turned to Huang Wei. Chairman Lin, General Manager Dong is already in your office, Huang Wei replied. Lin Chen and Huang Wei soon reached the office. It had been set up specially for Lin Chen, and though he rarely visited, it was kept spotless. As Lin Chen and Huang Wei entered, Dong Fong, who had been sitting on the sofa, immediately stood up and gave a slight bow. Chairman Lin. Lin Chen nodded. Sit down and talk. The three took their seats, and Lin Chen spoke first. General Manager Huang, the Imperial Hotel is also one of my properties. You, General Manager Dong, is the General Manager of the Imperial Hotel. I know, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen looked seriously at Huang Wei and Dong Fong. I asked Dong Fong to come today mainly to discuss the service department project. Huang Wei, first tell me Rongtou Real Estate's view on this project. Huang Wei nodded and opened the folder. Chairman Lin, according to our market research and analysis, service departments have a certain demand and growth potential in the current real estate market, especially in bustling commercial areas and tourist destinations where there is high demand for short-term rentals and premium living experiences. Service departments are good. Lin Chen nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Dong Fong. Dong Fong cleared his throat and said, Chairman Lin, from a hotel operations perspective, service departments can enrich our product line. After listening to both, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. So you both are in favor of this project? Dong Fong and Huang Wei exchanged glances. Yes, Chairman. Lin Chen then let them continue their discussion while he left, as he had other matters. He strolled around the company. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted a familiar figure holding a sign that read, Rongtou Real Estate boss is heartless, hasn't paid employees wages. Arbitrarily fires employees without compensation. Lin Chen felt his scalp prickle. The woman was Yuan Lu's mother, his own aunt-in-law. Yuan Lu stood beside her, clearly embarrassed, tugging at her sleeve. But she ignored him and even started shouting, Is there anyone who can stand up for us? This company is so powerful it bullies us common folk. By now a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Several security guards, alerted by the commotion, moved closer. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. He turned and walked back toward the office. When he arrived, Huang Wei was still discussing with Dong Fong along with a few others. Seeing Lin Chen open the door, Huang Wei and the others quickly stood. Chairman Lin, the rest of you step out for a moment or just leave. General Manager Dong and General Manager Huang. Lin Chen's tone was cold. The others immediately left the office. Huang Wei and Dong Fong, noting his demeanor, felt a twinge of unease. Lin Chen sat down and looked at Huang Wei. General Manager Huang, do you remember Yuan Lu? He said flatly. He's the one you ordered to be fired. Huang Wei shook her head repeatedly. Dong Fong, seeing the matter didn't concern him, breathed a sigh of relief. Did you give Yuan Lu the proper compensation as required by law? Lin Chen continued. Realization dawned on Huang Wei. Chairman Lin erased the thing. After you ordered me to fire him, we investigated him. It turned out that although his position in the company was low, he used his position to line his own pockets quite a bit. Lin Chen gave a cold laugh when he heard this. Birds of a feather flock together. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Huang Wei continued. Since he's your relative, we didn't take him to court, just had him make up for the... We didn't give him severance, either planning to deduct it from the losses. How much did Yuan Lu embezzle? Lin Chen asked. After offsetting, it's about 50 or 60,000. Without the offset, around 100,000 plus, Huang Wei replied. Alright, I understand. Lin Chen nodded, wondering how to teach them a proper lesson. Or perhaps simply have Yuan Lu locked up. Just then Huang Wei's phone rang. Huang Wei glanced at Lin Chen. Answer it. Lin Chen said indifferently. Huang Wei then pressed the answer button. President Huang, someone is causing trouble downstairs. It's the man who offended Chairman Lin and was fired, then found to have embezzled company interests. He and his family. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei's expression changed drastically. No wonder Lin Chen, who was about to leave, had come back specifically to ask about this matter. I'll be right down. Huang Wei spoke rapidly. Seeing Huang Wei in the call, Lin Chen said, Let's go. With that, Lin Chen rose and walked toward the door. Huang Wei quickly followed. Left in the office, Dong Feng hesitated whether to go, then gritted his teeth and followed. Downstairs, a crowd had already gathered. Many security guards were struggling to maintain order, and several people were negotiating with Yuan Ma. Madam, how about we go inside the company to discuss this? In such a public place, what you're doing will affect our company's reputation. A short-haired woman in professional attire tried to persuade. No way. If your company doesn't give my son a satisfactory explanation today, I'll make a scene. Yuan Ma glared, ranting loudly. Rongtou Jidi is heartless. My son worked for them for years, and they fired him without any severance pay. Who will stand up for us ordinary folks? Her voice carried a hint of tears. A big company like yours. Why make things difficult for them? After all, he's a veteran employee. Even without great merit, he's put in hard work. Exactly. If they weren't desperate, would they go this far? Isn't there a labor law that says for every year an employee works, they get 1 month's salary as severance? Just because you're a big company doesn't mean you can ignore the law. The onlookers, seeing a middle-aged woman speaking with tears and emotion, began to voice their support for Yuan Ma. The professional woman felt helpless. She wanted to tell the truth, but recalling that these two were relatives of Chairman Lin, she feared that if Chairman Lin wished to save face and not be too harsh, her intervention might ruin everything. So she turned to the flustered Yuan Lu and said, Yuan Lu, you know what you've done. If this comes out in the open, it won't. Yuan Lu, already guilty, panicked and tugged at Yuan Ma. Mom, let's stop this and go inside first. But Yuan Ma shook off his hand. No. If we go inside, we'll be isolated and at their mercy. Yuan Ma scolded, then turned to the short-haired woman. Fine. You want to threaten my son too? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Most of the crowd were just spectators, and even the sharper ones who sensed something amiss from Yuan Lu and the woman's exchange still joined in the uproar. Exactly. Say it openly. What's there to hide? You're not trying to trick them into going inside just to bully them, because they're not legal experts, are you? Say it now. Say it now. The crowd chanted in unison, their indignation rising. The short-haired woman was at a loss as the situation spiraled out of control. Seeing the crowd on her side, Yuan Ma grew smug. Trying to bully us? No way. We have the people to support. Yuan Lu covered his face, not knowing what to say. Everyone quiet down. I'm Huang Wei, general manager of... If you have something to discuss, talk to me. We'll settle it right here and now. Huang Wei shouted through a megaphone, acting on Lin Chen's orders. He wanted to see what tricks the mother and son would pull. Lin Chen watched from among the crowd. As the main figure arrived, the crowd fell silent. This was the general manager of Rongtou Jidi. Ordinarily, they'd only see her online. Yuan Lu, on seeing Huang Wei, cowered like a mouse before a cat, burying his head, as if hoping she wouldn't notice him. The crowd parted to let Huang Wei and a few executives through. President Huang. The short-haired professional woman sighed in relief and greeted her respectfully. Huang Wei nodded, then turned to Yuan Ma and Yuan Lu. You want an explanation from us? Fine, I'll give you one right now. Yuan Lu looked up anxiously. You can't decide this. Aren't you afraid your boss will be angry? Huang Wei sneered. Sorry, this is on Chairman Lin's orders. Yuan Ma remained unruffled. Chairman Lin, huh? He still has to call me aunt. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Lin Chen's face instantly turned icy from within the crowd. He nearly lost control and stormed out to dress Yuan Ma down. You mean the big boss of Rongtou Jidi is no way. If they're relatives, why would he do this? Maybe these two offended Chairman Lin, and that's why he fired her. Even so, they should still get severance. Exactly why you can't mix business with family. Too messy. Besides wanting justice for her son, Yuan Ma was also stung by Lin Chen's earlier public humiliation of her at the family gathering. When this incident came up, she ignored her son and husband's objections and insisted on making trouble for Lin Chen. Do you know why we didn't give your son severance? Huang Wei continued, as if Yuan Ma's words meant nothing to her. What else? It's just your precious Chairman Lin hating his poor relatives and wanting to screw us over. Yuan Ma ranted without restraint. The crowd grew even more excited. What a bombshell. A scandal involving the boss of a 100 billion conglomerate. Some quick-witted ones had already started recording, planning to sell the footage to news outlets and social media accounts. Huang Wei's expression changed as she instinctively glanced toward Lin Chen's position. Sure enough, Lin Chen's face was dark. Madam, please watch your words. What you just said has harmed the reputation of our chairman at destiny.Lin. We have the right to sue you. Huang Wei warned with a cold glare. Yuan Ma pursed her lips, but refrained from repeating such remarks. Not only does our company owe your son no severance, but your son also owes destiny 56,000 yuan in compensation. Huang Wei continued. What? My son has to pay you for working at your company. Is this a pay-to-work scheme? Yuan Ma laughed, as if she'd heard a joke. But Yuan Lu's face turned pale. The crowd started murmuring, destiny is so overbearing. They fire employees, and then make them pay the company. Avoid them. Avoid them. What if Yuan Lu really did harm the company's interests? Impossible. If that were true, the mother and son wouldn't dare to cause a scene. But would the general manager of a listed group be so foolish as to say something reckless? Well, alerted by this remark, the crowd realized the truth. Indeed, how could the general manager of a 100 billion conglomerate be so brainless as to say such things publicly? That would be sheer idiocy. Then let me tell you the real reason. Huang Wei scoffed, taking a document from her assistant. This document records all the illegal profits your son Yuan Lu made by abusing his position, over 110,000 yuan in total. Every single entry is here. Want to take a look? Huang Wei mocked. The crowd turned their gaze to Yuan Lu, and Yuan Ma's eyes filled with suspicion. Yuan Ma panicked and looked at her son. Xiao Lu, is what this woman said true? Don't scare your mother. Yuan Lu's guilty conscience wouldn't let him meet his mother's eyes. Seeing his reaction, the crowd knew they had been fooled. No wonder destiny handled it so toughly. Now it makes sense. TSK. A relative abusing power for personal gain. No wonder they fired you. Yuan Ma's face turned deathly pale as she pointed at her son, her lips trembling, but unable to form words. Can we go inside and talk now? Huang Wei's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Yes, of course. Yuan Ma could no longer bear to stay outside, as everyone was condemning her with their words. Everyone please disperse. Our company has prepared some chilled mineral water for you, which you can collect over there in an orderly queue. Huang Wei announced loudly, pointing toward one side of the building's entrance. Indeed, at that moment, workers were carrying case after case of mineral water over there. Most of the crowd, upon hearing about the free bottle of water, swarmed over to line up. Huang Wei cast a glance at the panicked Yuan Lu and his mother. Follow me. With that, she strode into the company building, flanked by senior executives. Several security guards trailed behind Yuan Lu and his mother. As for Lin Chen, he had already returned to the company earlier. Dongfang had been called back to the Dihao by Lin Chen. Yuan Ma regained her composure and looked at Yuan Lu with utter disappointment. Why didn't you tell me about this before we came, eh? Yuan Ma hissed. I was afraid you'd scold me. Besides, I told you not to come before you started making a scene. Yuan Lu grumbled, blaming his mother. If she hadn't made such a fuss, at most they would have just had to make up the 50 or 60,000. But now things were probably much worse. The thought of prison made his whole body tremble involuntarily. Are you saying this is my fault? I came here for you. If you had told me you did something like this, do you think I would have caused such a scene? Yuan Ma, hearing her son's reproachful tone, immediately became explosive. Mom, it's too late for that now. We embezzled over 100,000 from the company. If they sue me, you'll go to jail. Please help me think of a way out. Yuan Lu said frantically. But Yuan Ma remained unflustered. Don't worry. That kid Lin Chen wouldn't dare send you to prison. Zhou Yu is his mother after all. Your father and I will go to their home and talk to her. Zhou Yu is soft-hearted, unlike her son. What we need to think about now is how to squeeze some money out of Lin Chen. If that kid shows no mercy, at least we won't have to pay compensation. Otherwise, he'll go find his mother again. As Yuan Ma spoke, her expression relaxed, even tinged with a hint of smugness. Yuan Lu, hearing his mother's words, found some sense in them. He remembered a bit about Zhou Yu's character. She had taken care of him for a while when he was a child. Thinking this over, Yuan Lu's panic subsided, and he even found the leisure to eye Huang Wei and the short-haired woman's fair legs. As Huang Wei and her group led the mother Anson pair toward Lin Chen's office, the staff of destiny pointed and whispered among themselves. I used to think Yuan Lu was handsome and decent, but who knew he could be so rotten, embezzling company funds, and then bringing his mother to make a scene. Yeah, I used to think Chairman Lin was bad-tempered, firing a relative just because of a few words. Turns out I was wrong about him. Ha ha ha, they'll sue you. Soon the group reached the office. Huang Wei knocked on the door. Chairman Lin, the people are here. By now Yuan Ma was also nervous. Before entering, she hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. What did 100 billion matter? But now inside the company, she could intuitively feel the weight of being the boss of destiny. Yuan Ma and Yuan Lu exchanged glances, both seeing the tension in each other's eyes. Come in. Lin Chen's calm voice came from within the office. Huang Wei opened the door and led Yuan Lu and his mother inside. Little Chen, so you're here. If we'd known, we wouldn't have made a fuss. Yuan Ma, as if entering her own home, walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Turning around to see her son still standing there, she waved her hand. Xiao Lu, come over here. This is your nephew's office. Why are you so stiff? Yuan Lu couldn't help but admire his mother's thick skin. But since Shed said that he had no choice but to brace himself and walk over. Lin Chen, however, paid no attention to them. Instead, he looked at Huang Wei and the short-haired woman. The two of you stay. Everyone else leave first. Yes, Chairman Lin. The others replied respectfully and withdrew from the office. The short-haired woman and Huang Wei also took seats on the opposite sofa. Watching this scene, Yuan Ma couldn't help but regret her actions. If only they had treated Lin Chen's family better. But who could have guessed that an ordinary student from a common family would, after entering university, become the head of Rongtou Jidi? And what's your name? Lin Chen's gaze fell on the short-haired woman. Chairman Lin, hello. Wang Xiaocao, director of the procurement department, and formerly Yuan Lu's supervisor. Wang Xiaocao quickly explained, even though she had no idea who Yuan Lu was until Lin Chen personally singled him out for dismissal. Lin Chen nodded, and then looked at the mother and son. Yuan Lu instinctively straightened up. Yuan Ma, on the other hand, put on a fawning smile. Little Chen, I watched you grow up. You used to come to my house to play all the time. Now look at you. All grown up and so successful. You've really made your parents proud. Yuan Ma flattered. Lin Chen felt a twinge of nausea at her words. Just thinking about it made him angry. When he was a kid, he wanted to go to his grandmother's house because she had a computer. Since he asked in front of everyone, they couldn't very well refuse. At that time, Zhou Yu and Lin Bing hadn't fallen out with them, yet they still worked under them. He remembered one day when the whole family went out to eat, leaving him behind with a few packs of instant noodles to fend for himself. Back then he didn't think much of it. After all, what kid didn't love instant noodles? But as he grew older, recalling that incident, he began to understand the underlying meaning. I'll stop right there. Let's not talk about family ties. Over the years, you know perfectly well whether you've treated us as relatives. Today we're here to talk about Yuan Lu's matter. Lin Chen frowned, his tone barely concealing his disgust. Yuan Lu and his mother could clearly hear the implication. He meant to put aside family relations and deal with the matter strictly. Little Chen, what your grandfather and I did in the past was indeed unethical, but we had our reasons. After we closed the factory and retired, we had no source of income. Stop. Let's not talk about the past. It's ancient history. We're only discussing Yuan Lu's issue today. Lin Chen, feeling both a headache and disgust at Yuan Ma's words, quickly interrupted her. Yuan Ma's expression soured. Being spoken to like this by a younger member of the family, 2 generations below her, almost made her lose her temper. But thinking that her son's fate, and whether they'd have to pay back the money, all rested on Lin Chen's words, she held back. Alright, I won't bring that up. Little Chen, look, Yuan Lu is still your uncle, your mother's younger brother. How about you just let him off the hook for the money? Besides, Yuan Lu can't find a new job anytime soon, he has no income. And with your wealth and the scale of your company, you won't miss this little bit of money. As Yuan Ma spoke, both Huang Wei and Wang Zikao's gazes grew more contemptuous. They couldn't help but feel sorry for Lin Chen. Having such relatives was truly unfortunate. Even Yuan Lu felt his already pale face flush with embarrassment. Lin Chen let out a scornful laugh. I don't think so. First, Yuan Lu has violated the company's interests and now it's out in the open. I can't simply sweep it under the rug or handle it quietly. Otherwise, how could I command the trust of everyone else? Second, what Yuan Lu did is against the law. I have zero tolerance for anyone who breaks the law. After all, I'm a law-abiding good citizen. Lin Chen wore a faint smile. But Yuan Ma and Yuan Lu's faces gradually darkened. As for the third point, I'm afraid I can't tell you. Sorry, Lin Chen said with a grin. Little Chen, but if your uncle goes to prison, his whole life would be ruined. Yuan Ma said anxiously. Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. Oh really? What's it got to do with me? For some reason, when Lin Chen blurted out those words, an indescribable sense of relief surged within him, as if the long-suppressed gloom in his heart had been swept away, leaving his mood exceptionally light and pleasant. Wang Xiaocao beside him bit her lip, her body trembling slightly, obviously struggling to suppress the laughter that threatened to burst forth. Even Huang Wei, known for her composure and steady temperament, could not help but reveal a faint smile on her face. For such shameless relatives, this resolute stance is exactly what is needed. On the other side, Yuan Lu and his mother's faces turned extremely ugly, as if they had eaten something foul. Lin Chen, isn't this going too far? Regardless, we are still your relatives. No matter how much you despise our family, this blood relationship cannot be changed. How can you be so heartless towards your own kin? Do you have any humanity? Yuan Mu, now completely shedding her previous pretense, pointed at Lin Chen's nose in a rage, cursing loudly with spittle flying. Not willing to talk properly. Fine, then I'll have the security guards escort you out. Lin Chen's expression was calm, completely ignoring Yuan Mu's tirade as he leaned back leisurely on the sofa in a relaxed posture. Seeing Lin Chen so nonchalant and indifferent, Yuan Mu's anger grew, even fiercer, almost blazing. Even if your mother were here, she would have to respectfully call me aunt. Who do you think you are? How dare you treat me like this? I'm warning you, don't be ungrateful. Fine. Since you're so heartless, I'll immediately tell all the relatives about your behavior. Let's see how your family can continue to hold their heads up in the entire region. Huang Wei and Wang Xiaocao, upon hearing Yuan Mu's unreasonable words, flushed with anger, their chests heaving. But after all, this was Chairman Lin's family affair, so they hesitated to interject. Yuan Lu, on the other hand, appeared somewhat flustered. He knew clearly that the leverage from his grave mistake was in Lin Chen's hands, and whether he could escape imprisonment depended entirely on Lin Chen's decision. Mom, watch your words. With just one sentence he can send me to jail. Yuan Lu urgently warned Yuan Mu. Does he dare? Yuan Mu remained stubborn, her face full of insolence. You dare to mention my mother? Old bastard. You're just an old fogey throwing your weight around. Security. Throw these two out. Lin Chen could no longer contain his fury and shouted. Then he turned to Huang Wei. Immediately notify the legal department, file a lawsuit now. Huang Wei and Wang Xiaocao were startled by Lin Chen's sudden outburst, their eyes full of shock. Yuan Mu and Yuan Lu were also stunned by Lin Chen's intense reaction. They never expected him to be so resolute, lashing out at the slightest disagreement. Especially Yuan Mu, who was shocked speechless for a long time by the phrase, old bastard. Just then several security guards at the door heard the commotion in the office and rushed in. Chairman Lin. The guards called out in unison respectfully. Expel these two. Lin Chen pointed at Yuan Lu and his mother, his tone icy. The guards immediately approached Yuan Mu and Yuan Lu. Pleased. Yuan Mu's face instantly turned pale. Lin Chen, are you really going to be this ruthless? Lin Chen sneered. Who do you think you are? Xiao Chen, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I really don't want to go to jail. Yuan Lu cried out, tears streaming down, begging desperately. Seeing that the two still wouldn't get up, the guards directly grabbed them. Let go of me. Do you know who I am? I am your Chairman Lin's aunt. Who dares touch me? Yuan Mu struggled violently, shouting loudly. The guards hesitated upon hearing Yuan Mu claim to be Chairman Lin's aunt, their eyes turning to Lin Chen. I told you to throw these two out. Can't you understand what I said? Lin Chen's voice was ice cold. The guards no longer hesitated and directly grabbed Yuan Lu and Yuan Mu, pulling them up and dragging them out of the office. Chairman Lin, should I notify the legal department now? Huang Wei asked cautiously, her eyes seeking confirmation. Yes, make it quick. Lin Chen's tone was low. Huang Wei quickly picked up her phone to contact the legal department. Apart from this, their commotion outside just now must have drawn public attention. Moreover, that woman claimed to be my relative. If you cannot mitigate the public relations impact, contact me immediately. Also, don't consider the familial relationship between us. Handle it as it should be, without leniency. As he spoke, Lin Chen glanced at his watch and realized it was almost lunchtime. Let's call it a day for now. Pay more attention to the service department project. I have things to do, I'll leave now. With that, Lin Chen stood up. Chairman Lin, shall we see you off? Huang Wei and Wang Xiaocao quickly rose as well. No need, carry on with your work. Lin Chen walked straight out of the office. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu and Yuan Mu had already been escorted downstairs by the guards and thrown out of the company gate. Yuan Mu cursed angrily. What a piece of trash. He'll contact that girl Zhou Yu right now. Once I've won over Zhou Yu, I don't believe that brat Lin Chen won't listen to his mother. Rubbing her arm where the guard had grabbed her, she turned back to look at the gate. The guards were now staring at her menacingly. Yuan Lu's face was grim. Mom, why couldn't you have been more polite? Since Lin Chen was willing to sit and talk with us, it means he hadn't made up his mind to sue me. Now that you've caused a scene, things have become difficult. Yuan Mu's expression stiffened upon hearing this, but she stubbornly retorted, it was because of his attitude. Besides, wasn't I speaking properly at first? It was his bad attitude that made me criticize him. Yuan Lu said, forget it, Mom. You'd better contact Yujia. This time you must be polite. This is my last lifeline. Yuan Mu also understood the gravity of the situation. This was about imprisonment, so she could no longer act impulsively. Alright. Let's eat first. After lunch you'll ask where your girl is now, and we'll visit her in person. Yuan Mu knew her son was in a bad mood because of her, so she tried to comfort him. Yuan Lu, feeling hungry as well. I know a restaurant nearby with good food. I used to eat there when I was working. The two walked away from the entrance of Rongto Land's company. Before long, Lin Chen also walked out of the company. Goodbye, Chairman Lin. The guards bowed slightly. Lin Chen nodded and headed toward the parking lot. As he reached his supercar and opened the door to get in, a young man carrying a camera ran over with a flattering smile. Dude, can I take a picture of your car? This car is just too cool. An SSC2 a supercar worth 60 to 70 million. Lin Chen saw it was almost noon, so he declined directly. No thanks. I'm in a bit of a hurry, he said flatly, and opened the door. Well, okay. Can I add your WeChat? When you have time I can come back and take pictures, okay? The young man, undeterred by the refusal, quickly asked again. Not necessary. Lin Chen got in the car and closed the door. The young man had no choice but to step aside. The SSC2's engine roared to life like a beast. The young man watched the supercar drive out of the parking lot, muttering, what a cool car. If Grandpa hadn't forbidden me from buying one, I'd definitely get one myself. With that, the young man walked over to a Brabus G800 parked nearby. As Lin Chen was driving, a message from Jiang Shuawei came in. Chen, where are you? Want to have lunch together today? Lin Chen directly called Jiang Shuawei. Hello? Achin, why did you call me directly? Jiang Zuwei's pleasant voice came through. I just left Rongto land, and am heading to the school. Shuawei, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat. Lin Chen said with a smile. No, I'm not that hungry yet. They'll wait for you to come back and eat together. Jiang Shuawei repeatedly refused. Alright, I still need about 20 minutes to get to school. Great. Then I'll go back to the dorm first. Wainer said there's a newly opened wonton shop on the back street of the school that tastes amazing. Let's go and try it later. Shortly, Lin Chen arrived at the school. After parking the car, he hurried without a moment's rest towards the building of Jiang Zuwei's dormitory. As soon as Jiang Shuawei came downstairs, she bounced happily towards Lin Chen. Achin, have you seen Douyin? The suicide incident at Hongda High School has caused a huge sensation. Jiang Shuawei walked over, took Lin Chen's hand, and said with an excited expression. The two walked hand in hand towards the back gate. Lin Chen heard Jiang Zuwei's words and smiled slightly. Yesterday, Lu Hai had informed him he didn't need to guess what it was about. Do you think this punishment is enough? Lin Chen asked softly. I think it's still a bit light. Qian Fuguei was driven to suicide by them. In my opinion, these people should at least be sentenced to more than 10 years. If we don't make such people afraid, it won't serve as a deterrent. Jiang Shuawei raised her little fist indignantly. Lin Chen patted Jiang Zuwei's head and comforted. Alright, don't be angry. Those few will at least spend 5 or 6 years in prison. By the time they come out, they'll be over 20, and that's how their life will be. Jiang Shuawei just sighed helplessly. The two walked out of the school's back gate, and a bustling snack street appeared. Come on, I'll take you there. Jiang Shuawei seemed very happy, and pulled Lin Chen forward. It was Lin Chen's first time visiting Shu University back street, and he let Jiang Shuawei drag him through the crowds. As they walked, Jiang Shuawei suddenly stopped. Achin, I want to eat teppanyaki squid. Jiang Shuawei pointed at the teppanyaki squid on a nearby stall, and looked at Lin Chen expectantly. No problem, your husband will buy it for you. Lin Chen curved his lips, slightly revealing a doting smile. What are you saying? Jiang Zuwei's face instantly turned crimson, her flustered look amusing Lin Chen greatly. I said your husband will buy it for you, no. How many skewers do you want, wife? Lin Chen pretended to be calm and continued asking. Stop it. There are so many people here. Jiang Shuawei glared with her beautiful eyes, but felt sweet inside. I'm going to say it, wife. Before Lin Chen could finish, Jiang Shuawei quickly stepped forward and covered his mouth. Lin Chen could only make woo-woo sounds. Lin Chen had to repeatedly promise not to say those two words, and only then did Jiang Shuawei remove her hand from his mouth. Lin Chen led Jiang Shuawei by the hand to the teppanyaki squid stall. Boss, give us. Lin Chen said, looking at Jiang Shuawei with a mischievous grin. Sweetheart, how many skewers do you want? He'll just have one. Jiang Zuwei's face flushed again, then she forced calmness and said. Boss, give us 2 large skewers. Lin Chen said with a beaming smile. The boss, a middle-aged uncle in his 40s or 50s, looked at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei with amusement in his eyes. Got it. 36 in total. Want to add potato? No, don't cut into small pieces, just 1 skewer to hold in hand. Alright. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen each held an oversized skewer of squid. You bad guy. The blush on Jiang Zuwei's face hadn't fully faded, and her words carried a tone of playful reproach. Just eat. Lin Chen avoided answering, and took a big bite of his squid with a smile. Jiang Shuawei also took a big bite with a wow, and they ate as they walked. Just then a Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind them honked all the way and forcefully squeezed a path through the crowd. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were also pushed aside by the crowd. The two were eating teppanyaki squid, and with the bump, Jiang Zuwei's squid was knocked onto her clothes. Jiang Shuawei looked down at her beloved clothes now covered in oil stains. This dress was bought with Wainer at the mall for several thousand yuan, and she was instantly distressed. Lin Chen also took out tissues to wipe the oil stains from Jiang Zuwei's clothes. The few male students nearby were startled and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. We didn't mean it. How much was this dress? They'll pay for it. As he spoke, the boy took out his phone, his attitude very sincere. Seeing how sincere the other party was, Jiang Zuwei's anger subsided considerably. Forget it. I'll wash it myself when I get back. You don't need to pay. Are you the campus belle, Jiang? A male student nearby recognized Jiang Shuawei. He then glanced at Lin Chen. After all, according to rumors, the campus belle Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend was a super rich second generation. But why was he eating at a street stall? Could the rumors be false? The onlookers also recognized Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen, and many took out their phones to take pictures. Meanwhile, the Mercedes-Benz G-Class behind them started honking again, its sharp sound particularly jarring. A man in his 20s in the driver's seat rolled down the window, his face full of impatience, and began cursing loudly. Don't block my way. Hurry up and move. Some students nearby had long been dissatisfied with the car's arrogant behavior. The male students from earlier, already annoyed because they had accidentally dirted Jiang Zuwei's clothes due to the car, could no longer restrain themselves. This is a pedestrian street. A car forcing its way in and honking all the way. Have you no manners? Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in rage, unable to tolerate it, and roared, It's my car. I can drive wherever I want. Well, you got a problem. The students were all male with several friends together. Provoked by the man, they immediately retorted, "This is a pedestrian street, understand? Do we need to explain what a pedestrian street means?" The people around also continuously reproached the man in the car. "What's the big deal driving a Mercedes? No manners at all. This kind of person is really disgusting. Probably didn't even finish 9 years of compulsory education." The man in the car snorted angrily, directly pushed open the door, and got out while 3 other men also got out of it. The group of 4 walked up to those male students and said fiercely, "Say that again if you dare." Intimidated by the 4 men's aura, the students immediately dared not speak. The man who spoke sneered and then swept his gaze around. The bystanders also fell silent, afraid of drawing the fire onto themselves. These men clearly looked tough. Then he turned to Lin Chen, Jiang Shuawei, and the others in front of the car, and said arrogantly, "You all get out of my way now." Lin Chen frowned deeply, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and said slowly and coldly, "This road is a pedestrian street, not a place for you to act wild in your car." The man looked Lin Chen up and down and sneered, "Kid, mind your own business and get out of my way." Then he finally noticed Jiang Shuawei beside him, a lecherous gleam flashing in his eyes. "Little sister, add me on WeChat. How about big brother takes you for a ride in the Mercedes G-Class, huh?" The man pointed at the Mercedes G-Class behind him and laughed loudly, looking at Jiang Shuawei beside Lin Chen. The 3 burly men beside him also laughed. Jiang Shuawei, enraged by the man's impudent words, shouted angrily, "You shameless!" Lin Chen pulled Jiang Shuawei behind him, stepped forward, and stared at the man with a cold gaze, saying, "Watch your mouth. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak? Driving a cheap car worth 1 or 2 million, and you're already this arrogant. Oh, a poor college student like you looks down on my Mercedes G-Class. Can you even afford to keep this beauty?" The man glanced disdainfully at Lin Chen, then turned a lecherous look at Jiang Shuawei. "Beauty with looks like yours, you weren't meant to suffer. Come with big brother, it'll treat you to the good life." "Huh, just look at you, you pig. You make me sick." Jiang Shuawei spat in disgust. "You people are really asking for death." Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Why couldn't life ever be peaceful? He took out his phone, ready to call Lu Hai. Just then something unexpected happened. So arrogant. There are so many of us. Do we really need to fear these 4? Bullying our school's campus belle right in front of us. Can everyone really tolerate this? We can't tolerate it. We're in the right, and with so many people, who cares? If these 2 dare to make a move, well, all jump in together. Right? Let's go together. This street is backed by Suzhou University, and the majority of the people here are students from the university. Naturally, the arrogant behavior of this group provoked outrage. In an instant, the angry crowd surrounded these few individuals. The man, however, coldly snorted in disdain. "Go ahead and make a move. Do you dare to make a move? This is a society governed by the rule of law." The man's few friends showed no fear either. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated. After all, if they got arrested for fighting, the consequences would be quite severe for college students. Who said we were going to make a move? You drove into a pedestrian street and disrupted social order. We just need to wait for the police to arrive. Lin Chen spoke slowly. Exactly. We've already called the police. Just wait for them to come. How can you still say this is a society governed by the rule of law? What a shameless bunch. Everyone surround them. We mustn't let them escape. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd immediately reacted. The man was taken aback, then quickly signaled to the people behind him. The few men immediately understood and returned to their car. "Hey kid, consider yourselves lucky, just don't let me see you again." The man said this while making a throat-cutting gesture at Lin Chen, then returned to the car. Lin Chen merely looked at him coldly as he got in. Jiang Shuawei held Lin Chen's hand, looking angrily at the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. So arrogant. This person is truly despicable. Lin Chen gently touched Jiang Shuawei's small hand. "Don't worry, Shuawei, those people can't escape." Lin Chen reassured her. "Is that it, eh? Now they want to run. Everyone block this car. We mustn't let it get away. I don't believe they dare to run me over." The crowd immediately surrounded the car. Beep, beep, beeped. The man in the driver's seat of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class leaned out the window and shouted angrily, "Damn it, you bunch of fools, are you not afraid of death? Get out of the way." With that, he stepped on the gas, trying to force the people blocking his path aside. However, the crowd was already enraged by the man's earlier attitude, and no one moved aside. The man cursed in frustration, but was powerless. He didn't dare to run anyone over. With so many people around, if he really did, he would end up in prison. So he could only inch forward slowly. Meanwhile, Lin Chen contacted Lu Hai, taking pictures of the license plate and the man's appearance to send to him. Check into who this person is. Not long after, Lu Hai's reply came. "Got it, Director Lin, I'll take care of it right away." Lin Chen put down his phone, holding Jiang Shuawei's hand, as they observed coldly. Soon a few police officers approached. Due to the large crowd on the pedestrian street, they parked outside and walked in. As soon as they entered the pedestrian street, they were stunned by the scene before them. The Mercedes-Benz G-Class was still slowly moving towards the crowd. Although the speed was not fast, such provocative behavior startled the police. "Stop! Immediately pull over!" The police shouted hoarsely while nervously approaching the vehicle. In such a dense crowd, if the driver inside got thoroughly enraged and suddenly stepped on the gas, it would result in unimaginable casualties. At this moment, seeing the police arrive, the crowd erupted like a boiling pot, their anger surging like a tidal wave. "Officer, you're finally here." These bastards drove into the pedestrian street, disrupting social order, and their attitude is extremely arrogant. They even want to fight. They must be severely punished. They are completely lawless and have no regard for the law. "Officer, you mustn't let them escape. We demand justice." The people expressed their righteous anger to the police, chattering amongst themselves. The officers worked to calm the agitated crowd while warning those inside the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "People inside the car, listen up. Turn off the engine and get out for inspection," one officer shouted loudly with a megaphone. However, the people inside the car ignored them and showed no intention of getting out, which made the police anxious. "Everyone disperse. Don't gather together," one officer shouted to the crowd. Lin Chen also became alert. He didn't expect the man to be so stubborn, refusing to get out even with the police present. Could he really be a madman? Lin Chen thought to himself as he pulled Jiang Shuawei into a clothing store by the roadside. Jiang Shuawei obediently complied. After all, if that man really went crazy, their position would be very dangerous. It didn't matter for him, but Jiang Shuawei must not get hurt. "If you don't get out, we will take coercive measures," another officer warned sternly with a pale face. At this point, some people in the angry crowd began to shout along with the police. "Get out of the car! Get out of the car!" Initially, the voices were sparse, but soon they coalesced into a deafening roar that echoed throughout the pedestrian street. Finally, under the immense pressure from the police and the crowd, the door of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly opened, and the few men inside reluctantly stepped out. "Officer, this is actually a misunderstanding." The leading man pretended to be calm, trying to defend himself. "Less nonsense. Whatever you have to say it at the police station." The officer interrupted his defense mercilessly, his tone filled with anger. He was also startled. They had to be warned so many times before getting out. If something had really happened, all the police present would face consequences, especially him as the captain. And several officers took out handcuffs and restrained all 4 men from the car. "Take them away," the leading officer commanded. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Great. They've finally been caught. Let's see how they continue to act arrogantly. Good job, officers. These kinds of people need to be dealt with properly." People applauded and cheered. The police swiftly controlled the men, preparing to take them back to the station for further investigation. "Everyone make way. Don't obstruct law enforcement." The officers maintained order while escorting the men towards. Soon the police took the men away from the pedestrian street. As for the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, it was also towed away. Quickly, the pedestrian street returned to its previous state. Aside from the excited discussions among the people, it was as if nothing had happened. After such a commotion, both Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei lost their appetite, casually buying some snacks on the roadside before heading back to the school. Shortly after, Lu Hai's message arrived. "Director Lin, I've found out about the person." The next message was a document. Lin Chen clicked it open directly. 27 years old, owns a bar on the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street. Heh. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's lips. Owning a bar on the Greater Bay Area Commercial Street makes this matter easier to handle. "Shuawei, are you going back to tidy up? Let's head home now. It should be about time for my uncle and his family to arrive." "No need, I have nothing to tidy up. Little stuffed animal is being taken care of by Wayner." Jiang Shuawei shook her head, still a bit unhappy about what had just happened. Lin Chen gently patted Jiang Shuawei's head and said softly, "Are you still unhappy about what just happened? Don't worry, I will make sure those people learn a lesson. It's nothing. Just a little down for a moment, they'll be fine soon. Shall we go to the mall to buy something before heading back?" Jiang Shuawei nuzzled Lin Chen's hand, speaking sweetly. "Sure, I'll follow my darling's wishes." Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei, who resembled a little kitten, and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Jiang Shuawei blushed slightly at Lin Chen's endearment, but didn't object, holding his hand as they walked toward the parking lot. A few minutes later, a white supercar drove out of the campus under the envious and astonished gazes of the students. In the principal's office of Suzhou University. Ding dong. The principal immediately picked up his phone to check, only to find a message from the WeChat official account, which made him disappointingly put his phone down again. Why haven't they contacted me yet? Did they forget about this matter? Should I remind them? The principal thought to himself, gritting his teeth, and picked up his phone again. Lin Chen, do you have time now? About 10 minutes later, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei arrived at the shopping mall. Jiang Shuawei pulled Lin Chen's hand and walked into the mall exuberantly. For a girl, going shopping is nothing short of a delight. Chen, let's first buy clothes for grandpa, grandma, uncle, aunt, as well as Xiao Ling and sister Dong Xue, then some jewelry, and then some more. Jiang Shuawei counted off on her fingers one by one. That's enough, Shuawei. We can't fit so many things in the car. Lin Chen said helplessly. Well, Jiang Shuawei thought about the space in the car. It indeed couldn't accommodate too many purchases. It seemed they'd have to buy a car with a bigger trunk. Lin Chen silently remarked to himself. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen shopped for over half an hour, finally buying clothes for everyone. In the meantime, Lin Chen went back to the car to stow the items, then returned to the mall. The two arrived at the Zhou Xiaofu jewelry store they had visited before. The store manager was idly chatting with the sales staff when she saw Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei enter. She froze for a moment, then immediately put on a beaming smile and hurried over to greet them. Welcome to Zhou Xiaofu Jewelry. What can I do for you? After all, these two were big spenders. Last time they dropped hundreds of thousands, earning Zhou Dongxue tens of thousands in commission. She had been extremely envious back then. Now that Zhou Dongxue had resigned, the commission should fall to her, shouldn't it? Meanwhile, Jiang Zuwei's smile faded. This manager tried to deduct Sister Dongsu's salary last time. So annoying. Jiang Shuawei grumbled discontentedly. Lin Chen squeezed her hand reassuringly. We're just browsing, Lin Chen said flatly to the female manager. Sure, no problem. The manager kept her smile plastered on her face and followed them wherever they went. Whenever they looked at a piece of jewelry, she immediately stepped in to introduce it. Although this was a normal sales tactic, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei were already somewhat displeased with the manager. Such behavior naturally made them even more dissatisfied. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently and said, You don't need to follow us. We can look on our own. The manager's smile stiffened. All right, sir and madam, just call me if you need anything. With that, she stepped aside. TCH. If it weren't for the commission, do you think I'd bother with you too? The manager muttered under her breath as she glared at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Chen, what do you think of this jade bangle? Jiang Shuawei pointed at a jade bangle and said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen followed her gaze. It's quite nice. Lin Chen nodded. Then he suddenly recalled that back when he was in high school, his mother had broken her only jade bangle, which had upset her greatly. Back then he had vowed to buy her an imperial green or emerald green jade bangle, just like those in novels. But over 2 years had passed, and he had somehow forgotten about it. Lin Chen looked around and noticed a young female staff member nearby. Excuse me, could you help us with this bangle? The saleswoman saw that Lin Chen was calling her and was about to approach when the manager shot her a threatening glare. She immediately stopped in her tracks. Sir, let our manager handle it. She knows the bangles best, the saleswoman said reluctantly. The manager walked over with a syrupy smile. Sir, madam, which bangle are you interested in? Our bangles here. Lin Chen was starting to feel annoyed. Can't you read the room? He thought. I said let that saleswoman help me with this bangle. Do you understand? Lin Chen stared at the manager calmly, enunciating each word. Jiang Shuawei shot Lin Chen a worried glance. The manager's smile froze once more. Of course, sir. Fangping, you introduced the products to them. After speaking, the manager turned and left. Once she was out of the store, her smile vanished, instantly replaced by a sullen expression. The saleswoman in the store looked at the manager's furious retreating figure, bewildered. Could the manager have offended? At the same time, she grew worried. What if the manager took her anger out on her? Now can you help us? Lin Chen's voice pulled her back. She took a deep breath and walked over to Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. She could only hope that these two would buy enough to earn her a decent commission to make up for it. Pingping's going to have a tough time after this. The manager is petty-minded, now she's probably going to hold a grudge against Pingping too. Alas, when will this manager step down? I'm thinking of jumping ship. There's no way around it. What can we do? It all depends on whether those two customers can let Pingping earn a good commission. Don't worry. Didn't you notice the watch on that guy's wrist and the bag on the girl's arm? Let me see. Whoa. Patek Philippe. Damn. Hermes. Oh, Pingping scored big this time. The 3 or 4 saleswomen around them whispered among themselves. Sir, madam, this jade bangle is a glutinous rice jade bangle. Priced at 5,999 yuan. The saleswoman quickly got into professional mode. Oh, do you have any jewelry made from imperial green or emerald green jade? Lin Chen pondered for a moment. I'm sorry, sir, our store is relatively small, and we don't carry top-grade jade bangles like imperial green or emerald. However, we do have iced jade bangles of excellent quality, the saleswoman said apologetically. The saleswoman continued, for example, this iced jade bangle with floating green patterns. Its texture is fine, and its luster is exquisite. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei listened attentively, carefully examining the bangles, lightly running their fingers over them as they thought. Shuawei, which one do you like? He'll buy it for you, Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuawei shook her head vigorously. I don't want a jade bangle. Wearing one makes me look like an aristocratic lady. I'm happy being a pure college student. Lin Chen gave a helpless chuckle. I plan to pick 3 bangles. 1 for my mom, 1 for my aunt, and 1 for my grandma. Help me choose. Jiang Shuawei then carefully studied the bangles again. The saleswoman, overhearing Lin Chen's words, was stunned, then overjoyed. These are iced jade. Even the more modest ones cost 60 to 70,000. If he picks 3, that would be over 100,000, maybe 200,000. At the thought, the saleswoman's heart began pounding wildly. Jiang Shuawei pointed at 3 jade bangles. These 3 are nice. Lin Chen looked over and nodded inwardly. The 3 bangles Jiang Shuawei had picked were 1 with floating green patterns, 1 colorless iced jade, and 1 with a faint blue hue. Lin Chen nodded and said to the saleswoman, pack all 3, please. The saleswoman was instantly dumbfounded. Her mouth slightly open, eyes wide as if she couldn't believe her ears. After several seconds, she came to her senses and said excitedly, Sir, are you sure you want all 3? They total over 600,000 yuan. Lin Chen replied without hesitation. Yes, charge it. The saleswoman's hands trembled as she hurriedly answered, of course, sir. He'll process it immediately. When Lin Chen took out his Centurion card, the saleswoman stared wide-eyed. In all her years in the business, she had seen countless cards, but never one like this. The transaction was completed swiftly. After paying, Lin Chen picked up the bag containing the bangles. The saleswoman, beaming, escorted them all the way to the door, bowing repeatedly and saying, thank you both. Please come again. The transaction was completed swiftly. After paying, Lin Chen picked up the bag containing the bangles. The saleswoman, beaming, escorted them all the way to the door, bowing repeatedly and saying, exactly. The commission must be huge. You're so lucky. Come on, tell us what made those two spins. The saleswoman said excitedly, I didn't expect it either. Those two had such an elegant aura, and that gentleman really cares about his family. He bought 3 bangles in one go. Just then the female manager happened to walk back in. Seeing that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had already left, he breathed a sigh of relief. Out of sight, out of mind, it was good that they were gone. How much did that couple just spend? The female manager, upon hearing that Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had bought 3 bracelets, quickly asked. The other employees, seeing the manager arrive, dispersed. Only Fang Ping remained, where she was looking somewhat nervous. Manager, that couple just spent over 600,000, Fang Ping said in a low voice. What? Over 600,000? The female manager exclaimed. She was extremely regretful, thinking why she had to be so sharp-tongued back then. If she hadn't caused trouble for Zhou Dongxue back then, that 30,000 commission would have been hers. You're so lucky, the manager said indifferently, then walked into the break room. Several employees, seeing the manager go in, immediately gathered again. How ridiculous. She was the one who offended that couple, yet she has the nerve to call it luck. Oh, you need to understand her. Losing over 30,000 in commission, anyone would be resentful. While the employees were gossiping about the manager, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had already returned to the car. At that moment, Lin's mother called. What's wrong, Mom? Why haven't you brought Shuawei over yet? Your uncle and the others have already arrived. That girl Xiaoling keeps asking when Shuawei will come. Shuawei and I just bought some things, so we'll be right over. After hanging up, Jiang Shuawei kept pursing her lips to suppress a smile. What are you laughing at? Lin Chen was puzzled. You wouldn't understand. Tee, let's go. Xiaoling misses me. Jiang Shuawei playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Chen, then urged him. Lin Chen was about to put his phone away when he saw a message from the president of Suzhou University. Jiang Shuawei curiously leaned in. Right, didn't you promise the president you'd go over when you have time? I just don't have time. Besides, making them wait a bit helps me let off some steam. Lin Chen shrugged with a casual smile. Jiang Shuawei rolled her eyes at Lin Chen, but didn't say much. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then replied, no time today. How about tomorrow? We have class in the morning. Soon the president's reply came. All right, well, have everything arranged properly. Lin Chen smiled calmly, put away his phone, and started the engine. Accompanied by the roar of the big lizard, the car drove out of the parking lot. At this moment, the internet had all various news marketing accounts immediately stirred up the trend, and coupled with the fact that this incident made many people particularly indignant, the topic quickly surged to the top of the hot search. Rongtou Land Development arbitrarily fires employees without any compensation. Is this the face of capitalists? How detestable. The country should crack down hard on such behavior. Stand up for us grassroots workers. And those shady intermediaries. Last time I worked a summer job, that jerk scammed me out of 2,000 yuan and disappeared. Without severe punishment, the public's anger won't be appeased. One single hum from you is support for this cause. 10,086. The Public Relations Department of Rongtou Land Development immediately reacted. President Huang, the online attention on this matter is extremely high. Should we spend money to buy trending searches and reduce the heat? In the general manager's office, Huang Wei sat in her chair listening to her subordinate's report. No need. The Human Resources and Social Security Bureau of Tianfu City has called me, telling us to handle this matter properly. If it continues to escalate, they will intervene. Huang Wei rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on. Have the company's PR department issue a statement immediately laying out the truth of the matter. Chairman Lin has ordered strict handling. Hasn't the police station already obtained the case registration receipt? Once the evidence is reviewed, immediately file a lawsuit in court. Yes. Several dozen minutes later, Lin Chen's car stopped at the villa entrance. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei, carrying bags of items, rang the doorbell. The door soon opened, and it was Lin's mother. Oh my, bought so many things. Shuawei, come in and sit. Auntie has cut some fruit. Lin's mother warmly greeted them and took the items from Jiang Shuawei's hands. Auntie, sorry to bother you. Jiang Shuawei said with a smile. This is no bother at all. Auntie especially welcomes you. Entering the house, the entire family was now sitting. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei arrive, they immediately greeted them. That girl Zhou Ling, upon seeing Jiang Shuawei, happily ran over. Sister Shuawei, I missed you. Zhou Ling took Jiang Shuawei's hand and sat down on the sofa, then began. The uncle's family also warmly greeted Jiang Shuawei, while Lin Chen beside them was left out. Lin Chen gave a wry smile, put down the things he was holding, and found a seat. After chatting for a while, Jiang Shuawei went to get the gifts. Auntie, this is the clothes Xiaochen and I picked for you. I'm not sure if you'll like them. I like them, I like them. Auntie likes them very much. Lin's mother's face was full of smiles. This is for Aunt. This is for Uncle. This is for Uncle. This is... It took a while, but Jiang Shuawei finally distributed all the gifts prepared for the elders. The uncle, aunt, and Lin's parents looked at Jiang Shuawei with eyes full of approval. Big sister Xiaochen has found you a wonderful daughter-in-law. The aunt exclaimed sincerely. Haha, indeed. Shuawei is such a filial child. Lin Chen has good... Lin's mother beamed with joy. Jiang Shuawei's face flushed, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. Sister Shuawei, what about my gift? Did you forget about Xiaoling? Zhou Ling looked enviously at the other gifts, but she had none, saying with grievance. How could I? Xiling's gift is right here. Jiang Shuawei quickly brought over several bags. This is the little dress sister bought for you. Look, do you like it? Jiang Shuawei took out a white dress with a very nice design. It was a dress she had chosen after browsing several big brand clothing stores. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up immediately, taking the dress from Jiang Shuawei. Wow, what a beautiful dress. Zhou Ling's eyes sparkled with stars, and she couldn't wait to run to the room to change. Seeing Zhou Ling so happy, the uncle and aunt also smiled. Taking advantage of the gap, while Zhou Ling was changing, Jiang Shuawei took out the 3 jadeite bracelets they had bought earlier. Auntie and Grandma, Chen also bought you 3 jadeite bracelets. Oh, why buy such expensive jewelry? The aunt took it and was startled when she saw the price. This single bracelet was worth over 100,000. Grandma also quickly put the bracelet back on the table. Forget it, forget it. Such an expensive thing would be too wasteful for an old woman like me. Lin's mother, however, happily put it on her wrist, looking left and right with eyes full of delight. It's fine. This amount of money means nothing to me. Just accept it. If others knew that Lin Chen, now well off, is still so stingy with his relatives, wouldn't they curse me behind my back? Lin Chen said, half jokingly, half seriously. Yes, this is carefully chosen by Chen. Jiang Shuawei nodded repeatedly. In the end, with Lin's mother also persuading Grandma and aunt, finally accepted. Lin Chen walked over and sat beside his mother, whispering, Mom, I said before that I would one day buy you a jadeite bracelet. This time I finally fulfilled my promise. Next time he'll bring you an imperial green emerald jadeite bracelet. Your son is rich now. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin's mother felt a lump in her throat, and her eyes reddened instantly. Xiaochen, Mom knows you are filial. Mom is proud of you. My son is so accomplished. As she spoke, tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and her voice choked. Lin Chen quickly hugged his mother. Why are you crying, Mom? Shouldn't you be happy that your son has achieved something? Lin Chen wiped the corner of his eye, comforting her. Lin's father, Jiang Shuawei, and the aunt also quickly comforted her. Yes, Xiaochen is so accomplished now. As his mother, why are you crying? The aunt and grandma, moved by empathy, also had red eyes. It took a long time for Lin's mother to calm down. I'm just so happy. Mother, Lin said with a smile. Clatter, clatter, clatter. After changing into her new little dress, Zhou Ling came bounding down the stairs excitedly. She spun around in front of everyone, her face beaming with joy. How is it? Isn't it pretty? It's beautiful, beautiful. How could the dress your sister Shuawei picked out for you not be beautiful? Shuawei has such great taste. This dress makes Xiaoling look just like a little princess. Aunt, Mother Lin, and the others quickly chimed in with praise. Zhou Ling happily threw herself into Jiang Shuawei. Thank you, Sister Shuawei. I absolutely love this little dress. Jiang Shuawei was also delighted that Zhou Ling liked the dress she had chosen so much. It's mainly because Xiaoling is so beautiful. Oh, I also bought you 2 pairs of shoes. See if you like them. As Jiang Shuawei spoke, she took out 2 shoe boxes from the other bags. She thought that after Zhou Ling started school, she'd mostly wear a uniform, so she needed several pairs of shoes. Oh my, Sister Shuawei, you're way too good to me. Even Zhou Ling felt a little embarrassed. Shuawei, you're spoiling this child too much. One dress is enough. Uncle and aunt also spoke up. It's fine. High school involves a lot of activity. Having extra shoes is no big deal. Jiang Shuawei explained. Zhou Ling happily tried on both pairs of shoes and was completely satisfied. Seeing that it was about time, Mother Lin and aunt went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. At that moment, Zhou Dongxue arrived. I had classes for the first 2 periods, so I rushed over as soon as they ended. Zhou Dongxue greeted everyone with a smile and explained. It's fine. Big sister, come quick and see. Shuawei bought you a piece of clothing. See if you like it. Lin Chen said with a smile. Sister Shuawei and my brother prepared gifts for every one of us. As soon as Zhou Ling saw Zhou Dongxue, she happily ran over, took her hand, and pulled her to Jiang Shuawei's side. Really? Oh, Shuawei, you're so thoughtful. Sister Dongxue, try it on. Jiang Shuawei took out the coat she had bought for Zhou Dongxue. After trying it, Zhou Dongxue was very satisfied and kept praising Jiang Shuawei's taste. Oh, Shuawei, you're so thoughtful. Sister Dongxue, try it on. Jiang Shuawei took out the coat she had bought for Zhou Dongxue. After trying it, Zhou Dongxue was very satisfied. Constantly refusing someone's kindness would be overly humble. Dongxue, have you felt any discomfort lately? Zhou Qiuyang finally couldn't help asking. He didn't want to bring this up, but he was deeply concerned about his daughter. Zhou Qianyang always felt he owed his two daughters. He had no ability and could only let them live a hard life. They say raise sons tough and daughters pampered, but he couldn't manage that scraping by frugally. And then his eldest daughter got leukemia, but didn't dare tell her family because of the cost. This was a matter of life and death. The night he learned of his daughter's illness, Zhou Qianyang couldn't sleep all night, his heart filled with remorse. Why couldn't he amount to anything? And his younger daughter endured bullying at school, without daring to tell her family, not wanting to cause them trouble. Zhou Ling was only a high school freshman, just 15 years old. How could she be so understanding? Thus he was deeply grateful to Lin Chen. Otherwise, given their family's situation, even if they knew Zhou Dongxue had leukemia, they couldn't afford treatment. And Zhou Ling's bullying was discovered because of Jiang Xuewei, with Lin Chen stepping in to resolve it. He also helped transfer her to Danshan Middle School and let her stay at their home long term. He bought a car, a house, and so much more. As Zhou Qianyang thought about it, he even felt like kowtowing to his nephew. I'm doing great, Dad. The doctors at my younger brother's hospital are very responsible. Several chief physicians regularly message me to check on my condition. Zhou Dongxue said with a smile. That's good. That's good. Zhou Qianyang nodded repeatedly. His greatest hope now was for Zhou Dongxue and Zhou Ling to be safe and healthy. They chatted for a while longer, but Lin Chen had little to do. He sat bored on the side scrolling through Douyin. The first video he saw was an official clarification statement from Rongtou Land. Recently on the internet. The man in the video was indeed fired by our company, but not due to the various rumors online. It was because he embezzled RMB from the company. The company initially didn't want to pursue legal action, only asking the employee to return the embezzled RMB. The comment section was flooded with netizens. I knew it. The man in the video clearly looked guilty. Good thing I didn't badmouth the company earlier. Who said this company is bad? This company is amazing. Such a conscientious company. If that mother and son weren't so shameless, the company probably wouldn't have wanted to make this public, right? Now they'll probably be sued. Not necessarily. That mother and son are relatives of the boss. Bull. If it were me, I'd go after a relative who did this to me. Butler, I want all the information on the owner of Rongtou Land within 3 minutes. This woman calls herself the grandmother, so the boss must be young. I see it too. I want the boss contact info. Lin Chen read the netizens' comments and shook his head helplessly. He scrolled to the next video. It was about a student suicide at Hongda Middle School. The next video was about the appearance of a Shelby Tuatara at Suzhou University. Next, the stabbed mother had been discharged safely. Her true identity turned out to be the boss lady of Tianlin Culture Entertainment. Next, a spectacular performance by the campus heartthrob and beauty couple at Suzhou University's Mid-Autumn Festival party. Lin Chen twitched the corner of his mouth. Damn, anyone would think Douyin was run by me. Several videos in a row were all about him. Just then the doorbell rang. Lin Chen quickly got up to open the door, full of confusion. Everyone who was supposed to be here had arrived. Who could be ringing the doorbell? When Lin Chen opened the door, it turned out to be Yuan Lu and his mother. Xiaochen, we brought some gifts to see you. Yuan's mother had a smile on her face, and Yuan Lu held up the fruit in his hand. We came to see sister. Yuan Lu also smiled obsequiously. No need. Our family doesn't welcome you. Go back where you came from. Lin Chen said flatly, then closed the door. It's over, Mom. Lin Chen won't even let us in. Yuan Lu's face fell. He had seen the online video and knew a court summons would come soon. This threw Yuan Lu and his mother into unprecedented panic. Don't rush. Let me call you first. Yuan's mother gritted her teeth angrily and dialed a number. Inside the house, everyone was curious. Who was that, Xiaochen? Lin Chen just smiled faintly. No one important. Just someone who took the wrong door. Oh, everyone stopped paying attention. But then Mother Lin hurried out. Xiaochen grinned and says you wouldn't let them in. You child. Mother Lin shot Lin Chen a reproachful look and moved to open the door. What a... How did they find this? Sis, don't open the door for her. That whole family is no good. Zhou Qianyang immediately spoke up. Grandfather and grandmother who were watching TV nearby heard this. Grandmother seemed about to say something, but just sighed and remained silent. Still were blood relatives. It's not right to burn bridges so openly. Mother Lin thought it over and opened the door. Lin Chen sighed. He hadn't wanted Mother Lin to know what that mother and son had done to spare her feelings. But now it seemed unavoidable. Zhou Ling sniffled and frowned, muttering discontentedly. I don't like Grandaunt. She used to yell at me all the time. As the door opened, Mother Lin welcomed Yuan Lu and his mother inside. Oh, everyone's here. And Xiaoyang too. Yuan's mother beamed as she came in. Yuan Lu greeted each person in turn. But everyone only nodded politely. Only grandmother's attitude was relatively normal. Lin Chen, Zhou Qianyang, and Father Lin didn't even look their way. This made the smiles on Yuan's mother and Yuan Lu's faces freeze. Aunt Xiaolu, dinner's almost ready. Why not sit down and have a meal? Mother Lin quickly spoke up to break the awkwardness. If you two have something to say it quickly. We have matters at home and can't entertain guests for long. Lin Chen said calmly. He was well aware of their intention. They were trying to work through his mother. He figured it was better to let his mother know exactly what they had done. Oh, perhaps she would finally let go. Yuan's mother and Yuan Lu were about to find a place to sit down for a meal and talk, but upon hearing Lin Chen's words they had no choice but to hold back their words. What business could we have? We just came to see little you. Yuan's mother forced an awkward smile. Lin's mother cast a reproachful glance at Lin Chen, then said to Yuan's mother and Yuan Lu, Aunt Xiao Chun is in a bad mood today, but don't take it to heart. Before she could finish, Lin Chen interrupted her. Mom, do you know what they did? Do you know why they suddenly showed up at our house today? As soon as Lin Chen said this, everyone in the living room became serious. Given Lin Chen's harsh attitude and such words, it must be that the mother and daughter had done something that infuriated Lin Chen again. What have you done now? Tell me, does our family owe you something? Even after moving so far away, can't you just leave us? Zhou Chaoyang said with an angry expression without any courtesy. Lin's father sighed beside him and said nothing. Honestly, if this family wasn't his wife's uncle's family, he would have turned hostile long ago. Even if it were his own uncle, he would still turn on them. Yuan's mother and Yuan Lu's faces showed panic. Lin's mother also sensed something was wrong. Aunt, just tell us directly. If I can help, I will. You girl, to tell you the truth, I did come today to ask a favor of you. Yuan's mother had to steel herself and speak up. The thing is, Xiao Lu used to work at Xiao Chen's company, right? At that time, he was blinded by greed and embezzled company funds. He had planned to cover it up, but then Xiao Chen fired him. Now Xiao Chen's company is going to sue Xiao Lu and he could go to jail. Even though it was Xiao Lu's fault, he has sincerely repented. Please forgive him just this once. If Xiao Lu goes to jail, his whole life will be ruined. You girl, you are Xiao Lu's sister. You can't just abandon him. He has truly repented. Yuan's mother said with tears streaming down her face, wiping her eyes repeatedly. Beside her, Yuan Lu was even worse. The fear of imprisonment had overwhelmed his mind, and he actually knelt directly before Lin's mother. Sister, please ask Xiao Chen to let me off. I really know I was wrong. At this, Zhou Chaoyang and the others could no longer sit still. They had now understood the situation. This was about stealing Xiao Chen's money and committing a crime, and now they came begging out of fear of going to jail. For you pretending I don't exist. You talk pretty sweet. Lin Chen sneered, then said. Yuan Lu wasn't just momentarily blinded. That was the amount he embezzled over the entire year. We don't even know if there were earlier instances. Originally, my employees, out of respect for me, didn't sue Yuan Lu directly. The embezzled 1,000 after deducting what should have been paid to you according to labor law was only 5,000 to 6,000. If you had just made up that amount, it would have been settled. But what did you do? You went to my company's building and put up banners accusing us of not giving Yuan Lu severance pay. Do you have any idea how much damage your actions caused our company? And now you have the nerve to come and beg for mercy. Are you worthy? Huh, thief! Lin Chen shouted angrily. Yuan's mother had been feeling guilty and dared not refute Lin Chen's words, but upon hearing him call her son a thief, her anger surged again. Who are you calling a thief? Can't you talk properly? Yuan Lu didn't do it on purpose. How can you call him a thief? Yuan's mother retorted, her face reddening. Who are you calling a thief? Can't you talk properly? Yuan Lu didn't do it on purpose. How can you call him a thief? Yuan's mother retorted, her face. Lin's mother's face turned cold. I had thought that since we are relatives we could make allowances. I never expected you to be so vicious. Even ordinary people wouldn't be so ungrateful. And you are Xiao Chen's elders at that. Lin's mother took a deep, leave now. You are not welcome in our home. Lin's mother gave the order to leave. Zhou Chaoyang also spoke up. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for throwing you out. Zhou Chaoyang was now deeply disgusted with the mother and son. Lin's father's face was even more somber. His son was so successful now, yet he never expected that such malicious relatives would cause him trouble. No, please. You girl, just give Xiao Lu one more chance, okay? I'm begging you, okay? Yuan's mother changed her attitude and began to plead desperately. Don't call me you girl. From now on, our two families will have no dealings. As for Yuan Lu's matter, it's all his own fault. He's an adult, let him take responsibility for his actions. Lin's mother, abandoning her previous soft-heartedness, said mercilessly. This surprised Lin Chen a bit. Sister Yu, I really know I was wrong. I don't want to go to jail. I really don't want to go to jail. Yuan Lu, seeing Lin's mother silent, actually crawled forward to grab her clothes. Lin's mother was startled and stepped back several paces. This scene made a cold glint flash in Lin Chen's eyes, and he quickly stepped forward to drag Yuan Lu out. Lin's mother's lips moved, but in the end she didn't say a word. Yuan Lu kept struggling and shouting, I don't want to go to jail. Give me one more chance. Aunt and uncle. I don't want to go to jail. The grandparents couldn't bear to watch and averted their heads. Lin Chen, don't you dare bully my son. Let go of him. Yuan's mother anxiously tried to help her son and followed the two. Shortly after, Lin Chen quickly walked back and closed the door. Outside, Yuan Lu was crying bitterly, while Yuan's mother cursed Lin Chen's family, wishing them a miserable death. Xiao Chen. Zhou Chaoyang called out to Lin Chen, then smilingly gave him a thumbs up. Satisfying. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Dad, Mom, call the security and have them escort these two out. It's not good for them to keep making a scene outside. Okay, I'll call. Lin's father felt relieved now and said with a smile. Lin's mother asked with concern, Xiao Chen, can you handle the trouble they caused? It won't really have a big impact on the company, will it? It's almost taken care of, don't worry, Mom. Lin Chen said with a smile, then walked back to sit on the sofa. Brother, well done. Even Zhou Ling, that girl, praised Lin Chen. Zhou Dongxue and Jiang Xuewei burst into laughter at the same time. The aunt-in-law also came out of the kitchen at that moment. Elder sister, how should we prepare this fish? Oh, we'll be right there. Lin's mother realized she was still cooking and hurried back to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Yuan Lu and his mother. Let it go, son. Let's go back and think of another way. Yuan's mother felt heartbroken seeing her son like this. What other way? Tell me what other way. If it weren't for you insisting on making a scene, would all this have happened? If we had just made up that 5000 to 6000, would I be facing jail? It's all because of you. Yuan Lu turned back to his mother and shouted hysterically. Yuan's mother's eyes reddened and tears immediately streamed down. You ungrateful child. I only wanted you not to suffer a loss. If you had told me you did something illegal, would I have gone to make a scene, eh? Yuan's mother said while crying. Seeing his mother cry, Yuan Lu suddenly quieted down. After a long while, he let out a heavy sigh. I'll forget it. It's just a few years in prison, no big deal. Mom, let's... Yuan Lu seemed to have all his vitality drained away, instantly becoming dejected. Meanwhile, a few security guards received Lin's father's message and hurried over. After all, this was a wealthy area, and this building was the crown jewel, so they had to take it seriously. What are you two? Get out now. Half an hour later. Xuewei, try the squirrel-shaped fish Annie made. Lin's mother said with a smile, placing a piece of fish into Jiang Xuewei's bowl. Jiang Xuewei immediately picked it up and put it in her mouth, her eyes brightening as she exclaimed in admiration, "It's so delicious, Annie. Sweet and sour. I've never tasted anything like this before. As long as you like it, come over often and I'll make it for you again." Lin's mother beamed with joy upon hearing Jiang Xuewei's praise. Chen, can Zhou Ling go to school tomorrow? Zhou Qiaoyang asked while eating. Lin Chen nodded. No problem. My secretary personally negotiated with the principal. She can enroll anytime. We've really troubled you. Don't say that. We're family. Why talk about trouble? Besides, Zhou Ling calls me aunt. Lin's mother cast a playful glare at Zhou Qiaoyang. The grandparents sitting nearby felt heartened seeing the siblings so close. Xuewei, would you like to stay overnight? I've prepared rooms for you and Xiao Chun. Lin's mother smiled at Jiang Xuewei. A blush crept across Jiang Xuewei's cheeks. I can't, auntie. I have morning classes tomorrow and need to go back for early reading. Mom. Class starts at 8, so staying here would mean waking up very early, Lin Chen added. All right then. Lin's mother relented. Mom, Xuewei's parents invited me to visit during National Day. He'll go with her. Lin Chen suddenly remembered this and took the opportunity to bring it up. Jiang Xuewei nervously glanced at Lin's parents' expressions. No problem. Make sure to behave well and leave a good impression. Lin's mother agreed readily, keeping on reminding Lin Chen. Jiang Xuewei breathed a sigh of relief. What's this? Bro is getting married already. He's only a freshman, Zhou Ling muttered while eating. What do you know? Zhou Dongxue placed a piece of meat in Zhou Ling's bowl. Exactly. You little girl, Lin Chen retorted without mercy. Humph. They'll say what I want. Ha ha ha. Everyone at the table burst into laughter. After dinner, Zhou Ling insisted that Lin Chen take her for a spin in his Lamborghini Veneno. I left my car at school, didn't bring it back. Lin Chen explained helplessly. What car are you driving then? Zhou Ling curiously dashed out of the house. Soon exclamations came from outside. Wow. Brother, what car is this? It looks so cool. The rest of the family also stepped out. This is an SSC2 a supercar made by an American company. Lin Chen said. What Tuatara? Can't understand it. How much does it cost? Lin's father asked curiously. Lin's mother and Zhou Dongxue also looked at Lin Chen. This one's slightly cheaper than my previous car. Just 70 million RMB, Lin Chen said with a smile. Just 70 million. Everyone was stunned. They'd never earned that much, even if they swung a hoe for 100 years. Brother, take me for a ride in this car. Zhou Ling exclaimed excitedly amidst her shock. Can't you be sensible? Your brother and sister-in-law need to get back to school soon. The aunt scolded with wide eyes. Zhou Ling stuck out her tongue and stepped back disappointed. What's the big deal? If the child wants to go, let Xiao Chun take her for a spin. It won't take long, Lin's mother said with a smile, turning to Lin Chen. Xiao Chun, take Ling Ling for a spin and see if she wants to buy some snacks. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Let's go. Lin Chen walked toward the car. Great. Zhou Ling happily trotted after him. The white supercar let out a beastly roar and zoomed away. The family returned to the living room. Xuewei, we won't delay you, will we? Lin's mother asked with concern. It's fine, auntie. We're in no rush, it's only just past 8. Our dorm closes at 11:30. Jiang Xuewei quickly waved her hands to explain. That's good. By the way, sis, don't spoil Zhou Ling too much. Don't let her become like those girls in TV dramas. Zhou Qiaoyang. Yes, big sister, the aunt chimed in. I know, Zhou Ling. This is so cool. It feels amazing. I'm going to earn money and buy a sports car too. Zhou Ling was extremely excited in the car. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Study hard, come work at my company later. If you're capable enough, they'll pay for any car you choose. Zhou Ling's eyes lit up. Really, brother? You'll let me work at your company after I graduate? Lin Chen nodded with a of course, but only if you work hard. Zhou Ling's face beamed with joy. Great. But I don't want you to buy me a car. I'll buy one myself. Lin Chen glanced at her with slight surprise. Her words made him look at her in a new light. Anyone else with a brother worth billions and a promise of a multi-million sports car would have jumped at the offer. Zhou Ling's independent thought was truly admirable. Lin Chen drove Zhou Ling past the night market, drawing envious stares from passers-by. Brother, can I buy some barbecue? Zhou Ling's eyes fixed on the rows of grills. Lin Chen thought as expected. Zhou Ling had always loved barbecue. Every Chinese New Year she insisted on it. Zhou Qiuyang had even bought a grill. Of course. Lin Chen parked the car by the roadside. People nearby gathered around the white supercar. What car is that? So cool. Is my eyes deceiving me? That's an SSC2 Atara. Holy crap. Dude, you know this car? How much is it? It costs over 70 million RMB. Only 100 units worldwide. Damn. 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 Hearing the price, everyone stared at the car in awe. When Zhou Ling got out and saw so many people staring, she instinctively moved closer to Lin Chen. He smiled and led her toward the barbecue stalls. Bro, your car is sick, a man shouted. Lin Chen turned and smiled faintly. Thanks. That girl must be his sister. So lucky. A prince bringing his princess out. For barbecue. What's wrong with barbecue? Rich people can't eat it. Huh. Rich people can't eat barbecue. Lin Chen took Zhou Ling to a busy stall. Take whatever you want. Zhou Ling nodded happily and picked up a tray. Sausage, gluten skewers, chicken cartilage, pork belly. She finally chose. Lin Chen's eyes widened at the heaping tray. Ling, are you sure you can eat all that after a full meal? I can. Don't underestimate me. All right. 10 minutes later. Sir, that'll be 123 total. Scan the code here. Thanks. You're welcome. Lin Chen watched Zhou Ling, her mouth greasy, carrying a huge bag of food, and couldn't help warning, eat up, but don't let mom find out. Don't worry, brother. I won't let aunt and uncle know you took me for barbecue, Zhou Ling mumbled through a mouthful. Before they reached the car, Lin Chen saw a scantily clad woman sitting on the hood while others took photos. He rolled his eyes. Not again. Brother, will she break the car? Zhou Ling asked worriedly. If she does, she'll pay for it, Lin Chen said indifferently. He noticed the women weren't actually sitting, just posing for photos to post on social media. Beautiful, is this your car? Lin Chen asked as he approached. Upon hearing this, several girls glanced at Lin Chen. Seeing how handsome Lin Chen was, their eyes lit up as well. Of course handsome, how about it? Want to exchange contact info? Among the four girls, one in black stockings immediately spoke enthusiastically. Zhou Ling was slightly stunned, and even Lin Chen found it somewhat amusing. Was she trying to pick me up using my own car? The other girls, seeing the black stocking girl had taken the lead, some looked at Lin Chen with regret. Little handsome, this car was just bought by this black stocking girl. This is your chance to latch onto a rich woman. We're all rich women. You can also choose one from among us. Lin Chen's face darkened. Zhou Ling was still watching from the side, and these women were being so unrestrained. You're not even as pretty as my sister-in-law, and you still want to flirt with my brother, Zhou Ling retorted. As soon as Zhou Ling said this, the smiles on the girls' faces froze. What are you a little girl talking about? Even if your sister-in-law is prettier than us, so what? We have money, said one of the girls discontentedly. The warmth in the black stocking girl's smile also faded. With a girlfriend and his sister by his side, the chance for a one-night stand seemed gone. Forget it, I won't bother with this little girl. Handsome, you go. We were just joking with you anyway. The black stocking girl's tone turned cold, and she lifted her chin with a hint of arrogance as she spoke. As if that made her superior. Zhou Ling huffed and glared at the girls. Who, the little girl is still angry. Ha ha ha. Little girl, don't you have school tomorrow? Let your brother scan a shared bike and take you home. The girls, seeing Zhou Ling like this, teased her again. Zhou Ling tightened her grip on Lin Chen's arm. This car is obviously my brother's. And you say it's your shame. Lin Chen didn't expect Zhou Ling to be so aggressive. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. The expressions on the girls' faces froze for a moment, then they looked Lin Chen and Zhou Ling up and down again. Seeing the grease stains at the corner of Zhou Ling's mouth and the unfinished skewers in her hand, one girl taunted. What? You say this car is your brother's? Your brother brings you to a place like this to eat skewers? Ha ha ha. Ta ha. The other girls also burst into laughter. Oh, if this car were yours, why would you park it here at the snack street? Lin Chen said with a sneer. The girls stopped laughing momentarily at a loss for words. What's it to you? I park wherever I want. The black stocking girl was furious and embarrassed. Heh. Lin Chen lost interest in the confrontation. Move aside, I'm leaving. Lin Chen said coldly. Who's still putting on airs? Come on, if you don't drive away today, you'd better watch out. They'll dox you. As she spoke, the girls took a few steps back. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Let's go, Xiaoling. They'll take you home. Lin Chen said softly. Zhou Ling nodded, shot a fierce glare at the girls, then walked over to the passenger side. Lin Chen walked to the car and gently pressed the key fob. The door slowly lifted upward. Zhou Ling eagerly got into the passenger seat, buckled her seatbelt, her little face brimming with excitement and pride. She cast a defiant glance at the girls before closing the door. The moment they saw the door open, the girls' expressions shifted from mockery to shock. Their eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. How is this possible? Stammered the black stocking girl. The The girl who had threatened to dox Lin Chen turned pale and began trembling involuntarily. Lin Chen coldly looked at the girl who had mentioned doxing him. Be sure to come. I look forward to you doxing me. On hearing this, the girl panicked and immediately bowed to apologize. We're sorry, big brother, we failed to recognize your greatness. Please don't lower yourself to our level. Don't hold it against us. The other girls also chimed in with apologies, their voices filled with fear. Someone who could afford a car like this, to put it bluntly, could dox them as easily as playing or even make them disappear with a little effort. Lin Chen only smiled scornfully, ignoring their apologies entirely. He turned and got into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut with a bang. Then Lin Chen started the engine. The Shelby Tuatara let out a deafening roar like an angry beast. Its powerful sound waves impacted the surrounding air, making the ground seem to tremble slightly. Wow! The crowd around gasped in awe, stepping back a few paces, overwhelmed by the formidable presence. The girls also retreated several steps. Lin Chen floored the accelerator, and the white supercar sped away under the envious gazes of the onlookers. After the car drove off, the girls stood there looking at each other, a mix of regret and fear lingering among them. It's over, it's over. Someone who can drive a car of this level must have an extraordinary background. What if he really does? The black-stocking girl said in a trembling, tearful voice. It's all your fault for provoking him and threatening to dox him. Now we're in big trouble. One of the girls blamed the one who had threatened to dox Lin Chen. How was I supposed to know he was really the owner? I thought he was just an ordinary person. Besides, the one who started it was Wu Yi, she argued, panic evident in her voice. What's the use of saying that now? We need to think of a solution quickly. If he really wants revenge, we're doomed. What can we do? We can only hope he doesn't bother with small fries like us. That's all we can do. Hope he lets us off like a fart. Brother, did you see the expressions on those girls? Ha ha ha. That was so satisfying. Zhou Ling, I saw. Lin Chen chuckled lightly. Hurry up and finish your barbecue. Hey, race a bottle of water. Don't let your aunt find out. Lin Chen reminded her. Zhou Ling then remembered the unfinished skewers in her hand and started eating again. By the time Lin Chen parked the car at the villa entrance, Zhou Ling had finally finished patting her round belly. Wipe your mouth. Lin Chen handed Zhou Ling a tissue. After checking several times, they got out of the car. Once inside, Zhou Ling ran in happily. You're back, Lin's mother said with a smile. In the living room were only Jiang Xuewei, Lin's father and mother, and Zhou Dongxue. Yes, Annie. Brother's car is so cool. Everyone was staring. Zhou Ling said excitedly. Lin's mother smiled, then sniffed the air and turned her gaze to Lin Chen. Did you two go eat barbecue? Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. No, we passed by a snack street. Zhou Ling wanted milk tea, so I bought her a cup. Maybe the smell stuck to us. Lin's mother suspiciously scrutinized Zhou Ling, making her uneasy. Aunt, where are my parents? Zhou Ling looked around, not seeing her mom, dad, or grandparents, and asked curiously. They had things to do and went back. How about you sleep with your sister tonight? Lin's mother said with a smile. Zhou Ling's mood instantly dampened, but she still nodded. Okay. Seeing it was getting late, Lin Chen prepared to go back to school with Jiang Xuewei. Xuewei, should we go? Huh. Oh sure. Jiang Xuewei immediately agreed. Brother and sister Xuewei are leaving too. Zhou Ling became even more unhappy. Xiaoling, next time I'm free, you'll come play with you, okay? Jiang Xuewei comforted her. Zhou Ling nodded. Then big sis mom and dad Xuewei and I are heading back to school. Uncle Annie's sister Dongxue and Xiaoling, see you next time. Xuewei, come visit often. Sure, auntie. Lin Chen drove Jiang Xuewei back to school. Ding. System task complete. System rewards are being distributed. System rewards distribution complete. A starry foundation has been established in the host's name. At the same time, 2 billion renminbi has been injected. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by the system notification echoing in his mind. After a moment's thought, he recalled this particular task. So that meant those bullies had already been sent in. With that thought, Lin Chen's mood lifted considerably. It was already past 10 in the evening when the two of them returned to the campus. After parking the car, Lin Chen escorted Jiang Xuewei to the entrance of her dormitory building. See you tomorrow, Chun. Jiang Xuewei stood on tiptoe and planted a kiss on his cheek before turning and disappearing into the dormitory. Lin Chen watched her graceful figure vanish into the building, feeling the lingering warmth on his lips, and a faint involuntary smile spread across his face. He then turned and walked back to his own dorm. The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Lin Chen saw a message from the principal. Lin, we've made all the preparations. This afternoon I promise you'll get a satisfactory answer. He sent a good morning message to Jiang Xuewei, then got up to wash up. It was already 10:30 and Xiao Fei and the other two were still sound asleep. Just as Lin Chen finished washing, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Excuse me, is this Lin Chen? A pleasant female voice came through the line. Lin Chen was slightly puzzled. Yes, speaking. Hello, Lin. I'm from the Shuda University courier station. Your packages have arrived, quite a lot of them. Do you have time to pick them up now? You understand, given the value of these packages. Lin Chen then remembered that earlier, to complete a system task, he had acquired the SSC Tuatara. He had spent 1,000,000 yuan online buying a mountain of items. No problem, I'll be right down, Lin Chen agreed. After hanging up, he found himself in a slight dilemma. 1,000,000 yuan worth of packages. He recalled that it was mostly shoes, clothes, and accessories. Altogether, there were probably 30 or 40 parcels. Thinking about it, Lin Chen picked up his phone, turned the volume to maximum, and then played a recording of the Great Compassion Mantra at full blast. What the hell? Who's blasting the Great Compassion Mantra so loud in the dorm? Chen Xiao sat up abruptly, immediately spotting Lin Chen. Boss. Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei also stirred awake. Seeing that all three were up, Lin Chen hit pause. What the heck, boss? What got into you? Xiao Fei rubbed his eyes and asked. Get up and help me pick up the packages, Lin Chen said with a grin. Packages? What did you buy that needs all of us to haul? Nothing much, just some clothes, shoes, and accessories. Let the other two handle it. I went to bed at 2 a.m. I'm exhausted. Let me sleep a bit more. Lin Chen was speechless. He walked over to Xiao Fei's bed and pulled him up. Come on, there's a lot. Even with all four of us, we'll probably need 3 or 4 trips. What? How much did you buy? Chen Xiao, who had just gotten off the bed, was wide-eyed at Lin Chen's words. 1,000,000 yuan worth. Lin Chen smiled. 1,000,000? Boss, you spent 1,000,000. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei exclaimed in shock. Stop with the chatter, get up quickly. I bought you gifts. Gifts? The three of them immediately jumped up and hurried through their morning routines. 10 minutes later, they stood before the courier station. Hello, I'm here to pick up packages. Lin Chen. The female courier's eyes lit up. Hello. Let me first verify your identity. She took out her phone and made a call, and Lin Chen's phone rang immediately. All right, your packages are over here. The courier led the four of them to a neatly arranged mountain of parcels, almost piled into a small hill. Whoa, that many. Xiao Fei, Chen Xiao, and Xiao Wei's eyes widened. Gifts, Lin Chen said with an awkward laugh. Mr. Lin, we can help you move them, the female courier said with a warm smile. Really? That would be so wonderful, thank you. Lin Chen replied with genuine gratitude. No problem, it's our pleasure, she said, then called over 2 male colleagues. The 6 of them made 2 trips and finally managed to transport almost all the packages. On the way, many passers-by stared at them. After all, such a massive haul of packages was a rare sight. Even the dormitory auntie was astonished and kept pressing them about whether they had any prohibited items. Lin Chen didn't hesitate either. He went to the nearby convenience store, bought 2 packs of cigarettes, and handed them to the workers. They were profusely thankful. Lot buddies. Lin Chen smiled gratefully. You're welcome. The 2 employees, who likely knew the value of the packages, since almost all required the recipient's personal signature, treated Lin Chen with noticeable deference. Lin Chen didn't hesitate either. He went to the nearby convenience store, bought 2 packs of cigarettes, and handed them to the workers. They were profusely thankful. Boss, you really worked us to the bone today, Xiao Fei complained, rubbing his arm. Gifts, Lin Chen said. Xiao Fei fell silent. Back in the dorm, the packages had filled the floor so completely there was barely room to stand. All right, time for the unboxing session. Oh, I love opening packages. Chen Xiao was ecstatic, dragging Xiao Wei to start tearing into them. Xiao Fei, though a bit reluctant, joined in anyway. Take whatever you like, as much as you want, Lin Chen said with a smile. Really? Long live the boss. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei cheered again. Whoa, these shoes must be 70,000, right? These are also over 10,000. These are Dior, over 30,000. And Chen Xiao's exclamations were non-stop, while Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei remained quite calm. Xiao Fei was from a wealthy family and found nothing special. Xiao Wei simply didn't recognize the brands. After a long afternoon of unboxing, they finally finished opening the dozens of packages. There were over a dozen pairs of shoes worth approximately 600,000 yuan, more than 10 pieces of clothing worth about 300,000, and 2 Tiffany bracelets worth over 100,000. By the time they reached the last few boxes, everyone was a bit numb. Well, now our dorm won't be short on shoes, Lin Chen. At the time, he had only 10 minutes and hadn't even had time to see what he was buying. He just kept hitting the pay button. At the very end, he specifically bought 2 Tiffany bracelets for Jiang Shuawei. I'll pass, I already have too many shoes, Xiao Fei said, collapsing onto his bed. Their dorm was on the 5th floor, and those trips had truly exhausted him. Boss, count me out too. None of your stuff is cheap. Even the cheapest is over 10,000. I honestly don't dare accept it. Chen Xiao shook his head repeatedly. I'll pass too. It's too expensive. Ooh, I could never repay such a gift. Xiao Wei also refused. Lin Chen felt a bit helpless. It's not like I'm short of the money. Who asked you to owe me anything? If you don't take them, I might just throw them away to save the trouble. What? Throw them away? In the end, under Lin Chen's insistence, each of the 3 picked out 3 pairs of shoes and 1 piece of clothing. Just then Jiang Shuawei called. Achan, what are you doing? Why haven't you replied to my messages? It's already past noon. Aren't you having lunch with me? I was busy picking up and opening packages. I didn't notice the messages. Lin Chen laughed awkwardly. All right, then come down for lunch. Soon Jiang Shuawei didn't press further. On my way down. Damn it. Boss, it's all your fault. I still haven't replied to Wanner's message. Xiao Fei cried out in panic. Jiang Shuawei, overhearing Xiao Fei's lament on the phone, let out a chuckle. Tell Xiao Fei that Wanner is going to deal with him. We'll be waiting for you guys at the first canteen. Hurry up. Okay. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was frantically typing a reply. Let's go eat. Your Wanner is waiting for you. Really? Let's go. Xiao Fei shot up and urged Lin. By the way, Xiao Wei asked me to tell you that Senior Tang said you're done for. You have the nerve to talk. If it weren't for you. In the dorm, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei stared at each other blankly. Sigh. It's just the two of us bachelors left. Chen Xiao heaved a sigh. You can go find someone. I'm not looking. I prefer admiring beautiful girls to dating them. Huh. Third brother, you're just too scared to date, aren't you? What do you know? In the cafeteria, the four of them had just finished their meal. Ah Chen, did you get a lot of packages? You were at it from 10 to 12. Jiang Shuowei wiped her mouth and asked. Sister-in-law, you have no idea. He bought a mountain of parcels. All clothes and shoes. Dozens of pairs of shoes, and over a dozen outfits. He spent $1 million. My hands are still sore. Xiao Fei immediately complained. That many? Tang Weiner exclaimed in surprise. $1 million. To her, that was an astronomical figure. To Lin Chen, it was just a minor online shopping spree. Ah Chen, why did you buy so much stuff? And spend $1 million? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously. Dozens of shoes, and over a dozen outfits. He usually didn't need that many. Lin Chen gave an awkward smile. His behavior indeed seemed baffling to them. I was just thinking of buying you all. His relationship with Senior Tang had thought a small gift would probably be well received, right? Lin Chen nodded. Huh. There's one for me too. A bracelet. Tang Weiner, intrigued, leaned in to look. Xiao Fei immediately. His relationship with Senior Tang had thought a small gift would probably be well received, right? Lin Chen nodded. Jiang Shuowei opened the box, and the two women's eyes were instantly captivated. This is a Tiffany bracelet. I thought it looked pretty, so I bought two on a whim. Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Shuowei, beaming, took out the bracelet, put it on, and admired it. Does it look good, oi? She turned to Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner nodded repeatedly. Beautiful. Jiang Zuwei's smile grew even brighter. Thanks, Ah Chen. By the way, how much was it? Just over 60,000. Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Tang Weiner, who was about to open the box Jiang Shuowei had handed her, paused. Though she adored the bracelet, she pushed it back. Senior Tang, what's wrong? This bracelet is too precious, I can't accept it. Tang Weiner shook her head. It's fine, just take it. Jiang Shuowei pushed the box toward her again. I really can't. It's too expensive. Tang Weiner refused again, her tone firm. She placed the box back. Seeing Tang Weiner's unwavering stance, Jiang Shuowei had no choice but to look at Lin Chen helplessly. Lin Chen smiled wryly. It was thoughtless of me. Xiao Fei should be the one giving you gifts like this. With that, he took back the box and glanced at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei immediately caught on. Right. Sister Weiner, I bought you a bracelet too, but it won't arrive until tomorrow. You can't refuse me then. Tang Weiner's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't retort. After the meal, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei walked the two girls back to their dormitory before heading to their own. Boss, thanks for the heads up. No big deal. Lin Chen said calmly. They had classes in the afternoon, the first and second periods, which coincided with his arranged meeting with the principal. As Lin Chen and his group of four walked into the classroom, the entire class turned to look. Hey look, Lin Chen actually came to class. No kidding. He had such a huge fight with the vice principal and still dares to show up. Are you dense? His background must be solid. He's already smoothed things over. But his influence is insane. He offended the vice principal so badly and still can attend class. Unbelievable. Though that incident was totally the teacher's fault. I heard the psychology teacher got fired. Damn, that's fierce. Quiet, the teacher's here. The Mao Zedong thought instructor walked in with a book. The chattering students fell silent. Xiao Fei, sitting in the front row, averted his gaze, feeling immense relief. Thank God I didn't piss off Lin Chen completely. Even the vice principal got screwed over, and he still gets to attend class. And he got that psychology teacher fired. This is Shuzhou University, a 985 school. His pull is terrifying. Everyone take out your phones and place them face down on the desk. The Mao class instructor announced from the podium. Though puzzled, the students complied. What kind of move is this? No idea, just do it. Xiao Fei and the others exchanged a few quiet words. Satisfied with the students' compliance, the instructor nodded. I'm sending out a check-in on the learning app. Anyone who signs in obviously isn't here. If anyone picks up their phone to snitch, they'll be marked as skipping class. This declaration left the students in shock. Whoa, this teacher is so sly. I love it. Some people are going to get caught. Huh, this is fun. Even Lin Chen was slightly taken aback by the instructor's brilliant trick. Damn, what a sneaky dog. Good thing I came today. Totally worth it. Xiao Fei said, relieved. Had skipped class several times before having Chun Xiao sign him in. As he spoke, names appeared one by one on the big screen behind the teacher. Zhang Sansai, Qian Mongguan, Zhang Longju. Class monitor, make a note of these three. The Mao instructor said with a sly grin. Yes, teacher. Xiao Fei promptly agreed. Just then a figure walked in. Tang Jia. Sorry to interrupt, teacher Li. The instructor nodded. Tang Jia scanned the room, spotted Lin Chen, and felt relieved. She then left. Soon after, the principal walked in with Vice Principal Wu Gang. Whoa, isn't that the principal and Vice Principal Wu? Why are they here? Is it an open class? No way. Oh, since when does an open class have only 2 administrators? Isn't our counselor a person? Different vibe. Could they be here for Lin Chen? Right? Maybe they found out he came to class and are here to kick him out. Lin Chen remained completely calm. As soon as the Mao instructor saw the two principals, he hurried over. Teacher Lee, we don't mean to take up too much of your time. Hope it's not an issue. Out of both principals, just for him. True. Poor Lin Chen, I guess. The students murmured among themselves. Xiao Fei and his group, however, knew exactly why the principals were here and wore expressions of anticipation. Lin Chen remained completely calm. As soon as the Mao instructor saw the two principals, he hurried over. Teacher Lee, we don't mean to take up too much of your time. Hope it's not an issue. The principal said with a smile. Not at all, not at all. The instructor waved his hands. The principal nodded and stepped up to the podium. He scanned the room and nodded amiably toward Lin Chen. Seeing everyone's phones face down, Wu Gang felt a bit. At least no one could record this. A small comfort for him. Students, we meet again. Vice Principal Wu and I are here about the previous incident. The principal paused. Here it comes. See, it really is about Lin Chen. This school is garbage. They make a mistake and still won't let it go. Corrupt teaching ethics from teachers to leaders. The rotten apple never falls far from the tree. Another wave of murmuring. Wu Gang's face alternated between pale and flushed. The Mao instructor looked completely bewildered. Huh, what's going on? Regarding last week's incident, our entire school leadership held an emergency meeting. During the meeting, we emphasized the severity of this incident. We reported it to the Education Bureau, transferred teacher Xin Qian, and severely reprimanded Vice Principal Wu. Hearing this, the students' eyes widened and mouths fell open. This doesn't sound right. From the principal's tone, it seems like they're apologizing. Takeout seems like they are apologizing. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Just how much influence does Lin Chen have? I guess I was worried for nothing. Xiao Fei, sitting in the front row, slowly turned his head to look at Lin Chen behind him, his eyes filled with shock. This Lin Chen is terrifyingly formidable. The principal on stage continued. Lin Chen has no issues whatsoever. As the principal of Suzhou University, I apologize to all students, especially Lin Chen, for the inadequate management of our teachers. The principal's words stunned the students once again. As the head of a 985 institution, his status was lofty, and his willingness to go this far demonstrated his sincerity. The students below were at a loss, unsure whether to applaud or not. They could only stand there dumbfounded. Vice Principal Wu also has something to say. After finishing, the principal stepped down from the podium. Vice Principal Wu took a deep breath and walked up. Dear students, I am truly sorry. As Vice Principal, I made a hasty judgment without understanding the full situation and severely criticized Lin Chen. For this, I deeply apologize. Speaking thus, Vice Principal Wu bowed to the students below. The Mao theory teacher was utterly stunned. Is this the principal and Vice Principal Wu I know? They apologized so readily. Who exactly is Lin Chen to possess such influence? He found it hard to believe that the principal and vice principal would act solely because they felt they were wrong. This Lin Chen was certainly no ordinary person. This class. Maybe I should ease up on grading after all. Meanwhile, Wu Gang looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I sincerely apologize. Lin Chen nodded faintly. Principal Wu Gang and Tang Jia, seeing his nod, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their sincerity, barely passable. For the sake of the system reward, he would forgive them lightly. Following Vice Principal Wu's gaze and the turned heads of the students, the Mao theory teacher spotted Lin Chen, who remained composed. So that's Lin Chen. I must never offend him. The principal returned to the stage, said a few encouraging words, and then left the classroom with Vice Principal Wu. Tang Jia, still in the classroom, hesitated before reminding, I hope this matter won't be spread. Then she too walked. The Mao theory teacher resumed control. Ha ha ha. Class, let's continue. I'll monitor. You can skip recording the names of those who didn't attend. Just remind them to ask for leave next time. At that moment, Lin Chen received a message from the principal. Lin Chen, are you satisfied with how things turned out? Yes, I can see the school is very proactive in resolving issues. Haha, then about the investment. Haven't we already discussed the investment? Let's find time to sign the contract. Ha 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 ha. Excellent. Lin Chen, you are both young and accomplished with a heart for the school. For Suzhou University. Lin Chen put down his phone. Students in the classroom kept glancing back at Lin Chen, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Boss, you're amazing. So satisfying. Chen Xiao whispered excitedly. Focus on class. Lin Chen gave Chen Xiao a faint glance. Finally, Lin Chen approached Xiao Fei. Chen Xiao and Xiao Fei, puzzled about why Lin Chen saw Xiao Fei, stood nearby waiting. The classmate nicknamed Imperial Green also turned their gaze. Xiao Fei was uneasy. Oh no. Lin Chen isn't still angry and about to teach me a lesson, is he? Why was I so sharp-tongued back then? Xiao Fei was filled with regret. Monitor Zhao at 6:30 tonight. I'm treating the class to dinner at Dihao Hotel to thank everyone for speaking up for me earlier. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Xiao Fei's expression froze for a moment, then relaxed. This is too generous, isn't it? All right. He'll notify everyone. Rest assured, Lin. Lin Chen nodded, glanced around at the classmates with a smile, and walked out of the classroom with Xiao Fei and the others. As soon as Lin Chen and his group left, the classroom erupted. Lin Chen is treating us to dinner. We can score. Awesome. Dihao Hotel. Where is it? Is it far? If it's far, I might skip it. I have to play games tonight. Dihao Hotel. Oh my god, it's Dihao Hotel. Are you sure you won't go? Dihao Hotel is one of the most upscale hotels in all of Tianfu City. Do you know that a single table of food there can easily cost over 10,000? Are you sure you want come? What? A table costs over 10,000? Then I definitely have to go. But isn't that too extravagant? Zhao Fei snapped back to reality upon hearing the heated discussion. Dihao, one of the highest standard hotels in Tianfu City. A table costs over 10,000 easily. With nearly 50 people in our class, isn't that at least tens of thousands? But his car alone was worth millions, so this amount was just a drop in the bucket for him. On their way back to the dormitory, they unexpectedly ran into the two girls who had asked for his and Xiao Fei's contact info on the first day of school. If not for Xiao Fei's reminder, he would have completely forgotten. The two girls approached, snorted, muttered player, and walked off without looking back. Lin Chen was utterly bewildered. Huh, me. Ha 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 ha. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei couldn't hold back their laughter. Xiao Fei rubbed his nose awkwardly. I didn't even add them. How am I a player? Lin Chen looked puzzled, then fixed his eyes on Xiao Fei. Did you do this, you little scoundrel? Well, I've reformed. Xiao Fei's face flushed as he Yes. Lin Chen nodded perfunctorily. Boss, don't tell Sister Weiner. If she finds out I'm done for, Xiao Fei pleaded with a pitiful expression. That depends on your performance. At this, Xiao Fei let his gaze drift toward Lin Chen's lower body. Go to hell. Lin Chen's face darkened. I can't take it anymore. I'll message Senior Tang right now. I'm sorry. 1 month of sock washing. What? 1 month of sock washing. Xiao Fei's face showed distress. His socks were always disposable. Had never washed a pair before. And now he had to wash Lin Chen's socks. He was the young master of the Xiao family of the imperial capital. How could he wash someone else's socks? 1 week at most. Deal. Xiao Fei was dumbfounded. I misspoke. I meant 3 days. I'll ask Senior Tang what she's up to. Alright. Deal. Xiao Fei had no choice but to agree. At that moment, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao wrapped their arms around Xiao Fei with sly grins. Brother, for you wouldn't want Senior Tang to find out about your past during our next dinner together, would you? Lao Air. Weren't you saying you wanted Tianxiao? They'll pull one for you. Chen Xiao's face lit up with joy. Good brother. It's a deal. Xiao Fei rolled his eyes at Chen Xiao, then turned to Xiao Wei, whose face was full of anticipation. As for Lao San, they'll get you an annual membership at the Backstreet Gym. Alright, brother Xiao, you're generous. Lin Chen listened to the three chatting, a smile spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in the school meeting room. Everything is settled with President Lin. We can sign the contract anytime. Please draft the contract as soon as possible, and once President Lin's funds arrive, we can start work immediately. The principal said with a smile to Professor Ma of biology from Suzhou University, who was standing before him. I've already prepared it. Professor Ma said excitedly, pulling a document from his briefcase. The principal was speechless. Huh. Professor Ma, you are indeed decisive. You've drafted the document so quickly. Professor Ma's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he muttered to himself. If you hadn't offended him, the funds might have arrived days ago. Just as Lin Chen returned to the dormitory, a message from the principal popped up. Student Lin, we've drafted the documents. Do you have time this afternoon to sign the contract? Pretty fast. 10 billion, here I come. Lin Chen felt extremely pleased. Spending 300 to 400 million to get 10 billion in system rewards. Even fiction wouldn't dare write such a plot. A net profit of over 9 billion. And that's not counting the future returns from the lab. Awesome. Okay, principal, I'll be right over. After sending the message, Lin Chen prepared to head to the principal's office. Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao had just opened Yongjia. Boss, where are you going? A multi-billion project. Chen Xiao flinched at this. Boss, when are you going to buy a computer? What kind of image is it for a billionaire to not even have a computer in his dorm? Didn't you say your big Buddha dual grab is unbeatable? Get a computer quickly so we can trio Q. Xiao Fei said, staring intently at his computer screen. That's right. Lin Chen then realized he hadn't bought a computer yet. Thinking about his own big Buddha dual grab, he felt an itch to play. Alright, he'll get one later. Lin Chen said as he walked out of the dormitory. He took out his phone and called, Chairman Lin, what are your instructions? I'm going to treat some people to dinner later. Find a hall and set up 6 tables. Each table should be at a standard of 100,000 yuan. Have the meal ready by 6:30. Yes, Chairman Lin. I'll arrange it immediately. He then sent a message to Lu Hai. Send someone to my dorm to set up a computer, the highest configuration. Building 6, room 515, Suzhou University. A dozen minutes later, Lin Chen arrived outside the principal's office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Chen pushed the door open. Seeing it was Lin Chen, the principal quickly stood up to greet him. President Lin. Please have a seat. The principal warmly welcomed him and invited him to sit, then brewed a cup of tea and placed it before Lin Chen. Lin Chen wasn't particularly fond of tea. Principal, let's get down to business. I have other matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, the principal took out the contract given to him by Professor Ma and placed it on the table. President Lin, you'll hold 40% of the shares. We estimate the lab construction will cost 500 million. You invest 300 million. Our school invests 200 million plus daily operations and personnel. What do you think? Lin Chen thought for a moment, then nodded. Alright, but I need to take photos of this contract and send them to my secretary for review. Is that okay? Of course. It's always good to be cautious. Seeing Lin Chen agree, the principal smiled with joy and nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen then photographed every page of the contract and sent them to Lu Hai. After a while, Lu Hai replied that everything was fine. Only then did Lin Chen sign his name. The principal stood up excitedly and shook hands with Lin Chen. Thank you for your investment, President Lin. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lin Chen wasn't in a hurry for the 10 billion, while a large lab would take at least several months to build. As soon as Lin Chen walked out of the principal's office, his phone rang. Seeing it was Jiang Shuawei, he answered. What's up? Our Hanfu Club finally recruited 20 people. The recruitment period is almost over. At 530, we're having a meeting on the second floor of the Student Activity Center. Where are you now? Let's go together. I'm still in class with Weiner. You can go with Xiao Fei later, okay? Weiner already roped Xiao Fei in. Alright. Lin Chen had no choice but to return to the dorm. With all this back and forth, if he still had his previous frail body, his feet would probably be aching by now. Lauer, you're so bad. You freaking parried the execution. You blooming genius. I'm speechless. You're not any better. Who destroyed that water wheel? Otherwise both of us would still have our resurrection. As soon as he entered the dorm, Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao were arguing fiercely, neither giving in. Lin Chen was speechless. He went into the shower to wash up and took the opportunity to change into the clothes and shoes he had bought during his shopping spree. Bang, bang, bang. A knock came from outside the door. Lin Chen walked over and opened it, seeing several people carrying boxes of various sizes standing at the entrance. Xiao Fei and the other two turned their gaze. Excuse me, is Chairman Lin Chen in this dorm? Yes, that's me. Lin Chen said calmly. Hello, Chairman Lin. We're here to set up your computer. The several people were very respectful. Good, thank you for your effort. No trouble at all. It's an honor to serve Chairman Lin. They said, flattered. Many students passing by the door looked on curiously. Boss, your execution is impressive. Deserves praise. Xiao Fei, hearing it was for a computer, grinned and complimented. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. You're getting cocky, aren't you? No, I'm sorry, boss. Xiao Fei remembered his weakness and immediately backed. Soon the computer was assembled. After the staff left, Xiao Fei and the other two immediately gathered around. Such a huge monitor. Longer than my life. Chen Xiao looked at the monitor, his eyes green with envy. Isn't this basically a physical cheat? Playing League of Legends, you can see half the lane. No way, I need to get one to another day. Xiao Fei also exclaimed. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He then logged into his account, entered the game, Naraka, and added friends. Just as he was about to start a match, Jiang Ziwei's phone call came in. Damn, it's 5:30. Lin Chen suddenly realized. What a 5:30. Xiao Fei was also taken aback. He immediately got up and dashed out of the dormitory. Lin Chen quickly followed suit, answering Jiang Ziwei's call. Hey Chen, why haven't you come yet? Everyone's here except for you and Xiao Fei. I bought a computer. The technicians just finished setting it up. Alright, well, wait for you. After hanging up, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Fei, who was panting heavily, and found it amusing. Lousy, no need to hurry, right? It's just a little late. Senior Tang won't eat you alive. Xiao Fei was gasping. You don't understand? I promised Senior Tang I'd be there on time. Being late will ruin the impression. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you guys, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten the time. Yeah, you're right. With that, Lin Chen sped up quickly, leaving Xiao Fei far behind. Xiao Fei panicked as he watched Lin Chen's receding figure. If Lin Chen arrived before him, what would Weiner think? Would she assume he didn't care? Boss, it's not your fault. Wait for me. Let's go together. Xiao Fei shouted. Hearing his plea, Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, and he slowed his pace. I can't run anymore. Xiao Fei was gasping for breath, and simply stopped to walk slowly. How can a man say he can't? Get moving. Lin Chen teased. I can't run anymore. If I run any further, I'll drop dead. Boss, how are you so fit? Beads of sweat covered Xiao Fei's forehead. Just average, Lin Chen replied modestly. Meanwhile, inside the Student Activity Center, I never expected the club president to be even prettier than the vice president. Joining the Hanfu Club was a great deal. If I could win her over, undergraduate life would be blissful. You don't even think about it. With looks like hers, do you think you can handle her? Who knows? Who says only handsome guys can date such beauties? I was driving a BMW 5 Series at 18. Don't you think I stand a chance? You can give it a try then. Several male students from the Hanfu Club whispered softly as they watched Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner chatting. Don't even think about the president. The campus beauty Jiang has a boyfriend, and he's both handsome and wealthy. But you can try your luck with Tang, the other campus beauty. She seems to have no boyfriend yet, though. Her temper isn't the best. At this point, a female student joined the discussion. How wealthy is he? The boys all turned to look at her. They were all freshmen who had just entered the university. Many hadn't joined the campus forum, and even if they had, they might not have seen news about Jiang Shuawei. As for why all of them were freshmen, it was because the previous year didn't recruit enough members, so the Hanfu Club couldn't be established. Didn't you watch the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala last time? She and her boyfriend even sang shouldn't. The female student glanced at them with surprise. Oh, so it's her. The boys suddenly realized their gazes toward Jiang Shuawei growing even more fervent. So how rich is her boyfriend? The one who claimed to drive a BMW 5 Series at 18 pressed on. Jiang's boyfriend drives. Before she could finish, a male voice came from the doorway. Sorry we're late. It was Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. See, that's Jiang's boyfriend. Wow, he's so handsome. Ah, the female student's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Chen. Ah, the guy beside him is handsome too. That's Xiao, the campus heartthrob. My visit was totally worth it. A group of girls swooned their eyes following Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. The male students were also somewhat astonished. Damn, so handsome. Almost as handsome as the reader in front of the screen. No wonder he managed to win over the campus beauty. With looks like that. TSK, TSK, TSK. Alas, no hope for us. The BMW 5 Series guy, though surprised by Lin Chen's good looks, felt hostile upon realizing he was Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend. Sensing the hostile gaze, Lin Chen frowned and looked at the guy. He didn't recognize him. What grudge could there be? The BMW guy quickly averted his eyes when Lin Chen looked at him. As soon as Jiang Shuawei saw Lin Chen, a bright smile spread across her face, and she instinctively reached for his arm. Suddenly remembering that she was the club president and about to start a meeting, she cleared her throat. Ahem, you two are the last ones. Go ahead and stand in line. Hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at Jiang Shuawei with a smile and obediently joined the lineup. Xiao Fei, still panting slightly, exchanged a look with Tang Weiner and stood beside Lin Chen. Alright, now that everyone's here, let me introduce myself. My name is Jiang Shuawei, and this is Tang Weiner. We are the president and vice president of the Hanfu Club. Lin Chen watched Jiang Shuawei, who now wore an aloof, unapproachable expression, and found it quite novel. This is the first time I've seen Shuawei like this. It feels like dating two girlfriends at once. Lin Chen mused. As for Xiao Fei, he kept staring at Tang Weiner, earning several dirty looks from her. President Jiang and Vice President Tang are truly beautiful. Among the boys, one muttered quietly, but before he could finish, his companion nudged him with the shoulder. Hey, President Jiang's boyfriend is right here. You've got some nerve. The guy quickly realized his mistake and glanced guiltily at Lin Chen. Feeling a bit irritated, Lin Chen turned his head to look at the guy. Boss, should I? Xiao Fei was also annoyed. Lin Chen shook his head. Let it slide this time. If I hear it again, it'll teach him a lesson. If you get him expelled, the Hanfu Club will be one short again. Alright. Xiao Fei reluctantly let it go. Okay, that's all for now. Before the National Day holiday, our Hanfu Club will host a gathering to celebrate its official establishment. The time is set for the evening after tomorrow. Meeting adjourned. Jiang Shuawei, having finished, expected everyone to disperse gradually, but instead chaos erupted. The Hanfu Club had 20 members in total, 13 girls, including Jiang Shuawei, and Tang Weiner, and 7 boys, including Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. In an instant, at least 5 or 6 girls surrounded Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Handsome, can I get your contact info? Add me. I'm rich. I'm a sugar mommy. They'll give you all my living expenses. Add me. Sorry, I have a girlfriend, Lin Chen said indifferently as the other girls lingered nearby watching the commotion. I have a girlfriend too. I have a girlfriend too. Xiao Fei blurted out hastily. Tang Weiner was present. If he didn't resolve this quickly, Sister Weiner, I have a girlfriend too. I have a girlfriend too. Xiao Fei blurted out hastily. Tang Weiner was present. If he didn't resolve this quickly, Sister Weiner would be displeased. You must be lying. If you had a girlfriend, it would have been all over the forum by now. Yeah, just add me please. I'm amazing. Add me. I'm a voice actress. And I'm an actress. Xiao Fei was utterly exasperated. Lin Chen glanced toward Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. The situation there was slightly better. All the boys knew that Lin Chen, that incredibly handsome guy, though not as handsome as our dear reader of course, was Jiang Zuwei's boyfriend, so their attention turned to Tang Weiner. Vice President Tang, can I have your contact info? Vice President Tang, I'd like to get to know you. Tang Weiner looked at Xiao Fei surrounded on the other side, and felt an inexplicable irritation. Her tone grew impatient. Sorry, I don't like men. Jiang Shuawei burst into laughter. The group of boys froze for a moment, then pressed on. You must be joking, Vice President. Tang Weiner frowned, her fists instinctively clenching. Did you not understand what I said, eh? The boys, seeing her expression, dared not speak further. They cast envious glances at Xiao Fei and left. What a hot temper. That's exactly what I like. I bet I can win her over in 2 or 3 years. Huh, what ambition. Tang Weiner cast a cold gaze at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei noticed her look and felt a wave of panic. I said I have a girlfriend. Xiao Fei shouted. The girls were startled, then pouted in displeasure. Fine, if you want out is fine. No need to yell. So charming. I love it. Tang Weiner then spoke up. The place is closing soon. Everyone should leave now. Hearing this, the girls reluctantly filed out of the student. Jiang Shuawei walked over and linked her arm with Lin Chen's. He affectionately patted her head. Hee, Sister Weiner, Xiao Fei said with a placating smile. Tang Weiner's expression remained cool. Did you enjoy that? Of course not. I told them I have a girlfriend, but they kept at it. It drove me crazy. Xiao Fei fumed. Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen barely stifled their laughter. Tang Weiner's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, her gaze softening. Lin Chen then spoke. I'm treating our classmates to dinner at D-How later. Want to join us? Jiang Shuowei was surprised. Why are you treating them? You didn't tell me earlier. If I'd known, I would have postponed the meeting. Am I delaying things? She added apologetically. No, it starts at 6:30. It's only 6 now, Lin Chen said with a smile. Sister Weiner want to come with us? Xiaofei looked at her expectantly. Tang Weiner gazed at him, recalling his words about having a girlfriend, then nodded slightly. Okay, then let's head out. I'm worried about the time. The four of them walked toward the parking lot. Lin Chen pulled out his phone, created a dorm group chat, and sent a message telling Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao to sit at a separate table. A few minutes later, a white SSC Tuatara and a blue Porsche 918 pulled out of the campus. At 6:25, Lin Chen and his group finally arrived at the D-How Hotel. Dong Fong, who had been waiting at the entrance after receiving Lin Chen's message, rushed over. Chairman Lin, your classmates are all settled in the Grand Fortune Hall. Good, lead the way, Lin Chen said with a slight nod. Then amid the doormen's chorus of "Welcome Chairman Lin," they entered the hotel. Inside the Grand Fortune Hall, 5 of the 6 tables laden with dishes were already fully occupied. Holy cow, look at this spread. Truly befitting a young master driving a luxury car. I'd heard of D-How Hotel, but never thought I'd get to dine here. I didn't even say anything, and yet I lucked into a free meal of this caliber. Jackpot. Even this simple plate of greens costs a few hundred RMB. And these shrimp. Oh my god, 4 6s. Such an auspicious string of numbers I can't afford. The classmates buzzed with chatter. Zhao Fei marveled inwardly at Lin Chen's wealth. He had roughly calculated the menu. One table of these dishes would cost at least 70 to 80,000 RMB. This was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. A single table's worth of food could represent a year's savings for an average family. Recalling his earlier offense against Lin Chen, he now wished he could slap himself repeatedly. Just then Lin Chen and his group entered. The young master Lin is here. And beside him, is that Jiang Shuowei. I used to think Lin Chen wasn't good enough for Jiang Shuowei, but now I think it's the other way around. Besides Xiaofei, is that the tigress Tang Weiner from the forum? Why are you so mean? If you make her mad and get kicked out, you won't be laughing. Are Xiaofei and Tang? Well, are they dating too? What a scoop. The students erupted in discussion again. Lin Chen and his group walked over to the table where Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao were seated. After having them sit down, Lin Chen addressed the crowd. Thank you all for speaking up for me in class earlier. This meal is my way of showing gratitude. If you need anything, just let me know. Dig it. His classmates responded warmly, applauding the moment he finished. It was nothing. Don't mention it. Yep, just what we should do. Thanks for the treat, Lin. Halfway through the meal, Zhao Fei suddenly approached with a wine glass and said respectfully, Young Master Lin, I'd like to toast you. Lin Chen looked up in surprise, then clinked glasses with him. Young Master Lin, I was rude to you before. Even though you were magnanimous enough to forgive me, I still want to sincerely apologize. With that, Zhao Fei actually bowed to Lin Chen. For a moment, everyone's eyes were on them. Jiang Shuowei furrowed her brows. Had this man offended Chen before? Lin Chen merely smiled faintly. Zhao Fei was the first to stand up and speak in his defense. It's fine, that's water under the bridge. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fei's tense heart instantly relaxed. Thank you, young Master Lin, for letting bygones be bygones. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Go back and eat your meal. Zhao Fei returned to his seat. Only then did the classmates retract their gazes. No one thought Zhao Fei was a coward. Instead, they felt he knew when to bend and when to stand tall. It was evident that Lin Chen was not someone ordinary people could afford to offend. Besides, it was Zhao Fei's fault to begin with, so an apology was only right. Hey kid, you've made the right move. Nearly half the students in the class took photos. No kidding. A table costing 100,000. If you didn't take a picture to commemorate, how would others know you dined on 100,000 yuan meal? Shuowei, try this coral trout. It's very tender. Lin Chen picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Jiang Zuwei's bowl. A joyful smile spread across Jiang Zuwei's face. Okay, Jiang Shuowei tasted it, and her eyes lit up. This is so good. Weiner, you should. Jiang Shuowei paused, then looked at Xiao Fei. Weiner, the coral trout is delicious. Xiao Fei, quickly pick a piece for Weiner. Coming right up. Xiao Fei was more than happy to oblige, swiftly placing a piece into Tang Weiner's bowl. Tang Weiner's cheeks flushed slightly. No need, I can serve myself. Before she could finish, Xiao Fei had already placed it in her bowl. Sister Weiner, have a taste. Xiao Fei looked at Tang Weiner expectantly. Tang Weiner hesitated for a moment, but eventually took the fish into her mouth. It's indeed quite tasty. Tang Weiner nodded in agreement. Really? Then I'll give you some more. Xiao Fei grinned, and picked up several more pieces, dropping them into Tang Weiner's bowl. Tang Weiner found it hard to refuse. She gave a mischievous smile, and then picked up a piece of chili pepper, placing it into Xiao Fei's bowl. Xiao Fei's expression froze, his face a mixture of bitterness and amusement. Sister Weiner, I can't eat. What's wrong? Tang Weiner blinked her big eyes at Xiao Fei, her face full of innocent adorableness. Xiao Fei couldn't bear to refuse. He lowered his head to look at the bright red chili in his bowl, gritted his teeth. This was the first time Sister Weiner had ever served him food. Brothers down the hatch. Xiao Fei steeled himself and shoved the chili into his mouth. Huh, this chili is pretty good. It's not even spicy. Xiao Fei felt as if his mouth were spewing fire, but he forced himself to act nonchalant. Old fourth, you're a chameleon. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiao saw Xiao Fei's face turning red at a visible rate and burst into merciless laughter. Jiang Xuewei and Lin Chen laughed as well. Tang Weiner was also startled by Xiao Fei's almost instantaneous complexion change. She quickly poured a glass of water for him. Realizing his cover was blown, Xiao Fei stopped pretending. He hissed in cold air and gulped down the water Tang Weiner had handed him. Why are you like this? If you can't handle spicy food, don't eat it. Did you really have to eat whatever I gave you? Tang Weiner said with a hint of distress, looking at Xiao Fei's flushed face and the beads of sweat on his forehead. Seeing Tang Weiner's concern, Xiao Fei let out a silly grin. Chen Xiao and Xia Wei silently turned their heads toward Lin Chen, choosing not to see so as not to be annoyed. Hey Chen, this is delicious. Jiang Xuewei picked up a piece of meat, cupping her hand underneath, and brought it to Lin Chen's lips. Lin Chen opened his mouth and ate it, nodding repeatedly. It's good, thank you, honey. Jiang Xuewei grinned like a child who had just received a red flower. Chen Xiao and Xia Wei exchanged glances, both reading the indignation in each other's eyes. I must have lost my mind. I shouldn't have sat at this table. Chen Xiao and Xia Wei silently picked up their bowls and headed to other empty seats. Where are you two going? Xiao Fei noticed and called out. To a place without sorrow, Chen Xiao replied dryly. Then he and Xia Wei sat down at the next table. A portly middle-aged man stood in the Honyun Hall, followed by 2 or 3 waitstaff. Sir, you really can't go. Several waitstaff anxiously pleaded from behind. My daughter is eating inside. Oh, why can't I enter? I'm telling you, my daughter is a friend of your Chairman Lin. Ignoring the waitress's attempts to stop him, the middle-aged man forced open the hall door and barged in. One of the waitresses, seeing that she couldn't hold him back, had no choice but to pick up her walkie-talkie. A man claims his daughter is dining inside, and that she is also a friend of Chairman Lin. He forced his way into the Honyun Hall, and we can't stop him. Send a few security guards and first to wait for Chairman Lin's orders. He'll notify President Dong immediately. Understood. This commotion naturally drew everyone's attention. Who is that? Heard he's the father of young Master Lin's friend. How rude. Hey, watch your words. Lin Chen and his companions also looked over. The moment they saw the man's face, they instinctively turned to Tang Weiner. Tang Weiner's expression soured instantly at the sight of him. The man scanned the room and quickly spotted Lin Chen and Tang Weiner's table. A sycophantic smile spread across his face as he walked over. Chairman Lin, long time no see. Tang Weiner's father completely ignored her, who was sitting at the same table as Lin Chen, and walked straight up to Lin Chen. He had seen Lin Chen from afar earlier, and also caught a glimpse of Tang Weiner's back, but wasn't sure. So after testing the waters, he confirmed Tang Weiner was inside, which gave him an excuse to barge in. Lin Chen merely looked up at him indifferently. Tang Weiner couldn't help but stand up and demand, Wang Defa, what are you doing here again? Wang Defa glanced at Tang Weiner. I came to find you, my daughter, but who knew Chairman Lin would be here too? As he spoke, he gestured to Tang Weiner with his eyes, signaling her to help him make an acquaintance. He hoped to use his daughter to connect with Lin Chen. Chairman Lin was so young, yet already the owner of a multi-billion-dollar hotel group. His background was surely extraordinary. If he could leverage his daughter to get in with him. At this thought, Wang Defa's heart burned with eagerness. I have nothing to do with you. Leave. Tang Weiner trembled with rage, her face pale. Jiang Xuewei reached out and tugged Tang Weiner's hand worriedly. Xiao Fei's heart ached for Tang Weiner. To have such a father was truly pitiful. So it's old Tang, the school flower's father. But this relationship seems a bit off. Tang, the school beauty, appears to have family discord. So it's old Tang, the school flower's father. But this relationship seems a bit off. Tang, the school beauty, appears to have family discord. Self. The man's expression stiffened, then he immediately assured. Of course. Whoever spreads this will have their whole family die. Xia Wei, seeing this, wanted to get up and go over, but was pulled back by Chen Xiao. What can you do over there? Just stay here. Brother Xiao Fei and the others can handle it. Don't forget where this is. Chen Xiao reminded. Xia Wei then desisted. Wang Defa glanced at Tang Weiner. How dare you talk to your father like that? No matter how unwilling you are, I am still your biological father. Wang Defa had no intention of missing this golden opportunity to get acquainted with Lin Chen. A scumbag like you deserves to be Weiner's father. Look at what you're saying and doing now. Does it seem like something a father would do? Xiao Fei's face darkened as he spoke bluntly. And who are you? Wang Defa, provoked by the remark, also looked displeased. He glanced sideways at Xiao Fei, who was sitting next to Tang Weiner. Oh, I see you're my daughter's simp, right? Let me warn you, if you dare speak to me like that again, even if Weiner agrees to your pursuit, I want. A flash of anger crossed Xiao Fei's eyes, and he instinctively wanted to retort. Just then Tang Weiner slammed her chopsticks down and fired off words like a machine gun. Wang Defa, watch your mouth. You abandoned your wife and daughter, burned bridges, and have a rotten character. How can I, Tang Weiner, have a father like you? I've had the worst luck of 8 lifetimes. Now you shamelessly try to use me to get to know my friends. Dream on. Wang Defa, let me tell you, I don't want anything to do with you now, and I never will. Now get lost. Everyone stared in shock at Tang Weiner, including Lin Chen, Jiang Shuowei, Xiao Fei, and others. Wang Defa was no exception. He had never expected Tang Weiner to speak to him like that. After Tang Weiner finally let out all the words she had been holding back, she felt an immense sense of relief. Damn. No wonder they call her Tang the Tigress. She even dares to curse her own father when angry. Now I finally understand why she's called that. Her attack power is terrifying. But this dad is really disgusting, completely ignoring his daughter's feelings and just trying to brown-nose young Master Lin. With her beauty, what's wrong with having a bit of a temper? What's wrong? The other classmates who were watching also murmured softly. Xiao Fei, stunned, looked at Tang Weiner and swallowed hard. Xiao Fei thought to himself, could it be that Weiner lost her temper because her father cursed at me? Wah. Weiner is so good to me. As expected of Weiner, the sense of security is rock solid. Xiao Fei felt a warm glow in his heart. Wang Defa snapped out of it, his face darkening. Tang Weiner, do you think blood relations can be denied just like that? Don't give me that. Do you believe he'll make everything you've done public and let everyone see if you deserve to be a father? Tang Weiner stared fixedly into Wang Defa's eyes. Wang Defa immediately grew flustered. If Tang Weiner really exposed those things, it would definitely affect him. Moreover, if Tang Weiner kept causing a scene, getting to know Chairman Lin would certainly fall through. Wang Defa glanced at Lin Chen's current expression, then looked back at Tang Weiner. Weiner, I found that gold ring when I tidied up a few days ago. Ask your mother if she still wants it. If she does, I'll send it over in a few days. Wang Defa now put on a smiling face. Lin Chen and the others were baffled, but Tang Weiner's expression drastically changed. Wang Defa, you. Tang Weiner's finger pointing at Wang Defa trembled. She knew the story behind that gold ring. It was a keepsake her grandmother had left to her mother. Back when Wang Defa divorced to spite her mother, he secretly stole the gold ring and claimed he couldn't find it. Her mother had always yearned for that ring, but Wang Defa refused to return it despite her repeated requests. Tang Weiner was at a loss as to what to do. If she didn't take the ring, her mother would dream of getting it back. If she did take it, she'd have to satisfy Wang Defa, which meant asking Lin Chen for help. Tang Weiner found herself seeing the once fiery Tang Weiner suddenly go silent. Wang Defa knew his hint had worked and couldn't help as if I can't handle my own daughter. Tang Weiner looked at Lin Chen with difficulty. Lin Chen understood instantly. Clearly the gold ring Wang Defa mentioned was something Tang Weiner wanted. Ding! Congratulations, host, a system mission has been triggered. Make Wang Defa lose his reputation and go bankrupt. Mission reward, obtain 25 of Xiao Runfa's shares. A faint enigmatic smile crossed Lin Chen's face. It seemed he had no choice but to deal with this Wang Defa. Just then the doors of Hongyun Hall opened once more. Dong Fong entered with several male waiters. Chairman Lin, do we need to have this man removed? Dong Fong glanced at Wang Defa and spoke respectfully. Wang Defa panicked. If he were thrown out, wouldn't everything had done be in vain? Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, a faint smile on his face. No need, don't worry about me here. You attend to your own affairs. Very well, Chairman Lin. Feel free to call if you need anything. Dong Fong replied respectfully, and then exited, but not before glancing again at Wang Defa. However, the waiters remained inside Hongyun Hall. Wang Defa breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding students were all astonished. Wait, did I hear that right? That man must be a hotel executive, right? He called Lin Chen Chairman Lin. Is Lin Chen a shareholder of Emperor Hotel? You probably didn't miss here. It's unlikely that dozens of people all have your problems at the same time. No wonder young Master Lin chose to treat us to a meal here. So this is his turf. No wonder he drives a luxury car and dates the school beauty. The Emperor Hotel is one of the most upscale hotels in all of Tianfu City. A gathering place for celebrities and elites. Awesome. Alright, from now on I'm young Master Lin's dog. He'll do anything except eat shit. You? He wouldn't even take you as a dog. Ouch, that hits right in the feels. All the students looked at Lin Chen with astonishment, yet they found it only natural. Xiao Fei stared blankly at the scene, then suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. This damned mouth. It almost got me killed. Tang Weiner gazed at Lin Chen with gratitude. She naturally understood that Lin Chen was saving her face by not letting Dong Fong throw Wang Defa out. President Wang, just say what you have to say. Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, speaking to Wang Defa in a very casual tone. Wang Defa dared not waste any more time. Chairman Lin, I simply wanted to make your acquaintance without any ulterior motives. Wang Defa wore a fawning smile. A flicker of barely perceptible scorn flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. Is that so? Then I suppose we've gotten to know each other now. You may leave. Lin Chen said indifferently. Wang Defa was at a loss for words and turned to look at Tang Weiner. A hint of threat gleamed in his eyes. Tang Weiner suppressed her anger, remaining still. Xiao Fei shot Wang Defa a disgusted glare. Is this Wang Defa a beast? Threatening his own daughter like that? Jiang Shuowei tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen gently patted her hand, offering a faint smile to reassure her. Chairman Lin, to be honest, aside from getting to know you, I also wanted to discuss a potential partnership. Seeing that Tang Weiner wasn't speaking up for him, Wang Defa gritted his teeth and spoke shamelessly. Lin Chen's interest was piqued. Oh, a partnership. Tell me. Wang Defa chuckled. Chairman Lin, may I sit down to talk? Lin Chen nodded calmly. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Wang Defa sat down delightedly. It's like this, Chairman Lin, I run a textile factory. The towels, bed sheets, and quilt covers our factory produces are of excellent quality, and we can supply them to Dihao Hotel at extremely low wholesale prices as long as we sign a long-term contract. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. The real benefit was intangible. Once he put up the sign, special bedding and towels for Dihao Hotel, who would worry about sales? Okay, he'll consider. Wang Defa's face lit up again. With a daughter like this, he might still land a fortune. To be honest, even if he signed the contract with Dihao Hotel, he wouldn't actually make much money. The real benefit was intangible. Once he put up the sign, special bedding and towels for Dihao Hotel, who would worry about sales? Those few words, especially for Dihao Hotel, said it all. What standard does Dihao Hotel represent? Could the things they use be anything less than top-notch? But our company is called Defa Textile Co., Ltd. I've discussed this with President Dong Fong before, but Wang Defa put on a hesitant look. Just say whatever it is. Wang Defa nodded. I approached President Dong before, but he turned me down, saying Dihao already has fixed suppliers and that the quality of my factory's products wasn't up to standard and so on. I guarantee the quality of our products is impeccable. And I also heard. Wang Defa lowered his voice, glancing around at the waitstaff. I heard that the owner of the factory President Dong partners with has a special relationship with him. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. If what Wang Defa said was true and the products were fine, all well and good. But if they were substandard and Dong Fong was abusing his authority, then Dong Fong had no reason to stay. However, given Wang Defa's dubious character, he might be slandering Dong Fong just to get the contract. Very well. He'll look into this matter. If it's true, signing a long-term contract with you isn't out of the question. Lin Chen said coolly. Really? Wonderful. Thank you so much, Chairman Lin. Wang Defa stood up excitedly. Lin Chen waved. President Wang, we're still having dinner. How about we talk another day? Of course. I won't disturb you any longer. After a few more flattering words, Wang Defa finally left Hongyan Hall. Junior Lin, you don't have to agree to him, just for my sake. Tang Weiner looked at Lin Chen with a solemn expression. Don't worry, senior sister. If he has any tricks up his sleeve, I might just end up bankrupting him instead. Then you mustn't blame me, senior sister, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Of course not. I have nothing to do with him, Tang Weiner replied without hesitation. Before, she might still have held on to the faint hope that Wang Defa would repent. But now, Weiner, this is your chance to get that ring back. Jiang Shuowei suddenly chimed in from the side. I was about to say that too, Xiaofei nodded. Tang Weiner looked puzzled. How did you know I wanted that ring back? The moment your father mentioned the ring, you shrank like a deflated balloon. Anyone with eyes could see it, Jiang Shuowei said with a shrug. Tang Weiner clenched her small fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. That ring is the only thing my grandmother left for my mother. To my mother, its sentimental value cannot be measured in money. When my mother divorced Wang Defa, he knew how important that ring was to her. Lin Chen, Jiang Shuowei, and Xiao Fei felt a surge of indignation. How can such a man be a father? Jiang Shuowei fumed. Let's not talk about these upsetting things. Junior Lin, you must be cautious of Wang Defa. Now let's eat. Tang Weiner forced a strained smile and gestured for everyone to continue. Xiao Fei watched her try so hard to appear composed, and his heart ached for her. He had been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and as the only male child of his generation, he had been pampered and adored since birth. Now, putting himself in Tang Weiner's shoes, he realized he could never be as strong as she was. She greeted each day with a smile, showing no trace of the pain she had endured. Xiao Fei made a silent vow to himself. Weiner, I will give back all the love you've been missing. Meanwhile, the dinner was drawing to a close. The classmates thanked Lin Chen and left Emperor Grand Hotel one by one. Before their departure, Dong Fong had prepared a bottle of Evian for each of them. See that? That's class. Even a bottle of Evian costs $20. Why do you sound so proud? I almost thought you were the young Master Lin yourself. What do you know? I'm in the same class as young Master Lin, and I'm proud of it. Got a problem? Fine. Xiao Wei and Qin Xiao also came back to join them. After all the classmates had left, Lin Chen finally called Dong. Chairman Lin, do you have any other instructions? Dong Fong bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Wang Defa, do you know who he is? Lin Chen looked at Dong Fong indifferently. Jiang Shuowei and the others knew what Lin Chen was about to ask, so they sat quietly. I know him. He was the one who barged in just now, Dong Fong replied, puzzled as to why this name had come up. Connecting Lin Chen's attitude with the earlier incident, he felt a sense of foreboding. Dong Fong, how long have you been in this position? Lin Chen asked slowly. Chairman Lin, I've been working at Emperor Grand for 10 years. Dong Feng's heart was in his throat, cold sweat beating on his forehead. 10 years. That's quite a while. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised that Dong Fong had served here for so long. Dong Fong, do you know what Wang Defa said just now? Dong Feng's mind raced. Wang Defa. He had hardly any contact with Wang Defa except once when Wang Defa approached him to negotiate a contract. But due to quality issues and Emperor Grand's established suppliers, he had turned him down. Could it be? Just as Dong Fong was about to speak, Lin Chen continued. He said you have close ties with all the textile suppliers of Emperor Grand. Is that true? In an instant Dong Fong understood. So that's it. Had Wang Defa investigated him, and then taken this chance to smear his name in front of Chairman Lin. Wang Defa? What the hell? Chairman Lin, I swear I have never abused my power for personal gain. And that man isn't the boss. He's just the manager of Lanya Textile Company. We've only had a few meals together. And Lanya is a well-known international brand with excellent quality and comfort. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. Manager Dong, no need to be so nervous. I naturally trust you. Go ahead with your work. We're about to leave. No need to see us out. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't seem to be feigning his trust, Dong Fong breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Chairman Lin. Dong Fong stepped out of the fortune hall and couldn't help cursing under his breath. Damn Wang Defa trying to play me like that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. But considering that Wang Defa's daughter seemed to be a friend of Chairman Lin, he had no choice but to swallow his grievance. Inside the fortune hall after Dong Fong had left, Lin Chen took out his phone and called Lu Hai. Lu Hai, investigate Dong Fong. Find out if he has done anything improper. Yes, Chairman Lin. Soon after Lin Chen and the others left Emperor Grand Hotel, 2 supercars roared off in succession while Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao stood staring at the Waxioto app on their phones with a sigh. Sigh. Others drive luxury cars with campus beauties while we have to rely on Didi. Such is life. Unfair. Chun Xiao looked up at the sky and groaned weakly. And you're complaining. If it weren't for you, we could have at least taken Fourth Brother's Ferrari. How is that my fault? Ah, Xiao Wei, you son of a. Yeah. Say that again. Pain. In the school parking lot, Lin Chen and Zhang Shuawei got out of the car. Seeing that Tang Weiner and Xiao Fei hadn't emerged yet, Zhang Shuawei wanted to check on them. No need. They're probably having a sweet moment right now, Lin Chen said with a light laugh. Oh, is that so? Weiner, I prepared this bracelet for you. You must accept it. Xiao Fei stopped Tang Weiner from stepping out and took out a small box. Tang Weiner looked at the box in Xiao Fei's hand with surprise. Didn't you say it would arrive tomorrow? It came early, hee. Xiao Fei said, scratching his head. He had ordered the bracelet to be delivered at the fastest possible speed. A Bulgari bracelet. This must be really expensive. I can't accept it. Tang Weiner noticed the logo on the box and quickly shook her head in refusal. If it were something worth a few hundred yuan, she might have accepted. But a Bulgari piece was too much for her to take. She and Xiao Fei weren't even officially together yet. Please take it, Weiner. To me it's really nothing. I just want to give you good things because you deserve them. Xiao Fei looked at her with utter sincerity. Tang Weiner, flustered under his gaze, tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Then, should I accept it? Tang Weiner looked at Xiao Fei hesitantly. Of course. This bracelet is only for you. If you don't want it, I will just have to throw it away. Xiao Fei said with joy on his face. Huh. Throw it away. It's such an expensive item, it would be a waste to throw it away, right? Tang Weiner rolled her eyes at Xiao Fei, then put the bracelet on her wrist. Does it look good, oi? She waved her delicate hand in front of Xiao Fei, smiling. It looks good. Xiao Fei nodded repeatedly. Tang Weiner immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Seeing her happy expression made Xiao Fei's heart soften. Sister Weiner, I will definitely treat you well. The love you lack, I will make up for it. Xiao Fei said softly. Tang Weiner was taken aback and the smile on her face stiffened. Her eyes turned red, and with a pang in her nose, tears began to fall. Xiao Fei panicked and awkwardly handed her a few tissues. Huh. Sister Weiner, why are you crying? Don't cry. You still have me. And all of us. Xiao Fei said, and as soon as he spoke, Tang Weiner cried, even louder, unable to stop. Xiao Fei became even more flustered, and without thinking directly hugged Tang Weiner. It was only in that moment that he realized what he had done. What the hell? What have I done? I was so abrupt. Sister Weiner won't be angry, will she? Xiao Fei thought of letting go and apologizing, but to his surprise, Tang Weiner hugged him back. Whoa. Xiao Fei felt a surge of joy in his heart, tentatively patting Tang Weiner's back. After a long while, the sobbing gradually stopped. Xiao Fei's heart began to grow uneasy. Oh no. After another minute or two, Tang Weiner still had no response. Could it be that Sister Weiner has fallen asleep? Xiao Fei wondered. In fact, Tang Weiner had long since calmed down. She simply didn't know how to face the awkward situation ahead, so she continued to hold on. Until, a big banana, your feeling is really wonderful. Xiao Fei quickly let go of Tang Weiner, not even looking at who was calling, and directly hung up. At this moment, Tang Weiner was also blushing as she tidied her hair. This ringtone was set because I lost a bet with Chun Xiao. It's not my original ringtone. Xiao Fei awkwardly explained while in his heart, he was cursing Chun Xiao's entire ancestral line. Tang Weiner's previously tense emotions were instantly eased, and she let out a chuckle. It's fine. Everyone has their own preferences, do I understand? No, it's Chun Xiao. Xiao Fei hurriedly clarified. Tang Weiner got out of the car. Xiao Fei hurriedly followed her out. You don't need to see me off. After saying this, Tang Weiner quickly ran away. Xiao Fei stood beside his Porsche 918 in a daze. At that moment, Tang Weiner suddenly turned around to look at him. Xiao Fei, I hope you can keep your promise. But it's not the right time yet. After saying this with a flushed face, Tang Weiner turned and ran towards the girl. Xiao Fei stood there savoring Tang Weiner's words. Huh, what the hell does Sister Weiner mean? She agreed. Xiao Fei was so excited, he almost jumped up. No, Sister Weiner said it's not the right time yet. Forget it, it doesn't matter. He locked the car door and hummed a tune as he walked towards the dormitory. Today is a good day. Boss, what is Xiao Fei doing? He isn't answering my calls, or I even asked him to buy me a pack. Chen Xiao said, puzzled. I don't know. Lin Chen shook his head. A few minutes later. Chen Xiao? What did I do? Oh, don't touch there. A few days later, the holiday finally arrived. The first gathering of the Hanfu Society was postponed because Tang Weiner had to go home for some urgent matters, and they planned to hold it after the National Day. Due to the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holiday adjustments, classes had been ongoing for 7 or 8 days until the 30th. Finally, it's a holiday. I'm exhausted. Xiao Fei stretched lazily. Brothers, we have 7 days for National Day. What are your plans? Do you want to come play at my place for a few days? There are plenty of fun things to do in Minzhou. Chen Xiao looked at everyone with anticipation. Ill past, my mom wants me to go back to the capital. Sigh. I was originally hoping to find an opportunity to go out with Sister Weiner. Xiao Fei sighed. Over these few days, his relationship with Tang Weiner had progressed rapidly right into the ambiguous stage. He couldn't miss any chance to get closer. The precious 7 days of National Day, if it weren't for being forced, he wouldn't want to miss it either. Thinking about how his mom had cut his allowance to 1/10 and was also threatening him about finding a girlfriend, he felt a headache coming on. Mom, do you even know I'm trying to help you find a daughter-in-law? Xiao Fei shouted in his heart. All right, Chen Xiao said with some regret, then looked expectantly at Lin Chen and Xiao Wei. I don't believe it either. My sister said she hasn't seen me for a month and misses me, so I have to go home to see my sister. Xiao Wei said, unable to help but show a smile at this point. The three of them were somewhat surprised. You have a sister? Why haven't we heard you mention it before? Xiao Wei nodded with a smile. I have a sister, a biological sister. Chen Xiao immediately became interested and hurriedly asked, how old is she? Is she pretty? Does she have a boyfriend? Lin Chen and Xiao Fei looked at Chen Xiao with disdain. Xiao Wei was also somewhat speechless. I consider you a brother and you want to chase my sister? Why are you asking so much? My sister is only in 5th grade. Chen Xiao's heart was steady. Isn't it fine for me to care about our sister? Your sister is our sister, right? Yay. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Chen tidied up a bit and said goodbye to Xiao Fei and the others before driving to Jiang Zui's dormitory. The poison from the parking lot had already been brought back to the garage of Yulan Holy Court. Lin Chen sat in the Silbi Tuatura, and many people passing by couldn't help but take a glance. Yu Yang drove his repaired Panamera slowly towards him. Taking Chi-Chi to Sanya for fun, a 7-day holiday, 3 outings a day. Yu Yang thought happily, then saw a white supercar. The more Yu Yang looked, the more familiar it seemed. What the hell? Isn't that Lin Chen's car? Yu Yang was startled and hurriedly turned to run. What a joke. Driving a Panamera is impressive. That's ridiculous. Students around were startled and quickly made way, cursing. Han Chi-Chi just came out and saw Yu Yang's car, suddenly turn around feeling puzzled. Upon seeing Lin Chen's car, her expression changed, and she turned back into the dormitory. Before long, Zhang Xuewei also came downstairs. Han Chi-Chi waited until Lin Chen's car drove away before daring to emerge. Where are you? Hurry up and come pick me up. Aren't we going out for dinner? On the other end of the phone, Yu Yang was somewhat hesitant. I just saw Lin Chen's car outside your dorm building. How about I wait until he leaves before coming to get you? Or you could walk to the school gate yourself. Hearing this, Han Chi-Chi cursed inwardly. What a useless fool. I don't see it. Come back quickly. I'm starving, Han Chi-Chi cooed in a sweet voice. Of course she wouldn't admit she saw Lin Chen's car. She wasn't afraid of him. Didn't see it. It must have left by now. He'll be right there to get you. A white supercar gleaming with the sheen of money under the sunlight slowly rolled out of the gates of Suzhou University. Chun, is there anything you'd like to eat? Mom told me to ask you so she can prepare. Anything's fine, I'm easy to please, Lin Chen said casually. Oh, well, tell Mom that you want anything then. Zhang Xuewei pretended to send a message to, hey, no, dry pot chicken. Let's have dry pot chicken. Lin Chen quickly said. Zhang Xuewei was stunned for a second, then her face turned bright red. Oh, what are you saying? Dry pot what? Lin Chen was also taken aback by her words. Dry pot chicken. What about dry pot? Suddenly he realized the double entendre. Xuewei, what were you thinking? How could you turn that into a dirty joke? You're not, Lin Chen said with a mischievous grin, glancing down at her. Zhang Xuewei tightened her legs. Oh, you pervert. She felt her cheeks burning so hot they seemed to steam. Lin Chen chuckled. After a long while, Lin Chen's car came to a gentle stop in front of Jiang Zui's apartment building. He playfully tapped her nose. Little sleepyhead, we're home. Zhang Xuewei opened her drowsy eyes. Then she threw her arms around Lin Chen. Chen, I love you so much, she murmured in a soft, sweet voice. I love you too. They cuddled in the car for a while before getting out. Outside, several people had gathered. Holy crap, what kind of car is this? It's freaking awesome. This car is incredible. It's worth 70 million. One person pulled out their phone and searched. What a 70 million. Are you sure? Who around here can afford a 70 million car? It's true. I looked it up, and it's identical to this one. He hurriedly showed his phone to another person. The door's opening. They're coming out. They're coming out. The group fell silent, eyes fixed on the car, desperate to see who was inside. Then Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei stepped out. Shuowei? What? It's Jiang Shuowei. The onlooker. They knew the Jiang family was well off, but a 70 million car. Then they turned their gaze to Lin Chen. Suddenly it all made sense. He must be Jiang Zuoi's boyfriend. Not simple at all. Jiang girl, you've grown even prettier since I last saw you. Yeah, pretty and such good grades. If only my kid were half as good as you. They showered her with effusive Jiang Shuowei smiled and linked her arm with Lin Chen's. Not bad, not bad. A fine young man. Young man, what does your family do? Jiang Shuowei smiled and linked her arm with Lin Chen's. Not bad, not bad. A fine young man. Young man, what does your family do? More probing questions followed. Jiang Shuowei grew annoyed, so she made an excuse and dragged Lin Chen upstairs with the groceries. The neighbors watched their retreating figures with envy and sighs. A Jiang Haitao's family has really hit the jackpot. So envious. If only my daughter could. Your daughter? Forget it. She's twice my size. The hell? Say that again. Lin Chen smiled. Your neighbors are pretty friendly. Jiang Shuowei shook her head. They never usually talk to me. I don't even know their names. They only came over because, as they spoke, they reached her apartment door. She opened it and invited Lin Chen in. Jiang Min, who was cooking in the kitchen, heard the noise and rushed out to greet them warmly. Xiaochen, you're here. Come in. You must be tired from the trip. Jiang Haitao in the living room also walked out with a smile. Xiaochen, long time no see. Have a seat. Lin Chen quickly returned the greeting. Hello, uncle and auntie. Sorry to intrude again. Jiang Min took the gifts Lin Chen handed her and said with a smile, this kid, you didn't have to bring anything. You're treating us like strangers. Jiang Shuowei pulled Lin Chen to sit on the sofa. Mom, Lin Chen wants dry pot chicken. Did you make it? Jiang Min smiled. It's in the works. It'll be ready soon. Xiaochen, have some fruit and relax. Dinner will be up in a moment. Sure, auntie. Jiang Min went back to the kitchen with a smile. Lin Chen chatted with Jiang Haitao for a while when suddenly Jiang Lei came home. As he entered, he shouted excitedly, brother-in-law. Lin Chen was puzzled. You didn't go to school, eh? I had a chance to skip, so of course I took a long leave. Besides, I haven't had enough of the Mercedes-Benz E300 you gave me. Jiang Lei said with a cheeky grin. Jiang Haitao was irritated. You've got some nerve? Get your ass back to class right after National Day. Jiang Lei shrank his neck. I know. Jiang Shuowei couldn't help but laugh silently. Then Jiang Lei excitedly asked Lin Chen. By the way, brother-in-law, is that SSC2 Atara downstairs yours? Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Jiang Lei stared at him in awe, his mouth wide open. He had guessed it, but hearing the confirmation still left him shocked. His brother-in-law must be worth tens of billions. The thought itself felt like science fiction. How did his sister land someone like this? Just then Jiang Min came out carrying dishes. Jiang Lei, stop pestering your brother-in-law and come help set the table. Jiang Lei snapped out of his daze and followed Jiang Min into the kitchen. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei quickly went to help as well. The meal was filled with joy. After dinner, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei sat on the sofa. Suddenly Jiang Lei crept over. Brother-in-law, I need your help with something. Jiang Lei said somewhat sheepishly, as if finding it difficult to broach this. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked. Jiang Shuowei, standing nearby, also leaned in. If Jiang Lei's request was too outrageous, make sure to give him a couple of slaps. It's just, after I got the car I showed off a bit. A few days ago I posted a photo of my car in a car enthusiast group and said that at 18 I didn't rely on myself, but on my brother-in-law to buy a Mercedes-Benz E300 in full. Then someone mocked me, called me a poor guy, said I was showing off with a crappy car and so on. I got mad and cursed back. Then they told me to bring the car out tomorrow for a meetup. If it wasn't worth more than there's ID, have to kneel and call them grandpa. They also said if I didn't show they'd dox me and come to my home. As Jiang Lei said this, he shrank his neck. Because Jiang Shuowei had already stood up, angrily grabbed a pillow from the sofa and hurled it at him. You Jiang Lei, why do you have to show off so much? Can't you just not? Jiang Lei took the scolding and the beating without a word of retort. What's going on? You two just got home and you're already fighting. Jiang Min walked over concerned. Jiang Lei looked at Jiang Shuowei with pitiful blinking eyes, signaling her. Jiang Shuowei shot him a glare, but ultimately said nothing. Nothing much, just messing around with Xiao Lei. Jiang Min was skeptical, but still returned to her room. What do you want me to do? Lend you the car tomorrow? Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Lei nodded eagerly. Yes. No, you can't go. What if the other side is a bunch of thugs, and they hurt you? And if they say they'll dox you, let them. I don't believe such things still happen in this day and age. Jiang Shuowei refused outright. Jiang Lei dared not talk back to his sister, so he could only look pitifully at, what if it's real? What if they actually come to our home? Remember Jiang Shuowei, Lin Chen, and our parents are all here. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then said, they'll go with you tomorrow. No. Jiang Shuowei and Jiang Lei said in unison. Jiang Shuowei tightly grasped Lin Chen's arm, her face full of worry. Chen, this is too dangerous. You can't take the risk. Neither of you can go. Jiang Lei quickly added. Brother-in-law, this is my mess. I don't want to cause you trouble. I'll face it myself. At worst, they'll just curse at me. I'll take it. Lin Chen chuckled lightly and said, Don't be so tense. This little matter is nothing. Shuowei Xiao Lei, have you forgotten? I'm not exactly an ordinary person, am I? Jiang Lei's eyes suddenly lit up, and he slapped his forehead. Right? Brother-in-law, how could I forget that? You drive a sports car worth hundreds of millions, so your background must be extraordinary. Jiang Shuowei still frowned, saying, Chen, even so you can't take risks lightly. What if they don't play by the rules and start a fight? Lin Chen patted Jiang Zuwei's hand reassuringly. I won't put myself in danger. I'm just going to resolve this little trouble. I won't start any trouble, but I can't let Jiang Lei be bullied. Jiang Shuwei bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, All right, but I have to go with you. Absolute. Lin Chen shook his head. Jiang Lei also shook his head in refusal. Sis, the car only has 2 seats. How would you get there? Jiang Shuowei had no choice but to give up. After washing up, Lin Chen returned to the room Jiang Min had prepared for him. He took out his phone and called Lu Hai. Tomorrow at 7 in the evening, arrange a few guys to wait for me at XXX. Make sure they're big and strong. On the other end of the line, Lu Hai immediately grasped roughly what Lin Chen was planning. No problem, Chairman Lin. Though he was a bit worried, he was ultimately just a secretary. Executing assigned tasks was his job. Afterward, Lin Chen called his parents to chat for a while. The girl Zhou Ling eagerly shared stories about her new school over the phone. Time quickly passed to the next evening. Since the other party had set the time at 7, they finished dinner just in time to head over. Mom, Dad, my brother-in-law is taking me out for a drive. We'll be back a bit late. Jiang Lei said, trying to sound casual. You're going out. And your sister? Aren't you taking your sister with you? Jiang Min said with a smile. It's okay, Mom. Lin Chen's car only has 2 seats. Let them go out and have fun. Jiang Shuowei forced a faint smile, but inside she was deeply worried. Oh, all right then. Xiao Chen, be careful on the road. Jiang Min didn't notice anything off about Jiang Zuwei's demeanor, so she simply reminded them. Don't worry, Auntie. We're off, Mom and Dad. Once they got downstairs, Jiang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then seeing Lin Chen's car, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Haha, I've never ridden in a luxury car of this level in my whole life. Jiang Lei walked to the passenger side and eagerly opened the door. Cars are all pretty much the same. Lin Chen opened the door and sat inside. Damn, so cool. No wonder it's a sports car worth 70 million. Absolutely awesome. As the door opened, Jiang Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, get in quickly, and let's go. If we delay any longer, we'll be late. Okay. Jiang Lei heard the engine roared to life with a deep rumble, drawing another exclamation from Jiang Lei. Lin Chen drove the car toward the designated location. A car of this caliber in such a place naturally drew everyone's attention. Jiang Lei was speechless with excitement and pride at the looks they were getting. His gaze toward Lin Chen was filled with even more admiration. Since Jiang Lei had joined a local luxury car group, the meeting spot wasn't too far. They arrived after about 20 minutes. It was a riverside area already crowded with many cars. But most of them were high-end brands costing under $1 million. A quick scan showed the most expensive was a Lamborghini worth around $2 million. Lin Chen drove up to the riverside amid the amazed and envious stares of onlookers. The group that Jiang Lei had argued with online were gathered together chatting. When they saw Lin Chen's car, they were stunned. Wow, brother fan, your influence is incredible. You just posted a meetup message in the luxury car group, and you managed to get a big shot driving a car like this to show up. Boss, my admiration for you is like the endless Yangtze River. Is this car very expensive? More expensive than my Lamborghini? The yellow-haired man who had just been praised by those around him asked with a bewildered expression. The crowd remained silent. Brother fan, this is a SSC2 Atara, a globally limited edition priced at 70 million RMB. I estimate that if you want to buy one now, you'd probably have to spend even more to get a second-hand one. Another man in glasses quickly explained on behalf of the so-called brother fan. A trace of shock appeared on brother fan's face, and he looked again at the white supercar. Who do you think brother fan is? A super rich second generation. If I really wanted to buy it, couldn't I just casually buy it? Brother fan then said calmly, but secretly thought in his mind, I'm not lying. If my dad dies and I inherit the family fortune, I should have over 100 million, right? With over 100 million, can I casually buy a car like this? As expected of brother fan. So wealthy. Brother fan is awesome. The people around also gave brother fan plenty of face, praising him until he felt elated, and he was a bit lightheaded. Lin Chen parked the car to the side, then got out with Jiang Lei. At the same time, the door of a Mercedes-Benz G-Class beside them opened and 5 burly men in black suits got out. Each person had a stern, murderous aura, causing even Lin Chen to tense up. The 5 men walked up to Lin Chen and Jiang Lei, and then one of them stepped forward. What do you want? Jiang Lei looked at these 5 men warily. Brother fan, those 2 seemed threatening. Brother fan, after all, they're here to help us. Should we go help? Several people around quickly said. Brother fan looked at the 5 men, feeling somewhat intimidated inside, but with so many brothers watching him at the moment, he couldn't show cowardice. Let's go. With brother fan's command, over 10 people walked over together. The leading man didn't speak, but looked, then he slightly bowed. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lu Hai sent us to protect your safety. I am their leader, you can call me Xiao Hu. Then the four behind him bowed together. Hello, Mr. Lin. Earlier before coming, Lu Hai had specifically reminded them about what car Lin Chen drove and what he looked like. Moreover, the commission was very high, and if Mr. Lin was satisfied, he would hire them with an annual salary of 1 million per person. And as the leader, he could get 1 million. This was an enormous attraction for the five of them, so they were very respectful to Lin Chen. This scene naturally stunned both Zhang Lei and Brother Fan's group, who were walking towards them. Brother Fan's group couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Wow, this guy's no small fry. Brother Fan, are you sure you called him over? Of course. Would I lie to you? Oomph. Brother Fan glared fiercely at the speaker and said through gritted teeth. Although he was also a bit unconfident now things had already developed to this point. He could only pray that these two had indeed come because of him, right? Zhang Lei's mouth was wide open. After the shock, he was overjoyed again. Ha! Brother-in-law, I knew you wouldn't just put yourself in danger like that. Awesome brother-in-law. Zhang Lei exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen looked indifferent as he gazed at the leader, who called himself Xiao Hu. Well, if an emergency arises later, you just need to protect the two of us. Just those dozen or so people over there, can you handle them? Lin Chen said calmly. Rest assured, Mr. Lin. The five of us have all been on the battlefield. These few people are no problem. Xiao Hu said respectfully, then exchanged a glance with the four behind him, and the five of them retreated to the back of Lin Chen and Zhang Lei. Zhang Lei looked at the five men around him feeling extremely reassured. Although he didn't know what exactly his brother-in-law's background was, it was definitely not simple. The bodyguards he hired couldn't be ordinary, right? Just from the aura of these five, one could feel an immense sense of security. Thinking of this, Zhang Lei's gaze at the five men carried a hint of anticipation. You wanted me to kneel and apologize. Heh, out there it's all about background, you little punk. Just then Brother Fan's group also walked over. The five bodyguards stepped forward to block them from approaching further. Brother, you also came because you saw the message I sent in the group, right? Brother Fan said with a warm smile on his face. Lin Chen's lips slightly curled up. Yes, that's right. Hearing this, Brother Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Good. The people beside Brother Fan, upon hearing that Lin Chen was indeed called by Brother Fan, all scrambled to befriend Lin Chen. Ha ha ha. Big shot, your car is really cool. How much did it cost? Brother, after we deal with that brat later, want to grab a drink? Yeah, my treat. It's a good chance to get to know a new brother. Brother Fan also smiled confidently and spoke. Later, after we teach that clueless brat a lesson, we'll go have some fun. My treat. Sure, no problem. Lin Chen said calmly. Brother Fan was even more delighted. If he could befriend a wealthy young master of this level, it would definitely be a huge help to his family. Brother, where did you find these bodyguards? They look tough. One of the men beside Brother Fan said, and actually reached out to touch the muscles on Xiao Hu's arm. Xiao Hu's expression turned cold. He grabbed the man's arm and threw him down with a backbreaker. Odd. The man was slammed to the ground, groaning in pain. Earlier, Lin Chen had said that these people were his enemies, so they had no qualms about using force. This sudden turn of events stunned Brother Fan and the others. Then a few people went to help the man up. Are you okay? The man didn't reply. After being helped up, he looked at Xiao Hu with some anger. Dude, don't you control your bodyguard? He must be punished severely. Fire him immediately. Lin Chen sneered coldly. I think he did a great job. How else would those nosy people learn their lesson? Upon hearing this, the man was stunned, then his face turned gloomy. However, he didn't say anything, but cast his gaze towards Brother Fan. He couldn't afford to offend this man. Since this man had said he came because of Brother Fan's message, then if Brother Fan spoke, the man would surely give some face right. Brother Fan noticed the gaze. Although reluctant in his heart, he had no choice but to speak. Brother Fan looked at Lin Chen with a smile and said, Brother, my friend here just can't keep his hands to himself, but your bodyguard hit a bit too hard. Give me face and have your bodyguard apologize. Then we'll let it go. Later, he'll treat you to a meal as a celebration of you joining our heavenly fiend gang. A welcome party for you. The others also looked at Lin Chen, anticipating his response. Lin Chen said indifferently, Give you face. Who the hell are you that I should give you face? And not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can invite me to dinner, understand? Lastly, my men are not for others to meddle with. As soon as Lin Chen said this, Van Gogh and his group all changed expressions. Zhang Lei looked at Lin Chen with adoration. His brother-in-law was so cool. Fan Guest's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect Lin Chen to be so disrespectful, making him lose face in front of so many people. They originally thought this person wanted to befriend them, but it turned out he was here to cause trouble. Brother, isn't that a bit too? Your bodyguard injured someone, and you won't even apologize? Fan Gu said with a dark face. Lin Chen sneered. If he didn't have itchy fingers, would he get hit? At this moment, the injured person beside Fan Gu couldn't hold back anymore. Since even Fan Gu was being scolded together, why be afraid? If the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. He had to vent this anger. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You think having some dirty money and a few bodyguards makes you something? Zhang Lei listened, feeling a bit nervous, but seeing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, he settled down a little. Xiao Hu and his four subordinates remained expressionless, as if the quarrel had nothing to do with them, ready to act at Lin. Fan Ge took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "Fine, since you're so disrespectful, then we have nothing to do with each other. You can leave." Fan Ge, aren't we going to take revenge? I'm in pain all over. The injured person looked at Lin Chen and the others with hatred. Fan Ge actually felt disgusted with this person. If not for him, they wouldn't have offended Lin Chen. Revenge what? Can you afford to offend others? Hearing that the man had no choice but to give up sullenly, Lin Chen glanced contemptuously at Fan Ge and sneered, "Let us leave. Didn't you call my brother over?" Fan Ge was stunned by Lin Chen's words, not reacting for a moment, standing there confused. He looked at Zhang Liao. Indeed, he didn't recognize him. He didn't even know this person's name. How could he have called him over? Zhang Liao then spoke up. "Haha, you were quite active online, weren't you? Now you've forgotten who I am. Didn't you say your car was very expensive?" Fan Ge then woke up as if from a dream. His expression instantly. He looked at Zhang Liao, then at Lin Chen with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. "Brother, are you out of your mind? I drive a car worth tens of millions, and you post a Mercedes E300 to show off. If I had known your background, I wouldn't have dared to mock you." At this moment, the lackeys around Fan Ge started whispering, "Oh no, that Brad is actually this man's brother. This seems to have blown up. Indeed, who would have thought this kid had such a strong backing? We'd better leave quickly." "What about Fan Ge? Screw him. Offending this guy will bring you trouble. Every bird flies when disaster comes." A dozen people discussed openly, completely disregarding Fan Ge beside them. Fan Ge heard everything, his face extremely ugly, cursing inwardly. "Damn it. I've always treated them to meals and drinks, and now they all want to run. Boss, I didn't participate in this. It's none of my business." "Yeah, boss. I just came to hang around. Haha, I didn't curse this brother online. My wife is calling me, I'll take it. Hello, Mom." "What a? The dog gave birth." Okay. They'll be right there." "Hello, Dad. The cat gave birth. They'll come back immediately." "Hello. Second Dad. Home. The washing machine broke. They'll be right back to fix it." Not long after, the dozen or so people who had crowded around Fan Ge quickly dispersed, leaving only the man who had been beaten earlier. Fan Ge gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, today's matter is indeed a misunderstanding." "Fan Ge, what are you afraid of? Isn't he just driving a car worth tens of millions? Didn't you just say you could buy one too? You're not necessarily worse than him. Go FK him." The man who stayed behind was. This person was a newcomer and didn't know Fan Ge's family background. Fan Ge couldn't help wanting to slap him twice. "This Brad is ruining me." Fan Ge forced a disdainful and reluctant, barely ugly smile. Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. But the man was not happy. "Fan Ge, fear no balls. Just do it." Fan Ge finally couldn't hold back and kicked the man in the leg. The man didn't expect Fan Ge to suddenly act like this. Another cry of pain came, and the man was actually kicked to his knees. "Why is it always me who gets hurt? I'm really sorry, you two. This man disrespected you. He'll deal with him for you." Fan Ge smiled ingratiatingly. His heart was full of bitterness. Today was a huge loss of face. But he had no choice. Unless forced, he really didn't want to offend Lin Chen. Lin Chen and the others were also startled by the sudden kick. After recovering, Lin Chen looked at Fan Ge. "You were the one who proposed the online agreement, right?" The loser kneels and apologizes. "Do you accept or not?" Lin Chen had a mocking smile on his face. Fan Ge heard Lin Chen's words. His smile stiffened, and his expression gradually darkened. "Fan Ge, can I get up?" The man, still kneeling, asked cautiously. He dared not offend Fan Ge again. If he did, and if Lin Chen really wanted to deal with him, he would have no way out. Fan Ge grunted with an ugly face. The man felt relieved and immediately stood up, not daring to say another word beside him. No more laughing. Fan Ge warily glanced at the 5 bodyguards in front of Lin Chen and Zhang Liao. "Brother, how about this? I apologize, and we let this matter go, okay?" Fan Ge said in a deep voice. He didn't want to offend Lin Chen, but even less did he want to kneel and apologize. Once he knelt and apologized, if word got out, how could he continue in his circle? He would lose all face. Lin Chen's face showed a hint of mockery. "Is that possible? You made an agreement with my brother back then, so now you're backing out. How about this? I'll give you an hour. If you can find a car more expensive than mine and bring it here, then I'll have my brother kneel and apologize to you. How about that?" Brother Fan felt a headache. Where the hell could he find a car worth over 70 million? Even renting couldn't be possible, right? Those who can afford tens of millions of cars wouldn't rent them out. Impossible. "Brother, you should let things go. I Wu Yifun still have some influence in this small area. Let's resolve this matter amicably today. It's better for everyone." Brother Fan saw that Lin Chen was so uncompromising and immediately lost his temper. An apology was impossible. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system mission. Make Wu Lin Home Furnishing Co. Ltd. go bankrupt. Mission reward 51% shares of Quanmei Home Furnishing. The system prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Wu Lin Home Furnishing. Quanmei Home Furnishing. Just as Lin Chen was stunned, Brother Fan continued speaking. "Brother, I'm willing to bow my head. He'll apologize, and we'll be done with this. My father has a high status in the underworld, and everyone is willing to show him respect. If you could give him face, I believe." Lin Chen watched Brother Fan growing more confident and quickly interrupted. Stop, stop, stop. Who the hell does your father think he is? He's not worthy of my respect. Get down on your knees and apologize to my brother right now. If you don't, then don't blame me for doxing you. Lin Chen interrupted impatiently, simultaneously throwing back at him the words the man had used to threaten Zhang Lei online. Fuck your mother. I've been too polite to you. I want to apologize. What can you do to me? Threaten to dox me. I look forward to you trying. Brother Fan finally couldn't hold back anymore. Screw how powerful his background was, head curse first. After cursing, he turned and led his subordinate toward his Lamborghini. That subordinate was delighted to see Brother Fan finally daring to confront Lin Chen, and even turned back to spit at Lin Chen and the others. Zhang Lei instantly flared up and wanted to go up and teach him a lesson. The eyes of Xiao Hu and his 4 companions flashed with cold light. Mr. Lin, shall we? But Lin Chen shook his head, his gaze icy as he watched Brother Fan and his subordinates' backs. I have a way to deal with them. Wu Lin Home Furnishing. Lin Chen told Xiao Hu and his men to find a hotel nearby, and had Lu Hai pay them their reward. These guys are pretty good, let's sign them first. Then investigate. Although Lin Chen had only seen Xiao Hu in action, he could tell from the aura of the 5 men. Every one of them was a skilled hand. Anyway, they weren't expensive, so had signed them first to avoid having to look for help later. When they got home, Zhang Xuewei looked them over left and right, and only relaxed after confirming no one was injured. Not long after, a document was sent to Lin Chen's phone. After a quick scan, had a small company with a market value of just over 100 million. Wu Jianjun. Used to be a gangster. Lin Chen became even more contemptuous. Hearing Wu Yifan's arrogant tone before he left, he had thought there was some extraordinary background, but this was it. Lu Shu. Huang Min. The next day, in the office of Wu Lin Home Furnishing, a man with tattoos looking in his 40s was staring at his phone with a displeased expression. For some reason, many people today inexplicably canceled their original orders, even willing to pay a penalty, as if they were afraid of having any contact with him. Damn it. Are these people eating shit? Fuck. Wu Jianjun couldn't help but curse irritably. After calming down, he sensed something was wrong. 1 or 2 might be a coincidence, but all orders at the same time. Obviously something was off. Have I offended someone recently? No. I haven't had any conflicts these past few days. Just then Wu Yifan walked into the office. Dad, I'm out of pocket money. Drop some gold coins for me. Wu Yifan plopped down on the sofa as soon as he entered. Wu Jianjun was used to this. How much? Wu Jianjun said as he took out his phone. Transfer me 50,000. After a moment. Alright, it's sent. Wu Jianjun put down his phone, his expression grim. Wu Yifan's mother had died in childbirth, and to compensate for the lack of maternal love, he had almost always given Wu Yifan whatever he wanted. This had cultivated a host of bad habits in Wu Yifan. Great. By the way, Dad, I noticed the factory has stopped working. Is it because there are no orders lately? Wu Yifan suddenly remembered that on his way and most of the workers weren't doing anything, so he asked. I have no idea what's going on. Most of the orders have been cancelled, and they're even willing to pay penalties. I haven't offended any big shot recently, have I? Wu Jianjun got angry just thinking about it. Yet he felt a lingering unease. After all, many of the orders were from long-term clients. For them to avoid him like the plague, one could imagine the power of the other side. Wu Yifan's face changed upon hearing this. He had been about to go out and enjoy himself with the money, but now he quickly sat back down. Dad, why don't you ask them? Ask what their reason is for canceling the orders. Wu Yifan urged. Wu Jianjun, do you think I didn't ask? Each one just said they didn't need it, and some even hung up on me without a word. Wu Yifan's face showed anger. What? So disrespectful. Dad, how can you take this? Wu Jianjun sighed. Even if I can't stand it, what can I do? Should I go to their door and beat them up? Things are different now. Just then Wu Jianjun's phone rang again. Wu Jianjun and Wu Yifan exchanged a glance, a feeling of foreboding rising in their hearts. Could it be another cancellation? Wu Jianjun picked it up and his expression relaxed into a smile. It's your uncle Lu. Wu Jianjun said with a smile. Lu Guozhu was a brother he had roamed with in his youth. Their relationship had always been good, and they had a business partnership with Lu ordering from him every year. Wu Jianjun answered the phone. Hey Zhuzi, what made you call today? Are you craving a drink again? Wu Jianjun said cheerfully. But Lu Guozhu on the other end was silent for a moment. Brother Jun, I'm sorry. Wu Jianjun's smile froze. Zhuzi, what do you mean? Wu Yifan also tensed up, pricking up his ears. Brother Jun, I have to cancel the order I placed with you. But I'll still pay for the goods you've already produced, just for fun the rest. Lu Guozhu's voice was low on the other end of the line. Wu Jianjun fell silent. What kind of force could compel even Lu Guozhu, a man with whom he shared such a close bond, to cancel his order? Lu Guozhu, hearing no response from Wu Jianjun on the other end of the line, continued. Brother Jun, I'm truly sorry. I no longer have the drive I once did. All I want now is a wife, children, and a warm hearth. If I don't cancel the order, it'll be targeted. If I can't keep this company running, I won't be able to provide a good life for my wife and kids. Wu Jianjun took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I understand, Guozhu. But can you at least tell me one thing? Who have I offended? A pause on the other end, then Lu Guozhu asked with confusion, Brother Jun, you don't know. Hearing this, Wu Jianjun, who had been holding back a storm of frustration, poured out his grievances. How would I know? Ever since I woke up, it's been one call after another. All canceling orders. And when I ask why, they won't tell me. Brother Jun will tell you, but you must never let anyone know it was from me. Wu Jianjun quickly replied, relax. I keep my mouth shut. Go ahead. Alright. All I know is that the person who contacted me is from Rongtojidi. Brother Jun, you know Rongtojidi. A market cap of hundreds of billions, immense influence in Suzhou. Wu Jianjun stopped listening. His mind was now consumed by the name Rongtojidi. Holy crap. What did I ever do to deserve Rongtojidi targeting me? This is like using a cannon to swat a fly. What kind of matchmaking system is this? Brother Jun, are you there? Wu Jianjun took a deep breath. Yes. Brother Jun, I've told you everything I know. Don't be mad at me. Just let me cancel the order. After Lu Guozhu finished, Wu Jianjun's phone emitted a series of beeps. Meanwhile, Wu Yifan had been itching. Dad, what's going on? Even Uncle Lu is canceling his order. Weren't you two always close? Wu Yifan asked anxiously. Wu Jianjun said nothing, instead trying to recall if he had recently offended Rongtojidi in any way. After thinking long and hard, he concluded he had never even come into contact with them. How could he have offended them? Wu Yifan kept pressing. Dad, talk to me. Who did you offend? Is it something with your business? Or an old... Wu Jianjun, watching his son's frantic demeanor, felt a flicker of suspicion. This kid never cared about anything except his allowance. He couldn't even be bothered to study, so he could one day inherit Lin Home Furnishings. Has the sun risen from the west today? Why the sudden interest in the company? Could it be that this brat has offended some big shot at Rongtojidi? The more he thought about it, the more convinced Wu Jianjun became. He knew his son's character all too well. The boy was even more reckless than his own younger self. Xiaofan, why the sudden interest in the company? Wu Jianjun asked. Caught off guard, Wu Yifan stammered. Well, I'm growing up, aren't I? It's time I started caring about the family business. Before the shit hit the fan, he had no intention of telling his father that this might all be because of the young man he had offended last night. A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Maybe Dad could resolve this. Wu Jianjun found Wu Yifan's behavior increasingly suspicious. Xiaofan, tell me honestly. Have you offended someone recently? This is serious. Your old man's shoulders aren't broad enough to carry this, Wu Jianjun said. One misstep, and the company goes bankrupt. Then, well, I'll have to live a hard life. Afraid Wu Yifan wouldn't come clean, Wu Jianjun used the one thing his son feared most to scare him. It really wasn't me, Dad. I've been the same as always. No conflicts with anyone. Wu Yifan gritted his teeth and insisted. Wu Jianjun was puzzled. Could it really not be Xiaofan? Had he guessed wrong? Alright, if it's not you, then go play. He'll think of something else. Wu Yifan nodded. By the way, Dad, do you know who's targeting us? Wu Jianjun's face grew grim. Rongtojidi. Wu Yifan nodded, afraid his father would detect it was his fault, so he said a few casual words and left the company. Settling into his Lamborghini, Wu Yifan couldn't resist pulling out his phone to search for Rongtojidi. Let me see just how fucking impressive Rongtojidi really is. Wu Yifan typed Rongtojidi into his browser, and the results made his face instantly change. Holy shit. So damn powerful. A group with a market cap of hundreds of billions? Wu Yifan panicked. He hadn't expected the young man from last night to have such a terrifying background. If it were a company worth a few hundred million or $1 billion, his father's connections might still handle it. But 1,000 billion group targeting a small company, just over 100 million. How could they even compete? As thoughts raced through his mind, fears set in. Could he really be doomed to a life of hardship with only a few thousand yuan in monthly allowance? For a long moment, Wu Yifan sat hesitating in the car. After an intense inner struggle, he finally gritted his teeth, opened the door, and made his way back to Wu Jianjun's office. On the way to Wu Jianjun's office, almost all the workers had down tools and the factory was eerily quiet. Why has everyone stopped working? Won't we lose our overtime pay? You're still thinking about overtime. The company is about to go under. Huh, what happened? Most of our clients would rather pay the penalty than keep their orders. Word is the boss if they're trying to shut the company down. Shit, then he'll have to find another job again. No, this place is what's the difference? Grinding away somewhere else is the same. A few workers were huddled together discussing this when Wu Yifan overheard. What are you talking about? Wu Yifan barked angrily. Realizing it was the boss' son, everyone went silent. Wu Yifan had no mood to discipline them. He snorted coldly and strode directly toward Wu Jianjun's office. After Wu Yifan left, the workers quietly gathered again to talk. Meanwhile, in the office, Wu Jianjun was frantically contacting everyone he could. Hello, President Li. I'm from Lin Home Furnishings. Beep beep. Brother Ma. Don't call me. I can't help. Beep beep beep. Every call ended in rejection. No one dared get involved. Fuck. Wu Jianjun slammed his phone onto the desk in rage. At that moment, Wu Yifan walked in. Xiaofan, why are you back? Wu Jianjun looked doubtfully at Wu Yifan, who appeared at the doorway. Xiaofan, why are you back? Wu Yifan met his father's gaze and steeled himself to say, Dad, I offended someone last night. That person's car cost over 70 million. It might be him. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was enjoying a day at a wetland park with the Jiang family of 3. Chairman Lin, it's done. Everyone who had orders with Wu Lin Home Furnishings has cancelled them. Huang Wei was on the phone, MMIC. After hanging up, he looked up at Jiang Shuawei flying a kite, and a smile spread across his face. Ah Chun, come join me. Coming. Lin Chen walked over. At noon, after lunch, everyone returned home. Jiang Lei suddenly sidled up. Brother-in-law, that guy added me yesterday. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Oh, the one called bro fan yesterday. Yes. He said he wants to talk to you. Jiang Lei nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen gave a faint smile. Don't worry about him. Jiang Lei of course listened to Lin Chen. But brother-in-law, what does he want from you? Jiang Lei asked curiously. Nothing much. His family's company is about to go bankrupt. He probably wants to apologize first. Lin Chen said casually. Hiss, Jiang Lei gasped. That guy called bro fan, respected by so many people, driving a sports car. His family must be well off. Yet after just one night and a morning, his family's company was about to go bankrupt. Jiang Lei grew even more curious about Lin Chen's background. Brother-in-law, what exactly does your family do? Jiang Lei couldn't help asking. My family is ordinary, but I own a few companies. You've heard of Rongtou Land, right? It's mine. Lin Chen said in an extremely calm tone the most arrogant words. Jiang Lei's mouth fell open, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. Of course he knew what Rongtou Land was. His own father was in the same industry. That was a company worth hundreds of... The boss is my brother-in-law. Holy shit. Jiang Lei swallowed hard. Brother-in-law, you're joking, right? Huh. A strained smile appeared on Jiang Lei's face. Lin Chen gave an exasperated smile. Why would I lie to you? Jiang Shuawei walked over with a plate of fruit. Stop prying all the time. Do you think your brother-in-law would lie to you about something so trivial? Jiang Shuawei shot Jiang Lei a look. Then she picked up a piece of dragon fruit and fed it to Lin Chen. Holy shit. Brother-in-law, you're really the owner of Rongtou Land. Only then did Jiang Lei believe the truth, seeing Jiang Zuwei's confirmation. He shouted excitedly. Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao, who had been in their room, heard the commotion and came out. Xiaoqin, you're the owner of Rongtou Land. Jiang Haitao's voice trembled with excitement as he stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Lin Chen stood up and nodded. Yes, uncle. This is too incredible. Jiang Haitao couldn't accept the fact for a moment. He had seen earlier that all shares of Rongtou Land had been acquired by someone named Lin Chen, causing quite a stir. At the time he thought it was just a coincidence of names, but he still searched for Lin Chen's identity. All he found was a blurred video, seemingly from a gathering, but nothing clear. He never expected it to actually be the same person. Jiang Haitao no longer felt like his precious cabbage had been taken by a pig. Instead, he felt as if his own pig had stolen someone else's cabbage. Thinking this, Jiang Haitao couldn't help glancing at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei, thinking her father was praising her for finding such a good man, lifted her chin proudly. I saw earlier that all shares of Rongtou Land were purchased by a shareholder with the same name as you. I thought it was just a coincidence, but it really is you. Jiang Haitao felt like he was dreaming. The sole owner of Rongtou Land, a company worth hundreds of billions, was his daughter's boyfriend. And right in front of him, calling him uncle. Yes, uncle. I'm very optimistic about Rongtou Land's prospects, so I simply bought all its shares. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Then if you have the money to buy all of Rongtou Land's shares, your business should be more than just this, right? Jiang Haitao probed cautiously. He was simply curious. After all, buying all of Rongtou Land shares would require no less than 100 billion. Having 100 billion in liquid assets. TSK. For context, the entire Tianfu city's annual GDP was just over 2 trillion. Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Jiang Shuawei shot a displeased look at Jiang Haitao, afraid Lin Chen might misunderstand. Jiang Min also tugged at Jiang Haitao's sleeve. Jiang Haitao realized his words sounded like prying. Xiaoqin, don't get me wrong. I don't mean anything else, just pure curiosity. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say. Dad, why are you asking so many questions? Jiang Shuawei shot a displeased look at Jiang Haitao, afraid Lin Chen might misunderstand. Jiang Min, showing such embarrassment in front of the younger generation, made his ears burn. Lin Chen knew if he didn't help Jiang Haitao out, he'd be digging himself into a hole. It's fine. Longfor is also my company, and I have some shares in Tencent. I won't go into details about the rest. Lin Chen said with a smile. Jiang Haitao breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Chen rescued him from the awkwardness. Then he was once again stunned by Lin Chen's words, including Jiang Min and Jiang Lei. If people outside the industry might not know, Rongtou Land, Longfor, and Tencent were household names. Anyone who uses a smartphone knows Tencent. Both were colossal beyond compare. If calculated that way, Lin Chen's net worth would be hundreds of billions. Holy shit. Brother-in-law, Longfor and Tencent are yours too. Jiang Lei felt his heart pounding wildly. How blessed was he? How could his sister be so fortunate as to be in a relationship with someone like this? Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao's minds were reeling from these 3 revelations. Longfor is mine. Ooh, I only have some shares in Tencent. Lin Chen explained with a smile. That's still freaking amazing. Bro, if my sister ever makes you angry, tell me. We'll take care of her. Jiang Lei said excitedly. Jiang Shuawei, are you polite? Jiang Shuawei, with her willow-shaped brows furrowed, looked as if she was about to hit Jiang Lei. She exclaimed petulantly, Jiang Lei, you ungrateful wretch. I'm your own sister. As she spoke, she raised her fist and made a feigned move to strike. Jiang Lei shrank back in fear and quickly said placatingly to Jiang Shuawei, sis, I was just joking. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Jiang Shuawei snorted, lowered her fist, and said, that's more like it. Next time you dare to talk nonsense, I'll give you a good thrashing. Jiang Min and Jiang Haitao chatted for a while longer, then returned to their room, leaving the space for the young people. Brother-in-law, can you ask Tencent to release an international version of WeChat? It's really frustrating not being able to use WeChat Pay abroad. Jiang Lei complained. Lin Chen gave a helpless smile. This isn't something I can just make happen. After all, we're not in our country. Jiang Lei shook his head regretfully. All right. Just then Lin Chen's phone rang. He looked at it and saw it was Zhang Yu, the director of Yinxing Hospital. Lin Chen gestured to Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Lei to indicate he was taking a call. Hello. Hello, this is Zhang Yu. Last time you instructed me to recruit Dr. Lin Yi from Jintang County First People's Hospital to our hospital, but he didn't agree. It turned out that Zhang Yu had been contacting Lin Yi for the past few days, but Lin Yi had refused every time. They had already offered a very high price, but he still hadn't agreed. Alright, I understand. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Zhang Yu sighed in relief upon hearing this. Very well, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen asked a few more questions about the hospital situation, then hung up. To be honest, if Zhang Yu hadn't called, he would have almost forgotten about this matter. He knew this was tied to his system reward. After careful consideration, he decided to personally go to Yinxing Hospital to find Lin Yi. Shuawei, Jiang Lei, I need to go out for a while. Lin Chen said. Both of them turned their gaze toward him. Earlier I asked Director Zhang of Yinxing Hospital to recruit Dr. Lin Yi from Jintang County First People's Hospital. Director Zhang just called to say that Dr. Lin Yi didn't agree. Lin Chen said with a frown. Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, what are you planning to do then? I'm going to go to Yinxing Hospital in person and talk to Dr. Lin Yi face to face. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei immediately said, Dr. Lin saved my dad's life. Brother-in-law, we want to go. We just had a silk banner made for Dr. Lin and we can bring it along. Jiang Shuawei nodded in agreement. Yes, Lin Chen smiled. Alright, let's head out now. So the three of them went downstairs together. Jiang Lei walked toward his Mercedes-Benz E300, unlocked it, and opened the door. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, while Jiang Shuawei sat in the back. Jiang Lei started the engine, and the car slowly drove out of the residential area. Brother-in-law, you've probably never ridden in a car worth this much, have you? Jiang Lei teased. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. No, I haven't. Lin Chen looked out the car window, lost in thought. Just over a month ago, he was still worrying about spending a few extra yuan on a taxi fare. The car weaved through the city streets, the scenery outside the window receding. Finally, they arrived at Yinxing Hospital. The three got out of the car and walked into the hospital building. The hospital was bustling with people, and the air was thick with the smell of disinfectant. Lin Chen asked the information desk for the location of Dr. Lin Yi's office, then led Jiang Shuawei and Jiang Lei in that direction. Isn't that the guy who came last time and was personally received by the director? The nurse at the information desk murmured, belatedly, watching Lin Chen and the others walk away. She immediately pulled out her phone. The handsome guy who was personally received by the director last time and solved a big problem for our hospital is back. And he's brought a silk banner for Director Lin. Oh, he must be here to thank Director Lin. Hope he can be of some help to Director Lin. I doubt it. After all, the person he offended is the hospital director. When they reached the office, Lin Chen and the others knocked. Come in. Lin Yi's slightly weary voice came from inside. Lin Chen and the other two pushed the door open and walked in. Mr. Lin. Miss Jiang. Seeing it was Lin Chen, Lin Yi quickly stood up. Director Lin, my dad has recovered very well. He can walk normally now. We came here specifically to thank you. As Jiang Shuawei spoke, she took out the silk banner. Lin Yi's eyes lit up at the sight of it, but he quickly restrained his expression. There's no need to be so polite. A patient's recovery is the best gift for a doctor, Lin Yi said with a smile. Director Lin, please accept it. We've brought it all the way here. There's no reason to take it back. Jiang Lei shoved the banner into Lin Yi's hands. Lin Yi tried to decline, but eventually accepted it. He couldn't hide the smile at the corner of his mouth. Just then several other doctors walked in and immediately understood. The doctor's eyes turned red with envy. Oh, Director Lin got your first silk banner, huh? Let us see what it's. Yeah, Director Lin, let us have a look. Lin Yi's smile faded. No need. How can I show off something given by a patient? Lin Yi's tone was very calm. The doctors glanced at him disdainfully. What are you pretending for? Whether you can even stay in this hospital is still up in the air. Exactly. It's just a banner. Look how proud he is. The doctors muttered a few words under their breath, then sized up Lin Chen and the others before returning to their desks. Lin Yi, with his system-enhanced physique, naturally caught every word. He felt a flicker of confusion in it. Ordinarily, since they shared an office and Lin Yi was the director, these doctors should not have dared to offend him so blatantly. And what did they mean by whether you can even stay in this hospital? Could it be that Lin Yi had done something wrong and was about to be fired by the director? As Lin Chen was deep in thought, he heard Lin Yi's apologetic voice. I'm sorry, you three. How about we go somewhere else to talk? Sure. No problem. Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. He had been looking for a chance to bring up Lin Yi's job transfer, and this was the perfect opportunity. Lin Yi was taken aback by Lin Chen's decisiveness. But he quickly recovered. Give me just a moment. As he spoke, he hung the silk banner on the most conspicuous spot presented to Director Lin Yi, Jintang County First People's Hospital. Medical skill worthy of trust, medical ethics deserving of respect. Presented with gratitude by patient Jiang Haitao. Lin Yi cast an indifferent glance at the doctors who were looking at the pennant with envy. A scornful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Mr. Lin, shall we go? All right. After Lin Yi, Lin Chen, and the other two left the office, the doctors started discussing again. Didn't Lin Yi say that the pennant from the patient's family was not meant for showing off? How come it's hung on the wall right away? Hey, he did it on purpose to spite us. Damn, he deserves to be targeted by the director. If not for him, would our department be ranked last in performance every month? Exactly. Might as well resign right away. Maybe I could even become a department head. What? You don't believe it. A few minutes later, Lin Chen, Lin Yi, and the other two arrived at the seats downstairs. Mr. Lin, just say what you need. They'll help if I can. Lin Yi got straight to the point. From the very first sentence, when Jiang Shuwei said the main reason was to thank him, he knew there must be something else. Lin Chen smiled. Then I won't beat around the bush. Director Lin, I am the owner of Yinxing Hospital. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock. What? You're the owner of Yinxing Hospital? No wonder after he rejected the hospital's invitation, the director personally came to see him. It was because of Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded. That's right. Lin Yi suddenly thought of Chao Jinlong's matter. No wonder Chao Jinlong's attitude had undergone a complete 180-degree turn. Mr. Lin, since you are the owner of Yinxing Hospital, you should know that I have refused many times. I have no intention of changing jobs for now. Lin Yi still shook his head and refused. Jiang Lei, who was beside him, wanted to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Zuwei's gaze. Director Lin, I noticed that those doctors didn't seem very friendly toward you. Can you tell me about it? Lin Chen no longer dwelled on the topic of Lin Yi switching jobs. Lin Yi was silent for a long time, then sighed and spoke. I apologize for making a spectacle of myself. Mr. Lin, may I ask you a question? Lin Yi met Lin Chen's gaze. Lin Chen smiled. Of course. What is a doctor's duty? Lin Chen pondered for a while. To heal the wounded and rescue the dying. A self-mocking smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. Yes. A doctor's duty is to heal the wounded and rescue the dying. Then what wrong have I done by thinking for the patients, trying to keep them from using expensive medications and easing their burden? I have seen countless patients who gave up treatment because they couldn't afford it. Was it their fault? No, they were not at fault, but they couldn't afford the exorbitant medical fees. Isn't it that they do not revere life? No, it's still a matter of money in the end. I tried every means to make patients spend less, but the hospital was not happy about it. Heh. Speaking up to this point, the light in Lin Yi's eyes dimmed. Lin Chen and the other two fell silent. They couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for this man in white, who looked haggard. You have done nothing wrong. What you did was absolutely right. Lin Chen spoke softly. He thought of Zhou Dongxue. If it weren't for the system he had and the money, would Zhou Dongxue be able to actively receive treatment like now? Would his uncle's family still be the same? Probably one would give up treatment, and the other would go bankrupt to pay for it. I also believe I did nothing wrong, so I don't care about their opinions. But I never expected they would not assign me any surgery. As he said this, Lin Yi clenched his fists as if trying to suppress the anger inside him. The scene in the director's office that day replayed in his mind. Director Lin, take some time to think it over. From the patient's perspective, you are great, you are selfless. But the hospital also needs to survive and make a profit. If every doctor acted like you, would our hospital still be able to operate? And count for yourself how many charity surgeries you have organized and led. That's all I have to say. Come see me when you've thought it through. It was from that time onward that he, a department director, had fallen to the point where he couldn't even get on the operating table. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's hand involuntarily clenched tighter. Lin Chen noticed Lin Yi's action, and a smile appeared on his face. Good, very good. Exactly that. Dr. Lin, can you tell me why you don't want to go to Yinxing Hospital? Lin Chen continued asking. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment. Even a public hospital is like this. As a private hospital, Yinxing Hospital would only be worse, right? Hearing this, Lin Chen felt relieved. It was settled. Director Lin, I can give you a promise. Once you come to Yinxing Hospital, you will still be the department director, and your treatment will only be better, not worse. Lin Chen said with a smile. Lin Yi sighed. What I care about is not the treatment, what I care about is whether I can do my best to help every patient. Mr. Lin, thank you for your kindness, and thank you for thinking so highly of me. But let's forget about the transfer. I have some matters to attend to in my department. I won't keep you three any longer. Lin Yi issued a polite dismissal and stood up at the same time. Don't be in a hurry, Director Lin. What if I also promise that as long as you come to Yinxing Hospital, you can do whatever you want without worry? Nothing that happened to you in this hospital will ever occur. Then would you reconsider transferring? What I value is your medical skill, Director Lin, not the profit it brings. Lin Chen said slowly. Lin Yi's body stiffened and his pupils constricted sharply. Mr. Lin, are you serious? Even if I try to save patients money, even if I perform charity surgeries. Lin Yi's eyes shone with light as he looked at Lin Chen, full of expectation. Lin Chen nodded. That's right. Everything at Yinxing Hospital is decided by me. As long as I am at Yinxing Hospital, what I have said holds true. That's great. Thank you, Director Lin. If that's the case, I am willing to transfer. Lin Yi was extremely excited, even wanting to bow to Lin Chen. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted quickly and stopped him in time. Director Lin, I have one more request. Lin Yi quickly calmed down. As long as what Lin Chen said was true, he didn't mind, even if his treatment was slightly worse. Please say it, Mr. Lin. Unconsciously, Lin Yi had begun using honorifics when addressing Lin Chen. Charity surgeries can be performed, but only when the patient's family is truly in financial difficulty, and the surgery must meet the hospital's approval process. After speaking, Lin Chen added, of course the approval process is just a precaution. With me here, no one can make things difficult for you through this process. No problem, I can accept that. Lin Yi agreed without a second thought. As far as he was concerned, he even felt that Lin Chen had asked too little. Then it's settled. They'll have someone from Yinxing Hospital contact you later. My promise to you will be written into the contract. Seeing this, a smile spread across Lin Chen's face. How much could the loss possibly be? At most a few $100,000 per month, right? Besides, this move would also benefit the hospital's reputation. Of course, the most important thing was the system's reward. Bolmai Medical had a market value of over 14 billion RMB. Among all medical companies in the country, it was at the very forefront. Any pig could figure out that calculation. Just then Lin Chen's phone vibrated. He glanced at it. It was a mess. Chairman Lin, I've completed the investigation of Dong Fong, as you requested. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he put away his phone. Let's leave it at that for today. Director Lin, don't you have other matters to attend to? Lin Chen stood up at this moment. Lin Yi instantly understood. All right, Mr. Lin. Should I see you out? No need, Director Lin. I look forward to meeting you at Yinxing Hospital. Lin Yi returned to the hospital building feeling immensely relieved, as if the clouds had parted to reveal. Good morning, Director Lin. A few young nurses greeted him with smiles. Good morning to you all. Lin Yi smiled back, then continued walking toward his office. The young nurses exchanged glances. I haven't seen Director Lin smile in ages. Looks like Director Lin is in a good mood today. I heard that the young handsome guy who solved the hospital's PR problem last time came to see Director Lin. The young nurses began chattering and gossiping again. Lin Yi had now returned to his office. Wow, how envious we are of Director Lin. So leisurely, every day chatting for so long with a recovered patient's family member. That's right. Unlike us ordinary doctors who are swamped with work. Director Lin, shall I brew you a cup of tea and then take a nap? Several doctors immediately spoke sarcastically when they saw Lin Yi walk in. Lin Yi said indifferently, then involuntarily began humming. We common folks today are going to be happy. The doctors looked at each other in bewilderment. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and the other two left the hospital and got into Jiang Lei's Mercedes. Chen, why are you so insistent on having Director Lin join Yinxing Hospital? Is it really because Director Lin's medical skills are that extraordinary? Jiang Shuowei finally couldn't help asking. Jiang Lei also looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen thought for a moment and casually made up an excuse. That's right, I've reviewed Director Lin's profile. He's a good fit for Yinxing Hospital, and we happen to be in need of a cardiology expert. But that's not enough reason for a big boss like you to go out of your way. He'll tell you another time. I have something to attend to. I need to call Lu Hai. Seeing this, Jiang Shuowei dropped the matter. She had indeed overstepped. Lin Chen then made a call to Lu Hai. Chairman Lin. As soon as the call connected, Lu Hai's respectful voice came through. Tell me about Dong Fong. Yes, Chairman Lin. Based on our investigation, Dong Fong indeed hasn't done anything improper. As for the manager you specifically wanted investigated, he only had dinner with Dong Fong once, and had no further private dealings. Lin Chen felt relieved upon hearing this. Dong Fong had been doing quite well as general manager of Dihao, and his son Dong Hao was also working under him. If Dong Fong really had issues, it would have been a bit of trouble. Alright, I understand. After hanging up, Lin Chen's gaze was Wang Defa taking him for a fool. Something that could be easily verified with a simple investigation. Had used that to deceive him. Seeing Lin Chen's cold expression, Jiang Shuowei asked worriedly, Chen, what happened with Manager Dong? Is it really as Wayner's father said? Manager Dong? What Manager Dong? Jiang Lei asked curiously. Just focus on driving. It's none of your business, why are you interrupting? Jiang Shuowei patted Jiang Lei's shoulder. Dong Fong is fine. Wang Defa was lying to me. Lin Chen shook his head. That's good, that's good. Jiang Shuowei breathed a sigh of relief. After returning home, Lin Chen contacted Zhang Yud and explained Lin Yi's situation. Yes, Chairman Lin. He'll contact Dr. Lin Yi right away. Meanwhile, at Jintang County First People's Hospital, Lin Yi was writing his resignation letter. He could barely wait to leave this place. Buzz. The phone next to his computer vibrated. He picked it up and saw it was an unknown number. Any safe contact? No. Hello, how can I help you? Lin held the phone between his ear and shoulder, eyes on the screen, fingers still typing. Dr. Lin, this is Zhang Yu, president of Inqing Hospital. I hope I'm not interrupting your work. The voice on the phone made Lin freeze. He immediately grabbed the phone with his hand. No interruption at all. I've been expecting your call. Lin's voice was tinged with respect. After all, this person was his future superior. The two doctors who remained in the office overheard his words, exchanged a glance, then pricked up their ears to listen. Zhang Yu was also surprised by Lin's drastic change in attitude. After all, Lin had been quite aloof before. But with Chairman Lin intervening, it was only natural. Chairman Lin has already told you about the rest, so I won't repeat it. Rest assured we will strictly fulfill all the promises Chairman Lin made. Lin's expression immediately turned excited. Before this, he might still have had some doubts, fearing that Lin Chen's words might not represent the other shareholders' wishes. But now he had completely set aside his concerns. All right. President Zhang, may I ask when I can come over? No rush. They'll send someone from the hospital to sign the contract with you tomorrow. After you review it, and if there are no issues, you can start whenever you wish. Zhang said with a laugh. Although he didn't know how skilled Lin was medically, if Chairman Lin had gone to such lengths to recruit him, he must be remarkable. He must not offend him. No problem. Lin agreed readily. After hanging up, he took several deep breaths. Then he continued writing his resignation. The two doctors exchanged looks, both seeing shock and delight in each other's eyes. Shock that Lin was actually going to jump ship. Delight that after Lin left, they would have a chance to take the director's position. And at the very least, their performance would improve. I've got a huge piece of news. What news? Director Lin is going to jump ship. I heard him say it on the... Whoa, really? Awesome, right? Life will be so much easier from now on. We'll at least get a bit more money each month, right? The news that Lin was about to leave spread quickly throughout the hospital. After printing his resignation letter, he left his office and headed toward the director's office. All the doctors and nurses along the way looked at him with strange expressions. Lin was a bit confused. However, since he was about to leave this place anyway, he didn't bother to find out why. Director Lin, are you going to another hospital? A nurse came over and asked curiously. Lin was slightly surprised. How did you know? The young nurse heard his reply and had her answer. So it's true. But it's good that you're transferring, Director Lin. You're a good person, and staying here would only hold you back. As for who told me? Well, it was someone from your department. The nurse said playfully, and then left. Lin suddenly understood he had overlooked his colleagues. Lin shook his head with a smile. Whatever. Director Li, are you serious? Lin is leaving. The director's eyes widened upon hearing the words of Director Li from orthopedics. It's hard to say if it's true, but a doctor from Director Lin's department overheard him on the phone. Director Li from The director's face darkened. Then it's almost certain. Lin is disobedient, doesn't care about the hospital, and only thinks about his department. Fine, that's one thing. But now he wants to leave. What an ungrateful wretch. The public scandal back then was caused by him, and in the end the hospital took the blame for him. Now he's burning the bridge after crossing it. Truly impossible to keep, the director said angrily. Alas, since things have come to this, he hasn't been contributing much to the hospital anyway. Why not let him go? Director Li looked at the director inquiringly. After all, if one person leaves, there will be one less competitor. The position of vice director had been vacant for so long. The director shook his head. That kid is the beloved disciple of Elder Zhao from Huaxi. With that connection, it benefits our hospital. Besides, Lin is a gifted doctor himself. If we can make him care about the hospital, his value would be immeasurable. Director Li was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin to have such a connection. Elder Zhao was one of the most authoritative cardiologists in the country. For a moment, Director Li didn't know what to say. Knock, knock, knock. There came a knock on the door. Come in, the director said in a deep voice. The director and Director Li were both surprised when they saw the person entering. Director will go back to work now. Director Li immediately stood up to take his leave. All right. The director nodded. After Director Li left the office, Lin took out the prepared resignation letter and placed it on the desk. Director, this is my resignation letter. Please take a look. Lin's expression was cold. The director sighed. He picked up the letter, glanced at it briefly, and then put it down. Can you tell me why you want to resign? Lin remained cold. Nothing really. Different people have different aspirations. I have my own life plan. Seeing Lin so disrespectful, the director's carefully composed expression crumbled. Lin, I think our hospital has treated you well, hasn't it? Even if you wanted to transfer or leave, shouldn't you have discussed it with me beforehand? Is this a resignation request? This is a resignation notice. The director raised his voice, getting more agitated. Oh, the hospital treated me well. Lin sneered. How much bonus have they deducted from me? I won't go into details. How many times have I assisted surgeries for free? I won't mention that either. And now they don't even schedule surgeries for me. Is that what you call treating me well? The director was choked. Didn't I already tell you why I didn't schedule surgeries for you? Right? And now I've thought it through and come to you, haven't I? The director fell silent. The public relations crisis you caused last time, the hospital helped you with that, didn't they? That was handled by Mr. Lin. I was the one who invited Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin handled it. So I plan to go work for Mr. Lin is my. Wait, what did you say? You want to work for Mr. Lin? The director was stunned. Is Mr. Lin running a hospital? Linny smiled and said nothing. Fine. He'll sign it. But you have to tell me which hospital, the director said through gritted teeth. Even without Lin Chen, he would have signed it. He just wanted to vent his anger earlier, but instead ended up with more frustration. Yinqing Hospital. This time Lin answered honestly. Yinqing Hospital. The Yinqing Hospital in Tianfu City. The Yinqing Hospital was the best private hospital in Tianfu City. Hurry up and sign. Lin urged. The director took a deep breath and picked up the pen. An hour later Lin carried his belongings out of his office under the varied gazes of the doctors in the department. He even found the smell of disinfectant in the hospital strangely pleasant. He slipped out of the hospital in a flash. Oh, I can't believe Director Lin was so quick. The news just spread, and he's already packed up and left. Such a pity. Such a handsome doctor. We won't get to see him anymore. Several nurses sighed as they watched Lin's departing figure. Hello, Director Zhang, shall I come to Yinqing Hospital myself tomorrow? I can start tomorrow. Yes. The paperwork here is all done. Time quickly came to the next day. Lin Chen was awakened by a frantic knocking. Brother-in-law, big news. Zhang Lei's anxious voice came from outside the door. Lin Chen put on his clothes, got out of bed, and opened the door. What's up? Why the rush? Lin Chen yawned. He had stayed up until past 3 in the morning playing Honor of Kings. At the door stood not only Zhang Lei, but also Jiang Xuewei. Chen, that group you guys were looking for the other day, they're downstairs right now? What do we do? My mom went out grocery shopping and my dad also went out to play mahjong. If they come back later, it'll be a huge problem. Jiang Xuewei was also worried. Lin Chen was completely confused. He picked up his phone and saw several missed calls from Xiaohu. Walking toward the living room window, he asked, what's going on? How did they find this place? Zhang Lei's face turned bitter. I don't know either. That person tried to add me on WeChat again today, but I didn't accept. Then somehow he got my phone number and said he wanted to apologize to us. I saw several cars downstairs and a huge crowd of people. How could I dare to go down? Lin Chen, however, was utterly unafraid. In a society governed by the rule of law, especially in such a densely populated residential complex, what could they possibly do? Besides, Xiaohu and the others were there with him. Lin Chen took out his phone and called Xiaohu. Xiaohu, what's the situation with that group? Lin Chen asked. Mr. Lin, that group arrived at the building entrance 20 minutes ago and have been waiting downstairs ever since. Someone is coming up. Mr. Lin will be right there, Xiaohu said urgently. Lin Chen hung up and looked at Jiang Xuewei and Zhang Lei. Someone is coming up. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. Dong dong dong. Mr. Lin, Mr. Zhang, are you there? We mean no harm. We just want to apologize for our behavior the night before last. A voice came from outside the door, presumably the one named Wu Yifan. What should we do, brother-in-law? Zhang Lei looked at Lin Chen at a loss. Jiang Xuewei was also slightly flustered, but with Lin Chen present, she didn't show it too obviously. Wait a moment, Lin Chen said calmly. Then there were sounds of conversation from outside. What do you think you're doing? Get downstairs now. We mean no harm, we're just here to apologize. Get downstairs. Or don't blame us for using force. All right. Then came the rustling sound of footsteps descending the stairs. A faint smile crept onto Lin Chen's face. We can open the door now. Zhang Lei had complete faith in Lin Chen's words, so he walked over and opened the door. Standing outside were Xiaohu and his 5 men. A look of surprise appeared on Zhang Lei's face. It's you guys. Come on in. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Jiang. Xiaohu greeted him, then the other 4 remained outside while he alone entered the room. Mr. Lin, those people have gone downstairs for now. Xiaohu entered and saw Lin Chen addressing him respectfully. And who is this? Jiang Xuewei asked, puzzled. Sis, they're the bodyguards my brother-in-law hired. Zhang Lei answered eagerly. Xiaohu glanced at Jiang Xuewei. Later the 5 of you will come downstairs with me. If a conflict arises, can you handle those people? Lin Chen looked at Xiaohu. Xiaohu was extremely confident. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. My brothers and I can manage. After all, it was only about a dozen or 20 people. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Jiang Xuewei and Zhang Lei. You two stay upstairs and keep the door locked. Leave the rest to me. How can that be? Brother-in-law, I'm coming down with you. I started this trouble. How can I let you face it alone? Zhang Lei shook his head and said. I want to go too. Jiang Xuewei added. A few minutes later, Lin Chen, Zhang Lei, and Xiaohu's 5 men descended the stairs together. Dad, what if they don't come down? Do we have to wait here forever? Isn't this too disrespectful? Wu Yifan complained discontentedly. You ungrateful brat. Do you have any idea how much money we've lost because of you? Wu Jianjun's heart ached. It was several multi-million-dollar orders. Along with other contracts, the total value amounted to 10 to 20 million. All of it had been wiped clean. That is, even if this matter was resolved, their factory would remain idle until new orders. Wu Yifan was deeply unconvinced. They wanted me to kneel and apologize. Was I really supposed to kneel and apologize? Besides, who knew that guy had such a powerful background? Wu Jianjun raised his hand as if to slap him, but couldn't bear it. Shufan, How did our son turn out like this? Wasn't it you who suggested kneeling to apologize? Now that it's your turn, you can't do it. If you can't follow through, why say it at all? And driving a car worth over 70 million. Even a pig would know that person's background is extraordinary. Wu Yifan shrank his neck. This was the first time Wu Jianjun had scolded him so harshly. Several of his so-called friends who had participated in the incident that night were also extremely frightened, including the stubborn-mouthed guy who had been roughed up by Xiaohu. They all came from families with some money running small companies far inferior to Wu Yifan's household. Under Wu Yifan's demands and threats, they had no choice but to come along and apologize. Wu Yifan was about to retort when he saw Xiaohu and his 5 men walking in front, followed by Lin Chen and Zhang Lei as they exited the building. "Dad, they're coming out." Wu Jianjun quickly looked over. This young man is really handsome. Only slightly less so than our dear readers. A thought of admiration secretly arose in Wu Jianjun's heart. Shaking off the distraction, Wu Jianjun pulled Wu Yifan and hurried forward, followed by the group of friends. Xiaohu and his men immediately assumed an attacking stance. "Don't come any closer." Wu Jianjun and the others quickly halted, letting out a few awkward laughs. "We won't approach. I'm Wu Yifan's father. I've brought this worthless son here today to apologize to Mr. Lin." Mr. Lin was how Wu Yifan had heard Xiaohu address Lin Chen. Wu Jianjun waved his hand behind him, and a man brought over a box. Wu Jianjun opened the box in front of Lin Chen and the others, revealing bundles of RMB stacked inside, at least several 100,000 at a glance. Wu Jianjun knew that Lin Chen would probably look down on this paltry sum, but he had no other choice. Sending other gifts might backfire and only offend him further. After much deliberation, he decided on cash. At least it would show his sincerity, or so he hoped. Zhang Lei was startled. It was his first time seeing so much money laid out before him. But then he thought of his brother-in-law's background. How could they even dare to offer such a meager amount? Lin Chen looked at the bundles of red RMB in the box, and a sneer curled on his lips. "You're Wu Jianjun, right? Since you managed to find this place, you must already know something about my identity. Do you really think I'd be short of this little money? Are you insulting me?" Wu Yifan heard Lin Chen address his father by name, and a flash of anger crossed his face, but considering his family company's predicament, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. However, a hint of hostility remained in his eyes as he looked at Lin Chen. Wu Jianjun's smile stiffened as well. Being addressed directly by his name in front of so many people by a younger man stoked a surge of anger within him. But he quickly restrained himself, maintaining his smile. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Lin. This is all we could bring. I absolutely didn't mean to offend you. You want me to let you off? Fine, no problem." Lin Chen's tone shifted. A look of delight appeared on Wu Jianjun. Heaven knows how tough the past 2 days had been for him, running around calling in favors everywhere. It had taken considerable effort just to dig up Zhang Lei's identity information. "Please, Mr. Lin, just tell us what you want. If it's within our power, we will make sure you're satisfied." Lin Chen crossed his arms and coldly said, "Let your good son kneel down in public and apologize now, then bow 3 times. If he says I cursed the grass mud horse 10 times, I might consider letting you go. The night before last, Wu Yifan had cursed me by saying I cursed the grass mud horse." Lin Chen naturally wanted him to remember this lesson. When out in the world, one should not have such a foul mouth. Zhang Lei secretly clicked his tongue. This kind of statement would be hard for anyone with even a bit of filial piety to utter, let alone in front of their own father. Indeed, his brother-in-law was someone who repaid grudges. A man of temperament. Wu Jianjun's smile instantly froze, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. His wife had already passed away, a wound that would forever remain in his heart. Lin Chen's words were undoubtedly rubbing salt into his wounds. Wu Yifan's face changed dramatically, angrily pointing at Lin Chen's nose, ready to curse, but Wu Jianjun quickly reached out to stop him. The deceased are gone, and he just wanted his son to have a good life. He definitely couldn't say those words, so he could only see if things could be eased. "Dad, you can tolerate this." Wu Yifan shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot. He had never seen his mother, but he knew that she had died during childbirth. Thus, in Wu Yifan's mind, his mother's image was perfect and inviolable. "All right, I will explain this to you." Wu Jianjun spoke in a low voice. Wu Yifan said nothing more, but his gaze towards Lin Chen grew even more ferocious, wishing he could eat him alive. "Mr. Lin, this request is a bit excessive. My son is indeed at fault, but such a demand is truly—" Wu Jianjun struggled to contain his anger, trying to negotiate with Lin Chen. Lin Chen snorted coldly. "Excessive? Wasn't your good son also cursing me with grass mud horse at that time? When he insults others, doesn't he think about whether it's excessive?" Wu Jianjun glanced at Wu Yifan. He felt both anger and helplessness. The trouble his son caused was now making him feel so humiliated. Wu Yifan gritted his teeth, glaring at Lin Chen in anger. "I can apologize for what I said at the time, but there is no way I will insult my mother." Lin Chen remained unmoved. "If you want me to let you go, there is only this one way out, otherwise there is no discussion. Even if you two stay here, don't think I will change my mind." Wu Jianjun furrowed his brow, tightly caught in a dilemma. If he did not meet Lin Chen's demands, their business might be utterly ruined, but having his son say those words in public was even more impossible. Dad, don't plead with him. We can just shut down the company. I don't believe he can do anything to us. Wu Yifan remained defiant. What's a company anyway? If it can't be opened, it can't be opened. With a few tens of millions I can run away. He could live his life freely. Wu Jianjun was so furious that he trembled all over. You scoundrel. It's all your fault. Lin Chen watched the quarrel between the father and son coldly, showing no sign of concession. Mr. Lin, can we change the terms? As long as it's not too excessive, I will agree to anything. Wu Jianjun said almost pleadingly. He had many young brothers in the factory who had followed him. If he stopped the factory, their future would be miserable. Wu Yifan had completely lost his rationality at this point, cursing Lin Chen. You bastard, relying on a bit of background to act recklessly. If I don't say it, then you should just kill me. The friends around them saw that things were not going well and immediately slipped away, cursing Wu Yifan and his father. I really give up. Asking me to apologize to solve the problem, does that even solve the problem? If Lin Chen remembers this face, isn't that even more foolish? Wu Jianjun ignored those who slipped away and hurriedly blocked his son again, then bowed to Lin Chen in apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. My wife died during childbirth, so. Lin Chen was taken aback. This he truly did not know. He had only glanced at the information given to him, noting the identity and background, without further consideration. But to expect him to let this family go to spare Wu Lin's family was impossible. The system rewards were laid out before him. All beautiful home was valued at 16.8 billion renminbi, and that 51% stake was worth about 8 to 9 billion RMB. Lin Chen fell silent for a moment. If you want me to let you go, it's impossible. You must let all beautiful declare bankruptcy, then I can refrain from targeting you too. Wu Jianjun stood there without speaking. Wu Yifan also remained silent. He knew that if he angered Lin Chen again, they might end up being targeted. At that point, they might really only be able to eat pickled vegetables. After a long time, Wu Jianjun sighed. I understand, Mr. Lin. I will do as you say, and hope you will not target us again in the future. After saying this, Wu Jianjun's posture slumped a bit. Wu Yifan suddenly felt that his father seemed to have aged. Lin Chen nodded lightly. Wu Jianjun bowed again to Lin Chen, then left with Wu Yifan and the others. After they left, Jiang Lei finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his parents had not returned yet. If they had seen this, it would have been hard to explain. If they knew he had caused such a huge mess, he would be scolded to death. That was easy to resolve, Lin Chen said with a smile to Jiang Lei. Thank you so much, brother-in-law. You were really impressive just now. On the other side, Wu Jianjun led Wu Yifan back to the Wu Lin home office. Dad, are we really going to stop the factory and declare bankruptcy? Wu Yifan was still somewhat unwilling. Wu Jianjun looked at his son, filled with helplessness. What can I do? You haven't caused trouble for so long, yet you just had to get into this kind of situation now. Do you know who was targeting us that day besides Rongtou Real Estate? Who? Wu Yifan asked instinctively. Penguin Company. Wu Yifan's eyes were filled with fear. How is that possible? The next day, Wu Jianjun dismissed the workers as quickly as possible, especially giving a generous compensation to those brothers who had followed him before. He then announced bankruptcy. Lin Chen also received the system prompt sound in his mind at the first moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. You have acquired 51% of all beautiful homes shares in the name of the host. System rewards issued successfully. Lin Chen smiled as he heard the system prompt in his mind. It had been a long time since he had heard the prompt for acquiring shares. It was truly wonderful. Meanwhile, a major upheaval was occurring within the upper management of All Beautiful Home. You mean someone acquired 51% of the entire company's shares at the same time? A man listened incredulously to the report from Long Chong, the CEO of Quanmei. Yes, Chairman Song. Alright, I understand. Songya put down his phone, his expression flickering with uncertainty. He had held 33% of the shares in Xuanmei, making him the largest shareholder. Thus, after rallying a few shareholders, he directly controlled the board of directors. Consequently, he had always held the position of chairman of Quanmei. Now a mysterious figure had swiftly acquired 51% of Quanmei shares with lightning speed. In other words, the company had slipped from his grasp. How is that possible? Even now, Songya could hardly believe it. How could someone have bought up so many shares so quickly? With that thought, Songya snapped back to reality and frantically grabbed his phone to call his allies. Hey, old Joe, did you sell your shares? What? A mysterious figure bought your shares at 50% above the market price. Alright. Old John, you too. Songya made a series of calls, even reaching out to those who were hostile to him. The final result, the majority of people had their shares bought by a mysterious figure at 50% above the market price. He two others, and that mysterious person became the only 4 shareholders of Quanmei. I can't believe this. If he's so powerful, why didn't he buy my shares? Songya closed his eyes in anguish. Let it all burn. I'm exhausted. He lay back in his office chair devoid of life. At barely 40 or 50, he had already lost his ambition. Another call came in. The man is called Lin Chen. Good, I understand. He'll contact Chairman Lin then. Lin Chen. At the downstairs of Jiang Zuwei's home in Jintang County. Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt will be off now. Jiang Haitao, and Jiang Min watched Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei inside the white supercar, their faces full of smiles. Alright, be careful on the road, Xiaochen. Shuowei, when you arrive at Xiaoqin's house you must be diligent. Never be lazy and gluttonous, understand? Don't worry, Mom. I'm very diligent, Jiang Shuowei said with a hint of guilt. When she went to the Lin family, uncle and aunt wouldn't let her do anything, and she couldn't even get into the kitchen. She was helpless. Brother-in-law, he'll miss you. Jiang Lei gazed reluctantly at Lin Chen, or rather at his giant lizard. Lin Chen saw through Jiang Lei's thoughts and said with amusement, next time I'll lend you the car for a few days. Ah, thanks, brother-in-law. The three members of the Jiang family watched the white supercar disappear into the distance. Our daughter really made it, Jiang Min murmured. Yes, Jiang Haitao sighed as well. Then they exchanged glances and looked at Jiang Lei. They sighed in unison and turned to go upstairs. Jiang Lei, what did I do to deserve this? Lin Chen drove the white supercar onto the highway with Jiang Shuowei in the passenger seat, the breeze tousling her hair. Suddenly Lin Chen's phone rang. Shuowei, answer it for me, Lin Chen said. Jiang Shuowei picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Is this Mr. Lin Chen? A respectful male voice came from the other end. Lin Chen replied yes. Chairman Lin, I'm Longchong, the CEO of Quanmei Home Furnishings. You have acquired 51% of our company's shares, making you the largest shareholder of Quanmei. Would you like to visit the company sometime and arrange your work? Lin Chen thought for a moment. I don't have time these days. They'll contact you in advance when I'm coming. All right, Chairman Lin. In the meantime, I'll reach out to you if there are any important matters. After a few more words, Lin Chen signaled Jiang Shuowei to hang up. Jiang Zuoi's expression was calm, no longer as easily shocked as before. But still curious, she looked at Lin Chen and asked, Awaken, which company is this? Lin Chen casually replied, bought 51% of a small company worth about 8 or 9 billion. Jiang Shuowei watched Lin Chen driving the Shelby to Atara with one hand, her eyes filled with admiration. A company with a market cap of over 10 billion was just a small company, in her boyfriend's words. Just then the system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Bomai Medical's 100% shares have been successfully acquired in your name. System reward distribution complete. Lin Chen, who was driving, was startled by the sudden system prompt. The high-speed supercar swerved slightly, but eventually stabilized. Jiang Shuowei, still shaken, looked at Lin Chen with concern and asked, Xiaochen, are you feeling unwell? Did you not rest well last night? How about we stop at a service area for a while and you get some rest? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei, whose face still showed panic, and felt apologetic. Sorry, no need to rest, I just spaced out for a moment. Alright. Lin Chen angrily questioned the system in his system. What do you mean? Are you trying to kill the host and replace me? I want to complain about you. My sincere apologies, dear host. I have updated my settings. From now on, system notifications will consider the host's real-world situation. Lin Chen drove to the toll booth, and the system notification finally sounded. He had almost thought the system was trying to brush it off. The notification volume was much lower than before. I deserve some compensation, don't I? I almost killed both me and my girlfriend in one car just now. Lin Chen said discontentedly. Ding. Initiating compensation package for the host now. This is the system's sincerest apology. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a Ferrari LaFerrari in a color of your choice. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 million renminbi. It has been deposited into your account. System compensation package distribution complete. Lin Chen curled his lips. It was indeed just a compensation package worth only a little over 100 million RMB in total. But it was essentially free, so not bad. Meanwhile, at Yinqing Hospital. Welcome, Director Lin, to the Yinqing Hospital family. We hope you can relieve many patients from their suffering here. Zhang Yud smiled and extended his right hand to Lin Yi. This was someone personally recruited by Chairman Lin, so he had to receive him personally to show respect for Chairman Lin Chen. That is also my hope. Lin Yi reached out and shook hands with Zhang Yud. Director Lin, now Director Ma will show you around your department. Alright, I'll trouble Director Ma then. Another earthquake struck within Bomai Medical Company. Are you saying that all the company's shares have been acquired by one person? Exclaimed a spectacled man with a shocked expression. This man was Li Ning, the general manager of Bomai Medical. Yes. The company is no longer under our control. Contact him from now on. I've sent you the contact information. After saying that, the caller hung up directly. Damn. Li Ning was dumbfounded. What about all the shareholders above me? Now there's only one. It took Li Ning quite a while to accept this reality. Looking at the information and contact details sent to his phone, Li Ning fell into shock once again. Damn. 18. A freshman at Suzhou University. Is this information a joke? Li Ning swore again. After thinking it over, he still made a phone call. Is there anything else? Chairman Zhao, are you sure you didn't send the wrong information? An 18-year-old freshman is now the sole shareholder of Bomai. What a? Li Ning asked in uncertainty. Do you think I'm joking? As unbelievable as it seems, it's the truth. I didn't make a mistake. After double-checking, Li Ning hung up in a daze. What is the world coming to? An 18-year-old freshman became the sole shareholder of Bomai Medical, a company worth over 10 billion RMB. How terrifying could this person's background be? Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei had now arrived at the villa area. The phone rang again. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Chen? The caller was Li Ning, the general manager of Bomai Medical. Lin Chen was carrying something in one hand while answering the phone with the other. Hello, Chairman Lin. I'm Li Ning, the general manager of Bomai Medical. Just now you acquired all of Bomai Medical's shares and became its sole shareholder. I'm here to report to you. There's no need to report. Keep the company running as usual. If there's something you're uncertain about, come to me. They'll come to the company sometime later. Lin Chen said indifferently. Okay, Chairman Lin. After hanging up, Li Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He spoke, very cautiously, afraid of offending this person. From the brief conversation with Lin Chen, he could sense the casualness in Lin Chen's tone. It was as if Bomai Medical were just a small company worth a few million. In his heart, he became even more convinced that Lin Chen's background was absolutely terrifying. I wonder whether this is good or bad. Li Ning sighed. What could an 18-year-old freshman know? After Lin Chen hung up, Zhang Xuewei asked curiously, What's wrong, Chen? Did the company you just acquired contact you again? Anything urgent? Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Not that company, another one. I just acquired it too. Zhang Xuewei was somewhat surprised this time. You acquired another company. What's its market value? Over 10 billion, a medical company. Lin Chen said with a smile. A medical company? What are you acquiring a medical company for, Chen? Zhang Xuewei was puzzled. A medical company doesn't have anything to do with Ronto Real Estate or Tencent, does it? It's nothing. Acquiring Bomai Medical can also complement Inxing Hospital and save a lot of costs. Lin Chen said casually. All right. Zhang Xuewei could only say the rich are willful. Since she started dating Lin Chen, she felt that money was just a series of numbers. Cooperations were measured in hundreds of millions. Donations to the school were several hundred million in one go, even though they were investments. While she was pondering, Lin Chen had already pressed the doorbell. The door opened quickly. As soon as Lin's mother saw Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei, she warmly welcomed Zhang Xuewei in. Zhou Ling, who was watching TV, also ran over happily. Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei stayed at home for a few days. On the third day before the end of the National Day holiday, Brother-sister Xuewei, can I go out and play? Zhou Ling suddenly asked. Of course. We can take you out to play. Zhang Xuewei said with a smile. No, it's some new friends I made at school. They invited me to go out and play at Gus Tianxiang. Zhou Ling looked pitiful, afraid that Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei would disagree. Zhang Xuewei was momentarily at a loss and turned her gaze to Lin Chen. I can't make that decision. You have to ask your aunt. Lin Chen said helplessly. He dared not make decisions on. After all, Zhou Ling was unfamiliar with the place. If something happened. However, he could have one of the Xiao Hu guys follow them discreetly to protect her. Brother, if I dared to ask, Aunt, why would I come to you? I just want you and Sister Xuewei to talk to Aunt for me. Zhou Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hesitated. If he went, he would definitely get scolded. Please, brother. Zhou Ling looked at Lin Chen pitifully and signaled Zhang Xuewei to help persuade Lin Chen. Chen, I think it should be fine. Xiaoling is old enough, there shouldn't be any problem. Anyway, she has a phone as she can contact us if anything happens. Zhang Xuewei couldn't help but persuade on Zhou Ling's behalf. Zhou Ling quickly shot her a grateful look. Well, all right. Are you going tomorrow? Lin Chen finally agreed. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Sister Xuewei. Yes. They'll tell them the good news right now. Zhou Ling was very happy. She sat on the sofa, picked up her phone, and started texting. Lin Chen felt helpless. He thought about his words for a moment, then walked into the kitchen under the encouraging gazes of Zhang Xuewei and Zhou Ling. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Chen walked out with a relaxed expression and gave an okay sign under Zhou Ling's expectant gaze. This made the little girl overjoyed. Early the next morning, Zhou Ling went out under Lin's mother's repeated instructions. Lin Chen drove her. To keep a low profile, he took his father's Land Rover, and Zhang Xuewei came along. Therefore, when Lin Chen parked the car by the roadside, although there was still some attention, it was much less. This was better. Brother, I'll text you when I need to go home. Zhou Ling looked around, her eyes full of joy. Take care, Xiaoling, Zhang Xuewei said with a smile. Just then a few girls walked over. Xiaoling? A girl asked tentatively. Zhou Ling turned around upon hearing that. Oh, it's really you. We've been waiting for you for several minutes. The girls, seeing that it was indeed Zhou Ling, immediately gathered around. Seeing the girls chatting happily, Lin Chen gave a few words of advice to Zhou Ling and then drove away. Xiaoling, so handsome, a girl said, looking at the departing Land Rover with a swooning expression. Zhou Ling lifted her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her expression. Of course. According to my sister Xuewei, my brother is even the campus heartthrob at Suzhou University. Wow. Your brother goes to Suzhou University too. He's a top student as well. Your family's genes are incredible. If only I could. The girls teased each other playfully, and one of them spoke half jokingly and half seriously. Ping, you'd better give up on that idea. My brother already has a girlfriend. Did you see the beauty sitting in the passenger seat just now? That's my brother's girlfriend. She goes to the same school as my brother and is even the campus belle, the sister Xuewei I just mentioned. Zhou Ling shot the girl a glance and said, Ah, she's really your brother's girlfriend. What a pity, Li Ping said regretfully. She had been stunned by Lin Chen's appearance just now. How could there be such a handsome guy in the world? Enough of that shouting. Is this your first time here? We'll take you out to have fun. Great, great. Over on Lin Chen's side, he had just driven out when he received, enough of that shouting. Is this your first time here? We'll take you out to have fun. Great, great. Over on Lin Chen's side, he had just driven out when he received a message from Xiao. Boss, I followed Miss Ling into the Gus Tianxiang. My sister's safety is in your hands. Rest assured, boss. Lin Chen asked, puzzled. It's like this, Chairman Lin. The court has delivered its verdict today. Yuan Lu has been, Lin Chen asked, puzzled. It's like this, Chairman Lin. The court has delivered its verdict today. Yuan Lu has been sentenced to 3 years in prison. Hearing this, Lin Chen felt immense relief. Alright, I understand. When does he go to jail? It will be carried out. Good. After hanging up, Lin Chen's mood brightened even more. Awaken, has that uncle of yours been sentenced? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously. Lin Chen started the car and replied with a smile. Yes, 3 years in prison. He'll go to jail in a month. Jiang Shuowei also felt it served him right. She had witnessed the family's behavior firsthand, and this outcome, 20 minutes later. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei had just returned home when they saw 3 people whom he intensely detested. The visitors were Yuan's mother and father, and Yuan Lu. Xiaoyu, can you let your uncle and aunt in to talk? Let's discuss this properly. Yes, Xiaoyu. We're still blood relatives. You can't be so heartless. Yuan's parents pleaded desperately outside the door, but there was no sound from inside the villa. The 3 heard footsteps behind them, and turned around to see Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei getting out of the car. Their eyes lit up as they quickly approached. Xiaochen, your aunt was in a bad mood before she apologizes. Can you drop the lawsuit? If you just drop it, it'll do anything. Xiaochen, didn't Yuan Lu embezzle 100,000 from the company? It'll pay you 200,000. No, 300,000. If you can keep Yuan Lu out of prison, I'll sell the house if I have to. Yuan's parents pleaded humbly, their previous arrogance completely gone. When the court verdict was announced, they finally felt the terror of it. If their son went to prison, his life would be ruined. Especially Yuan Lu, the solemn atmosphere and the pressure still left him trembling. If the feeling in the courtroom was this terrifying, he could only imagine what prison would be like. Yuan Lu's face turned pale, and his legs trembled at the thought. He regretted it deeply. I let down the company's careful cultivation. I let down the chances you gave me before, Xiaochen. I let down Sister Yu and Brother Bing. I let down society and the people. Xiaochen, I sincerely beg you to forgive me. I have truly repented. Please forgive me. With these words, Yuan Lu actually knelt directly before Lin Chen. Lin Chen was speechless. Were these people ignorant of the law? Hadn't the lawyer informed them? Even if he wanted to forgive Yuan Lu now, it was impossible. The court had already issued its verdict, and the evidence was conclusive. Not even a second trial was needed. How could he suddenly withdraw the lawsuit? It wasn't as if the court belonged to him, or he had the final say to do whatever he pleased. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do now. Lin Chen said flatly, his expression indifferent. He was scornful of Yuan Lu's words. Claims of sincere repentance and knowing one's mistakes were all lies. People never feel the pain until the rod strikes them. He hadn't realized his mistake. He had only realized his fear. How can there be no solution? Xiaochen, you just need to withdraw the lawsuit or ask the judge to change the sentence. Yuan's mother was in tears. Lin Chen still shook his head. Seeing this, Yuan's mother suddenly pulled Yuan's father down to kneel. Startled, Lin Chen exclaimed inwardly, this was bad luck. It would shorten one's lifespan. Lin Chen dodged. But Yuan's parents had locked onto his position. Wherever he moved, they turned their bodies to face. Jiang Shuowei, witnessing this for the first time, was momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. She tried to pull up the 2 elders, but as a girl she couldn't budge them. Fortunately, Lin Chen's parents, hearing the commotion inside, rushed out. After much effort, they managed to pull all 3 to their feet. Only then did Lin Chen breathe a sigh of relief and stop. I truly have no way. The court has already passed judgment. I can't change it even if I want to. The court isn't mine. It belongs to the nation. That's all I can say. Think carefully about what you do. Disturbed by the scene, Lin Chen grabbed his parents and Jiang Shuowei, wanting to go back inside. Impossible. Lin Chen, you are so vicious. Yuan's mother screamed with a twisted face. What does my son have to do with it? Your son broke the law, understand? He who sows the wind shall reap the whirlwind. Lin's mother also lost her temper. Only she had the right to scold her son. Who were they to interfere? Zhouyu, you're such an ingrate. Yuan's mother's eyes bulged. She hadn't expected Lin's mother to say that. Recovering, she began to rant and curse. Lin Chen sneered. That was so like Yuan's mother. First apologize, then curse when it fails. Couldn't they change their tactics? Shut up. Suddenly, Yuan's father flew into a rage and slapped Yuan's mother across the face. She held her mouth stunned. You hit me, You actually hit me. Whoa. Yuan's mother started crying again. If it weren't for you, would things have come to this? Yuan's father shouted, then looked at Lin Chen somewhat timidly, asking, Xiaochen, will take care of her. As for Yuan Lu, a trace of sardonic smile curled on Lin Chen's lips. This Yuan's father was no good either. He wouldn't be fooled by any fake act of remorse. I can't do anything about it. Yuan's father's expression darkened. Knowing he would surely spend 3 years in prison, Yuan Lu's mind went blank, utterly devoid of spirit. His body swayed like a withered tree battered by a sudden gale. There must be a way, right? In novels, can't those rich and powerful people just ignore the law? Xiao Chen, now that you're so successful, you must have a way, right? Like paying someone to take his place in prison. Xiao Chen, I beg you, your uncle truly implores you. Find a way, no matter how much it costs. I'm willing to pay. I've made quite a bit from running the factory for over 20 years. As Yuan's father said this, his expression turned somewhat awkward. After all, he had made so much money, yet had always been stingy with Lin Chen's parents. Lin Chen let out a cold sneer. Even if it were possible, why on earth should he help Yuan Lu? Because of Yuan Lu's foul mouth. Lin's mother, unable to bear the scene any longer, turned and walked into the villa. Yuan's father stared at Zhou Yes' retreating figure, mouth open, but words failing him. All right, stop wasting your breath. Take Yuan Lu out to have some fun during this 1 month. As Lin Chen finished speaking, several security guards came running over. These were the guards Lin's father had called upon seeing Lin Chen entangled. Originally, Zhou Yu had said not to call the guards to avoid an unpleasant scene, expecting the family to leave on their own after waiting outside. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen happened to return with Jiang Shuawei. The guards immediately subdued the 3 members of the Yuan family. Let me go. You're restricting my personal freedom. They'll sue you. Yuan's mother kept shouting, but Yuan's father stopped her. The head of the security team was drenched in cold sweat. After the last incident, he had specifically instructed everyone to keep a close watch on Yuan's mother and Yuan Lu, ensuring they never got in. Yet they still managed to slip through. This building was the crown jewel. If he offended this family, he was finished. The security captain bowed deeply to Lin Chen and the others. I sincerely apologize, everyone. This is our dereliction of duty. Lin Chen glanced coldly at the security captain, causing him to tremble in fear. I hope there won't be a next time. Yes, I guarantee there won't be a next time. Relieved, the captain immediately promised. Then several guards escorted the Yuan family out of the villa area. Watching this, Lin Chen inexplicably recalled a BGM in his mind. Snowflakes float, north wind howls. The world a vast, desolate expanse. Back inside, his parents couldn't help asking, has Yuan Lu been sentenced? Lin Chen nodded. Yes, 3 years of imprisonment. Hearing this, Lin's mother paused for a moment, then sighed. Alas, it's the consequences of his own actions. Lin Chen thought the same. It could only be said that they had found the one way to ensure Yuan Lu went to prison. If only that family hadn't been so ruthless back then. If only Yuan Lu hadn't taunted him when they met at Rongtou Real Estate that day. If only Yuan's mother hadn't come to the company to make a scene and escalate things. If only. They'll go cook. Lin's mother sighed, then got up and headed to the kitchen. Auntie, let me help you. Jiang Shuawei immediately followed her into the kitchen. Now only Lin Chen and his father remained in the living room. Dad, how's the supermarket business going? Lin Chen asked with a smile to change the subject. Lin Bing perked up at this. It's absolutely wonderful. You wouldn't believe it. Since you saved that mother and son last time, and it went viral online, everyone knows you're the supermarket owner. So many people come to shop. Other supermarkets have dismal business, but ours has queues at the checkout. Lin Bing's eyes sparkled as he talked endlessly about the supermarket. Lin Chen felt overjoyed. He used to see his father's eyes as vacant and listless, but now his dad seemed to have found a second spring. As they chatted, Jiang Shuawei suddenly came over. Weren't you helping in the kitchen? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Annie was afraid I'd get tired, and told me to take a break. Jiang Shuawei chuckled. Lin Chen saw through her, but said nothing. At the National Beauty and Heavenly Fragrance Amusement Park, Zhou Ling and her 3 friends were queuing for the pirate ship ride. I really don't dare to ride this. Even watching videos of the pirate ship terrifies me. Zhou Ling's heart quailed as she watched the ship in operation. The screams of the riders pierced her ears, intensifying her fear. Oh, just give it a try. If it's really too much, we'll only do it once, okay? Yeah, life is about trying new things. Li Ping and the others kept persuading Zhou Ling. Unable to resist, she reluctantly agreed. All right, fine. Woo. Soon it was their turn. Zhou Ling took a deep breath and resolutely stepped onto the pirate ship. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Zhou Ling, you're the bravest. She kept encouraging herself as she sat down. Hearing her mutterings, Li Ping and the others smiled and comforted her. It's really nothing. Not as scary as you imagine. Maybe you'll want to ride it again after the first try. Exactly. The pirate ship started slowly, and Zhou Ling's heart leaped into her throat. As the ship's swings grew wider, her screams uncontrollably burst out. Ah, help! Zhou Ling gripped the handrail tightly, her face pale, eyes shut. Li Ping shouted beside her. Zhou Ling, open your eyes and see. It's really thrilling and fun. But Zhou Ling dared not open her eyes as she felt her heart would leap out. The ship swung higher, the wind howling past her ears, making her feel as if she would be flung off. I'm never riding again. Stop the ride, she cried. Yet the pirate ship paid no heed to her pleas, still swinging back and forth in the air. Finally, the ship slowed down and came to a halt. Zhou Ling's legs were weak. She was nearly helped off the ship by Li Ping and the others. So Zhou Ling, wasn't it kind of nice? Li Ping asked with a smile. Zhou Ling gasped for breath and said, never again. It was too terrifying. Then, feeling a surge in her stomach, she quickly covered her mouth and bent over to vomit on the grass beside her. Xiaoling, are you okay? Li Ping and the others fussed over her, patting her back. I'm fine. Zhou Ling waved her hand weakly, her expression pained. You, how disgusting. Couldn't you go to the restroom to throw up? Seriously, you? Disgusting. Can't you go to the restroom to vomit? I'm so done. A sharp, loathsome female voice came through. Zhou Ling, Li Ping, and the other two women turned to look, spotting three people standing not far away. Two women and one man, all dressed fashionably, wore unabashed disgust and contempt on their faces. What are you staring at? Did something wrong and can't take criticism? Another woman chimed in, berating Zhou Ling and the others. She crossed her arms, brows furrowed, her gaze brimming with disdain. The man remained silent, but also looked at Zhou Ling and Li Ping with revulsion. However, when his eyes shifted to Zhou Ling and Li Ping, he couldn't help but brighten. He muttered inwardly, oh, these two young ladies are quite pretty. You? Li Ping and the other two women glared angrily, ready to retort. Zhou Ling, however, held them back, speaking weakly. I really did affect others. Let it go. But Li Ping was still unwilling. She bit her lip, glaring indignantly at the three. I'm sorry, I really couldn't help it. My apologies. Zhou Ling, suppressing her discomfort, said apologetically to the trio. Her eyes were sincere, and her voice carried a hint of frailty. All right. Since you admit your mistake, I won't bother with you. One of the women pouted, speaking impatiently. Be more careful next time. The other woman covered her nose, looked at Zhou Ling with disgust, and waved her hand, as if shooing a fly. After the three left arrogantly, Li Ping and the other two asked in confusion, why did you apologize? We didn't do anything wrong. Could we have held it all the way to the bathroom? Exactly. You shouldn't have apologized, Zhou Ling. Even if it had blown up, they'd be in the wrong. Zhou Ling listened without refuting. She lowered her head, face still pale, and said slowly, sorry for making you all suffer on my account. Her voice carried a hint of guilt, and her spirits seemed low. Li Ping sighed helplessly. Oh, it's nothing. Don't let such a small thing ruin our fun. It's almost mealtime anyway. This young lady will treat you to dinner. She patted Zhou Ling's shoulder, a bright smile spreading across her face. What about me? Huh? Are you discriminating? All of you. Zhou Ling looked at Li Ping, and the others moved to the point, her eyes reddened. Shall we switch to another ride? I find it gross too, and the line's long. The other woman chimed in, her gaze full of contempt, as if looking at Zhou Ling any longer would dirty her eyes. But the four kept a straight face and lined up behind them. What a pain. Why those slobs again? I can smell the vomit. Shall we switch to another ride? I find it gross too, and the line's long. The other woman chimed in, her gaze full of contempt, as if looking at Zhou Ling any longer would dirty her eyes. The two women regarded Zhou Ling's group with disgust, then prepared to leave with the man. Some people really have wonder what they learned in 9 years of compulsory education. Who taught them such manners? Li Ping spoke as if casually, but her voice was loud. Ping. Zhou Ling looked anxiously at Li Ping, worry in her eyes. Then she glanced fearfully at the trio, dreading another conflict. Sure enough, the two women's expressions chilled instantly. One of them stormed over, pointing at Li Ping and snarling. Who the hell are you calling out? Her voice was shrill, her finger nearly poking Li Ping's face. That gesture instantly ignited Li Ping's. She slapped the woman's hand away and said, what? Did my chat with my friend hit a nerve? At least you've got some self-awareness. Brat, say that again. The other woman rushed over, eyes blazing, fists clenched. I'm talking about the two of you, so what? Can't control your own mouths, but can't stand being called out. Li Ping shot back, without flinching, standing tall and meeting their glares. Seriously, you two look older than us, but have such poor manners. Must be the ones who slipped through the cracks of compulsory education. Let's cut them some slack. The other two of Zhou Ling's group, Wang Lily and Lu Jialan, chimed in. They stood beside Li Ping, shielding Zhou Ling behind them. By now they all knew Zhou Ling seemed exceptionally meek. The onlookers, sensing trouble, gave them a wide berth, leaving a large empty space. Everyone watched curiously, whispering and pointing. Seeing this, the two women grew even more furious and argued more fiercely with Li Ping's group. Zhou Ling, flustered, didn't know what to do. The two women, losing the argument, started to get physical. One woman raised her hand to slap Li Ping, but Li Ping caught her wrist and unceremoniously slapped her back. A crisp slap echoed, and the woman's face swelled visibly. Nice. That girl's tough. Bystanders, eager for drama, cheered. Go Li Ping. Ha. Serves her right. Wang Jielia and Lu Jialan laughed loudly. Oh, how dare you hit me? The woman clutched her face in disbelief, then shrieked. Yang Tao, are you just going to let her bully me? The man called Yang Tao, seeing his girl wronged, had initially thought men shouldn't meddle in women's fights. But now he couldn't stand it. He strode over angrily and swung a slap at Li Ping's face. Ping, watch out. Lu Jialan and Wang Jielia instinctively moved to block, but a figure dashed forward and raised an arm. The man's slap landed heavily on Zhou Ling's arm, the force sending her crashing to the ground, her head hitting the iron. Zhou Ling felt a searing pain in her arm and head, unable to get up for a moment. Just then a figure shot through the crowd and kicked the man hard. The hell you think you're doing? It was Xiaohu who arrived. Lin Chen had instructed him not to show himself unless necessary, letting Zhou Ling enjoy herself freely. So he had kept his distance to avoid alerting Zhou Ling and the others. But in such a short time Zhou Ling was actually injured. How could he explain this to his boss? In a fit of fury, Xiaohu kicked the man, sending him crashing onto the railing nearby. Ow! My butt! Ah! The man screamed in pain. The surrounding crowd was stunned and only reacted after a long moment. He hit someone. Li Ping and the others quickly helped Zhou Ling up. Ling, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Your forehead is bleeding, Li Ping said urgently. Lu Jialin accidentally touched Zhou Ling's arm, and Zhou Ling cried out in pain. Ow, ow, ow. Don't touch my hand, it hurts. Zhou Ling's eyes welled up with tears. Lu Jialin hastily let go of Zhou Ling's arm. Sorry, I didn't know. She apologized repeatedly. Xiaohu was not satisfied with just one kick and wanted to charge at the man again. The two women finally snapped out of it, their faces pale, as they retreated far away. He's hitting someone. He's hitting someone. Is no one going to stop this? The two women shouted. In that brief moment the man had already taken several more punches from Xiaohu. Just then several staff members rushed over. Stop! Everyone stop! Xiaohu saw this and finally backed. Zhou Ling looked at Xiaohu with confusion. She didn't know this person at all. Could he be a friend or relative of Ping Ping? Who is he? Do you know him? Li Ping asked quietly. I don't know him either. I don't know him. The three women all looked at Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling shook her head repeatedly. I don't know him either. How strange. Could he be a kind-hearted stranger? The four women were all puzzled. Feeling the pain in her forehead and arm, Zhou Ling frowned deeply. 20 minutes later the 8 of them were taken into a room where Zhou Ling's arm and forehead had been given simple treatment. After the crowd dispersed, the carousel queue area returned to normal order. Call the police. I must call the police. I'm going to make sure this guy ends up in jail, the young man said, clutching his bottom with a grimace. This put the staff of Gus Tianxiang in a difficult position. If the police were called, it would definitely have a negative impact on their amusement park. Their superiors had instructed them to do their best to mediate a settlement and minimize the fallout. Go ahead. You think I'm scared? Xiaohu said disdainfully. Fine. Fine. The young man was even more infuriated by Xiaohu's arrogant attitude. Don't forget that girl threw the first punch, and you hit her too. If you want to call the police, go ahead. We'll all end up in jail together. Li Ping had calmed down by now. The young man paused, his expression darkening. It was true. He had also struck back, and at a girl no less. He was not in a favorable position. What worried him even more was that if he ended up in jail, it would definitely affect his life as a college student. The two women had lost their arrogance, their faces pale with fear. No police, we won't call the police, the two women quickly said. The man stared at them in shock. What the hell? I got beaten up for you, and you make this decision without even asking me. Am I your lapdog to be ignored like this? Zhou Ling, Li Ping, and the others along with the amusement park staff were clearly relieved. The staff member looked at Li Ping and the others. What about you? We won't call the police either. Let's leave it at that. That's great, the staff member said with relief. 20 minutes later all 8 of them were escorted outside the amusement park. The park naturally didn't dare let them stay inside. After a round of apologies they were sent out. The young man was clearly still resentful, glancing back repeatedly. Xiaohu gave him a provocative look, and the man nearly charged over, but the two women held him back. Don't stop me. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Forget it. That guy looks like trouble. No, I can't swallow this. Just let it go. No, then go ahead. I'm hungry. Let's go eat first. After the 3 of them left, Xiaohu took out his phone and called Lin Chen. Back at the hotel, Lin Chen was lying on the bed enjoying Jiang Xue's. The phone rang, and Lin Chen frowned. Jiang Xue looked up. Lin Chen quickly reassured Jiang Xue. It's just a call. Don't stop. Continue. Jiang Xue shot him a playful glare and lowered her head again. Chairman Lin, I failed in my duty. Miss Ling was injured by someone. What a surge of rage flooded Lin Chen. What the hell are you doing? I told you to protect my sister, and this is how you do it. Where are you now? I'm coming over right now. Lin Chen bellowed furiously. I'm terribly sorry, boss. We're at the main entrance of Gus Tianxiang right now. After hanging up, Jiang Xue understood what had happened. She wiped her mouth with a tissue, and together with Lin Chen, who had already pulled up his pants, they rushed out the door. After hanging up, Xiaohu was filled with anxiety, wishing he could drag that man back and give him another beating. Thank you so much. Would you like us to treat you to a meal? Zhou Ling said, expressing her gratitude after Xiaohu ended the call. Yeah, big bro. Let us buy you dinner. Li Ping and the others chimed in. Xiaohu waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. It's my duty. Your duty? What do you mean? Zhou Ling asked, puzzled. Actually, I'm the bodyguard your brother hired to protect you. Now that you're injured, Miss Ling, I don't know how I'm going to explain this to the boss. Xiaohu looked at the swelling on Zhou Ling's face and the redness on her arm, feeling both guilty and worried. What if the boss was dissatisfied and fired him? Zhou Ling and the others were stunned. Holy crap. Was her family that rich? They even hired a bodyguard for a day out. Li Ping, Lu Jialin, and Wang Jejia looked from Xiaohu to Zhou Ling. Li Ping remembered the handsome face of Zhou Ling's brother. Second only to the readers, of course. A bodyguard hired by my brother. I didn't know about this, Zhou Ling murmured. My brother's name is Lin Chen. Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? I'm sure, Xiao nodded. A warm current surged through Zhou Ling's heart. Then what should I call you? Just call me Xiaohu Miss Ling, he said quickly. Then I'll call you Brother Hu. Don't worry, Brother Hu. I'm grateful that you helped us teach that guy a lesson. When we get back, he'll put in a good word for you with my brother. I won't let him scold you. Zhou Ling smiled. No need to trouble yourself, Miss Ling. Xiaohu quickly refused. If Lin Chen thought he had asked Zhou Ling to plead for him, that would only make the boss more displeased, wouldn't it? Miss Ling, perhaps I should accompany you to the hospital for an examination. What if there are hidden injuries? No need. It's nothing serious, just a bump. Zhou Ling said with a smile. Xiao Ling, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on provoking them, none of this would have happened. And you got hurt protecting me. Li Ping looked at the bruises on Zhou Ling's head and hands, feeling extremely guilty. There, you were all trying to stand up for me. Now I understand that running and enduring won't solve anything. We should have hurt them back. Zhou Ling grabbed Li Ping's left hand to comfort her, but accidentally touched her own wound. Hiss. Zhou Ling sucked in a sharp breath. Let's go to the hospital and get it treated. Just applying some iodine, I'm really worried. Li Ping said, flustered. That's right, Xiao Ling, let's go to the hospital. Lu Jialin and Wang Jejia also urged. No need to trouble yourselves, Ping, Jejia, Jialin, how about we call it a day for now? They'll treat you to a meal another day. Zhou Ling thought she should just go to the hospital by herself, as she couldn't trouble Ping and the others again, could she? After all, because of her they had lost their joyful mood for today and had even been wronged. How could she have the audacity to ask for more? It's fine, we're good sisters. Li Ping had completely accepted Zhou Ling. Previously she had started playing with Zhou Ling because she saw no one else would play with her. Now they all fully recognized Zhou Ling. Someone who would take a slap for a friend, who wouldn't love that? At that moment Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei hurried over. Zhou Ling spotted the Land Rover from afar. Seeing Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei walking briskly towards her, her nose tingled, and tears instantly filled her eyes. Jiang Shuowei quickly embraced Zhou Ling. Lin Chen examined Zhou Ling's injuries, seeing that aside from the bruises on her arm and head, everything else was fine. But that was enough to ignite Lin Chen's fury. How is it, Xiao Ling? Are you hurt anywhere else? Lin Chen suppressed his anger and looked at Zhou Ling with concern. Whoa, brother, someone bullied me. My hand and forehead hurt so much, whoa. Zhou Ling's tears gushed like a bursting dam, her sobs full of grievance. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Ling with heartache, the anger in his eyes blazing even fiercer. Don't cry, Xiao Ling. Sister Shuowei and your brother are here. Jiang Shuowei gently patted Zhou Ling's back to comfort her. Jiang Zuo's heart ached as well. Seeing the bruises on Zhou Ling's arm and head, she could imagine how much force must have been used to cause such marks. Zhou Ling sobbed and recounted the incident intermittently. Li Ping and the other two stood by, somewhat eager to see what Lin Chen would do. After all, being able to hire bodyguards to protect Zhou Ling meant his background was extraordinary. Such a powerful person would never swallow this insult. Xiaohu stood obediently aside, his heart full of trepidation. Lin Chen listened, his face growing darker and his fists clenched. Xiaohu, where are those three now? Lin Chen turned to Xiaohu, his voice so cold it sent chills down one's spine. Xiaohu lowered his head. Chairman Lin, they've already left. Left? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lin Chen roared. If he had known earlier, he would have rushed over to intercept those three. Zhou Ling tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Brother, don't blame Brother Hu. He already taught that person a lesson for me. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to suppress the rage in his heart. Xiao Ling, let your brother take you to the hospital for a full checkup. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer for nothing. Lin Chen said, clenching his fists. Okay. Zhou Ling wiped her tears and nodded, then looked at Li Ping and the others. Ping, maybe you should head. Sorry about today, they'll make it up to you another day. It's fine. Li Ping and the others waved their hands. Only then did Lin Chen have the mind to look at Li Ping and the other two. From Zhou Ling's account, these three girls had been defending Zhou Ling all along. Thank you all. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude. No need to thank us. Zhou Ling is our good friend, it's only right for us to do this. Where are you heading now? I can have him drive you. Lin Chen pointed at Xiaohu. No need, we'll just hang around here. A few minutes later, Li Ping and the other two watched Zhou Ling, who was sitting in the back seat of the Land Rover, leaning out the window to wave goodbye. They waved back. Zhou Ling's brother is indeed handsome, and his girlfriend is also beautiful. God-tier looks. Just a bit fierce. So what if he's fierce? He's just being protective of his sister, okay? Don't you think that's manly? As Li Ping said this, Lu Jialin and Wang Jejia stifled a laugh and glanced at Li Ping. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Nothing. Xiaohu watched the departing Land Rover, his face full of guilt. He sighed and then walked towards the Wrangler in the parking lot. For convenience, Lin Chen had provided the five of them with 3 Wranglers and also found several houses. Of course, they all belonged to Lin Chen. Inside the hospital, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei led Zhou Ling through various departments, undergoing one examination after another. Zhou Ling was a bit helpless, but obediently cooperated. In Lin Chen's words, whether necessary or not, they would treat it as a full-body checkup. While waiting for the results, Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed Lu Hai's number. Hello, Lu Hai, it's me, Lin Chen. Lin Chen's voice was low and serious. Chairman Lin, what are your orders? Lu Hai immediately responded on the other end of the line. My sister Zhou Ling was assaulted at Guoxixiangxiang. For this, on my behalf contact Rongtou Jidi Chia and Longhu and join forces to pressure Guosi Xiangxiang. Make them produce the surveillance footage. Lin Chen's tone was filled with rage. He didn't care about using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, as long as the nut cracked it was fine. Chairman Lin, rest assured he'll take care of it right away. Lu Hai was startled and said without hesitation, move quickly. Lin Chen emphasized again. Yes, Chairman Lin. Lu Hai replied. After hanging up, Lin Chen's face remained gloomy. Zhou Ling knew roughly about Lin Chen's background. Seeing her brother's gloomy expression after the call, she understood what he had just done. But she said nothing as she would leave it to her brother. After a while, the examination results finally came out. The doctor carefully examined the reports and then said to them with a smile, it's nothing serious, just some superficial injuries. Apply some ointment and rest for a while, and you'll be fine. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Ling waved her arm. See, I told you it wasn't a big deal. Zhang Xuewei gently tapped Zhou Ling's nose. After an examination, at least we can be at ease. What if there were hidden issues we didn't discover? After leaving the hospital, the group headed home. Lin Chen parked the car, but hesitated to enter. It was his idea for Zhou Ling to go out and have fun, and now that she was injured, how could he explain this to Mother Lin? At the thought, Lin Chen felt a throbbing headache. Come on, brother. Why are you walking so slowly? Zhou Ling and Zhang Xuewei were walking ahead, and they turned back puzzled to see Lin Chen lagging behind. I forgot something in the car. You two go on ahead. Lin Chen turned around and went back to the car with a calm expression. Zhou Ling and Zhang Xuewei thought nothing of it and went straight inside. And back. Zhou Ling saw her aunt watching TV as soon as she entered. At the sound of their voices, her aunt turned with a smile. Xiaoling Xuewei, you're back. Xiaoling, what happened to your head? The smile on Mother Lin's face froze instantly. Seeing the bruise on Zhou Ling's face, she quickly stood up and came over. Oh, it's nothing, I just took a fall. Zhou Ling said guiltily. A fall? How did you fall so badly? Ouched. Mother Lin was filled with distress. Zhang Xuewei was also worried. If Mother Lin learned the truth. And your arm? What happened? Mother Lin saw the bruise on Zhou Ling's arm, and her expression changed again. I fell, aunt. It's really nothing. Brother and sister Xuewei already took me to the hospital. Zhou Ling hid her arm behind her back. Remembering how Lin Chen and Zhang Xuewei had rushed out earlier, refusing to say what happened, Mother Lin grew suspicious. Mother Lin turned to Zhang Xuewei. Xuewei, tell aunt the truth. What exactly happened? She knew Zhang Xuewei wouldn't lie to her. Well, Zhang Xuewei hesitated, but eventually told Mother Lin the whole story. Mother Lin's eyes reddened. She pulled Zhou Ling into her arms. You silly child, why are you so obedient? If someone bullies you, you must fight back, understand? Our Zhou family doesn't seek trouble, but we're not afraid of it either, okay? I understand, aunt, Zhou Ling said. Mother Lin looked intently at the bruise on Zhou Ling's arm, her eyes full of pity. Oh dear, how am I going to explain this to Chaya? Suddenly she realized something. Lin Chen, where has that brat run off to? At that moment, Lin Chen was listening outside the door. Hearing his mother call his name, he shuffled into the house with a fawning smile. Mom, I'm back, Lin Chen said. Mother Lin glared at him. So you finally remembered to come back. Your sister was bullied like this, and you as her brother, how did you take care of her? And what was that promise you made me? Lin Chen lowered his head like a child who had done wrong. Mom, it was an accident. I didn't expect this to happen. An accident? You talked Xiao Ling into going out. You should have ensured her safety. Mother Lin grew angrier. Zhou Ling quickly said, Aunt, don't blame brother. It was my own carelessness. Don't speak up for him. That boy needs a good lesson, Mother Lin said. Zhang Xuewei also tried to defend Lin Chen. Awaken couldn't have foreseen this. To keep Xiao Ling safe, he even hired a bodyguard. Zhou Ling nodded repeatedly. Lin Chen quickly begged for forgiveness. Mother Lin snorted. This time, I'll let it slide. If it happens again, you'll see what I'll do. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, Mom. He'll be more careful from now on. Xiao Ling, you stay home and rest tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Mother Lin said. Zhou Ling looked troubled. She had planned to visit her best friends the next day and treat them to a meal, but she nodded anyway. Sure, aunt. Meanwhile, Baishan, the owner of Gus Tianxiang, broke into a cold sweat. Yes, Secretary Liu. They'll look into it right away. After hanging up, Baishan was baffled. What's going on? Why would Tencent be concerned about something like this? Before long, another call came in. Hello? Is this Baishan, owner of Gus Tianxiang? A woman's voice came through. Yes, speaking. This number wasn't one that just anyone could get. M. Huang Wei, general manager of Rongtou Jidi. A question mark formed in his mind. What was happening? Why would the general manager of Rongtou Jidi contact him? They had no business dealings. Still, Rongtou Jidi was a 100 billion conglomerate with far greater influence. Thus, he was extremely polite. General Huang, I've long admired your reputation. What can I do for you? It's nothing major. Just heard that someone bullied a little girl on your turf. I'm calling to verify, Huang Wei said softly, but Baishan sensed a chill in her tone. Again, who was that little girl? She had actually made the trillion-level Tencent Group and the 100 billion-level Rongtou Jidi both inquire about this matter. If he mishandled it and offended some terrifying big shot. Yes, I was just about to deal with it. Baishan wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly replied. Then I'll leave it to you, boss. Bye. Oh, and if you have surveillance footage, please send me a copy. Will do. After hanging up, Baishan was extremely anxious. He immediately got up to start an investigation. Then the phone rang again. A creeping sense of dread rose in Baishan's heart. Could it be? Hello. I'm Baishan, owner of Gus Tianxiang. May I ask who's calling? His voice was somewhat respectful. The person on the other end seemed taken aback by his directness. Boss. By hello. I'm Fong Omping, general manager of Longhu Group. Baishan was stunned once more. Another 100 billion conglomerate. This time I'm calling on behalf of someone to ask about the security situation at Gus Tianxiang. I heard a girl was beaten up there. Fong Omping spoke bluntly. Longhu Group had some business dealings with Gus Tianxiang. In fact, part of Gus Tianxiang's customer base came through Long's app. As expected. I knew it. Baishan wanted to cry. So many big shots coming to him meant the little girl had an extraordinary background, and the way his subordinates had handled the situation must have displeased them. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a commotion. I'm terribly sorry, President Fong. They'll deal with it immediately and inform you of the result as soon as possible, Baishan said deferentially. President Fong, may I ask, who exactly is that little girl? Don't go prying into matters you shouldn't. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing. In short, just know that that person, neither you nor I, can afford to provoke. Fong Omping said with profound meaning. Yes. I understand. After hanging up, Baishan was filled with fear. Who on earth was this deity? At the same time, there was also some anger in his heart. If his subordinates had handled it well enough, why would there be so many problems? The more Baishan thought about it, the angrier he became. He picked up the phone and dialed. Hello. This is Baishan. Go investigate immediately. Several dozen minutes later, Baishan stared at the surveillance footage captured on his phone, lost in thought. Zhou Ling, Li Ping, Lu Jialin, Wang Jiajia. These 4 girls all come from pretty ordinary families. The best off is Li Ping, but her father is just a deputy district head. How could they have caused such a big commotion? The one who got hit was Zhou Ling. According to what Mr. Fong said, it must be this Zhou Ling. Baishan sat in his spacious office, his expression extremely gloomy. His eyes were fixed tightly on the several staff members and department heads standing before him. These people hung their heads low, filled with fear. One of the staff members was so nervous that his lips were dry. He couldn't help licking them to relieve the dryness in his throat, but dared not make a sound. Boss. We really didn't expect it to turn out like this. The department head finally gathered his courage and said with a trembling voice. He was the one who had handled the matter at the time. Baishan crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back against the chair, and snorted coldly. Let me hear exactly how you handled it. Another department head braced himself and answered with a trembling voice. Boss. When we arrived, the scene was chaos. There was already a man who had beaten up the guy who hit the girl. To minimize the impact, we pulled them apart and called them over. In the end, neither side wanted to call the police, so we swept it under the rug. The department head recounted the whole story from beginning to end. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong, but since Baishan was taking it so seriously, there must be someone with significant background involved. After hearing this, Baishan actually thought they hadn't done anything wrong either. If everyone involved were ordinary civilians, the approach would have been perfectly fine. But the trouble was that the little girl who was beaten had an extraordinary background. Baishan sighed. He couldn't punish these people harshly either. Forget it, your bonuses for this month are cancelled. That's it. Go back to your work. Though the few people were filled with resentment and grievance in their hearts, they dared not show it in front of Baishan's authority. Baishan could tell they were unconvinced. Don't think my handling was unjust. If I don't punish you, the other side might be dissatisfied, and I might be implicated and ask for you. Heh, Baishan said coldly. Upon hearing Baishan's words, the few people's faces changed drastically. If it were really as Baishan said, what difference was there between this punishment and none? At this moment, they instead felt grateful to Baishan. All right, get back to work. Yes, thank you, boss. They nodded repeatedly, and then slunk out of the office. Baishan watched their retreating figures, shook his head helplessly, rubbed his throbbing temples, and let out a deep sigh. Then, rousing himself, he carefully sent the surveillance footage to Lu Shu, Huang Wei, Fong Onping, and others, and then organized and sent over the names and identity details of the 2 girls and the boy. When Lin Chen received the messages from them, he was chatting with Jiang Shuawei and Mother Lin in the living room. Zhou Ling, because of riding the pirate ship and enduring shock and injury, had gone upstairs to rest and take leave. Lin Chen's originally relaxed expression instantly froze, and his face darkened. Hey Chen, what's wrong? Jiang Shuawei keenly noticed Lin Chen's change and asked with concern. Lin Chen gripped his phone tightly. The surveillance footage has been retrieved. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuawei and Mother Lin quickly crowded around. Lin Chen took a deep breath and opened the surveillance footage, which was a merge of 2 videos. The Gus Tianxiang side had also found the footage of what happened near the pirate ship. The surveillance footage even had audio. These bastards. As Lin Chen watched, his frown grew deeper and veins bulged on his forehead one by one. The repeated, disgusting, the vile attitude and Zhou Ling's concessions fueled Lin Chen's anger even more. How can these people be so excessive? Zhou Ling is just a girl. Jiang Zui's voice was filled with anger and heartache. Mother Lin was even more furious, her whole body trembling and teeth grinding. My little Ling, she suffered so much injustice. These people are simply insane. In the video, the two girls' acerbic words kept coming, each one like a knife stabbing the hearts of the three. The arrogance in the boys' attitude and actions only inflamed their rage. The video continued. The boy swung a slap toward Li Ping, but Zhou Ling blocked it. The tremendous force knocked Zhou Ling to the ground, and her head slammed hard into the iron railing beside her. When Lin Chen saw this, his face instantly turned livid. His lips were tightly pressed, and his eyes blazed with anger and heartache. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, trembling slightly. Jiang Xuewei gasped. How much force must it take to knock Xiao Ling down? She then recalled that Zhou Ling had kept saying, it's fine, in front of her, making her feel even more suffocated with pent-up anger. Mother Lin covered her mouth, tears streaming down. Her voice choked. This child has suffered so much pain. Your uncle trusted me so much with this girl and I. Mother Lin's throat choked, and for a moment she couldn't speak. The video ended. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions a little. Mom, don't worry. I won't let those— A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At this moment, even Mother Lin, who was usually soft-hearted and kind, did not speak to stop him. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling was sleeping soundly in her bed, completely unaware of the consequences that those three would face because of this incident. Lin Chen continued scrolling down. The information about the three people followed. Xiang Xinjin, sophomore, at Rome University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, 19 years old. Li Xiaoxia, sophomore, 20. Guo Jiahao Jr., 21. Lin Chen carefully read through the entire document, from beginning to end. A faint smile appeared on his face. Heh, Li Xiaoxia's father is actually a manager in a property under Ronto Real Estate. Interesting. Lin Chen took out his phone and dialed Huang Wei. She was already prepared, having reviewed the documents and knowing the details about the father of a woman named Li Xiaoxia. Any instructions, Chairman Lin? Huang Wei asked respectfully. President Huang, I believe you've already gone through that file, haven't you? Yes, Chairman Lin. Then you know what to do, right? I understand, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen hung up the phone satisfied. Lin Chen then sent a message to Lu Hai instructing him to investigate the three individuals. That evening, Lin's father returned home utterly exhausted. Since Lin Chen had taken the car, his father had taken a taxi to the supermarket. Upon returning, he sensed something amiss. After learning what had happened, he too was consumed with rage. Zhou Ling had to console him for a while before he calmed down. However, she gave Lin Chen a task to deal with those three people. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a system mission. Handle Guo Li and Xiang. Mission reward determined by the host's completion level. This mission requires active submission. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Lin Chen's malice toward the— If I could find a way to get rid of them, the reward might be better, Lin Chen murmured. But he quickly dismissed the next afternoon, Lu Hai sent a message. Chairman Lin, after investigation, the private lives of the three are quite chaotic. Almost every week they rent a hotel room to play poker together. One incident was even captured entirely by a pinhole camera in the hotel. Would you like me to send it to you? Lin Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Send it to me. It seems things are even easier to resolve than I imagined. Moments later, Lu Hai sent over a video. Lin Chen watched it once, no mosaic blurring. After viewing, he seemed somewhat intrigued. They sure go all out. One dragon playing with two phoenixes. No wonder that guy acts like a simp. He gets to freeload every week. Lin Chen thought for a moment, then directly called Chairman Lin. Yes, process that video in high definition, blur the faces, and post it online. If you need anything, feel free to contact Huang Wei. He'll have them cooperate. Got it, Chairman Lin. He'll make sure you're satisfied. Good. It was the last day of National Day holiday, and Tangjia everyone in the group chat to announce a class meeting. Lin Chen had to arrive early. Even if he didn't go, it would be fine, but Xiao Fei and the other two insisted he come, saying they'd hang out after the meeting. Lin Chen agreed. Mom, Dad, Xiao Ling were heading back to school. Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei, sitting in the Shelby Tuatara, called out to his parents and Zhou Ling through the window. All right, drive safely and message us when you arrive. Lin Chen nodded. Uncle Annie, Xiao Ling, see you next time. Jiang Xuewei waved with a smile. Goodbye, Sister Xuewei. Remember to come back and play with me. Zhou Ling was reluctant to part with Jiang Xuewei, having slept together for the past 2 nights. Come visit again, Xuewei. Lin's parents also smiled. Of course. Then a white supercar slowly drove out of the villa area. Soon Lin Chen and Jiang Xuewei arrived at school. It was only 5 in the afternoon. The class meeting was scheduled. As soon as Lin Chen entered the dormitory, a foul odor assaulted him. Xiao Fei and the other two were all standing on the balcony outside the glass door. Lin Chen nearly gagged, held his breath, tossed his things onto the bed, and rushed to the balcony. As soon as the glass door opened, Xiao Fei and the others pinched their noses and backed away. Close the door. Close it, boss. Lin Chen quickly shut it. They finally breathed a sigh of relief. Did you guys take a dump in the room? Why does it stink so bad? Lin Chen looked suspiciously at Chen Xiao. He figured if anyone would do such a thing, it was most likely Chen Xiao. Meeting Lin Chen's suspicious gaze, Chen Xiao was indignant. Why are you looking at me, boss? No matter how messy I am, I wouldn't take a dump in the dorm. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fei and Xiao Wei burst out laughing. Third brother, just confess. Whose bed did you defecate on? Chen Xiao's face darkened. Lin Chen thought for a moment and realized it was too absurd. Then why does it smell so bad in here, he asked in confusion. Both Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei turned to look at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao seemed reluctant to speak. Seeing this, Lin Chen grew more suspicious. I forgot to wash my socks before the holiday, and they were a bit smelly. The guy said I was polluting the air, so I thought I'd spray some mosquito repellent, but... Chen Xiao scratched his head sheepishly. I have no idea why the stinky sock smell mixed with the repellent created such a chemical reaction. Xiao Wei was also astonished. From now on, third brother will be known as the Alchemy Baron. Xiao Fei chuckled. Go to hell. Over 10 minutes later, the four of them went downstairs for the class meeting, leaving the dorm door and balcony glass door wide open. Fourth, are you sure this won't offend anyone? Chen Xiao worried. With the doors open, the smell wafted out. What's the big deal? The smell will dissipate in a while. No worries. Xiao Fei was unconcerned. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. Shortly after the four left, a few people came up to the 5th floor. Brother Feng, when will the T-chat activity we proposed be approved? Don't rush. Brother Feng's uncle is the dean of Shuzhou University in charge of these activities. It'll definitely be approved in a few days, right, Brother Feng? Su Dafeng flashed a smug smile. The activity has already been approved. We're the organizers now, and it's scheduled for October 17th. Really? That's awesome. Brother Feng, when will the school's funds arrive? The other two continued. That question was precisely why they had applied for this activity. Every school-sponsored activity comes with a budget, and their target was that money. If the school allocated 3,000 for the event, they'd spend 1,000 and pocket the remaining 2. Su Dafeng's grin widened. The activity funds have already been transferred to my card through the school channel by my uncle today. Rest assured. What? That fast? As expected of Brother Feng. Another person flattered him at the right moment. So how much did the school approve? Su Dafeng said triumphantly. I approved 1,000 RMB. In fact, 15,000 had been approved, and he planned to pocket the extra 5,000 himself. Damn, that much? For just this kind of event. A few electric kettles and some chairs. You can approve 1,000. The two were astonished. Normally for such an event it would never get that much approval. At most 3 or 4. But Su Dafeng was different. His uncle was the director of Shuzhou University, specifically in charge of this area. Using such means to get a little extra activity funding was simply too easy. Then we'll use 4,000 for the event, and for the remaining 6,000 the three of us will each take 1,500 and leave a little something for others. Su Dafeng said with a smile. This wasn't his first time doing such things, and inevitably some classmates would find out. Then all it took was spending 100 or 2 to drag them into it, and everything would be perfect. If there was anything left, it would naturally be his. Then he would offer his uncle a carton of Lotus cigarettes. Heaven knows, earth knows, a few of you know I know. Brother Feng is wise. Brother Feng is generous. The two flattered him again. For a college student, 1,500 was a huge sum, equivalent to a month's living expenses. All three laughed. Just then they simultaneously stepped onto the 5th floor. They had only taken a few steps. Damn, what's that smell? Someone took a shit in the hallway. No way. The three of them covered their noses and sprinted. As they passed room 515, they noticed the door was open and the smell was especially strong. Fuck, it's this dorm. And they didn't even close the door. Su Dafeng memorized the dorm number. Once the smell dissipated, he would come back to teach them a lesson. Back in his dorm, Su Dafeng felt his stomach churn and rushed to the toilet to vomit violently. He felt like he was damn it. When you get back to the dorm, it'll fucking destroy you. At this moment, Lin Chen and his 3 friends were still unaware of the harm their toxic gas bomb had caused. As soon as they stepped into the classroom, everyone's eyes turned to them. Young Master Lin, you're here. Young Master Lin, I have a window seat. Good air. Sit by me. I'm wearing black stockings today, you can touch me. I'm also surnamed Lin, can I touch too? Get lost. Sure. Lin Chen and his friends as usual found a seat in the last row. Ever since that dinner, the classmates had been very deferential to Lin Chen. No one competed with them for the last row seats. They had become their exclusive throne. Before the meeting started, Tang Jia rushed into the classroom. The moment she saw Lin Chen and the others in the last row, her heart tightened. I've called everyone here today. Tang Jia kept it brief, not wanting to waste time. If she displeased that big shot in the last row, she would be finished. One last thing, everyone needs 60 points in the second classroom to graduate. If you have time, try to earn those 60 points as early as possible, since you'll need to leave time for internships later. Alright, that's it. Any questions? If not, you're dismissed. Tang Jia waited a moment longer. Seeing no one spoke, she said dismissed. Then she subconsciously glanced at Lin Chen in the back row. His expression was normal, and finally left the classroom. What is this second classroom about? Lin Chen asked in confusion. Boss, you really are buried in your books, oblivious to the world. Didn't they already explain this before? Chen Xiao said speechlessly. Oh, I forgot. I'm usually busy with my multi-billion-dollar companies, so I must have missed it. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly. Chen Xiao and the other two. Fine. You're awesome. Where are we going for dinner later? I need to pick up your sister-in-law first, she hasn't eaten yet. Today's a drinking party. No girlfriends allowed. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei immediately objected. Xiao Fei also shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Lin Chen had to give up. After all except for the first dorm dinner, he had indeed brought Jiang Shuawei to every other gathering. Alright, I'll say something first. Inside the girls' dorm. Xiaobu is my cat now. You're always dating Lin Chen and don't take care of him. On National Day you dumped Xiaobu on me. Do you have any sense of responsibility? Tang Weiner said angrily, looking at Jiang Shuawei. Ever since the little ragdoll cat was brought to the dorm, whenever Jiang Shuawei was away, Tang Weiner took care of all its needs. Eating, drinking, and bathroom breaks. Even during the long National Day holiday, Jiang Shuawei had left the cat with her. The excuse was that her mother was allergic to cat fur. But what made her most angry was that when Jiang Shuawei returned, little Boo actually broke free from her embrace and kept trying to burrow into Jiang Zuwei's arms. This made her extremely jealous. This ungrateful little ingrate. Little Bao meowed pitifully in Jiang Zuwei's arms, melting her heart. Oh, Xiaobu, be good mommy, didn't mean to abandon you. Grandma is allergic to cat fur. Tang Weiner got even angrier. Jiang Shuawei, you were something else. Ignoring me. We're through. Tang Weiner angrily lay down on her bed, pulling the covers over her head. Oops. I'm sorry, Weiner. Seeing this, Jiang Shuawei quickly carried Xiaobu and sat on Tang Weiner's bed. Oomph. Weiner. After much consolation, Tang Weiner finally forgave her. Hurry up and get ready, or we're going out to eat with them soon. Jiang Shuawei remembered Lin Chen's words and reminded her. Eat? Eat with whom? Tang Weiner was taken aback. Didn't Chen say they were having a gathering? Then he said we would go together after their meeting. What? Didn't Xiao Fei tell you? Jiang Shuawei asked in surprise. Xiao Fei said Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei don't allow female friends. What? Why didn't Chen tell me? Just as Jiang Shuawei finished, a message from Lin Chen arrived. Sorry, Shuawei, they said no girlfriends. Why don't you go out to eat with Senior Tang? Jiang Shuawei looked at Tang Weiner helplessly. Let's go. Just the two of us. My treat as an apology. Hot pot it is. After sending the message, Lin Chen and the others headed to Dihao. Damn. Boss, your car is really fucking cool. Chen Xiao exclaimed as he got into Lin Chen's car. Of course it's worth 70 million. Lin Chen said with a laugh. Viru. The white giant lizard roared off campus, followed by Xiao Fei driving his blue Porsche 918, carrying Xiao Wei. The emperor has left the palace. Haha. Bro, you're so vivid. Fuck. Then what are we? You know. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner tidied up a bit, then put Xiaobu into a cat carrier and took him out together. Xiaobu, mommy is taking you out for some fresh air, okay? Jiang Shuawei coaxed Xiaobu while leading Tang Weiner toward the parking lot. Weiner, why are you taking me to the parking? Tang Weiner asked in confusion. Weiner, have you forgotten that Chen gave me a red Ferrari SF90? Jiang Shuawei glanced playfully at Tang Weiner. She had driven that Ferrari back to school earlier. And because of Lin Chen's influence, the parking lot now had a canopy installed with reserved spots for her and Lin Chen's cars. Oh, Tang Weiner grew a little excited. Going out to eat in a supercar with her best friend was a completely different experience from going out with Xiao Fei and the others. At this moment, they were the stars. Settling into the supercar, Tang Weiner sat in the passenger seat, holding the cat carrier in her arms. Realizing it wasn't Jiang Shuawei holding him, Xiaobu fixed his sapphire-like big sparkling eyes on Jiang Zuwei's face with a pitiful gaze. Tang Weiner pouted. Ungrateful cat. Where should we eat? The usual place. Jiang Shuawei started the car and asked. Of course. That hot pot place has the best food. Tang Weiner's eyes lit up as she spoke. Jiang Shuawei nodded. She still had a bit of a shadow from the last time she... Virum. Another red supercar drove out of the campus. Jiang Shuawei sped down the road in her red Ferrari SF90, while Tang Weiner sat in the passenger seat excitedly looking around. When passers-by saw two young pretty women inside the car, their gazes were filled with surprise and envy. While the car actually has two girls inside. They must be rich heiresses. A passerby couldn't help exclaiming. No kidding, driving such a nice car at such a young age. What an enviable sight. Either their family is rich or their boyfriend is rich, or... Don't talk nonsense. They look like students, so their family must be wealthy. That's not necessarily true. Some sugar daddies specifically target college students. The car soon arrived at Luwan Street. Jiang Shuawei searched for a long time before finally finding a parking spot. The moment they stepped out of the car, the people around them were stunned. Look, two beauties just arrived in a Ferrari. So gorgeous. The car is beautiful, but the women are even more beautiful. A man stared with wide eyes. Ladies, can I get your contact info? Let's be friends. A guy who considered himself decent-looking flashed what he thought was an irresistible smile at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei gave him a cold glance and said, sorry, I have a boyfriend. The guy refused to give up and continued, just friends, nothing else. Jiang Shuawei said nothing more. The guy, having been snubbed, turned his attention to Tang Weiner. Don't bother us. Go find somewhere cool to hang out. Tang Weiner said impatiently. The guy quickly added, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to make a friend, that's all. Sorry, not interested. The guy, having been thoroughly rejected, could only slink away in disappointment. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. That kind of pickup line only works on ordinary college girls. A girl driving a Ferrari SF90 isn't going to fall for that so easily. There's always someone arrogant enough to think they're the protagonist and can win over a rich woman. Don't even get me started. The surrounding passers-by all laughed at the guy's overconfidence, and those who had had similar ideas now backed off. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner glad for the peace and quiet headed straight for the hot pot restaurant. Arriving at Lu Depang Hot Pot, the place was already bustling with noise. Boss, another portion of duck blood. Coming right up. Boss, add some dishes for us. The boss was sweating profusely from the rush, and the waiters were equally swamped. Boss, is there no table available? A pleasant female voice reached the boss' ears. Sorry, we're full. The boss said instinctively, then glanced toward the source of the voice. No table, what a shame. Weiner, maybe we should go somewhere else. So let's just go for a stroll first. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner were about to leave when the boss called them back. There is a table. There is. Please wait just a moment, ladies. The boss hurried over with a smile. Didn't you just say? Tang Weiner was momentarily puzzled and was about to ask, but Jiang Shuowei tugged her hand. That's great then, Jiang Shuowei said with a smile. Please wait a moment, ladies. The boss went over to a table, whispered a few words to one of the customers, and then those people immediately got up and left. Before leaving, they shot a few discreet glances at Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner. Several waiters promptly came over to clean up the table. This way, please, ladies. The boss' tone carried a hint of respect. Tang Weiner was slightly puzzled by the boss' attitude, but didn't think much of it, chalking it up to her imagination. After ordering a mountain of dishes, the food came quickly. Wait, boss. We only ordered one plate of tripe, and we didn't order yellow beef at all. Tang Weiner called out to the boss, who was about to leave looking confused. The boss turned back with a smile. No mistake. This is complimentary for you too. Tang Weiner was stunned again. What's going on? Jiang Shuowei burst out laughing at Tang Weiner's What is it? What's going on? Tang Weiner guessed it had something to do with Jiang Shuowei and pouted discontentedly. All the shops on this street belong to a Chun. Last time I came here with him, the boss recognized me, Jiang Shuowei. Tang Weiner suddenly understood. The whole street is his. Holy cow. She was stunned. The combined value of all the shops on this street must be several hundred million. But then, thinking of Lin Chen's identity, everything made sense. No wonder the boss was so respectful. They had the landlady right here. Tang Weiner glanced at Jiang Shuowei. She decided not to think too much. It was too much for her brain. Seeing the table full of dishes and the boiling beef tallow hot pot, Tang Weiner's mouth watered. Tripe in, luncheon meat in, duck intestines in, quail eggs in. The two women devoured everything with gusto. In the cat carrier beside them, Xiaobu lay with his head down, his blue eyes fixed unblinkingly on Jiang Shuowei as she ate thin slices of beef in small bites. Jiang Shuowei slipped a finger into the carrier, poked Xiaobu, and said affectionately, Xiaobu, you can't eat these, sweetie. When mommy gets home, I'll open a can of cat food for you, okay? Such a good boy. Xiaobu rubbed his head against Jiang Shuowei's finger, his eyes narrowing into slits. Meow, President Jiang. Vice President Tang. What a coincidence. You're eating hot pot here too. What a coincidence. You're eating hot pot here too. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner followed the sound and saw two male students standing beside them. The one speaking was a member of the Hanfu Society. It was worth mentioning that perhaps because news spread that the president of the Hanfu Society was Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner, quite a few people subsequently signed up for the society. The number surged from over 20 to more than 50. If recruitment hadn't ended after National Day, it would certainly have exceeded 50. Jiang Shuowei furrowed her brows. She knew who this person was. One of the initial 20 who signed up, named Lu Chuanqing. The other one she didn't know. Either he wasn't a member of the Hanfu Society, or he was one of the later recruits whose face she couldn't recall. Jiang Shuowei didn't have a favorable impression of this person. The Hanfu Society had a dedicated group chat that required nicknames to be changed to real names plus student IDs. Among them, this Lu Chuanqing was always showing off in the group, either posting about eating at high-end restaurants or asking what level a BMW 5 Series at 18 years old was considered in the eyes of girls. But since he was a member of the Hanfu Society, even though Jiang Shuowei disliked him, she couldn't show it. Hello, indeed, quite a coincidence. Jiang Shuowei replied indifferently. I just asked the boss, and he said there are no seats here. President, can my friend? Lu Chuanqing asked with a smile on his face, fiddling with a car key in his right hand on which the BMW logo was clearly visible. Even Tang Weiner felt somewhat uncomfortable now. Were you polite? Even his friend beside him was startled. Was it that easy to have dinner with the campus belle? No need, we haven't ordered any extra dishes. Jiang Shuowei said. The implication in her words was quite clear. No problem, President. He'll order more dishes and pay for this table. Lu Chuanqing said with a laugh. Tang Weiner felt a surge of anger. How could he be so oblivious to social cues? Excuse me, there's a table available now. Would you still like it? The boss came over at the right moment. He had been sweating nervously on the sidelines. Damn, this was Boss Lin. Were you qualified to flirt with her? Go cool off somewhere. Last time Jiang Shuowei got hurt here, it scared him terribly. He almost thought this restaurant wouldn't survive and had have to change locations. But after so long without incident, he finally relaxed. Now you're pulling this stunt again. What qualifications do you have to flirt with Boss Lin's girlfriend? Thinking of this, the boss glanced at the BMW 5 Series key in Lu Chuanxing's hand and secretly sneered. Lu Chuanxing glared at the boss in displeasure. Can't you see him trying to pick up girls? No situational awareness at all. 6-star review. Lu Chuanxing looked back at Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner, but seeing them eating their hot pot unconcerned, he could only reluctantly walk with the other boy toward the vacated table. Who is that guy? Why is he like a fly buzzing around and annoying? Tang Weiner complained. That's Lu Chuanxing, the one who loves showing off the most in the Hanfu society group. Jiang Shuawei said. Oh, that poser. Tang Weiner looked toward their table. Lu Chuanxing happened to glance over and nodded at her with a smile. Tang Weiner shuddered. You over there. Lu Chuanxing was feeling pleased with himself. Haha, I knew an 18-year-old BMW 5 Series boy couldn't be unpopular. Sure enough, Tang the campus belle couldn't hold back anymore. If I step up my game, I can easily win over Jiang too, right? Lu Chuanxing kept staring at their table, prompting Tang Weiner to switch seats, so her back was to him. What's wrong with you? Jiang Shuawei asked, puzzled. It's that Lu Chuanxing. He keeps looking this way, so annoying, Tang Weiner complained. She had lost all appetite. As soon as Jiang Shuawei finished eating, she couldn't wait till. Where should we go later? Tang Weiner asked. I don't know, Jiang Shuawei replied, absently playing with Xiaobu and the cat. I heard there's a really good massage place nearby. Want to go relax? Tang Weiner suggested. Sure. Jiang Shuawei thought for a moment and agreed since she had nothing else to do. Seeing them get up, Lu Chuanxing knew they were about to leave, and anticipation swelled in his heart. Come to me, come to me. Now the BMW passenger seat will have a beautiful senior with long legs. Even if Jiang doesn't come, Tang will right. Lu Chuanxing thought smugly. But when he looked up again, Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner were already heading out of the hot pot restaurant. Lu Chuanxing was dumbfounded. Could it be that Tang is shy? Without thinking further, he quickly pulled his friend to pay the bill and chased after them. What are you doing? I haven't even eaten enough. The friend complained irritably. Eat. All you think about is eating. With the campus beauties right in front of you, you still only care about food. If we can win them over, one for each of us, won't that be even better? Lu Chuanxing said, looking at him with disdain. Give it up. Do you think the campus beauties have never seen anyone like us? Do you think we stand a chance? They left without even saying goodbye. Can't you take a hint? The friend said contemptuously. What do you know? They're campus beauties. There are so many people around. Of course they're shy. Didn't you see Tang glance at me several times? Lu Chuanxing retorted. Bullshit. Didn't you see her switch seats to face away from you? The friend said mercilessly. Well, humph, just wait and see. By now the two had caught up with Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. President, you walked so fast I almost couldn't keep up. Lu Chuanxing said with a smile as he walked up beside them while the other boy lagged behind. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner frowned simultaneously. Is there something you need? If not, please leave, Jiang Shuawei said coldly. Don't be so distant, President. We're from the same club after all. Since we just had hot pot, how about I take you two campus beauties for a spin? My dad bought me a BMW 5 Series to practice on after I got my license. Lu Chuanxing said as he pulled out the car key. Actually, he had begged and even argued with his family to buy this car, all to make his college life more exciting. Claiming it was just for practice was pure showing off. But who could call him out on it? When others heard that, they only thought his family was rich. He had used the same trick to hook up with a blackstocking senior some time ago. Recalling that night's passion and looking at Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner, now his gaze grew even more feverish. He even felt a certain stirring. Jiang Shuawei felt even more repulsed by Lu Chuanxing's gaze. No need, I drove here myself, so I want trouble, you classmate Lu. Jiang Shuawei refused without a second thought. How about taking my car? I remember this car cost over 400,000 when I bought it, but the price plummeted soon after. Sigh. Lu Chuanxing shook his head, as if somewhat regretful. But it's fine, just over 10,000 yuan. Tang Weiner finally couldn't hold back her anger. Are you a poser? It's so hot, go somewhere cool. Shuawei, let's go. Tang Weiner snorted, and then dragged Jiang Shuawei toward where the car was parked. Lu Chuanxing was left stunned and speechless. His friend covered his face and stepped forward. I told you it wouldn't work, but you wouldn't listen. Now look what happened. Feeling the mocking gazes around, he wished he could abandon Lu Chuanxing and leave alone. What's a poser? Lu Chuanxing asked dazedly. Don't you know what a poser is? Let me ask you, what's a box for? To hold things right. Lu Chuanxing answered exactly. It means you're fake and you still don't get it. 666. That only made things more embarrassing. Lu Chuanxing felt a wave of intense humiliation wash over him. Wait. I'm not surprised by Goddess Jiang's attitude, but wasn't Goddess Tang looking at me the whole time? That means she's interested in me. Why is this happening? Lu Chuanxing began to question his life. Let's go, okay? So many people watching. Don't you feel embarrassed? Lu Chuanxing snapped back to reality and looked around. Indeed, many were still watching him with mocking eyes. He quickly grabbed his friend and hurried to catch up with Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner. They'll just see what car they drive. Maybe if I drive mine up to them, they'll change their attitude. Lu Chuanxing muttered to, damn, hopeless. That person shook off Lu Chuanxing's hand that was grabbing his clothes. I see an acquaintance, you go play by yourself. With that he left without giving Lu Chuanqing time to react. Lu Chuanqing didn't think much of it, and just followed Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner from a distance. This Lu Chuanqing is truly a show-off. Even Junior Lin, who drives a car worth hundreds of millions, isn't as pretentious as him. Tang Weiner said, speechless. Don't compare Chen to this person, he's not worthy. Jiang Shuawei shot a displeased look at Tang Weiner. Alright, your Chen is the best, Tang Weiner quickly responded. Then the two arrived at the Ferrari SF90, where many were still taking photos. Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner opened the doors and got in, driving away under the envious gaze of the crowd. These two girls are gorgeous and rich. Which window did God close for them? Sigh. I don't even dream of driving a Ferrari. I'd be grateful just to own a BMW. Amid the chatter on the street, Lu Chuanqing stared blankly at the direction where the Ferrari SF90 had disappeared. His expression was as sour as if he'd eaten a dead rat. Recalling his own words and actions, he felt like a complete fool. His face flushed red, looking around, and seeing no one paying attention to him, he slunk away in disgrace. All of this was witnessed by Wang Shijia, who happened to see it. Huh, that's hilarious. Zhu, don't you think that guy looks like a dog? Wang Shijia laughed heartily, saying to Zhu, who was holding his arm. Yes, he does. Zhu thought for a moment and gave an affirmative answer. Wang Shijia had originally come to Luan Street with Zhu to stroll around and buy some snacks. As it turned out, he witnessed the scene where Tang Weiner laid into Lu Chuanqing. Seeing Lu Chuanqing follow them again, he feared the two women might be in danger, so he took a picture of Lu Chuanqing and then followed with Zhu. Wang Shijia sent the scene he just witnessed to Lin Chen and also sent the photo, then happily went shopping with Zhu. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was still eating and drinking at Dihao Hotel, felt his phone vibrate, so he took it out. Boss, put the phone down. We four brothers will drink until we're drunk. No going home sober. Besides, we have no morning classes. Chen Xiao Sharpie spoke up as soon as he saw Lin Chen take out his phone. Yeah. Is it sister-in-law texting you? You're not leaving until you're drunk today. Xiao Wei also shouted. Xiao Fei looked on with amusement and stayed silent. Lin Chen showed a helpless expression. It's a message from that kid, Wang Shijia. Then that's fine, 1 minute, okay. No more than that. Alright. Lin Chen finally had the chance to read Wang Ziji's message. After reading, he opened the picture and glanced at it. Why does this person look familiar? Lin Chen couldn't immediately recall who it was. Xiao Fei curiously, hey, isn't this from the Hanfu Club? I remember this guy, he was the most eager when asking for sister-in-law and Sister Weiner's contact info. Why did Wang Shijia send you a picture of this guy, Xiao Fei asked, puzzled. Reminded by Xiao Fei, Lin Chen suddenly, it's nothing. Lin Chen put away his phone nonchalantly. Since Shuawei and Senior Tang had already handled it, he didn't need to worry. Boss, as punishment for looking at your phone, you have to drink a cup on your own. Chen Xiao shouted. I support that. Xiao Fei moved away from Lin Chen and chimed in. Lin Chen didn't argue and downed a cup. Good drinker. As expected of our boss. Chen Xiao and the others gave a thumbs up. If you want to know my capacity, look toward the sea. Lin Chen said with considerable pride. Instantly the three of them turned their thumbs downward. Lin Chen's body had been comprehensively strengthened by the system. System products are always top-notch. Lin Chen looked forward to the next body enhancement, wondering if he could strengthen his own little Lin Chen again. Half an hour later, that fool Chen Xiao was slumped over the table again. Lin Chen was speechless. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao mysteriously dragged them to dinner, insisting they had something good to share. It turned out Chen Xiao had brought a bottle of yellow wine that he claimed had been buried for over 20 years. No wonder Chen Xiao wouldn't let them bring girlfriends. This yellow wine was an aphrodisiac, and even more so after 20 years of aging. This second brother is really weak. He's always the first to pass out. Can he be that sleepy? Xiao Fei laughed loudly, already a bit tipsy. I toast you. Thank you for saving Chen Xiao and me from that hundreds of thousands in repair fees. I, Xiao Wei, have nothing to repay but this toast. Blushing, Xiao Wei picked up his glass and walked toward Xiao Fei. Between brothers, why say such things? Don't be so polite. Xiao Fei also raised his glass and clinked. Xiao Wei said nothing, downed his drink in one gulp, and then looked at Lin Chen. Boss'll toast you too. If it weren't for you covering the repair costs for that Panamera, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Xiao Wei's eyes reddened as he spoke. Lin Chen also clinked glasses with Xiao Wei. Boss, old for you have no idea how much you've helped me. Just this few $100,000, my family couldn't come up with it, even if we sold everything we had. I grew up in the mountains of Dian province. Our county is the poorest in our city, and our town is the poorest in our county. My dad used to be a firefighter, but he died in a fire accident when I was in my first year of high school. My mom cried every day after that, and her health broke down. The family barely got by on my grandparents' small patch of land and government subsidies. From then on, I vowed to work hard to get out of the mountains, to become rich, to cure my mother, and to give my sister and grandparents a good life. You don't know how terrified I was when I found out the repair cost was tens of thousands. Xiao Wei broke down into loud sobs as he spoke. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei both fell silent. Lin Chen was relatively okay. He could partly empathize with that feeling of helplessness, especially when his parents had to work in an electronics factory for his sake. That feeling. Xiao Fei, on the other hand, was different. He had grown up in Daijing, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. In his eyes, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. Xiao Fei was moved by Xiao Wei's state. Sometimes I really don't want that second-class merit. Oh, I just want my dad. If only my dad were still here. Xiao Wei continued to pour out his heart. Second brother, don't dwell on these sad things. You're sure to succeed in the future. Come on, bottoms up. Lin Chen picked up his glass, walked over, and put his arm around Xiao Wei's shoulder. That's right, second brother. Let's drink. Xiao Fei also said with a smile. Xiao Wei wiped his tears, picked up his glass, and said, if we're drinking, let's drink. The one who chickens out is a coward. Ha ha ha. When Lin Chen woke up again, it was already the next morning. He rubbed his still aching head. Those two rascals are really something. Lin Chen couldn't help but force a bitter smile as he recalled last night's events. Seeing that Lin Chen had drunk so much and still managed to stay sober, those two had both toasted him at the same time. Although Lin Chen's alcohol tolerance was decent after the system's enhancement, after battling it out to the end, and seeing Xiao Wei and Xiao Fei also slumped on the table, he too fell asleep. Lin Chen picked up his phone. It was already past 9. There were messages from Jiang Shuowei and 7 or 8 missed calls. After a moment's thought, he sent her a message. Last night, I drank too much with them at Dihao Im in the suite at Dihao now. After sending the message, Lin Chen saw that Dong Fong had also sent a few messages. Chairman Lin, I had the staff escort you and your friends to the presidential suites. They are. Chairman Lin, if you need breakfast, just send me a message, and I'll have it prepared. Lin Chen, thank you. Just have someone send some breakfast to Tianzi room no. 1. Soon after, Dong Fang's message came through. Got it, Chairman Lin. After Lin Chen washed up and was about to head out, Jiang Shuowei called. On the phone, she was very angry. Lin Chen comforted her for a while and made some promises before Jiang Shuowei grudgingly calmed down. Lin Chen went out and called the other 3 to get up. A dozen minutes later, the 4 gathered again in Tianzi room no. 1. Old 4, it was you who suggested the drink, but how come you were the first to pass out again? Can't you live up to expectations? Xiao Fei said discontentedly while sipping sea cucumber soup. You all know I can't hold my liquor. Just get used to it, Chen Xiao said sheepishly with a chuckle, then asked, how did the battle go last night? What, boss won again, of course. But I vaguely remember boss wasn't in great shape at the end either. Xiao Fei looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen ate his breakfast without changing his expression and said, you must be mistaken. In the end, I was the one who had people send you back to your rooms. Really? Why would I lie to you? Xiao Wei didn't say a word and just ate his breakfast silently. Second brother, why aren't you talking? Still haven't recovered. Chen Xiao looked at the silent Xiao Wei in confusion. Xiao Wei looked up, hesitated for a moment. Boss, old 4, I brought something back from home. My family says it's a handed-down antique, but I don't have a way to authenticate it. Could you help me figure something out? If it really is an antique, then sell it, and at least repay Lin Chen and Xiao Fei some of the money. At least a bit. He couldn't feel at ease letting others cover so much for him, even if they truly didn't care. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei naturally understood Xiao Wei's intentions. After exchanging a glance, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. All right, I'll find a way. Lin Chen said. What is it? Where is it? Let's have a look. Chen Xiao asked curiously. It's in the dorm. You'll see when we go back later. To avoid being caught by traffic police for drunk driving, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei had the attendant from Dihao drive for them, while Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao took a Didi back to school. Chairman Lin, we've arrived at your school gate, the attendant said respectfully. You can get off. He'll drive it in. Lin Chen nodded calmly and handed the attendant a few red 100 yuan bills. This was cash Lin Chen kept in the car for emergencies. Over 200,000 yuan. Thank you, Chairman Lin. The attendant, not expecting such generosity, bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Lin Chen waited a little while in the parking lot, then returned to the dormitory with Xiao Fei. Entering the dormitory, the foul smell had already dissipated. At that moment, Chen Xiao was intently observing a string of beads. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Xiao Fei return, he looked up excitedly and said, Third brother's antique, is this? I just searched it with my phone's image recognition. It seems to be called a Z bead, and each one costs 6 figures. If this is real, Chen Xiao said, casting an envious glance at Xiao Wei. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei turned to look at the string of beads in Chen Xiao's hand. After a brief look, Lin Chen couldn't discern anything special, so he handed the Z beads to Xiao Fei. Lin Chen took the string of Z beads from Chen Xiao's hand and rubbed it. The texture was extremely fine and warm. Xiao Fei also looked at it curiously. After a brief look, Lin Chen couldn't discern anything special, so he handed the Z beads to Xiao Fei. He'll ask Dong Fong if he knows any place for antique appraisal. Lin Chen said, and took out his phone. Sorry to trouble you, boss, Xiao Wei thanked him. Come on, why are you being so polite with us? Lin Chen smiled. Chairman Lin, what can I do for you? Dong Feng's voice came through the phone. Do you know any place nearby for antique appraisal? Lin Chen got straight to the point. I know a shop owner who deals in antiques. If you need, I can have him come to you. No need, just send me the address of his shop. He'll go there this afternoon, Lin Chen said after a moment's thought. He had classes in the first 2 periods. After class at 3:30, it should be about the right time. Got it, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen put down his phone and looked at Xiao Wei. They'll take you to appraise this Z bead after class this afternoon. Xiao Wei nodded. I want to go too. I want to go too, Chen Xiao hurriedly said. How could he miss such an interesting event? He had never been to an antique shop in his whole life. It was a perfect chance to broaden his horizons. Then I'll go too, said Xiao Fei. Fine. Girls' dormitory. Mom, did Wang Defa return your gold ring? Tang Weiner said into the phone while lying on the bed. He returned it. He returned it. Whoa, I thought I would never see this ring again. Hearing her mother crying on the other end, Tang Weiner comforted her for a while. By the way, Weiner, why did that bastard suddenly return the ring? Did he have a change of heart? After calming down, Tang's mother asked in confusion. A change of heart? How could a scumbag like him have a change of heart? I have a friend. Tang Weiner briefly explained. Then I'm really grateful to your junior. Why don't you invite him home for a meal someday? I need to thank him in person. Mom, what are you talking about? Junior Lin is Zuwei's boyfriend. Why would he come to our house? Tang Weiner said helplessly. Ah, he's Zuwei's boyfriend. Then forget it. But you still need to thank him properly. Alright, I know. Also, you're already a junior, haven't you started dating? Your mom was already. Hello? Hello? What's going on? The campus card is so slow. Bad signal, Mom. They'll hang up now, talk another day. After hanging up, Tang Weiner finally breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Weiner, when will you and Xiao Fei finally make it official? Zhang Xuewei was feeding cat food to Xiaobu and asked after hearing Tang Weiner hang up. Let's wait a bit longer. Tang Weiner bit her lip. Zhang Xuewei sighed imperceptibly. Even though things had gone this far, Weiner still wouldn't go public. Tang Weiner's thoughts had already drifted away. Xiao Fei, after I have the surgery, we'll be together. In your heart, are you the only one? A phone ring interrupted Tang Weiner's train of thought. Tang Weiner picked up the phone and frowned. It was Wang Defa. Weiner, I've done what you asked. When can I meet Boss Lin? You promised to put in a good word for me. We'll ask later. He'll contact you when I have news, Tang Weiner said. Great. You're really daddy's good girl. Huh. Weiner, do you want? Tang Weiner hung up without waiting for him to finish. How should I tell Junior Lin? Tang Weiner felt troubled. Although Lin Chen had told her she could use this chance to get the items back, she was really too embarrassed to trouble him again. After thinking it over, she decided to ask Zhang Xuewei for advice first. What's the big deal? He'll tell him for you. Zhang Xuewei immediately took out her phone to message Lin Chen. Tang Weiner quickly stopped her. Hey. Forget it, I'll say it myself. Tang Weiner then took out her phone. Lin Chen was lying in bed scrolling through Douyin. The hype from the previous semifinals Liu Cup hadn't completely faded. As expected, Xiaomoj took first place. Well deserved. A message popped up on WeChat. Tang Weiner, Junior Lin, could you help me with another favor? It's like this. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Previously, it was because of Tang Weiner that he hadn't made a move on Wang Defa. Now there were no more scruples. Lin Chen, no problem. Tomorrow night at D Hao Hotel, bring him along. Tang Weiner, thank you so much, Junior Lin. I really don't know how to thank you. Lin Chen, it's nothing, a small matter. So Lin Chen and Xiao Fei went downstairs for lunch as usual. During the meal, Tang Weiner kept thanking Lin Chen. In the afternoon, the first 2 periods were advanced math. Lin Chen didn't listen at all. He sat at the back, playing a mobile game with Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao. Boss, want the teacher say something if we're this audacious. Chen Xiao looked up at the math teacher on the podium with some, don't worry. After what happened last time, the school must have reminded the teachers. Rest assured, Xiao Fei said nonchalantly. Even if he failed the course, so what? He couldn't care less, alright. By now, the advanced mathematics teacher was drenched in sweat. Holy crap. Why is this gentleman playing with his phone? Could it be that my lecture isn't engaging enough? This is disastrous. After finishing both sessions, the teacher noticed no sign of dissatisfaction on Lin Chen's face, and the heavy stone in his heart finally settled. Stepping out of the classroom, the teacher let out a long sigh. All's well. Probably just didn't feel like attending class. With that thought, his steps became considerably lighter. Xiao Fei put down his phone, a look of frustration on his face. I'm so done. Just 1 piece short for the 9 pirate transformation. Chen Xiao, you absolute moron. If you hadn't snatched that golden shovel from me, I would have had 9 pirates. Well, without that shovel, I couldn't have made 9 Shirima either. Chen Xiao retorted defiantly. Does 9 Shirima have the same prestige as 9 pirates? I don't care who I got first place. Fine. Next time, whatever you play, you'll hold back your pieces. Naya. Xiao Fei was clearly getting angry, but Chen Xiao remained oblivious. Alright, it's just a game. Is it worth getting upset? Lin Chen said dismissively. He had been playing Kled with a greatsword, spent all his gold rolling without getting a 3-star, and quit in frustration. Xiao Fei fell silent. Let's go. If we head to the antique shop, now we can still make it back for dinner. Lin Chen glanced at the time and said. The 4 of them left the classroom. I wish I were roommates with young Master Lin too. Yeah, I envy Chen Xiao, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Wei. It's all fate. We don't have their fortune. The classmates who hadn't left yet murmured enviously. After exiting, the 4 walked straight toward the parking lot. Chen Xiao got into Lin Chen's car, while Xiao Wei got into Xiao Fei's. The 2 vehicles drove out of campus one after another. Why do I feel like 4th is a bit upset? Chen Xiao asked Lin Chen in confusion. Lin Chen glanced at him. You just noticed? I thought you 2 were arguing, but you don't even know. Chen Xiao was even more bewildered. Huh. I wasn't arguing with him. I was just teasing. Lin Chen didn't know what to say. But among guys, even if they're angry, it should pass after a while, right? Meanwhile, inside a blue Porsche 918 behind the Shelby Tuatura, Chen Xiao was even more bewildered. I wasn't arguing with him. I was just teasing. Alright. When Lin Chen and Xiao Fei drove into the parking lot, the security guard in the booth stared wide-eyed. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Control, control. 2 luxury cars just arrived." When Lin Chen and Xiao Fei drove into the parking lot, the security guard in the booth stared wide-eyed. He grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Control, control. 2 luxury cars just arrived. Send someone to keep watch. If they get scratched, we're in trouble." What cars? Not sure. One has a rearing horse, the other a bull. Both kinda look like shields. Damn, that's a Porsche and a Lamborghini. Hold on. I'm coming over. After parking, Lin Chen and Xiao Fei got out, and the 4 walked together. So much traffic. I can't stand it. Xiao Fei grumbled. I had a blast. You have no idea how envious those people looked at us on the road. TSK TSK. Chen Xiao grinned. Seeing Chen Xiao respond, Xiao Fei's eyes flickered with delight. What's that? They'll give you the keys to my Ferrari Roma. Drive it whenever you want, but you're on your own for gas. Xiao Fei said with a smile. That's perfect. Lin Chen and Xiao Wei exchanged a glance. Indeed, men are such strange creatures. Would you believe that just a few minutes ago these two were arguing? Come on, hurry up. I need to finish the appraisal and get back to have dinner with your sister-in-law. Lin Chen urged. I want to eat with Sister Wayner too. Xiao Fei chimed in. Fine, fine. You two are just picking on us single dogs. They followed the navigation to an antique shop. Gathered Treasures Study. Good name. Xiao Fei nodded approvingly. He was here purely for entertainment. All the decorations in his house were antiques, and his grandfather had a collection room that only held the most precious items. So he had grown indifferent to antiques worth a few $100,000 or a couple million. Only a truly ancient and rare piece might evoke a wow. Amazing from him. The shop was brightly lit, lined with wooden shelves. Blue and white porcelain vases, carved wooden Buddha statues, yellowed ancient books. A dazzling array. Gentlemen, here to buy. Feel free to browse. Everything is top quality old stuff. Authentic. The owner, a middle-aged man with a slightly protruding belly, smiled at them. We're here to have something appraised. Dong Fong should have contacted you. Lin Chen said. The owner's expression changed, and he immediately walked over. So you're Boss Lin. I've heard so much about you. I'm Tu-min, owner of this shop. President Dong already contacted me. Let me do the appraisal right away. The owner, Tu-min, was extremely respectful. He had a decent private relationship with Dong Fong, and Dong Fong had repeatedly emphasized to be very respectful. Lin Chen's background was far more than just being the boss of Dihao. He also owned Rongtou Land Investment, and possibly more. At that time, Tu-min was absolutely shocked. The owner, Tu-min, was extremely respectful. He had a decent private relationship with Dong Fong, and Dong Fong had repeatedly emphasized. Lin Chen nodded. Boss Lin, honored guests, this way please. Tu-min led the 4 to a wooden root-carved tea table and brewed tea for them. Boss Lin, this is the Westlake Longjing I've treasured for years. I can't bear to drink it usually. Please have a taste. Tu-min smiled, a trace of concealed reluctance in his eyes. Lin Chen took a sip. Couldn't taste anything special. His expression remained unchanged. Tu-min's smile widened. The tea, worth 100,000 per kilogram, had not let him down. Hearing it was Westlake Longjing, Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao also began to drink. They sipped and chatted. Third, take out the item and let Boss Tu have a look. Xiao Wei nodded, then pulled out a small box and handed over the string of Z beads. Tu-min's interest was immediately piqued. Tu-min took the small box handed to him by Xiao Wei, carefully opened it, and removed the string of Tianju. He first squinted his eyes, making a rough inspection of the bead's appearance, then pulled out a pair of specially made magnifying glasses from his pocket, put them on, and his expression instantly became focused and serious. He brought the beads close to the light, scrutinizing every detail, muttering to himself, the pattern, the luster. He gently turned the beads, his gaze following the movement of the magnifying glass, missing not a single minute detail. After a long while, Tu-min's eyes grew wider and wider, and his breathing became rapid. He exclaimed excitedly, This is a genuine Tianju bead, and of excellent quality. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei's face lit up with surprise, while Chen Xiao and Lin Chen also turned to Tu-min, awaiting further explanation. Tu-min put down the beads, took a sip of tea to calm himself, and began to explain. These Tianju beads hold an extremely important place in Tibetan Buddhism. They contain mysterious power and profound cultural significance. The craftsmanship for making Tianju beads is extremely complex, and the selection of materials is also very particular. Genuine beads after the baptism of time develop unique weathering patterns and a patina. As he spoke, he pointed to the beads in his hand. Just like this string, its weathering patterns are natural and smooth, the patina warm and mellow. These are marks left by time, impossible to fake. And look at the patterns on it. They symbolize good fortune and are a very precious emblem. Then Boss Tu, what dynasty are these beads from? Lin Chen asked. Tu-min picked up the beads again, examined them carefully for a while, and finally spoke. In my opinion, this string of beads should date from the Tang dynasty. The craftsmanship of Tianzhu beads during the Tang dynasty was already quite mature, and the finest pieces passed down are extremely rare. It is truly remarkable that this string has been preserved so well. Xiao Wei's hands trembled with excitement. Then Boss 2, how much is this worth? Tu Min hesitated as if weighing his words, and after a while slowly said, this string of Tianzhu beads is worth at least around 1 million. This number stunned Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao. 1 million. Xiao Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the beads in Tu Min's hand. Chen Xiao stammered, thighs is way too valuable. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei remained very calm. A mere million was just small change to them. Tu Min nodded with a smile. That's right. 1 million is a conservative estimate. If you encounter a genuine enthusiast with deep pockets, the price could be even higher. Xiao Wei's face flushed with excitement. I never thought this could be so valuable. Chen Xiao teased, third brother, you've really hit the jackpot. Lin Chen patted Xiao Wei on the shoulder. Calm down, this is a good thing. Xiao Wei took a few deep breaths, trying to compose himself. I know, it's just so sudden I can hardly believe it. Tu Min continued. The value of Tianzhu beads lies not only in their monetary worth, but also in their cultural and historical significance. This Tang dynasty string has witnessed the glory and changes of that era. It is an invaluable treasure. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully. Boss 2 makes a good point. However, Xiao Wei, now that you know its value, what do you plan to do with it? Hearing Lin Chen ask Xiao Wei about his plans for the beads, Tu Min's eyes flickered with desire, and his throat moved involuntarily. His gaze darted between Lin Chen and the beads, a conflicted expression on his face, and his fingers unconsciously rubbed together. Xiao Wei, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, lowered his head and thought for a moment. A trace of reluctance first appeared on his face, but soon it turned resolute. Although this string of beads was precious and would certainly appreciate in value if kept. But back home his mother was still bedridden and his sister was still in school. The whole family depended on just the two of them. Even though he had worked a summer job in Tianfu City for 2 months after exams. That small amount of money was merely a drop in the bucket. Actually, I want to sell it, Xiao Wei said slowly. My family needs money everywhere. My mother's illness needs constant treatment. This million means a lot to my family. Upon hearing this, Tu Min's eyes instantly sparkled with joy and he became elated. Really? That's one. Tu Min quickly said, I truly love these beads and am willing to offer a fair price to buy them. Lin Chen and Chen Xiao exchanged glances. Third brother, as long as you've made up your mind, Lin Chen said. Chen Xiao also nodded. Third brother, if it helps your family, go ahead and sell. Xiao Wei took a deep breath. Yeah, I've decided. Tu Min rubbed his hands excitedly. Then let's discuss the price and the transaction details. Xiao Wei looked at Tu Min. Boss 2, what price do you suggest? Tu Min pondered briefly. Earlier I said 1 million was a conservative estimate. Since you've decided to sell, I won't shortchange you. How about 1,200,000? I can only offer this price because I know you're a friend of Boss Lin. Everyone believed that. Since Tu Min was aware of Lin Chen's background, to avoid offending him, he would definitely give a fair price. Xiao Wei was overjoyed inside but forced himself to stay calm. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Boss 2. Tu Min smiled and waved his hand, looking very cheerful. No trouble at all. To acquire such fine Tianzhu beads is my good fortune. Tu Min said he could arrange the transfer immediately. As soon as Xiao Wei provided his account number, the money would arrive quickly. Xiao Wei quickly gave his bank card number, and Tu Min took out his phone and started the operation. While waiting for the transfer, Tu Min couldn't help picking up the beads again to admire them, constantly praising, such a wonderful item, truly rare. Xiao Wei's feelings were mixed. On one hand, he was happy to get the money to solve his family's difficulties. On the other hand, he felt a twinge of regret at losing the precious beads. After all, this string of Tianzhu beads had been in his family for quite some time. Shortly after, Xiao Wei's phone received a bank SMS showing the transfer. Seeing the number, his hand trembled slightly. He swore he had never seen so much money in his life. When such a huge sum was lying in his account, the excitement was beyond words. The money has arrived. Thank you, Boss 2, Xiao Wei said. Tu Min smiled. I should thank you. Tianzhu beads of this quality from the Tang dynasty are extremely rare. Chen Xiao's eyes were full of envy. Big brother, fourth brother, send me your bank account numbers. He'll transfer the money for the car repair. Xiao Wei looked at Lin Chen and Xiao Fei with great seriousness. Didn't we say? We'll cover that money. Why are you bringing it up again? Lin Chen frowned. It was only about 100,000 yuan, which truly meant nothing to him, but it was a different matter for even though he had sold the sky beads for 1,200,000, the hospital was a money-devouring beast. For someone bedridden for years, even though Lin Chen didn't know the exact situation, curing them would be no small sum. That matter is long over, and my car has insurance. After deductions, it won't cost much. Xiao Fei added. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Wei with a complex expression. He truly hadn't expected that the moment Xiao Wei had money, he would choose to pay it back. Chen Xiao's mood inexplicably grew heavy. If they split it evenly, he would have to pay at least 100,000. Although his family was well off, 100,000 was no small amount. Telling his parents would inevitably invite a scolding. But if he didn't pay, no, this money I should pay. I really can't bear to let you cover it for me. Xiao Wei shook it. If I didn't have the money it would be one thing, but now that I do, and still don't repay, I can't get past this hurdle in my heart. Two men standing nearby tactfully walked away holding the sky beads. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei exchanged glances again, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Xiao Wei had money now, and could afford to pay. But what about Chen Xiao? They didn't want to make things difficult for their brother over such a trivial matter. Alright. In the end Lin Chen and Xiao Fei relented, but only let Xiao Wei pay half. Lin Chen, you had dinner at my hotel, otherwise none of you would have passed that way. Xiao Fei, you drove my car, if I hadn't lent it to you this wouldn't have happened. Xiao Wei's eyes shimmered with gratitude. In the end he transferred 25,000 to each of Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei tacitly avoided mentioning Chen Xiao. As they were about to leave, two men spoke up. Boss Lin, since you're here, why not take a look at the antique market over there? Two men had his own motives. There was still something he wanted to ask Lin Chen for help with. If he could help Boss Lin find a bargain, then he could bring up that matter. Lin Chen was about to refuse. What's so interesting about antiques? He couldn't appreciate them anyway, at most just checking if the colors were pretty. But then the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a system mission. Go to Tianfu Antique Market and find a bargain. System rewards 1. 0 bargain 100 RMB. 2. Bargain worth over 1,000 RMB. 3. Bargain worth over 10,000 RMB. 4. Bargain worth over 100,000 luxury car blind box worth tens of millions. 5. Bargain worth over 1,000,000 luxury car blind box worth over 100 million. 6. Bargain worth over 10 million random 1 to 5 shares of Penguin Company. Note this mission ends at 7 o'clock. If the system detects any cheating by the host, the mission will be cancelled and one previous system reward will be randomly deducted. The system prompt this time was too long. It took Lin Chen a while to digest all the information. He pursed his lips. So much information for such paltry rewards. Complaints. Boss, what are you doing? Xiao Fei waved his hand in front of Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen came back to his senses and said calmly, nothing, just thought of something. I thought you were spellbound. Xiao Fei said in exasperation. Lin Chen checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock. Finding a bargain worth over 10 million before 7 would be extremely difficult. Finding someone else to help him bargain hunt at short notice was clearly impossible. As for relying on himself, Lin Chen could only sneer. Relying on himself to find a bargain. Not getting scammed out of 10 million would be a stroke of luck. With that thought, Lin Chen turned his gaze to two men. Sensing Lin Chen's look, two men forced a smile. Boss Lin, would you like to go? If you go, I can help take a look. No problem. Then it'll trouble you, boss, too. Lin Chen had been waiting for those words. Two men was startled by Lin Chen's prompt agreement, but quickly recovered. No trouble at all. Two men said, just what I wanted. Xiao Fei and the others, seeing Lin Chen was going to take a look, naturally joined. Boss two, what's this? Lin Chen and the others stared at two men's outfit with strange expressions. Two men had put on a hat and a mask. I'm somewhat well known around here. Most of those vendors know me. If I don't cover up, I won't find any bargains. Lin Chen understood. Stepping out of Jubao Zhai, Lin Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Jiang Shuawei to report in. Then they arrived at the Tianfu City Antique Trade Market. The Tianfu City Trade Market was essentially an antique street. A classic old street with ancient charm and elegance, quite a famous tourist spot in Tianfu. Lin Chen and his group of 5 stopped in front of one stall. A thick carpet was spread on the ground, cluttered with all sorts of items. Pipes, teapots, incense burners, Buddha statues, small porcelain pieces, and various odds and ends. Bosses, what would you like? All genuine antiques, fresh stock. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, somewhat thin. Seeing Lin Chen and the others approach, he greeted them enthusiastically. All genuine antiques, fresh stock. The stall owner was a middle-aged man, somewhat thin. Seeing Lin Chen and the others approach, he greeted them enthusiastically. Just browsing. Lin Chen said casually, his eyes sweeping over the items on the stall. Take your time, look around. Authentic. Look at this piece. A Tang tricolored glazed pottery. You know Tang Sansai, right? Here it's only 9999. For 9999, take home a genuine Tang Sankai. The stall owner pointed at a Tang Sankai pottery piece. The owner was quite ruthless, making up lies without batting an eye when he saw college students. Even if Lin Chen knew nothing, he understood that if a real Tang Sankai were genuine, could it be bought for 10,000? Did they think he was a fool? Two men. Lin Chen and the others. Just then the system prompt sounded again in Lin Chen's mind. Detected that the host is completing the system mission. Issuing system auxiliary ability. Ding. Golden eyes successfully issued. Remaining duration 112 minutes. As soon as the system voice ended, Lin Chen saw a string of text appear beside the Tang Sankai. Modern low-quality imitation of Tang Sankai. Value 20 renminbi. Well, such a humane system deserved praise. But why the hell didn't you tell me earlier? If it had, he wouldn't have asked two men to come. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to the stall owner's nonsense. His eyes scanned the other items. Modern imitation of Qing Dynasty Jade Magpie. Value 15 renminbi. Industrial trash. Worthless. Modern imitation of Ming Dynasty ode to the Red Cliff, large bowl. Value 100 renminbi. Modern imitation of Qing Dynasty 5-color floral large plate, with double ring base. Value 25 renminbi. Lin Chen swept his gaze back and forth several times, but found not a single genuine piece. All were fakes. He couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. With such a large stall, he had originally thought that with the system's cheat, he could easily pick up treasures worth millions. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. The world of antiques is deep. Boss, do you actually know something about antiques? You're looking so seriously. Xiao Fei asked curiously. What do I know? I'm just taking a casual look. Lin Chen smiled. Boss, what do you think of this? I think this bowl looks pretty good. Could it be an antique? Xiao Wei pointed to the imitation Ming Dynasty ode to the Red Cliff large bowl that Lin Chen had previously examined. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to it. Oh, this young gentleman has such a sharp eye. You've spotted my best item at first glance. This gentleman surely has a blessed fate. This is a late Ming Dynasty landscape and figure poetic ode to the Red Cliff bowl with a jade disc bottom. Look at this shape. Plump and solid, the rim slightly flared, the jade disc base wide and thick, the calligraphy vigorous and free, the landscape and figure painting full of charm, the cobalt blue material calm and translucent. A truly exceptional piece. Today I see that this piece has a destined connection with this young gentleman. 6666, take this very genuine treasure home. The vendor set his face, even showing a trace of reluctance. This spiel left Xiao Wei completely bewildered. Boss, should I? Xiao Wei turned to look at Lin Chen, and the two. Lin Chen glanced at him somewhat exasperated. You believe everything people say. If you have too much money you can. Hearing this, Xiao Wei immediately calmed down. This is a modern craft piece, worthless. Mister Xiao, you can look at other items. Two men shook his head and said, this fake was too shoddy. Anyone could tell at a glance it was a modern craft. As for what the vendor said, just ignore it as hot air. The vendor chuckled at this. All my goods are top-notch. Once this opportunity passes, it's gone. No one paid him any attention. Two men's gaze also swept over the stall, occasionally picking up items to examine. Lin Chen shook his head. It seemed there was nothing good on this stall, all fakes. Just as he was about to leave, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a Buddha statue placed at the vendor's feet. He hadn't noticed it before. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Imperial Court Official Behar, Dharmapala. Value 250000 RMB. A mid-Qing Dynasty Buddha statue, Tibetan Buddhist cultural style, partially gilded with a thick and natural patina, fitted with a later wooden stand, the patina thick and natural. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Finally, he had found something genuine. If he could secure it now, he would at least guarantee a system reward of a multi-million luxury car blind box. Lin Chen glanced at two men who happened to look back at him. Two men subtly shook his head. Lin Chen turned to the vendor. Boss, do you have any Buddha statues that look more majestic with an aged appearance? Lin Chen asked with a smile. Two men, Xiao Fei and the others, exchanged puzzled glances at Lin Chen's words. The vendor was also taken aback, then began searching his stall. Let me look for you. A majestic Buddha. A majestic Buddha. After searching for a while, the vendor finally pointed to the Buddha statue at his feet. Young man, how about this one? This is an old piece. This one's not bad. Will you sell it for $100? Lin Chen said. Hey, this is an antique. You want to take it for 100? At least 15,000. The vendor grew anxious. Then forget it. You keep it, boss. Lin Chen said, turning and leading Xiao Fei and the others toward others. 1, 2. Before Lin Chen could silently count to 3, the vendor couldn't hold back. Young man, I see this piece is faded for you. How about 300? I just want to cover my cost. Lin Chen turned back with a smile. Deal. Seeing Lin Chen's readiness, the vendor realized his bottom line was much higher. But in business, once words were spoken, they couldn't be taken back. Besides, the Buddha had cost him only a few dozen yuan, as selling it for 300 was nearly a tenfold profit. The vendor sighed. This treasure of mine is destined for you. I wouldn't sell it to anyone else. Lin Chen scanned the QR code on the stall, paid 300, and took the Buddha from the vendor. Boss, you made over 200 profit from me, right? Lin Chen said with a smile. The vendor gave an awkward chuckle and said nothing more. They turned and walked elsewhere, two men's eyes lingering on the Buddha. Boss, what is this thing? Did you really get a treasure? Xiao Fei joked. He didn't believe Lin Chen had actually bought an antique. The antique trade was a treacherous path. Even seasoned experts could be wrong, let alone a complete novice like Lin Chen. If two men had told him to buy it, he might have thought otherwise. Maybe Lin Chen just liked it. Of course. Have you ever seen me suffer a loss? Lin Chen looked contentedly at the Buddha in his hand. Though it was only worth 200,000, it was his first treasure, immensely meaningful. Hearing this, Xiao Fei eyed the Buddha in Lin Chen's hand suspiciously. Could it really be a treasure? Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei also looked on curiously. Two men grew increasingly uneasy. Mr. Lin, could you let me take a look at that Dharmapala? He finally couldn't. Lin Chen naturally had no objection and handed the Buddha over. Two men took it with both hands, examined it carefully for a while, returned it, and then looked at Lin Chen with amazement. Mr. Lin, have you studied this craft before? Given Lin Chen's age, if he had some prior exposure coupled with talent and a bit of luck, it would be plausible. Xiao Fei and the other two understood the implication of two mince words. Damn, you really scored. 666. Boss, are you a jack of all trades? The three were stunned. Lin Chen ignored these three lively characters. I've dabbled in this area before. He answered vaguely. Two men didn't dare press further and attributed it to Lin Chen's luck. After all, being born into such a wealthy family, such luck was to be expected. Boss 2, what exactly is the origin of this Buddha statue? Xiao Fei couldn't help asking. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao were also very attentive. Two men glanced at Lin Chen, and seeing that Lin Chen didn't mind, he then spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this Buddha statue should be from the Qing dynasty, and it's in the style of Tibetan Buddhism, a guardian deity. It should be worth about 200,000 yuan. If it meets a collector who loves antiques, 300,000 is not impossible. As soon as two men said this, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei stared at the statue with wide eyes. What the heck? Boss, you're amazing. You really found a bargain. Tell me honestly, do you know about this stuff? Xiao Fei wasn't shocked by the statue's price, but by Lin Chen. Just a little, Lin Chen said modestly. The group visited many more stalls, but unfortunately all were imitations, not a single genuine one. Lin Chen couldn't help feeling anxious. If he didn't find a bargain, soon the system's time limit would expire. He approached another vendor stall. If nothing turned up, he would have to try the antique shops. Xiao Fei and the other two had lost their novelty and were listlessly following Lin Chen. Lin Chen focused on the items on the stall. Two men was also scrutinizing them carefully. After all, he still had a favor to ask of Lin Chen. If he couldn't help Lin Chen find a single bargain today, how could he even bring it up? Modern handicraft. Modern imitation. Modern handicraft. Late Qing period rusty copper coins, severely corroded worth. Modern imitation. As Lin Chen's gaze moved, the panel in front of him kept giving prompts. Lin Chen felt his eyes were getting dizzy. Ming Dynasty Hetian Jade pendant value, 5 million renminbi. Lin Chen's heart jolted. What? 5 million? 5 million. Half of the 10 million target achieved. Lin Chen was overjoyed inside, but kept a calm exterior. Boss, how much is this jade pendant? Lin Chen said, pointing to that unremarkable jade pendant. As soon as Lin Chen said this too, Min's gaze instantly shifted to the pendant. Here it comes. Just like before. Xiao Fei and the others also looked over. The stall owner glanced at it. This is a good piece. I won't sell it for less than 50,000. The stall owner's attitude was very firm. This was Hetian jade. Even if not an antique, it was worth tens of thousands. Lin Chen frowned. Too expensive. My bottom line is 45,000. And being straight with you, if I didn't have some family matters today, I wouldn't lower it a single cent. The stall owner shook his head. Lin Chen pretended to hesitate for a moment. All right, 45,000, right? He'll take it. Boss, isn't 45,000 too much? What are you saying? Don't you know the boss' financial strength? A piece of cake, Xiao Fei said with a laugh. Two men beside him remained silent. What are you saying? Don't you know the boss' financial strength? A piece of cake, Xiao Fei said with a laugh. Two men beside him remained silent, his gaze still fixed on the jade pendant. Lin Chen paid and held the jade pendant. Xiao Fei and the others crowded around. Is this pendant really worth it? Xiao Wei was still skeptical. Lin Chen smiled and said nothing. Boss Lin, could I have another look at this pendant? Two men couldn't help asking again. Without a word, Lin Chen handed it over. Two men examined it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out, then returned the pendant to Lin Chen. But he had a gut feeling that this pendant was likely genuine. He had been in the trade for decades. He could even say that the moment he touched an antique, there was an indescribable feel to it. Although he hadn't spotted any clues. Boss, have you figured out something? Don't tell me you were just guessing blindly. Xiao Fei. Two men was also very attentive. If Lin Chen really could identify what this object was, he would find it truly incredible. At such a young age, even with exceptional talent, it would be impossible, wouldn't it? Maybe it really was just a blind guess. Lin Chen looked around at the people. They'll tell you when we leave later, Lin Chen. Just then an elderly man walked over from the side. He was dressed in a Tai Chi suit and looked very sharp. Young man, could I take a look at that pendant? Sorry, it's not convenient. Lin Chen refused directly. It was already past 6 o'clock. If he delayed any further, the system task would fail. That was 10-cent shares. Even 1% would be worth tens of billions. The old man was startled, but could only give up helplessly. He couldn't force the young man to hand over the item, could he? That would make him a bandit. Young man, you have good eyes. After making that pointed remark, the old man turned and left. Xiao Fei and the others were instantly stunned, their mouths agape. Their gazes fixed on Lin Chen again. Since two men hadn't seen anything earlier, they had assumed it was probably a fake, just a stupid tax. But unexpectedly, there was a twist. However, was that old man reliable? The stall owner who was packing up also noticed, and a sense of unease arose in his heart. Could it be? No. I've examined that thing several times. If I couldn't tell, how could a few youngsters have? The owner comforted himself while packing up. Lin Chen was in high spirits. Half of the 10 million target was already achieved. If he found one more item, the 10-cent shares would be his. Even the lowest 2% shares would be worth over 60 billion. Picking up money couldn't be this fast. Lin Chen couldn't help marveling at the system's invincibility. By now 2 Min had lost confidence. I thought I was the main force, but it turns out I'm just a sidekick. 2 Min couldn't help sizing up Lin Chen once more. Outstanding. Truly outstanding. If he had a taste for male companions. His own son might just be able to latch on as such a powerful backer. Boss, just satisfy my curiosity a little. What the heck is this thing? Xiao Fei was really itching to know. You'll know later, Lin Chen said with a smile, then continued walking forward. Xiao Fei scratched his head in exasperation. Curiosity killed the cat, fourth brother, Chen Xiao said, patting Xiao Fei's shoulder with a meaningful tone. Get. Lin Chen searched around and stumbled upon a small medal worth a few thousand yuan, but found nothing else. He took out his phone to check the time. 6:48. Oh no. Only 15 minutes left. Lin Chen was extremely anxious inside. He glanced around, and an antique shop called Jingxian Pavilion, with an ancient elegance caught his eye. Boss, should we head back? It's almost 7. None of us have had dinner yet. Are you trying to starve us? Xiao Fei rubbed his stomach and complained. Lin Chen had no time for small talk and strode directly into the antique shop. Xiao Fei sighed helplessly and followed. Chen Xiao and Xia Wei hastened to catch up. Hey, Boss Lin, if you want antiques, come to my shop. Everything there is genuine. 2 Min said hastily. Seeing Lin Chen not turning back, he glanced at the sign of Jingxian Pavilion, gritted his teeth, and entered only to adjust his mask and cap once more. 3. For have you come to see antiques? What are you looking for? Jade pottery, porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings. We have everything. A thin, shifty-eyed man stepped forward. He was the owner of Jingxian Pavilion. I'm just browsing. Lin Chen ignored him, pacing around the shop on his own, his gaze scanning the various antiques displayed on. The smile on the owner's face stiffened. He hadn't expected such rudeness, but since they were guests, he said nothing more, though his enthusiasm waned. Xiao Fei and the others were puzzled, not knowing what was wrong with Lin Chen. After scanning the shop, Lin Chen suddenly realized, damn, most of these were genuine pieces. They had been authenticated. The system clearly required him to pick bargains, so buying genuine items directly probably wouldn't work. But for now he could only try his luck. Lin Chen randomly picked a porcelain worth millions. Just as he was about to ask the owner, he suddenly noticed a pile of junk-like items on the floor. A broken wooden doll from the Republic period, worthless. Inside it hides a Vajra relic worth 12 million. The hint from his golden eye made Lin Chen's pupils contract sharply. 12 million. If he could get it, he would obtain the system's highest reward. The hint from his golden eye made Lin Chen's pupils contract sharply. 12 million. If he could get it, he would have... How much for this? He'll take it. The owner glanced at it and said grumpily, that's just a pile of scrap. If you want to take the whole pile for 5,000. Sure enough, a poor student. Coming to an antique shop to buy scrap? No problem. It was almost 7 o'clock and Lin Chen dared not waste any more time, so he agreed immediately. Xiao Wei, Xiao Fei, and Chen Xiao were puzzled by Lin Chen's actions, but didn't say much. 5,000 was not a big sum to them. 2 Min was also puzzled, but stayed silent, only covering himself more carefully. Without a word, Lin Chen took out his phone and scanned the QR code in the shop. The owner saw how readily Lin Chen agreed and became suspicious. Although he had appraised it as scrap, what if? Besides, that kid had been so rude earlier. The owner quickly stood up and covered the QR code. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. I meant to say 50,000. My apologies, young brother. Lin Chen frowned deeply, rage rising in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and held back. Xiao Wei, Xiao Fei, and the others were furious and immediately started to curse. Fuck. Lin Chen stopped them, staring coldly at the owner. 50,000 it is. I hope you won't change your mind. The owner grew even more suspicious. Damn. Willing to pay 50,000. The owner stared intently at the doll in Lin Chen's hand. Could he really have misjudged? But it's just a broken doll. Sorry, I'm not selling. The owner changed his mind again. At the same time, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Achieved tier $1 million bargain. Over a billion sports car blind box successfully issued. Host can claim it anytime. GoldenEye special ability has been withdrawn. Lin Chen heard the system's voice and his face turned extremely dark. A hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he looked at the owner. If not for him, he could have at least obtained a 1% stake in Penguin worth over 30 billion RMB. In the end, he only got a sports car worth over 100 million. At most a couple hundred million. You looking for trouble? Chen Xiao instantly flew into a rage, grabbing the owner. What are you doing? This is a society of law. Do you want to start a fight? My shop has cameras. The owner sneered, speaking without fear. Fuck your mother. Are we giving you too much face? Xiao Fei was furious, his fists clenched tightly. Lin Chen quickly reached out to stop Xiao Fei. Don't act rashly. Calm down. Xiao Wei also stepped forward to pull Chen Xiao away. Seeing them back down, the owner became even more arrogant. A bunch of greenhorns daring to cause trouble in my shop. I'm not selling this thing. I'm just not selling. What can you do? Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger. Boss, business is about integrity. If you go back on your word like this, who will ever come to your shop? The owner scoffed. I just don't like you. What if I don't want to sell to you? And put my stuff back? Do you want me to sue you? Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. At that moment, the silent 2 men walked over. Sun Tao, let's all take a step back. Since you already named a price, sell it to this young man for the original 5,000. Otherwise, whether your antique shop can stay open is questionable. Lin Chen and the others glanced at two men in surprise, not expecting him to know this person. The owner looked at two men. Oh, who do you think you are? You know my name, but why should I listen to you? Two men directly removed his mask and hat. Who do I think I am? What do you think? Two men. Sun Tao was dumbfounded, stammering. Two men had originally not wanted to reveal his face. This man Sun Tao was the apprentice of a bitter rival of his. If Sun Tao knew he was here, he might make trouble. It would be bad if Lin Chen took it out on him. He never expected such a situation to arise. At this moment, Sun Tao felt a hint of retreat. If it were just these ordinary college students, he could easily send them away. Even if they went out and badmouthed him, he could simply deny it. But two men was different. Two men held a certain status in Tianfu City's antique circle. Boss Two will give you face today. 50,000. He'll sell you the doll for 50,000. Two men frowned. If it were anyone else, he might have some sway. But this Sun Tao. Two men looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's face was calm. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Fei erupted again, a fake antique peddler running a shabby shop. What are you so cocky about? Xiao Fei spoke disdainfully. Oh, Boss Two, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but you've seen the attitude of these. Today, no matter how much you offer, I won't sell. No one can change that. Sun Tao laughed in anger. Xiao Fei stopped wasting words and picked up his phone to call someone. Uncle Chen, what are you busy with? Please hand the phone to my grandpa. I need to talk to him. Two men's eyes flickered. He wondered what background this young man really had. He didn't suspect Xiao Fei was bragging a friend of Boss Lin, a billionaire, would be that stupid. Sun Tao's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Only then did he realize. If two men was accompanying these college students, how could they be ordinary? But now that he had offended them, regret was too late. We'll deal with it as it comes. After finishing the call, Xiao Fei stared coldly at Sun Tao. Just wait and see. Though Sun Tao felt uneasy, he still forced himself to stay calm. Let's see who you can call. Just a few minutes later, Sun Tao's phone rang. No way. He trembled as he pulled out his phone, and when he saw the caller ID was his master, his whole body felt like it had fallen into an icy pit. Master. Sun Tao's voice trembled almost beyond recognition. You damned bastard, came his master's furious roar from the other end. Do you know how big a mess you've made? How dare you offend the Qin family? Are you trying to drive me to ruin? Sun Tao was stunned. The Qin family. Holy shit. The Qin family. Of course he knew the Qin family. It was the most powerful clan in all of Suzhou. The Qin group was founded by the Qin family. Moreover, the Qin family had their hands in many other industries. Cold sweat poured down Sun Tao's face. Master, I really didn't know. I thought they were just a few ordinary college students. Ordinary college students. Do you have eyes? He's the grandson of Old Man Qin. Can we afford to provoke that kind of power? Even 100 of us combined wouldn't be enough for them to crush. His master's voice was filled with panic and anger. You immediately find a way to beg for their forgiveness, or else both of us won't be able to stay in this business. Sun Tao hung up his legs, weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment his heart was filled with endless fear and regret. Sun Tao forced a flattering smile. I'm truly sorry, everyone. This matter is my fault. I deserve to die. Let me give you this puppet for free. And now you're scared. Too late. Xiao Fei sneered. Seeing Sun Tao's attitude, two men's pupils sharply contracted. Could it be? This young man had a background similar to Boss Lin's. Two men couldn't help but glance at Xiao Fei. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Chen Xiao wore expressions as if they had expected this all along. Sun Tao seemed to have all strength drained from his body. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Before long, a stretched black Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly pulled up outside the antique street. The door opened, and an elderly man stepped out surrounded by bodyguards. The old man wore a custom-made black Zhongshan suit, exuding an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Is this the place? A middle-aged man replied respectfully, yes, it's inside. Old Man Qin nodded slightly, and walked into the antique street, followed by a group of people. Many people in the antique street made way. Wow, who's that? A celebrity. All you know are Then who is it? So many bodyguards. Looks impressive. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Lin Chen and the others were also drawn out by the commotion. Holy crap. My grandpa came in person. Xiao Fei was shocked and hurriedly went to greet him. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed as he looked at the old man protected in the midst. So this was the ruler of the Qin family. Lin Chen, Chen Xiao, and the others followed. Two men watched from the side, his eyes full of shock. Isn't this Old Man Qin? That young man called Old Man Qin over with just one phone call. Two men's face was full of disbelief. Who was Old Man Qin? The true ruler of the Qin family. He had only seen Old Man Qin from afar at his 70th birthday banquet, and he had only entered that banquet by tagging along with a friend. Sun Tao's legs were trembling now. One look at the scene told him who the old man was. Grandpa, why did you come in? If my mom finds out I bothered you with such a trivial matter, she'll break my legs. Xiao Fei walked over to support Old Man Qin, and the bodyguards and the middle-aged man in front made way. Old Man Qin showed a kind smile. You only spent one day with me during National Day. Now I can't even come to see my precious grandson. Yes, yes, Xiao Fei said with a smile. Since childhood his grandpa had been especially good to him, so he was very respectful to old man Qin. Lin Chen and the others watched from a distance, not daring to approach rashly. Grandpa, they are my classmates and good brothers. After chatting a bit more with old man Qin, Xiao Fei began to introduce Lin Chen and the others to him. Old man Qin waved his hand signaling the bodyguards to step aside, and then Lin Chen and the other two walked over. Grandpa, this is Lin Chen, this is Xiao Wei, this is Qin Xiao. Xiao Fei introduced them one by one. Hello, Grandpa. Lin Chen and the others greeted respectfully. Lin Chen also held respect for this legendary figure not only because he was Xiao Fei's grandpa. Old man Qin smiled and nodded. Good. All good kids. His eyes lingered on Lin Chen for a few moments. Xiao Fei, when you have time, bring these three friends to visit Grandpa more often. Yes. They'll come next time. They chatted for a while longer. Grandpa, so many people are watching. How about we deal with the matter first? Old man Qin looked at the storefront of Jingxian Pavilion. All right, let's see who dared to bully my grandson. The smile on his face faded. As soon as they entered Jingxian Pavilion, a man sweating profusely ran over anxiously. Old man Qin, I am Wan Yang'an, a disciple of Qian Tianxue. The man was stopped by bodyguards and could only shout to old man Qin inside. So you're the master of the person who bullied my grandson. Old man Qin's gaze turned cold as he looked at Wan Yang'an. Qian Tianxue was a big shot in the antique street, highly respected in the circle. He had some acquaintance with him, but not much. No need to show him any face. I'm truly sorry, old man Qin. I will definitely take care of that unfilial disciple. Wan Yang'an bowed respectfully, cursing Sun Tao's ancestors to the 18th generation 1,000 times in his heart. Two men watched coldly from the side, thinking it served him right. Sun Tao shuffled over step by step. All eyes simultaneously converged upon Sun Tao. Never having faced such a situation, his legs nearly gave way beneath him. So you're the one who bullied my grandson. Old Qin's tone was exceedingly calm, yet it nearly made Sun Tao wet himself in terror. Who was Old Qin? He was a figure so far above Sun Tao that 100 lifetimes of striving could never reach his heights. Grandfather, who could possibly bully me? Xiao Fei immediately retorted. Your grandfather misspoke. Old Qin smiled affectionately. Grandfather, maybe we should talk inside the shop. There are too many eyes and ears out here. Xiao Fei glanced at the swelling crowd and lowered his voice. Old Qin nodded, then bypassed Sun Tao and entered the Jingxian Pavilion. Xiao Fei, Lin Chen, and the other two followed behind along with Uncle Chen. As for the bodyguards, they remained stationed outside the shop. Wan Yang'an walked over to Sun Tao with a grim face, itching to slap him. You really are a fine disciple of mine. Even Old Qin's grandson dares to offend. If you don't resolve this properly, you can just close up shop and go bankrupt. Wan Yang'an snorted coldly and strode inside. Sun Tao's face turned ashen, yet he staggered along behind. The crowd of onlookers, seeing no further drama, gradually dispersed. Greetings, Old Qin. I am Two Min. I saw you at your 70th birthday banquet. Two Min, barely containing his excitement, spoke respectfully to Old Qin, who was now seated. Old Qin looked up and studied Two Min for a moment. No particular recollection. He gave a slight nod acknowledging the greeting. Even that was enough to thrill Two Min. Who would have thought? This young man had an even more formidable background than Boss Lin. He was the grandson of Old Qin of the Qin family. Wan Yang'an, who had just entered from the doorway, belatedly noticed Two Min's presence, and his face darkened. Old Qin turned his gaze toward the master-disciple pair, Wan Yang'an and Sun Tao, who had just come in. You're Qian Taiangshu's disciple and granddisciple, right? Old Qin spoke slowly. Yes. Wan Yang'an bowed obsequiously. Have your disciple explain the full story. My grandson Qin Weigua is not the type to throw his weight around. If it were his fault, I would not make things difficult for you. Old Qin's imposing aura, which commanded respect without anger, pressed down on Wan Yang'an and Sun Tao so heavily they dared not raise their heads. Yes, Old Qin. Wan Yang'an bowed respectfully, then turned to Sun Tao. Unworthy disciple. Quickly recount the whole affair. Do not conceal even a single detail. Wan Yang'an roared angrily. He had been caught in an undeserved calamity. Had it not been for the mediation of his master, who had withdrawn from the antique circles years ago, this matter might well have implicated him. And he had lost face in front of his old rival Two Min. That's the whole story. I haven't hidden a thing. Old Qin looked at Xiao Fei. Is that so, grandfather? That's the whole story. I haven't hidden a thing. Old Qin looked at Xiao Fei. Is that so, grandfather? Xiao Fei asked. Old Qin nodded and couldn't help giving Lin Chen another look. If it was truly as his precious grandson had said, then this Lin Chen was extraordinary. He had made such a string of lucky finds at such a young age. Truly gifted. Esteemed disciple of Qian, what do you think should be done? Old Qin's murky yet piercing eyes fixed on Wan Yang'an. Wan Yang'an was already drenched in cold sweat. He had not thoroughly investigated the matter before rushing over, knowing only that Sun Tao had offended Old Qin's grandson. He had assumed that Old Qin's grandson must have been at fault somehow, perhaps an arrogant young master from a high position. But now, As it turned out, the other party was completely blameless while his own fine disciple had repeatedly offended them. At this moment, Wang Yong'an could have gladly slit Sun Tao's throat. Why had he ever accepted Sun Tao as a disciple? A wave of regret washed over Wang Yong'an. Before coming, he had harbored some thought of protecting his disciple. Now that was gone. He wished he could sever all ties with Sun Tao. Old Qin, the fault is entirely Sun Tao's. He is at your disposal for punishment. I have no objection, Wang Yong'an said respectfully. Old Qin, the fault is entirely Sun Tao's. He is at your disposal for punishment. I have no objection, Wang Yong'an said respectfully. Wang Niangan's face turned green. Damn it, wiping snot on my pants. He fiercely kicked Sun Tao away. Don't call me master, I should call you master. Wang Niangan's fury had nowhere to vent. Sun Tao knew he was finished. If Wang Yong'an had been willing to protect him, Old Qin might have shown leniency out of respect for Master Qian. Now it was over. Then sell that puppet to this young brother at the price Boss Sun initially quoted. As for this shop, I see no need to keep it open either, since Boss Sun clearly no longer wishes to run it. What do you think? Old Qin spoke slowly. Exactly as Old Qin says, Wang Yong'an replied deferentially. Seeing that Sun Tao had not responded, he gave him a kick. Sun Tao snapped back to reality and hastily answered, Yes, yes. Old Qin's judgment is perfect. Inside, Sun Tao felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Was that all the price he had to pay? Huh. Even if he had to sell this shop, he could still walk away with millions to live comfortably in retirement. Old Qin nodded. Since there are no objections, signed this transfer agreement. As he spoke, the man called Uncle Chun produced a document and handed it to Sun Tao. Sun Tao was taken aback. So thoroughly prepared. He took the file instinctively. After a brief glance, his face became ashen. This document was a downright predatory contract. In essence, it transferred the Jingxian Pavilion for a sum of 500,000 to a person named Xiao Fei. Note it was the Jingxian Pavilion, not just the premises. It explicitly stated that all antiques within would henceforth be Xiao Fei's property. The shopfront alone was worth over 10 million. Adding the antiques inside, the total value probably approached, and they wanted him to sell it for a paltry 500,000. Sun Tao stared at the transfer contract, his heart brimming with resentment. This Jingxian had been his life's work, worth millions, yet now he was forced to transfer it at a paltry 500,000. The thought was unbearable. Elder Qin, is 500,000 not too low? Sun Tao mustered his courage to speak, though his voice. Wang Yong'an, incensed that Sun Tao dared to defy Elder Qin's words, flushed with rage. He lunged forward, raising his hand to strike Sun Tao across the face. You insolent fool! How dare you question Elder Qin's decision? Wang Yong'an roared. Sun Tao, startled by the outburst, stumbled backward in retreat. I suggest you sign. If you do, you'll at least walk away with 500,000. If you don't, the Qin family has ways to make things far worse for you. You understand? Wang Niangan's threat was low and menacing. Sun Tao lowered his head, his heart seething with resentment. This Jingxian, the fruit of his labor, was now worth only 500,000. I agree to sign. Sun Tao spoke those words with bloodshot eyes and a humbled tone, forced to surrender his life's work without even showing his anguish. Xiao Fei, go sign the contract, Elder Qin said with a smile. Xiao Fei was surprised to learn that he was the recipient of the transfer. Me. Though this shop was estimated to be worth only around 10 million or so, it would still be a property that belonged solely to him in Suzhou. If managed well, it would provide enough for his daily expenses. Yes, consider it a National Day gift from your grandfather, Elder Qin said cheerfully. Thank you, grandfather. Xiao Fei promptly expressed his gratitude and walked over to sign the contract. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei looked on with envy, never expecting matters to unfold this way. In just a few words, Xiao Fei had obtained the antique shop for nothing. Lin Chen showed no particular reaction. A mere 10 or 20 million was less than the value of one of his cars. As Sun Tao signed and stamped the contract, he felt his heart bleeding. After Xiao Fei finished signing, he looked at the crestfallen Sun Tao with a mocking expression. What's the matter, Boss Sun? Weren't you eager to see who I could summon? Now that my grandfather is here, are you satisfied? Young Master Xiao, I have offended you. I beg your forgiveness. Sun Tao dared not show any discontent. He could only bow and scrape, repeatedly apologizing. Having already lost the shop, enduring a bit more humiliation was trivial. Consider this a lesson you won't forget. Wang Yong'an quickly chimed in with a fawning smile. Young Master Xiao is right. This ungrateful disciple will never dare again. Enough. The matter is settled, and the shop is mine now. Both of you get out. Xiao Fei waved his hand. Wang Yong'an glanced at Elder Qin, and only after receiving a nod did he, as if granted amnesty, drag Sun Tao away. Thank you for your mercy, young Master Xiao. Lin Chen watched Sun Tao's retreating figure, a cold sneer curling on his lips. That Sun Tao had cost him at least 30 billion RMB. How could he let him off so easily? Elder Qin then turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Young man, may I ask what secret lies in this puppet that you are so eager to acquire? Elder Qin voiced the doubt in his mind. Though he couldn't understand why Lin Chen had been so desperate to get the puppet when a little pretense would have sufficed, one thing was certain. This puppet was no ordinary item. According to Xiao Fei, Lin Chen had already made 2 lucky finds. Though there was still 1 jade pendant of Lin Chen upon hearing this took out the puppet. Elder Qin, I won't keep it a secret. This puppet is likely from the Republican era, and most importantly, there is a treasure hidden inside, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Tu Min's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? He recalled that Lin Chen had only glanced at the puppet a few times. How could he be so certain that something valuable was hidden inside, and willing to pay 50,000 for it? Elder Qin's gaze also sharpened. In his youth he had dabbled in antiques, so he understood a little. Xiao Fei's words about Lin Chen's 2 lucky finds had already astonished him. If there truly was a treasure inside the puppet, then Lin Chen's skills were indeed extraordinary. A treasure? What treasure? Xiao Fei asked curiously. He had thought the puppet itself was valuable, but it turned out to be about what was inside. Lin Chen smiled, but offered no further explanation. Action spoke louder than words. Lin Chen smiled, said no more, and carefully felt along the bottom of the puppet where a faint seam was barely visible. He pressed a hidden clasp. With a soft click, a small secret compartment opened at the base. Elder Qin, Tu Min, Xiao Fei, and the others were stunned. Holy crap! There really was a treasure hidden inside. Lin Chen examined it, then picked up a pair of tweezers from the counter, reached into the compartment, and pulled out an object wrapped in yellow cloth. After so many years, it was best not to touch it directly. Lin Chen slowly unwrapped the yellow cloth, revealing a Vajra relic with a warm, lustrous sheen. About the size of a peanut, it was pale yellow with natural textures and tiny pores on its surface. Tu Min and Elder Qin's pupils contracted sharply. A relic? Tu Min exclaimed in shock. This is actually a relic. Elder Qin was equally astounded. Only Xiao Fei and the others looked bewildered. This should be a Vajra relic, Lin Chen said, feigning a careful examination before smiling. Elder Qin was startled anew and leaned in for a closer look. Judging by its color and texture, it is indeed genuine, and it has been remarkably well preserved. Tu Min also wanted to examine it, but given his status he decided it was best to stay put. Xiao Fei asked curiously, what's so special about this relic? Lin Chen explained, a Vajra relic is typically formed during the cremation of a high monk after a lifetime of cultivation, representing the fruits of their spiritual practice and legacy. From a practical standpoint, due to its rarity and historical cultural value, a Vajra relic is highly sought after in the collector's market. The natural texture and evenly distributed porous structure of this relic attest to its antiquity and orthodox origin, Lin Chen continued. Chen Xiao couldn't help asking, so how much is it worth? Lin Chen shook his head. It's difficult to measure in monetary terms. To a devout Buddhist, or someone dedicated to the study of Buddhist culture, it could be priceless. If put up for auction, it would likely fetch a very high price. Xiao Chen, may I call you that? Elder Qin looked at Lin Chen with a kind smile. Of course. You are Xiao Fei's grandfather, so there's no reason not to. Lin Chen nodded. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Good. Ha ha ha. To be honest, little Chen, I really like this Vajra relic. I wonder if you could part with it. I'm willing to pay a high price. A warm smile hung on Grandpa Qin's face, making him endearing. Lin Chen naturally had no objection, as he had never been a collector of antiques. Of course it's possible. May I ask what price Grandpa Qin would be willing to offer? Lin Chen spoke. If the price was reasonable, naturally he could sell it. Although he wasn't short of money, it didn't mean he was willing to suffer a loss. I'm willing to offer 18 million. Grandpa Qin pondered briefly, then gave a figure that stunned everyone present. Holy cow! Xiao Fei was stunned, looking at the Vajra relic with utter shock. Is this Vajra relic really that valuable? Over 10 million. Tu Min was also surprised. The price of a Vajra relic was generally around 14 or 15 million. Even at auction, this was considered a high price. Although the Vajra relic was indeed rare, Grandpa Qin's attitude toward Boss Lin was even more enigmatic. It couldn't be simply because he was his grandson's friend, could it? Could it be that Boss Lin had another identity? At this thought, Tu Min's curiosity piqued, and he wished he could immediately call Dong Fang to inquire. At this moment, Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were completely dumbfounded. So many zeros, they would have needed both hands to count them. They had originally come to broaden their horizons, and now they had truly seen it. Lin Chen was also surprised. Then no problem. This item is for Grandpa Qin. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Ha ha ha. Little Chen, you can just call me Grandpa Qin from now on. Calling me Old Qin sounds a bit off. Grandpa Qin said with a gentle smile. Xiao Fei, Uncle Chen, and Tu Min looked at Lin Chen with shock upon hearing this. Then upon second thought, it was reasonable. After all, Lin Chen, though young, was already worth hundreds of billions. Grandpa Qin. After all, Grandpa Qin was over 70, so it wasn't like he was taking advantage. Grandpa Qin was naturally very pleased. After the transaction was completed, Grandpa Qin smiled at Lin Chen, Xiao Fei, and the others. Little Chen, Xiao Fei, I'll head back now. When you have free time, let Xiao Fei bring you over to the house. Xiao Fei quickly nodded and replied, Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely bring them. Grandpa Qin nodded slightly, turned, and left. His steps were steady and powerful, each one seemingly carrying an intangible authority. At the entrance of Jingxian Pavilion, several tall, stern-faced bodyguards stood in orderly formation. Seeing Grandpa Qin emerge, they swiftly moved into 2 rows closely following him. Uncle Chen followed closely beside Grandpa Qin. The moment the car door closed, it was as if the whole world became quiet for a second. Then the bodyguards orderly boarded the vehicles in front and behind. The motorcade started slowly, the roar of engines breaking the brief silence. A black sedan led the way with other vehicles falling in line, forming a neat long procession. The vehicles gradually faded away, eventually disappearing at the end of the road. Xiao Fei gazed at the departing motorcade and sighed with emotion. Grandpa always travels with such grandeur. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei were still immersed in the scene just witnessed. After a long moment, Chen Xiao said, "It feels like watching a movie." Xiao Wei agreed. "Yeah, it was stunning." Lin Chen smiled. "All right, we should head back now." His phone was now full of missed calls from Jiang Shuowei. Originally, he had come to complete a system task, but now it was as if he hadn't done it at all, and on top of that he had missed dinner with Shuowei again. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. "Sun Tao, by the way, I'll give this thing to you. It's too heavy for me to carry," Lin Chen said, pointing at the Dharma Protector Buddha statue he had placed on the counter. Xiao Fei, the other 2, and 2 men who hadn't left yet looked at the statue. "I can take it, but can stay here in the shop, but there's no need to pay me," Xiao Fei said after a moment of thought. Lin Chen nodded in agreement, and then asked 2 men to appraise it. The price came to exactly 250,000. After Lin Chen received the transfer from Xiao Fei, he immediately transferred 100,000 each to Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao. "You've been busy with me for the past few hours. I should give you some compensation for your trouble, right? If you refuse, it means you look down on me," Lin Chen said with a grin. Xiao Wei and Chen Xiao were stunned. Just following along for 2 or 3 hours, and they got 100,000. No, this is too much. Chen Xiao and Xiao Wei quickly waved their hands, but when they saw Lin Chen's smile fade, they eventually accepted it. After receiving the money, Chen Xiao transferred 50,000 each to Lin Chen and Xiao Fei. "Boss number 4, this is for the car repair. You have to take it, or I won't feel right," Chen Xiao said firmly. Lin Chen's smile grew even brighter as he accepted it directly. "He'll take it then." At the same time, he hinted for Xiao Fei to accept it as well. Xiao Fei hadn't wanted to accept it. This amount was nothing to him, but seeing Lin Chen's signal, he said nothing more. Chen Xiao sighed with relief upon seeing this, and looked at Lin Chen with deep gratitude. He felt that Lin Chen's action was meant to ease his conscience. "Boss 2, what's your bank account number?" Lin Chen, although 2 men hadn't actually helped, he had at least spent some time. "Boss Lin, could I forego the money and ask for something else?" 2 men hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "Tell me what you want first." Lin Chen didn't agree, immediately thinking, what if 2 men's request was unreasonable? "It's like this, Boss Lin. Our village has recently caught the interest of your company. The prices offered are quite low. The compensation for building land and farmland is below the legal minimum standard in Tianfu City. I'm considered one of the better off in my village, so they all asked me to figure something out. I was already worrying about how to handle it, and then you happened to come by." 2 men spoke while carefully watching Lin Chen's expression. If Lin Chen knew about this, then his words would be in vain. But if Lin Chen was unaware and it was all the doings of his subordinates, then this matter could be resolved. Lin Chen's face grew darker. "Boss 2, let's exchange contact information first. If Rongtou Real Estate indeed has such issues, I will give your village a satisfactory resolution," Lin Chen said in a deep voice. What he hated most was people bullying ordinary citizens, even more if this were true and it got reported to higher authorities. That would cause very serious consequences for Rongtou Real Estate. Okay. Sorry for troubling you, Chairman Lin." Seeing Lin Chen's reaction, 2 men felt relieved. It seemed Boss Lin was not aware after all, then this matter had a solution. In truth, 2 men was not inclined to pursue a legal route, but doing so would inevitably offend Rongtou Land, and a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions was not someone he could afford to provoke, especially for a man with modest assets. His concerns were far greater. "Boss 2, if possible, I hope you can help keep the villagers in check. You understand what I mean?" Lin Chen said in a low voice. 2 men nodded repeatedly. I understand. After adding each other's contact information, Lin Chen took his leave and headed back with Xiao Fei and the others. 2 men watched the 2 supercars disappear into the distance, his heart filled with emotion. He had secretly snapped a photo and looked it up earlier. One car was worth 70 million, the other over 10 million. That realization left 2 men stunned. He had struggled for so long to amass a fortune of tens of millions, yet this man owned a car more valuable than his entire net worth. And the car was a limited edition, so its value would be even higher on the market. 2 men snapped out of it, stopped dwelling, and pulled out his phone. "Mom, Dad, the land acquisition thing in the village is settled. Notify the villagers." In summer, night fell late over Tianfu City. It was past 8 when the sky finally darkened. On the brightly lit traffic-filled road, 2 supercars drove one after the other with surrounding cars, keeping a wide berth as if avoiding the plague. "Boss, thank you," Chen Xiao suddenly said. Lin Chen smiled faintly. "You call me boss, so why mention it?" Chen Xiao nodded firmly. Dozens of minutes later, they finally returned to the school. It was already late. Jiang Shuowei and Tang Weiner had long finished dinner. Lin Chen parked and called Jiang Shuowei down. After a lengthy explanation, he finally managed to soothe her anger. You're saying you picked up an antique worth over 20 million at the antique street. Jiang Shuwei stared at Lin Chen in astonishment. Lin Chen raised his head with a hint of pride. That's right. So your man is impressive, huh? No mistake. The system was his, and its abilities were his abilities. Wow, Achen is so amazing. Jiang Shuwei played along, acting like an adoring fan, greatly satisfying Lin Chen. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He felt immensely pleased. Feeling good again, bro? Jiang Shuwei said, amused. Lin Chen laughed sheepishly. But seriously, Achen, you've got this skill? I remember there are a few things at home. Next time we go back, let you have a look. Lin Chen's smile froze. The system had taken back the golden eye. How could he appraise anything now? Well, I was just guessing blindly. It was mainly thanks to that boss too. Jiang Shuwei rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. I knew it. You never mentioned this before, so how could you suddenly become so skilled? Lin Chen gave an awkward laugh and didn't argue. Wait until the system rewards me with the golden eye, then he'll really show off. The two strolled hand in hand around the campus for a while, before finally returning to the dorm. Back in the dorm, Lin Chen immediately pulled out his phone and called Huang Wei. He hadn't forgotten what two men had said. This matter needed to be handled as soon as possible. Huang Wei had just finished washing up and was wearing lingerie, ready to have some fun with her husband when Lin Chen's call came in. She gestured for her husband to be quiet and answered. Chairman Lin, what can I do for you? Huang Wei is Rongtou Land Investment, currently acquiring land in Tycoon Village. Lin Chen asked in a grave tone. Huang Wei's heart skipped a beat. The chairman rarely inquired about company matters. Oh, why was he suddenly calling specifically about this? Could something have gone wrong with the land acquisition in Tycoon Village? I know about it, Chairman Lin. Good. Tomorrow look into the Tycoon Village land acquisition yourself to see if there are any issues and report back to me immediately. Yes, Chairman Lin. They'll start investigating right now. Huang Wei said hastily. The line went dead. She put down her phone, her desire gone, and walked to the window with her phone. What's wrong with you? I've already taken off my pants and you say it's off. Huang Wei's husband protested. Didn't Chairman Lin say to investigate tomorrow? Why are you so anxious? Huang Wei sighed and turned to her husband. When the boss gives you an order, you do it as fast as you can. Go to sleep. Didn't you want that Alienware laptop? They'll transfer you 30,000 later. Really? I love you, honey. Huang Wei shook her head speechlessly and picked up her phone. What's the situation with the Tycoon Village land acquisition? Any emergencies there? Not yet, General Huang. The villagers keep refusing to sign. They think the compensation is too low. Huang Wei was puzzled. Not a single household has signed. Well, not yet. How is that possible? The price we offered is already very reasonable. Even if there are a few holdouts, it can't be that the entire village is refusing, right? They might have colluded to demand more money. Huang Wei was silent for a moment. They'll find a chance to go there myself tomorrow. The person on the other end seemed flustered. No need, General Huang. Such a trivial matter shouldn't trouble you. It's decided. They'll go tomorrow. Huang Wei hung up. She let out a long breath, utterly baffled. The chairman's call meant something had gone wrong over there, and coincidentally, not a single household had signed. Meanwhile, someone else couldn't sleep. Damn it. Why would Huang Wei suddenly meddle in the Tycoon Village land acquisition? A middle-aged man yelled in. This was Lang Ming, Deputy General Manager of Rongtou Land Investment, in charge of the engineering and development approval departments. I don't know either. What do we do now? The voice on the phone belonged to Li Shujin, the project manager for Tycoon Village. He was the one Huang Wei had just spoken to. What else can we do? Quickly revise the contract. Change it back to the original price. Then give some gifts to the villagers and tell them to keep their mouths shut. Got it. They'll take care of it immediately. After hanging up, Lang Ming was so furious he wanted to smash his phone. If Huang Wei hadn't interfered, he could have made at least tens of millions from this project by slowly raising the price day by day. But now it was all ruined. Why did that bitch Huang Wei suddenly take an interest in this? Could a villager have told her? Impossible. How would those villagers know her? After calming down, Lang Ming felt a growing unease. Lin Chen finished washing up, lay on the bed, and fiddled with the jade pendant he had picked up at the antique street. Hatian jade pendant. Perfect to bring back for mom. If it weren't for that Sun Tao, I would have gotten shares in Tencent. All I got was a supercar mystery box. The thought made Lin Chen angry. Huh, supercar mystery box. Lin Chen suddenly remembered he still had an unopened box. System, are you there? He called out in his mind. Ding. Why had the system become so aloof? Lin Chen didn't bother thinking too much. I want to open the supercar mystery box. Ding. The host possesses a supercar mystery box worth over 100 million. Do you wish to open it? Open. Lin Chen murmured eagerly. The thrill of opening a mystery box was exhilarating. He searched his mind for supercars worth over 100 million. After a moment's thought, the only ones he could recall were the poison and the night voice. Supercar mystery box worth over 100 million is opening. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Koenigsegg 11. Would you like to claim it immediately? If you claim it now, the host must go to the school gate in 1 hour. Lin Chen was stunned upon hearing the system's prompt. Koenigsegg 11. What kind of car is that? Decline, Lin Chen said, and immediately took out his phone. Only 6 units globally, valued at over 100 million renminbi now. Not bad. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this blind box that, at least from the pictures, the car looked quite stylish. After chatting with Jiang Shuawei for a while, Lin Chen put down his phone. The next day when Lin Chen woke up, then he silently recited in his mind, "Claim reward." Immediately the system's prompt echoed in Lin Chen's mind, "Claim successful. Please go to the school gate in 1 hour to prepare for delivery." Lin Chen shook Xiao Fei, Xiaowei, and Chen Xiao, who were still dreaming. "Stop sleeping, get up quickly, and come with me for breakfast," Lin Chen said loudly. Xiao Fei rubbed his eyes half awake. "Boss, why are you thinking of having breakfast with us today? Not with sister-in-law." Lin Chen smiled slightly. "No nonsense, get up quickly. Good news." Xiaowei and Chen Xiao also sat up, yawned, and looked puzzled. After a quick wash they arrived at the school cafeteria. "Boss, what's the good news?" Chen Xiao asked while eating a bun. Lin Chen said mysteriously, "I bought a car. Let's go see it later." "What? Another car?" The three were shocked, knowing it hadn't been long since Lin Chen's last car purchase. "Boss, what car did you buy this time?" Xiao Fei asked curiously. Lin Chen smiled without answering, just speeding up. After breakfast the four walked toward the school gate. "Boss, just give us a hint, what car is it?" Xiaowei couldn't help ask. Lin Chen still kept them in suspense. "Don't rush, you'll know when we get there." At the school gate Lin Chen checked the time. "A few minutes to go." "Boss, where's the car?" Xiao Fei looked around. At that moment a huge transport truck slowly approached and stopped at the school gate. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Said an hour, and it was exactly on time. After confirming with the staff, Xiao Fei and the other two kept staring. Soon an incredibly cool sports car appeared before them. Its unique design and bright colors instantly captured everyone's attention. What car is this?" Chen Xiao was so stunned his mouth hung open. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth. "This is a Koenigsegg 11, only 6 units globally." "Wow. Boss, you're amazing," Xiao Fei said with envy and jealousy. At the same time he decided to have someone bring over his treasure from his garage in the capital. Even if he fell behind, he couldn't fall too far behind the boss. Xiaowei cautiously stepped forward, gently stroking the car body. "This is so cool." Lin Chen opened the door. "Come on, all get in and feel it." The three excitedly took turns climbing into the car. "Boss, these seats are so comfortable. The dashboard is simply unbeatable. The interior is ridiculously luxurious." The three kept praising. At that moment more and more classmates gathered, taking photos and talking excitedly. "Whose car is this? So awesome. Seems like Lin Chen's." "Lin Chen. The one who is really impressive." "Who else? Which other Lin Chen could afford such a car? I remember he just bought a big lizard a few days ago, right?" "Holy crap. He bought another Koenigsegg." Fun fact, this is a Koenigsegg 11 currently valued at least over 100 million. Anyway, I'm going back to play King's Glory. Just a bit short of 2000 in rank performance. Big shot. Take me along. Sure. Boss, you've got a new car again. Lend me the big lizard to drive." Xiao Fei rubbed his hands together, looking at Lin Chen expectantly. Lin Chen smiled, faintly tossed the car key from his pocket to Xiao Fei. "Drive carefully, don't scratch my car." No worries. Xiao Fei was overjoyed to get the key. Lin Chen shook his head with a smile. "You guys head back first. I need to go to Rongtou Real Estate to handle some matters." Xiao Fei and the others naturally knew what it was about and nodded. "All right, boss, take it easy on the road. Remember, there's a Hanfu Club gathering tonight," Xiao Fei reminded. "Don't worry, Shuawei already told me," Lin Chen said with a smile. "Okay then." The three went into the school together while Lin Chen got into the car and drove toward Rongtou Real Estate alone. Yet what Lin Chen and the others didn't know was that the campus forum exploded again. Everyone learned that this freshman heartthrob named Lin Chen had once again bought a supercar, and it was a Koenigsegg 11. "To be honest, I really like the black-purple color scheme. If it were given to me, I'd gladly accept it. How rich. He has 2 supercars of this level, plus a big lizard worth 70 to 80 million. So jealous. So what? I have billions of happy beans and assets, aren't I richer than him?" Dude, to be honest, even if you convert that to billions of RMB, you're probably still not as rich as him. Huh. It can't be that exaggerated. Not exaggerated. Do you think he would buy so many 10 soft millions to 100 soft million supercars if he weren't swimming in money? I heard from others that during military training someone said Lin Chen is a shareholder of the Penguin Company, and that Ultra 5-star Dihao Hotel is also Lin Chen's property. The Dihao Hotel is confirmed. His classmates said so. But the Penguin Company shareholder rumor is probably false. Penguin Company isn't the kind that would sell shares just because you have money. In my eyes, billions or trillions are just a string of numbers. Huang Wei's first task upon arriving at the company was to inquire about the land acquisition for Tian Village. But when she arrived today, she was informed that half the villagers had already signed the contracts. This immediately aroused Huang Wei's suspicion. When she asked about it last night, not a single person had signed, yet this morning more than half had. "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" Huang Wei frowned tightly. "How would I dare deceive you, President Huang? The signed contracts have already been sent to the company. If you don't believe me, feel free to verify." Though Li Shujian spoke with utmost deference, he was cursing inwardly. If it weren't for this damned woman, I could have pocketed several $100,000. Li Shujian had handled many land acquisition projects skimming off the top and profiting handsomely, each time quietly stealing tens of thousands. This time was different. He had thought that with Vice President Lang Ming backing him up, he could pull off a big one and take home at least $500,000. But now it was all ruined. With Huang Wei keeping such a close eye on this matter, he dared not make a single move. Alright, I understand. Huang Wei's voice betrayed neither pleasure nor anger. Then President Huang, will you still be coming later? Li Shujian asked cautiously. Since things have taken a turn for the better, I won't come over for now. Keep an eye on the land acquisition in Tycoon village, Huang Wei instructed. Yes, President Huang. Li Shujian immediately broke into a smile, heaving a huge sigh of relief. At least he no longer had to fear those villagers leaking secrets. After hanging up, Huang Wei's expression grew even colder. There really is a big problem. Sitting in her office chair, she tapped her fingers lightly on the desk, pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone again. Li Shujian immediately called Lang Ming back. Brother Ming, I just told President Huang that half the land acquisition in Tycoon village was done. She was delighted, and when I tested the waters, she said she won't be coming. Should we? Li Shujian's plan was simple since Huang Wei was reassured they could squeeze the remaining half of the villagers who hadn't signed, offering a lower price. After all, those who hesitated deserved it, didn't they? The company's decision had changed. It was only reasonable to lower the price a bit. With such a large area of land, skimming a few million more was child's play. He could still pocket a few $100,000 at least. On such a massive project, he felt cheated if he didn't take some handling fees. Don't act rashly. There will be plenty more opportunities in the future. Let it go this time. Don't worry, stick with me, and you won't suffer, Lang Ming said in a low voice on the other end. Li Shujian grew anxious. Why, Brother Ming? Didn't President Huang say she wasn't coming? Are you stupid? If she hadn't called, no one would have signed. But after one call, half signed overnight. Don't you think she'd be suspicious? Lang Ming retorted. Only then did Li Shujian realize. Alright, I know what to do, Brother Ming. Li Shujian said reluctantly. Make sure confidentiality is tight. Don't cause any trouble. Though we haven't pulled it off yet and have no obvious evidence. But if Huang Wei becomes suspicious and decides to dig into us, do you think the mess behind our backs can withstand? I'm already working on cleaning up our past tracks. Keep a low profile during this time. One slip and we'll be eating prison food for life. Lang Ming warned. I understand, Brother Ming. Don't worry. Li Shujian broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing Lang Ming's words. After hanging up, he dashed out immediately. Make sure every single one of them signs the confidentiality agreement. Add a few extra eggs. And throw in a box of laundry detergent. On the congested road, a black-purple Koenigsegg cruised along. Lin Chen expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, savoring the powerful performance and smooth driving experience of the sports car. The surrounding cars kept their distance. Even those ahead, upon spotting Lin Chen's vehicle in their rearview mirrors, switched to other lanes. Honey, what kind of car is that? It looks like something out of a video game. Must cost over $1 million, right? Inside an Audi Q5, the woman in the passenger seat stared wide-eyed at the Koenigsegg ahead. The man in the driver's seat laughed helplessly. If this car only cost $1 million, then our car would be worth no more. What do you mean? The woman was taken aback. The man sighed. Never mind, I don't blame you. What are you talking about? I asked how much this car costs. Use your head. Your big one. Lin Chen, of course, had no idea about the explosive argument between the driver and his big-head wife in the Audi behind him. His phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Tu Min and answered. Hello, Boss Lin. Tu Min's excited voice came through the phone. Before Lin Chen could even speak, Tu Min launched into a torrent. Boss Lin, you're truly the great benefactor of our village. Thank you so much. I really don't know how to express my gratitude. Lin Chen was bewildered by the sudden thanks. Boss Tu, hold on. I haven't done anything yet. What happened? Tu Min was taken aback. Boss Lin, you don't know? So it wasn't you. Lin Chen grew even more puzzled. Boss Tu, calm down. Tell me what happened. Tu Min said excitedly. Boss Lin, my parents called this morning and said the problem is solved. The compensation for the land acquisition is much higher than before. Many villagers are very satisfied and have already signed the contracts. Lin Chen was astonished. Solved so quickly? I haven't even heard anything yet. Logically, Huang Wei should have notified him immediately. Tu Min said, Boss Lin, no matter what, it must have been your influence. If not for you, this couldn't have been resolved so smoothly. Boss Tu, don't be so sure. Maybe it's just the company's normal adjustment. Tu Min quickly retorted, impossible, there's no such coincidence. Boss Lin, stop being modest. Lin Chen smiled helplessly. Alright, since the problem's solved, as long as everyone's happy, that's what matters. Boss Lin, if you ever need my help in the future, just say the word. I Tu Min will never hesitate. After a few more exchanges, Lin Chen hung up. He wondered to himself, had Huang Wei acted so swiftly. But since things were resolved, it was a good outcome. Just then his phone rang again. Lin Chen saw it was Huang Wei calling. Hello, Huang Wei, Lin Chen said. Chairman Lin, there's some progress on the land acquisition in Tycoon village. Huang Wei's voice came through. Lin Chen asked, how so? Chairman Lin, this matter is indeed highly suspicious. Last night, there was still no progress, yet this morning half the villagers have already signed the contract. Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. What exactly happened? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. I plan to head to Tycoon village shortly to see the situation. Lin Chen pondered for a moment. He'll be at the company soon. We'll go together to take a look, but we must keep it confidential. No one must know we are going to Tycoon village. Huang Wei was taken aback, never expecting Lin Chen to already be on his way to the company. Understood, Chairman Lin. Not long after Lin Chen arrived at the company, he parked the car and went upstairs. Since he had instructed them to maintain secrecy, Huang Wei did not come down. Lin Chen entered Huang Wei's office. The moment she saw him, Huang Wei immediately stood up and greeted him with great respect. Chairman Lin, you're here. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Let's make some simple preparations and leave right away. Huang Wei responded. All right, I've already arranged the company's business car. We can depart at any time. After Lin Chen hung up the phone, his expression grew colder. He hadn't expected Rongtojidi to have such a huge problem. He wondered what the previous shareholders had been doing. Of course, Huang Wei was also not without blame. This time Lin Chen did not park in the company's parking lot. Instead, he found a spot outside and walked to the Rongtojidi building. His car was too eye-catching. Since he had decided to investigate Tycoon village discreetly, he couldn't draw attention. Upon reaching the Rongtojidi building, Lin Chen went directly to Huang Wei's office. The receptionist, presumably having been forewarned by Huang Wei, did not greet Lin Chen. Huang Wei was still investigating the projects Li Shujian had previously handled. The more she saw, the more furious she became. Ignorance was bliss. Once she delved into it, she was shocked. Several land acquisition projects managed by Li Shujian had encountered incidents. Either there had been armed conflicts or there had been holdout residents, and the company had paid extra to get them to sign. Previously, she hadn't thought much of it. After all, in this line of work, such occurrences were normal. But now that she had specifically investigated, too many suspicious points emerged. Why was it that only the projects handled by Li Shujian had issues? Suddenly, Huang Wei recalled someone had previously reported to higher-ups about Rongtojidi's low-price land acquisition and forced buying and selling. She had just wanted to look into the matter when it was resolved, and the one who resolved it was Lang Ming. Could it be that Lang Ming and Li Shujian had some connection? The thought made Huang Wei's expression change drastically. Lang Ming held a very high position in Rongtojidi, second only to him. The company had 3 deputy general managers and 1 general manager. If Lang Ming was obstructing things behind the scenes, her chances of finding the truth might be extremely slim. Unfortunately, this investigation was ordered by Lin Chen. At that thought, a cold sneer curled on Huang Wei's lips. Just then the office door opened. Huang Wei looked up and said, Chairman Lin, you're here. Huang Wei immediately stood up and stepped aside to offer Lin Chen the seat. Lin Chen gave a slight nod and without ceremony sat down. Do you know why I suddenly asked you to investigate the matter of Tycoon village? Lin Chen asked abruptly. Huang, I have a friend. Lin Chen then told Huang Wei about 2 men and the content of the phone call he had just received. It matched the suspicion Huang Wei had. She paused for a moment. Chairman Lin, would you like to ask that friend again to see if you can get more inside information? Lin Chen nodded, then took out his phone and called 2 men again. Mr. Lin. 2 men's voice was very, Mr. 2, I want to ask you something. When did they notify you about the increase in the land acquisition amount? 2 men on the other end immediately answered. According to what my parents told me, it was around 9 or 10 last night. The village party secretary personally called every household. Huang Wei immediately reacted. Chairman Lin, when I called Li Shujian yesterday, it was around 9 o'clock. Indeed. What's wrong, mister? Has something happened? 2 men on the other end immediately grew anxious. If Rongtojidi was going to reduce the compensation for the land acquisition, what would happen to the remaining half of the villagers? Lin Chen was silent for a while, then decided to tell 2 men the truth. After all, when they went to Tycoon village later, having a local would help them better understand the situation. When 2 men learned what had happened, he was furious. Those bastards. Then he realized he was still on the phone with, I'm really sorry, Mr. Lin. I lost my temper for a moment. The land being expropriated included their homes. To even covet such money, one could imagine how depraved those people were. It's all right. I'm going to Tycoon village shortly. Mr. 2, can you make it back? No problem. He'll leave. 2 men agreed without hesitation. Then he'll trouble you, Mr. 2. It's my duty. After hanging up, Lin Chen and Huang Wei drove together to Tycoon village. 2 other people accompanied them, a man and a woman, both senior executives of Rongtojidi. They were extremely excited to see Lin Chen. After all, this was the true big boss of Rongtojidi. By the time they reached the town near Tycoon village, it was already past 11 in the morning. They rendezvoused with 2 men, had a simple lunch at a restaurant, and then entered Tycoon village. 2 men led the group directly to his home. The house was very impressive, almost like a small villa standing out among the many bungalows in the village. 2 men's parents in their late 60s or 70s were overjoyed to see him. Mom, Dad, these people are from Rongtojidi. They're the ones helping me. Upon hearing this, 2 men's parents warmly invited everyone inside to sit. Previously, they had deeply resented the people from Rongtojidi. The compensation amount they offered was far too low. No one in the village was willing to accept it. Naturally, they were loathed. But after the notification last night, their attitude had completely changed. For rural folk, having their land requisitioned was considered a stroke of luck. Who wouldn't want to be a demolition millionaire? Although Tu Min's family didn't need the money, the other villagers certainly did. After Lin Chen and Huang Wei had clarified the details, both wore grim expressions. The original compensation amount was outrageously low, almost half of what it should have been. Moreover, to avoid detection, they had even imposed a confidentiality agreement. Chairman Lin, I can guarantee that the company's compensation for land acquisition could never be this low. Huang Wei quickly explained. Lin Chen waved his hand. I know. At that moment, shouts erupted from outside the door. Tu Min's parents exchanged a glance. Tu Min, attend to our distinguished guests. We'll go see what's happening. All right, Tu Min replied. After apologizing to Lin Chen and the others, his parents stepped out to investigate. As soon as they exited, they found 4 men standing there. Damn, there are people after all. These 2 old fools were playing. One of them grumbled discontentedly. Keep your voice down. Don't let them hear. Boss Li said to play by the rules lately. The leader frowned and rebuked. The foul-mouthed man curled his lips, but said nothing more. You must be Mr. Tu and Mrs. Son, the leader asked, forcing a smile. You're from Rongto Land Investment. Tu's parents recognized them. These men had been lingering in Swan Village for days over land acquisition, and their attitude was terrible. Tu's parents regarded them coldly. What business do you have? We heard you 2 haven't signed the confidentiality agreement. May we ask why? The man inquired. Why should we? Countered Tu's father. The man was momentarily speechless, suppressing his irritation with effort. You don't even want free eggs and laundry detergent. Those are worth little. We don't intend to sign any confidentiality agreement. Please leave. Tu's father said bluntly. What if these scoundrels were up to some trick in the contract? Better safe than sorry. Why risk trouble for a few eggs and detergent? He moved to close the courtyard gate, but the leader blocked it with his foot. What are you doing? Trying to force us to sign? Tu's parents' expressions darkened. The man flashed what he thought was a gentle smile. Of course not. How about this? We'll give you 200 yuan, just sign this contract. The contract has no other terms, only that you keep our previous land compensation confidential. But Tu's parents grew even more suspicious. Why would they push such a contract for no reason, offering gifts and money? It only made them more reluctant to sign. Neither of them was highly educated, and they'd seen on TV how people had lost money by signing contracts they didn't understand. Some had even ended up in jail. We said no. But rest assured we won't spill anything. Tu's father refused. The leader's smile finally froze. Fine, 500. 500 for signing this confidentiality agreement. We come with sincerity. Oh, don't be ungrateful. Huh. In my 60-odd years, no one's ever called me ungrateful. I want signed today. It's a society of law. What can you do? Tu's father grew angry, pushing his wife back inside. Then don't blame us for being rude. Eradaxiong, hold the old man down. He'll take his fingerprint. The man pulled a red ink pad from his pocket. You got it. The 3 or 4 men grinned maliciously and stepped forward to grab Tu's father. What are you doing? Is there no law in broad daylight? Help! Assault! Tu's mother screamed in panic. Panicking, the leader rushed and clamped his hand over her mouth and seized her neck. Shut up, old hag, you hear? Keep screaming and he'll slap you. His teeth clenched, face ferocious. Terrified, Tu's mother nodded. Wife, he'll fight you bastards. Tu's father struggled violently, but was pinned down by the men. 2 men drawn by the commotion saw the scene and instantly went readied. He looked around, grabbed a hoe, and Lin Chen muttered a curse and followed 2 men in a dash. Lin Chen muttered a curse and followed 2 men in a dash. Huang Wei and the 2 Rongto executives also paled, never expecting such a situation on their first visit. The male executive hesitated, thinking it improper to hide behind 2 women. But looking at the burly men and then at his own beer belly, he thought better of it. Being a coward it is. Bravery doesn't put food on the table. The men busy subduing Tu's parents hadn't anticipated 2 men's swift charge with a hoe and were momentarily. Eyes bloodshot, 2 men raised the hoe and swung at one of them, roaring, "Let go of my parents." The man dodged narrowly, the hoe grazing his side, sending a chill down his spine. Lin Chen moved like the wind, instantly appearing before a man seized his arm and threw him to the ground with it. Simultaneously, another man lunged at Lin Chen, who sidestepped and landed a kick on his rear, sending him stumbling. Taking advantage, 2 men brandished the hoe to force back another man who dared not advance. The leader then charged at 2 men, aiming to snatch the hoe. 2 men gripped the hoe tightly, locked in a stalemate. Lin Chen dashed over and punched the leader in the back. The man winced and released his hold. Lin Chen followed up with a kick to his knee, sending him to the ground. You bastards! How dare you make trouble in my home? 2 men yelled angrily. He raised the hoe as if to strike, but Lin Chen quickly stopped him. Easy. The defeated men lay on the ground, grimacing at Lin Chen, and 2 men seeing no escape. 2 men rushed to his parents. Dad, Mom, are you all right? Tu's father panted. We're fine, son. Thanks to Tu's mother, still shaken, clung to her son's trembling hand. Seeing his mother like this, rage surged anew in 2 men, and he delivered a series of kicks to the men. Ouch! Stop! Damn it! Don't hit the face. Kick anywhere but the balls. Lin Chen didn't intervene, letting 2 men vent his anger. Just then Huang Wei and the two executives, seeing the fight had ended, approached. Tu's parents glanced at Lin Chen and the others, their lips trembled. Just then Huang Wei and the two executives, seeing the fight had ended, approached. Tu's parents glanced at Lin Chen and the others, their lips trembling. These men are from Ronto Real Estate. They wanted us to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but we refused, so they started to get physical. Tu's father finally answered. Two men fell silent upon hearing this, momentarily at a loss for words. The faces of Huang Wei and Lin Chen instantly darkened, and the two senior executives also changed color drastically. The men lying on the ground saw that everyone was silent, thinking they were intimidated by their status. We are from Ronto Real Estate. Do you know Ronto Real Estate? They are the ones who expropriate your land. That's a group worth hundreds of billions. Not someone people like you can afford to offend. I advise you to prepare compensation. Otherwise, who knows how much the land compensation will be. Lin Chen's face was so gloomy that it seemed could drip water, and Huang Wei was trembling with anger. What nonsense are you talking? Huang Wei shouted angrily. Who gave you the right to treat the villagers like this? The men were taken aback by her shout, then looked her up and down with disdain. Yo, little woman, quite a big mouth. Who do you think you are? Can you control us? The leading man taunted. Lin Chen stepped forward and said coldly, Who am I? Do I need to tell you who I am? Then what are you talking about? Where did this brat come from? Besides being able to fight, what use are you? The leading man sneered disdainfully. You are Li Shujian's men, aren't you? Where is Li Shujian? Tell him to come here right now. Tell him Huang Wei is here. Huang Wei said coldly. The men, seeing that Huang Wei knew Li Shujian, suddenly felt a sense of unease. Could these people be the ones from headquarters that Brother Li mentioned? The leading man didn't dare to gamble, so he took out his phone and made a call. Hey Gongzi, are you done over there? Did they all sign? Li Shujian's voice came over the phone. Brother Li, a few people have come saying they want to see you, and they're quite arrogant. The leading man stammered. Looking for me. Who? A man and a woman. The woman said her name is Huang Wei. Holy shit. That's the general manager of Ronto Real Estate. Upon hearing Li Shujian's words over the phone, the leading man's eyes widened and the arrogance on his face vanished, instantly replaced by terror and disbelief. General manager. Impossible, how could it be such a coincidence, he stammered. Bullshit, impossible. Where are you? He'll be right there. At the two families' place. After hanging up, the man felt as if the sky had fallen. Are you President Huang? The man asked cautiously. Huang Wei snorted coldly. Without paying him any attention, she bowed deeply to Tu's father and mother. Uncle and Aunt, I'm sorry. It's due to our company's poor management that you've been wronged. Lin Chen also said, Uncle and Aunt, this is our fault. I apologize to you. I will give you a reasonable explanation and account. Tu's parents looked at each other at a loss for words. Two men gritted his teeth and said, Boss Lin, President Huang this. Lin Chen sighed. Boss Tu, I will give you an explanation. Two men fell silent. The men's faces were full of trepidation. Now they could only hope that these people just happened to know the name of the general manager of Ronto Real Estate and were bluffing. Though unlikely, what if? After a while, several people came running over. The leading man in a white short-sleeved shirt turned pale the moment he saw Huang Wei. President Huang, why are you here? As soon as Li Shujian said this, Gongzi and the others completely gave up hope. Seeing Li Shujian's attitude, Tu's parents also changed expression. Huang Wei looked at Lin Chen. Li Shujian noticed her movement, and his pupils constricted sharply. How could this be? Why would President Huang be so respectful to such a young lad? Brother Ming said that the new boss seems to be a young master from a super wealthy family still attending university this year. Could it be? Li Shujian's heart gradually sank. You handle it, Lin Chen said. Huang Wei nodded, then stepped forward. Li Shujian, explain yourself. How are you going to explain this to me? Huang Wei looked at the sweating Li Shujian and said coldly. Li Shujian didn't know how to answer. He wasn't sure what exactly Huang Wei knew. If he confessed himself, wouldn't he become a fool? Just as Li Shujian was hesitating over how to answer, Gongzi suddenly bowed and apologized. Sorry, President Huang. We shouldn't have forced the two elderly to sign the non-disclosure agreement. And there was even a violent incident. This is all my fault. I am willing to accept any punishment. Whether it's being fired or going to jail, I'll accept it. Li Shujian's heart trembled. Damn. Huang Wei already knew about the non-disclosure agreement. Li Shujian subconsciously ignored Gangzi's mention of the violent incident. For him, whether these people went to jail or not didn't matter. He was satisfied as long as he could avoid jail. Meanwhile, Huang Wei and Lin Chen frowned. This man had just said everything was ordered by Li Shujian, so why did he change his story? Gongzi was still feeling pleased with himself. He had taken all the blame, Brother Li, and that vice president would surely protect him, right? Who would mistreat a loyal subordinate? Fine. In that case, we'll wait for the police to resolve this. Huang Wei snorted coldly and took out her phone. Gongzi and the other men were panicked and quickly looked at Li Shujian. President Huang, isn't this too severe? After all, they were just working for the company. Doing this will really demoralize the brothers. Hell, Li Shujian, do you know what they just did? A bunch of burly men bullying an elderly couple together. And they even used violence. People like this Ronto Real Estate cannot employ it. Huang Wei sneered. But No buts. Let's do it this way. Huang Wei called the police. Li Shujian had to swallow. Then while Huang Wei was on the phone, he leaned close to Gangzi's ear and whispered, "When you're inside, keep your mouth shut. It's only a few days. When you get out, I and the higher-up won't treat you badly." Gangzi's eyes lit up, and he nodded slightly. Lin Chen frowned. He could roughly hear what Li Shujian was saying. Meanwhile, two men had already let the elderly couple go back to rest. Huang Wei had just put down her phone, but then took it out again. After glancing at it, she stepped back to Lin Chen and said quietly, "Chairman Lin, the results of the investigation into Li Shujian and Lang Ming from the company have come out." Lin Chen's eyes sharpened. "Speak." Huang Wei lowered her voice. "Chairman Lin, the investigation has revealed that Li Shujian and Lang Ming have long colluded, falsifying costs and suppressing compensation payments in multiple land acquisition projects, reaping enormous illicit profits. The Swan Village project was just one of their many violations. Moreover, they had co-opted several company insiders, forming a cabal to collectively cover up these illegal activities. Just as he had suspected. Lin Chen nodded with a grim expression. "Continue." Huang Wei went on, "The evidence is irrefutable. Financial statements, email exchanges, internal documents, all bear witness to their crimes." Lin Chen turned his gaze to Li Shujian, his eyes so icy that it sent a chill down the latter's spine. Although Li Shujian had not heard their exchange, he sensed the hostility in those eyes. "General Manager Huang, this gentleman is—" Li Shujian looked at Huang Wei inquiringly. Just as Huang Wei was about to speak, Lin Chen raised his hand to stop her. "I am the owner of the company. My name is Lin Chen." Lin Chen stared at him coldly. Li Shujian thought to himself, as expected. "Chairman Lin, hello. I am the person in charge of the Swan Village project. My name is Li Shujian." Li Shujian bowed repeatedly. Gangzi and the others were stunned. "What the? We just laid hands on our topmost boss. Don't address me that way. I don't like talking to brainless people." Li Shujian was dumbfounded. "Where am I brain?" Li Shujian answered instinctively, then regretted it the moment the words left his mouth. "Falsifying costs, suppressing compensation, embezzling company assets. Tell me, wouldn't you say a person who does such things is brainless?" Lin Chen retorted. Li Shujian felt his head explode, as if firecrackers had gone off inside, buzzing and, "Chairman Lin, you must be mistaken. I have never done such a thing. My loyalty to the company is as clear as heaven and earth." Sweating profusely, Li Shujian cried out aggrievedly. Lin Chen cut him off. "Mistaken? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Huang Wei continued. "Chairman Lin, not only that, they forced villagers to sign documents through threats and intimidation, leaving some too afraid to speak out. Moreover, to prevent exposure, they attempted to destroy key evidence. If we had not investigated in time, they might have—" What a bunch of scoundrels. Two men could not help but gnash his teeth and mutter silently. He ran an antique shop and had often cheated people, but only the wealthy ones. Even when he went to remote villages to hunt for bargains, he would pay a fair price afterward. "No, I really did." Li Shujian shook his head frantically. President Lang can vouch for me. Lang Ming is like a clay Buddha crossing a river. He can barely save himself." Huang Wei sneered. Li Shujian's face turned ashen. The fact that Huang Wei and Chairman Lin dared speak so openly meant they had solid evidence, though otherwise they wouldn't target a deputy general manager. That was a top-tier figure in the company. Li Shujian dropped to his knees with a thud. "Chairman Lin, please spare me this once. I'll surrender all my illicit gains and mend my ways from now on." Lin Chen looked at the kneeling Li Shujian, a wave of disgust washing over him. "Regret it now? Too late." At this point, two men could not help speaking up. "Boss Lin, you can't let them off so easily. They've made our villagers suffer." Lin Chen turned to two men. "Mr. Tu, rest assured I will give everyone a satisfactory explanation." As Li Shujian tried to beg again, Huang Wei barked, "Li Shujian, after committing such a heinous crime, you still have the nerve to beg for mercy." Li Shujian collapsed to the ground, his face deathly pale. Meanwhile, Gangzi and his gang were stunned. "I was counting on you to get us out. And now you tell us you're done for." General Manager Huang. "Chairman Lin, it was all Li Shujian who ordered us to do it. We wouldn't have dared otherwise, even if we had 10 times the courage." Chairman Lin, General Manager Huang, for the sake of our hard work at Ronto Real Estate, please spare us 4 brothers. Lin Chen ignored Gangzi and the others who were wailing on the ground. Since they wanted to kneel, let them kneel a while longer at two men's doorstep. It could count as atonement. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then said, "Huang Wei, notify the legal department to prepare lawsuits against Li Shujian and Lang Ming." Huang Wei nodded. "Yes, Chairman Lin. He'll notify them immediately. However, the amounts involved are so large that it's already enough to meet the threshold for criminal prosecution." "Yes, then when the police arrive, send Li Shujian in with them as well." Lin Chen then turned to two men. "Mr. Tu, during the subsequent process, we may need your and the villagers' cooperation in providing evidence and testimony." Two men patted his chest. "Boss Lin, no problem. As long as we can bring these bastards to justice, we'll do whatever it takes." Lin Chen nodded. "Good, then I'll trouble you to go back and communicate with the villagers." Soon several police cars, because the case was reported by a 100 billion conglomerate like Ronto Real Estate, the police took it very seriously. After a brief exchange, the officers took Li Shujian Gongzi and the others away. Mr. 2, rest assured. In a few days the company will send new personnel to take over the Swan Village project as an apology. At that time the land acquisition compensation will be increased further. Two men nodded gratefully. Then on behalf of the Swan Village villagers, I thank you. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat ashamed. This is what we should do. It was because Rongtou real estate had rotten elements. After Lin Chen, Huang Wei and the two executives drove away, the villagers who had been watching from afar finally dared to approach. What's going on, Xiaomin? Why are police cars here? Inside the Rongtou Jidi building, Lang Ming was leisurely sipping coffee in his office. Suddenly hurried footsteps approached, followed by the door bursting open as several police officers stormed into his office. Lang Ming's expression shifted, and he set his coffee cup on the desk before him. What are you doing? How dare you barge into my office? One of the officers wore a stern expression. Lang Ming, you are suspected of job-related crimes. We are here to lawfully arrest you. Lang Ming forced himself to remain calm. You must have made a mistake. I am the deputy general manager of Rongtou Jidi. I have been utterly loyal to this company. How could I commit job-related crimes? Besides, where is the arrest warrant? The officer sneered. The evidence is irrefutable. Denial is futile. He then produced an arrest warrant. Beads of sweat began to form on Lang Ming's forehead, yet he still blustered, impossible. I have contributed so much to this company. Someone must be framing me. The officers paid no heed to his protests and strode directly toward him. After you, President Lang. If there isn't sufficient evidence, I will surely sue you all. And I demand to see my— Lang Ming stood up and adjusted his collar. You'll get to see your lawyer at the police station, the officer said, escorting him out without mercy. At that moment, employees in the company, drawn by the commotion, gathered around. What's happening? Why is Vice President Lang being arrested by the police? I heard he's involved in job-related crimes, probably corruption or bribery. Oh, I never imagined. He always seemed so high profile, yet he engaged in such illegal activities. Murmurs spread as everyone turned into curious onlookers. When Lang Ming was let out of the office, he saw numerous employees pointing and whispering, his face turning extremely sour. What are you looking at? Get back to work. The department manager barked, though he couldn't help stealing a glance himself. As Lang Ming was taken away by the police, several senior executives' eyes gleamed with excitement. If Lang Ming was indeed arrested for job-related crimes, he would certainly not be the only one. Without others covering for him, even a deputy general manager like Lang Ming couldn't possibly embezzle an amount substantial enough to warrant a police arrest without anyone noticing. Which meant many positions would be vacated. Some veteran employees also showed looks of reflection. The Rongtou Jidi is about to see a storm. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Huang Wei had returned to the company only to find the entrance swarming with reporters. True to form, wherever a major incident occurred, reporters flocked like sharks drawn to blood. The arrest of a deputy general manager from a $1,000 billion conglomerate like Rongtou Jidi was naturally big news. Lin Chen frowned and chose not to get out of the car immediately, instead instructing Huang Wei to divert the attention. Huang Wei was reluctant, as she too wished to avoid those pesky reporters. But it was Lin Chen's order, so she had no choice but to comply. Sure enough, the moment Huang Wei stepped out, the reporters swarmed her. Fortunately, several security guards reacted swiftly, blocking their way. President Huang, is it true that Rongtou Jidi's deputy general manager Lang Ming has been arrested for job-related crimes? President Huang, can you give us more details about what happened? President Huang. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen slipped into the Rongtou Jidi building in a flash. Lin. The front desk clerk saw Lin Chen and instinctively opened her mouth to speak. Lin Chen quickly gestured for silence. A few reporters noticed him, causing Lin Chen to quicken his pace in alarm. Huang Wei finally finished dealing with the reporters and returned to the office. Chairman Lin. Lin Chen nodded. Although you weren't directly involved in this matter, you still bear responsibility. As the company's general manager, how could you remain completely unaware of such a major internal issue? Huang Wei was instantly flustered. I'm sorry, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen waved his hand. Remember, your position is critical. If you can't handle it, let someone capable take over. Chairman Lin, I will definitely learn from this and ensure nothing like this happens again. Huang Wei bowed her head in admission of fault. If you perform, well, it's not impossible for you to own a share of this company. Lin Chen spoke slowly. A carrot and a stick approach is more conducive to mental stability. If Rongtou Jidi flourished under Huang Wei's management, what harm would there be in giving her some company shares? Huang Wei's eyes lit up instantly. Shares? If she did well, she could get shares? Her heart pounded wildly, and she became immediately exhilarated. Even if it were just a fraction of a percent, that would be worth hundreds of millions. Yes, Chairman Lin, I will work hard. For the company. Lin Chen watched her excitement with a slight smile. With such a major crisis at Rongtou Jidi, you will certainly need time to mitigate the negative impact. As for the vacant positions, Lin Chen specifically reminded Huang Wei to prioritize loyalty and integrity, then look at ability and contributions. By the time Lin Chen got into the driver's seat of his Koenigsegg, it was already past 6 in the evening. He stretched lazily. Being the boss is so tiring. And this is while I'm hands off. If I actually had to manage, wouldn't I be dead exhausted? The thought made him shudder. Being tied down in the company would be worse than death. No wonder they say a beggar for 3 years wouldn't trade places with an emperor. Lin Chen could now fully relate to that saying. With a roar, the supercar's exhaust note drew many eyes as a Koenigsegg slowly drove out. The destination Jinxiu restaurant. Back then they hadn't expected the sudden surge in applications for the Hanfu Society. Originally with just over 20 people, a large private room. 2 rooms converted into one with 2 tables would have sufficed. But now there were over 50 people and the promise had already been made. It wouldn't be right to cancel just because the number. Tang Weiner and Jiang Xuewei eventually decided to dine in the main hall of Jinxiu restaurant, booking a corner with 6 tables, which was more than enough. Jiang Xuewei had initially suggested the main hall of Dihao Hotel since it was Lin Chen's property and would only cost them the base expenses. But Tang Weiner declined. Dihao Hotel was too expensive, they were just a club gathering. A few tables at Jinxiu restaurant would cost at most a few thousand yuan. Jiang Xuewei thought that made sense, so she went along with Tang Weiner's choice. 6:30 arrived quickly, but Lin Chen had yet to show up. Jiang Xuewei had informed him earlier. Lin Chen isn't here yet. Tang Weiner glanced around and asked Jiang Xuewei. Jiang Xuewei kept checking her phone from time to time. A Chun had something come up at the company. He just left. Let's start without him, Jiang Xuewei said with a smile. All right then, Tang Weiner nodded. Lu Chuanqing sat in his seat, his eyes filled with lust as he looked at Tang Weiner and Jiang Xuewei. But then he remembered that the other party drove a Ferrari SF90 worth 7 or 8 million, while he only drove a beat-up BMW. Lu Chuanqing sighed. Hey buddy, didn't you say earlier that you'd definitely get one of those 2 campus beauties? How's it going? Someone beside him leaned in and asked with a smirk. This person had been standing next to Lu Chuanqing earlier and had overheard his muttering. Lu Chuanqing's face darkened. Mind your own business. Are you the Pacific Police? The man's smile froze. He muttered jerk and moved to another seat. Dear members of the Hanfu Society, I'm sure you all know us. This gathering is hosted by me and your president Jiang. Enjoy the meal. Tang Weiner pulled a reluctant Jiang Xuewei to stand up and said with a smile. Jiang Xuewei always felt uneasy without Lin Chen around, and she wasn't used to being around so many people. Great. Thank you both for the warm hospitality. The new members of the Hanfu Society were also very enthusiastic. Helpless with 2 campus beauties before you, it was impossible not to be excited. Not to mention getting a free meal. President Jiang, I heard your boyfriend is also in the Hanfu Society. Something like Lin Chen, right? Which one is Lin Chen? Stand up and let everyone see. He swept President Jiang off her feet as soon as he enrolled. We should at least know where we lost out. Just then a well-dressed young man with a decent appearance suddenly spoke half-jokingly and half-seriously in a loud voice. This was Wang Yu, whose family had some money and he had developed an arrogant nature since childhood. On the day of enrollment, a beautiful senior girl helped him carry his luggage to the dormitory. On the way, he saw a very pretty girl chatting and laughing with someone carrying luggage, and she personally escorted that person back to the dorm. That person was probably also a freshman like him. At that moment, he was captivated by the girl's beauty and remembered her. Later, after some inquiries, he learned that this girl was actually Jiang Xuewei, the campus belle of Suzhou University. Looking again at the boy who was with Jiang Xuewei, he was dressed in cheap clothes. Other than being somewhat handsome, nothing special. He sneered, inwardly thinking that in this society money was far more useful than good looks. Thus he set his sights on pursuing Jiang Xuewei. However, not long after, he saw on the school forum that Jiang Xuewei's boyfriend was very wealthy, arriving at school in a Ferrari SF90 and also owning a Lamborghini Veneno. The Ferrari SF90 was nothing to him, his family could buy one anytime. But the Lamborghini Veneno was different. It was a supercar worth hundreds of millions, not something just anyone could possess. This forced him to extinguish his thoughts of pursuing Jiang Xuewei. He figured that the plainly dressed person he saw at enrollment was probably just someone she was helping. But later he suddenly saw a photo revealing that Jiang Xuewei's boyfriend was actually that shabbily dressed person, and in an instant everything clicked. So when he learned that Jiang Xuewei was the president of the Hanfu Society, he immediately signed up, intending to expose Lin Chen's true colors and seize the opportunity. To pursue Jiang Xuewei. At this moment, Wang Yu looked at Jiang Xuewei and said with a smile, President Jiang, everyone's curious. Let us meet him. Yeah, President Jiang. Other members who loved a good spectacle chimed in. Jiang Xuewei frowned and said, sorry, my boyfriend has some business at his company. He'll be here later. I remember seeing your boyfriend when you first enrolled. He was dressed very plainly back then, and his suitcase was an old model from over 10 years ago. He doesn't seem like the rich second-generation heir everyone's been talking about. President Jiang, are you sure you haven't been deceived? Wang Yu put on a look of concern for Jiang Xuewei. Tang Weiner couldn't take it anymore and said, Wang Yu, don't talk nonsense. Lin Chen is already very wealthy. Does he need to pretend? Wang Yu sneered, oh, President Tang is so protective of him. Could it be that you've been fooled too? Jiang Xuewei's face turned completely cold. Wang Yu, right. Considering you're a member of the Hanfu Society, if you apologize now, well, let it slide. Wang Yu was unperturbed. President Jiang, I'm just looking out for you. I'd hate to see your feelings toyed with by a fraud. Who are you calling a fraud? Chen Xiao and a few others stood up fuming and ready to charge over. But Xiaofei stopped them as Tang Weiner kept signaling him with her eyes. Oh, you're friends with that fraud Lin Chen, right? I know who you are. What, thinking of getting physical? Wang Yu said. Just then a tall, slender figure approached. Sorry I'm late. Everyone turned to look and saw Lin Chen walking over with an apologetic smile. Xiaofei and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. The main act had arrived. Now they could just sit back and watch the face slapping. Jiang Ziwei's face lit up at the sight of Lin Chen. Chen, you're here. Lin Chen smiled and walked over to take Jiang Ziwei's hand. Yes, things dragged on too long over there. This scene immediately caused every man present to turn green with envy. Xiaofei and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. The main act had arrived. Now they could just sit back and watch the face slapping. Jiang, damn, what a handsome guy. But he still sneered. So this is President Jiang's boyfriend. Doesn't seem like much. Lin Chen glanced at him. Who was this buffoon? Everyone's heard you're loaded with a car worth hundreds of millions. Isn't that all just hot air? Lin Chen said indifferently. How is that any concern of yours? Wang Yu retorted coldly. I think you're putting on an act. A poor kid trying to climb up to a campus bell. Before Lin Chen could speak, Jiang Shuowei was furious. Wang Yu, that's enough. I know Chen's situation perfectly well. I don't need you spouting nonsense here. Tang Weiner was also speechless. Wang Yu, why don't you just get out? I think the Hanfu Society might not have room for a jester like you. Shuowei, who's this sudden character that just popped up? Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuowei puzzled. He's a member of the Hanfu Society. I don't know anything else. Jiang Shuowei shook her head. Wang Yu was extremely annoyed by Lin Chen's words. Character in a story, meaning in the villain, and you're the protagonist. Han, the real protagonist. A rich, handsome prince saving the pure campus belle blinded by a poor nobody. Thinking this, Wang Yu looked at Jiang Shuowei with feigned affection. Shuowei, I am truly trying to save you. Wake up. Do you think someone who enters college wearing cheap street clothes and carrying an old-fashioned suitcase could be a rich young master? What's even more ridiculous is that he rented a modified poison car. Do you think a freshman just starting college could afford a car worth hundreds of millions? Wang Yu finished and turned to Lin Chen. Classmate Lin, is it expensive to rent a modified car that costs millions? You didn't sneak out your parents' savings to rent it, did you? What car did you drive today, classmate Lin? The modified poison you rented. Or did you return it because you couldn't afford? Did you take a taxi here? Wang Yu's words came out like a machine gun rapid fire. Some other members of the Hanfu Club looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. Indeed, a freshman who dresses so frugally yet drives a supercar like that. Could he be playing the pig to eat the tiger, deliberately keeping a low profile? It just doesn't add up. If that were truly the case, why would he drive such a luxury car to school? Xiaofei and others who knew the truth looked at Wang Yu with contempt. Didn't they know whether Lin Chen was truly wealthy or not? Wang Yu was unbearably self-centered, always convinced that his own opinions were absolute. Lin Chen heard Wang Yu's words, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. I really didn't drive my poison today. Before Lin Chen could finish, Wang Yu immediately interrupted with a booming laugh. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? I told you this classmate Lin was just putting on a show. But Lin, I'm quite surprised you actually told the truth. For that I kind of respect you. Wang Yu even gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Lin Chen was utterly speechless. Can you let me finish? The other members of the Hanfu Club looked at Lin Chen with suspicion. Only Lu Chuanqing sneered at Wang Yu's words. He had personally seen the Ferrari SF90 belonging to Jiang, the campus belle. At the very least, the rumor about her driving a Ferrari SF90 to school was true. Even if the Lamborghini Veneno was a modified replica and not the original, he still had plenty of money. Lin Chen let out a scornful laugh. Do I need your approval? Who do you think you are? I didn't drive my Veneno today, but what business is it of yours? Why should I prove my wealth to anyone? Do you think everyone else is a fool, and you're the only clever one? Wang Yu's face flushed red. You're saying all this just to cover up the fact that your modified Veneno is gone. Lin Chen smirked dismissive. Jiang Shuowei could no longer suppress the fury in her heart. Seeing this idiot named Wang Yu mock Lin Chen with sarcasm filled her with utter disgust toward him. Waiter! Waiter! There were still some people nearby watching the drama, including a waiter. The waiter didn't respond the first time, but answered after the second call. Huh. Coming. The male waiter hurried over. Please don't let this man disturb our meal. Jiang Shuowei said coldly. Got it. The waiter turned to Wang Yu. Sir, please leave. Wang Yu's face showed a trace of anger. He had tried to pull her out of Lin Chen's web of lies, yet she treated him like this. Shuowei, one day you'll understand. Wang Yu said this and turned to leave. Jiang Shuowei curled her lip in disdain. Just then a waiter came running in. Sorry to interrupt everyone, but may I ask if the Koenigsegg in the parking lot outside belongs to any of you? It's parked at the entrance and other car owners are afraid of scratching it, so they don't dare to park. The waiter said with a wry smile. Everyone's heart jolted. Even those who knew nothing about supercars had heard of the name. Its synonym was one word: expensive. Even the cheapest model costs over $1 million. This Jinhua restaurant was just an ordinary eatery, not some high-end establishment. How could such a person be dining here? Wang Yu was somewhat surprised, but immediately sneered. No need to ask. It can't be theirs. The waiter thought it made sense. These young faces looked like nearby college students. Sorry for disturbing you all. The waiter apologized and turned to leave. That car belongs to me. Lin Chen suddenly spoke with a smile. At his words, everyone's gaze focused on him. Wang Yu was briefly stunned before immediately launching into mockery. Ha 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 ha. Do you know how much a Koenigsegg costs? At least tens of millions RMB. Classmate Lin, are you addicted to pretending to be rich? Shuawei, didn't I tell you Lin Chen is a fraud? Wang Yu said smugly, looking at Jiang Shuawei. Jiang Shuawei was about to explode, but Lin Chen spoke first. Shuawei, they'll go out to find another parking spot. You all start eating, no need to wait for me. Jiang Shuawei cast a cold glance at Wang Yu. He'll come with you. I haven't seen your new car yet. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, then walked out with Jiang Shuawei. The waiter quickly followed. Wang Yu felt a bit embarrassed that Lin Chen completely ignored him. Let's see if he's bluffed. Wang Yu snorted and followed. Come on, let's go too. Let's see what this Wang Yu has to say. Xiao Fei snorted coldly, then led Tang Weiner, Xia Wei, and Chen Xiao out. Do you think Wang Yu is telling the truth? Simple, just follow and see. Makes sense. Let's go. In an instant, more than half of the people from 6 or 7 tables vanished, all rushing out to see the truth. The rest hesitated and, driven by herd mentality, also left Jinhua restaurant. In a flurry, a crowd of people excitedly followed out of Jinhua restaurant, startling the incoming diners. Arriving at the parking lot, a black-purple Koenigsegg was parked at the entrance. The black-purple body gleamed with a captivating luster. The sleek lines and wedge-shaped nose exuded aggressiveness. The rear design was unique, and the wheels were exquisite, radiating unparalleled luxury and dynamism. It left the group of college students staring wide-eyed. So cool. I want one too. This looks like a Koenigsegg 1-1. Wow. This car must be worth over 100 million now. Only 6 were made worldwide. Only 6 in the world. A car enthusiast recognized it. What? You said how much does this car cost? Over 100 million. That could buy my life several times over. It could buy 100 of your lives. Wang Yu was also utterly astonished. This car was in no way inferior to the Lamborghini Veneno that Lin Chen had boasted about. If anything, it even surpassed it. See that white Nissan GTR 35 over there? That's my car. This is the real deal. Wang Yu proclaimed smugly, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, and especially Jiang Shuawei. Among the crowd, Lu Chuanqing pressed his hand to his forehead, utterly speechless. He had genuinely believed Wang Yu was some super-rich second-generation heir, only to find his ride was worth a mere 1 or 2 million yuan. Not even as impressive as the Ferrari SF90 in Lin Chen's garage. This one's not bad either. Wang Yu dares to pursue President Jiang. He must have some confidence after all. True. A freshman driving a car worth over 1 million already surpasses 99.9999 of people. Suddenly Wang Yu seems kind of handsome too. He wasn't just bragging, he actually has the means. If only Wang Yu would glance my way. The murmured discussions from some Hanfu Club members reached Wang Yu's ears, boosting his confidence to the heavens. The smile on his face grew even wider. Lin Chen, his expression unchanged, strode over. Wang Yu stared at Lin Chen, sensing he had overlooked a crucial point. Why was Lin Chen so calm, especially in front of so many people? Could it be that this car was also rented by Lin Chen, or a modified vehicle? Just as Wang Yu's thoughts spiraled into chaos, Lin Chen opened the door. So where should I park? Lin Chen asked with a smile, looking at the dumbfounded valet. The valet snapped out of it and addressed Lin Chen with utmost respect. My sincerest apologies, sir. Please park it a bit further inside. We will have someone guard your car. We deeply apologize for any inconvenience. The valet's words were filled with deference, fearful of offending Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at Wang Yu, who stood frozen in shock, then got into the car with Jiang Shuawei. Wow. This car is amazing too. So cool. Jiang Shuawei admired the luxurious interior, her eyes sparkling with little hearts. Lin Chen smiled faintly. I wouldn't buy it if it weren't cool. With that, he started the engine. As he pressed the accelerator, a deep, thunderous roar echoed through the entire parking lot. The sound is breathtaking. This is what a true top-tier supercar sounds like. I knew Jiang, the campus beauty, wouldn't make a mistake. Absolutely incredible. The crowd of college students exclaimed in awe. Hiding among them, Lu Chuanqing finally extinguished the last flicker of hope in his heart. Indeed, one must wear shoes that fit. Had better stick to dating ordinary female college students. Wang Yu, right. Didn't you claim our boss was a fraud? What do you say now? Is this car also fake? Xiao Fei looked at Wang Yu with a mocking grin. Wang Yu's earlier arrogance had really annoyed him. Exactly. With a mouth like yours, you just say whatever you want, huh? Well, now you've been slapped in the face. Tang Weiner chimed in without holding back. Wang Yu's face flushed bright red. How do I know this car is real? What if it's rented and modified? He stubbornly retorted, sticking out his neck. Even Xiao Fei was amused despite his anger. In all his encounters, he had never met someone with such thick skin. No, not thick skin. It was more like unwavering conviction in his own delusion. It can't be fake. This is the original factory model. Even a modified car would show some telltale signs. And that exhaust note is identical to the original Koenigsegg 11 I've heard online. If this is a modification, it'll eat my own crap. At that moment, the Hanfu Club member who had identified the Koenigsegg spoke with certainty. Wang Yes' expression turned more sour than if he had eaten feces. He had barely spoken when he was immediately contradicted. If what they said was true, then the rumors about Lin Chen were likely real. After all, who would rent out a globally limited edition car? And even if they did, who could afford the rental fee? Wang Yes' heart began to tremble with unease. He had seen online that Lin Chen also owned a big lizard. The Koenigsegg Agera RS, meaning Lin Chen had 2 supercars worth over 100 million yuan each and another worth 70 to 80 million. That was not a level he could afford to offend. You say it's real? I say it's a modification. I can tell too. Wang Yu decided to go all out. He didn't believe they would rush to a car dealership for authentication right now. After today, he would just avoid them. Maybe even give up pursuing Jiang Shuawei. Would a billionaire like Lin Chen really be petty enough to target him specifically? With this remark, even the other Hanfu Club members couldn't stand it and cast scornful glances. What a shameless liar. This is pure denial. Ha ha ha. Just as President Tang said, the cascading whispers reached Wang Yes' ears, making his face alternate between pale and flushed. Hello? Oh, okay, I'll be right there. Wang Yu suddenly picked up his phone as if receiving a call. I'm not going to waste time arguing with you. I have real business to attend to, he said with feigned seriousness. Chen Xiao pointed at Wang Yes' phone with a sardonic grin. Dude, is the screen off when you're on a call? Flustered, Wang Yu stuffed the phone into his pocket and fled to his car. Ha ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter once more. Tang Weiner shook her head helplessly. How could the Hanfu Club attract such a motley crew? When Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei returned, everyone looked at Lin Chen with reverence. Where's the clown? Lin Chen glanced around, not spotting Wang Yu, and asked casually while walking toward Jinxiu restaurant. Over there in his car. Xiao Fei gestured toward Wang Yes' white GTR 35. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei looked and saw a head duck down abruptly. Lin Chen smiled wryly and left the parking lot with the group. Inside the lot, Wang Yu cautiously lifted his head. Seeing that Lin Chen and the others were gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, why would someone so rich wear cheap street clothes? Playing the underdog. Some kind of stupid novel addict, huh? Wang Yu smacked the steering wheel in anger and drove off. Since it was a group dinner, no one ate to their heart's content. Boss, how about we grab some barbecue and drinks afterward? Chen Xiao suggested when he noticed everyone seemed unsatisfied. At these words, Tang Weiner's eyes instantly lit up, and she unconsciously glanced at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei was well acquainted with Tang Weiner's moods. Sure. Just then Tang Weiner's phone rang. She saw the caller's name and her expression darkened. The caller was Wang Defa. Whose call is it? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously, seeing that Tang Weiner seemed reluctant to answer. Tang Weiner sighed, then answered the call. Lin Chen's heart stirred. The matter of Ronto Jidi had kept him so busy that he had forgotten about tonight's plan to have Wang Defa gather at Dihao. Weiner, didn't President Lin say we'd meet at Dihao Hotel tonight? Why haven't I heard anything yet? Tang Weiner looked troubled. Let's make it another day. Something's come up today. Wang Defa's tone immediately turned sour. Another day? Come on, Weiner, you can't go back on your word. I spent a long time finding that ring and sending it to your mother. It's fine. He'll have Dongfang prepare a table right away. We'll eat at Dihao. Just tell him to meet at Dihao at 8. Lin Chen smiled. Tang Weiner shot him a grateful glance. All right then, be at Dihao at 8. Ha ha ha. Fine. As expected of my daughter, you've got skills. After hanging up, Tang Weiner said gratefully, Lin Chen, I don't know how to thank you. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's a small matter. Let's go well eat at Dihao. Chen Xiao and me, I get to have another good meal with the boss. Having eaten several times at Dihao with Lin Chen, he must have consumed tens of thousands of yuan worth of food, right? By then the members of the Hanfu Society were almost done eating. They were essentially a group of unfamiliar freshmen with few acquaintances. The meal was rather perfunctory, many left right after eating. Those remaining were too polite to leave first, so they chatted idly, while waiting to see if Jiang Shuawei and Tang Weiner had anything else. We'll go pay the bill first. Jiang Shuawei stood up to settle the payment. They had only paid a deposit, the rest was due after the meal. Lin Chen and Xiao Fei immediately stopped her. With them present, how could they let a woman pay? It's fine. Shuawei and I are the hosts, why are you two butting in? Tang Weiner gestured for Jiang Shuawei to go ahead. It's okay, leave it to me. My money is the same as Zuwei, Lin Chen said with a smile, then strode ahead to the front desk. Jiang Shuawei sat back down. It's fine, A Chen's treat is the same as mine. Jiang Shuawei giggled. Seeing her like this, Tang Weiner sighed helplessly. Now she owed Lin Chen yet another. My treat is the same as Sister Weiner's. Next time it's on me. Xiao Fei said with a cheeky grin. Tang Weiner shot him a glance, but didn't refute. This made Xiao Fei's smile even brighter. Hello, I'd like to pay for those tables, Lin Chen said, pointing. The receptionist nodded in the direction he indicated. All right, sir. Please wait a moment. Sir, your total is 14000. Will that be card or cash? The receptionist said with a professional smile. Card. Lin Chen pulled out his Centurion black card from his pocket. The female receptionist froze. What card was this? She had never seen one. Whoa, is that a Centurion black card? An incredulous exclamation came from beside Lin Chen. He and the receptionist turned to see a young man staring intensely at the Centurion black card in Lin Chen's hand. He was accompanied by a few youths who seemed to be his underlings. They too looked shocked at Lin Chen and the card. Yu Yang. Lin Chen was surprised to run into him here. Yu Yang was also startled, then said awkwardly, Master Lin, fancy meeting you again. The young man turned to Yu Yang in surprise. You know him? Sort of. Yu Yang answered with difficulty. The young man appeared very enthusiastic and extended a hand to Lin Chen. Hello, I'm Fang Xiangpan, the young master of Jinxiu Catering Co. Ltd. May I ask your distinguished name, Big Shot? Fang Xiangpan's tone was extremely respectful. As for why he mentioned being the young master, it wasn't to show off. It was to establish his worth and let others know his value. Otherwise, why would anyone bother to know you? With so many people in the world, can you accept everyone who wants to know you? This scene stunned Yu Yang and the other young men. Who was Fang Xiangpan? He was the son of the boss of Jinxiu. Jinxiu Catering was a listed company worth billions. Hello, I'm Lin Chen. Seeing his enthusiasm, Lin Chen couldn't refuse. Master Lin, you actually have a Centurion black card. That's incredible. Fang Xiangpan exclaimed excitedly after their initial introduction, his eyes fixed on the black card. Centurion black card. What's that? Is it powerful? Whoa. A Centurion black card is something only billionaires can have. And not just any billionaire. That awesome. Damn. Lin Chen is confirmed to be a super rich guy. Some members of the Hanfu Society who were leaving heard the commotion, excitedly discussing it, even stopping to examine the black card in Lin Chen's hand. It's alright. Lin Chen brushed it off. It was getting late, and he still had to go to Dihao. He didn't want to waste. Sorry, I have some matters to attend to. Let's chat another time. Lin Chen said politely, then handed the card back. Master Lin, you don't need to pay. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Can we add each other on WeChat? Let's hang out sometime. Fang Xiangpan smiled. The female receptionist naturally recognized the young master. The branch manager had specifically reminded her before coming. So she dared not take Lin Chen's card. I must pay, but we can add each other on WeChat. Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't need to owe favors, but making a friend. Fang Xiangpan was overjoyed and quickly exchanged WeChat contacts with Lin Chen. Seeing the receptionist look at him questioningly, he nodded with a smile. After paying, Lin Chen looked at Fang Xiangpan. I have something to do, so I need to leave with my friends. Sure, master. Lin Chen waved at Xiao Fei and the others, then they left Jinxiu restaurant together. Chen, who was that? Jiang Shuowei asked curiously. Just someone I met who insisted on adding me on WeChat. Lin Chen said with a smile as he got into the car with Jiang Shuowei. Jiang Shuowei grew suspicious. Chen, you need to be careful. In Tianfu City, even a handsome guy like you isn't safe, even if you're a guy. Lin Chen ruffled her hair helplessly. What are you thinking? Was that because he saw my black card when I paid? What's going on in that little head of yours? Jiang Shuowei stuck out her tongue. Hee alright. 3 cars drove out of the parking lot one after another. At the entrance of splendid restaurant Fang Xiangpan and Yu Yang watched the departing vehicles. As expected of a Centurion black card holder, his ride is a Koenigsegg 1-1. Fang Xiangpan, Master Fang, there's more. I recall Master Lin also owns a Lamborghini Veneno and a Shelby Tuatara. Yu Yang added. Impressive. The Lamborghini Veneno is valued at around 100 million and the Shelby Tuatara at 70 to 80 million. Do you know what Master Lin does? Fang Xiangpan asked curiously. Yu Yang shook his head. I don't know either, but some say on the campus forum that he's a major shareholder of the Penguin Corporation. I wonder if it's true. Fang Xiangpan immediately dismissed it. Impossible. A company the size of Penguin couldn't have such a young major shareholder. If you said it was Master Lin's elders, I might find it slightly believable. By the way, Yu Yang, since you know Master Lin, you must maintain that connection. You must keep it. It will greatly benefit you. Fang Xiangpan reminded. Yu Yang's face immediately fell. Maintain the connection. He'd be grateful if Lin Chen didn't come after him. Master Fang is right. I will definitely maintain it. Yu Yang could only grit his teeth and agree. Haha, good. Come, let me treat you to a drink. By the way, you all come too. Fang Xiangpan was very pleased and said with a smile. The other young men looked at Yu Yang with envy. Yu Yang was also flattered inside. If Master Fang knew I had offended Master Lin, would he still treat me this way? Yu Yang was skeptical. After a journey of just over 10 minutes, Lin Chen and his group arrived at the entrance of the Emperor's Grand Hotel. Lin Chen and his group arrived at the entrance of the Emperor's Grand Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, they saw Dong Fang already waiting respectfully with a group of attendants at the door. Chairman Lin, you've arrived. Dong Fang quickly stepped forward, slightly bowing. The surrounding attendants also chorused, greetings, Chairman Lin. Lin Chen nodded slightly. How are the preparations? Dong Fang promptly replied. Chairman Lin, rest assured, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. Lin Chen led the group into the hotel, with employees nodding respectfully along the way. Inside the celestial suite No. 1A, all the dishes had been served. Xiao Wei looked at the table in dismay. He had eaten too much earlier, not expecting an extra meal. Now there was little he could do to enjoy these delicacies. Lin Chen looked at Tang Weiner with a very serious expression. This Wang Defa had deceived him, tried to smear Dong Fong over this project, and there was all. Lin Chen looked at Tang Weiner with a very serious expression. This Wang Defa had deceived him, tried to smear Dong Fong over this project, and there was also the system reward. He was determined to deal with Wang Defa. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Tang Weiner. Although they knew Tang Weiner had a strained relationship with her father, blood ties still existed. Aiken, what are you saying? Give him a lesson, but there's no need to bankrupt him, is there? After all, he is Weiner's father. Zhang Shuowei nudged Lin Chen's arm and whispered. Xiao Fei's expression also changed as he looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Although Wang Defa had deceived Lin Chen to win the Emperor's Grand Project and gain fame, did it warrant such severity? After all, he was still Tang Weiner's father. Lin Chen ignored them and looked at Tang Weiner. If Tang Weiner didn't want him to do it, then he would. Do it behind her back. He wouldn't give up on the system mission. Even if Little Ruinfa was in a slump, now its market value was still over 15 billion RMB. 25% of the shares would be nearly 4 billion RMB. Tang Weiner took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He is no longer my father. He has nothing to do with me. Don't ask for my opinion. Tang Weiner shook her head. Lin Chen smiled. All right. Meanwhile, downstairs at the Emperor's Grand Hotel, Dong Fong was instructing the front desk when Wang Defa walked in. Oh, President Dong is here. I have an appointment with Chairman Lin for dinner at the Emperor's Grand. Do you know which suite? Wang Defa said with a triumphant smile. Previously he had to curry favor with Dong Fong, but now it was different. He had connected with Lin Chen. As soon as Dong Fong saw Wang Defa, his face darkened. This bastard had twisted the truth in front of Chairman Lin. If you have an appointment with Chairman Lin, wouldn't you know where? Dong Fong sneered, giving Wang Defa no courtesy. President Dong seems in a bad mood today. Has something? Can I be of help? Wang Defa's smile stiffened, but he still showed concern. Just not showing up in front of me is the greatest help you can give. Seeing Dong Fang's unusual reaction, Wang Defa's heart began to pound. Could it be that Dong Fang's attitude toward me is so bad? Because my report led to some punishment. Was I right? Wang Defa immediately grew excited. He had only known a bit of information and made a wild guess earlier. Could it really have hit the mark? Then, as the whistleblower plus his identity as Weiner's father, he might very well secure the Emperor's Grand Project. At this thought, Wang Defa couldn't wait to sign the contract with Lin Chen. President Dong, I don't mind if you dislike me, but at least tell me where Chairman Lin is. He really did invite me. You can ask him if you don't believe me. Wang Defa said with an innocent expression. Dong Fong was even more irritated by Wang Defa's demeanor. Chairman Lin is in Celestial Suite now. 1. Go there yourself. With that, Dong Fong ignored Wang Defa. Wang Defa didn't mind Dong Fang's attitude. His heart was filled with the words Celestial Suite No. 1. Chairman Lin specially booked the Celestial Suite No. Want to dine with me? He knew well the prestige of that suite. Great. Thank you, President Dong. He'll go dine with Chairman Lin now. Wang Defa laughed heartily as he walked toward the elevator. Dong Fong watched his retreating figure with a sneer. You don't even deserve to be invited to dinner by Chairman Lin. How clueless. Dong Fong snorted, then took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Chen, informing him that Wang Defa had arrived. Lin Chen smiled upon seeing the message. Soon a knock came at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Lin Chen said calmly. The door clicked open and Wang Defa walked in with a beaming smile. Wang Defa was taken aback to see so many people in the private room. Chairman Lin, my apologies for arriving late. Wang Defa forced a fawning smile, bowing and scraping as he spoke. Lin Chen raised his hand slightly. President Wang, please take a seat. Wang Defa cautiously found an empty seat and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the group. When he saw Tang Weiner, a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. Tang Weiner found Wang Defa's demeanor rather embarrassing. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Chairman Lin, it is truly an honor to dine with you today. Wang Defa spoke with sycophantic flattery. Lin Chen smiled, but didn't engage. President Wang, let's eat first. We can talk as we dine. The others began to eat, while Wang Defa incessantly praised the dishes, trying to curry favor with Lin Chen. President Wang, there's something I'd like to ask you. Lin Chen wore a smile, his tone seemingly casual. Please, Chairman Lin, go ahead. Wang Defa responded with ingratiating politeness. The things you said about Dong Fong in my presence, do you have any evidence? You know that if Dong Fong truly has issues, it would greatly impact the Emperor Hotel. Wang Defa's expression shifted slightly. Lin Chen hasn't found out yet. Then why was Dong Fong acting that way? Well, Chairman Lin, I heard it from others. I don't have any evidence. Wang Defa could only force himself to say. Heard. It seems President Wang places great faith in hearsay. You reported it to me, based on mere rumors. Lin Chen remarked with a faint smile. Wang Defa's heart skipped a beat, and sweat began to form on his brow. He cautiously glanced at Lin Chen's expression. Seeing no sign of anger, he found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Fei and Shun Xiao carried on eating and drinking as if oblivious to the conversation between Lin Chen and Wang Defa. Chairman Lin, then, what did your investigation reveal? Wang Defa spoke hesitantly. The smile on Lin Chen's face gradually cooled. President Wang, I understand your eagerness to secure this deal with the Emperor Hotel. We're all businessmen. But slandering my general manager of the Emperor Hotel without cause seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Business is built on integrity. How can I trust you to handle this project properly? Wang Defa quickly replied, yes. Chairman Lin is right. It's all my fault. It was wrong of me to jump to conclusions without solid evidence. But, Chairman Lin, could you please give me another chance? I truly need this opportunity. As Wang Defa spoke, his voice grew low and subdued. Wanner's mother and I divorced long ago. She was raised solely by her mother, and I never fulfilled my responsibilities as a father. I feel such deep regret. Now my greatest wish is to expand this company, make it strong, and then give it to Wanner as a token of my remorse. Wang Defa even managed to squeeze out a few tears. For a moment, everyone at the table fell silent. Although they all suspected Wang Defa was putting on a show, no one said anything. Cut it out. Wang Defa, stop this. You're just trying to manipulate Lin Chen because you know he and I are close. I'm telling you, we have nothing to do with each other anymore. Tang Wanner finally erupted. She wondered what terrible karma from her past life had saddled her with such a shameless father. Wang Defa looked up at Tang Wanner. Wanner, I know you won't forgive your father, but I will prove myself through my action. With that, he turned back to Lin Chen, raised his glass with both hands, and said, Chairman Lin, please give me a chance. He downed the drink in one gulp. Lin Chen watched Wang Defa with amused interest. Truth be told, he almost admired the man's audacity. Just then Wang Defa's phone rang. Wang Defa glanced at the caller ID. It was from the other partners in his company. Dining with Lin Chen, he dared not answer casually, so he hung up. However, soon the phone rang again, the shrill sound grating in the private room. Lin Chen said with a smile, President Wang, are you sure you don't want to answer that? It might be something important. A sense of dread crept into Wang Defa's heart, but he couldn't refuse Lin Chen. He forced himself to say, Chairman Lin, excuse me. I'll take this call. He answered, and before he could speak, an anxious voice came through the line. Old Wang, this is bad. The bank suddenly demands immediate repayment. No grace period at all. Several partner companies have canceled orders. Our company is in big trouble. Wang Defa's face turned ashen. His voice trembling, he asked, what's going on? Why is this happening? I don't know either. It all came out of nowhere. We're completely unprepared. The partner's voice was filled with anxiety and panic. Did you offend someone outside? Wang Defa subconscious. No, it couldn't be me. A sudden thought struck Wang Defa. He stared at Lin Chen, who wore a knowing smirk, and asked with difficulty, Chairman Lin, did you do this? Lin Chen took a sip of soup, his eyes lighting up as he nodded slowly, unhurriedly commenting, this soup is excellent. Wang Defa's eyes widened, desperation creeping into his voice. Chairman Lin, you're driving me into a corner. Lin Chen set down his spoon. Did I? When did I ever push you? Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Wang Defa's lips quivered. Chairman Lin, I know I was wrong. Please have mercy and spare my company. I have nothing left now. My daughter won't acknowledge me. This company is all I have. Wang Defa collapsed into his chair in despair. Wanner. Wang Defa clung to the name like a lifeline, murmuring it repeatedly as he turned his gaze to Tang Wanner. Tang Wanner instinctively leaned closer to Xiao Fei. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened. Now it was time to see Tang Wanner's choice. If she ultimately softened her heart, he would have to find another way. Jiang Shuawei and the others also turned their eyes toward Tang Wanner. Wanner, this company is your father's life's work. You must help me. I'm begging you, please. Wang Defa looked at Tang Wanner with pleading eyes, yet for some reason her heart remained utter. All she felt was a sense of reflection. She still remembered how resolute Wang Defa had been when he divorced her mother. She had clung to his leg with the same pleading gaze, begging him not to go through with it. She hadn't wanted to be a fatherless child. But a glint of determination flickered in Tang Wanner's eyes. Wang Defa, don't you still have your current wife? And your children? You're not completely destitute. As for the company, since it was one of the reasons that pushed you and my mother to divorce, then its bankruptcy shall be your atonement to us, mother and son. Wang Defa's eyes were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected Tang Wanner to be so ruthless. After all, she was his own daughter. Wang Defa's lips trembled, and he pointed at Tang Wanner, shaking with rage. You unfilial daughter. I should never have given birth to you. Tang Wanner remained silent. Xiao Fei's eyes flashed with anger. Enough, Wang Defa. If you keep making a scene, it won't just be your company going bankrupt. Xiao Fei said angrily. Jiang Shuawei hugged Tang Wanner with concern, then looked at Wang Defa. To give birth, but not raise, that is beneath a human being. And you still have the nerve to call yourself Wanner's father. Jiang Shuawei also erupted. Have you ever given Wanner a single cent all these years? Have you ever visited Wanner? All of this Tang Wanner had told her after that night, when she drank and returned to the dorm. Only then did Jiang Shuawei realize how beastly Wang Defa was. After the divorce, up until Tang Wanner graduated from high school, he had only visited her twice. As for child support, apart from the first few months, he never paid again. Tang Wanner's mother didn't want to make a fuss over this matter. The apartment left behind was in the city center and sold for nearly 7 million. Wang Defa opened his mouth, but remained speechless. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Enter, Lin Chen said calmly. Then several waiters entered. Chairman Lin. They bowed slightly respectfully. Take him out. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The waiters approached Wang Defa upon hearing this. Please, sir. Only then did Wang Defa realize what these waiters were there for. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. Wang Defa shook his head repeatedly, then suddenly knelt before Lin Chen. Chairman Lin, please forgive me. I don't want that project anymore. I don't want it. Lin Chen waved his hand in disgust. The waiters received the order, and together they hoisted Wang Defa up. Waiter, please help me plead with Chairman Lin. He'll give you half of my company shares. Waiter. As the private room door closed, Wang Defa's shouts finally faded away. Tang Weiner finally couldn't help but bury her face in the table and cry bitterly. Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Jiang Shuawei comforted her for a long while before Tang Weiner's emotions gradually stabilized. Don't cry, Weiner. We're all your family, Jiang Shuawei said softly. Yes, I'm your family too. Xiao Fei immediately chimed in while thinking to himself. Husband is family, isn't that right? Lin Chen also nodded. Xiao Wei and Chun Xiao exchanged bewildered glances and then nodded along. Thank you all. Tang Weiner wiped her tears and forced a smile. A warmth flowed through her heart. The food is getting cold, let's eat quickly. Yes. Sister Weiner, try this. Meanwhile, in the first floor lobby, Wang Defa was being firmly watched by several waiters as they escorted him out of the hotel. Wang Defa was still thinking about how to deal with his partners later. This matter couldn't be hidden. Just as he was thinking, he heard a mocking voice. Yo, isn't this President Wang? Eating so fast. Didn't get enough. Could it be that Chairman Lin? Wang Defa looked up and saw Dong Fong, standing not far away with a sarcastic expression. Dong Fong had been waiting downstairs just to vent his anger. Wang Defa did not bother with Dong Fong. He couldn't afford to provoke Dong Fong either. After eating for a while, Lin Chen and the others found some servers to be designated drivers and drove back to the school. They also arranged several cars to send them back. Back in the dorm, Chen Xiao immediately rushed to the bathroom. It was the first time he hadn't gone straight to sleep after drinking. The other three listened to his violent, retching grins spreading across their faces. This Chen Xiao is such a loser. Lin Chen had intended to take a shower first, but seeing this he had to give up. He didn't dare imagine how strong the smell in the bathroom was now. After over 10 minutes, Chen Xiao finally emerged and collapsed onto his bed without a sound. Lin Chen waited for more than half an hour before daring to get down from his bunk to take a shower. Time passed quickly, and soon it was Friday. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. System reward 25 shares of Xirunfa have been issued. Lin Chen was just finishing his last class. Hearing the news of the task completion, a smile appeared on his face. This Wang Defa couldn't hold out either. He went bankrupt in just a few days. Lin Chen chuckled. Another few billion credited. Although it wasn't a huge sum, every little bit counts, right? The four had just returned to the dorm when the system prompt rang in Lin Chen's mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. System reward complete scripts for Zhangxi Shou Fujianlong series, Wabushi Yaoshan and I Hao Li Huanying Tangrenji Tanan series have been issued to the host computer. Lin Chen was stunned. When was this system task assigned? He thought carefully and finally remembered. The content seemed to be to eliminate more than half of the parasites in Longhu Company. Bro, it took this long to clear more than half of the parasites. Lin Chen felt tired. He had just dealt with Rongtou land matters a few days ago, and now he received such bad news. Long's prospects were far higher than Rongtou lands. The future belonged to the internet. As the leading internet company of Daxia, its development potential was self-evident. Longhu must not encounter problems. But for now he could only make plans later. Fang Amping must have put in a lot of effort to carry out his instructions. Long's prospects were far higher than Rongtou lands. The future belonged to the internet. As the leading internet company of Daxia, its development potential was self-evident. Having too many companies wasn't necessarily a good thing. The four had just returned to the dorm when a knock came at the door. Chen Xiao ran to open the door. Outside stood three unfamiliar people. They were Su Dafeng and his two companions. They had forgotten about the incident for a few days, but seeing Lin Chen and the others enter this dorm today reminded them. May I ask who you are? Chen Xiao asked doubtfully. He didn't know any of these three, had never seen them before. Don't worry about who I am. I'm here to give you trouble. Su Dafeng got angry just thinking about that smell from that day, or he even had a physical reaction now. He snorted coldly, and then sized up Lin Chen and the others. Xiao Fei and the others heard Su Dafeng's arrogance. He didn't even try to hide his intention to cause trouble, and they turned their attention to him. When he saw Xiao Fei and Lin Chen, a flash of jealousy appeared in Su Dafeng's eyes. I'm asking you, did you guys shit in your dorm that day? That's stinky. You all dressed decently. Can't you be a little cleaner? Su Dafeng criticized unceremoniously. Exactly. Not being clean is one thing, but why did you leave the door open? The smell spread all over the hallway. Today you must give us an explanation. The men besides Su Dafeng also shouted. Lin Chen, Xiao Fei, and Xiao Wei upon hearing it was about that incident stopped paying attention. After all, it was Chen Xiao who did it, so let Chen Xiao handle it himself. Chen Xiao knew he was in the wrong and immediately softened his attitude. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you. I promise this will never happen again. Su Dafeng saw that Chen Xiao was sensible enough and his anger subsided somewhat. Be careful next time, or I'll report you to the dorm matron. Su Dafeng snorted, and then left with his men. Chen Xiao, having been lectured, was also a bit annoyed. He slammed the door shut and shouted, come on, come on. Boss old fourth, let's queue. Today I'm going for Meteor. Bring it on. I've been practicing a new hero, Water Lady, just in time to synergize with Boss Big Buddha. Xiao Fei chuckled and got up to walk to his computer. Lin Chen saw it was still early, not even 4 o'clock. Alright, I'll play a couple of rounds with you. A dozen minutes later, all three had turned into soul tombs. Chen Xiao, I'm not trying to blame you, but I even got you the Tianxiong skin, and you're still throwing. When did I troll you? Where's your ULT? Your wires? You died without putting them on me. I was killed in a combo, couldn't release them. At 5:30 after class, Jiang Shuowei called Lin Chen. Lin Chen was in the middle of a match at Huiyangjing. He saw Jiang Zuowei's call abandon the game and went AF. At 5:30 after class, Jiang Shuowei called Lin Chen. Lin Chen was in the middle of a match at Huiyangjing. He saw Jiang Zuowei's call abandon the game and went AFK. Chen, what are you doing? Just playing games with Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao. Are you done with class? Yes. He'll pack up and come down. I'm ready to head over. Because tomorrow morning Zhou Dongxue needed to go to Yinxing Hospital for another checkup, Lin Chen decided to go along. They agreed to sleep at Lin Chen's place tonight. Okay, I'll be down right away. Okay. As soon as Lin Chen hung up, he heard Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao yelling. Boss, what are you doing? Don't tell me your computer is lagging with such good specs. Xiao Fei took off his headphones and turned to Lin Chen with dissatisfaction. Xiao Fei and I were 2 against 3 and almost won. If you hadn't gone AFK, we would have definitely won that fight in Huiyangjing. Chen Xiao chimed in. But your sister-in-law called. Then I'll tell your sister-in-law that you two were complaining about her calling me. Lin Chen said innocently. Forget it, forget it. Huh. It's nothing serious. The main thing is the thrill. Let's go. Respawn at Changshan Stockade and fight. Go, go, go. Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao immediately dropped the topic. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly as he put his headphones back on. Do you think I can't handle you two? I'll just 1 point short. Gazing at the second-place position in the game, Xiao Fei regretfully removed his headphones. Lin Chen, however, remained indifferent. After all, it was merely entertainment. For a man who was about to become a trillionaire, only his wife truly mattered. Well then, you guys carry on. Lin Chen said as he shut down the computer. Lao Air, if you want to play, just turn it on. I didn't set a password. He lifted his head to look at Xiao Wei, who was staring blankly at his phone. Yet Xiao Wei seemed not to hear, fixated solely on his phone. Lao Air. This drew the attention of Xiao Fei and Chen Xiao as well. Xiao Wei. Chen Xiao called out too. Xiao Wei then looked up at Chen Xiao, dazed. Huh, what is it? Lin Chen and the other two were speechless. The boss is calling you. Xiao Wei turned to Lin Chen. What's up, boss? Lin Chen shook his head. Nothing much, just reminding you that you can use the computer if you want. I didn't set a password. Oh, okay. Xiao Wei nodded in agreement. What's wrong? You seem distracted. Lin Chen asked curiously. Nothing. Xiao Wei clearly wasn't keen. Seeing this, Lin Chen pressed no further. Alright, then I'll be off. He gathered his belongings and left the dormitory. Arriving at the parking lot, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before driving out the Koenigsegg. A car, after all, needs to be driven in rotation. He felt the school parking lot was gradually turning into his private. On his way to the parking lot, he noticed that construction had begun at a certain site. It was supposed to be the biology laboratory built in collaboration with Suzhou University. Thinking about this, Lin Chen felt a surge of anticipation. 10 billion RMB in cash. This was different from stocks. These were liquid assets. Lin Chen drove the blackened Koenigsegg 11 to Building 8, where Jiang Shuowei was already waiting on. Jiang Shuowei was wearing a light blue floral dress today, its hem swaying gently in the breeze. Her soft long hair cascaded over her shoulders with a few playful strands curling by her cheeks. When she spotted Lin Chen's car, her eyes sparkled, and a sweet smile curved her lips, revealing shallow dimples. This instantly captivated several male students who had been stealing glances at her. Then a car pulled into their line of sight, and their gazes forcibly shifted to the vehicle. For men, the allure of a supercar far outweighed that of a campus belle. This car. Damn, it's gorgeous. Lin Chen got out to open the door for Jiang Shuowei, her face brimming with joy. After she got in, he closed the door, took the driver's seat, and drove away from the dormitory building. Lin Chen and Jiang Shuowei sped off in the Koenigsegg. Dozens of minutes later, the car had barely stopped when Lin's parents emerged with beaming smiles. Lin's mother hurried over, took Jiang Zuowei's hand, and said, Shuowei, were you tired on the way? Jiang Shuowei replied with a sweet smile. Annie, I'm not tired at all. Lin's father also greeted them cheerfully. Come in and eat, we've been waiting for you too. Lin Chen chuckled. I've been hungry for a while. Stepping inside, Zhou Ling hurried over, her face radiant with delight. Sister Shuowei, you're finally back. Hearing the word back from Zhou Ling's lips, Jiang Shuowei felt an inexplicable surge of joy in her heart. Yes, Xiaoling, how have you been at school lately? Pretty good. My teachers and classmates have been very kind to me. Lin Chen observed Zhou Ling. After staying here for over half a month, the girl was noticeably more lively. It showed how important a good learning and living environment truly was. Zhou Dongxue was also there, as she was going to Yinxing Hospital the next day. After the family had dinner, they chatted for a while in the living room before retiring to their rooms. Lin Chen, of course, had his own room. Though he hadn't been intimate in a while and missed it since he was at home with his parents around, he had to behave. The next morning, Lin's parents Lin Chen and Zhou Dongxue headed to Inqing Hospital together. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuwei accompanied Zhou Ling on a shopping trip. The main reason was to avoid bringing Zhou Ling along. If her condition worsened, it was best that she remained unaware. As their car stopped at the hospital entrance, they saw Director Zhang Yud already waiting there. Chairman Lin, Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, welcome. Zhang Yud greeted them warmly. Lin Chen nodded. Director Zhang, thank you for your trouble. They all walked into the hospital together. As they walked, Zhang Yud explained the pre-arranged examination procedures. After the checkup, Zhou Dongxue looked somewhat exhausted. Where's Dr. Lin? Lin Chen asked casually. After all, he had recruited him, so he ought to show some concern. Director Lin is in the operating room. Zhang Yud quickly replied. Lin Chen nodded and prepared to leave with his parents. The test results would take some time. He would have Zhang Yud call him later. Lin Chen turned around in surprise. Director Lin, are you done with your surgery? Lin nodded. I just came out of the OR. I heard you were. Lin Chen turned around in surprise. Director Lin, are you done with your surgery? Lin nodded. I just came out of the OR. I heard you were here and rushed over immediately. Lin Chen smiled and nodded slightly. You should rest after surgery. It's fine, Mr. Lin. I came to express my gratitude publicly. Lin spoke with heartfelt appreciation. Only after arriving here did he realize how excellent the treatment Lin Chen had given him was. It was a world of difference from his previous post at Jintang County First People's Hospital. No need to thank me. You deserve it. Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Lin said a few more words then left so as not to delay them further. Son, what was that all about? Lin's mother asked curiously. Lin Chen briefly explained the situation. You can't judge a book by its cover. That Director Lin is truly admirable. Lin's parents showered him with praise. After returning home, Lin Chen waited until after lunch and then prepared to visit Bomai Medical. Bomai Medical wasn't in Suzhou, but in Ba City. He had already asked Lu Hai to arrange a plane for 1 o'clock the previous afternoon. He had wanted to bring Jiang Shuwei along, but Zhou Ling insisted that Jiang Shuwei stay and play with her for a couple of days. Jiang Shuwei had no choice but to agree. Dad, you stay in the car? I can go in on my own. Arriving at Suzhou Airport, Lin Chen got out and said to his father, who was about to get out as well. Lin's father hesitated for a moment before agreeing. To be honest, there had been several plane crashes recently, and people said that when something goes wrong on a plane, all you can do is pray. Passengers had no means of survival whatsoever. Hence, he was deeply worried. Lin Chen watched the rear of the car as his father drove away, feeling an indescribable sensation within. It was as if he had truly grown up. Taking a deep breath, he headed toward the boarding gate. This was, after all, Lin Chen's first time flying, so it was impossible not to feel a bit nervous. After checking in, he stepped into the first-class cabin of the plane. As soon as he sat down, a flight attendant with a graceful figure and stunning features approached him. The moment her eyes met Lin Chen's, a flash of admiration flickered in her gaze. This young guy is so handsome. And in first class. A professional sweet smile bloomed on the flight attendant's face as she said softly, Sir, welcome aboard this flight. Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded. The flight attendant continued, Sir, let me adjust your seat for maximum. As she spoke, she leaned in closer to Lin Chen, a faint scent of perfume wafting from her. Lin Chen shifted slightly and said politely, Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Just then the flight attendant's gaze suddenly caught sight of the watch on Lin Chen's wrist. Her eyes brightened even more. Unfazed by Lin Chen's indifference, she said, Sir, if you need anything during the flight, feel free to call me anytime. Lin Chen simply responded with a brief, Soon the plane stabilized and Lin Chen looked out the window, instantly captivated by the view outside. After a while, the flight attendant found another opportunity to approach, her voice soft as she said, Sir, would you like to try some special pastries prepared for our first-class passengers? Without turning his head, Lin Chen said coolly, No thank you. At that moment, a man seated next to Lin Chen let out a disdainful snort. The man was dressed in a suit and tie, wore an expensive watch, and exuded an air of arrogance. He glanced at the flight attendant, swallowed, and said, Miss, don't waste your time here. He doesn't appreciate it. The flight attendant's smile faltered slightly, but she maintained her professionalism. The man turned to Lin Chen. Young man, what do you do for a living? Lin Chen's expression was icy. I'm still a student. Upon hearing this, a flicker of contempt crossed the man's eyes. Then you'd better work hard so you can find a good company to work for after graduating. I run my own company, and it's fairly decent. I don't even look at resumes below a bachelor's degree. Lin Chen glanced at him, but didn't respond. The man pressed on, What school do you go to? Lin Chen saw through his intention, gave him a dismissive glance, and was he trying to show off in front of the flight attendant? Being ignored by Lin Chen, the man grew irritated, feeling You're not at a vocational college, are you? If so, you'd better prepare for an upgrade to a bachelor's, or it'll be tough to find a job in this society. He then turned to the flight attendant. Miss, can I have your contact info? I own a company in Ba City, and there's a nice restaurant nearby. How about dinner tonight? As he spoke, the man showed a gentle smile toward the flight attendant. A flicker of interest appeared on her face. She considered the company in Boss City. But then she looked at Lin Chen's handsome face and the Patek Philippe on his wrist. I'm sorry, sir, but regulations prevent us from exchanging contact information with passengers. The flight attendant said with a professional smile. The man felt a surge of anger. He had clearly seen her glance at the student beside him before directly rejecting him. You're still in college, right? How about considering a job at my company? I can offer you 7,000 yuan a month. The man said mockingly. Of course, he didn't actually intend to hire Lin Chen, or anyone who could afford first class was certainly well off. Naturally, Lin Chen would look down on such a paltry sum. The man's goal was to deflate the student's ego in front of the flight attendant, making her understand that good looks weren't everything. What mattered most was money in the pocket. Lin Chen paid no attention to the man, who he had encountered too many pests like him. It was boring. The flight attendant was speechless. Wasn't this guy just looking for trouble? The man eyed the flight attendant's slender legs and full chest, unable to resist swallowing again. No, he had to find a way to win her over today. With that thought, the man turned back to Lin Chen. What? Not enough. How about 10,000? Seeing that Lin Chen still didn't respond, he pressed on. Still not satisfied with 10,000? 10,000 is already the ceiling for college kids like you. People need to be down to earth. Otherwise, once you're out in society. Annoyed by the noise, Lin Chen said, forget it. You'd better keep your 10,000 and buy yourself a plot of land. You mother few. The man immediately flared up, but managed to restrain his anger. He raised the watch on his wrist. Kid, do you know how much this watch costs? You couldn't afford it, even if you saved for a month. He glanced at the flight attendant, feeling a bit smug. Lin Chen looked at the watch with some surprise. A watch with 10 digits. The flight attendant, upon hearing the man's words and seeing his watch, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This watch was only worth a few 10,000 yuan. Showing off in front of someone wearing a Patek Philippe. Oh, so how much is your watch? A hint of mockery curled at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he spoke calmly. The man proudly said, it's not much, just over 40,000. Lin Chen couldn't help but snicker. This immediately angered the man, who noticed Lin Chen also wore a watch and demanded, what about your watch? With that disdainful look, yours must be worth tens of thousands too. Lin Chen replied calmly, it's a Patek Philippe. Not expensive, just over $1 million or so. At Lin Chen's words, even the other first-class passengers who had been watching were stunned, casting curious glances. The flight attendant was equally shocked, as she had thought it was worth several hundred thousand, but it was actually over $1 million. That could buy a house. Instantly, the flight attendant's gaze at Lin Chen grew even more fervent. But the man, instead of being shocked, laughed loudly and mocked, haha, you. Wearing a Patek Philippe. It must be fake. Lin Chen scoffed. The man persisted, so young and already pretending to be rich, wearing a fake watch to save face. Hey, I wonder how your parents raised you. Lin Chen's gaze turned cold. He had been treating the man as a joke, but now. You mentioned you run a company, Yulin Game Interactive Entertainment. It's not big, probably worth a few tens of millions at most. Seeing Lin Chen ask, the man's eyes lit up with delight, and he feigned nonchalance as he spoke. The flight attendant couldn't help but glance at the man. He really had strength. Lin Chen silently etched that name into memory. From the sound of it, the man was clearly an internet operator, which made handling him even easier. Young man, may I take a look at your watch? A middle-aged man seated behind Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. He had just been eyeing the watch on Lin Chen's wrist, which appeared to be a Patek Philippe 5961P. If the watch was genuine, it was indeed worth over 1,500,000 yuan. Lin Chen glanced at the man, then removed the watch and handed it to him. Thank you for the trouble. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude, then carefully examined the watch. Do you even need to look? A student wearing a Patek Philippe. Huh. The man scoffed disdainfully. If this student were truly that wealthy, how could he remain so composed under such mockery? Wouldn't he be desperate to prove his riches? But here he was utterly unruffled. The middle-aged man paid no heed to that remark, focusing intently on the watch. The flight attendant, too, was consumed by curiosity. This is an authentic Patek Philippe. And it's the Patek Philippe 5961P, valued at 1,560,000 yuan, the middle-aged man exclaimed with excitement. After a few reluctant glances, he returned the watch to Lin Chen. You? Are you sure? A student still in vocational school can afford a watch worth over $1 million. The man's smirk froze, and he stammered out the question. The middle-aged man's expression turned serious. I am a master watchmaker from Guzuan. I could not possibly be mistaken, he declared with absolute certainty. The man fell silent. Damn. To encounter a student on an airplane who turned out to be this loaded? Thank goodness the watch wasn't worth tens of millions, otherwise he would probably be on his knees begging for forgiveness right now. A watch worth over $1 million indicated that this student had considerable financial strength, but not enough to bring his company to ruins with a single word. He should never have acted so arrogantly. Now he had blurted out his company's name. And he wasn't even the boss, just a shareholder. Stripped of any desire to flirt with the flight attendant, the man shrank back toward the window. For a time, the first-class cabin finally fell quiet. Lin Chen appreciated the peace. However, after this incident, the flight attendant became even more attentive. She kept fussing over him, almost offering him a little umbrella. Sir, would you like a little umbrella? She asked. A few dozen minutes later, the plane finally touched down. As he disembarked, the flight attendant gazed wistfully at his retreating figure. She felt a pang of defeat. For the first time, she doubted her own allure. It wasn't entirely about his wealth and looks. The small part of her had noticed something else, a hint of vitality and strength about Lin Chen. After exiting the airport, a woman in her mid-20s dressed in a professional business suit approached him with several others. "Are you Chairman Lin Chen?" the woman asked respectfully. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over her with a flicker of admiration. This woman's figure and beauty surpassed even the flight attendants, but compared to Xu Wei was the best. "Yes, I am. Chairman Lin, I am Su Yuan, manager of the Human Resources Department at Bomai Medical. I am here to escort you to the company." Su Yuan spoke with deference. "Very well, let's go." Lin Chen gave a slight nod. They started walking out of the airport. Meanwhile, the man from the plane, standing not far away, overheard their conversation. "Bomai Medical. Let me search for it." The man took out his phone and looked it up. Holy crap. A market value of over 14 billion yuan. Beads of sweat broke out on the man's forehead. Why did he have to run his mouth and mock someone else? He even slapped himself in regret. The sharp sound of the slap echoed through the hall. Passers-by stared at the man with strange expressions. Is this guy crazy? Let's hurry, son. Several dozen minutes later, at the entrance of Bomai Medical Tower, a large crowd was eagerly awaiting. "I'm telling you all, during Chairman Lin's inspection of Bomai Medical, no one is allowed to mess up. Now that Bomai Medical has been acquired by Chairman Lin, we must ensure he sees our value," a middle-aged man in a suit declared sternly. This man was Sun Pengfei, the general manager of Bomai Medical. For an 18-year-old youth to completely acquire all shares of a company worth over 14 billion yuan was testament to the terrifying background behind him. This was Bomai Medical's opportunity. Even if the young man knew nothing about medicine, he was wealthy beyond measure. With sufficient financial backing, Bomai could leap forward and even become the leading medical company in the country. Then Sun Pengfei, as its general manager, would secure an enviable position. "Don't worry, General Sun. We've prepared for Chairman Lin's inspection with utmost dedication." Another middle-aged man spoke with a smile. He was Li Xiaoping, one of the 3 vice presidents of Bomai Medical. "Indeed, Chairman Lin is our direct superior. No one would be foolish enough to trip up, right? Ha ha ha. General Sun sure knows how to joke." The other 2 speakers were also vice presidents Fang Xiaomei and Zhao Goen. Together, they were the trio most delighted by the change of ownership. Now all 3 saw a chance to seize the general manager's seat. The other executives watched these 4 jostling for dominance, long accustomed to such scenes. Ever since Bomai Medical was entirely acquired, the atmosphere had shifted. This was far from the first such clash. Sun Pengfei maintained a calm expression, seemingly indifferent to the hostility from the trio. Just then, a black business van pulled up slowly. "The car is here. That's the company car, right?" Yes. It must be Chairman Lin. I can't wait. Who is this mysterious figure who bought out Bomai Medical entire?" The van came to a gentle stop. Su Yuan glanced at the executive team waiting at the entrance, then walked around to open the door for Lin Chen. Seeing this, Sun Pengfei immediately stepped forward. The 3 vice presidents followed closely, not yielding an inch. As the door swung open and Lin Chen barely got to his feet, Sun Pengfei hurriedly introduced himself. "Chairman Lin. Welcome to Bomai Medical for your inspection. I am Sun Pengfei, general manager of Bomai." "Chairman Lin, I'm Li Xiaoping. Vice President of Bomai Medical." "I'm Fang Xiaomei." "Chairman Lin, I'm Zhao Goen." The 3 promptly chimed in. They were all vying to make a favorable first impression. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Was the top management of Bomai Medical a bit too enthusiastic? "I'm good," Lin Chen replied in a calm, indifferent tone. Is that Chairman Lin? He looks like he's still in school." Among the group of executives, one person exclaimed in surprise. In an instant, Sun Pengfei and the 3 vice presidents all darkened their faces. Was there really someone so tactless? Couldn't he keep those thoughts to himself? Did he have to say it out loud? Lin Chen also felt a bit irritated and glanced at the speaker. The surrounding executives all shuffled aside, fearing that Lin Chen and the senior management might mistake them for the offender. The man who had spoken was already drenched in sweat. "What do you think, I'm too young to be your boss?" Lin Chen looked at him with a half smile. Cold sweat dripped from the man's forehead. No. I hold the utmost respect for you, Chairman Lin." Since Sun Pengfei had never interacted with Lin Chen before and didn't know his temperament, he dared not mediate. "Come show me around the company." Lin Chen ignored the man and spoke calmly to Sun Pengfei. "Yes, Chairman Lin. This way, please." Sun Pengfei quickly led the way with reverence. The group hurriedly followed, and the 3 vice presidents all cast cold glances at the man. All the executives wore expressions of schadenfreude. After all, most of them were competitors. "Pack your things and get—" Li Xiaoping snorted coldly and turned to follow. The man was left behind on the verge of tears. It's over. All over. No one expected that within a minute of Chairman Lin's arrival someone would be in trouble. After a brief tour of Bomai Medical and an overview of some business projects, it was already 6 in the evening. "It's getting late, let's call it a day," Lin Chen said, sounding slightly tired. "Of course, Chairman Lin. We've arranged a welcome banquet for you. Would you Sun Pengfei asked cautiously. The other vice presidents and executives also looked at Lin Chen with anticipation. After a moment's thought, Lin Chen agreed. Since his tickets were for tomorrow anyway, having a meal was no big deal. All right, Lin Chen nodded. That's wonderful. Sun Pengfei and the others were delighted. Besides the 4 company executives, HR manager, Su Yuan, and managers from 4 other departments also joined. Sun Pengfei had specially booked the finest restaurant in the city. The group escorted Lin Chen into a private room. As soon as they entered, the luxurious decor and exquisite furnishings were dazzling. Everyone took their seats, and Sun Pengfei quickly instructed the waiter to serve the dishes. Lin Chen sat in the seat of honor and took a moment to text Jiangshu away. Soon a table full of exquisite dishes was laid out. Sun Pengfei raised his glass, beaming with a smile. Chairman Lin, on behalf of all Bomai medical employees, I toast to you and welcome your arrival. Lin Chen smiled, raised his glass, clinked it lightly, and downed it in one gulp. Chairman Lin, I also. Li Xiaoping and the other 2, not to be outdone, each offered a toast. Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the door to the private room suddenly slammed open. A burly man with a fierce look, dressed ostentatiously, strode in, followed by several hefty men. Stop right there. Clear out now. This room is already booked by us. The man barked. The sudden commotion stunned everyone in the room. Lin Chen heard what the man said and calmly turned to look at Sun Pengfei. All the arrangements were handled by Sun Pengfei. If he couldn't even manage such a trivial matter. In that moment, Li Xiaoping and the other 2 vice presidents grew excited. If Sun Pengfei offended Chairman Lin because of this, wouldn't that open up an opportunity for them? Sun Pengfei was also bewildered. Hadn't he booked this room days ago, as soon as he learned Chairman Lin would be visiting? How could some people suddenly claim it was their room? This was the most exclusive room in the restaurant, and to dine here required the highest status. In fact, he had only secured it because he mentioned he was hosting the sole shareholder of Bomai Medical. If this offended Chairman Lin, the consequences would be unbearable. After all, Bomai Medical was now Lin Chen's sole decision-maker. Chairman Lin, I booked this room days ago. I guarantee it's ours. Sun Pengfei quickly explained to Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't want to say much. Then handle it. Sun Pengfei nodded respectfully and stood up to face the men at the door. Sun Pengfei's expression was grim. I booked this room days ago. Are you mistaken? If you don't believe me, call the restaurant owner and ask. Sun Pengfei's voice was cold and sharp. The leading man smirked disdainfully. Call the restaurant owner. Why would I do that? This room was booked by us first. Just get out of here now. Why all the nonsense? Sun Pengfei, general manager of Bomai Medical. Sun Pengfei's temper flared. He was usually someone who was flattered and courted by others. If it weren't for Chairman Lin being present, he wouldn't have held back. He was not used to such treatment. Bomai Medical. What's that? The man paused and blurted out instinctively. Hearing this, everyone in the room, including Lin Chen, darkened their expressions. After all, it was his company. Just then someone whispered in the man's ear. Brother Ma, Bomai Medical is the largest medical company in Ba City with a market value of over 10 billion. It's quite formidable. Brother Ma raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. That was indeed a significant background. The general manager of a 10 billion yuan corporation. Was this kid the big boss' son? A bunch of people in their 30s and 40s showing such deference to a child. How pathetic. His eye. Was this kid the big boss' son? A bunch of people in their 30s and 40s showing such deference to a child. On a normal day, the title of general manager of a 10 billion yuan corporation would indeed be too much for him to offend. But today was different. Today he was acting on behalf of someone else. Hearing Brother Ma's words, Sun Pengfei retorted angrily. What kind of thing? A thing you can't afford to mess with. Brother Ma found this amusing. Oh, you're right. I really can't afford to mess with you. Since you can't afford to, then get out. Sun Pengfei relaxed and said coldly. But before he could finish, Brother Ma cut him off. I can't afford to, but the person behind me can. They'll say this one last. Everyone get up and clear out now. This room is ours. If you keep delaying, when that person arrives, your so-called Bomai Medical won't be able to handle the fallout. Sun Pengfei suppressed his temper and demanded, Who exactly are you? How dare you be so arrogant? Brother Ma sneered and said, Humph, open your ears wide and listen well. We are Director Zhao's men. This private room is reserved by Director Zhao himself. Having said that, he gazed at the people in the room with a haughty demeanor. The occupants' faces drastically changed upon hearing this. In Ba City, everyone knew Zhao Wenxiang, the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Zhao Wenxiang was a figure who navigated both the legal and underworld realms. Indeed, in the entire Ba City, no one dared to defy Director Zhao's authority. For a moment, Sun Pengfei's expression fluctuated uncertainly. On one hand, he risked offending his new boss Lin Chen. On the other, he would incur the wrath of the all-powerful Director Zhao of Ba City. Neither was an option to antagonize. What was he to do? Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as his mind frantically weighed the pros and cons. At that moment, Lin Chen also sensed the underlying tension. Sun Pengfei, who had been so confident moments ago, suddenly fell silent. It seemed the Director Zhao, the man mentioned, indeed wielded considerable influence. Seated at the head of the table, Lin Chen's expression grew stern. The three vice presidents, Li Xiaoping, Fang Xiaomei, and Zhao Guoan, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. Su Yuan watched Lin Chen nervously, her heart filled with worry. Even the department managers dared not breathe too loudly. The entire private room was engulfed in a suffocating silence. Seeing everyone intimidated, Brother Ma grew even more smug and declared, "Well, wise up and get out now. Don't delay Director Zhao's affairs." Sun Pengfei stammered, "Brother, could there be some misunderstanding here? We reserved this room in advance, and today we are hosting our company's big boss." Big boss or not, it doesn't matter. In front of Director Zhao, nothing works. Brother Ma rudely cut. Sun Pengfei gritted his teeth and said, "We're almost done here. No, get the hell out right now." Brother Ma snapped coldly. Lin Chen then slowly rose to his feet, meeting Brother Ma's gaze with calm composure. "Since it's a room reserved for Director Zhao, might I ask him to come and speak with me personally?" Brother Ma was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "How do you think you are to ask for Director Zhao?" Unmoved, Lin Chen replied, "I just want to clarify the matter. If Director Zhao truly needs the room, I will naturally yield. But being chased out without a clear reason, I am not willing to accept." Brother Ma's expression darkened. "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. "I'd like to see what this forfeit tastes like." Brother Ma's underlings cracked their knuckles, spoiling for a fight. Sun Pengfei quickly interjected, "Don't be rash, don't be rash. Let's talk calmly." Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a voice came from outside the private room. "What's going on? So much noise." Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man enter. Upon seeing him, Brother Ma immediately said respectfully, "Director Zhao, you're here." These people refused to vacate the room. Director Zhao glanced around the room, his gaze settling on Lin Chen. "What's happening?" Lin Chen replied with neither servility nor arrogance. "Director Zhao, we booked this room in advance. I'm not sure why your men are trying to force us out." Zhao Wenxiang frowned and looked at Brother Ma. "Is that so?" Brother Ma stammered, "Chief, I thought." Zhao Wenxiang snorted coldly. "Nonsense. Apologize to them immediately." Brother Ma and his underlings were dumbfounded, never expecting Director Zhao to react this way. Though reluctant, Brother Ma dared not contradict Zhao Wenxiang. He bowed to Lin Chen and the others. "I'm sorry I was rude." After speaking, Brother Ma retreated behind Zhao Wenxiang, but his eyes still flickered with defiance. Zhao Wenxiang scanned Lin Chen and his party, then suddenly broke into a smile. "My apologies, my subordinates are inexperienced and have disturbed you all. Please continue." With that, Zhao Wenxiang led his men out of the private room, closing the door behind him. Lin Chen resumed his seat. "Tell me, who is this Director Zhao?" he asked calmly. From what had just transpired, Director Zhao seemed reasonable, but upon closer reflection, certain hints emerged. It was impossible for his subordinates to behave so outrageously without his tacit approval or indulgence. After all, this was the best private room in a top-tier hotel. Those who dined here were no ordinary people. Moreover, the reaction of Sun Pengfei and others upon hearing Director Zhao's name showed that he was not as easygoing as he appeared. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, unsure where to begin. After a few seconds of hesitation, Sun Pengfei finally gritted his teeth and spoke. "Chairman Lin, that Director Zhao just now is Zhao Wenxiang, the chief of the Boss City Public Security Bureau. His influence in Boss City is extraordinary. He navigates both the legal and criminal worlds. In Boss City, almost everyone has to show him respect." Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully upon hearing Sun Pengfei's words. Go on." Sun Pengfei froze. That's not enough. If he said more, and if someone present leaked, it wouldn't he be finished? But Chairman Lin was his direct superior. Lin Chen naturally noticed Sun Pengfei's hesitation. "What was said today will not leave this room. If anyone does speak of it, I will ensure they can never make a living in this country. I, Lin Chen, mean what I say." Lin Chen's words were calm, but carried an undercurrent of pressure. Everyone felt a slight chill. No one doubted Lin Chen's resolve. A man who could spend over 10 billion RMB to acquire the entire Bomai Medical Group had the wherewithal to back up his words. Sun Pengfei's eyes lit up. After weighing the options repeatedly, he made up his mind and no longer hesitated. It's rumored that Director Wenxiang is extremely domineering. His subordinates even have to kneel when reporting work. The only female brigade captain in the police station has been taken by Director Wenxiang and hasn't married in 10 years. Also, almost every famous star who comes to Chongqing to film or perform, if caught Director Wenxiang's eye, ends up in his bed through various means. I've heard he even clashed with the richest man in Jinzhou over a Korean actress. Moreover, Director Wenxiang controls both the legal and underworld circles in Ba City. I'm not clear on more details than that," Sun Pengfei said respectfully. Everyone else, including the three vice presidents, looked at him with profound admiration. To dare speak of Zhao Wenxiang's affairs in such a setting. If word got out, Sun Pengfei might not even leave Ba City alive. President Sun is truly courageous. At this moment, the three of them had largely abandoned their ambition to vie for the general manager position against Sun Pengfei. After this incident, Chairman Lin would surely place greater trust in Sun Pengfei. Lin Chen's heart was filled with shock. After all, he was merely an 18-year-old college student. It was only the existence of the system that had altered his social circle and mindset. Suddenly hearing such earth-shattering news left him struggling to digest it all. Dude, this is the 21st century. The internet was so advanced that even the slightest rumor spread like wildfire. And yet he was told that such things still happened in Boss City. Lin Chen now regarded this Zhao Wenxiang with great caution. After all, he was merely a businessman, and Zhao Wenxiang, as the director of the Boss City Public Security Bureau, was not someone to be trifled with lightly. Since there was no system mission anyway, Zhao Wenxiang and his men had already arrived at a new private room. Zhao Wenxiang took the seat of honor, as if waiting for someone. The others stood in the room, not daring to speak. Ma, unwilling to accept the situation, couldn't help asking, "Boss Zhao, why did we have to apologize to them?" "Oh, do I need to explain my actions to you?" Ma instantly broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. His legs gave way. "Oh, do I need to explain my actions to you?" Ma instantly broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. His legs gave way, and with a thud he collapsed to his knees. "Boss Zhao, this humble one was wrong. I have a loose tongue. Please spare me this once." As he spoke, he frantically slapped his own face, the slaps loud and rapid. The people in the room seemed accustomed to such scenes, turning away as if they had seen nothing. In just moments, Ma's face swelled severely, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Yet he dared not pause for an instant. Zhao Wenxiang remained expressionless, his eyes coldly watching Ma's pathetic display. Suddenly he grabbed a bottle of Mount I and smashed it without hesitation onto Ma's head. Bang! The bottle shattered instantly, blood mingling with the liquor flowing freely. The intense pain, aggravated by the alcohol stinging the wound, nearly made Ma cry out. But he clenched his teeth, forcing himself to kneel before Zhao Wenxiang, not daring to move an inch. Zhao Wenxiang casually tossed the broken bottle to the floor, its shattering crisp. Then he took out a clean handkerchief, unhurriedly wiping his fingers. "All right, get out." Ma, as if granted amnesty, kowtowed repeatedly with tears and snot streaming down his face, thanking him. "Thank you, Boss Zhao, thank you for your mercy." After saying this, ignoring his bloodied face and pain, outside the door, Ma collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, his entire body drenched as if pulled from water. His heart still raced uncontrollably. Inside the private room, Zhao Wenxiang wore a contemplative expression. He had a decent relationship with a former shareholder of Bomai, who gave him a substantial thank you fee every year. But not long ago, that shareholder told him that all shares of Bomai Medical had been acquired by a single person. That was over 10 billion RMB. It was evident how formidable that person's background was. And just now he saw Sun Pengfei, the general manager of Bomai Medical, along with a large group of senior leaders, seating a young man in the place of honor. Moreover, they clearly deferred to this young man, so he understood that this youth was likely the major shareholder who had bought all the shares of Bomai Medical at once. Zhao Wenxiang had managed to remain entrenched in Boss City for so many years without incident because of his caution. Without knowing this person's true background, rashly offending him was too risky. Zhao Wenxiang picked up his wine glass, took a light sip, and said, "First, send someone to investigate this Lin Chen's background, as well as the situation of Bomai Medical. Until we figure things out, everyone keep a low profile." "Yes, boss." The subordinates answered in unison. Immediately someone stepped out. "Why is there still no news from Captain Li? Hasn't the person been invited yet?" Zhao Wenxiang frowned, speaking with Director Zhao. "Captain Li's team encountered some trouble. The actress resisted quite fiercely, and the director seems intent on obstructing them." A subordinate stepped forward respectfully. Zhao Wenxiang's expression remained calm. "Where are they now?" "They're still near Fengxing Street, where there's heavy foot traffic. Captain Li didn't want to resort to force." Zhao Wenxiang pictured the actress' graceful figure and the online adoration for her. He couldn't help swallowing, feeling a stirring below. "Bring me there." Zhao Wenxiang rose and gave the order. "Yes, Director Zhao." The group surrounded Zhao Wenxiang as they filed out. Fengxing Street. Known for its distinctive scenery, this street served as a filming location for many productions and a popular tourist spot. But at this moment, several plainclothes police officers were surrounding a tall, beautiful woman. "Ms. Li Shuer, our boss, would like to invite you for a meal. We hope you'll do us the honor of coming with us." But at this moment, several plainclothes police officers were surrounding a tall, beautiful woman. "Ms. Li Shuer, our boss, would like to invite..." Li Shuer stepped back in fear, her voice trembling as she said, "I don't know you. Please leave." Her beautiful face was filled with terror and unease, her eyes betraying helplessness. The man smiled, but his tone carried an undeniable firmness. "Ms. Li, our boss is sincere. We hope you think about it. This might be a rare opportunity for you." Li Shuer shook her head resolutely. "I don't need such an opportunity. I don't want to go with you." With that, she turned to leave. But the men quickly blocked her path. The actors accompanying Li Shuer grew furious upon seeing this. They shoved and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you forcibly detain someone in broad daylight? If you don't leave, well..." The men sneered coldly. "Go ahead and call the police. We dare you." The male actors, undeterred, took out their phone. Li Shuer timidly hid behind the male actors. The actors inwardly rejoiced. Li Shuer was a popular celebrity, and they harbored their own hidden desires for her. Just then the director hurried over. After learning the situation, his face filled with anger. Who the hell are you? Schroeder said she doesn't want to go. Are you going to kidnap her? Those men exchanged glances. Director Zheng correct. We are from Chief Zhao's office. We heard Ms. Li is filming in Ba City, so we were sent to invite her for a casual meal. Our Chief Zhao has always admired Ms. Li's films and TV shows. He holds her in high esteem. I trust Director Zheng would be willing to grant Chief Zhao this favor and not stand in our way, would you? Upon hearing this, the director's face turned pale. He was well aware of the reputation of Chief Zhao Wenxiang in Ba City, and his expression immediately soured. He was renowned in the entertainment industry for his extensive connections, which was why many actors were eager to take on his projects. Not only did filming proceed smoothly, but he also paid generously. Yet this was Ba City, and Chief Zhao Wenxiang was not someone he could afford to offend. Director Zheng found himself caught in a dilemma. After all, Li Shuer had only come to Ba City to film at his invitation. How had Zhao Wenxiang gotten wind so quickly? They had barely arrived before Zhao's men showed up. He had gone to great lengths to seal off the entire street precisely because he feared Zhao Wenxiang. If he handed Li Shuer over now, his reputation would be ruined if word got out. The other male actors and Li Shuer now realized the situation was far from simple. Even the director, known for his vast network, wore such a troubled expression. They dared not speak. They had initially considered playing the hero in front of the beautiful actress, but that notion evaporated instantly. Li Shuer, terrified, her eyes reddening, looked at Director Zheng with a trembling voice. Director, you invited me for this role. You can't abandon me. The director's face was full of distress. He knew the consequences of offending Zhao Wenxiang, yet he could not bear to leave Li Shuer in such peril. Gentlemen, could you be lenient? Grant me an hour. The director tried to stall, hoping to buy some time. I'm afraid not. Chief Zhao is already waiting for Ms. Li. Any longer, and the food will go cold. The men were resolute. Director Zheng gritted his teeth. Shuer, perhaps you should. He looked at Li Shuer with guilt. Tears welled up in her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. She could not believe that Director Zheng, known for his wide connections and protectiveness in the industry, was so ready to abandon her. Seeing her like this, Zheng felt a pang of reluctance. Half an hour. You cannot take Li Shuer within half an hour. As he spoke, Zheng pulled out his phone. The plainclothes men's expressions shifted. They hadn't expected Director Zheng to dare such defiance. Li Shuer clung to Zheng's sleeve as if it were her lap. As for the other male actors, they had long since vanished. I should have tightened security. Zheng lamented. Hello, brotherly. It's Zheng Chong. Hey, race the thing. I'm in Ba City, and I need a favor from Chief Zhao. Sister Han. It's Zheng Chong. After several calls, everyone who heard it involved offending Zhao Wenxiang in Ba City immediately refused to intervene and urged Zheng to drop the matter. Otherwise, he would be dragged down too. After hanging up, Zheng's face darkened further. He looked at Li Shuer beside him and let out a sigh. Seeing Zheng's demeanor, the plainclothes men knew the outcome. A sneer curled on their lips. So, Director Zheng, can we now invite Ms. Li to dinner? The leading plainclothes man spoke calmly. They had been briefed on the specifics before coming, so they naturally knew the director's name. Zheng's face was ashen, and he said nothing. Li Shuer was on the verge of tears. Director Zheng, I really don't want to go. Please help me. Li Shuer understood the purpose of this outing. It was nothing more than that so-called Chief Zhao wanting to have his way with her. She had heard before about some officials using their authority to take advantage of actresses, and it was not uncommon. But she never thought it would happen to her. Director Zheng sighed. Shuer, I have no choice. Director Zheng. Li Shuer clung tightly to Zheng's coat, her eyes. Director Zheng, Chief Zhao has been waiting a long time. If he gets angry and holds it against you, your film. The plainclothes men were growing anxious as time passed. Zhao Wenxiang had a notoriously volatile temper, and these men could not bear his wrath. Director Zheng was silent for a few seconds, then abruptly shook off Li Shuer. Shuer, dining with Chief Zhao is an honor. Just go. Rest assured the lead female role is yours. I owe you a favor. The lead in my next film will prioritize you. Zheng said coldly. He could not offend Zhao Wenxiang. If he did, this film would be impossible to shoot in Ba City. He had invested heavily in this project. Li Shuer stared blankly at Zheng, her beautiful face pale. The plainclothes men exchanged satisfied smiles. Ms. Li, if you please. Li Shuer knew she could not escape this fate. Like a lost soul, she followed the men towards the car parked nearby. Ms. Li, if you please. Li Shuer knew she could not escape this fate. Like a lost soul, she followed the men towards the car. Just then, another commercial vehicle slowly came to a halt. The plainclothes officers' expressions shifted as they hurriedly led Li Shuer toward the vehicle. The door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. This man was none other than Zhao Wenxiang, who had grown impatient and arrived in haste. Zheng Chang's face changed. Director Zhao. The plainclothes officers bowed their heads respectfully. Humph. Zhao Wenxiang grunted 2 syllables through his nose, not even glancing at the officers, his gaze filled with lust as he stared at Li Shuer. Li Shuer heard the officer's respectful address and mustered some spirit to examine the middle-aged man before her. Looking was worse. The moment she saw him, she felt as if the sky had fallen. He was the epitome of a greasy, middle-aged man. Wearing glasses gave him not a hint of refinement, instead one glance marked him as a wicked seed. Ms. Lee, I have admired you from afar for a long time. I haven't missed a single drama you've acted in. It's rare that you're filming in Boss City. As a local, I naturally must fulfill my duties as host. I have specially prepared a banquet at Yukon Hotel to entertain you. Shall we depart now? Zhao Wenxiang said with a greasy smile. At that moment, he seemed like a creepy uncle luring a little girl. Li Shuer looked at Zhao Wenqiang's face, forcing back the urge to vomit. Her voice trembled as she said, Director Zhao, I'm feeling unwell today. Could we go another day? When I'm better, it'll definitely come. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenxiang put on a concerned expression. Not feeling well. How about I take you to the hospital for a checkup? Li Shuer quickly waved her hands. No. It's an old ailment, no need to go to the hospital. Zhao Wenqiang's face darkened. Ms. Li, you wouldn't be refusing to show me face, would you? Zhao Wenxiang said coldly. The plainclothes officers beside him also grew nervous, afraid Zhao Wenxiang would vent his anger on them. Ms. Li, you wouldn't be refusing to show me face, would you? Zhao Wenxiang said coldly. The plainclothes officer, Li Shuer, spoke with terror on her face. Of course. All I want is to have a meal with you, Ms. Li, and make friends. Zhao Wenqiang's face once again showed a kindly smile. Well, all right. Li Shuer forced a smile onto her bloodless face. That's great. Ms. Li, please get in the car. Zhao Wenxiang was in high spirits and even personally opened the car door for Li Shuer. Li Shuer took a deep breath and resolutely climbed in. Zhao Wenxiang followed closely. Then the business van slowly drove out of the street. As they left the street, the fans waiting outside were still peering curiously inside. Where's Shuer? Is the crew still filming this late? Do you think Shuer might be in this car? Who knows? The surrounding fans peered into the car, but a curtain blocked their view completely. Li Shuer also breathed a sigh of relief. If fans had discovered her, the situation would have been worse. For now she could treat it as being bitten by a dog, but if it were exposed, she would be ruined too, even if she wasn't willing. Zheng Chang, standing frozen in place, took a deep breath. He had wronged Li Shuer with this matter, but he would compensate her in other ways. Director Zheng walked toward the crew. The group that had been discussing immediately fell silent, looking around for something to do, putting on a busy act. Everyone come here. Director Zheng clapped his hands, signaling everyone to gather. Listen up, no one is allowed to speak a word about what happened today, not a single word. Zheng Chang spoke with a serious expression and stern tone. The crowd exchanged glances and nodded silently. This is not a joke. If this gets out, you all know how much it will affect Li Shuer. And our crew won't have peace either. Zheng Chang then ordered everyone to hand over their phones. After the confidentiality agreements were printed and signed by all, he returned their phones. Sigh. I hope Shuer will be safe. Meanwhile, Li Shuer had been taken by Zhao Wenxiang and his men to Yukon restaurant. After they sat down, Zhao Wenxiang signaled everyone with his eyes to leave the private room. Li Shuer grew more anxious. She didn't want to give her first time to such a greasy man. Shuer, may I call you that? Zhao Wenxiang said with a leer, staring at Li Shuer's full chest and swallowing in. Li Shuer noticed Zhao Wenqiang's gaze suppressed the disgust in her heart and forced a strained smile. Of course, I feel so close to you the moment I see you, just like seeing my father. My father also calls me Shuer. Zhao Wenqiang's smile froze. He naturally understood the implication in Li Shuer's words. Dad, will make you cry it out later. Zhao Wenqiang's desire grew hotter inside. Huh, is that so? Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his companions had nearly finished their meal. As they walked out, they saw several people guarding outside a private room. One of them was the same man who had stood behind Zhao Wenxiang earlier. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed. It seemed Zhao Wenxiang was dining in that private room. Chairman Lin Zhao Wenxiang is probably messing with a female star in there. I've encountered this twice before, same routine. He either threatens or tricks people into a meal, then drugs them and takes them to a hotel or his home. Sun Pengfei had drunk a bit and was flushed, speaking softly to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at him in surprise. President Sun, how come you know so much? Sun Pengfei was taken aback. I know a celebrity who was like this, he said with some indignation. Lin Chen understood. Zhao Wenxiang really was a scumbag. It was hard to imagine that the director of a provincial-level public security bureau would lead corruption and organize a criminal gang. Probably everything from top to bottom was rotten to the core. Lin Chen shook his head. Anyway, it wasn't his business. Dozens of minutes later, Lin Chen arrived at the five-star hotel Sun Pengfei had booked for him. Lin Chen took a good shower, then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window admiring the brightly lit city. Do. His phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was Jiang Shuowei calling. Hello, Shuowei, what's up? Hey Shuowei, what's up? Lin Chen said gently. On the other end of the line came Jiang Shuowei's sweet, soft voice. Awaken, I just wanted to ask how your day went. Are you getting used to Boss City? Lin Chen's lips curled upward. I'm doing great, everything's fine here. I just miss you a little. Jiang Shuowei, if you're just using sweet talk to fool me. Lin Chen was utterly serious. I'm not fooling you. I really do miss you. I just finished dinner with the higher-ups from Bomai Medical and took a shower. So is work going smoothly? Don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry, everything's fine. Awaken, you finally made it to Boss City. Are you really going to sleep this early? Lin Chen thought about what Jiang Shuowei said and figured she had a point. Since it was his first time in Ba City, he ought to go out and have some fun. Tomorrow he had to visit Kwame Home Furnishings, so there definitely wouldn't be any time then. Alright, I'll tidy up and head downstairs for a stroll. Great. Remember to take some nice photos for me. I want to see my handsome boyfriend. After hanging up, Lin Chen changed into a set of clothes and prepared to go out. But the moment he closed the door, he saw a woman with a flushed face staggering toward him, glancing back over her shoulder as she ran. Lin Chen found her increasingly familiar. Wasn't that Li Shuer? Though he rarely watched TV, he did scroll through Douyin and had seen some celebrities, so of course he recognized Li Shuer. But why would Li Shuer suddenly appear here? Lin Chen was puzzled. Before he could dwell on it, Li Shuer's eyes lit up at the sight of him, as if she had spotted a savior. She rushed up to Lin Chen. Sir, could you help me? Someone's chasing me. They want to harm me. Can I hide in your room? Li Shuer's eyes were full of pleading. Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Wasn't this some cliché plot from a TV drama? Had the author run out of ideas? Lin Chen gave Li Shuer a few glances and sensed something was off. Why did she seem drugged? Her face was flushed, and the skin visible beneath her disheveled clothes bore an alluring faint pink. There was even a hint of desire in her eyes. Lin Chen hesitated to open the door. If he let her in, wouldn't he be unable to explain himself, even if he was innocent? You're Li Shuer, right? Sorry, I can't let you in. I can't help you either. Without much hesitation, Lin Chen directly. Tears welled up in Li Shuer's eyes. Since you recognize me, you know I'm not that kind of woman. I'm really in danger. Please let me in. I'll repay you well afterward. Li Shuer pleaded urgently, her voice tinged with a sob. Repay him well. Lin Chen cast an odd glance downward at Li Shuer's figure. He had to admit the popular young actress had an impressive physique. It was the classic curvy that men talked about. Every bit of flesh seemed perfectly placed. Li Shuer noticed Lin Chen's gaze and felt a flush of heat on her face. Fortunately, she was already so red that it didn't show. Lin Chen suddenly recalled what Sun Pengfei had said earlier at Yukong Restaurant. A famous actress possibly drugged in danger. Could it really be such a coincidence? A sense of unease rose in Lin Chen's heart. Footsteps echoed from the distant corner. Damn it, find that woman for me. Zhao Wenxiang felt rage boiling in his brain as if it were about to explode. The pain in his crotch nearly drove him mad. That damned woman actually kicked his little brother with her high heel. At the last moment, Li Shuer had somehow found the courage and strength to push Zhao Wenxiang away and stomp on his little brother with her heel. As a man's weak spot, Zhao Wenxiang doubled over like a boiled shrimp, his face red as he groaned in pain. Li Shuer seized the chance to escape the private room. Because Zhao Wenxiang didn't have the habit of having his men eavesdrop at the door, there was no one guarding the entrance. That allowed Li Shuer to get away. When Li Shuer heard Zhao Wenxiang's voice, her face turned pale white. If she fell into his hands again, she could only imagine how badly she would be tortured. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned as well. What kind of unexpected trouble was this? He immediately pulled out his room card to open the door. Otherwise, what if Zhao Wenxiang saw him and got the wrong idea? But just as the door swung open before Li Shuer could slip inside, Zhao Wenxiang and his thugs turned the corner. Stop! Zhao Wenxiang shouted, his eyes wide as he spotted Li Shuer. Hearing Zhao Wenxiang's voice, Li Shuer didn't stop. Instead, she rushed inside and slammed the door shut. Lin Chen, Zhao Wenxiang and his lackeys hurried over. Are you looking for death? Who told you to let that woman in? One of Zhao Wenxiang's thugs cursed at Lin Chen, who was still. The other thugs also glared at Lin Chen menacingly. Zhao Wenxiang kicked the door a few times. You bitch, don't think hiding in there means I can't get you. After a few more curses, Zhao Wenxiang turned his gloomy gaze to Lin Chen. Then a flicker of surprise crossed his face. You are the big boss of Bomai Medical. Lin Chen came back to his senses. Director Zhao, what a coincidence meeting again. Lin Chen glanced at the man who had just insulted him, then said coolly to Zhao Wenxiang. Director Zhao, what's going on? Zhao Wenxiang's expression stiffened. That woman is suspected of committing a crime, and we are in the process of apprehending her, Zhao Wenxiang said with a stern face. Director Zhao, such a high-ranking official personally making an arrest so late. How diligent of you. Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible sneer. Zhao Wenxiang's eyes darkened. Do you know this woman? Or are you going to protect her? Zhao Wenxiang also dropped the pretense. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, the system's notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, the system mission has been triggered. Option 1, open the door and hand Li Shuer over to Zhao Wenxiang. Reward, Tianfu City Mingyuan International Golf Course valued at approximately 3.5 billion renminbi. Option 2, block Zhao Wenxiang outside and protect Li Shuer at all costs. Reward, 20 shares of Haidaleo valued at approximately 13 billion renminbi. Option 3, do nothing and just walk away. Reward, 51 shares of Xinrue Coffee valued at approximately 12.5 billion renminbi. This mission is a 3-choice zone. You can only select one. Lin Chen understood the system's rewards clearly and immediately knew his answer. Just now he had felt pity for Li Shuer since it happened right in front of him, and he had initially wanted to help. Unfortunately, Li Shuer was truly disgusting. She directly closed the door, locking Lin Chen out. That one move sent his goodwill plummeting to zero. Protect her? Do I even know her? Why should I protect her? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Zhao Wenxiang paused for a moment, then broke into a satisfied smile. Huh. How should I address you? Just call me Lin Chen, Lin Chen replied. Thank you, Boss Lin, for cooperating with the police. Seeing how cooperative Lin Chen was, Zhao Wenxiang couldn't help but consider the idea of extracting some fees from him. However, the top priority was still to devour Li Shuer. At that thought, Zhao Wenxiang felt a dull ache in his groin. Damn bitch, once I tie you up, we'll see if you can still run. Zhao Wenxiang swore inwardly. Boss Lin, please open the door. We must capture the female suspect inside today. Zhao Wenxiang declared with an air of righteousness. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Wenqiang's demeanor full of disdain. Then feigning confusion, he said, Why should I? There are personal belongings in there. If you want to open my door, Director Zhao, please produce a specific search warrant or Zhao Wenqiang's face darkened at Lin Chen's words. If he was this unwilling to show respect, why had he acted so cordially earlier? Was he being toyed with? The several underlings behind Zhao Wenxiang were about to act, but he raised a hand to stop. His face as gloomy as water, he looked at Lin Chen with a darkened expression and said, Boss Lin, are you playing with me? Showing no respect for me, Zhao. Do you know that going against me in Boss City leads to no good end? Lin Chen's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, Director Zhao, that's not how you put it. I'm just acting according to the law. Without proper legal procedures, opening my door arbitrarily is against the rules. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. With that, Lin Chen turned and walked away without hesitation. Li Shuer, hidden behind the door, let out a slight sigh of relief, her racing heartbeat slowing a little. Luckily, that handsome man didn't open the door for them. But at the same time, curiosity arose in Li Shuer's heart. The big boss of Bomai Medical. Luckily, that handsome man didn't open the door for them. But at the same time, curiosity arose in Li Shuer's heart. The big boss of Bomai Medical. Right. He won open. Thinking this, Li Shuer felt a bit fortunate to run into someone with such influence by pure chance. She took out her phone and searched. A market value of over 10 billion RMB. Li Shuer covered her mouth in shock. Those underlings instinctively moved to stop Lin Chen. Zhao Wenxiang barked, leave him. Though seething with rage, he was unwilling to act rashly without knowing Lin Chen's exact background. Lin Chen's attitude showed he wasn't afraid of Zhao Wenxiang, but also didn't want to provoke him. Lin Chen's tense muscles gradually relaxed. Only when he stepped into the elevator did the system notification sound in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. Reward 51 shares of Xinrui coffee have been issued. A faint smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. Though the 20 shares of Heideleo were worth more than the 51 shares of Xinrui coffee, he didn't care much. But he wasn't willing to go out of his way to protect Li Shuer. She was too annoying. A few billion was nothing he couldn't just discard. The drug's effect was already eroding Li Shuer's sanity. She felt an uncontrollable dampness between her legs. A strange conflicting emotion rose in her heart. Maybe she should just open the door. Zhao Wenxiang wasn't that bad. Ugly, yes, but he had power. The most important thing was that it was. At the last moment, Li Shuer forced herself to regain a shred of reason, dragged herself into the bathroom, and locked the door. Go find the front desk and ask them to bring the key, claiming it's for police operations. After some deliberation, Zhao Wenxiang decided to open Lin Chen's door anyway. Even if it meant offending Lin Chen after that kick, he was determined to make Li Shuer pay somehow. Yes. Two underlings turned and hurried away. Zhao Wenxiang stared at the door, muttering, Li Shuer, how should I punish you? After more than 10 minutes, the door was opened. Little treasure, let me guess where you are. Zhao Wenqiang's repulsive voice echoed through the room. Others heard some commotion, but seeing the men outside the room, they quickly withdrew their heads, afraid of getting involved. Lin Chen, unconcerned, strolled downstairs. I heard Hongya Cave is pretty good, he mused as he walked. On the streets of Ba City at night, lights flickered and crowds flowed. A little past 11 at night. In another hotel room, Zhao Wenxiang adjusted his attire, feeling quite pleased. Looking at Li Shuer sprawled on the bed like a corpse, he smirked. Ms. Li, you're quite something. Hope we can play poker again sometime. Ha ha ha. Zhao Wenqiang's laughter echoed harshly in the room before he swaggered out. Li Shuer lay limp on the bed, her body drained of all strength, as if all vitality had been sucked out. A burning pain between her legs nearly made her faint. Recalling Zhao Wenqiang's perverse torment and the bizarre toys, he used, her eyes filled with hatred, tears streaming uncontrollably. Ms. Li, it's best you keep quiet. Otherwise your future ends here. If you obey and pretend nothing happened, you can continue your celebrity life. A strange man's voice sounded in her ear. He even pinched her, in a gesture of utmost humiliation and provocation. Bang! The door closed. The room fell into utter darkness. Aya! Li Shuer suddenly let out a frantic scream, filled with despair and rage. Zhao Wenxiang. Lin Chen of Bomai Medical. She murmured. Yes, she harbored a grudge against Lin Chen. You clearly had the power to defy Zhao Wenxiang, so why couldn't you see it through and save me? Why couldn't you help me? If you hadn't chosen to leave and allowed Zhao Wenqiang's brutality, how could I have ended up like this, eh? Zhao Wenxiang. Lin Chen. I won't let you off. At the same time, Lin Chen returned to the hotel and stood outside his room. Lin Chen was curious about Zhao Wenqiang's choice. Would he back off or... Wait, could it be that they had opened his door and were doing something inside? A sense of foreboding crept into Lin Chen's heart. As the door swung open, the room appeared relatively tidy. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. However, he felt some discomfort with the room and decided to change to another one at the hotel front desk that night. The next morning, Lin Chen got up and headed to the airport. Before he could board the plane, he received a call from Sun Pengfei. Sun Pengfei's voice was filled with urgency. Director Lin, it's not good. The popular star Li Shuer posted a lengthy message online late at night, claiming that you and the chief of the Chongqing Police Department conspired to assault her. It's already trending, and the situation is very serious. What do you think we should do now? Lin Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. What does this have to do with me? First, do not respond to anything. Immediately send someone to contact the hotel where you stayed last night to obtain that surveillance footage then. After hanging up, Lin Chen had no choice but to cancel his plans. Shoo away, I have something to deal with. It's fine, just a small matter. At this moment outside a highway in Ba City, a red SUV was preparing to pass through a toll booth. A woman with a white mask obscuring her face sat in the back seat, her eyes filled with tension and anxiety. At the toll booth, several police officers were checking vehicles. When it came to the red SUV, the police signaled the driver to roll down the window. Please show your driver's license and vehicle registration. As the officer spoke, he glanced towards the back seat. The driver nervously handed over the documents. Passengers in the back, please remove your mask and cooperate with our investigation, the officer said. Li Shuer trembled slightly, growing increasingly anxious. Seeing that she did not move, the officer repeated, Ma'am, please cooperate with our work. Li Shuer realized she could not escape and got out of the car, removing her mask. I am Li Shuer. The chief of the Ba City Police Department, Zhao Wenqiang, assaulted me. After I spoke out for justice online, he actually sent you to arrest me. Is there no law left? What has this world come to? Her voice was filled with tears and anger, drawing the attention of those around her. The police were momentarily stunned, and then a group of officers surrounded Li Shuer. Miss Li, please calm down. We need to investigate further. Please come with us. Calm down. You keep saying investigation, but it's actually Zhao Wenqiang's henchman who came to arrest me. He committed such a crime and still walks free. Where is the justice? Li Shuer was agitated and in tears. Is this really Li Shuer? Is it true? She doesn't seem to be lying. Zhao Wenqiang. He's the chief of police. How could this happen? The officers felt immense pressure, and the situation became chaotic. Many onlookers had already begun recording with their phones. A few sharp-eyed officers rushed over to intervene. Delete any photos or videos from your phones. No recording is allowed here. Those who had recorded the video were forced to delete it. Soon after, Li Shuer was taken away by several officers. Even the driver of the red SUV was taken along. At that moment, in the office of the Ba City Police Department, Zhao Wenqiang was frantically dealing with questions from higher-ups. Yes. Old leader, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. It is certainly not as it is portrayed online. That actress is slandering me. I don't care if anyone is slandering you, you must handle this matter well. If you don't resolve it, expect the Central Inspection Team to come to Ba City personally. A voice old yet filled with authority scolded from the other end of the line. Zhao Wenqiang, the local tyrant of Ba City, nodded and bowed like a cat seeing a mouse, continuously assuring. Even though the elderly man on the other end couldn't see him. After the call ended, Zhao Wenqiang felt a chill run down his back. He was already drenched in cold sweat. The Central Inspection Team. If they come to Ba City to investigate me personally, it will be a serious problem. The old leader personally reminding me must mean he knows something. Zhao Wenqiang frowned at this thought. This matter must be dealt with quickly. If the Central Inspection Team gets involved, even if he doesn't go down, he will still suffer. If his actions over the years are investigated, even the old leader won't be able to protect him. The urgent task now is to capture Li Shuer. She must not be allowed to leave Ba City. As long as they can find her and have her post a clarification video on Weibo, then the Ba City police can issue a report on the incident and it will all come to an end. Of course, Li Shuer would surely face a few years in prison. Ding ding ding. The phone in front of Zhao Wenqiang rang. Director Zhao, the Qianzhou Police Department, has apprehended the suspect Li Shuer. Please provide further instructions, Director Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenqiang's face revealed a look of wild joy. Good. I have already noticed your proactive attitude in Qianzhou. At this moment, Lin Chen had already returned to the office of Director Lin. The Yukon Hotel is providing us with the video stating that it has been submitted to the Ba City Police. Sun Pengfei stood respectfully in front of Lin Chen's desk. Sun Pengfei found it somewhat surreal. How could it be such a coincidence? Did Director Lin just happen to encounter Zhao Wenqiang wanting to harm Li Shuer? And from what Director Lin said, he should have helped Li Shuer a bit, right? But why did Li Shuer still accuse Director Lin and Zhao Wenqiang of assaulting her? For a moment, Sun Pengfei didn't know what to think. Lin Chen's expression darkened slightly. The video in the hands of the Yukon Hotel was crucial. Without it, it would be very troublesome for him to clear his name. Zhao Wenqiang must have already started taking action, but once Zhao Wenqiang's incident occurs, all evidence could be destroyed. Even if Lin Chen did nothing wrong, it would still look bad. Lin Chen felt overwhelmed. If he had known, he wouldn't have gone out, nor would he have gotten involved in this mess. Find a way to check with the hotel staff if there are any backup surveillance recordings. Even if we have to pay a high price, we must obtain it. Also send someone to find out what Zhao Wenxiang is up to. If there are any updates about Zhao Wenxiang locating Li Shuer, notify me immediately. Understood. Sun Pengfei exited the office. At this point, the internet was already in an uproar. What's going on? Sister Shuer actually accused the chief of the Ba City Police Department, Zhao Wenxiang, of assaulting her. My God, I just took a nap and woke up to such a shocking event. Is it really true? If this is true, then the situation in Ba City is truly deep. I strongly feel that it is likely true. After all, no popular celebrity would wrongfully accuse a government official, as that could lead to imprisonment. I believe Shuer wouldn't joke about her career and integrity. Why does that last sentence sound so familiar? Breaking news. The police of Ba City have taken Li Shuer away at the highway toll station. Moreover, Li Shuer has made many outrageous statements. Video. Wow, that's impressive. Isn't this normal? Li Shuer accused someone of such a serious crime, it's only natural that she gets arrested. What about Lin Chen, the owner of Baomei Medical? Did he also assault Li Shuer along with Zhao Wenxiang? Is it the case of two dragons playing with a phoenix? These big shots really know how to play the game. The buzz online continues to rise. The attention from the Ba City police chief and the popular actress has made this incident explode. Even Zhao Wenxiang's efforts to hire many online commentators couldn't suppress the situation. This matter has nearly become inevitable. The production team is naturally aware of this, and everyone is dumbfounded staring at the online discussions. Everyone was initially waiting for Li Shuer to arrive and start filming. Instead, they received such explosive news. Director Zheng, what should we do now? Li Shuer is in trouble, we can't continue filming. The second female lead anxiously looked at Zheng Chang and asked. Zheng Chang at this moment was in a state of turmoil and had no time to think about these matters. If this incident with Li Shuer fully blew up, then Zheng Chang would be in deep trouble too. He would have personally handed his actress over to Zhao Wenxiang. Zheng Chang felt somewhat helpless. He never expected Li Shuer to be so headstrong, choosing to expose everything online, making witnesses of netizens all across the country. Ding ding ding. Zheng Chang's phone rang. Hello. Is this Director Zheng Chang? Yes, who is this? You don't need to know who I am, Director Zheng. I'm here to remind you that there are some things that shouldn't be spoken about. Once you say it, the consequences will be very serious. Zheng Chang's pupils constricted sharply. It turned out to be someone from Zhao Wenxiang. Other members of the production team noticed Zheng Chang's unusual reaction and fell silent. Zheng Chang took a deep breath. Okay, I understand what I should do. The voice on the other end seemed satisfied with Zheng Chang. Well, I believe Director Zheng is perceptive, so I won't waste more of your time. I wish your new drama great success. Zheng Chang listened to the sound of the dial tone, cursing inwardly. Damn, my leading actress has been taken by you and arrested. How can I even film? What success are you talking about? Zheng Chang was filled with pent-up frustration with nowhere to vent. All of you have signed confidentiality agreements, so you should know what should not be said. This matter is no longer within our control, and everyone must think clearly about the seriousness of it. Zheng Chang sternly scanned everyone in the production team. Those who met Zheng Chang's gaze lowered their heads. Just then Zheng Chang's phone rang again. This time Zheng Chang moved to a secluded spot to answer the call. Hello, may I ask who this is? Is this Director? I am the general manager of Baomei Medical. My name is Sun Pengfei. Zheng Chang felt a jolt at this revelation. Baomei Medical valued at over 14 billion. Is this the company of Lin Chen whom Li Shuer accused? Hello, General Sun, what can I do for you? Zheng Chang feigned calmness and said. Director Zheng, let's not beat around the bush. I believe you are aware of today's events. Li Shuer was taken away by someone from Zhao Wenxiang, or even Zhao Wenxiang himself, right? Exactly. Lin Chen is now trying to investigate the entire sequence of events. There is clear evidence. As long as there is enough proof to show that this incident has nothing to do with Lin Chen, that will suffice. Zheng Chang pretended not to understand, and said, General Sun, I really don't know much about this. At that time Li Shuer said she wasn't feeling well and left early. I don't know what happened afterward. Sun Pengfei smiled slightly. Director Zheng, you are not being honest. We all know that things aren't this simple. Think carefully. If you continue to conceal the current situation, it will not benefit you at all. As long as you can tell the truth, the investment of over 100 million from Baomei Group is no small amount, and it can solve many practical problems for your production. Zheng Chang felt a momentary temptation upon hearing Sun Pengfei's words. Over 100 million is not a small sum. Zheng Chang was internally conflicted. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His hands began to fidget involuntarily. General Sun, it's not that I don't want to speak, but Zhao Wenxiang's influence in Ba City is too great. If I say anything, he will definitely not let me off. Sun Pengfei leaned in and lowered his voice. Director Zheng, don't worry. Our director Lin has connections and resources in Ba City. As long as you cooperate, we can guarantee your and the production team's safety. Moreover, this investment of over 100 million will arrive promptly. Just think, with this money you can create. Zheng Chang's eyes revealed a hint of wavering, but he still bit his lip and said, General Sun, let me think about it a bit more. This matter carries too much risk. I need to consider the entire production team. Director Zheng, such an opportunity is rare. Think about it. If this matter remains unresolved, will your production be able to continue smoothly? Who would dare to work with you in the future? Zheng Chang fell into deep thought. Just as he was hesitating, Lin Chen received a call from Jiang Shuowei. Awaken, I saw that incident online. What exactly is going on? Jiang Shuowei's voice was filled with concern. She had seen the news this morning. Baomei Medical. Lin Chen. Jiang Shuowei was momentarily stunned. But upon reflection, Awaken must not be that kind of person. In the end, she chose to believe. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, and then recounted the entire sequence of events to Jiang Shuowei. How could Li Shuer be like this? She truly is a dog biting Lu Dongbin. So what's the situation now? Jiang Shuowei felt somewhat angry upon hearing this. Don't worry, Shuowei, I can handle it here. It will just take a few more days. Have already taken leave from school. Lin Chen hurriedly reassured her. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. On Zheng Chang's side, after a long internal struggle, he finally spoke again. General Sun, I can tell you everything I know, but you must guarantee that what you said can be done. Several days had passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Chen remained in Boss City solely to handle this matter. He had even entered the police station multiple times to cooperate with the investigation. Boss Lin, we're in the same boat now. If we can suppress this matter, it will benefit both of us, Zhao Wenxiang persuaded Lin Chen in the Baomei medical office. Zhao Wenxiang was left with no choice. Li Shuer remained adamant, refusing to release a clarifying video. No matter what promises Zhao Wenxiang made, Li Shuer would not comply. After days of fermentation, this incident had finally caught the attention of higher authorities. The Central Joint Investigation Team would be stationed in Boss City today. This also left Zhao Wenxiang extremely anxious. Director Zhao, I'm just a businessman. How could I have the ability to interfere with the decisions of your superiors? Besides, Director Zhao, you should be well aware whether I assaulted Li Shuer or not, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Upon learning that the Central Investigation Team was about to arrive in Boss City to look into the matter, he actually felt relieved. He should never have agreed to that investment of hundreds of millions. Lin Chen winced at the thought of the money. Besides, Director Zhao, you should be well aware whether I assaulted Li Shuer or not, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Upon learning that the Central Investigation Team was about to arrive in Boss City, it would also put an end to this farce sooner. Zhao Wenxiang couldn't tell whether Lin Chen was telling the truth or not. How could a person who was at most 20 years old become the sole owner of Baomei Medical, a company worth over 10 billion RMB, without having some connections? Boss Lin, if you can help me out and find a way to delay the Central Investigation Team for a few more days, I guarantee that from now on everything you do in Boss City with Baomei Medical will go smoothly. Zhao Wenxiang stared intently at Lin Chen, trying to discern any hint from his expression. However, Lin Chen remained calm and composed, making Zhao Wenxiang increasingly uneasy. Boss Lin, think it over. Cooperating with me will only benefit you, not harm you. Zhao Wenxiang urged again, a note of threat creeping into his voice. Lin Chen sneered, his gaze sharp as he looked at Zhao Wenxiang. Director Zhao, I'm sorry, but I can't help. There are some matters at the company, so I'll take my leave. Zhao Wenxiang's face darkened. Lin Chen, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Don't forget Li Shuer specifically mentioned your name. Lin Chen smiled faintly. It's fine, I believe the Central Investigation Team will get to the bottom of everything. All right, Lin Chen. Just you wait. Don't think you can stay out of this, Zhao Wenxiang said, slamming the door as he left. Lin Chen watched Zhao Wenxiang's retreating figure, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Zhao Wenxiang, his face grim, climbed into a business van. Do you really think you can stay out of this just because you didn't do it? Without evidence, how will you explain yourself? Zhao Wenxiang sneered inwardly. Although he didn't know why Li Shuer was stubbornly accusing Lin Chen, this was an opportunity. As long as he destroyed all other evidence, he and Lin Chen would be tied together. If the forces behind Lin Chen wanted to pull him out, then Zhao Wenxiang would also reap the benefits. With this thought, Zhao Wenxiang picked up his phone. Notify everyone to destroy all evidence. Pay special attention to Zheng Chang's crew. At the airport, several people walked out. At the head was a middle-aged man with a resolute, sharply defined face, exuding calm and decisiveness. The people following him each had their own distinct demeanor. They were the members of the Central Investigation Team. After exiting the airport, they quickly boarded a business van that had been waiting. Team leader, this mission is no easy task, a middle-aged woman said slowly. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his expression serious. Indeed, but we must uncover the truth, deliver justice to the victim, and uphold the dignity of the law. I heard that Zhao Wenxiang has immense power in Boss City and a web of intricate connections. The investigation will likely face many obstacles, another team member interjected. The middle-aged man's gaze was unwavering. No matter how great the resistance, we cannot back down. Wherever there is illegal behavior, we must investigate thoroughly. The car sped through the streets of Boss City, the scenery outside flashing by rapidly. At the same time, Zhao Wenxiang received news that the Central Investigation Team had arrived in Boss City. Damn it, why are they so fast? Zhao Wenxiang paced back and forth in his office. Director, we have destroyed all the evidence as you instructed. We also warned Zheng Chang's crew, and they were very cooperative, a subordinate reported, kneeling respectfully. Zhao Wenxiang felt a slight relief. In these few days he had done everything he could, and Li Xuan'er's body had also been cleaned. Barring any surprises, this matter should not be uncovered. As for Zheng Chang, Zhao Wenxiang smiled disdainfully. His only concern was whether the Central Investigation Team would find out about other matters. After all, he had done quite a few things, many of which he had forgotten. Well done. Have someone keep a close watch on every member of the Central Investigation Team. They must remain under our control. Report any slightest movement to me immediately. Zhao Wenxiang commanded. Yes. The subordinate was about to kneel his way out of the office when Zhao Wenxiang called him back. Wait. During this period, act normally. Don't leave any vulnerabilities. Stand up. Yes. After the subordinate stood and exited, Zhao Wenxiang shifted his gaze to the documents in his hand. Not a single one belongs to the old leader's faction. It seems the old leader really can't help me anymore. Meanwhile, in the Bomai medical office on the other side, Sun Pengfei respectfully said, Chairman Lin, the Central Investigation Team has arrived. During this time he had gained a new understanding of this new boss. Holy cow, his power was this immense. And he was also a major shareholder of the Penguin Company. When Sun Pengfei learned this news, the shock within him was beyond words. The reason Zheng Chang had been able to withstand Zhao Wenxiang's pressure hand over the evidence to Lin Chen and others, and even agree to testify in person, was due to the Penguin Company's maneuvering. After all, who in the entertainment industry would dare to oppose the Penguin Company? The industries the Penguin Company was involved in allowed one to most directly feel its terror. Lin Chen, hearing Sun Pengfei's words, smiled. Finally, they're here. I was getting bored waiting. Since the Central Investigation Team has arrived, tell Zheng Chang to start the operation. Yes, Chairman Lin. Sun Pengfei respectfully withdrew from the office. Zhao Wenxiang, let's see if you can escape this time. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation. After Sun Pengfei left the office, he quickly contacted Zheng Chang. Director Zheng, Chairman Lin instructed that we can proceed, Sun Pengfei said. Zheng Chang took a deep breath and said, all right, I understand. At this moment, Zheng Chang's heart was still uneasy, for he was up against a formidable figure like Zhao Wenxiang. But considering the power behind Lin Chen and the promises made, he decided to go all out. The next day, Zheng Chang brought the evidence to the office of the Central Investigation Team. Inside the office, Chief, we have no leads at all. The police report shows Li Xuan'er had nothing abnormal. There was no other person's DNA. The middle-aged man frowned deeply, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, pondering over the peculiarities. This report is too clean, but it feels abnormal in itself. Keep digging. Start from the surveillance of the area where Li Xuan'er was taken. Leave no stone unturned. Just then a knock came at the door. Come in, the middle-aged man called out. Chief, there's someone outside claiming to be Li Xuan'er's director with important information, a person said excitedly. Everyone in the office's eyes lit up. What? The middle-aged man immediately stood up and walked out. Hello, I'm Ding Sheng, head of the Central Investigation Team. Zheng Chang swallowed. Hello, sir. I'm Zheng Chang, the director of the crew where Li Xuan'er works. I have important evidence to hand over. Zheng Chang took a deep breath and began recounting the incident. That day, Zhao Wenxiang brought a group of people to the set directly demanding to take Li Xuan'er away. I tried to stop them, but they threatened me, saying if I didn't let them take her, the whole crew would suffer. I had no choice but to watch helplessly as they took Li Xuan'er away. Zheng Chang's voice trembled slightly. A hint of anger surfaced on Ding Sheng's face. This Zhao Wenxiang is utterly lawless. Sir, here are some documents on Zhao Wenxiang. I'm handing them over to you, hoping they'll be useful. Zheng Chang took a folder from his bag and handed it to the chief. Ding Sheng took the folder and began flipping through it. But after just a brief glance, Ding Sheng's expression changed drastically. Zheng Chang, thank you for stepping forward with this evidence. But you were just a director. How could you have gathered so much information? Ding Sheng stared hard at Zheng Chang. This dossier, if proven true, could seal Zhao Wenxiang's criminal guilt. Sweat broke out on Zheng Chang's forehead. Ding Sheng, as head of the Central Investigation Team, held a position of immense authority, and his presence made Zheng Chang extremely nervous. Sir, to be honest, this information wasn't uncovered by me. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenxiang, learning that Zheng Chang had provided evidence to the Central Investigation Team, flew into a rage. That Zheng Chang dares to betray me. Zhao Wenxiang roared. What did you people do? Weren't you saying Zheng Chang was cooperative? The few people who entered the office to report didn't dare to breathe. Shut down Zheng Chang's crew immediately. Find a chance to bring Zheng Chang to me. Zhao Wenxiang calmed himself a bit. Getting angry wouldn't help, or after all, the only evidence Zheng Chang could have was that he personally went to pick up Li Xuan'er. That didn't mean anything. Couldn't he invite Li Xuan'er to dinner? Suddenly, Zhao Wenxiang's phone rang. Director, our man monitoring the Central Investigation Team reports that Ding Sheng and several team members have gone to Bomai Medical. The voice on the phone filled Zhao Wenxiang with an ominous feeling. Although due to Li Xuan'er's statements the investigation team would surely talk to Lin Chen, he still felt uneasy. Lin Chen's earlier attitude had made it clear he wouldn't cover for him. After all, Lin Chen had witnessed the incident. That contemptible woman Li Xuan'er must have spoken with Lin Chen. If his threats hadn't worked, A rare flicker of fear crossed Zhao Wenqiang's eyes. Meanwhile, at Bomai Medical, Ding Sheng and several team members arrived at Bomai Medical. Hello, Chairman Lin. I'm Ding Sheng, head of the Central Investigation Team. Ding Sheng looked at the 18-year-old youth before him, his heart churning. Could such a young person be the owner of Bomai Medical, a company worth tens of billions? Lin Chen wore a faint smile. Hello, Chief Ding. I'm Lin Chen. Lin Chen had anticipated their visit. After the greetings, Ding Sheng quickly got to the point. Mr. Lin, I don't know how you uncovered so many clues, but they've been extremely helpful to us. We're here specifically to express our gratitude. Lin Chen nodded. No need for thanks, after all, I'm also a victim. Li Schweiner's slanderous remarks have caused great trouble for Bomai Medical. Once the investigation results are out, I will sue Li Schweier, Lin Chen said with a faint smile. Ding Sheng did not respond to Lin Chen's statement. The full details of the incident still awaited investigation, or whether Lin Chen had actually assaulted Li Schweier remained unknown. Mr. Lin, we also came today to request a statement from you. Ding Sheng watched Lin Chen's face, not missing a single expression. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. By all means. What would you like to know, Chief Ding? Could you recount in detail what happened when you encountered Li Schweier and Zhao Wenqiang at the hotel? It went like this. That's all. Chief Ding, I don't know why Li Schweier slandered me, but I can guarantee that everything I just said is true. I bear legal responsibility for my words. After speaking, Lin Chen showed a helpless expression. To be honest, he still didn't understand why Li Schweier would slander. Ding Sheng nodded and looked at the team members behind him. Is everything recorded? All recorded, Chief, the team member quickly replied. Ding Sheng stood up, picking up the notebook on the table. The team members followed suit. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Lin. We won't disturb you further. We may need to trouble you again later. After everyone had left, Lin Chen reclined in his office chair and leisurely sipped tea. Now it all depended on whether the Central Investigation Team would deliver. Might as well take a break, Lin Chen thought. These past few days have been quite pleasant, with Sun Pengfei handling company matters except for occasional calls from Fang Anping and Huang Wei asking for his opinion on key projects. Lin Chen had spent the rest of his time exploring all the interesting places in Ba City. Director Lin government officials came for an inspection and said the fire safety measures are inadequate. They ordered us to suspend operations for rectification. What do you think we should do? Lin Chen listened to the emergency management department head's words through the desk phone, a smile spreading across his face. So Zhao Wenqiang couldn't hold back anymore, could he? Getting anxious already. Then give everyone a paid leave. No double pay. Follow their instructions and implement all these measures properly, Lin Chen said with a smile. This was his small compensation to the employees of Bomai Medical. After all, once this incident happens, people will definitely inquire about its authenticity. I heard your boss raped Li Schweier. This? Yes, Director Lin. Lin Chen wouldn't bother confront Zhao Wenqiang over such trivial matters. After all, Zhao Wenqiang didn't have many days left to cause trouble. Actually, another reason for him to bring down Zhao Wenqiang was the system mission. When he received Sun Pengfei's call about Li Schweier's online remarks that night, the system prompt appeared. Congratulations, host, you've triggered the system mission. A gentleman's revenge. 10 years is too late. Bring Zhao Wenqiang to justice and send Li Schweier to prison. Reward complete 1, receive 1 of Penguin Company's market value. Complete both, receive 2 of Penguin Company's. This reward was undeniably generous. Even with Lin Chen's current wealth, he found it quite enticing. Considering Penguin Company's current market value of nearly 3 trillion RMB, if he obtained both system rewards, that would amount to roughly 600 billion RMB. What expression would Old Ma have if he knew ID acquired another 2 of the shares? Lin Chen was in high spirits. Even if he shut down Bomai Medical for a year while still paying salaries, what did it matter? The whole year's salary would be on Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin had nothing but money. Although this reward still couldn't compare to what he'd get for winning Zuwei's heart, he understood. And Lin Chen's decision was quickly communicated. The entire company erupted in cheers. Long live, and Lin Chen's decision was quickly communicated. The entire company erupted in cheers. Long live Director Lin. 3 days off temporarily with triple pay during the leave. I can finally take my son out to see the world. Director Lin is my god. Woohoo. Buddy Jinyu impressions tonight. Stop it. It's on me. Generous. I want Xiaohua. If you want Xiaohua, then what do I want? 3 days passed quickly. During that time, Lin Chen also received a call from Xinruei Coffee. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was still implicated in the case and couldn't leave. Besides, the headquarters of Luckin Coffee was in Minzhou, so he had no plans to go there in the short term. After 3 days, the Central Investigation Team finally brought good news. Zhao Wenqiang had been expelled from both the party and public office. Even Lin Chen hadn't expected it to be so swift. After many days, Lin Chen saw Zhao Wenqiang again. Still in the police station. Boss Lin, you're really ruthless. Zhao Wenqiang stared at Lin Chen with bloodshot eyes. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Director Zhao, you can't blame me for this. Heaven watches what we do. Bullshit. If it weren't for you, the Central Investigation Team would never have found solid evidence. Zhao Wenqiang was extremely confident in his arrangements. If Lin Chen hadn't helped the investigation team obtain footage from the two hotels and uncovered some of his past deeds, he would never have fallen. Lin Chen didn't argue. He stood up to leave. He just wanted to see how a man who had influenced nearly 100,000 square kilometers would react when arrested. Lin Chen, you won't have a good ending either, Zhao Wenxiang suddenly said coldly. Lin Chen paused for a moment, then meanwhile Ding Sheng and another deputy director had been waiting nearby. Boss Lin, the investigation confirmed that you did not assault Ms. Li Shuer. You are free to go. The deputy director spoke. It was worth noting that under Zhao Wenxiang's influence, most of the Boss City police station's personnel were found to have committed crimes. The Boss City police station was almost empty. When the announcement was made, the whole country would likely be in uproar. Thank you for your trouble, Director Li and Team Leader Ding. No trouble at all. On the contrary, we should thank you for your support, Boss Lin. Without you, it wouldn't have been so easy for us to get to the bottom of this, Ding Sheng said with a smile. By now, Bomai Medical had resumed normal operations. President Sun contact Bomai's legal department and file a lawsuit against Li Shuer. Hire the best lawyers and push for the maximum sentence. Lin Chen ground his teeth at the thought of that absurd woman. He had checked, given the severity of the consequences caused by Li Shuer's defamation. Even Bomai Medical stock had dropped significantly. The maximum sentence would likely be 3 years. Yes, Director Lin. He'll handle it immediately. After many days, Lin Chen finally returned to Tianfu City. It was already past 3 in the afternoon when he exited the airport. The moment he stepped off the plane, he saw Jiang Shuawei standing gracefully there. As soon as she spotted Lin Chen, her face lit up with joy, and she waved her hand, eagerly walking briskly toward him. A warmth flooded Lin Chen's heart, and he too quickened his pace, pulling Jiang Shuawei into his embrace. Burying his face in Jiang Zuwei's silky hair, the familiar fragrance of her shampoo instantly enveloped his senses, and he breathed it in greedily. He held her tightly, feeling the warmth of her body and the rhythm of her heartbeat. After a moment, Lin Chen lifted his head, gazing at Jiang Zuwei's delicate face, with eyes full of tenderness, and asked softly, Shuwei, during the days I was gone, did you miss me? Jiang Shuawei tilted her head slightly, her cheeks flushing crimson, her eyes brimming with affection, as she replied coyly, of course I did. I missed you every single day. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile, and he gently tapped her nose. I missed you too, more than you can imagine. With that, he pulled her tightly into his arms again. All right, let's head back now. There are so many people around. Aren't you embarrassed? Jiang Shuawei gently pushed against Lin Chen, but the blush on her face only deepened. Lin Chen chuckled, released his hold, and took her small hand in his. Okay, whatever you say. The passers-by looked on enviously at the perfect couple, both exquisitely dressed and strikingly attractive. They wondered what flaw God had given them. Lin Chen led Jiang Shuawei by the hand into the parking lot. She had driven her Ferrari SF90 to pick him up. Do you want to drive, or should I? Lin Chen asked softly. Let me drive. You just got off the plane, so you should rest, Jiang Shuawei said with a smile as she walked to the driver's seat. Lin Chen followed and got into the passenger seat. With a low roar of the engine, the red Ferrari slowly pulled out of the parking lot. Chen, is that Zhao Wenxiang really as wicked as you said? Jiang Shuawei asked curiously. She simply couldn't imagine that in 2024, there could still be such audacious officials. The internet was no joke nowadays. Short video platforms were like a nationwide petition drum. If you actually committed crimes and someone exposed you online, you'd be utterly finished. The director of a municipal public security bureau. Take Zhao Wenxiang, for instance. He was a member of the standing committee, part of the leadership. A full-fledged vice-ministerial big shot. Yet he acted with such arrogance. Lin Chen nodded. He's every bit that bad. Then he shared with Jiang Shuawei some of the misdeeds Zhao Wenxiang had committed. Jiang Shuawei listened, burning with indignation. Shuawei hit the brakes. Lin Chen's eyes fixed ahead, his face tightening with urgency as he shouted. Jiang Shuawei instinctively slammed the brakes. The Ferrari screeched violently, and finally, with a loud thump, it bumped into the car ahead. Both of them were hurled forward by the immense inertia. Lin Chen quickly thrust out a hand, cushioning Jiang Zuwei's forehead just before it could hit anything. Shuawei, are you okay? Lin Chen asked with concern. Jiang Shuawei looked up, dazed, still disoriented. Oh, I'm fine. Chen, does your hand hurt? Jiang Shuawei came to her senses, her face full of distress, as she gently took Lin Chen's hand and examined it carefully. As long as you're okay, I'm tough enough, Lin Chen said, looking her over. Only when he was certain she seemed unhurt did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing no swelling or bruises on Lin Chen's hand, Jiang Shuawei then looked at his head. It's all my fault. I got distracted while driving. I can't even handle such a small thing. I'm such a failure, she said, her voice thick with guilt. Her voice grew softer and softer, her lips pouted and big tears welled up in her eyes. It's okay, Shuawei. We didn't get hurt. That means we were lucky. This was destined to happen to us, and we came through it unscathed. We should be happy. Lin Chen's heart ached at the sight of her like this. He quickly embraced her and comforted her, patting her back gently with the other hand. But as soon as she heard his soothing words, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Chen. Thinking that she couldn't even handle such a trivial matter and that Chen hadn't blamed her, but instead comforted her, her guilt grew even heavier. Damn it. You rear-end my car, and then put on this act of a tragic couple. A furious young man stood by Jiang Zuwei's door, shouting angrily. Many onlookers gathered, and passing cars kept slowing down to stare. Holy crap! A Ferrari rear-ending a McLaren. Awesome. No wonder I didn't recognize that logo. It's a McLaren. This is going to be interesting. Jiang Zuwei, startled like a frightened bird, quickly let go of Lin Chen, then bent her head to wipe her tears, while repeatedly apologizing. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Sorry. What good does sorry do? Stop the nonsense. Pay up for my car. The man's tone was utterly rude. Lin Chen also hastened to apologize. Brother, I'm really sorry. This was entirely our fault, and we will certainly pay for the damage to your car. He could understand the man's mood. Nobody would be happy to be rear-end while waiting at a red light. The man sneered, sizing up Lin Chen with contempt, and said disdainfully, pay. Do you even know what car this is? This is a McLaren P1, a globally limited edition supercar. A kept gigolo like you. Can you afford it? Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Though anger flared in his heart, he held it in check, knowing they were in the wrong. He looked ahead, and indeed saw a white supercar. Although his knowledge of cars was limited, he had heard of the McLaren. Lin Chen opened the door and got out to survey the damage. Though Jiang Zuwei hadn't braked in time, she had significantly reduced the speed, probably around 10 miles per hour. Consequently, the man's McLaren sustained only minor damage while their Ferrari was worse off. Jiang Zuwei, having wiped away her tears, also got out and stood beside Lin Chen. I am truly sorry. We will compensate you for the damage to your car. But I must correct one thing, my boyfriend is not a kept gigolo. Jiang Zuwei looked the young man squarely in the eye and spoke each word with seriousness. It was only then that the man noticed her face, and a flicker of admiration flashed in his eyes. As the campus belle of Suzhou University, Jiang Zuwei's beauty was no joke. After all, Suzhou University had 60 to 70,000 students. Only 10 girls were selected as campus belles. One can imagine the prestige. And Jiang Zuwei ranked first among them. Especially today, she had put on light makeup to pick him up from the airport. Already stunningly beautiful with the light makeup, she was even more breathtaking. A different thought stirred in the man. After sizing up Lin Chen with envy, he became even more convinced that Lin Chen was a gigolo. Which wealthy young master takes a ride in the passenger seat when picking up a girl? Moreover, this guy is so handsome. Probably the beauty fell for his looks and is keeping him right. Brother, name a price. As long as it's reasonable, I'll pay. The man had no intention of acknowledging Lin Chen. Ignoring Lin Chen, he looked directly at Jiang Zuwei, a faint trace of lust flickering in his eyes. Beautiful lady, my car is worth over 13 million. You rear-end me, so it's definitely your fault. Seeing you drive a Ferrari SF90, you're clearly not short on cash. Pay 6 million as a token gesture. The young man said with an air of generosity. Lin Chen frowned. He had seen the damage was not severe. Brother, isn't that a bit much? How about 4 million? He'll transfer it to you right now. Or take it to a shop for a damage assessment. We'll pay. Brother, isn't that a bit much? How about 4 million? He'll transfer it to you right now. Or take it to a shop for a damage assessment. We'll pay whatever it costs, okay? Lin Chen considered and spoke. He was rich, but not a fool with money. Jiang Zuwei's face turned pale at the number. Millions. One careless mistake, and she loses millions. The man sneered disdainfully. You're just a kept man. Your owner hasn't spoken, so why are you butting in? He then looked at Jiang Zuwei. Beautiful lady, to be honest, this car doesn't matter to me. I have 2 more cars worth over 10 million in my garage. How about this? Spend a month with me, and he'll knock off 1 million. The man said, glancing at Jiang Zuwei's. Lin Chen's face turned dark. Watch your mouth. Are you a product of 9 years of compulsory education gone wrong? Lin Chen shielded Jiang Zuwei behind him, his voice icy. The man stared at Lin Chen in disbelief. Damn, a kept man dared to talk to him like that. Who the hell do you think you are? You're lecturing me. Believe me, one call, and you'll have no place in Tianfu City. Don't think hooking up with some rich woman will save you. People at my level, you can't even imagine, understand. The man laughed in anger, pointing at Lin Chen. Guys like you, no matter how rich, can't change the rotten nature in your Jiang Zuwei, hearing the man insult her, and her boyfriend, retorted without hesitation. Oh, one call, and you'll make me unable to survive in Tianfu. What are you, the emperor of Tianfu? Lin Chen found the man's words amusing. One call can make the boss of Rongtou Jidi Longfor Group and a shareholder of Tencent disappear from Tianfu. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Hey, emperor is an exaggeration, but I can make sure you never find a job. And don't count on that beauty beside you. She can't protect you either. The man sneered. A Ferrari SF90 is indeed nice, worth around 7 million. His family probably runs a company, but compared to his, it's nothing. He was confident. His father ran a listed company worth billions. Dealing with a kept man was child's play. Who would go against a publicly traded company worth billions for a kept man? I don't believe it. Lin Chen shook his head and said calmly. I'm your daddy. Lin Chen replied with a smile. The man's face turned red with rage. Fine. Jiang Zuwei, originally furious, almost laughed at Lin Chen's response. Are you fing stupid? The man, I'm your daddy. Lin Chen replied with a smile. The man's face turned red with rage. Fine. Lin Chen, tired of wasting time with the man, chose to call the police directly. Private settlement was out of the question. Kept man'll show you what high society really is. You have no idea how big the gap between us is. The man spat, full of arrogance. Lin Chen remained calm, his gaze cold. Traffic police arrived quickly. Seeing two luxury cars involved in a rear-end collision, the officer first asked about the situation. What happened? The officer asked sternly. Lin Chen briefly explained. Officer, we failed to brake in time and rear-end him. We accept responsibility and are willing to cooperate. The man cut in sarcastically. Humph, that's more like it. Pay up quickly. The officer shot him a glare. Everyone quiet. The tow truck will take the cars to the repair shop for assessment. Pay whatever is due. Soon the tow truck arrived and took both vehicles to the shop. After leaving the police station, Lu Hai arrived hurriedly. He respectfully addressed Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Chairman Lin, Miss Jiang. Lin Chen nodded slightly. The man mocked. Oh, Chairman Lin. So you're not a kept man after all. Huh. That makes things easier. Miss Jiang, why don't you come with me? If you do, you can drive any car in my garage. He'll even throw in a house. How about it? He was still obsessed with Jiang Zuwei's beauty. Although late October's cold weather hit her figure, it had to be excellent. Better than any woman he had ever been with. Spit. Take a look at your own sorry self in a puddle. Don't you have any self-awareness? Your parents gave you that face. It's not your fault. But coming out to scare people is your mistake. Jiang Shuawei spat and retorted immediately. Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up. Lu Hai, though slightly surprised by Jiang Zuwei's outburst, showed no expression. Bitch. Before the man could finish, Lin Chen stepped forward, his face cold, as if ready to strike if he dared utter another word. The man was so frightened, he swallowed the rest of his words. His body had long been drained by wine and women. He was 100% sure he couldn't beat Lin Chen in a fight. Just then a few more people approached. Seeing the lead man, the man's eyes lit up, calling out, Brother Wang, you're final. He was Guan Shang, the son of Guan Yishu, chairman of Yishu Group, a company worth billions. The man he called Brother Wang was Wang Yu, Guan Yishu's personal secretary. Young Master Guan. Wang Yu addressed Guan Shang with a hint of respect. The people behind Wang Yu shouted in unison, Greetings, young Master Guan. This instantly satisfied Guan Shang's vanity. He glanced smugly at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Brother Wang, you're too kind. Between us, just call me Xiaoshang, Guan Shang said with a grin. Wang Yu smiled. By the way, Brother Wang, did you see that? This guy actually wanted to hit me. He rear-ended me and refused to pay and then tried to beat me up. Guan Shang vented his grievances bitterly. Hearing this, Wang Yu turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Friend, that's not right. We're right near the police station and you're acting so lawlessly. Lin Chen let out a scoff. Truly the guilty party filing the first complaint. Lin Chen glanced at Lu Hai. Lu Hai understood instantly. Which company are you from? He asked bluntly and directly. Inwardly, he was already lamenting their fate. Offend anyone but Chairman Lin, and to such an extreme degree. They even dared to harass Miss Jiang. He didn't know what background that so-called young Master Guan had, but it certainly couldn't compare to Chairman Lin's. Guan Shang and Wang Yu were taken aback. Then Guan Shang burst into laughter. I'm afraid that once I tell you my company's name, you'll be the ones backing down. Guan Shang finished speaking and looked back at Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei. Before I reveal it, if you agree to my earlier proposal, I'll let bygones be bygones. Guan Shang's face wore an arrogant grin. Wang Yu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He was naturally aware of some of the things Wang Yu had done. He glanced at the young woman. She was indeed beautiful, and a guess formed in his mind. Lin Chen stared coldly at Guan Shang. Do you believe I can make you never speak again? Guan Shang sneered disdainfully, then said in a mocking tone, Oh, I'm so scared. Who do you think you are? Wang Yu sighed softly. Sure enough, no wonder he was the chairman's son. Oh, Chairman Guan had anticipated his son's reaction. The chairman told us beforehand not to stir up trouble. Young Master Guan, if this continues, I want to have a good explanation to give the chairman. Guan Shang's expression stiffened, and he clenched his teeth. It's fine. I'll explain to my dad myself. Wang Yu felt helpless and turned to look at Lin Chen and the others. I am the secretary to the chairman of Yishu Group, and this is our group's young master. Once the damages are assessed, we'll need you to come back for another round. Lu Hai, do you know this company? Lin Chen asked coldly. Lu Hai shook his head and blurted out instinctively. Chairman Lin, it might be some small company. I've never heard of it. The fuck did you say? Guan Shang exploded. Yishu Group was the source of his arrogance, and now someone dared to look down on it. A listed company worth billions of RMB called a small company. Wang Yu was also starting to feel irked. After all, he worked for Yishu Group as the chairman's secretary, and he had a strong sense of belonging to the company. Friend, that's going a bit too far, don't you think? Wang Yu's tone turned cold. Yishu Group is a small company, is it? Come on. Let me, Guan Shang, broaden my horizons. You're Chairman Lin, right? Come on. What company are you from? Guan Shang shouted angrily. He made up his mind. As long as Lin Chen revealed his company, he would go home immediately and tell his father, embellishing the story, with Wang Yu as a witness. He was sure his father would get furious. Then he could target his company, and then Guan Shang couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shuawei beside Lin Chen. Lin Chen smirked coldly, then shot a glance at Lu Hai. Lu Hai understood and walked aside with his phone. Well, let me think. There are quite a few. Imperial Hotel is mine, Rongto Real Estate is mine, Longhu Group is mine, Inching Hospital is mine, Bomai Medical is mine. Is that enough? If not, I can name a few more. A mocking smile spread across Lin Chen's face as he looked at the stunned Guanshong and the others. Even Jiang Shuowei and Lu Hai were secretly amazed. Without counting, one wouldn't realize Awaken Chairman Lin actually owns so many businesses. When Guanshong and Wang Yu heard Lin Chen say Imperial Hotel was his, their hearts tightened. Imperial Hotel was worth billions, on par with Ishu Group. But it was just a hotel. To have built it so big, it was impossible that this was his only asset. Then Lin Chen rattled off Rongto Real Estate, a Longhu Group, and all those hospitals and medical companies. But he wanted me to get you some peanuts. Wang Yu in particular was utterly incredulous. He looked at Lin Chen with contempt. Rongto Real Estate was worth over 100 billion, Longhu Group over 300 billion. These two companies were in entirely different industries, both trillion-level conglomerates. Could they possibly have the same owner? He was spinning lies without even drafting a script. And although Guanshong didn't know Rongto Real Estate, he certainly knew Longhu Group. Ha ha ha, why don't you say Tencent is yours too? And this so-called Chairman Lin of yours, did you hire an actor on the spot? Guanshong jeered. Oh, coincidentally, I do happen to have some shares in Tencent, Lin Chen said flatly. Guanshong's smile froze. Give you an inch and you take a mile. How can you be so? Guanshong was momentarily at a loss for words. Beautiful lady, what do you see in this guy? Even if you're into looks, you should at least pick someone with some brains, right? This time Guanshong looked at Jiang Shuowei with a hint of pity. My boyfriend was telling the truth. Only a frog at the bottom of a well would think everything is impossible. Jiang Shuowei said disdainfully. Great. Another one. No wonder they were together, Guanshong thought, feeling foolish for wasting so much time on two people who were either braggarts or idiots. But this woman was truly beautiful. Being a bit dumb wasn't so bad. Chairman Lin, the billionaire, when the damages are assessed, I hope you'll pay every single cent. Otherwise Ishu Group can sue you. Wang Yu didn't want to waste his precious time on two lunatics. He just wanted to get Guanshong back to the chairman. After all, he was the private secretary to the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Wang Yu looked at Guanshong. Young Master Guan would better head back to the company. The chairman is waiting. Don't waste time on people like this. Guanshong nodded. He glanced at Jiang Shuowei again. Beautiful lady, remember. Think it over carefully. I hope you make the right choice when we meet next time. Guanshong said with a smile. After casting one more disdainful look at Lin Chen, he turned to leave, surrounded by Wang Yu and the others. Just as Guanshong and Wang Yu were about to leave, Wang Yu's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out of his pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression turned solemn. Guanshong immediately asked, Brother Wang, who's calling? It's the chairman. After saying that, Wang Yu cautiously answered, Chairman Guan. Wang Yu's voice was filled with reverence. On the other end, Guan Ishu immediately launched into a scolding, you bunch of idiots. You've hit the chairman of Rongto Real Estate and Longhu Group. Have you lost your senses? How dare you offend people of this caliber? Do you have any idea what trouble this will bring to the company? Where's that troublemaker Guanshong? Wang Yu, sweating profusely from the reprimand, quickly said, Chairman Guan, young Master Guan is here. Guan Ishu continued to roar, let that worthless son answer the phone. If this isn't handled properly, Ishu Group will suffer the consequences. Wang Yu was stunned by the scolding, and it took him a moment to recover. He then looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. By now his face had gone pale with fear. Damn, what this man said was actually true. They really were the chairman of 200 billion yuan conglomerates. Wang Yu was now filled with terror. He was merely the private secretary of Ishu Group's chairman, and now, because of Guanshong, he had offended someone of such stature. If this man chose to target him, his life would essentially be over. Guanshong, noticing Wang Yu's troubled expression and sensing something wrong, hastily asked, Brother Wang, what's wrong? What did my dad say? Wang Yu's lips trembled as he said, Young Master Guan, the chairman wants to speak with you. With that, he handed the phone to Guanshong. Though puzzled, Guanshong took the phone and said, Dad, what's the matter? On the other end, Guan Ishu launched into another tirade, you scoundrel. Of all people, you had to provoke Chairman Lin. Apologize to him immediately and beg for his forgiveness, or else Ishu Group won't be able to bear the consequences. If you mess this up, I'll never forgive you. Guanshong was dumbfounded and blurted out, Chairman Lin. Who is Chairman Lin? Why should I apologize to him? Chairman Lin is the chairman of Rongto Real Estate and Longhu Group. These two groups are each worth over 100 billion. Do you think we can afford to offend them? You insolent fool. Are you trying to ruin your father? Only then did Guanshong understand. Rongto Real Estate and Longhu Group. Wasn't that what the man had just claimed? Chairman Lin. Damn. Guanshong stared blankly at Lin Chen, who remained composed. Dad, you mean the guy who hit my car? But he looks younger than me. How could he be the chairman of 200 billion yuan conglomerates? Guanshong immediately retorted. On the other end, Guan Ishu was taken aback for a moment, but the general managers of Rongto Real Estate and Longhu Group had already called. How could it be false? Guan Ishu barked, who else could it be? You arrogant brat, go apologize at once. Guanshong's hand holding the phone began to tremble and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He had never imagined that the man he regarded as a mere pretty face possessed such an astonishing status. He slowly turned his head to look at Lin Chen, his eyes no longer holding the previous arrogance and disdain, replaced instead by profound fear and regret. "Wait, are you serious? I was just making a small joke." He was well aware of the weight carried by two conglomerates worth hundreds of billions. Their own issue group, valued at several billion, had already elevated him to a privileged status. Yet someone of that caliber could crush him as easily as an ant. Guanshang's legs seemed to lose their strength, and he could barely stand steady. He staggered a few steps toward Lin Chen, his lips quivering, as he said, "Chairman Lin, I'm sorry. I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please, in your magnanimity, forgive me this once." Lin Chen folded his arms and looked at him coldly, saying nothing. Guanshang was on the verge of tears. "Chairman Lin, I truly know I was wrong. I swear I'll never do it again. If I had known your background was so terrifying, I wouldn't have dared to offend you even if it cost me my life. Oh, and if I were just an ordinary citizen, would it then be my own fault for rear-ending you?" Lin Chen sneered. Wang Yu quickly interjected, "Chairman Lin, young Master Guan is young and reckless. Please don't hold it against him. I'm sure after this incident he will learn to restrain himself. Rest assured, Chairman Lin, we will pay a sufficient price for this offense." After saying this, Wang Yu bowed to Lin Chen, adopting a posture of utter humility. This scene left the group behind Guanshang and Wang Yu utterly dumbfounded. Damn, even the Wheel of Fortune didn't turn this fast. Lin Chen waved his hand. "It's none of your business." Lin Chen walked up to Guanshang, his gaze cold as he looked at him. Guanshang dared not meet Lin Chen's eyes and lowered his head in submission. Then Lin Chen directly slapped Guanshang across the face, leaving 5 clearly visible finger marks on his cheek. The force of Lin Chen's blow was evident. Lin Chen's actions caught everyone off guard. Jiang Shuowei watched him, her eyes sparkling. "Ah Chun is so handsome, I really like him." Guanshang suddenly jerked his head up, staring at Lin Chen in disbelief. The searing pain on his face reignited the fury he had just suppressed. "This slap is for your snobbish arrogance, for thinking yourself above others." The searing pain on his face reignited the fury he had just suppressed. "This slap is for your snobbish arrogance." Lin Chen's slap made Guanshang forget Guan Yishu's earlier warnings and the terrifying background Lin Chen possessed. Instinctively, he wanted to fight back even if he couldn't win. But Wang Yu, sensing trouble, immediately rushed over and restrained Guanshang. "Director Lin, you are absolutely right in your reprimand. Young Master Guan offended you. This lesson is well-deserved." Wang Yu held Guanshang firmly and looked at Lin Chen with an apologetic smile. He already felt unlucky enough to have offended Lin Chen because of Guanshang. Now this idiot second-generation heir still wanted to retaliate. If Director Lin became displeased and involved him, what then? "Young Master Guan, don't forget how terrifying his background is. And don't forget Guandong's instructions. If we don't satisfy him today, whether Issue Group can survive is still up. If the company goes bankrupt, can you still be the carefree, rich, second-generation heir?" Wang Yu hissed in a low, stern voice. He no longer cared about respecting the boss son. The priority was to make Guanshang see the situation clearly. In truth, he was secretly pleased that Director Lin had taken action. If Director Lin vented his anger and became satisfied, wouldn't that be a win-win for everyone? The fury in Guanshang's eyes gradually subsided. Recalling his earlier impulse, a wave of fear washed over him. If he had actually fought back, the consequences would have been far more serious. It would already be a mercy if Issue Group survived, given Lin Chen's temper. His clenched fist slowly loosened. A trace of reluctance flickered in Guanshang's eyes. "Brother Wang, I understand." His voice was hoarse. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief and released him. Lin Chen smirked coldly. This second-generation heir could endure quite a bit. In that case, slap. Lin Chen swung his hand again, striking Guanshang's other cheek. "This slap is for teaching you a lesson on behalf of my girlfriend." Lin Chen's voice was icy. 5 clear finger marks appeared on Guanshang's other cheek. Guanshang lowered his head and murmured in a subdued voice, "Director Lin, your reprimand is well-deserved." Wang Yu secretly relished the moment. Damn, this idiot heir deserved it. The people behind them also shivered involuntarily. Good thing they hadn't mocked that big shot to curry favor with Guanshang. Just then a police officer stepped out of the station. "What's going on?" "Assaulting someone outside the police station. Do you want to come in and cool off?" the officer shouted as he approached. Jiang Zuwei's face tightened with nervousness. She had almost forgotten they were right at the police station entrance. Right in the line of fire. Lin Chen suddenly broke into a smile. "Officer, we're just fooling around. If you don't believe me, ask him." Lin Chen said cheerfully. "That's right. Comrade police, we're just messing around. No fighting." Wang Yu. The officer looked at the 2 obvious slap marks on Guanshang's face and twitched his mouth. Pointing at Guanshang's face, he asked, "You call this fooling around?" "Comrade police, we really were just messing around. We're friends. Please go back inside." Guanshang also spoke, a hint of humiliation concealed in his eyes. Wang Yu nodded repeatedly. The officer glanced at Lin Chen, who was all smiles, then at Guanshang and Wang Yu. He felt helpless inside, but since the parties involved claimed it was just a game, insisting on digging deeper would be. "All right, mind your manners. This is still the police station entrance. The officer cast a warning look at Lin Chen before turning back. He walked back into the station. Take care, comrade police. Lin Chen said with a faint smile, feeling an indescribable sensation. Why did he feel like the villain? But at this moment he once again realized the benefits of power and status. What could he? It was utterly intoxicating. Lin Chen gently patted Guanshang's cheek. You said something quite right. People at my level are beyond your imagination, understand. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, and then gestured for Jiang Shuawei and Lin Chen a slip. Should be Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei to leave. Wang Yu, Guanshang and the others lowered their heads respectfully. Director Lin, take care. Miss Jiang, take care. They didn't raise their heads until Lin Chen and the others got into a business van and drove off. Young Master Guan, shall we head back to the company? The chairman is waiting for you in the office. Wang Yu finally relaxed and said to Guanshang. Guanshang nodded. Thanks, brother Wang. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have caused a disaster. Wang Yu looked at Guanshang with surprise. He had imagined Guanshang's possible reactions, resentment, anger, fear. But he never expected his first words to be gratitude. Had those two slaps made this idiot heir go crazy? It's nothing, just doing my job. Guanshang nodded and got into the car with Wang Yu. Before getting in, he cast a deep glance at the place where Lin Chen had disappeared. When they arrived at the Ishu Group building, a 20-plus-story office tower the company had purchased for several hundred million as its headquarters. Good morning, young Master Guan. Good morning, Secretary Wang. Many employees greeted Guanshang and Wang Yu along the way. The two slap marks on Guanshang's face naturally became the talk of the crowd. Holy crap. Am I seeing things? Does young Master Guan have two slap marks on his face? You're not mistaken, I saw them too. Young Master Guan got beaten outside. Who's bold enough to do that? Every dog has its day. There's always, he's usually so arrogant he had it coming. Chill. There are people around it, careful what you say. What did I say? I just said someone dared to hit our handsome, rich, and respected young Master Guan. Meanwhile, Guanshang and Wang Yu had arrived at the door of the chairman's office. Wang Yu followed behind Guanshang, waiting for him to open the door. He certainly did not want to be the first to enter and bear Guan Yishu's wrath. Besides, it was only proper for Guanshang to lead the way. Guanshang took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Sure enough, as soon as Guan Yishu saw him enter, she immediately stood up and came over to scold him. You really are my good son. Come here. As soon as Guanshang approached, Guan Yishu kicked at him. You are more of a failure than a success. What do you do all day besides causing trouble for me? You really are something. This time you even dared to scold the chairman of Rongtou Jidi and Longhu Group. And you insulted Director Lin's girlfriend. Are you trying to ruin me to destroy the entire Ishu Group? Guan Yishu's angry voice echoed outside the office, causing some passing employees to quicken their pace to leave. Wang Yu hesitated at the office door, unsure whether to go in or stay out. Guan Yishu glanced at Wang Yu by the door. Wang Yu, come in, and shut the door. Guan Yishu still understood that family matters should not be aired publicly. Yes, Director Guan. Wang Yu entered the office, closed the door, and stood aside. That I know I was wrong. I promise this will never happen again. Guanshang said calmly, looking at Guan Yishu. Guan Yishu was somewhat surprised to hear Guanshang's words. Previously, every time he was reprimanded, this brat would just bury his head, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. It had always been the same. He was known for being incorrigible. Had this brat actually changed? Was he really apologizing? Guan Yishu noticed the handprint on Guanshang's face, which revealed a hint of pain in his eyes. Although Wang Yu had already briefed him about the incident, seeing the mark left by someone else's slap on his son's face made him feel quite uncomfortable. Guan Yishu's, Xiaoshang, don't blame your father for being harsh. You really need to change this bad habit. You never listen to me when I teach. Even though I currently hold the title of the largest shareholder with 39 of the shares in control of the company, these shares will eventually belong to you. If your abilities aren't enough, those small shareholders trailing behind me might think you're unfit, and then who will the company trust? Guan Yishu sighed. Not to mention you've offended Director Lin. If this matter reaches the ears of others, who knows what might happen. Listen to your father. Let's find an opportunity to personally apologize to Director Lin. We must express our regret in person, do you understand? Guanshang did not argue, but merely nodded. I understand, Dad. Guan Yishu was very satisfied with Guanshang's attitude at that moment. Alright, sit here for a while. We will go home together later. At this moment, Lin Chen and Jiang Shuawei had arrived at the school gate in Lu Hai's car. Alright, sit here for a while. We will go home together later. At this moment, Lin Chen, it's no trouble at all, Director Lin. This is what I'm supposed to do. Lu Hai replied respectfully. No need to be so formal, you can take a break now. Okay, Director Lin. Lin Chen then took Jiang Zuwei's hand and walked towards the school. Along the way, many students were secretly observing the most famous couple at the school. Did Senior Tang take a long... Yes. She never tells me anything when I ask her. She just keeps hiding things from me. Jiang Shuawei pouted, grumbling in dissatisfaction. It's nothing. Maybe Senior Tang really has family matters to attend to. Lin Chen consoled her gently by patting Jiang Zuwei's hand. Alright, let's go back and get Xiaobu. It's already 7 o'clock, and we still have to hurry to Yulan Shengtong to cook. I'm starving. Jiang Shuawei checked the time and realized it was past 7, urging them to hurry. Due to Tang Weiner taking a long leave, Jiang Shuwei had been bored and had gone to Yulin Shantong to learn to cook from Lu Ma. Lu Ma was very happy to see Jiang Shuwei, as she was supposed to come clean the place in a few days, but hadn't been back. In order to teach Jiang Shuwei the simplest dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, Lu Ma had put in a lot of effort. Lu Ma couldn't help but exclaim what a remarkable person exists in this world. Lin Chen waited under building 8 for over 10 minutes before Jiang Shuwei finally came down, carrying Xiaobu. Let's go, Jiang Shuwei said excitedly, holding Xiaobu. She was eager to show off in front of Lin Chen. To prepare these dishes, Jiang Shuwei had been running to Yulin Shantong every day. Finally, she had the opportunity to showcase her skills. Lin Chen nodded, then reached out his hands to hug Xiaobu. As soon as Xiaobu was in Lin Chen's arms, he looked at Jiang Shuwei with his big pleading eyes. He kept squirming and meowing. Lin Chen's face darkened instantly. Xiaobu, this is your father. Don't you recognize your dad? You jerk cat. I'll punish you by not letting you eat cat food tonight. Lin Chen said helplessly as he placed the cat back into Jiang Shuwei's arms, then unhappily added, You dare. Jiang Shuwei glared with wide eyes, gently stroking the comfortably purring Xiaobu in her arms, and said, How could we not feed such a good Xiaobu? Lin Chen looked at the mother and son, shaking his head bitterly. Lin Chen had actually fallen to the point of competing for affection with the cat. He then took out the key to the Koenig Viru. A roar of a beast echoed as Lin Chen slowly drove the Koenigsegg out of the school. By the way, Chen, I have a second-class activity to attend tomorrow. I'll earn 8 points. If I attend this activity, my score will be enough. It's at 2:40 in the afternoon, and I'll have to return to school afterward. Jiang Shuwei said while petting the cat. Lin Chen thought for a moment. He also needed to find time to visit Xuanmei, and after dropping Jiang Shuwei off at school, he planned to go to Quanmei. Bomai and Quanmei. Lin Chen nearly mixed up these two companies. One is a medical company, and the other is a furniture company. One has a market value of around 145 billion renminbi, while the other is valued at 168 billion renminbi. Jiang Shuwei nodded without pressing further about what it was. Lin Chen parked the car in the garage of the Yulin Shangting No. 1 mansion. Since Jiang Shuwei had instructed Aunt Lu to buy groceries and stock the fridge beforehand, there was no need to go shopping. Once inside, Jiang Shuwei placed Xiaobu on the floor and headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. As soon as Xiaobu was set down, it dashed around the living room in sheer excitement, zooming like a furry whirlwind. Jiang Shuwei's dormitory had been far too cramped for Xiaobu to stretch its legs. Back in the villa, the cat's true nature burst forth. The cat tree and toys bought earlier finally found their purpose. Just leave it be, it can entertain itself and have a blast on its own. How about I lend a hand? It'll go faster. Aren't you hungry? Lin Chen recalled Jiang Shuwei's previous culinary disasters and felt a twinge of unease. He wanted to follow her into the kitchen. Shoo, go play outside. Just wait and eat. Jiang Shuwei pushed Lin Chen out of the kitchen, then slid the door shut, sealing him outside. First blanch. Add scallion ginger and cooking wine. Lin Chen sighed softly at the kitchen door. Oh well, let it be. It wouldn't be a catastrophe anyway since he was here. Lin Chen returned to the living room and sprawled on the sofa. Chairman Lin, the chairman of Ishu Group, that brat who offended you today, wants to bring his son to see you in person, expressing his gratitude. As Lin Chen opened his phone, he saw Lu Hai's message. He recalled the arrogant demeanor of that young Master Guan that afternoon and the disrespectful words he had uttered about Jiang Shuwei. Indeed, I can't let them off so lightly. If they don't pay some price, they'll think Lin Chen is someone to be trifled with. Alright, tell them to wait for me at Dihao tomorrow evening. Lin Chen had barely sent the message when Lu Hai replied, Understood, Chairman Lin. Feeling a bit bored, Lin Chen typed a message in the group chat. Brothers, are you there? Chen Xiao here. Handsome guys like us, there are. For in total. Lin Chen was, what the heck is that? Chen Xiao activate. Reverse the situation. Xiao Fei, Chen Xiao, don't steal my lines. Chen Xiao nonsense. That line is mine. Lin Chen, quit fooling around, be serious. Wanna hop on and play a round of Naraka? I'm feeling pretty hot tonight. Chen Xiao, I'm hitting the rift, not joining. Xiao Fei already in the rift, just picked Erlang. Do not disturb. Lin Chen looked at these two goofballs, wondering what new meme they were referencing. Just as he was about to scroll through Douyin, a series of clattering sounds erupted from the kitchen. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Maybe. It's better not to let Shuwei into the kitchen anymore. Afraid Jiang Shuwei might get hurt, Lin Chen dashed to the kitchen to confirm she was safe, then returned to the sofa. As he scrolled, he nearly dozed off until Jiang Shuwei finally brought the dishes to the table. Shuwei, are you saying? This thing is sweet and sour ribs. Lin Chen held his chopsticks, staring in disbelief at the charcoal-like mass in the bowl. Of course, sweet and sour ribs are supposed to be black, Jiang Shuwei said with perfect conviction, urging him, quick, taste it. Lin Chen's Adam apple bobbed. After several seconds of mental preparation, he tentatively took a bite. After all, it was his wife's first time cooking. How could he not give her some face? Just do it. Go for it. As soon as the rib entered his mouth, a wave of bitterness washed over his tongue. This is definitely burnt rock sugar from caramelizing. Lin Chen's face instantly scrunched up like a bitter gourd. What's wrong? Doesn't it taste good? Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Jiang Shuowei asked anxiously. After all, this dish had taken her such a long time. Delicious, delicious. Lin Chen forced a smile, chewed a few times and swallowed. It was sweet, sour, and bitter all at once. Then eat more. Jiang Shuowei's face lit up with a smile, and she placed another piece in Lin Chen's bowl. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. All right, let me try this one. Bracing himself, Lin Chen reached for another dish, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The reddish-yellow hue looked relative. He gently picked up a piece of egg and put it in his mouth. After chewing for a moment, his brow relaxed slightly. Not bad. Shuowei, your stir-fry is quite tasty. Lin Chen quickly praised her. Jiang Shuowei showed a hint of relief. So I'm not completely without cooking talent. Of course, my darling is the best. Then Lin Chen looked at the black object that was supposed to be sweet and sour rib. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a piece, closed his eyes, put it in his mouth, chewed, quickly swallowed, and then gulped down a big mouthful of water. Jiang Shuowei watched him nervously. Is it really that bad? Delicious. Who said these sweet and sour ribs are bad? They're amazing. Lin Chen hastily put a piece into Jiang Shuowei's bowl. Don't believe me. Try it. Jiang Shuowei hesitantly picked it up, put it in her mouth, but spat it out immediately. Her brows knitted tightly, and her mouth kept opening and closing as if trying to expel the strange taste. Wow, that's awful. She grabbed the water glass and drank several large gulps to suppress the flavor, then shot Lin Chen a reproachful glance. Achin, you lied to me. How is this good? Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. He reached out and gently stroked Jiang Shuowei's head. Honey, I just didn't want to discourage you. She glared at him. But you shouldn't have fooled me. She put down the glass, wiped her mouth, and her face was full of I thought I had succeeded, but it turned out so bad. Lin Chen took her hand and comforted her. Don't be discouraged. It's already impressive for a first attempt. And the scrambled eggs with tomatoes turned out pretty well. Jiang Shuowei looked at the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and calmed down a little. But I really wanted to make the sweet and sour ribs right. She had made the scrambled eggs many times before. It would be strange if she still couldn't get it. It's okay. From now on I'll do the cooking, Lin Chen said with a smile. No. Achin, you're always so busy. How can I let you cook for me? I'll cook from now on. I don't believe cooking can stump me. Jiang Shuowei retorted immediately. A corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Thank you so much for your consideration. So what are we going to eat now? Jiang Shuowei looked worriedly at the two dishes on the table. She just realized that she hadn't even cooked rice. Even if they wanted to make do, they couldn't. How about we order takeout? Lin Chen tested Jiang Shuowei's reaction. Great. Let's order takeout. Jiang Shuowei quickly agreed. An hour later, they looked at the empty takeout containers on the table and patted their round bellies. This boiled duck is quite delicious. Burp. Jiang Shuowei let out a burp and chuckled. At that moment, Xiaobu suddenly leaped onto Jiang Shuowei's lap and gazed at her face. Meow meow. Oh right, I forgot to feed Xiaobu. Jiang Shuowei slapped her forehead, relieved that there was still cat food in the villa from before. Lin Chen tidied up the trash, then took Jiang Shuowei, who had just poured cat food, into a bowl upstairs. The last time Lin Chen had been intimate with Jiang Shuowei was long ago, and he had been holding back for quite some time. What are you doing? Jiang Shuowei blushed and pouted. She knew what Lin Chen was thinking, but was too shy to say it directly. I'm not doing anything, darling. How about we take a bath together? The weather is getting cold, and a bath will make sleeping more comfortable. Lin Chen suggested with a straight face. Jiang Shuowei was taken aback for a moment, her cheeks instantly turning crimson, and she shook her head vigorously, like a tambourine. No, you go take a bath by yourself. I'm not joining you. Lin Chen quickly wrapped his arm around Jiang Shuowei's shoulder and coaxed her gently. Darling, let's bathe together. It's so cozy, and we can scrub each other's backs. How nice is that? Jiang Shuowei bit her lip and glared at Lin Chen. Save your sweet talk. I don't believe your lies. Lin Chen persisted with endless coaxing and cajoling until Jiang Shuowei finally reluctantly agreed. But she repeatedly warned Lin Chen to behave, and he naturally made numerous promises. Jiang Shuowei lowered her head and murmured, all right, fine. But if you dare to do anything improper, I won't talk to you ever again. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly. Absolutely not, I swear. Then he trotted into the bedroom and brought out their pajamas. Jiang Shuowei followed Lin Chen into the bathroom, her heart pounding all the way, the blush on her face never fading. After more than 10 minutes. Achin, you promised me. Before Jiang Shuowei could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered by Lin Chen's lips. The bathroom was filled with steam, blending with the Wynard lighting to create an ambiguous and hazy atmosphere. Their heartbeats seemed to intertwine the air, thick with tension and anticipation. Lin Chen gently wrapped his arm around Jiang Shuowei's waist. She trembled slightly, but no longer resisted. Half an hour later, Lin Chen tenderly carried Jiang Shuowei to the bed. Achin, that's enough. Jiang Shuowei's voice carried a hint of exhaustion and expectation. Finally, at 1 in the morning, Jiang Shuowei fell asleep in Lin Chen's arms, her expression weary yet satisfied. Lin Chen gazed at her peaceful sleeping face, gently kissed her forehead, then slowly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. At the bedroom door, Xiaobu, who had been meowing for an hour, curled up pitifully at the doorway, lying down. Hearing no more sounds from the room, it scratched at the door again. Finding that no one still paid attention, it meowed a few times before falling asleep, guarding the bedroom door. Then Lin Chen woke up early. Seeing Jiang Shuawei still asleep, he crept out of bed to prepare breakfast. As he put on his shoes, he noticed at least 5 or 6 little umbrellas scattered on the floor and the bed. Lin Chen recalled the wild night and glanced at Jiang Shuawei lying in bed. His second brother stirred with excitement. Whether it was because of the robust physique rewarded by the system or his inherent strength, he wasn't sure. Either way, Lin Chen was quite satisfied with himself. As soon as he opened the door, Xiaobu darted inside. It jumped onto the bed, sniffed around Jiang Shuawei, then lay down beside her, guarding her. Before long, Jiang Zuwei's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Xiaobu, lying beside her, seemed to sense something and rose, putting its nose to Jiang. Before long, Jiang Zuwei's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Xiaobu, lying beside her, seemed to sense something and rose, putting its nose to Jiang Zuwei's face and sniffing continuously. When Jiang Shuawei opened her eyes and saw Xiaobu's feline face, her heart melted. "My little Xiaobu darling," she hugged Xiaobu and rubbed her cheek against its head. "Achoo!" Xiaobu sneezed, startling Jiang Shuawei. "Oh my, I completely forgot about you last night, Xiaobu. Mommy is so careless. Did you catch a cold?" Jiang Shuawei held Xiaobu with concern. "Mommy will take you to the pet hospital later." After playing with Xiaobu for a while, she finally realized Lin Chen wasn't by her side. Jiang Shuawei felt a little puzzled. She got up and got dressed. The previous discomfort was gone, replaced by a certain enjoyment. Dressed and holding Xiaobu, Jiang Shuawei walked out of the bedroom and heard noises coming from the kitchen. Following the sound, she saw Lin Chen busy cooking. "Ah Chen, what delicious food are you making?" Jiang Shuawei asked with a smile. Lin Chen turned back to look at her and said affectionately, "I'm making breakfast for you. Go wash up and come eat." Jiang Shuawei nodded. Moments later, they sat at the dining table, her heart brimming with happiness. Who could refuse a man who was handsome, wealthy, loving, and powerful? A man possessing countless virtues. "By the way, Ah Chen, you go ahead with your work. I need to take Xiaobu to the pet hospital. This little one caught a cold last night." Jiang Shuawei mumbled while sipping her porridge. Lin Chen looked up and glanced at Xiaobu, who was devouring its food, then took out the keys to the luxury car. "Take this later. I have a meeting at the company at 9:30, and it wouldn't look good if the chairman is late." Lin Chen looked at Jiang Shuawei with a hint of apology in his eyes. Jiang Shuawei was stunned by Lin Chen's words. "Huh, me." She recalled yesterday's incident and hesitated. One careless move could cost millions. She couldn't afford to pay even if she sold herself. Maybe it's better not to. We'll just take a taxi. If I scratch or bump it on the road, it'll be heartbroken." Jiang Shuawei shook her head repeatedly. "You go ahead with your work. Don't think I'm so delicate. I lived perfectly fine before we started dating, didn't I?" She chuckled. She didn't believe that just because she was dating Lin Chen and had experienced a few days of high-class life, she couldn't go back to ordinary living. Lin Chen saw her resolute attitude and knew yesterday's incident had affected her deeply. He changed tack. "Then I'll have Lu Hai arrange a driver for you," Lin Chen said firmly. "Don't refuse, or people will think I'm stingy with a net worth of hundreds of billions, but still letting my girlfriend take taxis." After breakfast, it was 8:30. Lin Chen checked the distance, about 50 kilometers, more than an hour's drive. Seeing that it was getting late, Lin Chen hurriedly set off after having dinner. Jiang Shuawei tidied up a bit, and then went out holding little Boo. As soon as they stepped outside, a Lincoln business car was waiting at the villa's entrance with a middle-aged driver standing beside the driver's seat. Upon seeing Jiang Shuawei, he quickly said respectfully, "Hello, Miss Jiang. I am the driver sent by Mr. Lin. You can just call me Old Ma." Jiang Shuawei felt a bit uncomfortable, thanked him, and got into the car while holding little Boo. "Master Ma, please take me to the nearest large pet hospital," Jiang Shuawei politely instructed. "Yes, Miss Jiang," Master Ma replied, and started the car. At the entrance of Niaodwa Pet Hospital, the Lincoln business car slowly came to a stop. "Master Ma, just find a spot to park. I will need some time here." "All right, Miss Jiang, just send me a message when you're done," Master Ma said. Jiang Shuawei had specifically added Master Ma's contact information just earlier. Lin Chen had mentioned before leaving that Master Ma was on his payroll. Whether she used him or not, he would still be paid. Jiang Shuawei understood that it was better to have him than let that salary go to waste. After all, she couldn't let him work for free, right? She then walked into the hospital. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had already arrived at Quanmei Furniture Co. Ltd. It was indeed not easy for Quanmei Furniture to achieve a market value of over 10 billion renminbi in the furniture sector. In the furniture industry, Quanmei Furniture ranks second in the country, while I rank fifth nationwide. One could only say that if it were a different industry, Quanmei would be worth much more. To avoid drawing attention, Lin Chen did not have the high-level executives of Quanmei come out to welcome him. After parking the car, Lin Chen walked out of the parking lot under the astonished gazes of several security guards. Arriving at the entrance of the building, there was a girl dressed like a delinquent arguing constantly with the security guards. "I already told you my dad is the vice president of Quanmei Furniture. He won't answer my calls, but I have something urgent to do. If you dare to stop me again, do you believe I can make you leave right now?" "What a pathetic security guard. Do you really think you're that important?" the girl scolded angrily. The security guard's face flushed red as he was reprimanded by someone younger than him. He wanted to retort, but hesitated considering the girl's words. If what she said was true, retaliating would mean losing. The several security guards looked troubled. We are truly sorry, miss. Our superior just issued an order that anyone without a work badge cannot enter the building today. It's our duty. Please don't make it difficult for us. Yeah, your dad might be in a meeting. Just wait until it's over and contact. I don't care. I told you I have urgent matters. Can't you understand? I will count to 3, and if you don't let me through, don't blame me for being rude. The girl continued to scold the 2 security guards with a fierce expression. The 2 guards exchanged glances, seeing the frustration and helplessness in each other's eyes. Why did it have to be today of all days to encounter such a mess? If it were any other day, they would have let the girl in. 1, 2. The front desk of the building did not dare to intervene, fearing they might offend someone they shouldn't. The vice president of the company, after all. That position was nearly untouchable for people like them. Such is the tragedy of the small fry. The 2 security guards remained steadfast at their posts, not letting the girl in. The main reason is, their captain said that if they let in someone without a badge, they would be fined 500. 5. If that really happened, they would be heartbroken. 3. As the count reached 3, the 2 guards dared to stand in front of her, and a glint of malice flashed in the girl's eyes. All right. You want to provoke me, do you? Just as the girl was about to explode, her phone rang. Picking it up, a smile appeared on her face as she glanced contemptuously at the 2 security guards. Lin, you shook her phone. My dad is calling me back. You 2 clueless ones better get ready to sweep the floor. If you can't even understand being a security guard, what else do I think you 2 can do in the future? All right, Lin, you said, ignoring the very displeased expressions on the faces of the 2 security guards, and directly answered the call. Dad, what are you doing? You took so long to answer my call. I was stopped by the security at your company entrance. They even spoke rudely to me. The moment the call connected, Lin Yu complained unhappily. The 2 security guards widened their eyes upon hearing her words. When did we speak rudely? The 2 felt a sense of inexplicable sadness. Xiao Yue, Dad has something very important today, was just in a meeting. Our new boss is here for the first time to inspect the work. Let's talk about it when we get home. A man's voice came from the other end of the line. No, I want to come in and find you today. I really have something very important to discuss. Lin Yu immediately retorted. What can't be said at home? Be good. Hurry back. The tone of the voice on the phone became more serious. I don't care. If you don't meet me today, I will stay at your company entrance and not leave. Lin Yu immediately became stubborn. Lin Dao, that is Lin Yu's father, was at his wit's end. His unruly daughter had always been like this, not listening to a word he said. She would run out and not come home all night after a few words. If he didn't let Lin Yu in, she would really stay at the company entrance for at least an hour. Lin Dao hesitated, knowing that today Mr. Lin would be inspecting the work. If Mr. Lin happened to see his daughter causing a scene at the entrance, that would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Lin Dao sighed. I might as well let her wait in my office. Just let her know to give the phone to the security guard, but remember, go directly to my office and wait for me, must not come out. I will come find you after I finish my work, Lin Dao said helplessly. Okay, Dad. Lin Yu happily agreed. She then handed the phone to the 2 security guards. Here, your boss wants to talk to you, Lin Yu said, arrogantly looking at the 2 guards with mockery. The 2 guards exchanged glances, and one of the guards took the phone. Hello. Good day. My name is Lin Dao. I am the vice president of Chuanmei. This is my daughter. She has something to discuss with me. You can just let her in. No need for registration. As for outsiders, only those related to work are allowed entry. This was a direct order from the general manager. He didn't want to get into trouble. Cold sweat continuously dripped from the security guard. They were aware of the general manager and several deputy managers, and indeed there was one named Lin Dao. Understood, Mr. Lin, the guard said respectfully. Seeing this, the other guard also broke into a cold sweat. This is troublesome. Not troublesome at all. The guard respectfully handed the phone back to Lin Yu. Remember, after you come and go wait in my office, you must not go anywhere else. I know. I'm not a child anymore. Lin Yu interrupted Lin Dao impatiently, then hung up the phone without hesitation. Still want to stop me? Lin Yu casually stuffed her phone into her pocket, then lifted her chin and looked at the 2 security guards with a sneer. Her eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. The 2 security guards quickly lowered their heads, their faces full of respect, and promptly made way, saying with trepidation, Miss Lin, please come in. They knew well that a higher rank could crush a lower one, especially since Lin Dao was the deputy general manager of Quanmei. He wielded considerable power in the company and could make their small positions vanish with a single word. Even their team leader's fate could be decided by Lin Dao with just one sentence. Lin Yu snorted, her smugness growing more apparent, and then swaggered inside. Hold it. Lin Chen, who was behind them, took in the entire conversation word for word. He felt greatly displeased by the girl's arrogant demeanor. Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. The 2 security guards and the receptionist turned in surprise at the command. Lin Yu's steps halted at the command, but she turned back and looked at Lin Chen with confusion. When her gaze fell on his handsome face, a flicker of admiration first crossed her eyes. Are you talking to me? Lin Chen completely ignored her question and turned his gaze to the 2 security guards. Can someone without a badge enter the company? The 2 security guards were bewildered by the sudden interrogation and didn't know how to answer. After a senior leader confirms entry, you just need to register, one guard replied instinctively after a brief daze. After all, the company had clear regulations. Non-employees without a company access card were absolutely not allowed into the headquarters building unless they received explicit instructions from a superior, and even then proper registration was required. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze back to Lin Yu. Did you hear that? Lin Yu hadn't expected this unknown young man to dare command her. She paused in surprise, then was amused, and she was the biological daughter of Quanmai's deputy general manager. In her experience, no one had ever dared speak to her like that after learning her background. Did he really think anyone could bully her? Who are you? A Quanmai employee. Do you know who I am, daring to meddle in my affairs? Lin Yu fired off a series of accusations at Lin Chen, but he merely smiled calmly, utterly unconcerned by her. Who am I? You're not worthy of knowing. Have your father come instead. Hearing this, Lin Yu's fury flared even more intensely. This young man, not much older than herself, had such an audacious tone, claiming that only her father was worthy of knowing his identity. Ha, you're so arrogant. Are you the chairman or general manager of Quanmai? Lin Yu sneered, her words dripping with mockery. Meanwhile, the two security guards looked at Lin Chen, finding his face increasingly familiar. Suddenly, as if a realization struck, their eyes widened. Holy crap! Isn't this the new chairman, Chairman Lin? The two security guards gaped, utterly stunned. The senior management had specifically made them study Lin Chen's photo carefully, instructing them to memorize his face and never under any circumstances block him. They feared inadvertently offending Chairman Lin. When they had first seen the photo, they marveled at how young the new chairman appeared. Chairman Lin. The two security guards snapped out of their daze, hurriedly stepped forward, bowed deeply, and shouted in unison with utmost respect. The receptionists were stunned by the address, but quickly caught on and chimed in together, Chairman Lin. Then they discreetly took out their phones to send a message notifying the higher-ups that Chairman Lin had arrived downstairs. No need for such formality, Lin Chen said with a slight nod, his expression calm. Lin Yu stared blankly at Lin Chen. Could this handsome, boastful guy really be the chairman of Quanmai? A flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. But seeing the reactions of the security guards and receptionists, she knew she had kicked the steel plate. Her earlier rudeness. Lin Yu's face gradually paled and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. After all, she had boldly mocked him even after he revealed his identity. What would become of her father's career? Do you have anything else to say? Lin Chen said coldly. Lin Yu trembled with fear, her speech becoming stammered. Hello, Chairman. I'm sorry for offending you. She bowed deeply and quickly added, They'll go register at the front desk right away. With that, she hurried toward the front desk. Lin Chen glanced at her. At least she knew to back down. She wasn't completely brainless. It seemed she was merely a spoiled bully who relied on her father's power. No need. Have your father come down to pick you up. I need to discuss something with him anyway. Lin Chen said in a flat tone. Lin Yu's steps froze and fear instantly filled her heart. She knew that although her father usually indulged her, this mess seemed too big. The two security guards felt a secret pleasure watching Lin Yu's panic. What goes around comes around. Lin Dao's daughter, usually so arrogant, had finally hit a steel plate. Lin Yu turned. Chairman, no need for that. I don't need to see him anymore. I suddenly realize I have nothing to discuss. He'll go now, I'll go now. As she spoke, she tried to turn and flee, her steps flustered and hurried. But Lin Chen gave a cold smile and said, Can you get in touch with that Vice President Lin? Have him come down. Lin Chen looked at the receptionists. Of course, Chairman Lin. They'll contact him right away. One of them replied, her voice tinged with nervousness and awe. Hearing this, Lin Yu froze as if under a binding spell, not daring to move an inch. She turned around looking at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression, her big eyes now brimming with tears, and her eyes reddened. She was just a sophomore in high school, having never faced such a situation. She had offended the chairman of a 100 billion group and implicated her own father. At the thought, Lin Yu couldn't help but sob softly, saying between sobs, Chairman, I know I was wrong. Please don't tell my father. He'll kill me if he finds out.